It's just that the unscrupulous boss owes money and won't pay it back. So I'm taking his wife as collateral. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman stands before me. Ding! Detected that the host has developed desires for beautiful women. Likes, follows, and comments 666. Awakening the God-level scumbag system. This system is dedicated to helping the host attract various beauties, aiming to create a top-tier scumbag. The more exquisite beauties harvested, the richer the system's rewards. Immediately binding to grant the invincible dragon gun skill. Shooting in seconds, thousands of times is a piece of cake. Looking at my little brother finally come to life, I exclaimed, I am a man again. At that moment, the beautiful young woman came out of the room with money, and the first sight of my exaggerated change instantly made her blush with embarrassment, her eyes sparkling. A wicked smile curled at the corner of my mouth as I playfully gazed at the woman in front of me. The woman pretended to be shy, deliberately twisting her body, and said in a delicate voice, "You are so rude. It's late at night, just a man and a woman alone. How can you look at me like that? What? Don't you like me? The mouth is crooked beyond measure. Disgusting. This is your money." Saying this, the woman walked in front of me and bent down to place the money on the coffee table. I could only see the young woman wearing a nightgown, and certain scenes that shouldn't appear suddenly emerged. Seeing this situation, I suddenly felt a wave of thirst. The woman also noticed my change and was pleasantly surprised, thinking to herself, "Zhao Ruilong, you old actor, you dare to play outside. Today I will play at home." Ding! Detected that the woman is eager for the host. Yen Ruyu, 1.68 meters tall. Measurements 87, 66, 88. Her husband Zhao Ruilong has been seeking flowers and willows for years, which has led to illness. Yen Ruyu has long been guarding an empty house, resenting her husband Zhao Ruilong for a long time, and has always yearned to find a young handsome man. Looking at the prompts on the panel in front of me, I couldn't help but sigh internally, thinking that there is actually such a demand. Isn't my arrival just timely? He, Zhao Ruilong, since you owe me money, I'll just give you a hat to wear. Isn't that fair? At this moment, I planned to play hard to get, picked up the money on the coffee table, and pretended to get up and leave. However, just as I was about to turn around, I heard Yen Ruyu behind me exclaim, "Oh no!" as she pretended to twist her ankle and fell into my arms. I was already prepared, so I turned around and embraced her. She weakly said, "I'm dizzy, my body is weak, I can't walk. Can you take me into the room to rest for a while?" I chuckled and said, "I am willing to serve you like a dog or horse." 2.5 hours later, Yen Ruyu was exhausted, her eyes hazy, and her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 1,000 consecutive hits. Male charm and attractiveness automatically increased by 10 points. Why do I feel like you've become more handsome, madam? It must be that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I chuckled mischievously. Alright, you little rascal. I didn't expect you to be so outstanding. The madam's combat power isn't bad either. Just as the two of us were flirting, the door to the room was suddenly flung open with a bang. "What are you doing?" Zhao Ruilong stood there in shock, his voice filled with unmistakable astonishment as he looked at the scene on the bed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a critical hit on the rival's psychology, rewarding the Wing Chun master skill. Yen Ruyu, you shameless woman, I'm going to tell your family. At this moment, Zhao Ruilong was so anxious that he was about to explode. Yen Ruyu spat and suddenly jumped off the bed, standing barefoot in front of Zhao Ruilong, cursing, "I've endured for 3 whole years, and I haven't felt this good in the last 2 hours. Go ahead, you good-for-nothing who relies on others. How dare you complain to my family?" Zhao Ruilong was so angry he was trembling, and he pointed at me, saying, "Oh, you Qin Dagon, it was you all along." "Yes, so what about people like you? You don't accept it? Who do you say is a person like you?" Zhao Ruilong was furious. "Your wife says you are not capable and owe money without paying it back. You say you are like that kind of person, but you are neither capable nor like that kind of person. If you are not like you, then who is?" I smirked and deliberately elongated my tone. "Old man, I'll kill you." At this moment, Zhao Ruilong's eyes were blood red, and he charged at me in a rage. I rolled out of bed and delivered a Wing Chun punch directly to Zhao Ruilong's chest, knocking him down to the ground. A minute later, Zhao Ruilong lay on the ground, crying loudly after being beaten by me. "Zhao Ruilong, aren't you going to get lost? You useless good-for-nothing who relies on others. How dare you play with women outside? Get out of my house today." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruilong got up and fled the room in a dejected manner. "Handsome, I didn't expect you to be not only so physically strong but also so good at fighting. Someone is really lucky." After Zhao Ruilong left, Yen Ruyu, still not satisfied, came over again. I hurriedly dodged and said, "Madam Zhao, you can't do this today. you need to rest too. Yen Ruyu huffed unhappily. You called me little sweetie before, and now that it's over, you call me Madame Zhao. Zhao Ruilong has been scared away by you. Am I still Madame Zhao? I grinned mischievously and pinched Yen Ruyu's waist, saying, he, then you're little sweetie. I looked at the woman snuggled in my arms and sighed about my unaccomplished life at this age, ending up entangled with the boss's wife while trying to collect my salary. A man ultimately has to make money for himself, only then can he succeed in everything. The beauty is speechless. Ding! The system has detected the host's desire to make money, and the temporary task of relying on a rich woman has been activated. If the host can get investment from a rich woman, skills will randomly drop. Wow! This system is really inappropriate, actually encouraging me to rely on a rich woman. Am I that kind of person? What happened to my principles? Ahem, but for the sake of free skills, I can only compromise a little. Baby, why do you look so worried? Is it because I'm not good enough? Yen Ruyu, as expected of a wealthy woman with rich experience, immediately saw through my thoughts. Little sweet, of course, you're doing great. As I said this, I deliberately sighed deeply, turning my head to the side and pretending to look melancholic. So what's wrong with you? Hurry up and tell me. Maybe I can help you. This is my own business. You can't help me. I deliberately shook my head. If you don't say it soon, I'm going to get angry. Yen Ruyu pouted and turned her head to the side. I see that the opportunity has almost been grasped. I coughed twice and said, little sweet, you know that a man should establish himself by 30, yet I have achieved nothing, and my heart is filled with melancholy. What's the big deal? The age of 30 is the perfect time to achieve great things. Just go ahead and do whatever you want. That's true. I sighed. If I had money, would I really be fighting with Zhao Ruilong over that 3,000 yuan? If you hadn't gone to ask him for money, how would you have met me? Yen Ruyu said with a playful smile and a wink. I'll give you 100,000 first, if that's not enough. Just let me know. Don't mention paying me back. Just remember my kindness and come visit me often. For Yen Ruyu, the daughter of a wealthy family, 100,000 was just a small matter. Wow. That's so straightforward. I should have asked for more. I secretly regretted it, feeling like I had missed out on 100 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eating soft rice for the first time, absorbing the mysterious Yin energy to nourish oneself, achieving the effect of becoming braver with each battle. This is too awesome, right? Little sweet, you are really too good to me. I must reward you well. Didn't you just say you were out of energy? Yen Ruyu laughed charmingly upon hearing this. This is a different time. Now I have almost fully recovered. I smirked wickedly and pounced like a tiger or wolf. The wonderful rhythm danced on, continuing until the next morning. Baby, I'm begging you. Yen Ruyu, who had been hungry for so long, not only ate enough today but practically stuffed herself. Little sweet, you take a good rest. I'm leaving first. I got dressed and prepared to leave here. At this moment, Yen Ruyu felt dizzy and her body was sore all over. She couldn't dare to keep me here any longer. In stark contrast to her, I am currently full of energy, even more so than after a whole night of high-quality sleep. Stepping out of the luxury apartment, I looked at the 100,000 yuan in my pocket, feeling incredibly pleased. When young, I didn't know the taste of living off a rich woman, mistakenly wasting my youth. Fortunately, the system helped me find a rich woman. The rich woman is a light in the darkness. As long as I hold on to her, I can move into a big villa overnight. Leaving the gentle embrace of Yen Ruyu, after a night of fierce battle, I felt like my lumbar spine was about to break. Although I have the invincible dragon gun skill, I don't have an iron waist. If it weren't for the system's support, I probably wouldn't even be able to walk now. No wonder Zhao Ruilong gets nervous when he sees Yen Ruyu. This car is too fuel-consuming. Anyone else wouldn't be able to handle it except me. I wobbled my way to the door of my rental apartment, and before I could take out my keys, I found the door lock was actually open. Oh no! Has it been robbed? I felt a jolt in my heart and instantly became alert. However, I quickly calmed down. The most valuable thing in my home is myself, and there's nothing else of value in the house. You could say that if a thief entered my room, they would leave in tears after giving me $200. I was just about to go inside to see the situation when the door was suddenly pulled open from the inside. Pan Lian, what are you doing here? I showed a hint of surprise, but my expression quickly turned cold. I never expected that the person opening the door would be Pan Lian, who had already moved out a long time ago. Pan Lian was my former fiancée. We met through a blind date. To be honest, Pan Lian had some looks. Although she couldn't be considered a top beauty, she was still presentable with makeup on. When we met, I was thinking that I was getting older, and my family was pressuring me to get married to the point where my ears were almost calloused from it. So I thought I might as well find someone to settle for, just to silence my relatives. When Pan Lian was young, she played around a lot, had a pair of worn-out shoes, And when she got tired, she looked at Qin Shou, who was honest and willing to give a bride price of 200,000. So she reluctantly accepted Qin Shou. Where does Qin Shou know that he was so tired of urinating so often for the bride price of this that he ended up as a shower brother? This but crazy to spend his money, the little deposit under his hand to spoil clean after. Pat ass away. If not for Qin Shou's resourcefulness, the other card still has $100,000. Never told this, Qin Shou is now penniless. What's more, this see Qin Shou no money, that aspect also can't, dumped him not to mention, when he left, but also did not forget to humiliate him, to say that in his past life's enemies, Zhao Ruilong at best ranked second, this Pan Lian that is the first. What? Surnamed Qin, I'm not allowed to come to this house? Pan Lian blankly glanced at Qin Shou with a disdainful look on her face. Oh, this is my rental house now, who are you to come? Qin Shou smiled skinlessly, you think I care to come to your Thai place? I'm here to get my stuff. Pan Rin skimmed her lips and looked around with a disgusted expression. Qin Shou, I have a gold necklace. I've been rummaging through it for a long time, but I can't find it. Tell me, did you take it and sell it? Don't give me a seizure here. It's none of my business if your necklace is missing. Besides, even if it's here with me, it's still my stuff. That's what I gave you in the first place. Qin Shou was simply almost angry by this Pan Lian to laugh, sighing that he was really lard blinded at first. Actually will look at such a thing. What's given to me is mine. Qin Shou, I can tell you, if you don't take out my gold necklace today, I'm not done with you. Pan Lian crossed her arms. Her voice was pulled up high, and she was like a shrew. Qin Shou didn't bother to pay attention to Pan Lian, and directly knocked away Pan Lian who was blocking the doorway and walked into the house. This does not enter the house okay. After entering the house Qin Shou immediately is on fire, only to see the rental house, clothes, pants, socks, underwear, like a typhoon, scattered all over the place. Obviously was someone just rummaged through the box. What made him even more furious was that on his poor little bed, the quilt was crumpled into a ball. A few long hairs that didn't belong to him remained on the sheets, and even a pungent odor remained, so he didn't need to think about it to know that Pan Lian had just rolled in bed with someone here. Pan Lian, explain to me what is going on? Qin Shou pointed at his house, his voice trembling a little in anger. What's going on? My old lady came looking for my stuff and went through the cabinets. What happened? Pan Lian clasped her hands on her chest, her chin slightly raised as she looked provocatively at Qin Shou. Q. Qin Shou could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, fiercely clenched his fists, veins rippling, making a gesture to give Pan Lian a punch. Goo, what's the matter? Still want to hit me? You useless piece of... What else can you do but play dead in bed? Zhang Hao, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you come out and take a look? This punk actually dares to make a move. Seeing this, Pan Lian not only did not have the slightest fear, but instead shouted even more arrogantly, her voice shrill and piercing, as if she wanted to penetrate the roof. Here we go. Take it easy, baby. With an impatient answer, the door of the toilet was kicked open with a bang. A dyed yellow hair, earrings, some evil-looking white guy, while tying the waistband of his pants, while dangling out of the pants zipper did not even have time to pull on, revealing half of the flowery green underwear. Obviously, he was in Qin Shou's rental house convenience. Seeing this sudden appearance of Zhang Hao, Qin Shou raised an eyebrow and already understood everything that had happened. It turns out that with this little white man, not only in their own home rummage, but also in their own bed-rolled sheets. They just broke up without half a month. Can so quickly find a man to roll sheets? Qin Shou mind can think of the only explanation is that this has been in fact feed on two boats. Yo, this is the loser who can't get a hard-on. Ha? What? Seeing us in love? Are you envious? The little white boy squinted his eyes and the corners of his mouth turned up. Yeah, that's him. Ho, he's not like you. This guy, not for a second. Ha ha ha. Pan Lian deliberately wrapped her arms around the white boy and smiled with an extraordinarily Thai smile. Ha ha ha, baby's right. A loser is a loser. You know, every time she can't be satisfied at your place, she comes to me for comfort the next day. TSK. It's pathetic. Zhang Hao smiled extraordinarily openly. Pop. Only heard a crunch. Pan Lian's face appeared a hot palm print. It is Qin Shou moved his hand. This slap down. Qin Shou heart that called a relief. Reliving a life. Qin Shou is to understand. In the past he is too honest. This world, the more kind you are, the world is more cruel to you. The more bad you are, the more kind the world is to you. You, dare to hit me? Pen Rin looked incredulous. Bitch, I'm beating you. Qin Shou looked at her coldly with a look of disgust. Zhang Hao, what the are you still standing there for? Your woman is being beaten up. Why don't you hurry up and do something? Pan Rin covered her face and screamed at the top of her lungs, the whole thing a little hysterical. Chapter 6, Clean up and get out. I have to get you killed today. When Zhang Hao saw that Qin Shou actually dared to hit Pan Lian in front of him, he was instantly enraged and his cocky temper came up. Although he was merely playing around with Pan Lian, face was more important than anything else, and he would never allow anyone to touch his woman in front of him. Pop. However, before he could pounce, he felt a flash in front of his eyes and another crisp slap sounded. This time, the one who was beaten was himself, only to see Zhang Hao whole person like a gyroscope in midair exaggeratedly turn 3.5 times, and then bang a heavy fall on the ground. Mouth puff spit out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few white teeth, scattered on the floor. Knowing that Qin Shou now possessed the power of Tyson, this slap could be imagined. Ding! The system detected the host violently beating up his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend, randomly rewarding the yellow order skill. Vadra Iron Waist. Swinging 1,000 times in minutes is not a matter of concern. Holy, you can drop skills like that? Qin Shou's heart gave a hearty laugh. You. Zhang Hao covered his swollen cheeks, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, tears coming down his face as he stared at Qin Shou in disbelief, completely unable to believe that he would be beaten so badly. Ever since he was a child, it was always him, Duke Shang, who beat others. No one had ever dared to beat him. You what you? I think you have an itchy skin? Zhang Hao just wanted to get up to counterattack. Qin Shou was a slap in the past. Zhang Hao once again experienced a trapeze feeling, and in the air a few turns, and then once again fell heavily on the ground. This time fell even harder. Half a day to climb up. Qin Shou, you piece of trash, how dare you hit my man? Are you tired of living? Seeing how Zhang Hao was beaten up, Pan Lian couldn't care less about the pain on her face and screamed as she pounced towards Qin Shou, punching and kicking him like a mad. Pop. Qin Shou had no qualms about backhanding Pan Lian with another slap, slapping her hard across the face. This slap was no less forceful than the one that hit Zhang Hao, directly slapping Pan Lian flying out, her body heavily hitting the wall, then collapsing on the ground like a puddle of mud, with blood oozing out of the corner of her mouth and her hair scattered, which was still half as enchanting as before. You Qin Shou, you wait for me. Do you know who my father is? I'm going to kill you. I'll never let you go. Zhang Hao struggled to get up from the ground, covering his swollen face, viciously pointing at Qin Shou, slurring his words in a threatening manner, and while saying so, he staggered towards the doorway, obviously wanting to go out to get help. Slow down. Who gave you permission to leave? Qin Shou's voice was cold and piercing, like a cold wind blowing in the winter months, causing Zhang Hao's body to involuntarily shiver. Zhang Hao's footsteps came to a screeching halt, turned around tremblingly, and stammered. What else do you want? Qin Shou walked up to him and looked down on him condescendingly, his eyes filled with contempt. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Clean up this house for me. Everything is back to its original state. Wash all the sheets and bedding for me, and then get the hell out of here. You're a bully. Zhang Hao was so angry that he was trembling, pointing at Qin Shou, but he didn't dare to say any more harsh words. What? You don't like it? Get your ass out of here. And don't you dare beep. Believe it or not, I'll give you a few more slaps, so you won't have a single tooth left in your mouth. Qin Shou's eyes more and more ice cold. Eyes killing machine revealed. That is the real murderous eyes. Zhang Hao, this kind of pampered son of where to see this kind of battle, scared all over the body, no longer dared to say half a word. Just now the arrogance of the flames of the long disappeared. In this way, in the Qin Shou-like blade-like gaze, Pan Lian and Zhang Hao, this pair of dog and man trembling to pick up the things in the house one by one, carefully cleaned up, but also the bed sheets, bedding all washed clean, until the room restored the previous appearance, which is like an amnesty to escape from the scene, like a pair of tail between the two lost dogs. The only thing that Qin Shou regretted was that the system hadn't dropped any more skills since then. After seeing this pair of wretched dogs and men leave, Qin Shou took a long breath of relief, comfortably took a hot shower, changed into clean sheets, laid down on the bed, and soon entered the dreamland. This day down is really exhausted. I'll make that punk pay. How dare he beat up old me? Zhang Hao, what kind of man are you? Your woman has been beaten up like this, and you actually don't even dare to fart, and actually obediently cleaned up his house for him. You're such a loser. Just after walking out of Qin Shou's rental house, Pan Lian was like a volcano erupting, launching a splash at Zhang Hao, who had been beaten and swollen and was all over the place. Pop. Unexpectedly, before Pan Lian's words fell, she received a heavy slap on her face, which made her eyes bleed and half of her face numb. The one who hit her was no one else but Zhang Hao, who had been so coy just a moment ago. Zhang Hao, You dare to hit me? Are you still a man? Pan Lian covered her fiery cheeks and stared at Zhang Hao incredulously, tears welling up in her eyes, her face full of aggression and anger. Bitch, don't think that just because I played with you for a few days, you think you're some kind of character. I, Zhang Hao, can't count the women I've played with since I was a kid on 2 hands. Who do you think you are? Zhang Hao glared viciously at Pan Lian, his tone icy cold. You didn't say that Punk was so powerful before you went in. If it wasn't for you, the spoilsport, I wouldn't have suffered such a big loss today. I would not have lost so much. I'll fight you. Zhang Hao, you bastard. Pan Lian completely lost her mind, screaming and pouncing on Zhang Hao, waving her hands, frantically pounding his chest, and her nails scratching out a trail of blood on his body. Zhang Hao grabbed Pan Lian's wrist and flung her to the side viciously, staring at her with beady eyes as he chillingly said, "Stinking, if you dare to make a ing scene again, get the hell away from me. Don't forget whose money you've been spending all this time. You old. If it wasn't for the fact that you're not bad in bed, I would have kicked you out of the way long ago." Hearing such a naked threat from Zhang Hao, Pan Lian instantly wilted like a deflated ball, not daring to make any more advances. She knew very well that she was now completely dependent on Zhang Hao for her livelihood, and without Zhang Hao, a rich male, she was nothing, not to mention that she was still counting on getting more benefits from Zhang Hao. "Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just in the heat of the moment. I didn't mean to." Pan Lian's voice instantly became weak, and although she was resentful, she no longer dared to make a move. "But, does this matter? Just let it go? We got beat up for nothing and cleaned up his house?" Pan Lian knew that Zhang Hao's family was somewhat powerful, and she had no intention of letting Qin Shou off so easily. "Humph, how can you just let it go?" Zhang Hao's eyes turned grim as a sinister smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. "Don't forget, your necklace is still missing, and he hit me in the face. I can't swallow this. You'll just bite the bullet and say that he stole the necklace when the time comes. My eldest uncle is the deputy chief of this area's police department. There's something good in store for him. He beat up my people. I'll make him spend the rest of his life in jail." Chapter 7, Come to the Right Place. Perhaps because he was really exhausted last night, Qin Shou slept extraordinarily deeply this time. He slept until after 6 in the afternoon, until a sharp and violent knock on the door woke him up. "Knock knock. Open the door. Open the door quickly. Whoever's inside, open the door now." The knock on the door was louder than one, as if it was going to break the door panel. "Who is it? Is this tearing down the house? Can't we sleep anymore?" Qin Shou was a bit impatient by the rough knocking on the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he lazily got up from the bed, dragging his slippers and yawning while walking towards the door. "Open the door to see." Qin Shou suddenly froze, and the sleepiness dissipated most of it. Standing outside the door is a young and beautiful extreme policewoman. Tall, valiant, chest full of curves is even more striking. Simply the police flower of the police flower. The police flower's beautiful eyes also can't help but in Qin Shou's body glanced more to eyes. Originally she heard that this house inside the guy beat women when is a face of disgust, but when see Qin Shou's first look, somehow, inexplicably will be a heart swing, by Qin Shou that indescribable temperament to attract. Of course, the big-breasted policewoman didn't know that she had been hit by Qin Shou's skill, manliness. Beside her, there stood a young criminal police officer with a serious and unsmiling face, and the one who had just violently knocked on the door should be him. However, when Qin Shou's gaze crossed over the two policemen and saw the two standing behind them, the expression on his face instantly turned cold, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Those two were no one else but the pair of dogs Zhang Hao and Pan Lian. "That's him, officer. He's Qin Shou." As soon as Pan Lian behind the police flower saw Qin Shou, she immediately pointed at Qin Shou with a condescending face, a gloating, acerbic look. It was hard to put the words villainous on her face. "You are Qin Shou?" The young criminal police officer sized up Qin Shou in disgust. His name was Zhang Fei, and he was the beloved henchman of Zhang Chong, Zhang Hao's eldest uncle and deputy director of the city bureau. Before he came, he had received special instructions from Zhang Chong to give Qin Shou, a guy who didn't know the heights of heaven, a hard time, so that he would know what would happen to him if he offended the Zhang family. So naturally, it was impossible for him to give Qin Shou any kind of good looks. "Right, is it me?" Qin Shou nodded his head, unassuming. "Come with us, take a trip to the police station." Zhang Fei's tone was strong. "Can you tell me what's going on? Gotta let me know what's going on, right?" Qin Shou frowned, more or less already having a guess in his heart, but still wishing to find out first. What situation? Beating up people and stealing things. What do you think the situation is?" The corner of Zhang Fei's mouth curled up into a disdainful sneer. "That's right, surname Qin. I told you earlier, if you dare to hit me, I want you to look good." Pan Lian was helping from the side, her voice sharp and piercing. Zhang Hao on the side was also hiding behind the two policemen, his eyes staring resentfully at Qin Shou. Officer, before you arrest someone, you have to be reasonable, right? It's true that I hit someone with my hands, but I didn't steal anything, and I struck because they forced their way into my residence first, and I was acting in self-defense. Qin Shou also tried to explain clearly, not realizing that the other party was coming for him. Hey, got a grievance? Then go back to the bureau with us and take your time. There'll be plenty of time for you to explain when we get to the station, Zhang Fei said with a leathery smile, a shadowy glint in his eyes. With that said, Zhang Fei took out handcuffs from his waist, and even intended to directly handcuff Qin Shou up. This posture is not to bring back to cooperate with the investigation, but to directly convict and arrest people. Slow down. When Qin Shou saw this, his face sank. Qin Shou had thought that just go over to cooperate with the investigation, make things clear on the line. But now look at this situation. This is a little wiggle room will not have. Obviously intends to do into an iron case. Qin Shou is not a little cute. He has guessed that this Zhang Hao is afraid that there are people inside. Once followed today, he is afraid to eat and go. What? Are you still trying to resist arrest? Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows, his tone rather impatient. This is naturally not dare. Just can you allow me to make a phone call first, lest my family worry? When he said this, Qin Shou was looking at the beautiful policewoman. At the same time, he secretly launched the clever tongue and manliness, two skills. Qin Shou heart clear. This Zhang Fei looks at the visitor is not good. The only opportunity is to talk to the beautiful flower in front of the police. Your family we police will naturally notify according to the procedure. Don't need you to worry about it. Zhang Fei's tone was icy cold and his attitude was strong, clearly not intending to give Qin Shou any chance to make a call. He only wanted to bring Qin Shou back to the bureau as soon as possible to complete the task that Zhang Chom had explained. Slow down. Zhang Fei was about to forcefully handcuff Qin Shou when Xuemin, the beautiful police flower beside him, suddenly spoke. It had to be said that a police flower was a police flower, and her voice was also very nice and crisp. Brother Jiang, right now the other party is still just a suspect. Things haven't been cleared up yet, and he wants to call his family, so there doesn't seem to be any problem with that. The originally tough expression on Zhang Fei's face also froze. He never expected that Xuemin, who usually obeyed him and could even be said to worship him to the extreme, would openly contradict him today for a suspect he never knew. This made him feel very surprised and annoyed. Out of the male's instinctive wariness, his gaze towards Qin Shou became even more grim. In fact, Xuemin himself does not know what is going on today. Since she first saw Qin Shou when she felt a surge of inexplicable emotions in her heart, the eyes cannot help but be attracted to him. Some cannot move their eyes. When Qin Shou spoke just now, she even felt as if she was possessed, with a voice echoing in her mind all the time that she had to speak for him and believe him. This feeling made herself feel very confused and puzzled. What Xuemin didn't realize was that she was precisely falling under the influence of Qin Shou's system skills. Manliness not only attracts the eyes of the opposite sex, but also influences the other party's judgment to a certain extent, while artful tongue amplifies the credibility of Qin Shou's words, especially for pretty women. The effect is even more so, and when the two are stacked on top of each other, she naturally is a bit irresistible. Although Zhang Fei was very dissatisfied with Xuemin's rebuttal in his heart, he had been pursuing Xuemin, trying to maintain an upright and law-abiding image in front of her, so he could not say anything more, and could only let out a cold snort, which was considered to be a tacit acceptance of Xuemin's proposal. If you're going to make a call, hurry up and don't hold everyone up. With a hint of displeasure still in his eyes, he glared fiercely at Qin Shou. Seeing this, Qin Shou knew that this was an opportunity that Xuemin had helped him secure, so naturally, he wouldn't waste it, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket and quickly dialed Yan Yurong's number. Chapter 8, Moving for Help. Hey, little bad, leaving for so long before giving me a call. Ha, did you forget about me? Immediately came Yan Yurong's charming voice on the other end of the phone, causing Qin Shou could not help but be distracted, sighing that it is really a seductive siren. Ah, baby, I'm having a little trouble over here. Can you get someone to give me a hand? Qin Shou lowered his voice. Qin Shou knew in his heart that with his social status, there was simply no one who could help him. The only chance was Yan Yurong. Yan Yurong, as a rich wife from a famous family, must have a network of connections in the upper class. What's the situation? Come on, what's going on? Hearing a hint of anxiety in Qin Shou's tone, Yan Yurong's tone immediately became serious as well. The thing is like this. I was wrongly accused of stealing and deliberately injuring someone. The other party seems to have someone in the bureau to back up, and now wants to force me to take me to the city police station to investigate. Can you help me think of a way? Qin Shou quickly recounted the story briefly. Humph. What kind of people are so blind? They dare to touch my Yen Yurong's man. Bow. Don't worry. Go with them first. I have my own arrangements for this. No one can touch you. Okay, I get it. Hearing Yen Yurong's words, Qin Shou instantly put his heart down, knowing that she had a solution in all probability. Come on. I'll follow you to the police station. Qin Shou put down the phone with a look of relief. Humph. Zhang Fei gave Qin Shou a suspicious look, not understanding what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. After making the call, the whole person seemed to be relaxed. After hanging up Qin Shou's phone, Yen Yurong dialed a number. It was the phone number of Ren Jing, her best friend since childhood, and also the phone number of the mayor of Yecheng City. Hey, I said wrong ah. You didn't take the initiative to contact me for the past half year. I thought you had forgotten about me as an old friend. Why did you suddenly remember to call me today? A mature woman's clear and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of flirtation and familiarity in her tone. Jing, here's the thing. Yen Yurong couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and cut straight to the chase, recounting the story quickly and succinctly. Humph, what a lawlessness, to dare to do such a thing in broad daylight. There's simply no more law of the land. After Ren Jing on the other end of the phone heard Yen Yurong's account, her tone immediately became serious with a hint of sulking. Don't worry Rong, this matter is on me. I definitely won't let them do whatever they want. I'll personally go to the city office right now to see what they're up to. Then I really thank you for this matter. Jing, when the matter is finished, I'll definitely treat you to a good meal and thank you in person. Yen Yurong said gratefully. Wrong. Dinner is not necessary. Do we need to be so polite to each other as sisters? Ren Jing's tone resumed its previous ease and flirtation, and with a twist of words, he asked with a hint of gossip. However, you have to honestly tell me, you and this Qin Shou, in the end, what is the relationship How do you care so much about him? Honestly explain, is it your new handover, little white boy? Yen Yurong was suddenly speechless, her pretty face slightly flushed. She never thought that her relationship with Qin Shou would be so easily seen through by Ren Jing. She had originally thought of finding an appropriate time to tell Ren Jing, but she didn't expect to be broken by her so soon. Wrong, don't be embarrassed. What kind of relationship do we have? Can I still not understand you? That Zhao Ruilong of your family is obviously a soft eater, but he still dares to womanize outside, and he dabbles in women everywhere. As a sister, I have long been tired of seeing him behave like that. You used to be too serious, too considerate of face. You should have let yourself go and live for yourself for once, Ren Jing said with a smile, a hint of fighting for Yen Yurong in her tone. Yen Yurong was speechless when she heard this. She didn't expect that her sister, who had always been known for her steadiness, would nowadays become so open-minded and speak so bluntly. Well, since you've already guessed, I won't hide it from you. Yen Yurong sighed and admitted frankly, it should have been like this a long time ago. So what is there that is worthy of you? You want a face have face, want money. He is not rely on you, can have today? Actually still dare to outside the womanizer. You at first is too soft. Ren Jing sounded indignant. Alright, Jing, let's not talk about these old stories for now. The situation is urgent now. I'm worried that they'll mess with Qin Shou. I'm afraid that he'll suffer. Yen Yurong interrupted Ren Jing, his tone filled with worry. They say women in love have no brains. You've just found your little man and you're so concerned about him. Ren Jing continued to flirt. Jing, what are you babbling about? I'm ignoring you. Yen Yurong feigned anger, but her tone carried a hint of pouting between girlfriends. Alright, I won't tease you. Wrong. Seeing this, Ren Jing quickly put away her joking expression and said seriously, it just so happens that I don't have anything to do right now, so I'll personally go to the city bureau to take a trip, and in the meantime, I'll also look at what kind of a god this little man of yours is, so much so that he can make our Rongrong so attached. In the city police station, Qin Shou was brought outside an interrogation room by Zhang Fei and the others. Several people had just arrived at the door when they saw a middle-aged man wearing a uniform with a big belly and a gloomy face. This middle-aged man's eyebrows revealed an imposing aura of anger, and it was Zhang Hao's uncle, Zhang Chong, the deputy director of the city's public security bureau. Uncle, you must do right by your nephew. As soon as he saw Zhang Chong, Zhang Hao put on a pretense, crying and complaining with a snotty face. Seeing this scene, Qin Shou heart more understand. If Yen Yurong's help does not hurry to arrive, today I'm afraid I really have to plant it here. Humph, don't worry, Big Uncle will never let our family Housie be bullied for nothing. Big Uncle will definitely do justice for you. Zhang Chang's tone was so gloomy that it could almost drip water, and his hawk-like eyes stared at Qin Shou sinisterly, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Zhang Fei, Bring me in for a good interrogation. Make sure he explains everything clearly. When it comes to the words explain clearly, Zhang Chong deliberately aggravated his tone, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hey, Bureau Chief Zhang, don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Zhang Fei for many years in the officialdom. The skill of detecting words and colors has long been practiced to perfection. Naturally understand. Face piled up with a flattering smile, and nodded and hailed repeatedly. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and bring him in? Zhang Chong impatiently glared at Zhang Fei. Yes. Bureau Chief Zhang, I'll take him in. Zhang Fei turned around in a hurry and shoved Qin Shou in a rude manner without any good humor. Hurry up and get in there for me. Chapter 9 Interrogation. In the interrogation room, the atmosphere was depressing. Zhang Fei crossed his legs, his knuckles frantically knocking on the desktop, making a thud sound. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to confess or not? Zhang Fei narrowed his eyes. The corners of his mouth hooked up into a grim smile, and the threatening intent in his words was self-evident. Oh, officer, I've said all I need to say that can be said, so what else do you expect me to confess to? Qin Shou sneered, without the slightest bit of fear on his face. Instead, he looked unusually calm. What do you mean by that? There's still something you can't say? Zhang Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, deliberately seizing on Qin Shou's unintentional loophole, clearly intending to force a charge. You can say what you want, but I finished my confession anyway. Qin Shou spoke in an icy tone, knowing that there was no point in saying anything until help came. It seems that if I don't put some tricks on you, you won't see the coffin. Zhang Fei had a ferocious face and was rubbing his fists together, clearly intending to give Qin Shou a good beating. Just now, when Xue Min spoke for Qin Shou, it had been causing Zhang Fei to harbor a grudge. What, officer, are you planning to torture me into a confession? Bending over backwards to get a confession? This is a society of the rule of law now. Qin Shou did not show any weakness and deliberately raised his volume. He had to make Zhang Fei and the others as ugly as possible before help came over, so that he could turn the tables on them at that time. Against your kind of bad attitude, refuse to cooperate with the investigation of the stubborn molecules, to take some necessary coercive means, just reasonable and lawful compliance of the normal handling of the case procedures. How can we say that it is a severe torture to force confessions? You're less likely to spit blood here and turn black and white upside down. After saying that, Zhang Fei let out a fierce smile, and his clenched fists carried the sound of whistling winds, and greeted Qin Shou's face viciously straight towards him, showing no mercy. Qin Shou's face immediately turned gloomy. He didn't expect that this Zhang Fei would actually dare to make a move. Qin Shou's whole body's muscles tensed up, intending to give this Zhang Fei some color. Zhang Fei, you stop it. What are you doing? The case hasn't even been investigated yet. How can you know the law and blatantly torture a confession? Just when Zhang Fei's fist was about to fall, a clear and slightly angry female voice rang out in time. Xue Min's figure suddenly appeared in the doorway, and at the first glance, she saw Zhang Fei who was planning to use torture. Zhang Fei's swung fist stopped stiffly in mid-air, only a stone's throw away from Qin Shou's face, and the ferocious expression on his face instantly froze, becoming incomparably embarrassed and embarrassing. Honestly speaking, Xue Min's sudden entry had saved Zhang Fei. If this punch of his had really dried up just now, Qin Shou would have definitely counterattacked, and with Qin Shou's current strength, he would have been able to break this Zhang Fei's bones in minutes. Minnie, I was just scaring this hairy thief just now. How could I really do it? Zhang Fei's eyes flickered and he coughed dryly to hide his heart. Xue Min looked at Zhang Fei with a suspicious face, her eyes filled with disdain. She had previously admired Zhang Fei as such a young cadre of police officers, but today, after seeing Zhang Fei's behavior, she couldn't help but despise him greatly, and her impression of him made a 180-degree turn. You're okay. Xue Min didn't bother to pay attention to Zhang Fei, but instead looked at Qin Shou with a concerned face. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. When she saw Qin Shou for the first time, she was a bit soulful, and just now, when she herself was outside, she had been worried about Qin Shou's well-being, and that's why she rushed in. It's a good thing he came in, otherwise I'm afraid we'd have a big mess today. I'm fine. Thanks for earlier. Qin Shou smiled with a sincere face while secretly activating the skill, manliness. Xue Min looked at Qin Shou's smile and had a feeling like a spring breeze. Zhang Fei, who was watching from the sidelines, was literally in a rage, wishing to flay Qin Shou alive on the spot. Senior sister Minnie, why are you here? I'm enough here. Go about your business. With Xue Min here, even if Zhang Fei wanted to torture Qin Shou, it wouldn't be too convenient. So the first thing he wanted to do was to detach Xue Min. Oh, I'm not here. I'm afraid he's not all over you by now, is he? Xue Min gave Zhang Fei a blank look without any good humor. Zhang Fei's heart was so hateful. obviously in the past. Senior sister Xuemin was adoring herself to the core and did everything she was told. But since this damn Qin Shou appeared, Xuemin's attitude towards him was simply turned upside down. Oh, how could it be? It's our duty to obey the law. Qin Shou had a cold smile on his face and watched this with interest. In fact, Xuemin was wrong about one thing. Just now if he hadn't come in, there was indeed one person who would have been punched in the face. But it wasn't Qin Shou, it was Zhang Fei. However, when he openly beat up the criminal police in the police station, this matter was afraid to end badly, so Qin Shou was still very grateful to Xuemin inside. That's just it. Let's stop here for today. It seems like we won't be able to ask anything today. Zhang Fei saw that Xuemin was determined to make trouble out of it today, defending Qin Shou at every turn, and knew that I was afraid that there was not much chance to lay hands on Qin Shou again today, so he cursed in his heart, but on his face, he had to put on a businesslike appearance. He glared resentfully at Qin Shou, then picked up the walkie-talkie on the table and shouted inside in a bad tone, "Come in 2 people, take this suspect down, detain him first, keep him under strict guard, no one is allowed to visit without my permission." He planned to lock up Qin Shou first, and then when Xuemin was not around, he would slowly find a chance to properly entertain Qin Shou, and settle new grudges and old grudges together. At the same time, in front of the city police station, a low-key luxurious black red flag sedan slowly drove in and steadily parked in the open space in front of the main door. "Uncle Fu, just wait for me here. I'm going in to do some errands and I'll be out soon." The car door opened and a beautiful woman wearing a well-tailored gray professional suit, with a tall and delicate figure, convex in front and curved in the back, exuding a mature and intellectual charm between her hands and feet, elegantly stepped out of the car. Her long, shiny black hair was draped over her shoulders, further accentuating her delicate features and fair skin. As soon as this woman stepped out of the car, she immediately attracted the gazes of the crowd of men at the entrance of the police station, and almost everyone's eyes were firmly attracted to her, making it difficult to move away. Whether it was her delicate and flawless face, her noble and elegant temperament, or her powerful and confident aura, this woman was too outstanding, as if she stood out from the crowd, and it was hard not to pay attention to her. This woman is no other than Ren Jing, Yan Yurong's best friend and bosom friend since childhood. Ren Jing, like Yan Yurong, is from a prestigious family, with an extremely deep family background that is by no means comparable to that of an ordinary family. However, unlike Yan Yurong, who married early, Ren Jing did not choose marriage, but devoted all her energy to her career. She herself is extremely outstanding. Since childhood is the proud daughter of heaven, all the way to the famous school Halo Plus Body, is the University of Cambridge Law doctorate graduation. After returning to China, Ren Jing did not choose to engage in lawyers or other law-related work, but resolutely stepped into the career, embarked on the road of politics. With her superior courage, excellent talent and thunderous style, in the officialdom like a fish out of water, all the way to the blue clouds, just a few years, from an ordinary civil servant all the way up, and finally sat on the position of mayor of Yecheng City, can be said to be a proper strong woman. The woman is not a man. In her eyes, ordinary men simply can't get into her eyes, so it's only in her 30s, and she's still single until now. Chapter 10, Public Molestation. Ren Jing stepped on high heels, striding into the police station, straight then walked toward the office of the city police chief. On the other hand, Zhang Hao and Pan Lian, who had cleaned up Qin Shou and thought they had won a big victory, were now full of ambition and were full of joy as they planned to leave the police station and celebrate. However, just as they walked to the entrance of the hall, they saw the great beauty Ren Jing, who had a temperament of 1 in a million and a face that was so beautiful that Zhang Hao couldn't help but light up in front of his eyes. As a male son who had read countless women and was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, Zhang Hao was also considered to be someone who had seen the world. But there were only a handful of beautiful women like Ren Jing, who had a combination of beauty, temperament, and aura, which could be considered as the very best of the very best, and he could even be said to be the only one who had ever seen it in his entire life. Honestly speaking, the policewoman Xuemin that he met in the police station today, he was also quite moved and secretly coveted, but considering that the other party is, after all, Zhang Fei's favorite person, and I heard that Zhang Fei's family also has some background, and his own ability is also quite outstanding, with a promising future, Zhang Hao weighed the pros and cons, and ultimately wisely put away his own Xuemin's non-thinking. But now that he suddenly saw such a stunning beauty as Ren Jing, how could the flirtatious Zhang Hao let it go so easily? Without hesitation, he accelerated his steps and stopped in front of Ren Jing, blocking her path. Hey, this gorgeous woman, where is this going? Please, can I help you? Zhang Hao's face is full of fawning, his eyes show lustful light, and he is free of a playboy. Ren Jing's willow brows knitted backwards. a trace of displeasure flashing across her delicate face as she coldly glanced at Zhang Hao, spitting out 2 words in an icy tone. Get out of the way. Yoo-hoo, pretty girl has quite a personality. I like it. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao saw that Ren Jing was so cold to him, but instead, he became more excited. Such a woman could only stir up his desire to conquer. Like Pan Lian's manly contraption, he had long been tired of playing with it. Zhang Hao, you? What do you mean? I'm still standing next to you. What do you take me for? Pan Lian never expected that this Zhang Hao would be so ridiculous, so blatant, completely disregarding her feelings, openly molesting other women in front of her, so angry that she was trembling, pointing at Zhang Hao's nose and cursing. It's none of your business what I do as I please. Who do you think you are? Just a raggedy, outdated old woman. I'm tired of playing with her now. So if you're sensible, get the hell out of my way and don't get in my way here. Zhang Hao unceremoniously badmouthed Pan Lian, completely disregarding any semblance of affection. You, I'll fight you. No matter how much Pan Lian was able to bear her anger, she could not bear it anymore. She was completely enraged by Zhang Hao's words, and the aggression and anger in her heart instantly erupted, and she pounced towards Zhang Hao with her teeth and claws open like an enraged lioness, wanting to fight with him for her life. However, she was a woman in the end, and her strength and hands were far inferior to Zhang Hao's, so how could she be Zhang Hao's opponent? Zhang Hao easily pushed her to the ground, and Pan Lian immediately let out a scream and fell to the ground in a terrible mess, and then let out a loud cry. Hey, big beauty, don't pay attention to this kind of shrew. It affects the mood. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to have a drink and spend the night together? Zhang Hao completely ignored Pan Lian, who had fallen to the ground and was crying. This is a police station. Aren't you afraid of being arrested by the police and squatting? Ren Jing had a disdainful face and an icy tone. Squatting? Ha ha ha, what a joke. To tell you the truth, the police station is run by my family. When Zhang Hao heard Ren Jing's words, it was as if he had heard some heavenly joke, and he laughed up to the sky, arrogant to the extreme. Pop. However, what Zhang Hao could not even dream of was that Ren Jing did not follow any common sense at all, and nonchalantly raised her hand and fiercely slapped Zhang Hao's face. The crisp sound of the slap was exceptionally loud in the hall, instantly attracting the gazes of all the people around him. Zhang Hao was caught off guard. The fiery pain on his face made him instantly wake up. He covered his beaten face and stared incredulously, looking at the cold-looking woman in front of him, cursing in annoyance. You, stinking, how dare you hit me? I will definitely get you killed today. Where had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation since he was a child? Not to mention that it was in front of a woman, which made him feel disgraced and furious. Pop. Ren Jing once again raised her hand without hesitation and backhanded another slap. Zhang Hao was slapped in the face by Qin Shou still. A trace of blood seeped out directly from the corner of his mouth. Holy, what a toast! Give me the face! Zhang Hao was completely enraged, roared, raised his fists, veins rippled, even intended to openly beat people in front of this police station where people come and go. Just as Zhang Hao's fist was about to fall, a somewhat stooped old man ghostly appeared in front of Ren Jing. This old man was dressed in a plain gray tang suit, his eyes revealing an unfathomable essence. He gently raised his hand and seemingly casually pushed his palm on Zhang Hao's chest. Put. Zhang Hao only felt a mountainous surge of power, and his body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground as a mouthful of blood gushed out. The surrounding people were stunned by this scene, and they all sucked in a breath of cool air, unable to believe their eyes. Missy, are you alright? Are there any injuries anywhere? This old man was none other than Uncle Fu, who immediately turned to look at Ren Jing with a concerned expression and a respectful tone. I'm fine. Fubuki, thanks for the timely intervention. Ren Jing shook her head. It's because the old man was careless. I didn't expect that at the entrance of the police station, there would be such an ungrateful thing that dares to make a move on the eldest miss. It's really outrageous. Humph. Fu Bo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zhang Hao on the ground. A cold light flashed from his eyes, causing Zhang Hao's body to involuntarily shiver. Young Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Fei, who had just finished cleaning up Qin Shou in the interrogation room, happened to come out, and at a glance he saw Zhang Hao being beaten to the point that he was spitting blood and fell to the ground in a state of disarray, and was instantly shocked. They hit people. Arrest them for me. Arrest them now. Zhang Hao, who had collapsed on the ground, pointed at Ren Jing and Fu Bo and shouted at the top of his voice, his tone resentful to the extreme. Zhang Fei sniffed and looked up at Ren Jing and Uncle Fu. When his gaze landed on Ren Jing, he was instantly attracted by Ren Jing's beauty and his eyes went straight. Zhang Fei couldn't help but take a few more glances at Ren Jing's towering peaks. These lewd gazes naturally didn't escape Ren Jing's eyes, and in her heart, she was even more disgusted, vowing to straighten out this group of black sheep today. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear Mr. Zhang? Bring them in. Arrest them all. Don't let any of them go. Zhang Fei came back to his senses and immediately beckoned to his colleagues behind him, shouting orders. He had his own little plan in mind. It would be great to get his hands on this beauty. I'll see which one of you dares to touch Missy. Just as a few police officers were about to go forward to arrest people, Fubo suddenly took a step forward and blocked in front of Ren Jing. A powerful aura erupted from his body, surprisingly forcing these people to not dare approach. What's going on here? Making so much noise here? Just then, Deputy Director Zhang Chong, who had heard the commotion outside, also walked out. He frowned, his face grim. Eldest uncle, you have to do something for me. Look at me. I've been beaten up. This stinking, and this old undead, dared to beat me in front of the police station. It's simply lawless. As soon as Zhang Hao saw his eldest uncle, Zhang Chong, come out, he immediately cried out in tears. What? How dare you openly beat someone in front of the police station? Simply bold. When Zhang Chong heard Zhang Hao's cries, his face instantly became even more somber as he glared angrily at Ren Jing and Uncle Fu. However, it was fine if he didn't look at them, but when he did, Zhang Chang's guts were instantly scared out of him. Chapter 11. The Dragon King's temple is overwhelmed by the great water. Zhang Chong, is this your nephew? When Ren Jing heard Zhang Hao address Zhang Chong as his eldest uncle, he had already understood a few points in his heart, and the corner of his mouth raised a meaningful sneer as he stared sharply at Zhang Chong. That is true. Zhang Chong was a little weak from Ren Jing's gaze. A fine layer of sweat beads seeped out from his forehead. Hesitating for a moment, he nodded his head stiffly. Humph. Zhang Chong, what a grand gesture. Your family's good nephew, openly molesting women in front of the police station. He even threatened to say that the police station is run by his family. What a big mouth. Zhang Chong, I'd like to ask you, is this Yecheng City police station really run by your Zhang family? Ren Jing's tone became steeply stern, word for word. When Zhang Chong heard this, he was so scared that he shivered. His face instantly became as pale as paper. Never thought that Zhang Hao, this rice bucket, would molest the mayor's head. Who the do you think you are? Dare to talk to my eldest like that? The ungrateful Zhang Hao still didn't understand the situation and actually yelled again. Pop! Another clear and loud slap sounded. Zhang Hao continuously received so many slaps, there were originally no good teeth left in his mouth, and now all of them finally fell out cleanly. You, uncle, obviously this first move, I just joke with her. You hit me for what? A dumbfounded Zhang Hao covered his red and swollen cheeks and slurred. He still didn't understand what kind of person he had messed with, which made his elder uncle who had always loved him so furious. You ungrateful dog, you're just a little too indulgent on weekdays. Zhang Chong at this moment simply killed Zhang Hao heart have. So stupid nephew, a little eyesight or not, really better not forget. Zhang Fei, lock up this unmemorable thing for me. Blatantly molesting a woman. Detention for 15 days. His only idea now is to hurry up this ungrateful nephew support away. Do not be so stupid to lose their own hat. Zhang Chong heart is very clear. Don't look at the mayor of Ren, a woman of the generation. The actual means of thunder and lightning, powerful tight. The main thing is that people's family background is also not general. Is not a small deputy director of him to mess up. Zhang Fei also immediately understood, called a few colleagues, pulled up Zhang Hao and headed to the detention center. Zhang Hao has not yet understood the situation. Still unrelenting yelling. Seeing that Zhang Hao had already been taken away, and the scene's farce had finally come to an end for the time being, Zhang Chong then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned around, changed into a fawning smile, looked at Ren Jing with a smile on his face, and nodded his head. That, Ron Mayor, really sorry, it is all because I am negligent in discipline, only to let this incompetent nephew rush you, really sorry, I don't know what is the matter that brings you to our police station today, Mayor Ron? If there's anything I can help you with, just ask and I'll do my best. Have Wang Mingrui come out to see me? Ren Jing's tone was calm, but his words revealed an unquestionable majesty. So you're here for Director Wang? I'll take you there. Zhang Chong didn't dare to take it easy, quickly nodded his head and made a gesture to personally take Ren Jing to the director's office. No, I'll just wait here for him. Ren Jing waved her hand, then walked to the side and casually found a chair, sitting down with an elegant posture and a bland look. Since Ren Jing had already given the word, Zhang Chong naturally didn't dare to say anything more. He could only smile sardonically, then trotted off to the director's office to look for Wang Mingrui. His heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what Ren Jing's sudden visit to the police station was about, but he vaguely felt that it seemed to be related to what had just happened, which made him even more apprehensive. A few moments later, a middle-aged man with a slightly bloated body and a big belly hurriedly walked out of the office. It was none other than the city police chief, Wang Mingrue. As he walked, he straightened his police uniform, a smile piled on his face, obviously having received a report from Zhang Chong and knowing that the visitor was Mayor Ren Jing. Gu. I don't know, it's Mayor Ren that you've come to visit. It's really disrespectful. There's a loss to welcome you from afar. It's really a sin. I'm sorry. Wang Mingrue ran in front of Ren Jing and immediately changed into a fawning smile, arching his hands and bowing in a respectful manner. Don't give me the whole polite thing. Wang Mingrue, let me ask you, did your police department arrest someone named Qin Shou today? Qin Shou? When Wang Mingrue heard this name, he was slightly stunned as he turned his head to look at Zhang Chong on the side with an inquiring look in his eyes. When Zhang Chong, who was on the side, heard Ren Jing ask about Qin Shou's name, his heart thumped, and his face instantly became uglier than his dead parents, his forehead sweating coldly. No one knows? Ren Jing looked at Wang Mingrue with a suspicious face, and then looked at Zhang Chang's face, and had already guessed. Chong Zhang, did the bureau arrest such a person in today? Hurry up and make it clear to me. Wang Mingrue, that is also a veteran of the officialdom. A glance will see that Zhang Chong has a ghost in his heart. The tone of voice immediately harsh up. Ahem. That, Director Wang, as you know, this city bureau is busy with official business, and there are many prisoners coming in and out of the city day after day. How can I remember so clearly? Zhang Chong dryly coughed twice, pretending not to know, intending to muddle through first. Good. Then I'll wait here, and I won't leave until I find such a person today. Ren Jing sneered, dragged over a chair, leaned against the wall, and sat down with her legs crossed. Wang Mingrue had a difficult look on his face, and said in a bad tone to Zhang Chong who was beside him, don't you still hurry to check for me? Is there such a person? No. I know this guy. Before Zhang Chong had the chance to move, a clear and nice voice suddenly rang out, only to see Xuemin trotting over this way. She was worried about how to help Qin Shou out. Ren Jing suddenly appeared. She naturally could not miss this opportunity. Seeing the sudden appearance of Xuemin, Zhang Chong instantly turned pale as he kept winking at Xuemin, hoping that she would have the sense to shut up and not mind her own business. Oh, little girl, tell me about it. Ren Jing looked at Xuemin with interest. Here's the thing. A few moments later, Xuemin had already told Qin Shou's matter one by one, not forgetting to add fuel to the fire in the middle by painting a colorful picture of Zhang Fei's intention to severely torture him into confessing. Chong Zhang, tell me, is there such a thing? Wang Mingrue's face turned blue. This I don't know. This is something that I guess Zhang Fei made up his own mind in order to curry favor with me, and I definitely didn't get involved. In the end, Zhang Chong is the old man in the officialdom. The first thought is to abandon the car to protect the commander-in-chief. First pit his subordinates. Bureau Chief Chang, that's not what you told me before. I saddled up for you and you treated me like this. Where did Zhang Chong think that the words had just fallen? Zhang Fei, who had just taken Zhang Hao away, had returned, and the first thing he heard was that Zhang Chong was planning to betray himself. Chapter 12, Ren Jing. Zhang Fei, don't talk nonsense. You know the law and break it. How dare you openly use lynching in order to curry favor with your superiors? You get the hell out of here and go back to write a review for me. Zhang Chong immediately stormed out, furiously pointing at Zhang Fei's nose in anger, pretending to be righteous and telling Zhang Fei to go back and write a review. In reality, he wanted to make a big deal out of a small matter and muddle through. Zhang Fei froze for a moment, at first a bit reluctant, but quickly reacted. The person who offended today is the mayor, and it looks like the mayor attaches great importance to this matter. If you can muddle through by simply writing a letter of review, then it is simply a great fortune. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind and immediately changed his attitude. Yes, Bureau Zhang's lesson is right. I know I'm wrong. I'll go back to write a review and deeply reflect on my mistakes. Zhang Fei hurriedly nodded his head in agreement and turned around in a grayish manner, intending to hurry up and bolt. Slow down. Just as Zhang Fei was about to walk to the door, a cool voice suddenly rang out and called out to him. It was Ren Jing who spoke up. She had been in the officialdom for a long time and had read countless people, so would she not be able to see the little scheme that Zhang Chong was playing in his heart? She watched all of this with cold eyes, her heart already knowing. When Zhang Fei heard this, he froze on the spot. In a dilemma, it was neither to go nor not to go. A layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. Director Wang, how do you plan to end this today? The corner of Ren Jing's mouth lifted up. Her eyes stared sharply at Wang Mingrue without anger, pressing Wang Mingrue a little out of breath. Zhang Chong, as of today, you are suspended from all duties and are under investigation. As for Zhang Fei, in order to curry favor with his superiors, he went so far as to use lynching. The circumstances are so bad that he is dismissed from the police force and will never be employed. Wang Mingrue saw Ren Jing's resolute attitude and knew that this matter could not be settled. so he could only make a decision on the spot and save himself. Director Wang, this matter hasn't been cleared up yet. I'm also not disciplining my subordinates well. I didn't realize that Zhang Fei had done such a thing. When Zhang Chong heard that he was suspended, he panicked, cried, and tried to argue. Humph, you think I'm a little cutie? No way. Wang Mingrui's face was gloomy to the extreme, and he didn't bother to pay attention to Zhang Chong anymore. Instead, he turned his head to Ren Jing and carefully said, Mayor Ren, I wonder if this is the way to handle it. Are you still satisfied? Director Wang, recently the city focuses on cadre discipline. You are also aware of. We do things. We want the people to be satisfied, not whether I am satisfied. Understand? Ren Jing opened her mouth and reminded. Understood. Understood. Mayor Ren is extremely right. Wang Mingrui nodded repeatedly. Well, since things are pretty much taken care of, bring out that Qin Shou. I want to meet him. Seeing this, Ren Jing said nothing more and directly made her request. Yes, I'll arrange for someone to do it. Wang Mingrui agreed in succession, then turned his head and said to Shui Min, who was at the side. Shui Min, you've handled this matter well. Now it's up to you to go and bring that Qin Shou over. Understood, Director Wang. Seeing that the two scums, Zhang Fei and Zhang Chong, had finally fallen, and that Qin Shou was about to be saved, Shui Min couldn't be happier in her heart. He saluted, then turned around and walked quickly towards the place where Qin Shou was being held. Qin Shou had just been locked into the detention center, and before his butt was even warmed up, he heard a burst of crisp footsteps coming from afar. He raised his eyes and looked, only to see a tall, valiant female police officer was trotting towards the cell where he was. It was Shui Min, the big-breasted police flower. Shui Min was wearing a fitted police uniform, running, up and down, trembling. The picture was spectacular. Qin Shou, you can come out now. Shui Min smiled and opened the door to the guardroom. That fast? Although Qin Shou knew he would have help, he didn't expect it to be so efficient. That's right, you're awesome. The Lord Mayor himself came out to raise the man. Can it not be fast? Shui Min winked with a hint of a playful tone. Mayor? Qin Shou was slightly surprised. Did not expect Yan Yurong's strength is so strong. In order to help himself, directly called the mayor. Qin Shou's heart was moved, and decided that he must do his best to support Yan Yurong with all his strength on another day. Come on, I'll take you there. Shui Min signaled Qin Shou to follow her. Thank you for this today. Why don't we leave our contact information and I'll buy you dinner later. Qin Shou was thankful and had a good impression of Shui Min, planning to take this beautiful policewoman. Anyway, his own system can send skills as long as he takes care of a beautiful woman. Shui Min's kind. The skills he sends are specified to not be bad. After being reborn, Qin Shou had already understood one thing. That is, it's always the honest people who get hurt in this world. And the scumbags? Scumbags get lots and lots of love. Yeah, Shui Min's heart was a burst of sweet honey. I don't know why. When I saw Qin Shou, I couldn't hold it. Immediately took out her cell phone and exchanged WeChat with Qin Shou. Ding! Detected an increase in the target Shui Min's favorability. Triggering a temporary mission. Take down the beautiful policewoman. Xian rank skills will be dropped after the mission is successful. I'm going to go. It's worthy of being the best policewoman. Actually gave the task. It seems that it must be taken. Originally Qin Shou heart more or less still some guilt. Now is not at all. The system task. Not chase no way ah. Target, Shui Min. Height 172 centimeters. Weight 110 pounds. Circumference, 89, 63, 88. Characteristics, worship strong, powerful, righteous men. Originally worshipped her boss Zhang Fei, but now she loathes him to no end. Qin Shou, who had received the system prompt, immediately activated the skill, Invincible Eagle Eyes, and saw Shui Min's various information clearly. Originally worshipped Zhang Fei? Now you loathe it? Could it be because of me? Qin Shou was pondering in his mind as he combined the information given by the system and the change in Shui Min's attitude towards him earlier. He couldn't help but feel a little smug. Could it be that he had unknowingly replaced Zhang Fei's position in Shui Min's heart? What are you waiting for? People are leaving. Hurry up and keep up. Seeing Qin Shou standing in place and froze, Shui Min couldn't help but turn back and look at him with a puzzled look. Oh, well, here goes. Qin Shou snapped back to his senses at his words and hurriedly nodded, collecting his thoughts in his mind as he quickly followed Shui Min's footsteps. A few moments later, the two arrived at Ren Jing's location. Qin Shou, this is Mayor Ren. Shui Min walked over to Ren Jing's side and softly introduced herself to Qin Shou, and gently pointed at Ren Jing with her hand. Qin Shou immediately brightened up and could not help but look at Ren Jing one more time. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. This mayor is also a little too pretty. A few points better than Yan Yurong's posture. And most importantly, This strong woman's temperament is really 1 in a million. Target, Ren Jing. Height 169 centimeters. Weight 106 pounds. Circumference, 91. 64, 89. Characteristics, highly intelligent. Strong woman, capable of doing things. On the surface, she does not look at all the men in the world, but in reality, she longs for love in her heart, especially for strong, domineering men, and longs to be conquered. I go, like strong? Sure enough, the tough exterior hides an SM heart. Chapter 13, The Killer. You are Qin Shou? Ren Jing saw Qin Shou come in front of her and began to look at him carefully. Honestly speaking, Qin Shou is not the kind of handsome man who makes people look stunning at a glance, nor is he the popular creamy boy. She really can't figure out what her good sister who has a very high vision really sees in Qin Shou. Of course, Ren Jing didn't know that for Yen Yurong. The most important thing about a man was not his face value, but that he had to be tough enough at critical moments, to be able to stand behind her when she needed it, and preferably to be able to stand behind her nonstop. But for some reason, Ren Jing always felt that Qin Shou had an indefinable aura that attracted her gaze, making her somewhat unable to avert her eyes. Ren Jing couldn't help but secretly sigh in her heart. Could it really be that she's been single for too many years and has started to miss men? In the past, so many superbly handsome men had gone crazy pursuing her, and she couldn't even look at one of them. So how could she look more at a man who was so ordinary today? Of course, what Ren Jing didn't know was that this was the effect produced by Qin Shou secretly unleashing the skill, manliness. But honestly speaking, Ren Jing did have a high vision. For example, the little police flower Xuemin, Qin Shou but slightly launched the skill, has already charmed the little girl. But Ren Jing also just looked at Qin Shou a few more times, and did not, like Xuemin, spring into action. Let's go. It's settled. Ren Jing lived up to her reputation as a strong woman, speaking in a tone that carried an unquestionable majesty. Thanks for stepping in to help. Qin Shou nodded sincerely. You don't have to thank me. If you do, thank Rong Rong. He asked me to help you. When Ren Jing mentioned the word Rong Rong, she deliberately raised her voice so that everyone present could hear it, so as not to cause misunderstandings at that time. On the official field, it is most likely to breed all kinds of gossip. Catching wind in shadows is not uncommon. She did not want anyone to rumor that she had adopted a little man, which would not only damage her reputation, but could also be used by political opponents to attack her. After saying that, Ren Jing elegantly turned around and walked towards the black sedan parked in front of the police station. Qin Shou turned back to Xuemin with a faint smile as a goodbye, then also turned to follow Ren Jing's footsteps. Qin Shou. However, Qin Shou didn't take a few steps before he was stopped by a voice that disgusted him. He stopped his steps and looked back with some impatience. What? Anything else? There was a hint of instinctive detachment in Qin Shou's tone. The one who called out to him was none other than Pan Lian. At this moment, Pan Lian, with a swollen face and bloodshot eyes, forced out a smile. Are we still possible? Pan Rin's voice trembled a little, with a hint of expectation. It turned out that he was hurt by Zhang Hao, and turned around and suddenly realized that Qin Shou was actually a good choice. Today to see him again. Do not know why. Always feel that he is much more manly than before. The key is that he is down to earth. And in the past, he was obedient to himself. Where will he be like this Zhang Hao? A word out of hand to hit himself. Most importantly, she had seen everything that had just happened. This was the mayor. The mayor personally came to raise someone. So what exactly was Qin Shou's background? Regardless of how Qin Shou climbed onto the mayor's high branch, with the relationship of such a powerful political figure, he will definitely have a promising future, and his future is unlimited. Therefore, Pan Lian regretted. She suddenly wanted to make up with Qin Shou again. In her opinion, climb Qin Shou is to climb the mayor. Oh, I thank you, Lu. Let me go. Qin Shou sneered, and without hesitation, he turned around and walked towards Ren Jing's car. The door of the rear car was open, and Ren Jing was waiting for him in the back seat. Tell me, how in the world did you trick our Rong Rong into dying for you? The black red flag sedan sped on the highway, and inside the car, Ren Jing turned her head sideways with interest, her eyes falling on Qin Shou with scrutiny. Between her hands and feet, she exuded a kind of elegance and competence unique to mature women, but at the same time exuded a sense of majesty and oppression of the superior. Staring at Qin Shou's heart slightly hairy. However, Qin Shou lived again. The mental quality has long been different. Without showing weakness to meet Ren Jing's gaze, skill, manliness, secretly launched. After being reborn, he understands that the more timid a man is, the easier it is for him to be despised. You want to know? Mayor Run? The corner of Qin Shou's mouth hooked up into a playful smile, and in his heart he thought, who actually lied to whom? I obviously just went over to collect my salary, but I ended up being pulled into bed by Yen Yurong in a confused manner. I'm the one who suffered a blood loss. okay? One night, losing more than $1 billion of business. Is it easy for me? Kid, you don't have a lot of guts, daring to stare at me like that. But don't think that I'm as gullible as Rong and will easily fall for your ways. Seeing Qin Shou so calm and composed, a trace of appreciation flashed in Ren Jing's eyes, but there was still a hint of temptation and warning in her tone. As she spoke, her slender fingers even gently hooked Qin Shou's chin, her eyes showing obvious teasing intentions. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. Ever since she had met Qin Shou, she had always been a little restless inside, something that rarely occurred in her past life. Of course, her main purpose was to take this opportunity to test Qin Shou, to see if he was actually a person worthy of her good sister's trust. Once Qin Shou showed any misbehavior towards her, she didn't mind cleaning up a smelly man for her sisters. Ren Jing's delicate face, hot body, within the narrow space, exhale like orchids. The body of the fragrance will cause people to think about it. Normal men were to withstand such a tease. Qin Shou was now more than normal. Simply tough, cannot endure. Simply cannot endure. The body immediately expressed the charm of Ren Jing's tribute. With the two of them leaning so close, Ren Jing naturally noticed the changes in Qin Shou's body, and a hint of sullenness immediately flashed across her delicate face as she cursed in her heart. Men really don't have a single good thing in them. They're all animals that think in their lower bodies. She immediately pulled away the distance between her and Qin Shou, but even so, her eyes still glanced at Qin Shou intentionally or unintentionally. A hint of surprise and disbelief flashed in her eyes, and she sighed in her heart. How can it be so spectacular? Ren Jing in the end is also an adult woman, single for many years. There is definitely a need. From abroad back to her. Avant-garde. Even if she has not touched a man, the island country's film she has also seen. Qin Shou's capital was too strong, more spectacular than those male stars in the movie, causing her heart to also beat like crazy. Sighing secretly, no wonder his girlfriends so fancy him. This kind of one in a million guy thing. Which woman see not confused? Qin Shou also detected the strangeness in Ren Jing's gaze, and he felt a little embarrassed. In his heart, he knew very well that Ren Jing was Yan Yurong's best bosom friend, and being such a top-notch strong woman, she definitely could not be easily taken down by himself. He also didn't want to act too frivolously or wantonly, but at this moment, his body's reaction was something he couldn't fully control. Unable to do anything else, he could only awkwardly turn his head and look out the car window at the scenery that was speedily passing by. Bang! Just as the atmosphere between the two was subtle and awkward, a gunshot suddenly rang out. A bullet instantly pierced through the window glass of the back seat, and glass shards were splattered in all directions. Out of a man's instinctive reaction, Qin Shou rushed to Ren Jing's body almost immediately, pouncing her body tightly on the back seat, shielding her with his own body in an attempt to block the bullets that might come again for her. Ren Jing had been single for many years. How had she ever been so close to a man? Caught off guard, her body was pressed down by Qin Shou, and she immediately felt a bit annoyed and uncomfortable, instinctively trying to struggle up. Don't move. These people are coming for you. Chapter 14, Maintenance. Qin Shou said to Ren Jing with a grave expression and a serious tone. At the same time, he secretly activated the skills, artful tongue, and manliness at the same time, in an attempt to calm Ren Jing's emotions and make her trust him. As Ren Jing looked at Qin Shou, who was staring out of the car window with a tightly locked brow and a focused expression, for some reason, an inexplicable sense of security and solidity suddenly surged in her heart, and her heart, which had originally been a little flustered, quickly calmed down. Her pretty face was also flushed with a touch of red because of the close contact just now, making her look particularly touching. However, Qin Shou was not in the mood to pay attention to Ren Jing's complicated thoughts right now. His nerves were highly tense and all his attention was focused outside the car window. At this moment, there were two black heavy-duty locomotives, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiched between the red flag sedan they were traveling in. The riders on the locomotives were wearing black helmets. Their faces could not be seen, and the guns they were holding tightly in their hands. At the same time, a black SUV was following closely behind the red flag sedan, sticking extremely close and threatening to crash at any time. Missy, there's a killer. You sit tight. Fubo, he slammed on the gas, and the red flag sedan rushed forward like an arrow off a string. The engine emitted a low growl and the body jerked. Qin Shou was still pressed on Ren Jing. Fubo suddenly accelerated, and the two bodies were even tighter together. Ren Jing's body is really too good. Under the pressure, Qin Shou only felt that his head was almost buried in it, and there was a sense of suffocation. Will you get up first? That place of yours is hurting me. Ren Jing was mortified to the core at the moment. She had never been so close to a man before, especially since Qin Shou was not honest at all, topping Ren Jing in a difficult way. Mayor Ren, that's a cell phone. Don't get me wrong. I put my cell phone in my pants pocket. Qin Shou still tried to weasel his way out of this. He was a little reluctant to get up. It was just too comfortable. The key is that now this situation cannot get up. This up is bang bang 2 shots. Fubo's driving skills were obviously very sophisticated, and he skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, weaving nimbly on the highway, trying to use the traffic to get away from the pursuit. However, the black SUV and 2 locomotives behind him were also in hot pursuit, always maintaining a threat to the red flag sedan. The locomotives accelerated from time to time, trying to get close to the red flag sedan, but every time at the critical moment, they were again thrown off by a beautiful turn by Fubo. As Qin Shou watched the situation behind him through the rearview mirror, he saw a silhouette suddenly flash out of the SUV's sunroof, surprisingly holding a long gun in his hand. An ominous premonition surged in Qin Shou's heart. He quickly said to Ren Jing, "Mayor Ren, be careful, they have rifles." Saying that, Qin Shou hugged Ren Jing to death. In fact, Qin was not a great saint and would never use his own life to save others, but Ren Jing was after all kind to him, and Qin Shou had always made a clear distinction between kindness and grudges when he did his work. Just then, bang, 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 2 more gunshots came. The bullets struck the body of the car, making a dull thumping sound, and the body shook slightly. Qin Shou saw 2 more bullet holes in the body of the car and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. These killers were obviously well-trained professional killers who were ruthless. With the crazy shooting of bullets, the body manipulated by Fubo also shook more and more dramatically. However, Ren Jing, as the daughter of a wealthy family, had an extremely sensitive status, so this red flag sedan was also specially made. Having been hit by dozens of bullets, it was surprising that it was still able to travel at high speeds. At the same time, Fubo in the driver's seat quickly pressed a hidden button, only to see this special red flag sedan around the outside of the window glass, but slowly rose black metal bulletproof plate. All the windows are tightly blocked up. Not only that, the entire back seat also rose a thick partition, directly wrapping Ren Jing and Qin Shou 2 people in a completely closed black cubicle, and the front driver's seat completely isolated. It's bulletproof, so now that bullets can't get in. You can finally get up off me, right? Ren Jing's face was slightly chilled, and her tone carried a hint of displeasure and rancor. Just now, Qin Shou had jumped on her in order to protect her, and although she understood in her heart that it was out of good intentions, after all, men and women were different, and prolonged physical contact still made her feel a little uncomfortable. Good. Although Qin Shou was still a little reluctant to let go of Ren Jing's softness and aroma that had just come into close contact with her, he also knew that he could not really find a reason to continue to press Ren Jing now, and could only slowly get up with a slight sense of regret and sit back down in his seat. Right at this moment, the red flag sedan suddenly braked sharply, followed by a sharp turn of great magnitude. As Qin Shou had been pressing on Ren Jing, his center of gravity was unstable, and with the double effect of the car's sudden sharp turn and sharp braking, his body inevitably collided into Ren Jing's body. Being bumped by Qin Shou, Ren Jing instinctively let out a pouty low cry, and her body trembled slightly. This time Ren Jing was bumped against the top. Her face was even more blushing and angrier. This does not call out okay. This made Qin Shou as red in the face and ears. Soul. Breathing roughly. It should be known that they were now completely enclosed in a small space by the blackened bulletproof baffle, completely isolated from the outside world, which was simply the perfect situation for a lonely man and a woman to share a room. This kind of ambiguous and private environment, it is easy for people to produce some undeserved associations. Mayor Ren, this cell phone is so disobedient. I'll put it away. Bang, bang, bang. Several more gunshots came from outside the car in quick succession, and the bullets struck the body of the car with a dull thud, and the body shook even more. Taking advantage of the moment when the car body shook violently, Qin Shou didn't know whether it was intentionally or unintentionally, or perhaps out of instinctive impulse. His lips coincidentally touched Ren Jing's soft lips. The skills, coquettishness, and manliness are activated at the same time. Ren Jing was trying to get rid of it, but found that Qin Shou was reckless to the extreme. Under the dual skills of Qin Shou's coincidence, manliness, the loneliness of many years of guarding her body as if it were a jade, she finally couldn't hold on to it. Confused. Ren Jing completely confused. Seeing Ren Jing's resistance weakened by a few points, Qin Shou's offense is more vigorous. Fubo still manipulated the red flag sedan speeding on the highway. His car skills first class. These killers for a moment, surprisingly, could not catch up. However, Fubo didn't know why, but this red flag sedan suddenly lurched and became more difficult to maneuver. Damn, this is a special car. Why is it so unstable? It looks like it's been shot too much and the car is already in trouble. It's burning oil so badly that it looks like it's going to have a major maintenance and go straight back to the factory after escaping this crisis. Chapter 15, Earth Rank Skill Gun God. Outside, The killers gave chase so hard that the vehicle shook violently under the intensity of the gunfight in the car. Ren Jing has been kind to Qin Shou, and Qin Shou has no way of repaying him, so he has no choice but to support Ren Jing. But the good thing is that the performance of these two cars is also superb. Using the cylinder direct injection engine, although the oil burning is great, but the utilization rate that is also a great deal. Under the throttle full open, 400 horsepower, play these killers that is fooled. Step on the gas, sprint, brake sharply, and then step on the gas, and then sprint, and then brake sharply. Sharp left turn, sharp right turn, and every now and then give you a drift, almost backflip. Fujiwara Takumi in the Akira Mountains to Open 86 is probably the same technology. I have to say, Fubo's car skills hammered to the extreme. The good thing is that Qin Shou on the back seat is also a superb master of driving. The two driving masters under the dual support. So extreme racing, actually hard not to break down. Whether it was Ren Jing or Qin Shou on the back seat, under the high speed and frantic running of Fubo, they all felt like they were going to fly. Both flesh and soul flew out of bounds. It's like what's that song by One Phone? It's like flying, it's the feeling of freedom. Boom, boom. Finally, after more than an hour of intense car combat, accompanied by a high-pitched roar from the engine, the oil ing burned out. Ding! Congratulations to the host, he has successfully conquered the top luxury imperial sister, Ren Jing, and gained the Earth rank skill God of Guns. With this skill, the host will be proficient in the use of all firearms, and will be able to utilize them freely no matter what kind of firearms they are, so that they will be able to shoot without fail, and hit 100 times 100 times 100 times 100. I'll go. Earth rank skills, it's worthy of being an extreme imperial sister, actually sending Earth rank skills directly. It came at the right time. Qin Shou was secretly delighted as a huge and complex knowledge of firearms instantly flooded into his mind. As if he was born knowing all kinds of firearms like the back of his hand. He felt that he was now an experienced marksman, and that any firearm that came into his hands would be able to maximize its power. Qin Shou knew that the situation was still very critical at the moment, and there was no time for him to think too much. He quickly straightened his slightly disheveled lapel, then turned his head to Ren Jing, whose hair was a bit disheveled and whose face was flushed, and said, Mayor Ren, is there a gun inside this car? Guns? Didn't you just put your gun away a while ago? You still want to come? Ren Jing was so scared that she shivered. She was still confused at the moment, and her soul had just flown, and she had not flown back for a while. Sighing secretly, no wonder Rongrong is dead to him. The cow still has strength, and the field is plowed. No, I'm talking about the gun that kills. Qin Shou slapped his forehead and was speechless for a while. It was only then that Ren Jing reacted, and suddenly her pretty face turned red, and she was gorgeous. Ren Jing cursed in her heart. Bah, it's not because of you, rascal. She quickly adjusted her emotions and pressed a button on the inside of the door. With a click, a small hidden compartment popped out, and a black pistol rested quietly inside. Seeing this, Qin Shou's heart was delighted, and without hesitation, he picked up the pistol as soon as he could, and skillfully inspected it, realizing that the bullets were already loaded, and it seemed that the gun was ready to be used at any time. Will you use it? Ren Jing saw Qin Shou pick up the pistol as soon as he did, and thought to herself, you're just an untrained commoner. What are you doing with this? Don't lose your life. Perhaps even she didn't know that she had subconsciously started to care about Qin Shou's safety. Hey, just watch. Qin Shou smiled confidently, his eyes subdued. As soon as Qin Shou's words fell, two heavy-duty locomotives and a black Hummer SUV had already surrounded the red flag sedan they were traveling in. The four assassins who descended from the vehicles were carefully approaching this way with their blackened gun muzzles. There was also a killer who stayed on one of the locomotives, holding a weapon, and did not immediately approach. Obviously, they had gotten hold of the information beforehand and knew that Mayor Ren's personal butler, Uncle Fu, was an expert with extraordinary skills, so they didn't dare to approach all of them hastily so as to avoid being attacked by Uncle Fu's sudden attack. Don't move. By this time, the four killers had already completed their encirclement, and one of them pointed an icy cold gun at Fu Bo's head, his tone full of threats and warnings. Although Fu Bo was skillful and a martial arts master, but at this moment, with his bare hands and bare fists, facing the four black holes of guns, he also felt a little afraid of throwing himself into a fight. The other side of 5 people, 5 guns. Even if Fu Bo's martial arts is more powerful, it is impossible to deal with 5 guns shooting at the same time, and for a time did not dare to act rashly. Can only temporarily press the troops? Wait and see what happens. 3. You go open the back door, a lead assassin ordered in a low voice. Understood. One of the assassins wearing a black mask nodded, gripping the gun in his hand tightly, and cautiously walked in the direction of the back seat. The corner of Fu Bo's eyes slightly jumped. He would never allow anything to happen to Ren Jing. He wanted to lash out but could not find any opportunity. Although these killers were not martial arts masters, they were obviously all professionally trained. Their actions were crisp and well coordinated. Each one of them maintained a high level of vigilance and did not give Fu Bo any opportunities to take advantage of. However, just in the nick of time, a sudden change occurred. Qin Shou suddenly violently kicked the car door. With a loud bang, the door of the car popped open. And the huge impact of the door popping open just hit the old man who was planning to pull open the car door. The oldest stifled a grunt and fell heavily to the ground. Qin Shou seized this rare opportunity. His body like a cheetah instantly rushed out of the car and raised his hand to fire 2 shots. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp gunshots rang out, accompanied by 2 mournful screams. Before the 2 killers even had time to make any reaction, they were accurately struck by Qin Shou in the right hand that was holding the gun, and the guns in their hands fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, Qin Shou quickly lowered his head and rolled his body on the ground in a sharp roll, dodging the 2 bullets that came from behind, and then turned around in a smooth manner and fired 2 more shots. Bang! Bang! There were 2 more screams, and the 2 remaining assassins fell to the ground in response. But in a matter of moments, Qin Shou directly resolved 4 people. Bang! 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 Seeing such a sudden turn of events, the killers who had been left on the locomotive immediately panicked and frantically shot in the direction where Qin Shou was. However, Qin Shou had prepared for this, and after resolving the 4 people, he quickly hid behind the body. Seeing that the situation had gone completely out of control, and realizing that he could not gain any advantage by staying behind, but might instead get himself involved, the biker decisively threw down his accomplices, twisted the throttle fiercely, and wanted to flee the scene on his biker. But how could Qin Shou give him such an opportunity? At the moment when the biker had just turned around and was about to run away, Qin Shou did not hesitate to raise the gun in his hand, aiming at the back tire of the biker with a bang sound. Now that Qin Shou possessed the god of firearms earth-level skill, his shooting skill had already reached the realm of the divine, and he had truly achieved the goal of hitting 100 shots without fail. The bullet accurately hit the rear tire of the locomotive. The tire instantly burst, lost balance of the locomotive on the ground, rolled madly a few times before coming to a stop. The killer was also heavily dropped on the ground, fell to the ground, fainted on the spot. At the same time when Qin Shou made his attack, Fu Bo had already made his move, seizing the guns of the several killers who were wailing on the ground, and knocking them all unconscious on the ground. In a matter of moments, the 2 of them, under their joint efforts, had completely controlled the 5 killers. Chapter 16. The family doesn't always agree. Thanks for today. You saved Missy's life. Count the old man is owing you a favor. Uncle Fu clasped his fist towards Qin Shou and said with a solemn expression, "No need. I'm trying to save myself too." Qin Shou waved his hand, thinking, what era is this? I, Fu Songhai, have always made a clear distinction between grudges and favors, and I will repay any favor and pay back any grudge. If I say I owe you a favor, then I owe you a favor. Fubuki aggravated his tone. Okay, feel free. Qin Shou only felt that this person was a bit shafted and didn't bother to continue arguing with him. Missy, it's okay, you can get off now. Fu Bo turned around and said to Ren Jing, who remained in the car. At this time, Ren Jing walked down from the red flag sedan that was already covered with bullet holes. Her clothes were slightly disheveled at the moment. Her delicate face still had a hint of unfading flushing, and her hair was somewhat disheveled, but it added a few points of charm and movement. It's because the old man was ineffective and didn't protect the eldest young lady, letting you be frightened. Seeing Ren Jing's somewhat disheveled clothes and reddened complexion, Uncle Fu thought that she was in shock and hurriedly bowed to apologize, his tone filled with self-reproach. How could Uncle Fu know that Ren Jing was jinged? Not frightened. It's okay, it's not your fault. No one expected to meet a killer in the city, and the other guy had the nerve to openly use a gun. Ren Jing shook her head. At this moment, she had already quickly adjusted her emotions, putting away the slightly shy stance she had just displayed in the car, and resuming her usual image of a competent and decisive woman with a powerful aura. Oni-chan, who do you think could be behind this one? Uncle Fu frowned with a somewhat displeased expression. No matter who the other party is, if they dare to act against me, they must pay the due price. Ren Jing's tone was icy cold, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Qin Shou, who was on the side, took in Ren Jing's change of expression and secretly sighed. It's so pretty. It's simply salty and sweet and imperial, switching between overbearing female president and shy little sweetness at will. After saying these words, Ren Jing inadvertently raised her head and bumped into Qin Shou's gaze on her. She couldn't help but raise her willow eyebrows slightly and said in her heart, this stinking rascal, what are you looking at? Didn't you see enough in the car just now? Who the hell are you? What is the purpose of approaching our family Rong Rong? Ren Jing's words turned, and her originally soft tone suddenly became serious, and her gaze became sharp. Qin Shou sniffed slightly stunned. Did not expect Ren Jing would suddenly come so out of the blue. Frankly said, what kind of person? My name is Qin Shou, originally an ordinary programmer, now unemployed, jobless one. Are you really a programmer? What programmer would be as athletic and accurate a shot as you? Ren Jing looked at Qin Shou with a skeptical face, obviously not believing his words. The stance and marksmanship that Qin Shou had displayed just now could not be something that an ordinary programmer could possess in any case. You're the mayor. If you have any doubts about my identity, you can absolutely send someone to investigate me. Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders in an indifferent manner. Ren Jing couldn't help but freeze for a moment at her words. She didn't expect Qin Shou to be so open, which made her a bit at a loss for words instead. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. I don't think I'll be needed next. When Qin Shou faced Ren Jing, his heart was still more or less inexplicably weak, so he made an excuse and wanted to hurry up and leave. Although he vowed to be a scum after rebirth and never be an honest man. But Ren Jing is after all Yan Yurong's good bosom friend. And for a moment, Qin Shou had not done a good job of switching roles, and his whole body was a bit uncomfortable. Slow down. You want to leave here? Ren Jing saw that Qin Shou really turned around and left, and couldn't help but raise a nameless fire, secretly saying, what do you mean by this? Just now in the car tossed people to death, and now you want to be irresponsible and leave? What is this? A car love? You are letting people comfortable. This after I find who to go. Qin Shou heard Ren Jing call out to himself, couldn't help but thump in his heart, thinking, it's over. This is afraid to be my day-to-day love. Won't want me to be responsible for it. However, when Qin Shou thought about it, it seemed that he was not at a disadvantage. And how could he be at a disadvantage when he was with a rich woman? What's more, this rich woman has money, power and face, and a rich woman is a rich woman, and a few more rich women is also a rich woman. Yesterday, a night of labor earned 100,000 yuan. Think about the evening of the rich woman. This business seems to be very promising, compared to the bitter squatting in front of the computer knocking code don't too much stronger. Anyway, these two things are similar in nature. It is just stay up plus hurt the body. Anything else? Qin Shou turned around, collected his thoughts, and asked in a slightly embarrassed manner, gotta leave a contact. When she said this, Ren Jing couldn't help but pout, with a hint of pout in her tone. It was very cute. The very best imperial sister suddenly pouted. The killing power was also great. The average person really can't top it. Qin Shou couldn't help but be distracted and secretly sighed. Demons, they are all demons. It's true that any beautiful woman, no matter if you're a royal sister or a strong woman, you can transform into a calling monster at any time. It's a good thing that I've already eaten my weight and ironed out my heart. Any beautiful woman can only get my body, never my heart. After Qin Shou exchanged contact information with Ren Jing, he turned away alone, knowing in his heart that the matter behind this was not something he was qualified to meddle with now. After Qin Shou left, Uncle Fu walked over to Ren Jing and asked with a serious expression, Missy, what do you think about this person? I think that if this person's background is clean, he would be a good choice. How do you think? I think it's okay, but my family definitely won't agree. When Ren Jing heard Fu Bo's words, she couldn't help but panic in her heart, and her fingertips twirled unconsciously. She didn't know the true meaning of Fu Bo's words, and thought that Fu Bo had already known about what had just happened in the back seat, and a touch of petulance appeared on her face all of a sudden. In fact, just now all the way to the sound of gunfire, Fu Bo had to know just now in the back seat is also in a gun battle. It's just hiring a bodyguard, and you need the family's permission? When Uncle Fu heard Ren Jing's words, he couldn't help but look confused, not understanding the meaning of her words at all. You are talking about this. Ren Jing listened to Fu Bo's explanation, then suddenly realized, understood the meaning of his words. Cheeks swish became even more red, as ripe as a red apple. Delicate. What else do you think I'm talking about? Although I also have some kung fu in me, when it comes to gun skills, I am ashamed to be inferior to this kid. The assassin hired by the other party dares to openly use firearms. Then we must also hire an expert with a gun as your personal bodyguard in order to ensure your safety. Uncle Fu had a solemn look on his face. I'll give this matter some thought, but he may not be willing to accept it. Ren Jing slightly lowered her head and said thoughtfully, not knowing exactly what was going through her mind at the moment. Chapter 17, Youthful Past. Qin Shou arrived home when it was already late at night. This day down can really put Qin Shou exhausted. Fell asleep until the next day at noon. Qin Shou only woke up in a daze. Qin Shou rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched, then picked up his cell phone, which was sitting on the nightstand, and found that the screen of the phone was already piled with unread WeChat messages. The vast majority of these messages were from Yan Yurong. Pa, Out of the guardhouse yet? Pa, did you miss me? Pa, when are you coming to see me? Humph, dead beat, not answering people's messages all night. Are you out or not? Say something back. People are worried sick. Qin Shou looked at a long series of WeChat messages, secretly sighing man, really firm is the hard reason. This shot of the punch, directly hit the love. But then again, after all, Yen Yurong had sincerely helped him, and was also many times better to him than the Pan Lian in the past who only knew how to get money from him. It was simply a world of difference. Thinking about this, Qin Shou was still very touched in his heart. I'm out. Thank your friend for me and don't worry baby. How about it? My best friend is great. She's a big beauty. Say, do you have a heart? Qin Shou did not expect Yen Yurong to reply to the message in seconds. Beautiful indeed. Qin Shou answered truthfully. I can tell you, this BFF of mine, she can't get into oil and salt, she can't see any man in the whole world. Bow, you're so powerful. One day take her down too. Let her know the goodness of men. Maybe she'll come around. Yen Yurong sent a meaningful message, not forgetting to add a mischievous emoji afterward. Qin Shou was speechless for a while. A few black lines popped up on his forehead, secretly sighing that you should not guess the mind of a young woman. And you're not jealous? What can I do if I'm jealous? You guys, you're stronger than an ox. Slave, I'm alone. I can't eat it. Jing Jing is my good girlfriend. We even promised when we were kids that we would marry the same person when we grow up. Qin Shou was even more speechless. What kind of brain circuits were all the sisters of the mansion? Well, baby, I've got some things to do and I've got to prepare to make money. Then you go for it. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Hey, what could I possibly need? I need you. Qin Shou deliberately teased. Dead beat. Don't you dare. People can't even walk on the road right now. Yen Yurong on the other end of the WeChat was so scared that his face turned white. Saying that this guy recovered in one day? Yen Yurong where to know. Now Qin Shou a bunch of divine skills in hand, picking yin and replenishing yang under the launch, but also can be more and more courageous. After maintaining the relationship with Yen Yurong, Qin Shou casually flipped through the cell phone WeChat again. What he did not expect was that Ren Jing had sent a message. He had always thought that after last night's events, the high-cool imperial sister should not pay any attention to herself for a short period of time. Qin Shou tapped on Ren Jing's WeChat. Are you home yet? Ren Jing's message was only 5 short words. Here we are. What about you guys? Ren Jing is not Yen Yurong, and did not return Qin Shou's WeChat in seconds. Qin Shou did not think too much. Scum. There must be scum should have the calm and calm. WeChat message this kind of thing. Love back not back. When the student era. Qin Shou in order to pursue his heart goddess Su Sishi. Every day just staring at a cell phone. Every day looking forward to the goddess back to their messages. I don't know that his own segment is too low. The goddess took a look at him, licked the powerful. Then he ignored, but not directly rejected. Every time to Qin Shou a ray of hope. Qin Shou still remembers the summer of his freshman year. Qin Shou had no trouble summoning up the courage to express his love to Su Sishi, who was wearing a nice floral dress that day, and appeared to be extraordinarily pure and lovely under the sun's rays. Su Sishi licked the small pudding popsicle in her hand, and said to Qin Shou lightly, I think you're very good. I think love needs to stand the test. How about this? 3 years? If you can persist in chasing me for 3 years without faltering, maybe we'll be together. That year's social media is not developed. Everyone is still playing QQ. Qin Shou did not know. In fact, this is sent a good man card. He really stupidly chased Su Sishi 3 years. These 3 years, he is not even a spare tire. Live a jackhammer. Every time the goddess changed tires. Take him Qin Shou over temporary use. But just like this, the year by the lard blinded by the heart of the Qin Shou actually still look forward to one day Jack can also be correct. This is a pity that the good times don't last long. After the end of the university, Qin Shou licked Su Sishi for another 3 years. Until the 3rd year, Qin Shou received a wedding invitation from Su Sishi. He suddenly realized that he was a clown. It is also for this reason that Qin Shou wasted his youthful years, and ultimately could only rely on crazy blind dates. And then he found Pan Lian such a broken thing, and had a miserable life in his last life. So after reliving his life, Qin Shou understood the truth that with women, you only go for the kidneys, not the heart. Qin Shou also has a roommate, named Guigang, is also a superb licking dog. Compared to Qin Shou more miserable, he Qin Shou is a jack, change the tire can also still top a goddess. Guigang is the pump. Guigang's goddess phone Mimi abortion. Looking for Guigang. However, Guigang is also the best dog licker. At that time, Guigang in order to please phone Mimi. I do not know where to look at the paragraph. Even came to the born. I raise. But phone Mimi is also very forceful. Coldly glanced at him, Nonchalantly returned a sentence. You ing lesson that's self-motivated. You pussy stinking beggar can't afford to feed yourself. But also ing raise children. Let you accompany me to a fetus on a fetus. Less give me self-motivated. Gui Gang's old face at that time was uglier than the death of his own mother. It was a coincidence that this third person's WeChat message was from Gui Gang. Old Qin. Second floor of the Drunken Moon building in the city center. 201 private room. Class reunion. Rich second generation Zhangwei Street. Come quickly. I'll pass. What's the point of this reunion? Every year, this so-called class reunion, but also a group of rich second generation pretend to be. No novelty. Especially this Zhang Wei. That is the head of the pretender. Be gas forced. Qin Shou is now penniless. Not lazy to go to be a face. Your goddess Yu Xinyo is also there. This you don't come? She's ing married. It's none of my business if she's there or not. You do not know? She divorced her husband a long time ago. I heard that his husband is not only keeping a mistress outside, but also failed to invest last year. Lost a few $1 million, owed a buttload of debt, and the two of them are in the process of breaking up. That's none of my ing business. Good horses don't come back. Hey, you kid. That's not what you said back then. Back in the day was back in the day. All I want to do now is get money. Women will only affect my progress in getting money. Is it a brother? If it is a brother, come. I know you better in class. I'm not comfortable without you. Not me Gangzi. What are you doing on this occasion? A bunch of posers. Did you pay your ing rent last month? Ass over to be pissed on by this bunch of posers? Qin Shou had a look of hatred on his face. Brother, you don't understand. My white moonlight foam Mei Mei is in. Oh my god. She's had several abortions. She's had her tubes tied. Right. And you're still not dead? Brother, you're awesome. Qin Shou sent a thumbs up emoticon, sighing that this guy is completely hopeless, and rebirth can't even save him. I'm afraid. Chapter 18, The Pretentious Scene. If you really don't want to come to dinner, then come over to get together and play cards or not. It's weirdly meaningless to be cooped up at home all day. Gui Gang remained undeterred, determined to pull Qin Shou out. You know I don't like playing cards. Qin Shou had just finished typing a series of words on his cell phone screen, and before he could send them out, he suddenly had a flash of light in his mind and thought of something. Playing cards? Right. My current skill is Invincible Actuary. My mental arithmetic ability is even better than a supercomputer. Playing cards with this group of pretenders. Isn't that purely picking up money? Especially that Zhang Wei. This pretender, every time we get together, he hates to carve the words I'm rich on his face, desperately showing off how rich his family is. It's just as well. I'm going over there this time. I must ruthlessly slaughter them. Let them know that bragging is risky and that they need to be careful about pretending. Thinking of this, Qin Shou immediately changed his mind and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Wait, I'll change now and be right there. Qin Shou hurriedly deleted the words he had just typed and quickly replied. I'll go. Change so fast? He. Looks like you really can't forget Yu Xinyo. Gui Gang sent a lewd emoticon. You ing think it's all about you no good. Qin Shou sent a speechless emoticon, thinking that it is none of Zhu Xinyao's business. I am going to get money. An hour later, Qin Shou is changed into a clean casual clothes, energetic to the Drunken Moon House. Drunken Moon House was a rather famous Chinese restaurant in Yecheng, decorated in ancient colors and elegant surroundings, belonging to the middle to high-end consumption places. The dishes here did taste good, with all the colors and flavors, but the prices were also quite expensive. And normally, classmates wouldn't choose this kind of place for a reunion, but cannot afford to. Rich second-generation Zhangwei family has money. Directly the entire second floor to the package. White horror meal, which usually a large number of diving in the classmate group. Not much love to participate in the reunion of classmates also came. People are like this. After experiencing the social beatings and the trials and tribulations of life, what face is not face, are not important. Can horror meal for free? Why not do it? It is not to be rich second generation to pretend to be forced to their face superiority. Well, the university time and not been Z, have long been accustomed to, maybe in the banquet to pat the rich second generation ass, say a few good words, but also can mix a good job opportunity. Is not it beautiful? Qin Shou walked straight to the 201 private room, the door of which was half covered, and before he had fully stepped through the threshold, he heard Zhang Wei's pusillanimous voice. Today, everyone let go of the food, let go of the drinks, and have fun. All consumption is on me. Zhang Wei, why is awesome? Why is mighty? Viagra atmosphere. Viagra hard. Viagra quite. The booth was filled with a chorus of flattering boasts, one after the other. Hey, it's fine. It's all just a little money. It's most important that the students have a good time. A few cups of wine down. In the midst of a loud bragging voice, Zhang Wei has been a little floating, just about to climax. Just then, Qin Shou pushed his way in. Yoo-hoo, isn't this Qin Shou? Has the sun come out of the west? What brings you here? Zhang Wei was blowing off some serious steam when he caught a glimpse of Qin Shou, who had pushed his way in, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Qin Shou has always been not very liked to participate in this kind of reunion, and the university era. Zhang Wei every time to pretend to show off the rich. Qin Shou is a bashful attitude, not the slightest to Zhang Wei half-face, which makes Zhang Wei heart has been nagging. The most important thing is that Zhang Wei actually also chased Zhu Xinyao, but he is stronger than Qin Shou so a little bit. He is, after all, his family has money, but not jack treatment, barely counted as a spare tire, but also briefly when a period of time as the main. However, even so, Zhu Xinyao side with Qin Shou such a jack. Zhang Wei is also clear, so he has always been a little bit of Qin Shou do not treat, and can even be said to be a little hostile. I think Qin Shou heard that Zhu Xinyao got divorced, which is why he ran his ass over here, wanting to pick up the slack. Lu Xiang, a lewd-looking man beside Zhang Wei, laughed cheaply. Lu Xiang is Zhang Wei's lapdog in college, because licking Zhang Wei licked comfortably, deeply Zhang Wei's appreciation. After graduation Zhang Wei directly to Lu Xiang and his father's real estate company arranged a casual job. Every day's work is to slip the horse. Therefore, Lu Xiang is definitely Zhang Wei's hardcore believer. He immediately saw that Zhang Wei does not treat Qin Shou, so he deliberately ridiculed. Want to please Zhang Wei. Ha ha, back then Zhu Xinyao was the white moonlight in everyone's heart in our class. Which boy dares to say that he hasn't had a crush on her? But when it comes to being devoted to our Yao Yao, it must be Qin Shou. Our Yao Yao. Qin Shou was like that. He didn't even give him a chance. Zhang Hui's tone of voice is eerie. She is Zhu Xinyao's college roommate, but also the class study committee, belonging to the typical gossip body. Who is good with who in the class? Who has a leg with who? She has inquired about a clear, and then spread around. Happy. She hadn't mixed well in the past few years, and she had a good eye. So she naturally saw that Zhang Wei didn't treat Qin Shou, and she followed suit, wanting to try to curry favor with Zhang Wei. Qin Shou just smiled faintly and remained silent. He had been reborn in a new life, and if he couldn't even stand this ridicule, then it would truly be a rebirth for nothing. Qin Shou secretly muttered inwardly. Later on, I'll make you guys lose so much that you won't have any pants left, so that you guys can act like assholes. Old Qin, this way. Seeing Qin Shou come over, Guai Gang, who had been sitting in the corner, immediately waved excitedly. Guai Gang, like Qin Shou, is from a poor family in the countryside, and after graduation, he has neither background nor relationship, and he is also ordinary in society, so he can only sit in the corner and drink silently, and no one takes the initiative to take care of him, although he is still in his heart to Feng Mimi, but Feng Mimi is oblivious to him, even a positive eye are lazy to give him. Qin Shou smiled as he walked over to Guai Gang and sat down in the empty seat next to him. However, Qin Shou did not notice that as soon as he entered the door, the gazes of the girls in the class all gathered towards him if not at all. In fact, Qin Shou's background was not bad. Look is also considered to be clean. Or else that year known as the school flower known as Zhu Xinyao could not give him the opportunity to be a jack. To know, school flower of the jack is not so good when the back is a long line of teams waiting to be on it. Coupled with the fact that Qin Shou now had a system, his face value was added, and he looked even more handsome and manly. However, when he just came in, he caused a group of girls to frequently glance at him, and even Zhu Xinyao couldn't help but look at Qin Shou a few more times. The empty seat next to Guai Gang was just next to Zhu Xinyao, and after Qin Shou sat down, Zhu Xinyao subconsciously leaned towards him, wanting to be closer to him. All of this was naturally seen in the eyes of the sharp-eyed Zhang Wei, who added a few more points of displeasure to Qin Shou in his heart, and his face became a bit gloomy. I say Qin Shou, every time you don't come to the reunion, where have you been getting rich all these years? How are you doing? Zhang Wei deliberately pulled up his voice, with obvious provocation in his tone, obviously sincerely wanting to make Qin Shou make a fool of himself in front of the crowd and embarrass him. Working, what can I do? To make a living. Qin Shou's tone was frank. Nowadays his heart was like a rock. He didn't care about other people's gazes. Since he had come here, he was naturally prepared to be treated with a face full of pretentious criminals. Why? I heard that you got laid off the other day. Zhang Wei has money in a wide range of ways. The information between classmates, as long as he is willing, naturally all investigated clearly. Well, there is that. Qin Shou shrugged and admitted frankly. Chapter 19, Zhu Xinyao. Hey, look at you. If you're unemployed, you're unemployed. Why are you hiding it? Zhang Wei had a smug look on his face. Qin Shou, I think it's better this way. We are all classmates. You sincerely call me Brother Wei and beg me maybe I'll be in a good mood and arrange a job for you. Jiang Wei naturally could not really arrange any good jobs for Qin Shou, but he just wanted to show off in front of Qin Shou, and show the saint in front of people. Qin Shou smiled blandly and muttered in his heart, damn, there's actually this kind of request. That's right, Qin Shou. Brother Wei's family business is so big that he can arrange a good job for you just by waving his finger. If you ask Brother Wei for a favor, maybe this job thing will be settled. On the side, Jiang Wei also saw a needle and patted the ass, the tone of fawning so flattering that people hear straight goosebumps. However, Qin Shou still didn't want to give Jiang Wei half a face, lightly glanced at Jiang Wei, and said in a calm tone, I appreciate the good intentions, but I don't intend to look for a job. I intend to do some small business. You want to start a business? That's a good idea. But brother, starting a business requires capital. Do you have enough money? Do you want me to lend you some? Jiang Wei saw Qin Shou oil and salt, soft and hard. His heart immediately felt a little upset. His face also slightly sank, but his face still barely squeezed out a smile. Hypocritically asked. He was counting on Qin Shou to open up to borrow money, when the time came to humiliate a little. No, it's a small business. It doesn't take much. Qin Shou said in his heart that I came here today is to get money to come. This capital will be there later. You are in such a hurry to send money for what? Don't be in a hurry. We will get money from you pretenders later. What kind of money can you make in a small business? If you ask me, man, if you want to do it, you should do it in a big way. Jiang Wei's tone was old-fashioned, and he assumed a posture of pointing out the mountains. What Wei said? Why I salute you. Lu Xiang saw Zhang Hui's ass patting so vigorously, lest his first ass-kisser status be taken away by her, so hurriedly also stood up, picked up the wine glass, clapping and shouting, Brother Wei, this drunken moon building doesn't have low spending. It cost a lot of money to wrap up this floor, didn't it? Lu Xiang's ass just finished patting, did not wait for Jiang Wei to enjoy a good time. Zhou Chong cannot wait to jump out of the raw business. Hey, it's a small token, not worth mentioning. I'm not going to lie. This drunken moon house also has my family's shares. It's considered our own property. Today everyone can eat and drink as they please. No need to be polite. Just treat it as if you're coming to eat at your own home. You don't have to spend a penny. Zhang great sleeve wave, pretending to be a bold face. This ass patting him comfortably. Used. By the way, Brother Wei, you're so good. You have a successful career. And your family's business is so big. You're simply a model of young talent. Why don't you have a girlfriend yet? Seeing that he had actually been robbed of the opportunity to kiss ass, Lu Xiang was a bit unwilling in his heart, and immediately had a bright idea to quickly change the topic and draw the attention of the crowd to Jiang Wei's emotional affairs. As we all know, the so-called classmates reunion, in addition to the pretender to provide a stage for pretending, there is also a very important role, that is, to those who have been the old lover to provide a renewed opportunity. Let them have the opportunity to revisit their old dreams, to have a shot after graduation, after taste gun, to meet each other once regret. This great effort to engage in such a reunion, naturally cannot be without purpose. In addition to pretending, there is a main reason, that is for Zhu Xinyao. It had to be said that Zhu Xinyao, as the school flower, was indeed a rare beauty, and now that she was married to a wife, she was beautiful and even more mature and charming, which was indeed alluring. Jiang Wei, as a rich second generation, naturally could not marry a divorced human wife, but this did not prevent him from craving Zhu Xinyao body especially nowadays. After marriage, Zhu Xinyao's front was more erect and her back was even more curvaceous. Wearing a tight red dress, it was surprisingly more evocative than back then. He had gone to such lengths, spent so much money, and carefully planned this class reunion, and his main purpose was to hope that something would happen with Zhu Xinyao. Back then, during the university, he also had a crazy pursuit of Zhu Xinyao, is also considered lick very vigorously. Do not know how much time and money spent on her, although there has been a short period of time, but ultimately just stop at kissing the mouth. Has not had the opportunity to complete the home run. There has been no opportunity to accomplish a home run. This matter has been nagging at him for years. The women he, Jiang Wei, had his eyes on, besides Zhu Xinyao, there was not one that he had not cheated on in bed. And now that he had learned that Zhu Xinyao had been divorced and was back to being single, the foolish thoughts deep inside him naturally resurfaced. Hey, this emotional affair, I have not considered, but why has always been in the heart of someone cannot let go As Jiang Wei spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Zhu Xinyao, who was sitting not far away, and the adoration and hints in his eyes couldn't have been more obvious. But what he never expected was that Zhu Xinyao's beautiful eyes, all her attention was focused on Qin Shou at the moment, as if Qin Shou had some kind of magnet attracting her. She didn't even bother to take a look at Jiang Wei, directly treating Jiang Wei as heir. After Qin Shou was reborn, his mentality changed drastically, and his entire person exuded a calm and introverted temperament from the inside out. This, coupled with the various additions of the system skills, had increased his charm even more. He just quietly sat there, lightly eating the meals on the table, occasionally sip a cup of wine, quietly watching a group of pretentious criminals to sell their performances. But there is a kind of independent demeanor, as if out of the ordinary, out of step with the surrounding hustle and bustle. This kind of calm and self-contained temperament, on the contrary, more attractive, causing Zhu Xinyo, who was too lazy to look at him, as well as a few other pretty girls in the class, couldn't help but frequently side-eye, secretly measuring him. Jiang Wei took it all in and hated Qin Shou with a passion. Qin Shou, why do you just know how to eat? After so many years of not seeing each other, you don't even talk to me? Right at this moment, a delicate voice came over. Qin Shou lifted his head at the sound and realized that the person who spoke was actually Zhu Xinyao. Qin Shou froze, never thought that Zhu Xinyao, who had always been indifferent to him back then, would actually take the initiative to talk to him. But nowadays Qin Shou has long been not that goddess casually a tease, on the ass as a licking dog of the young. Now he is heart like a rock, iron heart, not to mention to hurt him most deeply Zhu Xinyao, although after the rebirth, those things back then, he has long been indifferent, but to this kind of hanging people's appetites, like all the people around her woman, Qin Shou really has instinctive aversion. In the eyes of Qin Shou, Zhu Xinyao is not better than Pan Lian on the much better. Qin Shou just smiled faintly and said in a salty manner, after so many years of not seeing each other, we are not familiar with each other, so I don't know what there is to say. You weren't like this back then. When Zhu Xinyao heard such a cold response from Qin Shou, she was instantly a bit annoyed. She was still extremely confident in her charm. Deliberately pouting, she put on a pouting posture in an attempt to evoke memories of what Qin Shou used to be like. She still clearly remembered how Qin Shou had obeyed and complied with her back then, practically calling and waving her away. She was confident that even after so many years, her charm had not diminished a bit, and she did not believe that Qin Shou would really be indifferent to her. Chapter 20, The Ignoring Qin Shou. Oh, what was I like back then? Qin Shou spoke in a cold tone. You were so obedient to me back then. There was a hint of anger in Zhu Xinyao's tone. Oh, that was all because I was young and uninformed back then. You, Qin Shou, we were classmates. There's no need for you to be so cold to me. Cold? That's just the way I am. Don't take offense. Qin Shou continued to eat his meal, not even bothering to raise his head to look squarely at Zhu Xinyao, not for any other reason than pure nausea. Zhu Xinyao was really a bit exasperated this time, and a huff surfaced on her delicate face. In her eyes, Qin Shou to her should be a licking dog that beckoned and waved away, born to surround her in circles while she shone like the sun. But now that they were reunited after many years, they didn't expect Qin Shou to be so cold. The most damnable thing was that she was even a little moved, which couldn't help but make her self-confidence suffer a big blow. Alright, I see that everyone is almost done eating, so I've chartered the Imperial Clubhouse next door. Let's all go have some fun, sing, soak in the hot springs, and play cards. When Jiang Wei saw that Zhu Xinyao's mind was on Qin Shou, his face was ugly. This meal was paid for by him, and he carefully planned it for so long, not to let Qin Shou come here to eat and drink for free, and in the process, pick up his goddess. If he didn't rekindle his old love with Zhu Xinyao, but instead let Qin Shou get there first, then he really lost to his grandmother's house. It's just purely for others to do the dowry, lose the lady and lose the army. When he saw Zhu Xinyao sitting beside Qin Shou, he thought to hurry up and break up these two, so he immediately proposed to go singing. Jiang Wei was quite good at singing, and had even participated in the campus star singing competition during his student days. Although he only won a consolation prize, it was enough to make him proud. He planned to sing a love song in the KTV, and use his voice to completely conquer Zhu Xinyao. Qin Shou's family's economic conditions during his study period is not good. Has been working and studying, almost not much to go to the KTV, this kind of entertainment places. So Jiang Wei subjectively think, Qin Shou's singing voice is certainly not good to be no better than he sang well at all. He planned to deliberately let someone hold Qin Shou and force him to sing a song, so that Qin Shou could make a fool of himself in public. Wow, Brother Wei, you've arranged this really well. The Imperial Palace Club is one of the top entertainment venues in Yeqing, and I've heard that the facilities and services inside are top-notch, so it would be a real honor to go there and play. Lu Xiang immediately seized the opportunity and didn't hesitate to pat his ass again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not even full yet and we're going to ing sing. What a bummer. Gui Gang sat beside Qin Shou and muttered in a low voice with an unhappy face. He came to the class reunion today, apart from wanting to try his luck and see if he could have a few words with Feng Mimi. His main purpose was to come and dabble in a meal. After all, He had been rather strapped for cash recently. Unfortunately, Feng Mini was like avoiding the plague from beginning to end, deliberately avoiding him, not giving him any chance to get close at all, so he could only eat the meal silently, as if he had come to fill his stomach. Since the Gold Master Zhang Wei has spoken, to move to KTV singing, the crowd naturally is not good to say anything more. Have to get up and follow. After all, this big table, in addition to come a little later Qin Shou outside, basically have eaten enough to eat, and then stay down is not much fun. After leaving the private room, Zhang Wei secretly pulled Zhang Hui to one side and said to her in a lowered voice, "Zhang Hui, you and Yao Yao were best girlfriends in college, right?" In front of her later on, put in a good word for me and say a few good words for me. Also, when the time comes, I propose to let Qin Shou sing a song. You remember to push the envelope. Don't let him reject it. After it's accomplished, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. You will definitely not be treated poorly. As he spoke, Zhang Wei also did not forget to take out $5,000 from his wallet and sneak it into Zhang Hui's hand. Nowadays, the economic situation is not so good. Money is not easy to earn. $5,000, although it is not an astronomical figure, but it is not a small amount of money. For ordinary office workers, it is also regarded as most of the month's salary. Zhang Hui to see the red bills in hand, suddenly smiling, happy, naturally happy to take the benefit fee. You can rest assured, Brother Wei, our Yao Yao is just thin-skinned, a bit shy and not very good at expressing her feelings. When she was a student she liked the kind of boys who were good and manly, and you, Brother Wei, have money and looks and character. Yo-Yo is definitely impressed. When the time comes, I'll blow in her ear and put in a few more good words, and you're guaranteed to get a beautiful woman. Hey, that would be a pleasure. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Zhang Hui is right. Zhu Xinya was a quite realistic woman. When she was studying, she likes to step on several boats, pursuing the principle of eggs are not placed in the same basket, eating in the bowl, looking at the pot, but also thinking about the field, always around a bunch of spares for her to choose and compare. So to speak, widely spread the net, more fish. In the end, she picked a vice president of the student union from among the many suitors, and that person was also a rich second generation with a rich family. Unfortunately, that rich second generation is a playboy at heart. Playfulness is extremely heavy. Freshness, not to a year to play tired of Zhu Xinyao, mercilessly divorced with her, let her basket of water in one empty. Now that she came to this reunion, she did hold the idea of getting back together with Zhang Wei. After all, in the eyes of her classmates, Zhang Wei's family is a mine. Originally in front of Zhang Wei, Qin Shou is actually no chance. After all, Qin Shou is just a common working class, poor one, and Zhang Wei is not at all on a level. However, no one had expected that after Qin Shou was reborn, his entire temperament changed drastically, completely attracting Zhu Xinyao's attention. Most importantly, Qin Shou had acted too coldly towards her. One could even say that he was somewhat indifferent. A woman like her, who has been held in the palm of her hand since she was a little girl. The stars are all around her, and the colder you are to her, the more defiant she is and the more she wants to conquer you. Her self-esteem and pride made her unable to accept that the licking dog who had been so obedient to her back then was now ignoring her, which was simply a huge negation of her charm. Therefore, she was more intent on attracting Qin Shou's attention again, so that he would fall under her pomegranate skirt again. Of course, Zhu Xinyao's character. She may not really give Qin Shou any substantial opportunity. Perhaps when Qin Shou really moved, and intends to come back to lick her as she did back then, she will find it tasteless, and then, as she did back then, mercilessly throw Qin Shou away. What she enjoys is probably just the feeling of being courted and admired. Old Qin, I see that Zhu Xinya was quite enthusiastic about you just now, again taking the initiative to talk to you and pouting daintily. Why are you just ignoring her? This is really not like your previous style. Didn't you used to like to surround her the most? On the way to the Imperial Clubhouse, Guo Gang finally couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and came over to Qin Shou's side, lowering his voice to ask, I say Gengzi, how many years have passed, and you still can't get over the old sesame seed thing? Can't you see how that woman Feng Mini treats you? Wake up, my brother. Men, the most important thing is money. With money, what kind of women can't you find? Like Feng Mini, there are plenty of them. Qin Shou patted Guo Gang's shoulder in a serious manner. You guy, you just blow awesome. I saw that when you licked that Pan Lian before. You licked her quite vigorously too. You couldn't wait to give her your heart. Zhu Xinyao is much prettier than that Pan Lin. Why are you not happy now? Have you changed your mind? Guo Gang bristled, clearly not buying Qin Shou's words. You dash. I just completely woke up after experiencing that Pan Lian thing. Men don't ever have real feelings for women. It's okay to go for the kidneys, but definitely not for the heart. Qin Shou was choked by Gui Gang's words for a moment, some speechless, but he thought for a moment, before he was reborn. In terms of feelings, there really is not much essential difference with Gui Gang. Our licking dog one. Forget it, no more. You don't understand even if I tell you this. Waiting for another day I'll bring you together to get rich, let you also see what is called the real money power. Seeing that Gui Gang was still somewhat unenlightened, Qin Shou decided to prove it to him with practical actions. Take me to get rich? Old Qin, didn't you just get laid off from your company? Now that you're penniless, where else are you going to get rich? Are you planning to go pick up money on the street? Gui Gang was instantly energized when he heard Qin Shou say that he would take him to become rich. Hey, my fortune is in them. Qin Shou smiled mysteriously, and then pointed his finger at Zhang Wei, who was leading the crowd in front of him in a big stride, waving and talking at the same time. No way. I mean, old Qin, are you kidding? Zhang Wei obviously doesn't like you, and you still expect him to lend you money? Are you out of your mind? When Gui Gang heard Qin Shou's words, he only felt that it was a mirage. Who the said it was a loan? I'm taking. Get it? It's take, not borrow. Take? How? Are you planning to just rob it? Gui Gang was completely confused by Qin Shou's words. He really could not understand how Qin Shou in the end to take money from Zhang Wei. Just keep your eyes open and watch. You'll understand later. Qin Shou smiled mysteriously and didn't explain too much. Chapter 21, The System Can't Even Watch. Imperial Clubhouse. Inside the luxury box, Zhang Wei was holding the microphone in his hand, and he was singing with great emotion. He was singing Jay Chou's Back to the Past. When he was singing this song, Zhang Wei's eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Zhu Xinyao. Jay Chou was considered to be the eternal singing idol in the hearts of female college students in that era. Zhang Wei, after all, had talked with Zhu Xinyao for some time, and naturally he knew that Zhu Xinyao liked Jay Chou in her college days, so he specially picked this song, implying that he hoped to go back to the past with Zhu Xinyao and rekindle his old love. However, to Zhang Wei's disappointment, Zhu Xinyao was sitting close to Qin Shou at the moment, with a faint pout on her face, still sulking over Qin Shou's cold attitude, and didn't even look squarely at the self-involved Zhang Wei. Since entering this KTV's private room, Zhu Xinyao took the initiative to sit beside Qin Shou and took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. But Qin Shou is oil and salt is not into. Let yourself how to show him good. Qin Shou's memories are cold to the extreme. Face is also a salty expression, but it must be said, the more Qin Shou acted so coldly, the more Zhu Xinyao felt that he exuded a kind of unspeakable charm, and her inner competitive spirit was completely aroused, more and more wanting to attract Qin Shou's attention, wanting to reconquer the slick dog that used to be obedient to her. Therefore, although Zhang Wei sang on the stage at the top of his voice, full of effort, Zhu Xinyao simply did not have the heart to listen to, did not even look at Zhang Wei on the eyes. Her attention is all in Qin Shou's body. In all fairness, Zhang Wei dared to participate in the campus star singing competition. There are still a few strengths. His singing skills are really good. Pitch and rhythm are grasped quite well. Also won a warm applause. Good. Why sang it really great. It's almost comparable to the original song. Worthy of being our school singing king back then. Zhang Hui, Lu Xiang and a few other ass-kissers immediately like chicken blood, seized the opportunity, not stingy to send a series of fleshy words of praise. Obviously that year is a consolation prize. Hard to be blown by these two people into the campus singing king. Hey, I'm flattered. I haven't done much proper singing in years. I'm not as good as I used to be. I'm a bit rusty. When Zhang Wei heard the compliments from the crowd, his face showed a smile that was both complacent and pretentiously modest, but in his heart, he was happy and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Don't be modest, brother Wei. You sing so well. You're practically a professional. If you ask me, why don't we have a love song duet? I remember Yao Yao used to be the KTV queen of our girls' dormitory. She especially likes Jay Chou. Why don't the two of you sing a duet to cheer us up? How about it? Naturally, Zhang Hui did not forget Zhang Wei's previous instructions to her outside the box, and immediately seized the opportunity to try her best to set up Zhang Wei and Zhu Xinyao to sing a love song. Yeah, come on, have a song. Brother Wei and Yao Yao singing a song together. This is definitely the biggest benefit tonight. We all really want to hear it. Most of the other people present also held the mentality of pleasing Zhang Wei, a rich and wealthy second generation, and naturally followed suit, hoping to use this opportunity to win Zhang Wei's favor. I'll just forget about it. Any of you can sing if you like. I don't really feel like singing today. My voice is a little bit uncomfortable. Seeing this, Zhu Xinyao waved her hand and refused. At this moment, Zhu Xinyao's mind was full of thoughts about Qin Shou. All her thoughts were on Qin Shou. Lest because of the chorus between herself and Zhang Wei, She would cause Qin Shou's misunderstanding or make him feel that she still had something in mind for Zhang Wei, and she chose to reject it without any hesitation. Yao Yao, don't be such a spoilsport. It's rare that everyone is in such a high mood, and it's also a common wish of everyone, so you should give everyone face and sing a song. Zhang Hui, as Zhu Xinyao's good best friend, since she received Zhang Wei's money, she naturally had to do her best, so she immediately spared no effort to persuade her. That's right, Yao Yao. It's rare that our brother Wei is in such high spirits today, and I remember you guys were also an enviable pair in college back then. Now that we are all single again, singing a love song in chorus is also a way to bring our youth to a successful conclusion, so that we can all reminisce together to recall the good times back then. How nice! Lu Xiang followed suit, adding his voice to the conversation. Yeah, Yao Yao. I remember you especially liked Jay Chou's Rooftop back in the day. How about we sing a chorus of Rooftop? Zhang Wei also struck the iron while it was hot, eyeing Zhu Xinyao with anticipation. Zhu Xinyao's heart was also a little shaken when she heard that so many people were persuading her, and she somewhat hesitantly looked at Qin Shou at the side, wanting to see his reaction, only to see that underneath Qin Shou's handsome side face was an expression of indifference to the extreme. He seemed to be completely oblivious to everything that was happening around him, and was quietly getting high on melon seeds all by himself. Humph, what's with pretending to be calm? I don't believe that you really don't care about me at all anymore. When Zhu Xinyao saw such a cold reaction from Qin Shou, the unconvincing energy deep inside her heart surged up again. She secretly gritted her teeth and couldn't help but feel rebellious, wanting to purposely provoke Qin Shou a bit to see if he really didn't have any feelings for himself at all. Okay, one song then, just one. After saying this, Zhu Xinyao immediately turned her head to look at Qin Shou, only to see that Qin Shou still had a bashful expression, and could not help but darken her eyes, sighing darkly that did she really have no charms for him at all? Good, great, up, Zhang Wei, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and bring the microphone over to our Yao Yao? Really, you don't have the slightest bit of insight. Seeing that Zhu Xinyao finally agreed, Zhang Hui immediately clapped her hands in excitement. Hey, coming, yo, mic for you. As soon as Zhang Wei heard that Zhu Xinyao agreed to the chorus, he was overjoyed, and immediately jogged his ass off, attentively handing the microphone in his hand to Zhu Xinyao's hand. As the music played, Zhu Xinyao deliberately stuck extremely close to Zhang Wei in order to stimulate Qin Shou, but even so, Zhang Wei was now holding a big beer belly, and standing together with the sexy and slender Zhu Xinyao on the side. The picture looked extremely incongruous, and there was really no sense of CP. Zhu Xinyao was also a bit disgusted with Zhang Wei, who would only show off his wealth now. However, she still forced herself to endure the discomfort in her heart and barely squeezed out a smile on her face. However, Zhang Wei was flattered, completely immersed in the joy of the upcoming chorus with his goddess, and did not even notice Zhu Xinyao's subtle change in expression. He looked at Qin Shou with a proud face, that condescending posture, almost writing the face. He said to himself, how dare you steal the goddess from me, you stinking beggar, you don't even piss on yourself, you deserve it you? Ding! The system detected that the host has a grudge against his first love, and was mounted by the pretender's face output, seriously affecting the host's physical and mental health, and has issued a temporary task, to take down the goddess of his first love, Zhu Xinyao, and ruthlessly beat up the pretender Zhang Wei. In order to help the host to complete the task, we are giving you the metaphysical skill God of Song, which can instantly mesmerize thousands of beautiful girls when you sing. Holy, you're giving away skills? It seems that Lousy has to make a move today even if he doesn't want to, since the system can't even look at it anymore. Then I'll just have to reluctantly kill this pretender. When Qin Shou heard the system's beeps, he felt a little bit saddened by the tears and laughter. He didn't expect the system to help him in this way. However, since there were free skills to be had, and he could also teach Zhang Wei, the pretender, a lesson in the meantime, Qin Shou was naturally happy to do so. Chapter 22, putting on a big wave for Qin Shou. Good, Brother Wei and the goddess of our class, Yao Yao, are worthy of being a natural pair. This love song duet is simply amazing. A natural pair. I'm high. After the song Rooftop was sung, Zhang Hui still clapped her hands despite the fact that the two of them sang without any understanding of each other. That's right, Brother Wei and Goddess Zhu Xinyao are simply 2 CP. The others were not to be outdone, and ass-kissing ensued in the box. Cut. How can you call this level of performance CP? Singing like a car accident scene. The words don't even match. The tune is flying. It's so embarrassing that I'm picking my toes tightly. I might as well go up and sing a couple lines. Hui Gang couldn't help but mutter a couple of words in a low voice at the bottom, an undisguised look of contempt on his face. You kid, keep your voice down. People at least invited us to come here to eat and drink for free. so don't tear them down after you've eaten their mouths and taken their hands. Qin Shou smiled bashfully. No brother. Zhu Xinyo is your former goddess. I'm not fighting for you. I'm fighting for you. Watching her and other men make love to each other. You really don't care at all? Did you really let her go? Gui Gang said with an indignant face. He really couldn't understand why Qin Shou would be so calm. Could it be that he really didn't have any feelings for Zhu Xinyo at all? Gongzi, we're all running for 3. Does it matter if I'm in don't care? Men, the most important thing is to get money. Why do you think everyone gives Zhang Wei face and treats us like air? Che, you're just blowing it. If it was that easy to make money, wouldn't the streets be full of rich people? What's the point of working like us? Gui Gang skimmed his face. Hey, everyone, thanks for the dedication. Anyone else who hasn't sung? Any interest in coming up and contributing a song? Hearing the compliments from the crowd, Zhang Wei was even more pleased in his heart, and he said in a pretense of modesty while unobtrusively giving a wink to Zhang Hui, signaling that she could start acting according to the plan. Qin Shou, it's too quiet for you to be stoned all the time, isn't it? Why don't you come up and sing a song? I don't think I've ever seen you sing in a KTV in my college days. Everyone is quite curious about your singing voice and wants to hear what you sing like. Zhang Hui understood the situation, and after receiving Zhang Wei's instructions, she immediately deliberately led the conversation to Qin Shou, egging him on to sing, wanting to make him make a fool of himself in public. Yes, Qin Shou, I haven't seen you participate in many reunions since college days, so it's not easy to come here once. We all want to hear your singing voice, so don't hide it. Lu Xiang also timely in the side of the coaxing. Qin Shou during the university has not sung. In Lu Xiang's heart, designated is not as good as Zhang Wei. When Qin Shou opened his mouth, certainly by Zhang Wei then. That's right, Qin Shou, don't be shy. Sing a song. Sing a song. The others followed suit, encouraging Qin Shou to sing. Damn, this group of people are obviously sincere in wanting to make you make a fool of yourself. Who among them doesn't know that you almost never go to KTV to sing, let alone sing in front of so many people? What a bully. Gui Gang cursed in a low voice underneath, feeling indignant on Qin Shou's behalf. He felt that Zhang Wei and Zhang Hui and the others had gone too far to come up with this kind of detrimental trick to make things difficult for Qin Shou. It's okay, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll dedicate a song to Isan Chan's Lone Brave Man. Qin Shou, on the other hand, acted unusually calm as he took the microphone with a faint smile on his face, without the slightest hint of stage fright. As a matter of fact, Qin Shou's singing background was originally good, and his singing was quite good. Not worse than Zhang Wei, who had won the consolation prize of the Campus Star singing competition. Just during the university period he has been busy with work study, in order to earn living expenses and running around. There is no time and opportunity to participate in those classmates' reunions, and naturally never in the KTV this kind of entertainment venues show up, so we all take it for granted that he will not be able to sing at all. Now, he also got the system gift of Xianrank skills god of song support, can be said to be like a tiger with wings. Qin Shou is naturally emboldened. I'll go. Bro. No. Are you stupefied by the excitement? You just said you don't care about Zhu Xinyao? Although Gui Gang was Qin Shou's hardcore, he had never heard Qin Shou open his mouth, and never thought that Qin Shou would actually agree. He thought that Qin Shou had been stimulated into a stupor by the intimate scene between Zhang Wei and Zhu Xinyao, and that's why he opened his mouth to agree. The corner of Zhu Xinyao's mouth also raised a trace of imperceptible complacency, secretly thinking, humph, what kind of innocence? What kind of don't care? You haven't been to a single KTV party during your college years, but today you are suddenly willing to open your mouth to sing. You weren't stimulated by the chorus that Zhang Wei and I had just sung. You must have been bent on competing with Zhang Wei, and you want to show off yourself in front of me. Zhang Wei saw Qin Shou really agreed to sing, his heart secretly happy, deliberately teasing, ha ha ha, brother, this is right. The most important thing is to have fun. However, the song Lone Brave Man is not easy to grasp. The difficulty is quite high. Even I don't dare to try easily, for fear of singing it badly. But don't worry, no matter how hard you sing, even if you are out of tune, I won't laugh at you, don't you think so? Ha ha ha, that's right, Qin Shou, you can let go of your voice and sing, it doesn't matter if it's good or not, what's important is participation. Even if you sing really hard, we will consciously plug up our ears, and definitely won't laugh at you. For a while, all the people in the box followed Zhang Wei and flirted with Qin Shou, filling the box with a joyful and slightly mocking atmosphere. Qin Shou, if you really don't want to sing, there's no need to push yourself because of me. It's really okay. Zhu Xinyao looked at Qin Shou with a smug smile on her face, thinking that Qin Shou had agreed to sing because of her, and she resumed her usual lofty stance, with a hint of charity and bragging in her tone. Ha! Qin Shou sneered and said, If it wasn't for the task given by the system, who the hell would sing for you? So don't make a fool of yourself there. Qin Shou walked over to the jukebox and ordered Lone Brave Man, then stood at the center of the stage. It's brave. The cut on your forehead. You're different. The mistake you made. I love the way you walk down dark alleys alone, and I love the way you don't kneel. Accompanied by the familiar melody, Qin Shou slowly opened his mouth, and his clear and magnetic singing voice instantly flowed out, infiltrating every corner of the box like a trickle of water. When the song sounded that moment, the original noisy atmosphere in the box instantly solidified, as if everyone had been cast a spell. One by one, all dumbstruck frozen on the spot, the expression on their faces to be as wonderful as wonderful. Zhang Wei, who was bent on pretending to be a pussy, froze, his brain went blank, and the man went numb. After spending so much money, he originally wanted to pretend to be a pussy himself, but as a result, he spent the money and helped Qin Shou to pretend to be a big one. Heavenly, this is totally heavenly. It was a common thought in everyone's head. It's amazing, totally not inferior to Eason Chan's original, even better than the original. Some even exclaimed in shock. Zhu Xinyao's eyes were full of little stars when she looked at Qin Shou, and Feng Mimi's eyes were full of little stars when she looked at Qin Shou. All the girls threw adoring gazes at Qin Shou. On the contrary, all the boys were like enemies, looking at Qin Shou with complicated eyes, envy, jealousy, and unwillingness intertwined with various emotions. This is too stunning. Originally thought with the university period of old lover to renew the former relationship of a lot of people. Now well, Qin Shou singing throat open. All have no chance. All the girls are Qin Shou singing to the 5 fascinated 3 ways. Chapter 23, I'll play with you. When the song ended, Qin Shou put down the microphone and walked back to his seat with a calm demeanor, continuing to calmly get high on melon seeds, as if the song that had just stunned the entire audience was just an insignificant trifle. However, the others in the box were still not finished, immersed in the magnetic heavenly voice of Qin Shou just now, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Qin Shou, your singing is too good. It's like a professional singer. Sing another song, just one more. We haven't heard enough. Feng Mimi, still not satisfied, was the first to open her mouth to break the silence, and her eyes were full of little stars as she looked at Qin Shou. The others also nodded their heads in agreement, hoping that Qin Shou would sing a few more songs. A free concert site. Who wouldn't want to whore themselves out for nothing? This caused Guogang, who was on the side, to resist pinching Qin Shou's thighs with some irritation. Qin Shou paying his sound. Face is green. Said you this pussy, heart so small. I did not seduce your goddess. Forget it, let the others sing. Qin Shou waved his hand. He knew the importance of moderation in pretending this kind of thing. The same be pretending too much will not have much effect. I feel that it's still our brother Wei who sings with more flavor and infectiousness. Although Qin Shou's singing is also good, it's still not as good as our brother Wei's. Zhang Hui, after all, had received Zhang Wei's money. Taking manpower is short. Eating man's mouth is soft. Although in her heart she also very much wanted to listen to Qin Shou continue to sing, but no matter what she received money to do, she could only force Zhang Wei to praise him with a clear conscience. But when she said this, her voice was obviously much smaller, and her tone was a bit weak, obviously lacking in bottom energy, which made even she herself feel embarrassed. Although Feng Mimi usually plays more openly, but her character is a straight person. What to say? Do not bother to spoil Zhang Wei and Zhang Hui. Heard Zhang Hui such a far-fetched defense. She did not hide to Zhang Hui cast a contemptuous gaze. I also think it's better for our brother Wei to sing with more vigor and manliness. Lu Xiang followed suit and continued to kiss ass with a clear conscience, trying to save Zhang Wei's face. But to pat the horse's ass again now, that would really be patting the horse's leg, and it would be counterproductive. Zhang Wei's face was not to mention how ugly it was. It was like the sky before a storm, dark clouds and dreadful gloom. After Qin Shou sang this song Lone Brave Man, if others dare to open their mouths again, they will undoubtedly be making a fool of themselves. Zhang Wei is not that much, so he viciously glared at Lu Xiang, who was flirting with the horse's ass. Forget it, I'm a little tired of singing. I don't want to do it again today. Zhang Wei's face turned blue and he snorted coldly, his face as cold as frost. For a time, the original lively KTV completely quiet. Qin Shou this song sung. No one dares to take the microphone again. The contrast is too obvious. Pure clown. Qin Shou, you sing so well. Why didn't I ever hear you sing when I was in college? You used to be too low-key, right? Zhu Xinyo looked at Qin Shou with a face of adoration. If it was said that before, Zhu Xinyao's show of affection towards Qin Shou was still mixed with some complicated reasons such as intentional showing off and self-esteem. Then now, Zhu Xinyo was completely conquered by Qin Shou's singing voice, and her whole body was crispy. She even began to fantasize that if Qin Shou could sing a love song for her alone, then she was afraid that she would have to fall on the spot, not to mention getting crispy. She would probably have to get wet. Oh, don't really like the occasion. Think it's a bit noisy. Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders. His tone was light, and the pretense was fine. Compared to Zhang Wei's kind of big style of pretending, the tone does not know where to go. Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to explain much. For a while, the atmosphere in the KTV box became somewhat subtle. Hey, singing isn't much fun. I'm feeling a bit bored. Does anyone want to play cards? I've booked the mahjong room next door before. Why don't we change places and play a few rounds of mahjong to relax? I'm tired of singing. I don't want to sing anymore. Zhang Wei felt that continuing to stay in this KTV box would only allow Qin Shou to continue to act like a bully, which made him feel very unhappy. So he immediately wanted to change the topic and encourage the crowd to engage in some other entertainment. Yeah, I'll go. I've been wanting to rub a few laps for a long time, just to move my muscles. Although the girls still feel that they are not yet finished, and still want to continue to listen to Qin Shou sing, but with Qin Shou in front of them, the boys feel that they do not have the face to continue to sing and make a fool of themselves, and so one by one they have to agree with Zhang Wei's proposal. Within a few moments, more than a dozen people expressed their agreement to go play mahjong, and soon 3 tables were assembled, and we all moved to the mahjong room next door with great excitement. However, this 4th table of mahjong, but hard 3 short of 1, how can not make up the number of people? It turns out, in the past reunion, fixed sitting at a table to play mahjong, always Zhang Wei, Zhou Chong, Yang Tao, Louis Ba. The 4 people. The 4 of them are the 4 tycoons in the class. Zhang Wei, Zhou Chong, and Yang Tao are all unapologetically rich second generation with solid family backgrounds, while Louis Ba is a rich generation who started from nothing and has a successful career at a young age. The 4 of them are the richest and play the biggest. A table of mahjong down, casually are more than 100,000 winners and losers. For them, this is just a small fight, figure of fun, but for the other ordinary working class in the class, this is simply astronomical. Simply cannot afford to play, cannot afford to lose. But today Louis Ba happened to have something to do and didn't come at all, so this table of mahjong simply couldn't come together. Damn, what kind of airplane is this 3 short of 1? How else can we play? Zhang Wei today can be described as everything is not good. Eat did not eat well, drink did not drink well, the desired goddess did not pick up, want to pretend to force did not pretend, but instead of being Qin Shou ruthless Z-face, the mood would have been terrible, and now even the mahjong cannot get together a table, but also let him feel incomparable suffocation and irritability. Lu Xiang, why don't you join us at a table to make up the numbers? You usually like playing mahjong anyway, Zhang Wei said with some impatience, a hint of command in his tone. That, Viagra. I'm really sorry, I've already made an appointment with some buddies over there. When Lu Xiang heard Zhang Wei's invitation, a smile worse than tears appeared on his face, and he screamed in his heart. He was just a part-time worker for Zhang Wei, and his usual income was average. So where could he afford to play such a big mahjong game? A loss of more than $100,000 was simply astronomical to him. Damn, you're no good when you're needed. Zhang Wei had an unhappy look on his face. Hey, I'm really sorry, Viagra. Lu Xiang could only smile awkwardly, lest he offend Zhang Wei and lose his job. How about, I play with you guys? Seeing that everyone is quite excited, don't spoil everyone's fun. Just when Zhang Wei was depressed and didn't know what to do, Qin Shou, who had been silent all this time, actually suddenly opened his mouth and offered to join their mahjong game. When Zhang Wei heard Qin Shou's words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a mocking sneer on his face, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "You, at our table, we casually win or lose more than $100,000. Can you afford to play? Don't lose to even pawn your pants by then. That won't be pretty. It doesn't matter. I'll stop playing if I lose everything anyway. Just come to keep everyone entertained." Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders, unconcerned. He knew that Zhang Wei was deliberately trolling him, but he didn't take it to heart. He was still counting on getting money from this pretender. Hey, that's true. You don't have much money to lose anyway, but don't worry, your brother Wei, I'm a big man with a big heart, and I'll definitely leave you a pair of pants when the time comes, so I won't let you go back with a bare ass. When Zhang Wei heard Qin Shou say so, he became even more complacent, thinking to himself that I finally have a chance to get back today. When the time comes, I'll make you lose to the point where you only have 1 pair of underwear left, and I'd like to see how Zhu Xiniao looks at you, and see if you still dare to pretend to be a pussy in front of me. ******* me. Old Qin, are you crazy? Although your singing is indeed amazing, you don't need to play cards with Zhang Wei. If you lose, You won't be able to turn your life around. And you still say that I'm blinded by lard. I think you're really crazy. In order to chase after the goddess, your brain is gone. Why are you fighting with the rich second generation? Gui Gang, who was beside him, jumped to his feet when he heard Qin Shou's words and hurriedly pulled Qin Shou's arm, anxiously discouraging him. He didn't want his only brother to fall into a deep pit because of a moment's impulse. And from then on, he was devastated and couldn't climb back up again. Chapter 24, Striking at Pretenders. Who? Fart who? Junior Saints. Big $3. 13 youngest. Clear. Pairs of 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 pairs. On the mahjong table, the sound of crisp mahjong clashes rose and fell, accompanied by the sound of a who report. The atmosphere was tense. However, after just 2 hours, Zhang Wei, Zhou Chong, and Yang Tao, who were originally in high spirits, all completely wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Each of them had a blue face, black eyes, and their faces were green from the loss. Although these 3 people were all rich second generation with a good family, but even if they were rich, they couldn't afford to build it like this. In just 2 hours of mahjong, the 3 of them together had lost more than $700,000, which was a considerable amount for them, enough to make their hearts ache for a while. What makes them feel depressed is that, in addition to Qin Shou, the others have not had a card. All ing to Qin Shou canon, live off Qin Shou's ATM, which is playing mahjong, which they purely send money. Zhang Wei was never expected. Qin Shou singing great even if. Playing mahjong luck is also good against the sky. Who card even if it is. Who are also big cards. The 3 of them to win is bitter. They are now see out. Qin Shou this is purely play pig eat tiger. Deliberately to pit them money to come. At this moment, the 3 of them were staring blearily at Qin Shou as he touched the cards. Cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. Nervous to the extreme. The corner of Qin Shou's mouth revealed a meaningful and mysterious smile as he unhurriedly touched a card. Then gently touched it and turned the card over in his hand. 2626. Qin Shou spoke in a calm tone, but the faint smile on his face caused Zhang Wei and the others to feel incomparably harsh and solid. Are you up? Qin Shou, are you cheating? How can you win every time? It's too weird. A hand of cards directly lost 260,000, which makes the original loss of heartache Zhang Wei can no longer endure. He slammed the table, directly pushed the cards in hand, angrily pointing at Qin Shou questioned. He really cannot believe that Qin Shou's hand will be so good to this extent. Can only suspect that Qin Shou is cheating. That's right, Qin Shou. You're too outrageous, aren't you? Did you secretly do something to the cards? How is it possible for you to win every hand? And all of them are big cards? Zhou Chong, Yang Tao 2 people although the family is also rich, but and Zhang Wei compared to a cut, and they also lost a lot today, and now they are losing some anxious eyes. See Zhang Wei angry, but also have to be on the sidelines and agreed. How do they know that Qin Shou doesn't need to cheat at all? Because under the activation of his Invincible actuary skill, he is comparable to a national supercomputer in terms of both his mental arithmetic ability and his memory. This group of people were almost playing mahjong with an AI with super artificial intelligence. So could they not lose? Hey, just now also do not know who said who cannot afford to play. Said it is a person to leave a pair of pants. You do not have money? How now can't afford to play? Since the mahjong table, Gua Gang has been watching beside Qin Shou, lest Qin Shou lose his pants. Never thought that now the class can be the most pompous 3 rich second generation, really lose their pants. He is naturally happy, and immediately seized the opportunity to help Qin Shou to speak. Down the well. ********** ing Gui Gang. It's none of your business if we play cards. What are you doing here? Mind your own business. When Zhang Wei heard Gui Gang's mockery, his face instantly became even more gloomy, and he glared viciously at Gui Gang, his tone unkind. What? There's a pretender who wants to renege on his debt after losing. Can't I fight for his honor? If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. What's the point of pretending to be a big spender if you can't afford to play? Shame on you. Gui Gang raised his eyebrows and showed no weakness. He didn't bother to give him half a face since he had nothing to ask of Zhang Wei anyway. That's right, Zhang Wei. It's just a game of cards. Winning and losing is normal. If you can't afford to lose, don't play so big. We were all watching, and we didn't see Qin Shou cheating from the beginning to the end. You're too badass to spit on people like that. What made the crowd a little surprised was that Feng Mimi, who had always been straight-talking and said whatever she had to say, actually stood out to help Qin Shou speak as well. Qin Shou could not help but look back at Feng Mimi with a faint smile on his face as he nodded his thanks to her. In fact, Feng Mimi, this person, is not annoying, she is simply playing with flowers, falling in love after falling in love, changing boyfriends at a faster rate, and she is different from Zhu Xinyao. does not like to play with feelings, hanging people's appetite. If she doesn't like it, she never rejects it directly, and it's so simple, never dragging her feet. But when she meets Gang, who is such a die-hard dog licker, she can't get rid of him, which also makes her feel a little helpless. However, Gang also likes Feng Mimi straightforward, courageous, and likes to fight for his friends, because Gang's family is relatively poor, often by some snobbish classmates looked down on, and even get some bullying. Only Qin Shou and Feng Mimi, two people, willing to stand up for him, to fight for him, which makes Gang and Qin Shou into an iron buddy. At the same time, so many years to Feng Mimi dead heart. Yes, Zhang Wei, I've been watching from the side as well. So many students are present, in full view of everyone. How could he cheat? When Xu Xinyao saw Feng Mimi helping Qin Shou to speak, and Qin Shou actually showed her kindness and smiled and nodded to her, she was a bit unhappy in her heart, and followed to help Qin Shou to round up the scene. She didn't want Feng Mimi to steal the limelight. Damn, it's no fun. No more games. Bad luck. Zhang Wei knew that he was at a disadvantage. Coupled with Xu Xinyao's opening, he did not want to fall in front of Xu Xinyao, falling into a reputation of not being able to afford to lose. And he also cannot find any evidence to prove that Qin Shou cheating, can only lose teeth to swallow. Angry and furious, violently pushed away from the table, turned around with a blue face and wanted to leave. What? You don't want to pay the money you lost in this last game? You can't afford to lose $260,000, can you? You don't have any money either. Or how about this? You bow your head and call me Brother Qin. I reluctantly, this $260,000 to you to go a zero, forget. Qin Shou looked at Zhang Wei with cold eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a teasing smile, and deliberately teased. Zhang Wei froze in place, the corners of his mouth twitching. In the end, with a cold snort, he picked up his cell phone and directly transferred $260,000 to Qin Shou's micro letter, and then with a cold snort, he turned around in anger, ready to leave. Hey, brother awesome. Gang on the side couldn't help but give Qin Shou a thumbs up. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a blitz on the pretender. Randomly gifted the yellow order skill. Perfect physique. With a perfect body that mesmerizes all women. Can't gain weight from eating anyway. And overall temperament increases by 10 points. I'll be damned. Giving away skills again. I've really made a fortune today. Qin Shou's heart is simply happy. Today is really too good. Ruthlessly hit the face of the pretenders. But also earned their money. But also gained skills. Chapter 25, Blood Money. Starting capital available. At the same time Qin Shou obtained the new perfect physique skill, his body also underwent some subtle changes. 6 perfect abs with smooth lines and sharp edges, as well as 2 full and firm pectoral muscles, quietly formed on his body. To know, Qin Shou was just a bitter IT man. People to 30, every day in addition to endless overtime is overtime. There is no time and energy to fitness, not to mention the enviable muscles. Not up a beer belly has been considered very good. Now suddenly and for no reason more than a perfect muscle line, the overall image of the natural immediately changed drastically, instantly turned into a full of testosterone type of men. I'll go, old Qin. I think how you've suddenly become incredibly magnificent and handsome again. I don't know if it was because Qin Shou had succeeded in pretending to be a bully one after another today, and at the moment, he was so forceful that Gang felt that Qin Shou was incomparably dazzling, or what? He always felt that Qin Shou had suddenly become more handsome now. Of course, what Gang didn't know was that it wasn't because Qin Shou's aura was so compelling at the moment, but that he had really become handsome. Naturally, Gang was not the only one who felt this way. The group of girls at the back of the box who were watching Qin Shou play cards, including Xu Xinyao and Feng Mimi, also felt that Qin Shou seemed to have inexplicably become better in temperament, and that the whole person shone brightly, feeling like he was carrying apertures behind his head with a kind of bright eyeball feeling. Hey, Qin, you are my brother, my own brother. More than my own brother. You see my 260,000 yuan of change. Can you give me a raise? Didn't you just say, call you a brother, give exempt a zero? Zhou Chong cannot be as good as Zhang Wei face. He is thicker, but also more pragmatic. Heard the Qin Shou said just call a brother will be able to free a zero. He immediately moved the heart. 26 million free a zero. That's a whole 60,000 yuan. This is not a small amount of money for him, even if his family has a little bit of money. $60,000 is not something that can be casually squandered. What's more, he lost a little too much today, plus just lost to Qin Shou's 260,000, before and after the loss of 500,000, which makes his heart ache. Can be exempted a little is a little. Mosquito is small is also meat. No problem. We are all classmates. This little thing is nothing. Good talk. For this brother of yours, the $60,000 will be waived for you. Don't be polite. Qin Shou nodded his head bashfully, and invariably, he pretended to be a pussy again. Okay. Thank you, Brother Qin. Brother Qin, you are really righteous. Hey, Brother Qin, in the future, if there is anything I need Zhou Chong, you can just ask. I Zhou Chong will do my best. Zhou Chong heard Qin Shou really promised to give him free of 60,000 yuan, immediately smiling, happy, and quickly took out his cell phone. Nimbly to Qin Shou transferred 200,000 yuan. Then fear Qin Shou remorse. Feet wipe oil, gray sculpt away. Go that a fast. I'll go. Brother Qin, you see that you are also my brother. My own brother. More than my own brother. Can you also waive the $60,000 for me as well? Yang Tao see Qin Shou actually really give Zhou Chong free 60,000 yuan. Such as pie in the sky good thing he naturally do not want to miss. This cheap not take advantage of. So also immediately shy face came up. A mouth of a Qin brother called it cordial. Well said. So are you. Since you've called me brother, let's waive the $60,000. We're all brothers. Qin Shou laughed and patted Yang Tao's shoulder, saying with the same great bravado, Brother Qin is awesome. Brother Qin is atmospheric. Yang Tao saw that Qin Shou also agreed to give him a waiver of 60,000 yuan, and immediately smiled and gave Qin Shou a thumbs up, praising him repeatedly, and then also hurriedly took out his cell phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Qin Shou. In fact, Qin Shou's heart is very clear. He won today is too much. If he is determined to that 260,000, it is unlikely that the few rich second generation will be united, relying on their own money and power to play rogue not to recognize the account, when they instead of a penny to get, playing mahjong renegade. This kind of thing is really more common than ever. But now he took the initiative to put forward, as long as called a brother, will be exempted from the change of 60,000 yuan. These people will certainly be worried about him to back out. In order to avoid a long dream, will immediately obediently turn the money over, and do so, can also appear to be very atmospheric, invariably left a good favor in. Maybe in the future there will be a need to use their place. This is called to retreat for progress. The money is also earned. The force is also installed. It seems that the loss of $60,000, but in fact, the blood earned 200,000. Win hemp. Good deal. You too. That's 60,000 will be waived. Brother Qin is awesome. Brother Qin is atmospheric. Yang Tao gave a thumbs up and similarly transferred 200,000 to Qin Shou. Qin Shou, what the do you mean? On what grounds are they exempt from $60,000? Zhang Wei originally walked to the door. See Zhou Chong. Yang Tao too spineless actually really for 60,000 yuan called Qin Shou brother. Then he was a little regret. Lungs are fast blowing up. He also meet pain in the past to play mahjong, although play big, but there are losing and winning. Not to lose too much, but his mother today on the Qin Shou a person in the hupao, and to Qin Shou point cannon most, is his own, a breath of loss of 700,000. Who money is not a gale of wind. Anyone who has heartache, and now people call two brother on the free of charge of 60,000. Zhang Wei that can be comfortable it, but the money are given. This one brother how he cannot call out, which for the high-minded and proud of him, simply than kill him more difficult, not to mention how suffocating. Qin Shou looked at Zhang Wei's eating expression and smiled playfully, deliberately adding fuel to the fire. Zhang Wei, we are all old classmates, and I don't want people to say that I am treating you differently and favoring one over the other. How about this? I'll give you another chance. All you have to do is call me Brother Qin and I'll immediately transfer the $60,000 back to you. How about it? UING. We'll see. This isn't over. Zhang Wei hated his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Calling his brother was impossible. Not in this lifetime. In the end, he could only drop a harsh sentence, cold snort, and turned around and left without looking back. This proprietor ago. The original still lively classmates reunion naturally have no interest in continuing. We all know that the main character of today's party has been changed. In addition to a few other tables are still excitedly playing mahjong people, other people have also been unhappy to get up to say goodbye, left the box in 2s and 3s, each dispersed. Hey, old Qin, you're really good. I'm completely convinced of you today. You didn't see Zhang Wei's face just now. It was worse than a dead mom. What gang saw Qin Shou today will be the class of the king of pussy toppled to the ground. Counterplay a pussy. Directly nourished Zhang Wei face. Not to mention how happy. And now there are still some small excitement. Hey, how about this? I didn't lie to you, did I? I told you a long time ago. I came to this party today to get money. Damn. Old Qin, how much did you win today? Quickly tell your buddies about it, so that I can be happy with it too. Not much, just 1.5 million, I think, and I didn't count the change. Qin Shou said gently. Ing old me work hard for 10 years. Saving money, savings are less than 200,000. You're good. Directly a poker game on the wealth freedom. This can be directly lie flat. Guo Gang heard that Qin Shou won more than 1 million. Suddenly stunned, could not help but burst a foul mouth, but also some small jealousy. Just feel that this game of cards down. The gap between himself and Qin Shou is really too big. I'm afraid that my brother will have a hard time. And I'm afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. That's Guo Gang's mood at the moment. More than 1 million. Not enough for me to lie down, but it's enough to serve as the startup capital for my career. I'm going to go for short dramas and set up a movie and TV company. Gongzi, are you interested in following brother? I'll take you flying. With money, you still worry about not having a woman? Qin Shou patted Guo Gang's shoulder. Guo Gang is Qin Shou's hardcore. The opportunity to get rich, he naturally will not forget his brother. Chapter 26, Brothers Drive Bentleys. The two of them were chatting away, when Qin Shou's cell phone suddenly vibrated and a new WeChat message popped up. Qin Shou picked up his cell phone and saw that it was from Yen Yurong. Bao, where are you? I miss you. I miss you so much that I'm going to get moldy. The message ends with a sappy emoji that makes you think about it. What? Didn't I just feed you last time? Are you hungry again so soon? You're a bottomless pit. The corner of Qin Shou's mouth rose slightly, deliberately teasing. Bummer. I'm not a bottomless pit. I want to eat. You. Yen Yurong sent an even more ambiguous emoji, full of teasing and hints. I'm at the Imperial Clubhouse, just after a class reunion. Then you be good and wait. Oh, I'll let someone drive to pick you up. I'll be there soon. I miss you so much. Good. I miss you too. Baby. Yen Yurong, as Qin Shou's first rich woman, a proper nobleman, helped him activate the system, not to mention, but also generous, and fished him out of the detention center. Qin Shou naturally wants to repay Yen Yurong properly. How to repay? For her to work hard to plow the field. For her to do their best to sweat. Yen Yurong's past starvation for 28 years. Never eat a good meal. From now on, Qin Shou decided to let Yen Yurong eat full. Eat, burst, full, until vomit. A few moments later, Qin Shou and Guo Gang walked out of the door of the Imperial Clubhouse side by side and arrived downstairs. The party was over, so naturally everyone went their separate ways. Those who had cars drove off in their own cars, and those who didn't stood on the side of the road in 2s and 3s, ready to take a taxi or wait for public transportation. Zhu Xinyao and Qin Shou, as well as Zhang Hui and Lu Xiang, all of whom didn't have a car, could only stand by the side of the road, passing the time with idle chit-chat while waiting for a car. Zhang Wei saw Qin Shou and others are waiting at the roadside. The heart immediately rose the idea of humiliating Qin Shou a meal. Said beggars are beggars. Until now the car is not. Just the old man to find the scene, only to hear a low and powerful engine roar from far and near. A brand new Audi S6 steadily parked in front of the crowd. Yao yao. It's so troublesome to wait for the bus, and it's not good to wait for the bus at this hour. Why don't I send you back? I'm on my way anyway. Zhang Wei rolled down the window and gave Zhu Xinyao an attentive smile, not forgetting to condescendingly glance at Qin Shou, saying let you pretend to be a pussy in front of me. You don't even have a car, and you still dare to compete with me? Yes. Yao yao. The place where you live is quite far from here. It will take you a long time if you take the bus. And it's not too early now. It's better to let Zhang Wei send you back, and we'll feel more at ease. Zhang Hui saw the situation, immediately assisted, trying to set up. She did not forget that she received Zhang Wei's benefit fee, but also counted on Zhang Wei to arrange their own work. However, Zhu Xinyao did not immediately agree when she heard Zhang Wei's words. She subconsciously glanced at Qin Shou, who was also waiting by the roadside, and her eyes showed complex emotions, somewhat uncertain of what to do. Today's Qin Shou was really too dazzling, which made Zhu Xinyao really a bit moved, and some strange sentiments were hidden deep inside her heart, so she was a bit reluctant to have too much contact with Zhang Wei in front of Qin Shou again. But nay, Qin Shou had always acted too coldly towards her, which made her completely unable to figure out Qin Shou's mind, and she could not help but feel a little apprehensive in her heart, and even began to beat the drum of retreat. In fact, Qin Shou received the systems to take the first love goddess task, indeed ready to take Zhu Xinyao. After all, Zhu Xinyao is not bad looking, the body is also very good, just walk kidney, for him is not a loss. However, Qin Shou deliberately adopted the strategy of trying to catch the enemy. He hadn't forgotten how Zhu Xinyao deliberately hung up on him back then, which made him more or less upset. So he also planned to hang up on Zhu Xinyao for a period of time first, so that she could also taste this kind of suffering from the loss of taste. The mission could be done at any time. He wasn't in a hurry. Zhu Xinyao sneaked a few more glances at Qin Shou, and saw that he still looked like he didn't care and was not concerned about anything, which made her heart even more lost. She had originally wanted to deliberately provoke Qin Shou to see his reaction, but now she couldn't bring herself to do anything about it. For the first time, she vaguely felt that Qin Shou might really not care about her anymore, at least not as much as she thought he did. This made her feel a little lost, and even her nose was a little sore and her eyes were slightly moist. For the first time, she somewhat regretted what she had done to Qin Shou in the past, feeling that she had been too willful and unintelligent at first. She always felt as if she had missed out on something very important. Her heart was empty and very uncomfortable. Women all like to compare and measure in their minds. After today's events, Zhu Xinyao even put Qin Shou and Zhang Wei together and carefully compared, and found that, in addition to having a few stinking money, Zhang Wei is simply nothing. But Qin Shou had won so much in this one card game today that although he wasn't considered to be rich, he didn't seem to be poor either. And Zhang Wei didn't even have the advantage he had left. Qin Shou, why don't you also call me Brother Wei? For the sake of our classmates, I'll also give you a ride reluctantly? This Audi S6 of mine has quite a lot of space, and it's more than enough to take one more person to idle. It was so hard to find an opportunity to get back his face. Zhang Wei, who had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Qin Shou before, naturally would not let it go easily and deliberately amplified his voice. No, my car will be here soon, so I won't bother you. Qin Shou had a bashful face and shook his head in an unassuming manner. No, man, when did you get a car? How come I don't know anything about it? Are we still brothers? Gang heard Qin Shou actually said that his car will arrive soon. His heart suddenly thumped, surging with an unspeakable complexity of emotions, a hint of loss and depression. Damn, brother is not bitter at all now. Brother really drive a Land Rover. How can I be so hard? You have a car. Oh, don't brag about it. Why don't you drive over if you have a car? Why don't you drive it over here and let someone pick you up? In order to pretend to be a bully. Swollen face, filling the fat, not temporarily called a drop carrot. Zhang Wei had a disdainful face. Today he finally caught the opportunity. This force must be installed back. However, just when this Zhang Wei had a smug look on his face, accompanied by a low and muffled engine roar, a black Bentley Continental GT Series drove over and steadily stopped in front of Qin Shou and the others. The door slowly opened, and from the car stepped down a middle-aged male driver dressed in a smart black tuxedo and white gloves, who wore a professional standard smile on his face. He walked up to Qin Shou, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Mr. Qin, by order of Missy, I'm here to pick you up. Please get on the car. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. This is a ING movie apart. This pussy can still be so pretentious? For a while, the crowd looked at Qin Shou once again, only to feel that the aperture behind his head had ING appeared again. The pussy aura was so overwhelming that they couldn't bear to look at it. I'll go. Missy? What Missy? Old Qin, when the hell did you pick up a rich woman? Bentley is even driving. Gang came from grief. The original brother drove not Land Rover. ING him directly to drive Bentley. Gonzo, come along and let him give you a ride on the way. Qin Shou smiled and said to Gang. He knew what Gang was thinking in his mind. Okay, old me never touched such a good car in my life. Today is also a bit of your light. Open eyes. Gang smiled, but he could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and said with a bitter smile. He knew that the gap between himself and Qin Shou was getting bigger and bigger, but he was still happy for his good brother. Moreover, after all, Qin Shou was his own good brother. This pussy, he seemed to have followed suit for so long. Just like that, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Shou and Gang got into the Bentley and took off. Zhang Wei stood in place, his face turning blue, his five senses almost twisted together. He only felt like he had been slapped viciously. His face was burning hot and painful. That feeling, just like a bubble of urine out, originally wanted to Qin Shou a face, but the result was a ING fork in the middle of the urine. Not only did not nourish the Qin Shou, but instead, his pants are wet. What made him feel even more embarrassed was that Qin Shou then also peed. And not only was this pee forceful, far and strong, it directly sprayed all over his face. The key is that Qin Shou this urine also ING urine yellow. Zhang Wei only feel his face at the moment hot and spicy, as if by boiling water. Burning panic. He was just using his Audi S6 to pretend to be a bully, but then he turned around and drove a Bentley. One must know that the cheapest Bentley Continental GT series had to be more than $3 million. I'll go. Wei, what's wrong with your face? Why is it red like this? Should we go see a doctor? Lu Xiang saw Zhang Wei's face redden outrageously and thought about pretending to be concerned and patting him on the back. Shut the up. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't talk. Get the outta here. Zhang Wei was even more furious when he heard Lu Xiang's words. After saying that, Zhang Wei fiercely stepped on the gas pedal and slipped away, no longer having the face to continue pretending in front of Zhu Xinyao, leaving only a bewildered Zhu Xinyao, looking at the faraway Bentley. Chapter 27, My Sister is a Big Star. At Qin Shou's request, the driver first sent Gui Gang back before making a detour to the villa where Yin Yurong was. However, what made Qin Shou a little surprised was that the destination this time was not the high-grade large flat in the center of the city that he had been to when he went to collect his salary before, but a single luxury villa located in the suburbs in a quiet environment. When the car slowly drove into the gate of the villa, parked in the spacious courtyard, Qin Shou got out of the car, raised his eyes and looked at the magnificent, sprawling detached luxury villa in front of him. His heart couldn't help but sigh once again that a rich woman is a rich woman, and he doesn't know how many sets of properties he has under his name, which is simply trenchless. Arrange the meeting place in such a private suburban villa. Qin Shou can probably guess Yin Yurong's mind. Most likely do not want to be disturbed by her ex-husband Zhao Ruilong. Want to have a really belong to the two of them private space. So it seems that this villa will probably become his and Yin Yurong's love nest. Qin Shou walked into the villa, tiptoed to Yin Yurong's room, gently pushed open the door, and what came into his eyes was a fragrant and tantalizing picture. At the moment she was black silk on the bottom, JK on top, sexy in a flirty way, flirty in a cute way, half leaning on her side against the bed. Having been moisturized by a man, Yin Yurong is even more radiant and graceful today, even more moving than when they met a few days ago. She was 28 years old, with a young woman's body and a young girl's face, seductive to the extreme. Which man does not get confused when he sees her? Qin Shou immediately raised his head and chest to express his respect. Such a beauty. Qin Shou which can hold their own. Hungry wolves in general cannot wait to pounce on. However, just as Qin Shou was about to make a move, Yin Yurong stretched out a white jade-like slender jade foot and gently pressed it against Qin Shou's chest, pouting. Dead beat. What's your hurry? People won't run away. Go take a bath first. Hey, together. Qin Shou gave a bad smile. Geez, bad guys. It's getting immodest. Yin Yurong blankly glanced at him, lightly biting her lower lip, but did not refuse. Within the bathroom, the spraying shower, dense water mist, under the oversized double bathtub, the waves hit the waves. The sound of 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 the wave. 2 hours later, Yin Yurong was lying softly in Qin Shou's wide embrace like a lazy kitten, drenched in fragrant sweat, flushed, without half a bit of strength, and not even bothering to move a single finger. Bao, why do I think you've become powerful again? If this continues, I really can't take it. It seems like I have to find Jing Jing to give me a share of the burden. Yin Yurong winks, her tone pouting. And you really moved this? I thought you were just saying that. Qin Shou had thought that she had been joking before and couldn't help but be a little surprised. So what's the big deal? Good things, good sisters should naturally share. I also want to serve you together with Jing Jing. Just thinking about it makes me feel so excited. Yin Yurong blinked her big watery eyes, and there was actually some small excitement in her tone. Bao, tell me honestly, have you been craving for our family Jing Jing's beauty for a long time? Tell the truth quickly. People won't be angry. Yin Yurong gently poked Qin Shou's chest with his finger, wanting to see Qin Shou's true reaction. Qin Shou smiled awkwardly and didn't answer the question head-on. By the way, I'll give you back your $100,000. Qin Shou only felt that the more Yin Yurong talked, the less he got, so he hurriedly changed the topic. So soon? Aren't you going to take it into business? There's no need for that now. I've got the money. It's only been a few days and you're making money? What kind of business makes money so fast? It's not illegal, is it? Yin Yurong couldn't help but be a little worried. She herself was a rich woman, helping Zhao Ruilong to lay down a large commercial territory. How could she not know that making money wasn't easy? Hey, it wasn't business. Won money playing cards with a classmate. Qin Shou told Yin Yurong everything about the reunion. Bao, you're really good. You can win millions of dollars from playing cards. What kind of business are you going to do with that money? Maybe I can help you. Yin Yurong's words are exactly what Qin Shou wanted, although he had the idea of shooting a short drama, but suffered from the fact that he did not have any experience and contacts in this area, and was worried that he did not know how to get started. And now Yin Yurong took the initiative to offer to help, and naturally, he was eager to do so. I'm planning on doing short plays. Do you know anyone talented in that area? Qin Shou voiced his thoughts. This direction is not bad. Now short videos and short dramas are really quite hot, and the money comes quite fast. But to say that I directly know the talent in this area, that's really not there. Yen Yurong pondered for a moment and shook his head with some regret. Well, it looks like I'm just going to have to figure out how to slowly figure it out on my own. Qin Shou was slightly disappointed. But you don't have to worry too much, La. Although I don't directly know the talent in this area. But, last year's Golden Rooster Award Best Actress, movie queen Su Sishi, you know? And you know a national goddess. A big star like Su Sishi. Qin Shou cannot help but be a little shocked. Secretly sighing Yen Yurong road is really wide. First a female mayor, and now a big star. Seeing such a surprised expression on Qin Shou's face, Yen Yurong couldn't help but cover her mouth with a light smile and lightly said, He, what's so strange about that? In the past, all of us grew up in the same university. We've known each other since we were young, and we're on good terms. After listening to Yen Yurong's words, Qin Shou suddenly realized, relieved, the original is the children of the compound. Then it is no wonder. I'll contact her for you some other day and tell her about your situation. I believe that for my sake, she should agree to help with some small favor. She just happens to be filming in Yechen right now. Yen Yurong continued. That would be a pleasure. Thank you, baby. Qin Shou excitedly kissed Yen Yurong's cheeks. If Su Sishi was really willing to sell her face and appear in even one shot in her own skit, this skit of hers was bound to explode. The goddess in the hearts of many geeks. Goo. I hate it. My whole person is yours. Still saying polite words like thank you and trouble. Really out of the ordinary. Why don't you take Sissy along with you? Then the three of us will accompany you together. Won't it be more exciting? How about it? This proposal is not bad, right? Yen Yurong said petulantly while throwing a wink to Qin Shou. Qin Shou suddenly burst into a black line, secretly sighing that these luxury sisters play too flowery. If not for the fact that he now has a system in his body, he might have to be crippled by them. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Shou left Yen Yurong's villa early in the morning. The two of them had been lingering all night. Yen Yurong was so tired that she was almost off her feet. And when Qin Shou left, Yen Yurong had not yet woken up. But because Qin Shou used the skill of picking yin and replenishing yang, not only did he not feel the slightest bit of fatigue, but instead, he became more and more radiant and energetic, and the whole person was in high spirits. Even Qin Shou also vaguely felt, seems to be in his own body, where the dantian is located, inexplicably more a warm air flow. He did not know what it was, but always felt that his body is full of inexhaustible strength, and even the reaction speed is a few points faster than before. Chapter 28, Picking a Script. Qin Shou left Yen Yurong's villa and was sent back to his own neighborhood by Yen Yurong's driver, and just as he entered the door before he had time to sit down, he received a WeChat message from Yen Yurong. Bao, I just contacted Cece and told her about you. She's filming in Yeqing Film City this morning, so she's probably going to be quite busy. However, she said that she should have some free time in the afternoon, and she'll add you as a WeChat friend in a while, so you guys can contact yourselves then and talk about the specifics in detail. Okay, no problem. Thanks a lot then, baby. You've been a real blessing to me. Qin Shou did not expect Yen Yurong to be so efficient. He could not help but be a little touched. He thought that she must have been remembering her own affairs. Thank you, what thank you between us still need to be so polite. But, you can be good favor me people in order to help you but spent a lot of words it. I can tell you first, even if you do take Jing and Cece in the future, I'll still be the first wife. Yen Yurong added a playful emoji at the end of the message. After reading Yen Yurong's message, Qin Shou was in a sweat, secretly sighing you have this little mind. Does your sister know? About half an hour later, Qin Shou did receive a new friend request on his WeChat. Qin Shou looked at the WeChat request avatar. I did not expect that the big star's WeChat avatar is actually Cherry Mariko. WeChat name is also quite cute, called a small CZ. It seems that this big star known for its fairy atmosphere, but there is a young girl's heart. Qin Shou passed the friend request of a small thinker without hesitation. Hello, Qin Shou just passed the verification. Su Sishi sent a message directly. Qin Shou sighed that Yen Yurong's face was really big, actually able to let such a big star take the initiative to contact himself. Yes, hello MS. Su, I'm Qin Shou. Qin Shou rushed back to the message, but he didn't dare to keep the big star waiting for too long. Su Sishi, Rong told me to call you. Well, I know. Say, what do you need me to do? Su Sishi asked very dryly. It's like this. I've recently planned to open a short drama company and invest in some short dramas of my own, as a way of catching up with this relatively hot trend right now. But I'm completely new to the film and television industry. I don't have any experience in this field. Not to mention I don't know any talents who know what they're doing. So I thought I'd ask you to see if you have any good advice or if you can recommend some reliable professionals for me. Qin Shou told Su Sishi in detail about his current situation and thoughts. Well, I understand. It's not very easy to talk about this matter clearly over the phone. and I'm on set right now, so I'm a bit busy and it's not very convenient to chat for a long time. How about this? At 5 o'clock this afternoon, I'll wait for you at the restaurant on the top floor of the Yecheng Hilton Hotel. We'll have a meal together, and then we'll talk about this matter in detail. What do you think? Okay? No problem. Then I'll meet you at the restaurant on the top floor of the Hilton at 5 p.m. Qin Shou put away his cell phone and couldn't help but feel a little excited, not expecting the other party to be so forthcoming. This is the national goddess Su Sishi, how many men's dream lover. Although he does not follow the star, but Su Sishi's TV series he has seen, indeed beautiful, is the kind of fairy beautiful, although Su Sishi and Yen Yurong is a sister, but she is 3 years younger than Yen Yurong, only 25 years old. It is the time of youthful beauty, screen her, and fairy and lovely, lively and dynamic, simply fascinated thousands of young men. Qin Shou never thought that he would one day be able to chat with such a big star on WeChat, or even meet a real person and have dinner with someone, only to feel that it was a bit unreal. During the time he was waiting to have dinner with Su Sishi, Qin Shou didn't stay idle. He didn't search for various news and gossips about Su Sishi on the internet like a stargazer, but seriously started to do his homework reading online novels. Since he decided to shoot a short drama, then picking a suitable script is naturally a top priority. Nowadays, 9 out of 10 short dramas are adapted from web novels, so Qin Shou decided to look for a suitable novel to remake directly on the Tomato novel app. He didn't plan to remake explosive web novels. After all, those really explosive web novels are big IPs with huge traffic and fan bases, and are usually bought out of the copyrights by large movie and TV companies at high prices, and then invested huge sums of money to remake them into well-produced full-length dramas. Qin Shou full of only $1.5 million or so budget. This amount of money, not to mention remake those big IP, even by the rights are not enough. But it's different for some novels that are lukewarm and mediocre in popularity on the internet. The copyrights of these novels are usually very cheap. Tens of thousands of dollars can be easily picked up, or even a few $1,000s for some of them. Most of those small authors rely on words to earn some hard money. The income is not high, even worse than some ordinary office workers can sell a few $1,000s of copyright, but also can take the opportunity to bring some secondary exposure for their own works of traffic. They are naturally one by one are very happy to. Can't wait. Not to mention the sale of money, give away for nothing or willing to. Qin Shou flipped through the Tomato novel app for a long half day to pick one, and finally selected a modern urban martial arts novel called Jedi Masters in Japan. The storyline of this novel is quite strange and bloodthirsty. The male protagonist meets a scruffy-dressed, crazy old lunatic in an accident, and this old lunatic mysteriously slips him a few tattered and torn martial arts secrets, saying that they are the ultimate martial arts. What was even more outrageous was that there was even the Sunflower Treasure canon among these several secret books. The most eye-opening thing was that this male protagonist had actually practiced the Sunflower Treasure canon. But it's a good thing that the hero's kung fu is rather special, and he doesn't have to wield a sword to get himself killed by practicing the Sunflower Treasure classic. In the end, the hero, in a variety of coincidence, turn around and exile to Japan, with a strong martial arts and courage, in the Japanese underworld to mix with the wind, all the way to Invincible, and ultimately succeeded in the unification of Japan's underworld, became a veritable king of Japan. Even the male protagonist secretly manipulates and influences the entire Japanese political scene, eventually turning Japan into a vassal state of China and going to the top of his life. And in the process, the hero is naturally inevitable and a variety of beautiful encounters. What pure and lovely female high school students, sexy and charming popular female singers, high cold and arrogant international actress, etc. All by the hero one by one into the bag, living an enviable harem life. This kind of typical urban YA cool article, plot ups and downs, cool points intensive, made into a short drama. If absolutely able to attract a large number of viewers who like to watch cool dramas, it is really more than suitable. And this novel in the Tomato novels on the heat is not high, belongs to the type of lukewarm. Qin Shou estimates that as long as you spend a few $1,000s, the author will certainly be happy to sell the copyright to him. After picking out the script, Qin Shou looked at the time on his cell phone and realized that unknowingly it was already around 4 p.m. He hurriedly packed up his things, then called a cab and hurriedly rushed to the Hilton Hotel to prepare for his dinner appointment with Su Sishi. Chapter 29, Each takes what he needs. In the rotating restaurant on the top floor of the Hilton Hotel, in a private box with an excellent view, Qin Shou was currently sitting opposite Su Sishi. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could take in the night view of Yecheng's bustling metropolis, with the bright lights as beautiful as the spilling river of stars. However, at the moment, Qin Shou's gaze was completely attracted to Su Sishi, who was sitting across from him, and he had no time to pay attention to the beautiful scenery outside the window. Amazing! It was the first and most intuitive feeling that Su Sishi brought to Qin Shou. There are many celebrities in the entertainment industry are photogenic face. In the camera they shine, beautiful, but once out of the lens and filter support, the real person will often appear more ordinary, and even in the camera is like two people. But Su Sishi obviously does not belong to this category. She brought Qin Shou the opposite feeling, the real person is more beautiful than the camera. In the camera, she was already too pretty to be true, as if she was a fairy coming out of a painting, and now that the real person appeared in front of Qin Shou near at hand, he was even more astonished, and his heartbeat missed half a beat. Su Sishi's beauty is a kind of beauty that is difficult to describe in words, clear and elegant, noble and elegant, so that Qin Shou has a kind of can only be viewed from afar and cannot be desecrated to play with the feeling, just like facing a valuable exquisite works of art, carefully held in the heart of the hand, or afraid of accidentally fall broken. Today's Su Sishi was wearing a well-cut silk beige dress, the hem of which fluttered slightly, further accentuating her slender and graceful figure. A head of black beautiful long hair naturally draped over the shoulders, like a waterfall pouring down. Only a light makeup, but more fresh and vulgar, beautiful, breathtaking. Qin Shou looked at the eyes. The only feeling is immortal, is really too immortal, worthy of being recognized as a national goddess. She really lives up to her name. These three sisters, Yan Yurong is a passionate, sexy and hot mature young woman. Ren Jing is a cold and capable woman with a strong aura. And Su Sishi is a fairy, pure and unadulterated beauty, which is really one person, one style, each with their own beauty. Of course, Qin Shou had likewise left a deep impression on Su Sishi, even to the point of making her feel a bit surprised. She came from a famous family background is naturally first class, and young to become famous, all the way to the smooth water. Seeing the man is naturally countless, under the sky of the man, really able to get into her eyes, can be said to be a phoenix feather, the so-called little fresh meat in the entertainment circle, which is wildly pursued by the fans. In her opinion, after removing the makeup, it is just a group of passers-by who look quite good. There is nothing special at all. In addition to some old Hong Kong stars, today's fresh meat, some of the bone phase is not good, cannot support the delicate features, appear not three-dimensional, some are not good skin phase. The combination of features is not coordinated enough, relying on the beauty of the filter to support. But the Qin Shou in front of her, however, made her feel that no matter whether it was the proportion of the body, the handsome face, or the kind of unique temperament emanating from the bones, it was in no way inferior to those big handsome men who were carefully packaged in the entertainment circle, and even better than them in some aspects. To know, the Qin Shou in front of him, wearing can be said to be extremely ordinary, a plain black casual wear, in addition to wash a clean face, even stubble have not shaved, but does not affect Su Sishi feel Qin Shou handsome and compelling at all. She naturally did not know that today's Qin Shou has a system to enhance. Face value has long been above those male stars, not to mention that there is also manliness. This can greatly enhance the personal charm of the skills to enhance, but also let him exude an invisible, irresistible attraction. You want to do a skit? Su Sishi took the lead in breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere in the box. She had a light smile on her face and didn't have any big star demeanor. In contrast, in the face of such a radiant big star, Qin Shou on the contrary appeared to be a bit formal. Nice. Qin Shou nodded. How much are you going to invest? Su Sishi was a professional after all, and directly opened the door to the amount of investment, which determined the strength of her help. I only have about $1.5 million on hand at the moment, which is all I have. Qin Shou answered truthfully and did not hide his financial strength. For short dramas then, if it's not some big IP, this investment is enough, but I'm afraid I can't hire a good director. Su Sishi gave a pertinent comment after a little thought. Actually, I'm planning on directing it myself so I can save the biggest chunk of money and spend it on hiring actors. Qin Shou hesitated for a moment and replied in a sincere tone. You're a director yourself? Did you come from a related field of study? No, I studied computer science in college. Qin Shou shrugged, his tone somewhat helpless. So, Su Sishi nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly brightened up, thinking of an idea to get the best of both worlds. Why don't you look at it this way? It just so happens that I've set up a movie company of my own, and I've recently recruited a couple of new makeup artists, cameramen, and a film professional producer, all of whom are from the science class, but have just graduated and don't have much experience. If you don't mind, I can lend them to you so that it's also considered helping me train newcomers. Although they may not be able to hold big productions yet, they're definitely more than enough to shoot short dramas. This is really too much to thank you for. Miss Su, you've really helped me a lot. Qin Shou was surprised and delighted to hear that Su Sishi was so generous as to lend him the professional team of her studio. He was still worried about how to form a reliable team. but now Su Sishi had directly sent him a whole set of team members, which was like a gift of charcoal in the snow for him, and helped him a great favor. Qin Shou naturally knew how to return the favor, and hurriedly said, "Tell you what, Miss Su, if this short drama eventually earns a profit, I'm willing to split it in half with you, and I definitely won't let you suffer. There's no need for a share or anything. The profit from a short drama is nothing to me. I don't lack this amount of money. You help me train newcomers. Let's call it what we need." Su Sishi waved her hand unconcernedly, then turned her words around and said meaningfully, "But, I have one other request. I don't know if you can agree." "Other demands? What requests? Miss Su, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will definitely be obliged." Qin Shou could not help but be a little puzzled, thinking I'm such a small person. Can help you what? But after all, take people's hands soft, eat people's mouth short. The other side is willing to help such a big favor. They naturally have to know to repay. It's like this. My company is recently preparing to shoot an ancient idol fairy drama. The scale of investment is relatively large, and the production team is also very strong. I'm the female lead in this drama. But, the choice of the male lead for this drama, we have not finalized it until now. We have not been able to find the right actor. Su Sishi said slowly, a faint hint of helplessness in her tone. You don't want me to star as the male lead in this drama, do you? When Qin Shou heard Su Sishi's words, his eyes widened and he pointed at his nose, asking with an incredulous expression. How could he not expect Su Sishi to make such a request? Not bad. Your base temperament is better than most of the young fresh meat in the circle now. Just need to casually package it. I believe it will definitely explode. The most important thing is that the cost of hiring a flow fresh meat now is just a little too high. Su Sishi nodded unabashedly. Chapter 30, Be the lead actor in my next movie. Qin Shou was in a state of hesitation. He never thought that he would actually have the opportunity to be an actor one day, but thinking about it, it seemed like a good offer. These days, what business could be as fast as the entertainment industry to make money? After all, wasn't his aim to make money? And the most important thing is that the first drama is paired with the national goddess. This is how many people cannot dream of a good thing. How to think of their own is not a loss. Don't worry, I'll still give you every penny of the paycheck I should give you. This is basic professional conduct. But you are a newcomer after all, without any acting experience, so the pay for this first movie may not be too high. How about this? $500,000. What do you think? Seeing that Qin Shou hadn't said anything and was just brooding there, Su Sishi thought that he was trying to refuse, but in reality, Qin Shou was just quickly weighing the various pros and cons of this matter in his mind. Yes, no problem, but I'd like to know when you're going to start shooting for this movie? Qin Shou did not hesitate to agree. That is, not to pay for the film. This kind of good opportunity, Qin Shou cannot possibly miss and regardless of the fact that working with a national goddess has the chance to explode in popularity. These days, fame is money, and when you're on fire, you're still worried about not making money? Even if you don't consider bursting into flames, the more beautiful women his system chases, the more skills he sends, the more powerful he is. Su Sishi, this kind of immortal beauty, don't even have to think about it. Take it down must be sent to the top level of skills. To be able to get in touch with Su Sishi more than the name, Qin Shou is simply begging for it. What's more, people also give pay, 500,000, although not much, but for Qin Shou, is not a small amount of money. This year 500,000 good money? You have to work hard to earn 5,000 and work overtime every day. It's still in preparation. Shooting will start in a few months. The short drama is progressing fast. A few months should be enough time for you to finish shooting a short drama for the market. Su Sishi picked up the coffee in front of her and took a sip. Continuing, she said, I suggest that you do your own male lead for this short drama, just to hone and sharpen your acting skills, so that with experience, you won't be completely ignorant of acting when it comes time to work with me. Okay, Ms. Su, I understand. I'll seriously consider your suggestion. Qin Shou nodded in agreement. Su Sishi's suggestion was pertinent. Qin Shou had originally had the same idea. However, what he was considering was not honing his acting skills, but mainly to save money. After all, hiring a male lead had to cost money. Anyway, his own temperament wasn't bad. It wasn't easy to find a male lead who could fight as well as he could. And that web novel he had his eye on had quite a lot of kissing bridges. Such a good opportunity, not left to himself to whom. That's good. Since things are all settled, I'll leave first. I'll have my assistant send you the contact information of our studio's executive producer later on, so you can just contact him yourself at that time, and he'll bring his team over to butt heads with you and arrange for specific filming matters. I still have some things to take care of on my side, so let's call it a day. After all, Su Sishi was a big star. Her daily schedule was full, with a lot of various notices and shooting assignments, and she did things in a thunderous, crisp manner, and after she and Qin Shou had finished talking about business, she did not stay any longer, stood up, politely said goodbye to Qin Shou, and turned around with the intention of leaving the box. Wait! Just as Su Sishi had just walked out not more than a few steps and was about to walk to the entrance of the box, Qin Shou suddenly called out to her. Anything else? Su Sishi turned back with some doubt and looked at Qin Shou. Can you take a picture with me? Actually, I'm a fan of yours. Qin Shou rubbed his hands together, a slightly shy and embarrassed expression on his face as he stammered. However, while saying these words, Qin Shou secretly and quietly activated the skill, Artful Tongue. Okay, but just one shot. Oh, I have other trips scheduled behind me and I'm pressed for time. Su Sishi had originally wanted to politely decline. After all, she usually didn't really like taking pictures with people she didn't know very well, and she did have other things to take care of. However, under the influence of Qin Shou's skill, Artful Tongue, she unknowingly changed her mind and inexplicably agreed to Qin Shou's request. Just like that, Qin Shou joyfully took out his own cell phone from his pocket, stood side by side with Su Sishi, and took a selfie together. After taking the photos, Su Sishi didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave the box, leaving Qin Shou alone in the box. There was still some reluctance in his heart. Su Sishi does not know Qin Shou and her photographed together. In fact, not because it is her fans. That is purely Qin Shou bull ********. Qin Shou pressure fundamentally do not follow the stars. This photo, Qin Shou stay with a great use. It had to be said that although Su Sishi was a big star, she was still quite considerate and thoughtful in dealing with people. When she was leaving, she paid for the meal in passing, knowing that a meal at the rotating restaurant on the top floor of the Hilton, even if it was just a simple casual meal, would cost several tens of thousands of dollars, which was definitely a considerable expense for an ordinary person. Su Sishi was well aware of Qin Shou's current financial situation, and although it wasn't as if he couldn't afford this meal with the million plus he had won so far, it would surely cause him some meat pain. After Su Sishi left, Qin Shou didn't stay too long in the restaurant. He directly took out his cell phone and dialed his good brother Guigang. Now that he has startup funds in his hand, and also got the great help from Su Sishi, the matter of forming a team is also considered to be settled. Naturally, he should be the first to tell this good news to his good brother, and take him for a ride. Hey, old Qin, you're driving a Bentley now, and you can still think of me as a poor brother. It's not easy. Guigang's tone of voice is sour. Obviously brothers take off. Guigang heart more or less is not a taste. Don't talk poorly to me. What with me driving a Bentley? It's not like it's my car. I'm just borrowing the light to take a ride. Qin Shou replied back in a good-natured manner, knowing that Guigang was joking with him and didn't take it to heart. Hey, I know. It's the car of $1,000 lady. You're now a rich woman. Can you introduce me to one as well? I don't mind sacrificing my color. Guigang on the other end of the phone teased with a bad joke, a hint of derision in his tone. Don't give me that. Do you have a ing face? You, get a face. Let's get down to business. Gongzi, I'm going to make short videos. Tomorrow I'm going to register a company and cast actors. Are you interested in following me? Qin Shou didn't bother to gossip with Guigang and directly brought the topic back on track. Take a brother for a ride? That's certainly possible. How could I possibly refuse such a good thing? But, what are you going to make me do? Shooting skits. I don't know anything. When Guigang heard that Qin Shou wanted to take him with him, he was instantly energized. Gongzi, like this, I'll give you a chance to be an actor as well, and you'll play the sleazy villain in the play. Qin Shou said with a bad smile, a hint of teasing in his tone. I dare you, old Qin. Why should I play the villain? I want to play the handsome and cool male lead. Guigang was not happy when he heard that Qin Shou actually wanted him to play a sleazy villain. Gongzi, don't you know what kind of temperament you have? Can you play a righteous and handsome hero like that? Do you still want to make money? If you want to act or not, I've made a deal. I'll not only pay you a salary, but also give you a commission when you earn money. Of course, if you plan to continue to be a programmer and work overtime every day. Forget I said anything. Hey, that's true, but what villainous roles do I play? Is there such a thing as molesting a pretty heroine? Arrange it for me. Guigang on the other end of the phone had a lewd look on his face. Qin Shou was speechless. Look at you. You're not happy again. Didn't you ask me to act in my true colors? I'm acting in my true colors. You don't even give me a plot to flirt with a pretty heroine. How can I act in my true colors? Guigang had a straight face. Okay, I'll set you up. Qin Shou gritted his teeth and said, I haven't even molested the heroine yet, but you molested on. Hey, that's more like it. Chapter 31 Recruitment of Actresses. 2 days later, Qin Shou's film and television company registration procedures were successfully done down. The name of the company was also officially determined. Called the Qin Film. Simple and brutal. Quite a bit of momentum. By the way, according to the normal process, the registration of a film and television company, from the application of various qualifications to the final approval down, at least have to run errands and toss half a month or even longer. But this time Qin Shou contacted Ren Jing, asked her to help a little. After all, Ren Jing is a high-ranking mayor. In her care, a lot of things can be special. All the way to the green light. Just 2 days' time, the company registered things are all done. After completing the registration of the company, the next top priority is naturally to fix the copyright of the script. This matter is also surprisingly smooth. Qin Shou directly contacted the relevant person in charge of the tomato novel platform. As the web novel he was interested in, Jedi Masters in Japan, had not been warm on the platform, belonging to the kind of dispensable marginal works. The tomato platform eventually sold the copyright to Qin Shou at a cabbage price of $5,000. It was said that the author himself only ended up sharing about $2,000 in royalties, but even so, Qin Shou had heard that author was still happy and joyful to know that his work could be remade into a short play. With the script rights taken care of, the only thing left to do was naturally to pick the right female lead. Qin Shou did not intend to go for actresses who had already had experience in filming several short dramas for the simple reason that it was expensive. Those actors who have experience in filming, even if they are doing short dramas, the pay is still much higher than the newcomers, which will undoubtedly add a lot of cost pressure to Qin Shou, who is not well funded. In Qin Shou's opinion, this first play, he does not expect to be a hit, but at least to be able to make a small profit, laying a good foundation for future development. So strict cost control is his first priority. After some consideration, Qin Shou decided to go directly to those art colleges and universities that offer acting majors to see if he could dig up some good quality, good potential seedlings, and most importantly, they must be good-looking enough to fit the image of the heroine in his mind. Today this market, the job is not easy to find. Like the Beijing Film Academy, such as the famous school is okay, but some ordinary art college, many students studying acting college students graduated that is unemployed. A few $100s a day, a whole lot of people grabbed the job. After all, it is an opportunity is not to mention the leading lady. At this very moment, Qin Shou and Wei Gang arrived at the Yeqing Academy of Performing Arts, where they rented a classroom to prepare for the recruitment of actresses. Qin Shou planned to directly recruit 3 actresses, as the novel he intended to film had several important female roles in the preliminary plot. I say old Qin, it's been most of the day, not a single decent one, all crooked. I don't think this so-called acting academy is any good. There's not much beauty. Half a day down, Wei Gang eyes are fast picking flowers. Actually one into the eyes of the two are not. In fact, Wei Gang's requirements are quite low. He has interviewed so many people, and also looked at a few girls who look quite good, and felt that it is barely acceptable. However, Qin Shou's vision is exceptionally picky. Almost all of the girls who came to the interview were not very satisfied. In fact, this cannot be completely blamed on Qin Shou. He recently this period of time everyday contactor like Yen Yurong, Su Sishi, Ren Jing such level of beauty, long-term by the high value of the beauty of the culture. His aesthetic standards naturally also rose, become very picky up. Hello teachers, my name is Su Nanchin. I'm a student of the opera performance major in the acting department. Just as Qin Shou and Wei Gang were feeling immensely disappointed, thinking that they were doomed to return today without any success, a gentle and pleasant, Oreo-like clear and melodious voice entered their ears. The two of them looked up at the sound of the voice, only to see a slender figure with a beautiful face appear in their line of sight. This was a young girl wearing a pale yellow floral dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders and a fresh temperament, just like a fresh breeze blowing on her face, brightening people's eyes. Qin Shou and Wei Gang both coincidentally glanced at each other, a hint of surprise and appreciation showing in each other's eyes, and simultaneously sighed in their hearts. I'll go. This one is genuinely good. Finally a decent one has come. Qin Shou and Wei Gang today a whole day to see down, interviewed countless mediocre looks and even some miserable crooked melon crack date. Has long been aesthetic fatigue. At this moment suddenly see a so beautiful and elegant, outstanding temperament of the girl, simply like a change in the style of the same, naturally cannot help but to look at a few eyes. After all, the heart of the beauty, the heart of all people have, the heart of the beauty, the heart of the beauty of all people have. After all, the love of beauty, all people have. However, their gazes seemed to Su Nanchin to make her feel a little uncomfortable, even a little hairy, and she couldn't help but beat a retreat in her heart, especially Wei Gang. This kid's eyes and expression simply almost put I want to subvert you the several big words written directly on the face. For a graduating, Social experience is still shallow college girl. Where can withstand this with obvious aggression of the gaze? Let her feel a little afraid. Fortunately, Qin Shou found in time. See Gui Gang this kid. The corners of the mouth of the haram are almost float all over the ground, and hurriedly sneak with his arm on the top of this kid. Gui Gang then reacted. Just now was really a bit out of character. Hurriedly drew out a paper towel, wiped the corners of the mouth of the harangue, retracted his gaze. Well, temperament-wise it's not bad, quite fitting the setting of our first heroine. I just don't know how the performance is. How about this? You perform a crying scene of breaking up. Show me first. Just think of me as the boyfriend who was going to break up with you. After saying that, Qin Shou immediately secretly activated the skill, manliness. And instantly, his masculinity value increased drastically, and his entire person exuded an unspeakable attraction. Okay, I'll try. Su Nanqin hesitated slightly when she heard Qin Shou's request, but eventually nodded in agreement. She raised her head and inadvertently glanced at Qin Shou, but this glance caused her to freeze. Qin Shou was already handsome, with straight features and sharp angles, plus the manliness, skill. He was simply a walking hormone, with a lot of male charisma. After all, Su Nanqin was just a young girl who had never been in the world. Where had she seen this kind of battle? She couldn't help but look a little dumbfounded. However, it was also a moment of fascination that helped her performance in a crooked way instead. Su Nanqin's mind immediately fantasized about the sweet scenes of falling in love with Qin Shou. From the heartwarming moment of first acquaintance, to the sweetness of passionate love, to the pain and reluctance when she was about to break up. All kinds of emotions flashed through her mind at a rapid pace. It was as if she had really experienced a heartfelt love and then had to face the cruel reality of breaking up. All of a sudden, all kinds of complex emotions were rendered into place. Su Nanqin's eyes immediately became moist. Tears were swirling in her eyes as if they would come out of her eyes at any moment. And her complexion also became sultry and mournful. Pathetic. So that people couldn't help but look at her with pity. Both Qin Shou and Gui Gang couldn't help but look dumbfounded when they saw Su Nanqin getting into the mood so quickly. The acting was simply stowing away. The emotion and expression was so on point, especially the kind of resentment and sadness in her eyes. It hits the heart. The key is that this Su Nanqin herself is very beautiful, is the kind of youthful and beautiful typical beauty girl. At this moment suddenly pear blossom with rain. The appearance of the grudging crying is even more unique flavor. The temperament of the sickly beauty even reminds Qin Shou of Lin Daiyu in the 87th edition of Dream of the Red Chamber. Of course, what the duo didn't realize was that a large part of the reason why Su Nanqin was able to play so well was actually because she was attracted to Qin Shou, really substituting herself into the role and generating real emotional fluctuations, which led to her over-the-top performance. If a different object she wasn't interested in were to be mirthful, Su Nanqin's performance certainly wouldn't have been as effective. Chapter 32, Our company is related to Su Sishi. Not bad, not bad. Excellent performances and emotions. In fact, Qin Shou doesn't know about acting, belongs to the category of being a know-it-all, and is purely looking at other people's little girls' good looks and performances that I can see and feel sorry for. But this does not prevent him from pretending to be profound. A professional look, pretending to be there. Qin Shou continued to get right to the point. We're shooting a short drama. If you're willing, the female lead will be you. How about it? Are you interested? Ha, that's it? Su Nanqin hadn't completely extracted herself from the emotions she had just felt, and was a bit confused for a moment, not realizing that this was a done deal, and that she had been given the role of the female lead directly. Right, or how much trouble do you think it would be? If you don't have any problems with yourself, then we can just talk about the treatment side of things now. I have no problem with that. I'm willing to act. Su Nanqin returned to her senses and hurriedly nodded her head in agreement. Although most of the students in art schools have decent families and are not short of money, Su Nanqin's situation is a bit different. Her family conditions are rather ordinary. Both parents are ordinary working class. It is already very difficult to pay for her to go to university. Therefore, she has been working and studying hard during her university years, subsidizing her living expenses through various part-time jobs to reduce her family's burden. Therefore, it is very important for her to get the chance to perform as the lead actress of a short play, not only as a rare opportunity to practice, but also as an important source of income. In this case, this short drama we initially planned to shoot the upper, middle and lower trilogy. Our intention is to shoot the upper part first, and after the upper part of the drama is aired on the network, we will see how the audience's reaction and the market's feedback is, and then we will decide whether or not to continue to shoot the subsequent sequels. For this first installment, I'll give you $30,000, is that acceptable? Because he was a newcomer, Qin Shou pressed the price extremely low, and Zhou Pickpocket's nature was exposed. Su Nanqin couldn't help but frown. Although she was studying acting, She hadn't seriously filmed a movie yet, and she didn't expect the price to be pressed so low. Only 30,000? Su Nanchin frowned and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She was in the acting industry after all, and she knew quite a few of her graduating brothers and sisters. Even if it was a short drama, the pay for the male and female leads shouldn't be this low. Girl, it's not low. Think about what the market is now. It's hard to find a job, isn't it? Look at your own classmates. What's the situation now? This first movie is the female lead. It's the knocking brick for you to enter the industry, understand? After the first movie is done, the signboard will be opened, and there will be a lot of opportunities in the future. You mustn't want to study acting for 3 years and end up switching careers upon graduation, right? Young people, look long term. Don't just think about immediate benefits. Understand? What's most important now is to grasp the opportunity of being a female number one and polish your acting skills. Don't just look towards money and everything. Look forward. Qin Shou. After all, in the social crawling for many years, the old Greece, the words of a set of words, and when talking also secretly launched the skills, clever tongue. A crazy PUA under the painting of a big cake, immediately bluffed Su Nanchin. Gua gang on the side of the eyes, said, old Qin's heart this day is really black. This is no different from the black-hearted bosses of their own companies who draw big cakes for themselves. Even Qin Shou, this guy is even more black, so dainty a big beauty, but also have to act out some sexy clips. You kid, just give 30,000 is how to be ashamed to open the mouth. Su Nanchin faced a trace of hesitation, somehow, although she always felt that Qin Shou words seemed to have some problems, as if we're not quite right, but she thought carefully, but for a moment cannot find a suitable reason to refute. In short, it is the feeling of strange, but cannot say where it is strange. Inexplicably, Qin Shou was bluffed. Of course, she didn't know that she was confused by Qin Shou's skill, artful tongue, which was more powerful the prettier the girl was. Su Nanchin, think about it. They're many classmates, better family. After graduation is the parents to arrange jobs. Family poor, graduated from the line when the anchor. But now the anchor woman cannot do. Those squatting in the live room of the men are very fine. Only white whoring. Do not brush the gift. Tired of broadcasting down, cannot get a few money, unless you are willing to die a death. Willing to go on a little hard work. Reveal some more, to the men to see the love to see. But even so, most people are whoring. Big brothers one by one very smart. Brush money can. Brush money on the request to meet offline. Do not meet the big brothers cannot maintain. Moreover, even if the anchors were willing to follow big brothers' requirements, the risks were still huge. Moving around, the platform would ban the live room. So for her, being able to make short dramas was definitely better than being an anchor. And she did need the money to support herself, but no matter how she thought about it, 30,000 was a bit too little. Qin Shou saw that Su Nanchin was still a bit undecided, and, artful tongue, was unleashed, hurriedly increasing his efforts and continuing to fool around. We're short dramas with a very short shooting cycle. The first one was shot in, I'd estimate, just over 3 months. You do the math. $30,000 in over 3 months. That averages out to about $10,000 a month. An everyday shooting scene, also packaged box lunch. Think about it. Nowadays, these days, where do you go to find a monthly income of 10,000 also packaged food? Qin Shou saw Su Nanchin still hesitating, and said that this girl, drilling into the eyes of money, finally decided to zoom in. Of course, Qin Shou does not know. In the eyes of the Aside Gua gang, Qin Shou, this pussy is to drill money eyes to Gojo pickpocket. I can tell you. Do you know the national goddess Su Sishi? This company of ours, she actually has some relationship with her. If you perform well, you might be able to have a chance to mix a shot or two inside her TV series in the future. Goi gang on the side of the wide-eyed, said, old Qin, fooling people also do not take you like this, you stinking beggar. When with the national goddess Su Sishi climbed the relationship. However, what happened in the next moment stunned Goi gang's eyes, only to see Qin Shou take out his cell phone and flip open a photo, placing it in front of Su Nanchin. You can search online. These days Su Sishi is filming in Yecheng. It's a dinner I had with her the day before yesterday to talk about the growth of the company. Look, the photo is dated the day before yesterday, said Qin Shou, pointing to the date in the upper right corner of the photo. Seeing this photo, Su Nanchin's eyes lit up, and Gui Gangrun went numb. Yes, I do. May I ask the director what is your name? Su Nanchin nodded vigorously. In her heart, if this short drama company is really shot by Su Sishi, then as long as she performs well enough, she is not afraid of not having a chance to take off in the future. Who doesn't have a dream of being a star in their heart? My name is Qin Shou. You can call me Director Qin from now on. Qin Shou smiled and put away his cell phone in satisfaction. He had expected this to happen, which was why he had colluded with Su Sishi. just to fool these youngsters. Chapter 33, the first scene. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the lights came on. The two of them, Qin Shou and Gui Gang, found a clean and tidy small restaurant in the neighborhood, ordered a few home-cooked small dishes, and at the same time ate while chatting. And in the meantime, they also discussed the next shooting matters. Since Su Nanchin, Qin Shou has interviewed a few more actors one after another, basically settling on all the major roles in the drama, leaving only a few insignificant supporting roles yet to be finalized. After the rented shooting location was set up in a couple of days, Qin Shou planned to officially start shooting. Old Qin, tell me the truth. That photo of you and Su Sishi together, did you synthesize it with AI technology or not? You wouldn't have gotten such an AI photo on purpose to hold down the wages of these youngsters and put it out to bluff, would you? Gui Gang looked at Qin Shou with a skeptical gaze as he pulled the rice into his mouth. Obviously he still didn't quite believe that Qin Shou could really take a picture with Su Sishi. Hey, guess? Qin Shou did not answer directly, and gave a secretive smile, a meaningful expression on his face. You don't really know Su Sishi, do you? Could it be that the black Bentley car that came to give you a ride at the class reunion that day was Su Sishi's? Gui Gang's eyes widened as he violently realized a possibility and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Asterisk. You kid couldn't have been bagged by Su Sishi, could you? Thinking of this possibility, Gui Gang immediately pounded his chest and felt pain. There was a feeling of a goddess being arched by a pig, and the key was that this pig was still his own brother. Gui Gang's voice is a little loud. Small restaurant, there are other people. Heard the word adoption. All cannot help but to the direction of the two people frequently sideways glance. A face of contempt. What the are you thinking? It's just that there was a meeting with her. Qin Shou blankly glanced at Gui Gang, with a look of contempt for this guy's rich inner drama. The point was that this guy didn't care at all about the eyes of the onlookers, and he didn't want to be embarrassed. Hey, so that's all it was. Then I'm relieved. It scared me. Hearing Qin Shou's explanation, Gui Gang was instantly relieved and his face returned to its usual playfulness. I told you, how could such a goddess look at a stinking beggar like you? So it's you kid who's a star chaser. Gui Gang ate and drank indiscriminately while patting his chest as if he was relieved. But I say, old Qin, someday can you introduce me to a rich woman? Preferably one who looks like Su Sishi. While eating, Gui Gang didn't forget to masturbate a bit. Go yourself in your dreams. You think all rich women are blind? Hey, it's possible. Maybe people with money have special tastes. Gui Gang made a head-scratching gesture, causing Qin Shou to nearly spit out the mouthful of rice he had just swallowed. After dinner, Qin Shou called a cab to send himself and Gui Gang back to their respective homes. Qin Shou was ready to study the script and make final preparations for the upcoming shoot. Qin Shou had just arrived home, and before his but was even warmed up, he received a WeChat message from Su Nanchin. Hello, Director Qin, can you send me a copy of the script? I want to familiarize myself with the role and prepare in advance. Su Nanchin was really convinced that Qin Shou's company had a great relationship with Su Sishi, so she was especially attentive, which made Qin Shou extremely satisfied. No problem. Hold on. It's being sent to you. Qin Shou replied briefly before sending the adapted script of Jedi Masters in Japan to Su Nanchin via WeChat. Director Qin, I think this part of the plot can be changed and optimized so that it is more dramatic. What Qin Shou never expected was that after only a few minutes, Su Nanchin sent another WeChat message, offering some of her own ideas and suggestions for some of the details of the lines of her upcoming role as Lin Qingxue. Okay, your idea is very good. Let's change it to what you want. In the days that followed, Qin Shou had been exchanging scripts with Su Nanchin through WeChat messages. 3 days later, on the set, Su Sishi was very efficient, and the entire filming crew she promised to provide, including assistants, photographers, lighting technicians, makeup artists, costumers, props artists, etc., were all in place on time. At the moment, the crew is working on the first scene in an intense and orderly manner. Don't you come over here. I'll yell for someone if you come any closer. On the set, Lin Qingxue, played by Su Nanchin, flinched backward with a look of resignation and horror. There was a hint of trembling in her voice, portraying the helplessness and fear of a weak woman facing evil forces. Ha, Lin Qingxue, you little beauty. Today you finally fall into my Zhou Chang's hands. You scream so loud that no one will come to your rescue if you scream your throat out. The villain Zhou Chong, played by Gui Gang, was smiling lewdly, and let out a lewd laugh as he stepped closer to Lin Qingxue. That colorful look, simply lewd to the extreme. Living is a bully image of bullying men and women, when it really is the color. No traces of performance. The whole shot down. A breath of fresh air. Running water. Even Qin Shou, this half-baked director, shouted click is not necessary. simply perfect. The crowd of cameramen and producers on the set were stunned to see such an outstanding performance from Gui Gang, and they all exchanged pleasantries, thinking that Gui Gang was a seasoned veteran actor that Qin Shou had hired at a high price from somewhere. Only Qin Shou knows in his heart that Gui Gang, an old beggar, is over 30 years old and has never touched a girl's hand. Now seeing Su Nanchin such a big beauty, can he not sell his performance? He could not wait to rush up to Su Nanchin played Lin Xingxue to eat. He could not wait to rush up and eat Lin Xingxue, played by Su Nanchin, to have a good theater addiction. Su Nanchin's performance is also very well placed, and the complex emotions of Lin Xingxue's aggravation, fear, despair, and helplessness are all properly captured and expressed in the best possible way. Of course, no one knew that Su Nanchin was really frightened by Gui Gang's lewd appearance. It wasn't even an act. It was pure genuine emotion. Pop. Just as Gui Gang was not finished and wanted to make further moves, Chu Jiangnan, the male lead played by Qin Shou, rushed out. Toward Gui Gang's face was a slap, and a clear and loud slapping sound resounded through the shooting set, accompanied by a mournful scream like killing a pig. Gui Gang's body drew a parabola in the air, like a kite with broken strings. He was directly slapped by Qin Shou and flew out, lying on the ground like a dead pig. Qin Shou, after all, is also the first time to shoot. Inevitably some nervousness and excitement, coupled with his awakening of the fighter skills, physical quality and strength far beyond the ordinary, for a moment did not grasp the force. Really fan Gui Gang flew. Mr. Gui's acting is fantastic. This acting is simply out of this world. Pure fire. That's it. Mr. Gui is worthy of being a veteran actor. There's really no excuse for this acting. It's simply a textbook performance. The producers, cameramen, lighting technicians and other staff on the scene were all shocked to see Gui Gang being slapped by Qin Shou. They cannot help but give a thumbs up to Gui Gang's superb acting skills admired to the ground, oblivious to the fact that Gui Gang is really was Qin Shou slapped to fly, is now really fainted into a dead pig. One thought that Gui Gang was too into the movie and had been refusing to get up. Yuki, are you okay? The male lead Chu Jiangnan, played by Qin Shou, hugged Su Nanchin's tiny waist with a look of concern. To say that Su Nanchin is worthy of being a beautiful young girl in the prime of her youth, the small waist that is in a handful of hands, soft as if it were boneless, elastic. Excellent touch. Qin Shou failed to fully control himself for a moment, and couldn't help but sneakily and gently pinch Su Nanchin's tiny waist with his fingers. This sudden intimate contact caught Su Nanchin off guard, her body trembling slightly, her pretty face instantly colored with a faint layer of scarlet, as delicate as a ripe red apple. Su Nanchin raised her head and gave Qin Shou a slightly shy and angry look, then quickly lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, making her even more shy and lovely. Good. Very good. That's the look. That's the look of shyness. It's great. It's perfect. The producer on the set couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he saw the appropriately pouty expression on Su Nanchin's face, and he shouted out in excitement. Chapter 34, The Kissing Scene. Don't stop. Keep that expression. Go on. Do the kissing scene. The shot just now was just perfect, and Su Nanchin's shyness was just right, so he decided to strike while the iron was hot and shoot the next part of the kissing scene straight through. Qin Shou looked at Su Nanchin's flushed and delicate face from a close distance, and could not help but have his heartbeat accelerate, and even his breathing involuntarily became ragged. He could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from Su Nanchin's body, making him even more apathetic and difficult to hold on to. Su Nanchin was held in Qin Shou's arms by Qin Shou's waist, feeling Qin Shou's strong and powerful arms, and looking at Qin Shou's handsome face from a close distance. Her heartbeat also began to beat irregularly, and her face blushed even more, and her chest heaved together and down between gasps, coupled with the fact that Qin Shou had also secretly activated the skill, manliness. Su Nanchin was also a bit completely confused, and for a while, she was actually a bit reluctant to leave Qin Shou's embrace. Seeing this, Qin Shou knew that the time was ripe and struck while the iron was hot, kissing Su Nanchin on her delicate red lips. Aha! Qin Shou kissed with great devotion. Su Nanchin had not fully reacted for a while, her brain was blank, and her heart could not help but surge with a trace of aggression and overwhelm. After all, it was her first kiss and she had no experience. But soon, Su Nanchin came back to her senses from the initial panic, and began to slowly realize the sweetness of her first kiss, and couldn't help but respond with passionate fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the first kiss of a youthful beauty, rewarding the metaphysical level skill genius actor, possessing a perfect acting talent. Any performance can be perfectly held and easily entered the scene. I'll go, giving away skills again? And it's still a Xian rank talent. I can't imagine that this Su Nanchin is a first kiss. This is a great bargain. Qin Shou's heart was bursting with joy after hearing the system beep, never expecting that a kiss would be able to obtain such a generous reward. He continued to kiss Su Nanchin deeply while secretly rejoicing in his heart. This talented actor's skill was a blessing in disguise for him, and with this skill, he would be more comfortable shooting movies in the future. Click. Okay, that part's over. Perfect shot. The producer called a halt to the performance with great satisfaction, believing that the mirror he had just seen was perfect and had achieved exactly what he had expected. I'm in the middle of a good time. Why are you? The producer. Trespassing? Qin Shou heard the producer yell click and reluctantly let go of Su Nanchin with an unhappy look on his face. After all, Su Nanchin's first kiss was her first kiss, and the target was a boy with an outstanding appearance and charisma like Qin Shou, coupled with the fact that Qin Shou had secretly used the manliness skill before. It made her little heart keep pounding and her heart was in a frenzy, unable to calm down for a long time. There was still a trace of shyness and confusion on her reddish pretty face, and a few moments of panic and overwhelm showed in her eyes. Obviously she had not yet fully recovered from the kissing scene just now, and she did not dare to look directly at Qin Shou. That, producer, I think the kiss scene just now wasn't filmed well enough. The expression of emotion wasn't in place enough. Why don't we do another one? Strive to shoot it more perfectly. Qin Shou looked at Su Nanchin's delicate appearance. His heart is even more stupid. Like Su Nanchin, such a youthful and beautiful beauty, but also the first kiss. The most critical thing is that kissing her can also get the system rewarded skills. This kind of good thing is simply a once in a lifetime. Say what you want a few times more to come to be able to do. Ha! More? The male producer was puzzled when he heard Qin Shou's words. In his heart, he secretly slandered. That shot just now was taken so perfectly. What more do we need? This dog pussy is clearly trying to take advantage of the situation, wanting to kiss someone else's pretty little girl a few more times. But although he thought this in his heart, he didn't dare to say it on his lips. After all, Qin Shou was the investor, the director, and the main character. Most of all, the most important thing was that Qin Shou was a friend of his own boss, Su Sishi, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Am I the director or are you the director? Am I the director or are you the director? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Seeing the puzzled expression on the male producer's face, Qin Shou urged without any good sense of humor, with a hint of unquestionable dominance in his tone. Well, since you feel the need for another line, director, we'll go ahead and do another scene. The male producer shrugged helplessly and had to compromise, waving his hand and signaling the crew to continue preparing for the shoot. Before Su Nanchin could fully regain her senses from the kissing scene just now, she was once again held by Qin Shou, and once again entered the shooting state. This time Qin Shou's hand was even more unfaithful, pinching frantically on her small savage waist. Not only that, but Qin Shou also directly launched the skill, Artful Tongue, this time, coupled with the continuous effect of the manliness skill. Su Nanchin completely fell. Su Nanchin's lips are really too sweet, the kind of innocence and sweetness unique to young girls, compared to the mature and charming Yin Yurong, but also another unique flavor, so that Qin Shou is deeply fascinated. It is difficult to extricate himself. Su Nanchin was the same. Under Qin Shou's wild attack of various skills, Su Nanchin was drunk, confused, soft, her heart was about to jump out, her soul was about to fly. She only felt that her lips were on the verge of being jerked bald skin by Qin Shou, this time without Qin Shou's signal. The producer will not dare to shout click. Finally, Qin Shou was worried that continuing to kiss Su Nanchin's Tao small mouth swollen, affecting the subsequent shooting, and only then reluctantly let go of Su Nanchin. Okay, this one's over. Very nice shot. Everyone worked hard. Qin Shou licked his lips with intent and nodded his head contentedly, signaling that everyone could get ready for the next shot. Right at this moment, Qin Shou suddenly remembered that Guigang, who had just been slapped by himself, seemed to still be lying on the ground. It was then that he slammed his head, cursing himself for just now being so focused on taking advantage of the situation that he had forgotten such an important matter. Qin Shou hurriedly jogged to Guigang's side, squatted down, checked Guigang's condition, and realized that he had only temporarily fainted and was not in any serious trouble, which made him breathe a little sigh of relief. Qin Shou stretched out his fingers and pinched Guigang's Renjong acupoint with force. Guigang let out a groan of pain and slowly opened his eyes. He looked around in a daze, then saw Qin Shou, who was close by, and instantly remembered what had just happened. Old Qin, you son of a, you're really slapping hard. Are you trying to take this opportunity to get back at me for stealing your chicken leg in college? The first moment Guigang woke up, he pointed at Qin Shou's nose with righteous indignation and cursed, his cheeks still burning hot and aching. I'm not shooting anymore. You're the only one who's got a good thing going for you. Hugging and kissing beautiful women again. I want to do a kissing scene too. At this point, the scene of the crowd finally came to a sudden realization. Understand. The original just now Mr. was wonderful performance is not how good the acting, but really by the Qin Shou slapped fainted. For a while, everyone was sweating, especially Su Nanchin. When she heard Gui Gang yelling loudly about a kissing scene, she was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head. Shoo! When Qin Shou saw that the people around him were looking this way, he hastily made a gesture of silence. Then, he lowered his voice, came to Gui Gang's ear and said mysteriously, "Don't yell, listen to me. You play this role. The next scene is to go to a nightclub to dash around, and I have specially arranged 2 hot chicks for you, so that you can experience the exciting feeling of a double flight. How about it? Is it fun enough?" Hey, really? Old Qin, you didn't lie to me? There really is a double flight scene? As soon as Gui Gang heard the words double flight, he instantly smiled, and the grief on his face just now instantly disappeared, replaced by a lewd face. Chapter 35, Can You Take Me Home? In the afternoon, Qin Shou no longer had much of a part to play, and the rest was all Gui Gang's, only to see Gui Gang with a fat face swollen by slapping, learning from Zhang Wei's kind of condescending and uninviting posture at the class reunion, living up to the appearance of a villainous broad. At the moment, he was hugging people left and right, and he couldn't be happier. "Zhou Shao, you're so bold and generous. It's really admirable. Yes, young Zhou, you must pamper me tonight. I will definitely serve you well." "No, young Zhou, you promised me yourself last night that you would choose me tonight. You can't keep your word." The 2 actresses who were embraced by Gui Gang in his arms were also winking and pampering in a coquettish manner, trying their best to flatter and win Gui Gang's heart. "You 2 little beauties don't fight. Tonight I, Zhou Shao, will give up my death and dare to pull down the emperor. Both of you. I want all of you tonight. Let you all taste my Zhou Shao's power." "Ah. Gui Gang said this while hugging the 2 actresses in his arms even harder, with an extremely lewd and lascivious smile on his face, completely unlike the act. Gui Gang only felt that he had reached the peak of his life at this moment, and his coolness flew all the way up. "Director Qin, where did you hire this Mr. Gua? He's playing the villain too realistically. It's almost like he's in the right place. I don't think his acting skills are any less than those of professional proper actors." Seeing Gui Gang's such an outstanding performance, Chen Tao, the producer of the scene, couldn't help but give Qin Shou a thumbs up and heartily praised him. Yeah, that lewd look is spot on. It's practically in character." The cameraman next to him couldn't help but sigh in admiration, praising Gui Gang's performance. "Oh." Qin Shou smiled awkwardly and said that this force is not acting. He was clearly showing his true feelings and completely displaying his true colors. A full day of filming went on until about 9 p.m. when it was finally over. Everyone was feeling very tired, except Gui Gang, who was as excited as if he had a chicken bloodshot. "Hey, that old China. When's my next scene? As the villainous broad, do I still have a chance to molest the heroine?" After wrapping up, Gui Gang immediately came over to Qin Shou's side with a lewd smile on his face. Obviously, he was not happy enough and was still immersed in the pleasure of being surrounded by beautiful women. "Oh, there's no part for you for the next few days," Qin Shou said indifferently. "What? There's no part for me for the next few days? How is this going to work? I'm the villainous big boss of this drama. How can I only have such a small part? No. You hurry up and arrange a few more scenes for me." Gui Gang was anxious when he heard that there would be no part for him in the next few days. "Wait a few days for your play in the back of the line." Qin Shou shrugged. "Come on, brother, don't worry about me. I'm physically fit." Gui Gang patted Qin Shou's shoulder with a serious and earnest face. "You can eat it, but other actresses can't. Those 2 actresses told me to my face after the show," said Mr. Gui is too lewd. They can't stand it, and if they shoot back to back, they won't act in the later scenes. I can tell you, I've added money and said a lot of nice things before people are willing to continue the show. So you let the actresses slow down for a while." Qin Shou had a black face. These actresses have no professionalism at all. I'm not acting so lewd just to perfectly interpret the character. Gui Gang is indignant to the extreme, only to feel that this group of actresses have no professionalism at all. Not just secretly mooching a few times when filming, pinching a few times, intentionally or unintentionally touching a few breasts. As to, I say you kid, just don't be in a hurry. There are still your more enjoyable scenes waiting for you later. Take a good rest for 2 days first, and recuperate your strength so that you can play better then, isn't it? Qin Shou hurriedly changed his set of words in order to hurry up and get rid of Gui Gang, the lewd man. Hey, is there really a better scene? Gui Gang instantly brightened up. Yes, hurry back and rest, but don't fail to rest and lose your energy back there. I'll replace you. Qin Shou just wanted to hurry up and get rid of this Gui Gang bastard. He. That's not good. I'll go back and get my strength back. Just wait a few days. There's no rush. Gang-less Qin Shou really replaced him. With a lewd grin on his face, he skipped off with his ass. Ugh, that fat ass. Looking at Gang's hastily departing back, Qin Shou helplessly shook his head, a hint of a crying and laughing expression on his face. Just then, a gentle voice sounded behind Qin Shou. That, Director Qin, it's a bit late now. Can you give me a ride back to school? Qin Shou turned around at the sound and realized that the person speaking was Su Nanqin. He froze for a moment, looking at Su Nanqin with some surprise. Ever since the kissing scene shooting ended this afternoon, Su Nanqin had been staying in a corner of the set, silently studying the script by herself, and had hardly said a word to him again. Qin Shou thought that it was because he had just taken advantage of her during the kissing scene, making her a little unhappy in her heart and still sulking. He never expected that now Su Nanqin would take the initiative to ask herself to send her back to school, which made him feel somewhat flattered. Oh, of course there's no problem. Come on, let's go now. Faced with the invitation of such a youthful and beautiful beauty, and also on his own initiative, it was naturally impossible for Qin Shou to refuse, and he immediately agreed to it with alacrity. Su Nanqin's school is a well-known performing arts college. Qin Shou rented the shooting site is not far from Su Nanqin's school. Walking over is just a few minutes away. Very convenient. So the two decided to walk directly to the past. All along the way, Su Nanqin seemed a bit silent, keeping her head down as if she was shy. Qin Shou guessed that perhaps it was because today's kissing scene was her first kiss, making her still a little bit unable to let go until now, and she would inevitably be a little nervous and shy in her heart. He could also understand this mood. After all, the first kiss was a very important thing for a girl. It was evening at the moment, and as night fell, the campus was lit up with dim streetlights, adding a touch of romance to the night. Qin Shou and Su Nanqin strolled side by side on the campus path, surrounded by the quiet night and the occasional sound of a few insects, which made Qin Shou a little trance, as if he had gone back to his wonderful college days in an instant. However, when he remembered that he hadn't even talked about a serious relationship during his college days in order to pursue Zhu Xinyao, he couldn't help but feel a bit saddened when he thought back now. Su Nanqin's girls' dormitory building was located on the other side of the campus, and you needed to go through a small dense forest on campus to get there. It's springtime, the season when animals thrive, and the small dense forest smells even more hormonal at night. The time was already a little after 9 o'clock in the evening, and a lot of college couples chose this time of day to come out into the small dense forest for a date, snuggling and cuddling. Qin Shou watched the scene of these couples' secret rendezvous in his eyes, and turned his head to look at Su Nanqin, whose pretty face was slightly flushed and unquestionably beautiful beside him, and felt the light fragrance emanating from her body, as well as the kind of youthful maiden's peculiar breath on her body, and he couldn't help but feel a bit apathetic inwardly, and began to think wildly. Chapter 36, Walking the Campus. Aya, what are you doing? Don't touch it. There are people here. It would be embarrassing if someone saw you. From the depths of the small dense forest came the pouting voice of a young girl, with a hint of shyness and rancor in her tone. Hey, what are you afraid of? It's nighttime. This forest is pitch black. Can't see a finger. Even if there are people, they can't see clearly what we are doing. Don't worry about it. A slightly lewd boy's voice rang out, his tone a bit impatient. You're such a man. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you spend a little money to get a room outside? Why do you have to be here? It's making me nervous. A few hints of complaint and resentment were evident in the girl's voice. Hey, what's the point of having a room outside? There's no excitement at all. Sneaking around, that's exciting enough, the boy said in a more lewd tone. A few moments later, from the depths of the small dense forest came a burst of the boy's rough gasps, as well as the girl's extremely suppressed gasps and slight moans, and the air was filled with an ambiguous and restless atmosphere. Hearing these voices, Qin Shou secretly sighed. Grandma, it's not bad for spring. It's really the season for everything to revive and mate. But the college students nowadays, they are playing so open and spirited. It's really the world's trend. Qin Shou pretended to be serious and shook his head. But pretending to be serious, after all, he was also a normal man who was full of vigor. And when he heard this kind of evocative sound, his body naturally produced some physiological reactions. Coincidentally, because of the small dense forest in the fragrance scene, Su Nanqin is not dare to look directly at Qin Shou. Pretty face pressed even lower. This just will Qin Shou's reaction. See clearly. This time, Su Nanqin's face reddened even more. Her heart was a deer in the headlights, and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Qin Shou also had an innocent look on his face, thinking, I don't want to. I can't help it. Who made the students of your art academy so open-minded? They ruined my chances of being a decent person. A few minutes later, The duo finally made their way through the small dense forest of the academy amidst this awkward atmosphere. That. Qin director. Ah. What is it? Qin Shou looked at Su Nanchin's pretty face with a puzzled expression. Su Nanchin stood under the dormitory building, hesitated for a moment, and finally summoned up the courage to say in a voice as thin as a mosquito fly, "Today was my first kiss." After she finished the sentence, her pretty face was even more red as if it was going to drip blood, and her shy appearance was simply seductive. "Ah, I can't believe it was your first kiss." When Qin Shou heard these words, he deliberately showed a surprised expression and stared wide-eyed, although he had actually known that this was Su Nanchin's first kiss through a system prompt. "Well," Su Nanchin nodded gently, lowering her head even more in embarrassment as the fingers of her hands drew circles around each other. "Well, don't worry, I'll take care of it." When Qin Shou saw Su Nanchin looking so shy, he liked it even more in his heart, and he deliberately put on a very serious expression before nodding his head in a half-joking manner, wanting to tease Su Nanchin. "Really?" When Su Nanchin heard Qin Shou's words, a flash of surprise instantly flashed through her originally lowered eyes. She raised her head and looked at Qin Shou with eyes full of anticipation, and a hint of excitement that was hard to hide was also in her voice. "Hey, do you kinda like me?" Seeing Su Nanchin's reaction, Qin Shou knew that the time was almost right, so he gave a bad smile, the corners of his mouth hooking up into an evil arc. At the same time, he secretly activated the skill, manliness, intending to further capture Su Nanchin's heart. Su Nanchin was struck by Qin Shou's charismatic smile, and the deer in her heart thrashed about even more frantically as she lowered her head even more shyly. The fingers of her two small hands also began to stir restlessly in front of her body, in the manner of a young girl in love. Qin Shou felt that the atmosphere had been baked almost to the point where it would seem a bit pretentious if he didn't take action, so he made a decisive move and suddenly wrapped his arms around Su Nanchin's slender waist, lowered his head, and once again kissed her on her soft, sweet-smelling red lips. At the same time, the skill, artful tongue, was unleashed with a wild lick, although today during the day to taste the sweetness of it, but that is, after all, filming, a bunch of people are watching it, more or less a little bit cannot let go. Well, Nanchin completely did not expect Qin Shou to suddenly strike out in such a domineering manner. Her mind instantly went blank and her body became a little stiff. However, she didn't break away. Instead she slowly began to respond to Qin Shou's kiss. It's nighttime, late at night, with only a few occasional insect chirps around, and the atmosphere is just right. Only after a long time did Qin Shou reluctantly let go of Su Nanchin, whose rosy cheeks and misty eyes were still reeling. "Actually, I was a little moved that day, when I first saw you, Director Qin." Su Nanchin was kissed by Qin Shou to the point that she was a little bit confused, and she gathered her courage to shyly reveal her feelings to Qin Shou in a voice that was even smaller than a mosquito's hum. Qin Shou had thought that he was the one who had taken down Su Nanchin, but he didn't realize that it was Su Nanchin who had taken him down. Sure enough, the high-end hunters come as prey. However, on second thought, Qin Shou thought that Su Nanchin was indeed a rare beauty, especially since she was still so young and youthful. There was no man who would not like such a girl, and it seemed that he would not be at a disadvantage to be the prey for once. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully capturing the heart of a beautiful maiden, getting the first love of a beautiful maiden, rewarding the Earth-level skill genius great director, having the movie mastery of a world-class great director. It was also the moment this skill appeared that a whole bunch of knowledge about movie shooting poured madly into Qin Shou's mind. I'll go back first. It's getting late. You go back to rest early too. After Su Nanchin summoned up the courage to confess her love to Qin Shou, her heart was both elated and shy. She didn't dare to look at Qin Shou one more time, and hurriedly said a word of goodbye to Qin Shou before trotting towards her dormitory building. Qin Shou stood in place, watching Su Nanchin's slender back disappear into the night. His mind was filled with thoughts. He felt that everything he had experienced after his rebirth seemed a little less real, as if he was having a dream. Qin Shou quickly regained his senses from the disorientation he had just experienced, and he began to seriously think about what had just happened and discovered an important pattern from it. For the first time, he realized a problem so clearly, that is, it seemed that the rewards from Su Nanchin were extraordinarily generous. With just 2 kisses, plus 1 active confession from Su Nanchin, he had gained 2 skills in a row, and this time, he even directly rewarded an Earth rank skill. This was something that had rarely happened to him since he had passed the novice protection period. You should know that since the novice protection period, the frequency of the system giving away skills has greatly reduced and become very stingy. Usually, the system will only reward a skill symbolically after he has completed a home run with the target woman, and it's usually just a low-level skill of the Xian or Huang rank. A situation like this, where skills were continuously acquired just by kissing and confessing, and that included Earth rank advanced skills, was simply unprecedented. The only reasonable explanation for this particular situation, then, is that it is because this is Su Nanchin's first love. In other words, Qin Shou had come to an important conclusion: the higher the quality of the beauty that had never been touched by another man, the more generous the skill rewards that the system gave to him. This discovery was very important to Qin Shou, providing a clear direction and strategy for his future actions. This means that when he chooses a target in the future, he can pay more attention to the quality of the other party, and try to choose women who have no relationship experience and are pretty enough, so that it will be easier to obtain high-quality skill rewards. Thinking of this, Qin Shou suddenly thought of someone, Su Sishi, such a national goddess that made the men of the country fall for her heart. If one could handle it, one didn't know what kind of skills the system would reward. Chapter 37, The Man in Black. After sending Su Nanchin back to her dormitory, Qin Shou planned to return directly to the hut he had rented. During this period of time, Qin Shou would also occasionally go to Yen Yurong's villa for a few days to enjoy the sweet time with this mature beauty, but due to his busy filming schedule, he didn't go to the villa as often as he used to. Of course, the main reason was that Yen Yurong was really a bit overwhelmed by Qin Shou's overly strong fighting strength. During this period of time, she felt like her body was about to be emptied out, and was really a bit unable to bear it. So naturally, she didn't take the initiative to contact Qin Shou as frequently as before. She even often whispered to Qin Shou, urging him to take her two good sisters as soon as possible, so as to help her share some of the pressure and let her breathe a little. Qin Shou returned to the door of the humble hut he had rented, took out the key from his pocket and was about to open the door. "You are Qin Shou?" A somewhat hoarse, low voice suddenly rang out from the side. When Qin Shou heard the sound, he immediately raised his head alertly and followed the sound, only to see a tall and mysteriously dressed man standing beside him at some point. He was wearing a dark-colored long windbreaker, with a black hat pressed low on his head, and a pair of wide sunglasses perched on his face, almost covering most of his face, making it impossible to see his real face. Qin Shou rented an apartment room, along the whole corridor. Just now there is no half a silhouette. Qin Shou completely do not know when this person is, from where suddenly appeared, and the lights in the promenade were dim. This man even wore sunglasses, and all over, there was an indescribable weirdness. Qin Shou's height was 1.83 m, which was considered taller among ordinary people, but this man standing in front of him was still about a head taller, with a visual estimate of at least 1.9 m or more. Moreover, this man was not only tall, but also had a very sturdy and strong body, with broad shoulders and a strong sense of oppression emanating from his body, making Qin Shou feel a trace of inexplicable uneasiness. "Who are you? Can I help you?" Qin Shou's brows furrowed slightly, his muscles tensed instinctively, and he subconsciously took a step back, pulling a little distance from this mysterious man. That's right then. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The man's hand did not know when there was an extra sharp short knife, without any warning suddenly struck out, with a swift momentum, towards Qin Shou's waist violently stabbed over. The move's ruthless, straight to the vitals. "Grip it!" Qin Shou snapped. His heart was horrified. Never thought that the other party would be so decisive to directly strike the murder, and also used a knife. Fortunately, he was prepared. His reaction speed was fast enough, and his body was flexible enough. In the nick of time, he quickly dodged to the side to avoid the fatal knife. After dodging the attack, Qin Shou immediately launched a counterattack, backhandedly grabbed the man's right wrist holding the knife, wanting to make a move of empty-handed grabbing the white blade, to seize the knife in the other hand. However, Qin Shou had obviously underestimated this man's strength. Just as he grabbed the man's right hand that was holding the knife, the man swiftly raised his left hand, and with a whistling sound of wind, a powerful fist greeted Qin Shou's face fiercely. The punch came with such force and speed that it was obviously professionally trained. Qin Shou did not dare to take it hard. Lifting his leg was a kick. After the first, powerful kick hard to the man's abdomen. With this reaction force, Qin Shou instantly distanced himself from the man and thrillingly dodged the incoming punch. However, what Qin Shou never expected was that the man's abdomen had been solidly hit by his kick. But he was like a person who was fine. Only his body slightly retreated a few steps backward, and then he quickly stabilized himself, and his face didn't even have a trace of painful expression. Qin Shou's pupils suddenly contracted. He was very clear about the force of his foot just now. He is the peak of the boxing champion Tyson's power. Ordinary people, if he received this foot, even if not dead, but also have to be seriously injured. Internal bleeding is light, and this person in front of him was unharmed, as if that kick just now was just tickling him. This physique, it was simply a monster. That big man in black was likewise a bit surprised. He lowered his head to look at his abdomen, then raised his head to look at Qin Shou, and with a hint of surprise in his hoarse voice, he said with a cold snort, "Kind of interesting. There are two of them. No wonder they were able to save that woman from them. That woman? When Qin Shou heard these words, he immediately understood in his heart. It seemed that this man in black, and those killers who chased Ren Jing on the highway that day, were definitely a group of people. However, when those killers have a gun in their hands, while the person in front of them only has a short knife in their hands, Qin Shou heart clear. If the other hand has a gun in his hand, then I'm afraid that he is really bad luck today. Definitely not an opponent. Thinking of this, Qin Shou secretly rejoiced. After the black-robed man said these words, he once again held the short knife in his hand. His body moved. Like a ghost rushing towards Qin Shou, the short knife in his hand transformed into a ray of cold light, launching sudden stabs at Qin Shou one after another, with fatal moves. Don't look at this black-clothed man's majestic and tall figure, but his movements were exceptionally agile and fast, not at all like the agility that a person with such a large body size should have. Fortunately, Qin Shou's hands were not weak, and with his sharp reflexes and flexible pace, he narrowly dodged the black-clothed man's attacks again and again. But even so, Qin Shou was inevitably colored. His right arm was cut open by a short knife, and blood instantly soaked his sleeve. In fact, if he really wanted to talk about punching and kicking, Qin Shou was able to clearly feel that his own hands were definitely above this man in black. But what made Qin Shou feel appalled was that his successive punches struck hard on this black-clothed man, but as if he had hit a thick wall. The other party simply did not react at all, and did not even frown. This kind of terrifying resistance to blows was simply more outrageous than a heavyweight professional boxer. Qin Shou even wondered if the other party had practiced some kind of hard qigong or something like that. Qin Shou wasn't a cutie either. He knew that wearing himself out like this would do him absolutely no good and would only become more and more dangerous. So he saw an opportunity, and after kicking the other man hard, he suddenly turned around and slammed open the door of his house as fast as he could, then quickly dodged into the room and closed the door tightly with his backhand. The man in black quickly reacted and kicked the door of Qin Shou's house hard, directly shattering the wooden door panel, and quickly followed him in, only to see that Qin Shou had opened the window of the balcony and jumped down, layer by layer, along the outside air conditioner next to the balcony. Fortunately, the floor where Qin Shou's house was located was not too high, only 5 floors, and after a few moments, Qin Shou had landed on the side of the road. Chapter 38 Uncle Fu Saves the Day. Qin Shou just landed on the ground and stood firm. Before he had time to catch his breath, the black-clothed man also followed his example, learning from Qin Shou's earlier actions, borrowing the air conditioning unit on the wall, jumping down step by step. However, these air conditioning units had just been stepped on by Qin Shou, and were already a bit loose. Plus the black-clothed man was big and strong, and his weight was far above Qin Shou's, which added insult to injury to the already fragile bracket. When he jumped to the 3rd floor, one of the air conditioning outboard units was finally overwhelmed and could not support his enormous weight, and it simply came loose and fell off, only to hear rumble after several deafening bangs, accompanied by the sound of metal twisting and falling. The black-robed strong man, so in the eyes of Qin Shou, fell heavily on the hard concrete ground, raising a cloud of dust. Which one of you killers? Heck, you're not sleeping in the middle of the night. What are you doing climbing the air conditioner? Also, at the same time that this black-clothed strong man fell down, a window on the 3rd floor was violently pulled open from the inside, and a middle-aged woman with a bloated body and wearing a loose pajama suit poked her head out, her sleepy eyes and hair disheveled, pointing at Qin Shou downstairs, cursing in a furious manner. This woman Qin Shou recognizes. It is this building of apartments chartered demolition mob. It is said that this whole building, there are 3 floors, are their family. Qin Shou looked at the chartered lady on the 3rd floor, smiled somewhat awkwardly, and pulled out his cell phone with the intention of directly calling the police. You're laughing your ass off. Damn Qin Shou, did you pay last month's rent? You broke my air conditioner. You have to pay me back. Not a penny less. When the landlady saw that Qin Shou even dared to smile at her, she became even more furious, pointing at Qin Shou's nose and continuing to curse and spit downstairs. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. A sharp dagger suddenly shot out, as fast as lightning. This came so suddenly that Qin Shou could not react in time, and under great horror, he hastily sidestepped his body. But even so, due to the dagger's speed being too fast, Qin Shou still wasn't able to dodge it completely, and the dagger's sharp blade still cut through the side of his face, pulling out a long bloody gash on his face, and blood instantly gushed out, staining his cheeks red. Immediately afterward, an even more shocking scene occurred. The black-clothed man who had originally fallen heavily on the ground unexpectedly leapt up violently from the ground, and as if nothing had happened, he ferociously rushed towards Qin Shou. Holy, is this ing human? Qin Shou cursed in his heart and turned around, wanting to escape. This kind of completely unkillable opponent, he simply had no desire to fight. It was also at this moment that a black heavy-duty Hummer SUV suddenly sped from the roadside, emitting a deafening roar, and then ruthlessly crashed into the black-clothed burly man's body at an extremely fast speed. What a force the Hummer was! The huge impact instantly sent the black-clothed burly man flying out tens of meters away, landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. When the landlady saw this situation outside, how could she still dare to continue cursing and looking for compensation from Qin Shou? Frightened and pale, she screamed and quickly closed the window, then ran back to her room as fast as she could, covering herself in the quilt and shivering. The black-clothed strong man was hit by the Hummer and fractured both his legs. His body was covered in blood and miserable, but surprisingly, he didn't die on the spot yet, but struggled and tried to get up from the ground again. Holy you immortal! This is a body-refining cultivator in a ing fairy cultivation novel. Qin Shou was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This Hummer is obviously rushing to this black-clothed strongman, after crashing into the black-clothed strongman, but did not stop, but directly a foot of throttle to the end, once again crushed up, and then in the black-clothed strong man's body repeatedly crushed several times, until confirming that the other party is completely no more movement, and only then give up. Get in the car. After resolving the black-clothed strong man, the driver's window slowly rolled down, revealing a familiar face. The one who drove the car was actually Fu Bo. Without saying a word, Qin Shou quickly pulled open the car door and nimbly scurried up, sitting on his butt in the co-pilot's seat. What the hell is going on here? How come that guy was just like an undefeatable little strongman, falling down from the third floor and not being hurt at all? Also, what the hell is this guy? Why did he come to kill me? As soon as Qin Shou sat down, he couldn't wait to throw out a series of questions to Uncle Fu. This isn't the place to talk. Go see Missy first. Anything can wait until you see Missy. Uncle Fu did not answer Qin Shou's question head-on, but simply said a simple sentence before he quickly started the car and sped off in the direction of the outskirts of the city. Qin Shou had long since seen Fu Bo's car skills, which could be described in one word: wild. Last time he sat in the back and was driving a different kind of car himself. The two vibrations cancelled each other out, so the feeling wasn't particularly strong yet. This time, he sat in the passenger seat, finally truly experienced what is called speed and passion. Fu Bo all the way throttle pedal dead. The city center of the road soared to 120, completely disregard in half of the traffic rules. What speed limit? Red light, completely regardless. Qin Shou sitting on the co-pilot. That is called a fearful. Several times Qin Shou felt like he was going to crash into it, but Fu Bo always managed to use his uncanny car skills to turn the danger into a miracle in the nick of time, dodging over in a thrilling manner. Originally taking about an hour to drive, Fu Bo drove there in a hard 15 minutes. Eventually, the car pulled into a luxurious villa on the outskirts of the city. After Qin Shou got out of the car, his legs went limp and he almost didn't fall straight to the ground. He held on to the car door, bent over, and went into a fit of vomiting so furious that he was about to throw up his overnight meal. Qin Shou had basically summarized the rules of riding in a Fu Bo car. That means you have to throw up a meal to do it. Last time it was below you. This time it's above you. And you have to account for something in any case. Let's go. Missy is already waiting for you inside, Uncle Fu said in a calm tone before taking the lead and turning towards the villa's gate. No, man. Just let me slow down for a second and take a breather, okay? Qin Shou waved his hand in a hurry. Bending over, he slapped his chest. It was only after a while that he felt slightly more comfortable in his stomach, finally no longer turning over like he did just now, and only then did he barely straighten up. That's fine. Go. Qin Shou took a deep breath and nodded. Under the guidance of Uncle Fu, Qin Shou walked into the villa. The interior of the villa was extremely lavishly decorated. The crystal chandelier emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the entire spacious hall, and expensive oil paintings and sculptures could be seen everywhere. Ren Jing had already been waiting in the living room for a long time. Today's Ren Jing was dressed extraordinarily beautifully, a very different image from the last time they met. Last time, she wore a black professional suit, which showed off her strong woman's competence and aura to the fullest, but also gave her a sense of detachment that rejected people. But today, she had changed into a long, flowing, pale white dress, and had put on exquisite light makeup, which set off her originally delicate features even more perfectly, and her eyebrows were a little less cold and a little more flirtatious. Combined with her tall and shapely figure, the whole person looks extraordinarily sexy and charming, exuding a kind of charisma unique to mature women, and showing the grace and splendor of a rich and powerful woman. She sat on the soft sofa with a glass of red wine in her hand, her beautiful eyes looking towards Qin Shou, the corner of her mouth raising an imperceptible smile. Sit down and let's talk. Ren Jing pointed to the soft couch across from her. Chapter 39, Qigong. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Who was that man just now? Why did he try to kill me? Qin Shou just sat down on the sofa in the living room. He couldn't wait to open his mouth to ask. He was now full of questions and desperately wanted to know the ins and outs of the matter. You seem to have a wound on your face, and it's bleeding. It's important to treat the wound first. Ren Jing did not answer Qin Shou's question positively, and the first thing her gaze landed on was the shocking scar on Qin Shou's cheek, where blood was still seeping out. It's just a small injury, a flesh wound. It won't hurt. Let's talk business first. Qin Shou waved his hand unconcernedly. He only wanted to figure out what had happened as soon as possible now, and he did not care about the wound on his face. Look at what you're saying. Such a handsome face. It would be bad if it got broken. What a pity. Things are not urgent. It's better to stop the bleeding for you first. Ren Jing heard Qin Shou's unconcerned tone and couldn't help but rant at him, his tone surprisingly carrying a trifle of teasing intent. Qin Shou couldn't help but stare, thinking that this girl has changed her nature today? Wasn't she always cold before? Forbes, contact my personal physician and have him come over as fast as he can. Ren Jing turned her head and instructed Fu Bo, who was standing at the side, to say, yes, Missy. Uncle Fu nodded, then immediately took out his cell phone and walked aside to make a call. A few moments later, a rush of footsteps came from outside the villa, and a middle-aged doctor wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses rushed over with a few female nurses wearing nurses' uniforms, each carrying a medical box in their hands, which seemed to be a professional medical team. When Qin Shou saw this scene, he couldn't help but lament inwardly. Not bad for a strong woman in a high position. I can't believe she has a private medical team on standby. Since Ren Jing had spoken, Qin Shou was also too lazy to be in a hurry. Anyway, Ren Jing was by his side at the moment, so sooner or later he would know the ins and outs of the matter. At the doctor's command, Qin Shou obediently lay down on the soft leather sofa in the living room, allowing the doctor to scrutinize the injuries on his face. These doctors and nurses were obviously strictly selected elites, both in terms of professional skills and professionalism were top-notch, much higher than the level of chief physicians in tertiary hospitals. They moved skillfully and cooperated well, and in just a few moments, they had already treated Qin Shou's wounds. Well, can we always talk now? What the hell is going on? After the doctors and nurses had retired, Qin Shou couldn't wait to sit up from the sofa, rubbing his cheeks, which were still a bit vaguely sore, and looking towards Ren Jing. You're quite the hothead. Look at you. Seeing that Qin Shou just finished treating his wound and couldn't wait to ask after him, Ren Jing couldn't help but let out a light laugh and shook her head before elegantly picking up the goblet on the table and gently sipping a mouthful of red wine before slowly opening her mouth. This group of people is a cult organization called the Blood God Church. This church originated in the country of Goryeo, developed and grew in Southeast Asia, and in the last few years began to develop in my dragon country. And this man who dealt with you today is one of the members of this church. Ren Jing paused, shook the wine glass in her hand, and continued. The people who were chasing us on the highway that day should be related to this cult. Qin Shou heard this. His eyebrows could not help but frown, only to feel that things seemed to be much more complicated than he imagined. I did not expect that it also involves such things as cults. He originally thought that the other side is at most a triad organization, or Ren Jing's political opponents. Cults? Why are these cultists after you? Ren Jing heard Qin Shou's question and put down the wine glass in her hand, her expression becoming serious. My family is a famous family in Yanjing, with deep influence in the political and military circles. Someone in the family once personally organized and led a siege against this blood god cult. Due to the fact that Yanjing's siege against them was too strong and the crackdown was very severe, it was already difficult for this cult to gain a foothold in Yanjing, so they slowly shifted their focus elsewhere, moving into more covert underground activities for private evangelism and development of their power. A number of these key members, in order to avoid tracing and to continue to develop their forces, came secretly to Yecheng, intending to develop Yecheng as one of their bases. Hearing this, Qin Shou had already roughly understood the situation and opened his mouth. So, in Yecheng, it just so happened that I met a female mayor like you. You likewise received orders from your family to suppress this sectarian organization locally in Yecheng in a big way, and made a deadly feud with them. New grudges and old grudges go together, so they intend to get back at you. And me, I'm just an unlucky guy who got involved unintentionally. Not bad. I can't imagine that you guys are quite smart. You can see right through it. Ren Jing nodded, appreciating Qin Shou a few more points. But I still don't understand why that person was so hard to kill. That's definitely not an ordinary person's physical fitness. At that moment, Uncle Fu, who had been standing in silence, suddenly spoke up coldly. Kid, the things in this world are not something you ordinary people can understand. There are a lot of things that you guys don't know. And there are some things that you may not be able to believe even if you see them with your own eyes. With that said, Fubo walked over to the couch and picked up a baseball bat that was leaning against the arm of the couch. It was a solid wood baseball bat that looked very sturdy. Uncle Fu held the end of the baseball bat, took a deep breath, and then fiercely made a hand knife, only to hear a crisp crack sound. That looks solid wood baseball bat. Even so should be sound broken. Then, Uncle Fu handed the broken half of the baseball bat to Qin Shou, with a look of pride on his face, and said somewhat smugly, "Kid, you try it too. Let's see if you can do it." "Okay, I'll try." Qin Shou received half of the baseball bat, took a deep breath, and then violently swung out a fist, fiercely smashed in the remaining half of the baseball bat, only to hear another crisp click sound. The remaining half of the baseball bat was also broken into two, and had to be more crisp than when Fubo broke. "It doesn't look too hard." Qin Shou shrugged with a relaxed expression. "Holy, this kid." Fubo's eyes flashed with essence, seeing that he was hit in the face instead of pretending to be a bully. His old face was slightly red and he cursed in his heart. "Good boy, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ha, hiding deep enough." Uncle Fu sneered. Hey, the kid was born with divine power. Not bad. The future generation is fearful. Let's not compare this. Let's compare something else." Uncle Fu turned his head to Ren Jing and said, "Missy, could I trouble you to pour me a glass of wine?" "Could be." Ren Jing nodded and casually took out a clean wine glass, poured a glass of red wine and placed it on the coffee table in front of her. "Boy, you've seen it all," Fubo bellowed, his chi sinking into his dantian. He set up a starting stance and struck a palm through the air. Qin Shou's complexion was aghast, and he only felt an invisible aura rise violently. Then, Qin Shou saw that the red wine in the wine glass, even violently shook up. However, in a few moments, the red wine in the goblet was shaking more and more, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. And suddenly, with a bang sound, the goblet suddenly burst open without any external contact. The broken glass and scarlet red wine instantly splashed out, spilling all over the ground. "Missy, it's the old man who lost his temper just now and didn't hurt looking for you." Fubo then realized that in order to save face, he seemed to have exerted himself a bit too much, and hurriedly bowed to apologize. Chapter 40, So I Know Qigong Too. Out of the way. Ren Jing waved her hand indifferently. "Hey, kid, see clearly? What the old immortal used just now is my Dragon Kingdom's 1,000-year inheritance Qigong." Feeling that he had finally gotten his face back, Uncle Fu looked proudly and smugly at Qin Shou. Qin Shou looked at the red wine and glass shards that had spilled all over the place, still somewhat frozen on the spot. He was still recalling the moment Fubo had struck just now, and how that invisible force had shattered the wine glass. He did not immediately reply to Uncle Fu's words, but fell into deep thought, his mind constantly replaying the images from just now. Qin Shou thought of one thing, that is, after he used the harvesting yin to replenish yang skill, the warm, hot air that appeared in his dantian, could it be the Qigong that Fubo was talking about? If that's true, doesn't that mean he can do it himself? Seeing Qin Shou's current reaction, Uncle Fu thought that Qin Shou was shocked by his earlier slap, and was quite satisfied in his heart. He said to himself, although this kid was born with godly strength and has practiced some rudimentary punching and kicking kung fu, but in the end, he is just an ordinary person from the bottom of the social ladder. He still has too little knowledge, and was shocked by my hand of shattering cups in the air. Can that pour me a glass of red wine too? After freezing for a long time, Qin Shou suddenly raised his head and said something that made everyone unexpected. "Ah, you want to drink? You still have a wound on your face. Didn't the doctor just say that it's best not to drink for a while?" Ren Jing was confused by Qin Shou's sudden upturn of words and thought that he wanted to drink, rushing to dissuade him. "No, you misunderstand. I want to try that one just now too." Qin Shou hurriedly waved his hand and explained. "Hey, kid, this isn't something you can do casually. Don't even think about it without 20 or 30 years of hard labor." When Uncle Fu heard Qin Shou's words, he was first stunned, then a disdainful sneer appeared on his face as he said, "This kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven. How do you know I can't if I don't try it? Hurry up and pour a glass and I'll try it too." Qin Shou still insisted, wanting to verify his guess. Okay. Seeing that Qin Shou was so insistent, Ren Jing was also a little curious as to what Qin Shou would do, so she did as she was told, picking up another clean wine glass and pouring a glass of red wine. Poof. Ha! Qin Shou modeled himself after Fubo when he raised his chi just now, took a deep breath, then also let out a loud yell, set up a starting stance similar to Fubo's just now, and similarly violently launched out a palm towards the wine cup on the coffee table through the air. When Fubo saw Qin Shou's action, he first bristled with disdain, but then a hint of nervousness flashed through his eyes. He was still a little worried that Qin Shou would really make some kind of commotion. After all, the power that Qin Shou had just demonstrated had also made him a little confused about Qin Shou's bottom line. However, after a long time, there was no reaction from the wine glass on the coffee table, and the red wine in the glass did not even ripple. Hey, kid, don't be a hero. I told you this stuff. Don't even think about it without 20 years of hard labor. Seeing that the wine glass did not react in any way, Fubo let out a sigh of relief and once again resumed his previous haughty demeanor, shaking his head in a pretentious manner. Oof. Ha. Qin Shou remained undeterred and tried again, but the result was still the same. The wine glass didn't move. There was no reaction. Oof. Ha. After 4 or 5 times, Fubo had gotten a little impatient and waved his hand. Forget it, kid, don't waste your time in vain. I told you long ago, this thing can't be practiced overnight. You'd better give up. However, the moment Fubo's words had just fallen, the red wine in the originally common wave-free wine glass suddenly shook violently. Seeing this scene, Fubo people numb, stunned, completely frozen on the spot. This pussy failed to pretend again. You should know that he practiced for more than 10 years to get this achievement today, and Qin Shou has only tried a few times? Immediately after that, only to see that the goblet was unsteady in its center of gravity due to the violent shaking of the red wine in the glass, and eventually tipped over on the coffee table, spilling the scarlet wine all over the place. But the glass didn't completely shatter. It was just tipped over on its side. Why didn't it shatter? Is it because I don't have enough qi? Or did I not control it with enough precision? Qin Shou looked at the wine glass that had fallen on the coffee table and scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Kid, you've practiced qigong? No. Since he has practiced qigong, why does he look like a complete layman who doesn't understand a thing about the use of qi? Uncle Fu finally came back from his shock and looked at Qin Shou with some surprise, feeling more and more that he could not understand the young man in front of him. No. Qin Shou shook his head unabashedly. Impossible. Someone who hasn't practiced qigong would never be able to do that. Tell me, what's going on? Who the hell are you and why did you approach Missy? Uncle Fu was still unforgiving, and his expression went cold, taking a step out and blocking in front of Ren Jing, lest Qin Shou suddenly turn against the eldest young lady. Thinking of Qin Shou's out-of-this-world marksmanship that day, and then seeing that Qin Shou, an ordinary person, knew qigong, made him wary. Qin Shou saw how nervous Uncle Fu reacted and knew that he had to find a justifiable reason. He pretended to have a blank thoughtful face, then suddenly slammed his thigh as if he suddenly remembered something important and said, "That's right, I remember. When I was a child, my family once passed by a monk who came to our house to make money. He said that I had amazing bones and was a material for practicing martial arts, and dead set on pulling me along and teaching me a set of breathing and exhaling methods. But I didn't take it to heart, practicing one day at a time, until the last few days, when I had a sudden sensation that there was a heat in the place of my dantian. When I saw your slap just now, I remembered the hot breath in my stomach, so I thought to try it, and I didn't expect it to actually work. Is that true?" After listening to Qin Shou's explanation, Uncle Fu showed a hint of suspicion, and although he was a bit unconvinced, his face eased up. He could see that Qin Shou obviously had no idea how to use his true qi even though he had it, which was why he had just tried 7 or 8 times before barely succeeding once. Therefore, this explanation from Qin Shou made sense. Of course, if I really practiced, I couldn't have tried so many times before succeeding. If I intended to hide it, then there was no need for me to even try to break this wine glass across the room in front of you guys. Don't you think? Qin Shou nodded and looked at Fubo with a harmless look on his face, and in his heart, he belabored. Then can I tell you that I got my true qi because the system sent me a picking in to replenish yang and skill, and then slept with a pretty girl all the way out? Humph. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Uncle Fu snorted coldly. Although he didn't quite believe Qin Shou's words, he was also clear that if Qin Shou really had the intention to be unfavorable to Ren Jing, he would have already had multiple chances to do so, especially the last time in the car. Of course, what Uncle Fu did not know was that last time Qin Shou was in the car, he did unfavorable to Ren Jing, only that the unfavorable way was a little different from what Uncle Fu thought. Chapter 41, Be My Personal Bodyguard. You've gone around in such a big circle. Are you trying to tell me that the reason why that man in black can't be beaten is because he knows qigong? Qin Shou didn't want the topic to continue to revolve around himself. What if the matter of the system was exposed? So Qin Shou immediately brought the topic back on track. Uncle Fu shook his head, dismissing Qin Shou's speculation. Qigong is a unique inheritance of my dragon kingdom, and this blood god cult originated in Goguryeo, so naturally it can't have an orthodox qigong cultivation method. But these cults, being able to be called cults, naturally have their own set of systems. A system of your own? What system? Qin Shou pursued. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Their system is quite ponderous. All I know is that although this blood god sect originated in Goguryeo, It has developed and flourished in Southeast Asia and is deeply influenced by some of the mystical cultures of Southeast Asia. The Southeast Asian region, however, happens to be one of the birthplaces of mystical arts such as the art of head scalping and witchcraft. My guess is that the reason why the man in black can't be beaten is because he has a strange microorganism, also known as a compulsion, inside his body. I'll go. A compulsion? There really is such a thing. Qin Shou heard the word compulsion, but could not help but widen his eyes. He had always thought that such things as compulsion only existed in novels, did not think that the reality actually existed. Hey, with all the qigong, isn't it normal to have compulsion? Kid, in this world, there are a lot of things you don't know. Uncle Fu had a come-hither look on his face as he continued to explain. After this kind of parasite enters the human body, it will exist within the human body in a parasitic manner, and they will secrete a special kind of substance, which is capable of paralyzing a person's nervous system and making them lose their sense of pain, and at the same time, it will also greatly stimulate the human body's potential and stimulate the body's various functions, causing the host to burst out with far superior strength, speed, and recovery ability in a short period of time. Then wouldn't they be invincible? Then what should I do if I meet them again? Qin Shou sniffed with a depressed expression. Uncle Fu shook his head and explained. Things are certainly not so simple. Everything has its two sides. There are advantages and disadvantages. The more this way of going off the beaten path, in a short period of time to get a huge promotion, the risk and cost, but also the greater. Although this kind of compulsion can give the human body powerful strength, the backlash against the human body is also extremely serious. They will constantly devour the host's essence and blood and energy, causing great damage to the host's body. In order to keep themselves safe from the backlash of the parasites, they must regularly drink the blood of the living to feed the parasites in their bodies. Otherwise they will die from the backlash of the parasites, and life is worse than death. Moreover, they are not truly invincible. The true qi within your body is the natural enemy of the parasites. True qi can penetrate the surface skin and directly attack the parasitic parasites inside their bodies, killing them completely. You mean, as long as I use my true qi in my fists and feet when fighting them, I can kill them? Qin Shou's eyes lit up as he finally found a means to defend himself. Kid, it's really smart. A little bit of it. Uncle Fu nodded in satisfaction. But it's not as simple as you think. Uncle Fu's words changed, and added, this kind of parasites are usually parasitized in the most important organs of the human body, such as the heart or brain and other vital parts. You can only cause fatal damage to them if you attack their heart or brain. And these people aren't little cuties. These people aren't little cuties. After listening to Fu Bo's explanation, Qin Shou laughed. It's better than having no way to deal with them and being caught with your hands tied. At least now I know how to deal with them. But you came to me today specifically and told me so much about the blood god cult. I'm sure you have another purpose, right? With a hint of cunning in his eyes, Qin Shou looked straight at Ren Jing and Fu Bo. Talking to smart people just saves you the trouble of having to beat around the bush. Seeing that Qin Shou was so perceptive, Uncle Fu no longer hid anything and said bluntly, Kid, I've come to find you this time because I want you to serve as Missy's personal bodyguard for the next 3 days and be responsible for protecting her safety. Bodyguard? Isn't it enough to have an expert like you by her side? What else do you need me for? A puzzled expression appeared on Qin Shou's face when he heard Fu Bo's request. Seeing this, Ren Jing, who was on the side, explained, it's like this. I've received news that an important leader of the blood god cult has secretly arrived in Yechen, and Uncle Fu needs to leave for 3 days to go and hire someone. Why in favor of me? With your mayor's status and position, it shouldn't be hard to find an expert, right? Qin Shou still felt that some of the explanations didn't make sense. Uncle Fu heard Qin Shou's question and stroked his beard. This is Missy's intention. Missy named you to be her bodyguard for these 3 days. Originally, the old man still had some disagreement, but today I saw that you actually know Qigong. And according to the old man, you are already at least at the early stage of the yellow rank. A martial arts expert with exceptional marksmanship who is also in the early Huang rank is not easy to find. Early yellow order? When Qin Shou heard the word yellow order, his heart couldn't help but move. He suddenly thought of his own system skills level division, which was also divided into 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Could it be that this Qigong master's strength division was also according to the heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow to differentiate? Thinking about this, Qin Shou couldn't help but have a bold guess in his heart that this mysterious system of his might be related to some ancient inheritance, but exactly why the system had chosen him, Qin Shou still couldn't figure it out, and it was impossible for him to touch this level right now. Qin Shou was still lost in thought when Uncle Fu continued. Not bad. Martial arts masters, divided into 4 ranks of heaven, earth, Xian and yang. The old man is already in the late stage of the yellow rank. However, old me is not as good as you with a gun. If you have a gun in your hand, along with your body, I believe that it should not be much of a problem to protect Missy. Boy, straight up, will you or won't you? Uncle Fu stared at Qin Shou with a torch-like gaze. It's okay. Of course. Seeing that Uncle Fu was so direct, Qin Shou did not beat around the bush and nodded with a smile. Then the conversation turned and a wry smile appeared on his face. However, Mayor Ren is being targeted by such a dangerous organization. The risk of this mission is quite high. I'm risking my life to protect you, so you have to give me some benefit fee, right? Otherwise, wouldn't I be contributing for nothing? He. Qin Shou rubbed his hands together and looked at Ren Jing and Fu Bo with an expectant face. With a don't let go of the eagle without seeing the rabbit's stance. 100,000. 1 day. 3 days. 300,000. Ren Jing opened the door. Yes, deal. When Qin Shou heard the price offered by Ren Jing, he agreed to it painfully without saying a word, a satisfied smile on his face. 3 days to earn $300,000. Where to find such a cheap deal? What's more, this mission is still to be the personal bodyguard of such a beautiful woman as Ren Jing. If this is spread out, I'm afraid that even if it's free of charge, there are countless men who would like to come and do it even if they break their heads. Being inseparable from Ren Jing for 3 days, if he played well, he might have another chance to fish for good skills. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Anyway, 3 days is not a delay in filming. First let the producer Will Guai Gang, this dead fat man seen in advance to shoot before. Chapter 42 One Night Storm. Alright, Uncle Fu, there's nothing more to do. Go ahead and go about your business. Qin Shou and I, regarding the specific matters of the bodyguard, still need to talk about them individually, and it's more convenient for us to discuss some of the details on our own. Seeing that things had basically been negotiated, Ren Jing even took the initiative to propose to sidetrack Uncle Fu, which caused Qin Shou to have some small expectations in his heart. Understood. I'll leave you to it then. Fu Bo did not think much about it and nodded respectfully before turning around and leaving the living room. Within the large villa, Qin Shou and Ren Jing were the only 2 people left at the moment. It's late at night. A man and a woman are alone, and they're both handsome and beautiful. It's hard not to think that something will happen. Qin Shou has not been looking for Yen Yurong in the last few days because he was busy filming a short drama, and the accumulated oil was quite sufficient, just when he needed to use some of it. Although Qin Shou clearly knew that Ren Jing's luxury car burned some oil, Qin Shou didn't care. Qin Shou is not afraid of burning, but is afraid that she is not tart. A few cups of red wine down, the role of alcohol began to show up in Ren Jing. Her fair face rose a layer of faint redness, adding a few points of charming and seductive, looking exceptionally moving. Qin Shou couldn't help but look a little dazed, a look of appreciation and fascination in his eyes. What are you looking at? Stinking rascal. Ren Jing noticed Qin Shou's gaze and poutingly blanked him, her tone carrying a hint of shyness and teasing. Not really angry. Hey, so do you want me to go rogue? Or be decent? Hearing Ren Jing's words, Qin Shou's heart became more certain of his suspicions, and as he spoke, he secretly unleashed the skills, artful tongue, and manliness in an attempt to close the distance between the 2 of them. Qin Shou knew very well in his heart, since Ren Jing named him as her personal bodyguard, and also purposely sidetracked Fu Bo, it was 80% because she felt that last time he was good at putting on motor oil, which made her very comfortable. And now she needed to maintain it again. Ren Jing was indeed a bit itchy. Ever since the last time she had that incident with Qin Shou in the car, she had been a bit restless for the past few days, always unconsciously remembering the scene from that night. Go up, and if you have anything to say, talk in my room. It's not convenient to talk here. As she spoke, Ren Jing's charming eyes were like silk. Standing up, and under the light white gauze skirt, her delicate curves and soft and beautiful waist were revealed. Ren Jing's lotus steps moved lightly, taking elegant steps, deliberately twisting her waist teasingly, and walking step by step towards the 2nd floor. Qin Shou stood below, looking at Ren Jing's shapely and beautiful body, as well as the flirtatious style she deliberately displayed. His heart was already a bit unable to hold on to her, secretly sighing, indeed a demonic level woman, really good at seducing people. It's simply a bad thing for my Dao. However, Qin Shou thought for a moment, forget it, don't let this Taoist heart go. Anyway, I'm afraid that this skill of collecting ink to replenish yang isn't a proper Taoist skill, and 9 times out of 10, it's a skill similar to the Acacia sect in the Immortal novels, which is an unorthodox sect. Qin Shou simply couldn't hold back and tiptoed after him. Just after walking into Ren Jing's room, Qin Shou heard the sound of water pattering from the bathroom. The bathroom in Ren Jing's room was designed with a transparent glass door, and the hazy water mist reflected her delicate curves, making people think of her. Qin Shou would have liked to push the door in directly, like last time with Yen Yurong, to have a wave of lovebirds, but Ren Jing had anticipated that he would follow him, and even unlocked the bathroom door in advance. Through the watery haze of the glass door, Qin Shou could only vaguely see some blurred outlines, which was exactly the live version of the mosaic, mainlining as spaced out, itchy, scratchy, scratchy, scratchy. Fortunately, Ren Jing didn't take too long to wash. After about 10 minutes, the bathroom door opened and she walked out wearing a loose white silk bathrobe. The white muslin bathrobe gently wrapped around her exquisite body, and the neckline of the bathrobe was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and pale skin. Qin Shou only felt that it was a majestic mountain peak separated by mist, a fragrant grass, and a mountain stream. Good people at the moment. Qin Shou naturally want to pay a little respect. Good man. Since the top of the sky and the ground, Qin Shou could no longer hold back the impulse in his heart, and like a hungry wolf, he pounced over, wanting to embrace Ren Jing into his arms. However, Ren Jing deftly dodged and skillfully avoided Qin Shou's surprise attack. Look at you. You're all sweaty and dirty. Go wash yourself first and come back to me, or I'll ignore you. Ren Jing looked at the pouncing Qin Shou with a proud face, a hint of dislike and flirtation in her tone, but her eyes were filled with laughter. Although Qin Shou was a bit depressed, he also knew that he had just had a fierce fight with that man in black, and his body was indeed stained with some dust and sweat, and the smell was definitely not very good, so he could only reluctantly go into the bathroom and prepare to wash up. Qin Shou took a shower as fast as he could, 3 times, nimbly, and rushed out. He couldn't wait to return to Ren Jing. As soon as he stepped out of the bathroom, he pressed Ren Jing underneath him, taking the initiative. However, to his surprise, Ren Jing unexpectedly did a beautiful beauty rollover and backhanded Qin Shou underneath him. The situation instantly reversed. Ren Jing looked condescendingly at Qin Shou, a smug smile on her face as she said with a haughty expression, "That last time in the car was just an accident. This time I'm going to take the initiative and give you a good taste of what I'm capable of." Qin Shou looked at Ren Jing's domineering appearance, and said that she is worthy of being a strong woman, and she likes to take the initiative in everything she does. Ren Jing's family was worthy of being a luxurious family. Even the furnishings in their bedroom were so luxurious. What was placed in their bedroom was surprisingly an oversized round spring bed. The mattress was thick and soft with excellent elasticity. How to say it? Qin Shou only felt that this bed is particularly effective. The main one is shock resistant. A night of wind and rain dances with wild dragons. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely conquering the very best female Imperial ladies, completing the achievement of Imperial Lady Killer, dropping the ground level skill, control the whole situation, which will give the host a strong personal charm and big picture view, instantly shocking people's hearts and making them worship the host, and belongs to the advanced version of the manliness skill. This is the advanced version of the manliness skill. Early the next morning, Qin Shou woke up in a daze. He opened his sleepy eyes and found that Ren Jing had already gotten up and was sitting in front of the dressing table in front of the window, looking into the mirror to make up carefully. The morning sunlight through the muslin curtains sprinkled on her delicate side face, gilding her with a layer of light golden light, making her look particularly beautiful and attractive. "You're awake, so get up. I have a very important meeting coming up today and I need you to accompany me." Seeing Qin Shou waking up, Ren Jing turned her head and smiled faintly at him, her tone once again resuming its usual majesty, no longer seeing last night's little woman's air. Seeing Qin Shou wake up, Ren Jing turned her head. "Good," Qin Shou responded as he felt a bit of soreness and weakness all over his body, but at the same time, he could also clearly feel that the warm current at his dantian, that is, the true qi in his body, was a few points denser than before. This makes Qin Shou's heart secretly happy. 3 days 300, 000, the earth level skills, the true qi is more dense. This wave of blood earn. Chapter 43 City Council Meeting. Can you drive? At this moment, Ren Jing has changed into a competent professional outfit. The whole person exudes a powerful aura. The strong woman's momentum is obvious. And last night's charming and attractive appearance is a different person. I took driving lessons in college and barely got my license. But I've barely driven since I got my license and I've forgotten all about it. Qin Shou scratched his head a little embarrassed to be honest. Have a driver's license on the line. Drive and drive naturally. Practice makes perfect. Today you drive. Saying that, Ren Jing took out a car key from her handbag and casually flung it to Qin Shou, who caught it with a quick eye. The red flag sedan was unfortunately scrapped in the gunfight last time, and this time Ren Jing replaced it with a black Hummer SUV, the very same one that Fu Bo drove last night. Qin Shou estimated. Ren Jing changed this car idea is also very simple. Last time the red flag car is estimated to be after special modification. For a while certainly cannot find the same model. Can only first use this strong horsepower, superior performance of the Hummer car to temporarily replace a little. In case of a similar highway chase, the Hummer with its strong tonnage and sufficient horsepower, In the escape time is also more convenient and safe. Although Qin Shou had gotten his driver's license, it was after all his first time driving, not to mention this kind of large tonnage limousine, and it was still driving on the roads in the city, so he drove extra carefully and at an extremely slow speed. But the good thing is that the two of them woke up earlier. There was still plenty of time, and they were not in a hurry, so Ren Jing didn't rush Qin Shou, and just sat quietly on the co-pilot, looking at the scenery outside the window. At almost 9 o'clock or so, Qin Shou finally drove the Hummer steadily and brought Ren Jing to the Yeqing City government building. Qin Shou followed closely behind Ren Jing, and the two of them had just walked into the hall of the city hall when they saw a young girl wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a svelte manner welcoming them. Mayor Ren, you're finally here. Everyone is waiting for you in the conference hall, and several of Yeqing's big local entrepreneurs are already here, just waiting for you to preside over the meeting. There was a hint of anxiety on the girl's face, and it was clear that the time for the meeting was approaching. As soon as she spoke, she noticed Qin Shou standing beside Ren Jing, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned, thinking to herself, when did Mayor Ren have such a handsome young man beside her? And it also looks like he has a good relationship with Mayor Ren. Could it be that Mayor Ren has gotten the hang of it? Found a boyfriend? Qin Shou naturally also noticed the girl, carefully surveyed. The girl looked but early 20s, although wearing a pair of slightly dull gold-rimmed glasses, dressed like a typical school bully, but youthful and beautiful, fair and delicate skin, even without makeup, but also can be seen that her pretty face and clean features is a no-compromise beauty. Seeing that the girl was sizing herself up, Qin Shou politely raised the corners of his mouth into a faint smile and nodded toward the girl in a friendly gesture. When the girl saw Qin Shou smiling at herself, she couldn't help but be distracted, her cheeks blushing slightly as she thought to herself, no wonder Mayor Ren, who has always been discerning and unsmiling, would be open to a sudden enlightenment. The charm of this little handsome man is really not small. That's okay, there's no harm in making them wait a little. It's still early. Ren Jing showed no concern for the girl's anxiety and said in a calm tone, have you prepared that document I asked you to prepare? Oh, the documents are all here. Mayor Ren, please take a look. Hearing Ren Jing's inquiry, the girl came back to her senses and hurriedly pulled out a document from the folder in her hand, respectfully handing it over to Ren Jing. Ren Jing took the document and briefly flipped through it, confirming that there was nothing wrong with it before nodding in satisfaction. Well done. Very efficient. Hard work. Come on, let's go up to the meeting. After saying that, Ren Jing took the lead, leading Qin Shou and the girl in the direction of the elevator. You're going to go in the conference room with me later and sit right next to me. You're going to be responsible for keeping me safe and not moving an inch during this time. Just after walking into the elevator, Ren Jing turned her head and said in an undeniable tone as she looked at Qin Shou, okay, I know. Just don't worry about it, Mayor Ren. Qin Shou smiled somewhat playfully at Ren Jing, who, seeing this, glared angrily at Qin Shou, but there were clearly a few hints of rancor in her eyes that only existed between lovers. So it's Mayor Ren's personal bodyguard. But looking at it, how come it always feels a bit unlike it? The female secretary at the side stole a glance at Ren Jing and Qin Shou with a suspicious look on her face. Soon, the elevator reached the second floor, and Qin Shou followed closely behind Ren Jing into the spacious and bright conference hall. Qin Shou looked around, only to see the hall inside has now sat more than 10 people. These people one by one are wearing extremely sophisticated brand-name suits, dressed meticulously, holding a big belly, hands and feet are exuding a kind of graceful and noble temperament. It seems to be a long time in a high position of the rich and powerful people. Just as Ren Jing walked into the conference hall, many entrepreneurs who were originally sitting in their seats got up, smiled, and respectfully bowed and nodded their heads towards Ren Jing as a sign of respect. At this time, Qin Shou's eyes swept through the crowd, unexpectedly found a familiar face, pretentious war criminal Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei is standing beside a big belly, looks more than 50 years old middle-aged man. The two people look almost a mold carved out of the eyebrows, have 7 or 8 points of similarity. Qin Shou do not need to think, oh no. This middle-aged man should be Zhang Wei's rich generation of dad Zhang Jicheng, that is, Shengshi Group's chairman of the board of directors. Zhang Wei naturally also saw Qin Shou standing behind Ren Jing at the first time. His eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise and gloominess, and in his heart, he had the bad idea of teaching Qin Shou a lesson again. However, seeing Qin Shou standing right beside Ren Jing, who seemed to have a great relationship, he was a little frightened in his heart again. Hello Mayor Ren. No need to be polite. Everyone, have a seat. Ren Jing waved her hand, signaling everyone to sit down. Then she walked over to the main seat of the conference table and sat down, followed by Qin Code, who took the seat beside her. After everyone had reseated themselves, Ren Jing cleared his throat and began to get to the point. Everyone, this time, We have specially invited everyone to come and participate in this meeting, and I think it should be clear in all of your hearts what it is all about. She paused and continued. According to the municipal government's planning, the old neighborhoods in that part of the northern city outskirts are to be demolished and relocated. It is ready to be transformed into Yecheng's largest high-tech enterprise park, and this time the government intends to cooperate with private enterprises. I wonder what you all think. Chapter 44, Inside Information. Qin Shou's dream of getting rich. Hey, Mayor Ren, the city government's plan. Those of us who are businesses, of course, we support it with both hands. It's a great thing that benefits the country and the people. The first to speak. Even Jiang Wei's dad Jiang Jicheng. He was full of smiles, but his eyes are full of shrewdness and calculation. A look of shopping malls unique to the cunning old man. The conversation continued. It's just that, as you know, Mayor Ren, the general environment has not been very good in the past few years. The investment risk is high, and the return on investment is not as good as it should be. So we private entrepreneurs are more cautious in our investments and hope to get some practical guarantees. So we would like to know, the city government intends to take what form of cooperation, and what are the preferential policies, in order to maximize the interests of our private entrepreneurs? Yes, government planning, we are still willing to support. Just these years we can be difficult. I hope that the city government can consider the development of this private enterprise is not easy. More to give some preferential policies. The others followed suit. The corner of Ren Jing's mouth raised a cold smile, and she said, this group of old foxes, there really isn't a single oil light. The successful bidder will be awarded the right to operate the business district around the Science and Technology Industrial Park for the next 10 years. The commercial value and development potential of this area is enormous, and I believe you all have a good idea of what to expect. For the entire project, the government initially intends to finance more than $30 billion. Such a huge amount of money, and not any one enterprise can eat alone. Therefore this time, after careful consideration, the municipal government has decided to open up 5 bidding slots for the commercial area around the Science and Technology Industrial Park, dividing it into 5 large blocks for development, allowing companies with the strength to jointly bid and participate in the project together. The right to operate for the next 30 years. Ren Jing's words just fell. The presence of many shopping mall veterans one by one immediately glittered. Breathing became short of breath. Apparently was Ren Jing opened the generous conditions to deeply attracted. They are all in the shopping mall for many years of old hands. Naturally clear how huge profit space hidden in this. 30 years of operating rights, enough to earn them a pot full of money. Of course, those who heard about this government project and had their eyes glowing were not only this group of business tycoons from real estate companies, but also Qin Shou, who had been silently observing. This is excellent inside information. It was like Ren Jing had directly announced in front of him that old, shabby little area was definitely going to be demolished and relocated. If he rushes to that place to purchase a few sets of real estate, he will definitely be able to get a very generous compensation for the demolition in the future. Qin Shou quickly calculated in his mind, generally speaking, for such large-scale projects led by the municipal government, the demolition compensation is usually a resettlement house plus a certain amount of compensation. If he goes to the suburbs of North City to buy a few more houses now, when the city government demolishes and relocates them in the future, it is likely that they will compensate him for 1 or 2 or even more floors of apartment buildings. At that time, wouldn't he be able to sit comfortably and collect rent, transforming himself into an enviable landlord? Moreover, that place in the future, but to build Science and Technology Industrial Park location, the surrounding area will certainly become an important business development zone. Once the development is completed, the price of housing is bound to be like a rocket up. There is no worry that the house cannot be rented out. This is simply an excellent investment opportunity for $1 million. The more Qin Shou thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen countless banknotes flying towards him. But the biggest problem was that Qin Shou didn't have a lot of money on hand right now. Although he had more than $1 million under his hand, most of this money was the startup capital he was going to use to film short dramas, the very foundation of his career. However, after the preliminary budget, Qin Shou's first short drama investment is not big. At most only need to invest about 500,000. Anyway, the second part of the third part is not in a hurry to start shooting. Have to wait for the first part of the broadcast after the reaction. That means he probably has close to $1 million or so of free money on hand to work with right now. But 1 million cannot buy a few houses. But since to do, Qin Shou naturally intends to do a wave of big. His hand can still move the cash, probably about 1 million. If you go to borrow a little more online loans, bank loans, full of counting, Qin Shou thinks he should be able to borrow about 1 million. Full reckoning, they have 2 million cash on hand. The suburbs of North City is an undeveloped area. where the old rags are now worthless. A set of 100 square feet of house full payment is about 4 or 500,000. 2 million cash. Enough to own the whole 4 or 5 suites, with 4 or 5 houses. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to get a one-story resettlement apartment for future demolition. Together with the compensation for the demolition, it is estimated that you can also get several $1 million. Qin Shou thought more and more. Some can't wait to rush to the suburbs of the North City to buy a house, afraid of being late to be snatched away by others. He seems to have seen himself holding a few sets of real estate certificates, waiting for the demolition, and then the picture of overnight wealth. Well, are you all still satisfied with such conditions? If you have any questions or suggestions, you can put them forward, and our city government will listen carefully to everyone's opinions and strive to make this project the best it can be, realizing a mutually beneficial win-win situation between the government and enterprises. Qin Shou was still dreaming of getting rich from demolition when his thoughts were pulled back by Ren Jing, who suddenly opened her mouth. Mayor Ren, I'd like to ask, when will the city government's bidding start to take place this time around? We can also make the relevant preparations in advance. One of the entrepreneurs spoke up and asked. The time for the bidding has been set. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Sharp in the large conference room on the 3rd floor of the city hall. And there will be a public bidding process. After saying that, Ren Jing continued to add, all companies interested in participating in the bidding need to undergo a strict qualification review and capital verification. And only companies with total assets of more than 5 billion RMB are eligible to participate in the bidding. Of course, if a number of companies are bidding jointly, as long as the total assets of the companies together reach 5 billion RMB, they can also be qualified to participate in the bidding. Good. This is a great project for the benefit of the country and the people, which can promote the development of the city as well as economic growth. We, private entrepreneurs, will definitely support and actively participate in it. Zhang Zicheng heard, immediately shouted out loud. This old man in the shopping mall for decades. Experience. Old and cunning. Naturally the first time to smell the huge commercial interests hidden in it. In his mind, he had already started to calculate how he could get a share in this bidding. Well, since everyone has no questions, that's it for the meeting, and I hope that everyone can actively participate in tomorrow's bidding. Ren Jing was too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Zicheng, the cunning old fox, and directly got up and left the conference room. Qin Shou, as Ren Jing's personal bodyguard, naturally followed. Chapter 45, The Calculations of Zhang Wei's Father and Son. Xiao Wei, from the very beginning of the meeting just now, I noticed that you've been staring at the young man beside Mayor Ren, and it seems to me that the young man has also looked at you more than once. What? You two know each other? Zhang Zicheng is worthy of being a veteran in the shopping mall for many years, reading countless people. How old eyes? A glance to see his son seems to know with Qin Shou. Humph, sort of a college friend, used to be in the same class, but not exactly a deep friendship. Zhang Wei snorted coldly. A trace of displeasure immediately flashed across his face at the mention of Qin Shou. Look at your face. Gloomy, like someone owes you millions. Looks like you have a problem with him? How could Zhang Wei's change in expression be hidden from his dad, Zhang Zicheng, who saw through his son's mind at a glance? Well, it's kind of a little over the top. Something unpleasant happened at a class reunion earlier. Zhang Wei nodded, and without hiding anything, he told his father about what happened at the class reunion some time ago, adding to the story. Oh, I thought it was something big, just because of such a trivial thing. You've been holding a grudge? Zhang Zicheng listened to his son's account, could not help but shake his head in disappointment and said in a serious tone, I told you a long time ago, you are just too young and calm. You like to compete in everything, and you always like to show off yourself in front of people. This time, you deliberately made things difficult for people, and as a result, they couldn't see past it. So what's wrong with giving you a little lesson? What? Do you still want to take revenge? Dad, why are you helping him instead? This kid pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger, winning me hundreds of thousands of dollars and causing me to lose face in front of Schoolflower. Isn't he hateful? Zhang Wei was even more upset when he heard that his dad not only didn't help him out, but also counted himself out. Zhang Zicheng was unimpressed and said, what's wrong with me speaking for him? I'm usually just too pampered, letting you have a smooth ride from childhood to adulthood, not having suffered any setbacks, and occasionally suffering a small loss is a good thing for you, saving you from causing a bigger mess outside in the future, when it won't be as simple as being taught a lesson. Dad, what the hell is wrong with you today? What do you mean exactly? Oh, you kid, you're so elm-brained and unenlightened. Seeing that his son still didn't understand what he meant, Zhang Zicheng couldn't help but sigh. I purposely brought you to this kind of important occasion today because I want you to see more of the world and learn to read people's words. Can't you see that this college classmate of yours and Mayor Ren's relationship is not ordinary? Zhang Wei was stunned at his words before he snapped out of it, and he carefully recalled the scene just now. Qin Shou did walk into the conference room right behind Mayor Ren, and when Mayor Ren got up to leave, Qin Shou also immediately followed. Obviously the two have an unusual relationship. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei suddenly thought of the Bentley that picked up Qin Shou that day. Did Qin Shou know Mayor Ren long ago? Dad. So what do you mean? Zhang Daigong guessed what his dad was thinking. Oh, Xiao Wei, let me tell you, manly man, in order to accomplish things, the pattern should be big, the heart should be broad, to make more friends and less enemies. Zhang Jichen continued in a serious tone, not to mention that between you and that Qin Shou, there is no deep hatred at all. Is not just a school flower? What's the harm in giving it to him? A woman only, is nothing, as long as you have enough career and achievements. What kind of women cannot find? Zhang Wei opened his mouth, wanting to retort something, but in the end he didn't say anything, knowing that his dad had a point. This college friend of yours, in the future, find a suitable opportunity, more contact, give him some benefits, set up a close relationship. Zhang Jicheng continued. I still don't quite understand what you mean. Why should we? Couldn't he still help us get the land? Zhang Wei was still a bit upset in his heart, and did not understand why his dad valued Qin Shou so much. Stupid. Seeing that his son was still so unenlightened, Zhang Jicheng couldn't help but hate him a little. Think about it, he can follow Mayor Ren around, and Mayor Ren trusts him so much that he even brings him around on such an important occasion. What does that mean? It means that he is bound to be someone very close to Mayor Ren, or even someone who speaks his mind. I can tell you, Xiao Wei, this time this technology industrial park around the business district development project, your father I am imperative, absolutely cannot miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But we're not the only one participating in the bidding this time. The others attending this meeting are all giants in Yecheng's real estate industry, and many of them are strong, many of them above the Shangshur group. On top of that, I suspect that when it does come time to bid, there may be out-of-town real estate developers coming in for a piece of the action as well. Do you think that if we don't use some special means and just rely on normal bidding, we can successfully take any of these 5 parcels? Zhang Wei's heart is still a little hesitant. Still some can't pull the face to take the initiative to approach the person he once despised, and also have to deliberately curry favor with the other party, making him feel even more reluctant. Seeing that his son still looked hesitant, Zhang Jicheng's face suddenly chilled, and a hint of disappointment and dissatisfaction showed in his eyes. He had already lost his patience, and deliberately said in an icy tone, looks like you're still not as good as your big brother Zhang Yida. If Yida was in the country, he could more or less share some of the burden for me, and I wouldn't have to work so hard. As soon as Zhang Wei heard his big brother Zhang Yida's name, his face immediately changed slightly and he made up his mind. Dad, don't worry. I know what to do. I will definitely do my best to get this done. I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely take care of this Qin Shou. Hey, not bad, that's like my son. Seeing that his son had finally made up his mind, Zhang Jicheng patted Zhang Wei's shoulder with relief, and his tone of voice became softer. Qin Shou naturally do not know Zhang Jicheng and his son Zhang Wei between the fight of those twists and turns. He is now full of how to go as soon as possible to the outskirts of the North City to get a few sets of houses, and then wait for the demolition. Overnight wealth. Ren Jing walked to the office door and turned to Qin Shou, who had been following her around, and instructed him, just wait outside and don't move around. Then she turned her head to her private secretary Yao Qing and said, Xiao Yao, come in with me and report to me in more detail about the details of the planning of the development project of the business district around the science and technology city. I still have some key issues that I need to confirm with you carefully. Okay, Mayor Ren. Yao Qing nodded respectfully when she heard Ren Jing's command, then stepped on her professional high heels and walked quickly to Ren Jing's side. And when she went in, Yao Qing didn't forget to close the office door smoothly. Qin Shou followed at the end, and at the moment, his mind was full of demolition, land, buying houses, and getting rich. Qin Shou completely immersed in their own thoughts, but completely did not hear what Ren Jing just said to himself, but also straight to the mayor's office inside to go. The results of the bang ahead directly hit the door, instantly on the forehead on a big bag. Chapter 46, Grievance. Qin Shou rubbed his forehead, which had been hit so hard that it hurt, and said, Grandma's leg, I'm just thinking about getting rich. He rubbed his forehead as he turned and walked over to the wall in front of the office, leaned his back against it, pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, and began to look through it. Qin Showdown, the Housing Worlds by Real Estate app, intends to first look at the suburbs of the northern city. There is no urgent sale of real estate listings. Qin Shou downloaded a Yechun local house hunting app, intending to search for information on the listings along the suburbs of the northern city first, to see if there were any houses for sale in a hurry. Qin Shou's heart is very clear. Once tomorrow's bidding is over, it won't be long. The news of the transformation of the suburbs of the North City is bound to go unnoticed, and by that time, the prices of housing there will surely go up, and even the properties that are being listed for sale right now may be temporarily taken off the shelves by the owners, and by that time, I'm afraid that if he wants to buy it, it won't be so easy anymore. Qin Shou roughly browsed on the app, and found that there are several old neighborhoods in the suburbs of the northern city, and many houses are listed for sale online, basically about 100 square meters of ordinary residential buildings, and the prices are not too different, basically around 400,000 yuan. But Qin Shou looked through the old half-day, never found a particularly satisfactory housing. His purpose for buying a house this time was very clear, and that was to rush before the news of the demolition and remodeling was officially announced, to complete the transaction as fast as possible, preferably the kind that looked good today and could sign the contract tomorrow. In addition to this, another very important point is that the original owner of the house should preferably not live in the local area all year round, preferably the kind that emigrated to a foreign country or worked abroad for a long period of time. The reason why Qin Shou considered this was also very simple. In case he has just finished buying the house and the contract has just been signed, and after a few days, the news of demolition and remodeling has been spread over here, those original owners are bound to be unbalanced in their mind and feel that they have suffered a great disadvantage and have been taken advantage of. If you meet some reasonable owners, we can sit down and negotiate to solve the problem. But if you meet some unreasonable, like to splash and roll rogue, it will inevitably lead to an unnecessary dispute, to their own trouble. Qin Shou had been scrolling through the app one after another for half a day, and finally a house caught his attention and caught his eye. Qin Shou carefully checked the seller's introductory information and found that this house was not a residential building in an ordinary neighborhood, but a single dangerous house on an empty lot. The house had 3 floors, and each floor had an area of 100 or so square meters, which made a total of more than 300 square meters of floor area. The most important thing is that this house also comes with a yard of 200 or so square meters. And the most crucial thing was that the title of the land occupied by this house was surprisingly also in the hands of the seller, which meant that he had bought not only the house, but also the title of this land. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for Qin Shou. According to the seller's introduction, this house is an old mansion passed down from the seller's ancestors. More than 10 years ago, the municipal government carried out a large-scale housing renovation project, planning to demolish all the surrounding single-family houses and convert them into modern community buildings, and this house was also included in the renovation plan at that time. However, the seller's grandparents were very powerful in Yeqing and had a wide range of contacts, and their attitude was very strong, firmly disagreeing with the demolition and relocation, and resisting the pressure of the city government. The old mansion was ultimately preserved. Now, the seller's family had all emigrated abroad a few years ago, and the old mansion had been left unattended for many years, gradually becoming dilapidated and a veritable dangerous house. This kind of dangerous house processing cost is extremely high. Demolition and reconstruction need to spend a lot of money and energy, plus the development of the suburbs of the northern city is not very good over the years. There is not much foreign population, so although this set of houses is also attached to a not small piece of land, but has not been able to sell at a good price, has been listed on the internet to sell for a number of years, but has never found a suitable buyer. Now the seller's listing price is 2 million RMB, 2 million, for a 3-story detached old mansion with 100 square meters on each floor, adding up to a total of about 300 square meters of floor space, with a 200 or so square meter yard attached, and, most importantly, the property rights to the land. Qin Shou thought a little bit. He felt that this deal is simply earn a lot, as long as you can take this house, when the time comes, even if the municipal government, as long as the policy of the demolition standards for compensation, at least can also compensate themselves for more than a dozen sets of apartment buildings, coupled with large millions of cash subsidies, it is simply a wave of takeoff. After reading the information of this house, Qin Shou directly couldn't wait to leave a message to the seller, lest he be first. Hello, I'm very interested in this house, but I'm in a hurry on my side. It's best to close the deal within 3 days. I wonder if that's convenient. Hello, may I ask your name and how do you call yourself? What Qin Shou never expected is that he just sent a message not long. The other party actually returned the message in seconds. It seems that the other party is also in a hurry to get rid of this set of houses. Qin Shou's heart is simply happy to open flowers. My last name is Qin. You can call me Mr. Qin. Hello Mr. Qin. I'm not in China right now. I can't go back to China in the short term. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for me to come back in 3 days. However, I have entrusted the sale of this house to the Happy Housing Agency. They can complete all the processes on my behalf. If you are convenient, please leave your contact information. I will let the agency contact you as soon as possible. 13x times x times x times x times x. Without saying a word, Qin Shou sent his phone number to the seller by private message. I have to say, the efficiency of this seller is also a bar. Simply thunder and lightning. Qin Shou just sent the phone number over a few minutes. His cell phone rang. The caller ID is an unfamiliar local number. Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Qin? I'm a housing agent from Happy Housing Agency. Our client entrusted me to contact you. My surname is Zhu. You can call me MS. Zhu. On the other end of the phone, there was a familiar and nice female voice, crisp and pleasant. Zhu Xinyao. Qin Shou heard out at the very first moment that the owner of this voice was actually Zhu Xinyao, the schoolgirl he had been chasing for 4 years during his university days. I have to say, this world is really small. It is really a narrow road between enemies. You are? Qin Shou. The person on the other end of the phone also froze for a moment, then finally reacted and called out Qin Shou's name with some surprise. Oh, that's a coincidence. I didn't realize it was you. Qin Shou smiled somewhat awkwardly, thinking I'd almost forgotten that I still have a quest to take down my first goddess of love that I haven't done yet. Here it comes. Well, it's quite a coincidence. So much so that I don't know what to say. Zhu Xinyao smiled self-deprecatingly, a hint of imperceptible desolation and despondency in her tone. I'm sure you must be very happy now. Seeing me in my present state of despondency, you must be very pleased in your heart. Happy? Why should I be happy? Qin Shou looked puzzled. Qin Shou, you don't have to pretend. I know what you think in your heart, so you can laugh at me openly and honestly. Back then I rejected you and chose someone else. Now you can finally raise your eyebrows and see me mixed up in such a downward spiral. Not only divorced, but also living a hard life by working as a real estate agent. Zhu Xinyao's tone carried a hint of resentment and self-deprecation. Zhu Xinyao, do you know what I can't stand about you the most? Qin Shou sneered. Chapter 47, Excellent Real Estate. Can't stand me what? Zhu Xinyao asked back. Can't stand this kind of self-righteous character of yours? Always thinking that you are superior. As if the whole world has to revolve around you alone. And everyone should like you and accommodate you. What happened back then has long since passed. I didn't put it in my heart at all. And I don't care anymore. And one thing you've got completely wrong is that I look up to you more now that you're on your own than back then when you chose to be on the side of a man and rely on him for support. When he said this, Qin Shou's tone was flat, and he couldn't hear half a bit of emotion. Don't care anymore. So that's how it is. Zhu Xinyao's tone was a bit sour. She originally thought that Qin Shou would take this opportunity to mock her. If that was the case, she might still feel better in her heart. At least this shows that she still has a place in Qin Shou's heart. But now that Qin Shou was acting so blandly, it instead left her a little overwhelmed and empty in her heart. After a few minutes, Zhu Xinyao took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Her tone was a little hoarse as she said, well, let's get back to business and talk about the house. I don't know when you'll have time to see the house. I'll try to work with your schedule on my end. Preferably today. The sooner the better. If it's convenient, you'd better bring all the relevant materials and documents with you. And if there's no problem with the house, I'd like to buy this house today and complete the transaction as soon as possible. In such a hurry? Aren't you even going to check out the house first? Compare 3 houses? It's a multi-million-dollar deal after all. Aren't you afraid of any problems? When Zhu Xinyao heard that Qin Shou was in such a hurry, she couldn't help but be a bit surprised and felt that Qin Shou's decision was a bit hasty. It doesn't matter. I'm mainly interested in the lot. I don't really care what the house itself looks like. I bought it with the intention of knocking it down and rebuilding it or refurbishing it anyway. It doesn't really matter to me what it looked like before. Qin Shou naturally cannot really go to renovate. Anyway, dangerous houses or new houses. The government is in accordance with the area of compensation. They simply cannot afford to spend this kind of waste of money. The reason why I said so, mainly because I don't want to make Zhu Xinyao suspicious. This kind of internal information, naturally, the less people know the better. Okay, it seems it's really different when you're rich. You talk with such bravado. When Zhu Xinyao saw that Qin Shou was so wealthy and generous, she remembered the Bentley that came to pick up Qin Shou that day and didn't think much of it. However, her tone was sour, and her heart was even more unpleasant. She suddenly felt as if she had missed out on some heavenly treasure back then. If she hadn't been so snobbish back then and had chosen Qin Shou instead, perhaps her life would be a different story now. How about 2 o'clock this afternoon? Do you have time for that? If it's not a problem, we'll meet at 2 in the afternoon and go look at the house together. Zhu Xinyao adjusted her emotions and proposed a specific time to meet. Yes, no problem. I'll be there as soon as I can. Qin Shou agreed to Zhu Xinyao's proposal without hesitation, and he was also eager to get this house done as soon as possible to avoid a long night's sleep. Okay, then I'll send you the exact address of the house right now, and we'll meet you there at 2 in the afternoon. Zhu Xinyao hung up the phone after saying that. A few minutes later, Qin Shou's cell phone received a text message with the detailed address of that very house. Since he had already made an appointment with Xu Xinyao about the time and place, Qin Shou naturally wanted to get there as soon as possible. However, he was now faced with a rather troublesome problem. That is, he was now Ren Jing's personal bodyguard, and needed to protect her safety without moving an inch, which made it a bit difficult for him. There had to be a suitable time to discuss this with her and see if he could take a vacation. Qin Shou walked to the door of Ren Jing's office, raised his hand, and was about to knock on the door, but unexpectedly, bang! There was a muffled sound, followed by a cry of alarm. Coincidentally, Ren Jing just happened to finish the meeting with her own private secretary Yao Qing. Yao Qing was holding a thick pile of documents and was about to come out from the office. She lowered her head to organize the documents and completely failed to notice the situation at the doorway. As a result, all of a sudden, she collided with Qin Shou, who was about to knock on the door. Qin Shou only felt that he had hit a majestic softness, as if he had hit an air cushion, which was extremely comfortable. His height of 1 meter 8 or so, coupled with a solid muscle, while Yao Qing was a petite figure of 1 meter 6 or so, the two of them collided like this. Yao Qing naturally stood a little unsteady, her petite body directly leaned back. However, it was fortunate that Qin Shou reacted quickly and was quick on his feet, wrapping his arms around Yao Qing's slender waist in the nick of time when she was about to fall. I have to say, Yao Qing body petite and exquisite, waist is slender and soft, a handful, the feeling in the hand that is called a soft, as if there is no bones in general, so that Qin Shou cannot help but ape. What are you doing? Don't you dare let go of me. Yao Qing was embraced by Qin Shou in his arms, feeling the male scent emanating from his body. Her pretty face instantly turned red, and she struggled a bit shyly, trying to break free from Qin Shou's embrace. Oh, Qin Shou froze. Only then did he suddenly reacted to the fact that this place was still in front of Ren Jing's office, and Ren Jing was also still in the office. His actions just now were really a bit out of character, and he hastily retracted his hands that were encircling Yao Qing's waist. An even more embarrassing thing happened as Yao Qing's body was originally leaning back. The moment Qin Shou let go of his hand, the unsupported Yao Qing naturally fell to the ground with a thud, making a muffled sound. Ouch dash. Yao Qing rubbed her, but that was raw from the fall, and climbed up from the ground with an aggrieved look on her face. There was even a hint of crystal tears in her eyes, and she said pitifully with an obvious sobbing tone in her voice, how did you do that? Dropping me like that? I really didn't mean it. You're the one who told me to let go. Qin Shou raised his hands high, made an innocent expression, and said, women are really unreasonable. Weren't you the one who said to hurry up and let go? Humph. Yao Qing frowned slightly and glared at Qin Shou in shame and annoyance, then raised her foot in high heels and ruthlessly stomped on Qin Shou's toes, leaving the office entrance in a huff. Holy, this is killing people. Qin Shou was stomped by Yao Qing's foot, which caused him to feel a heartbreaking pain, and he held his foot, shivering in pain, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What are you doing in here? Didn't I just tell you to wait outside? Ren Jing looked at Qin Shou, who was shivering in pain with interest. The corner of her mouth raised a smile. For some reason, remembering that last night she was frantically begging for mercy, this guy didn't even know to take pity on her and give herself a break. Ren Jing's heart was indescribably happy. Qin Shou saw that Ren Jing was looking at himself, and hurriedly put down the hand holding his foot, and barely squeezed out a smile. Hey, Mayor Ren. I suddenly remembered that I have some personal matters to deal with, and I need to leave for a while, but don't worry, I guarantee that I'll surely come back before you get off work, and you're now in the municipal government building, and the security measures are so tight, so you shouldn't need me to guard. You're in the city hall building now. The security measures are so tight that I shouldn't be needed to guard here, right? Leave? What are you going to do? What is it that you have to do now? Ren Jing heard Qin Shou to leave, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled, thinking this guy, 3 days 300, 000 it, so AWOL? Hey, Mayor Ren, as you know, I'm just an ordinary citizen. It's not easy to make money. It's not easy to have a chance to make money. I don't want to miss it. Qin Shou smiled somewhat embarrassedly and stammered in his tone. If you have something to say, just say it, don't stammer. Ren Jing doesn't like to beat around the bush. Qin Shou stammered. That is like this? I just listened to you in the meeting about the plan to demolish and renovate the northern suburbs of the urban area, and it suddenly occurred to me that this is a good investment opportunity, so I thought that, thinking of rushing over there to get a couple of properties, waiting for the demolition to get rich, right? Ren Jing was so smart that she saw through what he had in mind at a glance, looking at Qin Shou with a smile on her face and a hint of derision in her tone. Mayor Ren is really a high-ranking person, truly discerning. Nothing can be hidden from you. Qin Shou saw that his mind was seen through by Ren Jing at a glance. He now pointed at Ren Jing to release him, and he didn't dare to hide it. He immediately gave Ren Jing a thumbs up with a pleasing face. Chapter 48. It can be but $300,000 for 3 days for this bodyguard of yours is not a cheap price. Ren Jing stared at Qin Shou with a smirk, a hint of flirtation in her tone. This, that. Then I'll take a half-day vacation? Just half a day. Definitely won't delay your business. Qin Shou was Ren Jing stared at the heart-straight hair. Said this, and is the mayor and the rich girl, live in that kind of top big house. As for so catty, it is true that rich people are stingy. Good. Since it's half a day, let's do it for half a day. $50,000 for half a day. Let's deduct $50,000 from your $300,000 salary. That's reasonable, right? Ren Jing nodded without hesitation, still wearing that smirking expression on her face. When Qin Shou heard this, he immediately felt a flesh pain. He had lost $50,000 in a few words. I said to myself that this woman is really an iron rooster and not a hare. But, for the sake of those millions of demolition money, this $50,000 can only bear the pain. As the cost of investment, give up the child to catch the wolf. Yes, no problem. Since Mayor Ren has agreed to it, I'll go on my errands first and try to come back early. Qin Shou forced himself to hold back the reluctance in his heart, squeezing out a smile and asking tentatively. He was afraid that Ren Jing would suddenly change her mind and not let him go. Well, go ahead. It's really not a good idea to keep you outside the door all the time. And I don't have anything special going on here, so just go and come back as soon as you can. As soon as Ren Jing's words fell, Qin Shou, as if he had been granted an amnesty, ran out of the office in a puff of smoke, lest Ren Jing should back out. He ran out of the municipal government building in a single breath and directly drove Ren Jing's Hummer SUV towards the suburbs of North City according to the address Xu Xinyo had sent him. Qin Shou, this Hummer just drove out not much far. Zhang Wei walked out from the municipal building. At the moment he was a depressed face. Was his own father counted down a meal not to mention? But also have to flatter him, always look down on Qin Shou. Think of it, all irritable. Of course, what made Zhang Wei feel most annoyed and depressed was his father Zhang Jicheng's very different attitudes towards him and his elder brother Zhang Yida. And this obvious favoritism filled his heart with resentment and unwillingness. The relationship between Zhang Yida and Zhang Wei can't be considered close, and can even be said to be very distant, because they are half-brothers, and they don't have any real brotherly feelings for each other, and there is only secret rivalry and competition. Like Zhang Jicheng, such a rich man, outside to keep a mistress of this kind of thing, in their circle is really too common, too normal. And Zhang Wei, is his mistress hid Zhang Jicheng, secretly gave birth to the child. Zhang Wei's mother, Fang Qiaolan, also had some tactics, and after giving birth to Zhang Wei, she directly held the newborn Zhang Wei and ran to the Zhang family to force the court, wanting the mother to be the son, a step to heaven. At that time, this matter in the Zhang family made a big fuss. People tumble, let Zhang Jicheng very embarrassed. However, for Zhang Jicheng to be able to have such a big career and achievements today, his main wife had helped him a lot behind the scenes, and his main wife's family had also given him a lot of support. Therefore, how could Zhang Jicheng divorce his real wife just for an illegitimate child? After all, his real wife had also given him a son, Zhang Yida, Zhang Wei's half-brother. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Jicheng gave Fang Qiaolan several $1 million in resettlement fees at that time as compensation for her, and also asked her not to come back to disturb his life in the future, and left Zhang Wei in the Zhang family. To know, that is more than 10 years ago. A few million, at that time, is definitely a huge sum of money. Fang Qiaolan can be a mistress. Naturally, is also a woman greedy for money. Simply do not care about the son of Zhang Wei. Get a few million, they are happy to take the money to enjoy the blessings of life, and from then on disappeared in the life of Zhang Wei. As a result, Zhang Wei's position in the Zhang family could be said to be very awkward, with no status to speak of, and it could even be said that he couldn't raise his head at all. This was also the reason why Zhang Wei was so fond of showing himself off and flaunting himself in front of people, because in that ice-cold family, he had really suffered too much aggression and pouting, and it was only outside that he could find some sense of existence and superiority. As a veritable rich second generation, Zhang Wei usually can only drive an ordinary Audi A6, which is simply unimaginable in other rich second generation circles, because he simply does not have the qualifications and rights to inherit the Zhang family's industry. The little money in his hand are just some pocket money that Zhang Jicheng gives him every month. If it wasn't for the fact that his brother Zhang Yida had gone to study abroad for the past 2 years, he would not have had any chance to come into contact with these business matters, much less have the opportunity to participate in such important occasions and meetings like today. In the past, Zhang Jicheng had only brought his brother Zhang Yida to meetings of this level. His brother, Zhang Yida, was the rightful heir of the Zhang family, the son of the rightful wife, and the true future master of the Zhang family. The sight of Qin Shou driving away from the municipal government building alone was naturally seen at a glance by Zhang Wei, who had been keeping an eye on him. Zhang Wei stood at the entrance of the municipal government building, looking at Qin Shou's back as he drove the Hummer away, his mind quickly calculating, if he could successfully handle Qin Shou this time, and help his dad Zhang Jiqing to smoothly take such a big project, then his position in the Zhang family would definitely be able to rise, and might even change his future destiny. In the future, he might be able to share some of the unimportant industries of the Zhang family, at least not like now, famous but not real. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei immediately got into his Audi A6 sedan and quietly followed, counting this morning to send Ren Jing to the municipal government building. Qin Shou, this is at best the second time to drive. Driving technology is naturally not good. Driving is also slower. Speed is not fast. Zhang Wei far behind, and do not worry about losing, and concentrate on driving. The Qin Shou naturally did not notice that there are people behind them to follow their own. The suburbs of North City are not close to the city center, even if it is on the highway. Qin Shou also spent a full hour. Of course, this is also mainly due to the reason that he drove slowly. This is a relatively old area, surrounded by some of the old neighborhood unit buildings, only this set of old detached bungalows with a yard, sandwiched between several tall residential buildings, appear a little abrupt. As soon as Qin Shou got off the bus, he saw that Zhu Xinya was already waiting at the entrance of the old mansion. She deliberately wore a clean and sharp real estate agent professional dress today, white shirt with black hip skirt, her exquisite figure perfectly outlined, looks extraordinarily competent, but quite a few points of uniform temptation flavor. When Zhu Xinya saw that Qin Shou was driving such an overbearing and valuable Hummer SUV, she couldn't help but feel another pang of loss and gloom in her heart. She remembered that she was now just an ordinary real estate agent, running around every day to make a living, while Qin Shou had already driven a luxury car, and compared to the past, the gap between the two seemed to be getting wider and wider, which made her even more saddened. Come on, I'll take you inside and show you the specifics of the house. Seeing Qin Shou walking over, Zhu Xinya tried to make herself appear calmer as she took out a bunch of keys from her handbag, one of which was the key to the iron gate of the courtyard, and prepared to open the rusty courtyard gate. There's no rush. I'll take a general look around outside first. Qin Shou did not immediately follow Zhu Xinya into the courtyard, but stood at the doorway and carefully surveyed the surroundings. Qin Shou doesn't care about the quality of the house at all. What he cares about is whether the location is good enough, whether it's close enough to the science and technology industrial park that will be developed in the future, and whether he can get a generous compensation. Qin Shou found that the location of this old mansion is not bad, surrounded by old unit buildings. This house is just between a few unit buildings. The future will certainly also be within the scope of demolition and renovation. From the future of the municipal government's planning of science and technology industrial park is not too far. Do not even have to think about. Certainly can get a lot of compensation. Chapter 49, sign the contract now. That's fine. Show me in. Only after determining that the geographic location of this old mansion was within the scope of the future development plan of the municipal government, Qin Shou was satisfied and followed Zhu Xinya into the courtyard. This courtyard had long been overgrown with weeds and a desolate scene because it had been left untended for years, and the trees in the courtyard also looked a bit withered, but Qin Shou didn't care about this at all. He just casually walked around the courtyard for a few moments and roughly estimated the area of the courtyard, making sure that there was no falsehood about the area of the more than 200 square feet of the courtyard. There are no more questions. Let's just sign the contract. After looking at the yard, and then look at the size of the house, Qin Shou has basically confirmed that the area is not false, and even did not make the request to enter the house to look inside, and then directly rushed to sign the contract. So soon? Don't you even go inside the house to take a look? This is a multi-million-dollar deal. Aren't you afraid of any problems? Zhu Xinyao heard Qin Shou so quick to sign the contract. A face of surprise asked. She said, which someone so look at the house. Even inside the house do not go in to look at. Rich is not so built. It doesn't matter. I'm going to have to knock it down anyway if I buy it. It's the lot and the location I'm looking at. I don't really care what the house itself looks like. Qin Shou shrugged with a couldn't care less expression. Qin Shou this double entendre, but also did not lie. He does intend to push back. Only by the municipal government is responsible for pushing back, and he is only responsible for the demolition of the compensation, waiting to count the money on the line. But these words in the ears of Zhu Xinyao, that is proper evidence of Qin Shou's money and capriciousness. Generally people buy an old house. The first thing to consider is to remodel on the basis of the original. After all, this can save a lot of cost, which is like Qin Shou. Do not even look at the inside of the house. Directly decided to tear down and rebuild it? This is simply trenchless. Well, it seems it's really different when you're rich. You talk with such bravado. Zhu Xinyao's tone was sour as she continued. Then let's go to our store now. The relevant property documents and contracts are all in our store, so we can handle the transfer procedures directly. Zhu Xinyao's heart was a little complicated, both a little happy and a little lost. Happy as this single business for her is considered a big single. To know the neighborhood residential property is set of at most a few $100,000, and this old mansion direct transaction price of 2 million up and down. She was able to get a considerable commission. This month's performance is considered to be completely up to standard. What was lost was that the more Qin Shou acted boldly, the more Zhu Xinyao felt that she had been blind and had eyes without a pearl, missing out on such a super potential stock with unlimited potential like Qin Shou for nothing. Okay then, take my car and go straight there. Qin Shou nodded, then pointed to the Hummer parked on the side of the road and gestured for Zhu Xinyao to get on. The cash that Qin Shou was able to use at hand was originally only more than $1 million, but that didn't prevent him from carrying out this transaction, because on his way over, he had already jacked up the loan amount of all the major online lending platforms to the top. Anyway, he has more than 1 million deposits in his name as a guarantee. The major network lending platforms do not worry that he will not be able to pay back the loan. Proper quality customers, so the loan amount to him are very high. Qin Shou easily borrowed more than 1 million in cash. Together with his own original savings, he now had more than $2 million at his disposal. By the way, on the way to your store, I wanted to discuss something with you. Just got on the car. Qin Shou opened the door and directly talked about the price aspect. Communicate with the landlord side. See if you can get a little more favorable on the price. 8 million. If it's possible, I can just pay the money in full right now and pay it all at once. You're really good at haggling. 200,000 in one breath. Zhu Xinyao said there is no way you can cut the price like this. A breath of 200,000 is gone. How can I talk to the landlord? Hey. Qin Shou smiled confidently and said, as far as I know, this old mansion, I'm afraid it's not good for sale, right? The land has been almost completely deserted. The house has become a dangerous house. After buying, remodeling is a considerable cost, and the suburbs of the northern city is not an economically developed area. The foreign population is small. If the house is really in demand, it is not so long no one asked for it. Let the landlord think it over. If you miss my village, there won't be this store anymore. I really want to buy it. When he said this, Qin Shou secretly unleashed the skill, artful tongue. Qin Shou spoke with reason, and with the addition of artful tongue, Zhu Xinyao instantly felt that Qin Shou had a point, and her heart couldn't help but be shaken. Well, you have a point. Let me ask the landlord for you and see what he says. With that, Zhu Xinyao took out her cell phone and directly sent a WeChat message to the landlord who was far away from home, telling him about the full price of 8 million offered by Qin Shou. Tell me, why is he in such a hurry to buy this house? What Qin Shou didn't expect was that the landlord would return the message in a few minutes. This landlord is indeed shrewd enough. He saw Qin Shou by so anxious, the heart immediately suspicious. The landlord wants to know why you're in such a hurry to buy this house and are so quick to ask for full payment. Zhu Xinyao immediately relayed the landlord's question. Luckily, Qin Shou had prepared for this, and he had long thought of the words to say in response. You tell the landlord that my parents have not been in good health for the past 2 years, and that I myself work in the city, and I'm usually busy at work, and I can't take good care of the 2 old people, so I thought I'd buy them a house with a yard on the outskirts of the city, so that they'd move to the city, and it would be easier for me to take care of them. Moreover, in the suburbs of the North City, there are not many factories, the environment is good and the air is fresh, so that they can enjoy their old age and enjoy the happiness. Those high-rise silos in the city, they're not used to living in them, and they still like these small detached houses with yards, so I'm more anxious to get a set. Qin Shou unhurriedly said to Zhu Xinyao, I can't believe you guys are quite filial. I really can't tell. Zhu Xinyao listened to Qin Shou's words. An unexpected expression appeared on her face. She couldn't help but be even more impressed with Qin Shou. She didn't expect Qin Shou to buy this set of house actually for her parents. Of course, she didn't know that Qin Shou's words were purely fabricated. How could he tell Zhu Xinyao that the place would be demolished soon? If he had told her, what would he have bought this house for? Zhu Xinyao didn't think much about it as she relayed Qin Shou's reply to her landlord who was far away. So that's how it is? That's fine. Since he's buying it for his parents' retirement, I'll be a man of honor. Let's close the deal at 8 million, but it must be paid in full. I don't accept the bank home loan method. The payback cycle is too long. The landlord listened to Zhu Xinyao's relay and believed Qin Shou's words, thinking that since he was buying it for his parents' retirement, he didn't need to be overly concerned about the price. He also knew in his own heart that the house was indeed not selling well, so he directly replied to the message and agreed to close the deal at a price of $8 million. Hey, that's good. When Qin Shou heard this news, His heart was simply overjoyed. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly, much smoother than he had expected. However, although Qin Shou was very happy in his heart, there was one person who was so angry at the moment that his lungs were about to explode. And that was Zhang Wei, who had been secretly following Qin Shou. Zhang Wei secretly followed Qin Shou all the way to the north side of the city. And the first thing he saw was Zhu Xinyao standing in front of the old mansion. And naturally he didn't know that Zhu Xinyao was now a real estate agent, responsible for the sale of this house, and thought that the two of them were having a rendezvous here. Damn, Qin Shou, you're really something. Actually drove the female mayor's car to have a rendezvous with my ex-girlfriend Zhu Xinyao. You son of a, all day you immortals, really piss me off. Zhang Wei was so angry at the moment that his teeth were itching, tightly clenching his fists. His face was iron blue, and for a moment, he actually completely forgot about the purpose of his coming here, which was to flatter Qin Shou. Chapter 50, Another Attack. Zhang Wei watched from afar as Zhu Xinyao followed Qin Shou out of the old mansion, and then the two of them got into the Hummer driven by Qin Shou together. And at the moment, he was literally as if his heart was dead, and his entire body was dazed, and his mind was blank. Is Yao Yao going to go to a room with him? Have they gotten to this point? Yao Yao, where exactly am I inferior to this mother ***** or Qin Shou? Do you know that this guy has his foot in two boats and his relationship with the female mayor is not ordinary? Damn it, I must expose the true face of this mother ***********. Zhang Wei had completely lost his mind at this moment, and he was burning with anger. He only wanted to reveal Qin Shou's true colors, so that Zhu Xinyao could see Qin Shou's character. He slammed on the gas and drove up closely. However, what makes Zhang Wei even more surprised is that Qin Shou's Hummer didn't drive far, and stopped steadily in front of the store of Happy Housing Real Estate Company. Happy Housing? Isn't this a real estate agency? Qin Shou is planning to buy a house for Yao Yao? When did this mother ***** get so rich, giving away a house straight away? Could it be that the single old mansion they were looking at just now is the one he intends to give to Yao Yao? He actually wants to give a house to Yao Yao? And it's also a single old house with such a big yard. How much does this cost? Just the remodeling and decoration alone will cost quite a bit, right? For a while, Zhang Wei felt as if his heart was dead, others were numb, and he suddenly felt that the gap between himself and Qin Shou was getting wider and wider. He was a low-cost version of the rich second generation, and he usually had to look at people's faces when he wanted to ask for money from his family. However, after experiencing the initial anger and despair, Zhang Wei gradually calmed down instead. He began to rationally analyze the situation at hand. To be able to casually drive Mayor Ren Jing's car and still have the money to buy such a large property, it didn't take much thought to realize that Qin Shou's current strength was extraordinary. At the very least, he must have used some method to hitch a ride with Mayor Ren Jing. Of course, what Zhang Wei thought was a free ride was that between Qin Shou and Ren Jing, there was a power and money deal. He does not know Qin Shou that is not hitched to Ren Jing's convenient car. Qin Shou that is directly Ren Jing's driver part-time locomotive maintenance. And now Ren Jing's car's oil. All is Qin Shou on. He came to find Qin Shou's purpose was to make friends with him, hoping to be able to ride on Mayor Ren's line through him, so as to get a share in the development project of the business district around the Science and Technology Park. Now, it seems that the stronger Qin Shou's strength, the more it shows that he has the value of friendship. If he can make good relations with him, for him is absolutely all the benefits and no harm. There didn't seem to be much of a chance between himself and Zhu Xinyao anyway, so since that was the case, it would be better to be a man of honor and push the boat forward, taking this opportunity to get on good terms with Qin Shou. If he was really able to secure a piece of land in this development project through Qin Shou's relationship, then his status in the Zhang family would definitely rise. And would he still be worried about finding a better woman at that time? Having figured this out, Zhang Wei's mood gradually calmed down, intending to find an opportunity to get close to Qin Shou today no matter what. Qin Shou in the store, at this moment has completed all the signing of the contract. As the saying goes, the bag is safe, and now the handover of the formalities have been completed, waiting for the housing authority side of the issuance of a new real estate license, so that he no longer need to worry about the landlord temporary remorse. Qin Shou has begun to fantasize about the government to share a floor. He was bored every day. In order to pass the time, 30 days a month, every day you can go to a different tenant's home to collect rent, live a leisurely and comfortable life of a chartered officer. Simply beautiful. I can't thank you enough for this today. Looking at the contract held in his hand, Qin Shou was in a good mood, carefully collected the relevant documents, got up and intended to leave. I did you such a great favor, and you're just going to leave without saying a word? You should at least treat me to a meal to show your appreciation, right? Seeing that Qin Shou was about to leave, Zhu Xinyao suddenly opened her mouth. her big watery eyes staring blearily at Qin Shou, and her tone of voice even carried a few hints of pouting, seductive to the extreme. Zhu Xinyao didn't know what was wrong with her, always hoping that something would happen between herself and Qin Shou. Okay. Looking at Zhu Xinyao's beautiful and moving eyes, Qin Shou froze slightly. He didn't expect Zhu Xinyao to suddenly make the request for him to treat him to dinner. If Zhu Xinyao had taken the initiative to invite Qin Shou to dinner, Qin Shou might have refused without hesitation, but now that it was Zhu Xinyao who had opened her mouth to ask him to treat her, for a moment, Qin Shou felt a bit embarrassed to refuse as he couldn't pull his face down. It had to be said that Zhu Xinyao was indeed very smart, and she knew how to hold a man's mind. And today Zhu Xinyao did help him not a small favor, although these are her as a real estate agent's share of the work, but after all, she helped himself to save 200,000. Qin Shou think about it. It seems that indeed should be invited to Zhu Xinyao to eat a meal to express their gratitude, not to mention that they are still university classmates, but also counted as an old acquaintance. Okay, it's almost dinner time now, so let's just find a random restaurant nearby. Qin Shou nodded and agreed to Zhu Xinyao's proposal. I know there's a restaurant nearby. That place has a quiet environment and the food tastes quite good, and it's not too expensive. Why don't we just go eat there? I know a small road. It's only about 10 minutes away by car. Very convenient. Zhu Xinyao didn't expect Qin Shou to agree so quickly. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little proud, saying, look at your previous look of rejecting others. It seems that this girl is still attractive to you. Good. Then we'll do as you say. Qin Shou didn't think too much about it and put away the contract. So he walked out of the store of happy housing with Zhu Xinyao and got into the Hummer parked on the side of the road. The path that Zhu Xinyao had mentioned needed to pass through a rugged section that had not yet been developed. The road was not in very good condition, and usually there was almost no vehicle traffic, making it seem a bit desolate. However, Qin Shou drove a Hummer, which had sufficient horsepower and a high chassis, making it very passable, so there was no problem at all in traveling this kind of road. And this road has fewer cars, for the average driving skills of Qin Shou, but feel more comfortable driving. However, Qin Shou's car just drove out a few minutes. There is a black Land Rover Land Cruiser, suddenly from the opposite lane to force overtaking, and then the Land Rover car and suddenly a sharp braking, stopped in front of Qin Shou. Qin Shou did not react for a moment. The brakes were not enough. Directly rear-end collision. Asterisk. Can you drive? Looking for death. Qin Shou was the sudden tailgating got angry, cursed angrily, just wanted to get off to find the other side of the theory. The results of his body and violently forward a bit, only to hear the back of the bang a muffled sound. His Humvee, actually was tailgate from the back of the people again. This immediately alerted Qin Shou, who subconsciously felt that something was not right. This kind of undeveloped roadway, where there were almost no cars passing on weekdays, how could two cars suddenly appear at the same time? And there was also a chain rear-end collision? This is definitely not a coincidence. It must be someone doing it on purpose. Sure enough, just as Qin Shou became suspicious, he saw 4 men in black suits coming down from the Land Rover in front of him, each of them with a cold and unkind look on their faces. Through the rearview mirror, Qin Shou also saw that the car behind him also came down with 4 similarly dressed men in black. The dress code of these people, as well as the icy and deadly aura they exuded, were almost identical to the black-clothed assassin who had suddenly appeared in the apartment building he was staying in that night and attempted to assassinate him. Qin Shou didn't need to think about it to know that this group of people must be from the Blood God cult. What made Qin Shou's heart tremble even more was that he saw one of the black-clothed men holding a black pistol in his hand. Damn! This car is Ren Jing's. I'm afraid this group of people are coming for Ren Jing. I'm just in time to cover for Ren Jing and take the fall for her. Qin Shou thought of a possibility at the very first moment. Buckle up and sit tight. Zhu Xinyao's face was still a little pale. Didn't understand what was happening. Qin Shou suddenly stepped on the gas pedal and directly drove away from the Land Rover in front of him. Keep your head down. Chapter 51, The Sharpshooter's Duel. Zhu Xinyao wasn't stupid. She also quickly sensed that something was wrong. As soon as Qin Shou's words fell, she instinctively bowed down and buried her head into the car, using the body of the car to cover herself. Sure enough, just at the moment when Zhu Xinyao lowered her head, a gunshot rang out, and the black-clothed man with the pistol opened fire. But to his surprise, the shot didn't directly penetrate the glass of the car window as he expected, but only left some spiderweb-like cracks on the thick glass. Bulletproof. It was only then that Qin Shou reacted to the fact that he hadn't noticed before that the Hummer was actually fitted with bulletproof glass. This made him slightly relieved that he was at least temporarily safe. Qin Shou quickly adjusted the state, a foot on the gas pedal to the end. The Hummer's powerful horsepower instantly erupted, violently topped the Land Rover in front of the car, issued a thump, a muffled sound. Then, Qin Shou quickly backed up and hit the car behind him again, toppling it some distance away as well. gaining more space for himself. He then jerked the steering wheel and the body slammed around, completing a beautiful in-place dump. The two black-clothed men walking at the front were originally preparing to approach the Hummer. When they were caught off guard, they were directly hit by the suddenly rotating body and flew out, falling heavily to the ground and letting out a painful groan. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Shou once again slammed on the gas, and the Hummer rushed out like a wild beast out of control, directly passing through the dirt slope on the side of the road and circling around to the very front, getting out of the predicament of the front and rear attack. Seeing this sudden turn of events, the black-clothed man with the gun in the lead's face became even more somber, and fired a few more shots at the Hummer. But the Hummer driven by Qin Shou was wrapped in thick steel plates and bulletproof glass, so ordinary handgun bullets couldn't penetrate it, and could only leave a few shallow bullet wounds on the body of the car. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go after them. That woman is in the car. We can't let them get away. The man in black roared with a grimace, then quickly jumped into the Land Rover and chased after him with a kick of the gas. What is this? Did that guy just shoot? Zhu Xinyao inside the car was stunned, her voice trembling a bit, obviously frightened by the gunshots just now. You know, this is the Dragon Kingdom, where robbery is forbidden. What kind of vicious group of people is this? Surprisingly, he was able to get guns within the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking about it made Zhu Xinyao feel scared. Who the hell are these people? What exactly does Qin Shou do? Why did he mess with such a group of people in such a short period of time? Qin Shou is suddenly so rich. Is it because he is doing illegal business? Are those all his enemies in the underworld? For a while, all sorts of speculations and questions filled Zhu Xinyao's mind, only feeling that she was afraid that she would be in a bad way today. Can you drive? While Zhu Xinyao was still imagining things, Qin Shou suddenly opened his mouth. Ha dash? Zhu Xinyao froze, still not having recovered from the panic she had just experienced. Bang! 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 The rear pursuing Land Rover is again 3 shots in a row. That black-clothed man with a gun is obviously a master of marksmanship, obviously also a master of firearms. In this case of high-speed movement, these 3 shots were all hit in the same point of the rear window. The rear window looked to be completely cracked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's too late. You're driving. Seeing the emergency situation, Qin Shou did not care much about it, and without waiting for Zhu Xinyao's consent, he directly picked up Zhu Xinyao from the passenger seat. Then, Qin Shou directly placed Zhu Xinyao on his legs, making her face the front windshield in order to control the steering wheel. Zhu Xinyao is wearing a professional dress today. Plus at this moment the vehicle in the rugged road at extreme speed. The road bumps very much. Zhu Xinyao's rounded buttocks like a full of elasticity of the meat cushion in general. In the Qin Shou's thighs bouncing madly. This feeling makes Qin Shou a little apathetic, but he now does not have the heart to think about this. What are you doing? What time is it and you're still thinking about such things? Zhu Xinyao was a little confused by Qin Shou's series of actions. Her eyebrows slightly knitted and her pretty face reddened as she pouted, thinking that Qin Shou was still thinking of taking advantage of her at such a critical moment. Take the wheel. This is not the time for that. Qin Shou didn't have time to explain to Zhu Xinyao. He directly grabbed Zhu Xinyao's small, soft and boneless hand and let her hold the steering wheel, controlling the direction of the vehicle. Then, Qin Shou suddenly drew himself up, his thighs directly pulling out from under Zhu Xinyao's buttocks before quickly jumping to the passenger seat. It had to be said that it was a good thing that Zhu Xinyao was wearing this professional suit that was lubricated enough today. Otherwise Qin Shou hadn't been able to pull out from under her so easily. Take the wheel and don't let go. After Qin Shou arrived at the passenger seat, he immediately pulled open the storage box in front of the passenger seat. Luckily, there is indeed a gun. Qin Shou opened the storage box and realized that he had guessed correctly. Ren Jing had indeed placed a pistol inside. Bang! Another shot from the pursuing Land Rover in the rear. 4 consecutive shots all hitting the same point on the rear window. The already cracked bulletproof glass, finally, was completely pierced. Fortunately, Qin Shou's reaction was also fast enough, and he instinctively shrunk his head the moment the black-clothed man behind him fired. A bullet almost grazed Qin Shou's cheek and flew past, eventually impacting on the front windshield and stirring up a burst of sparks. Damn! It's a good thing I just switched positions. Qin Shou was shocked and celebrated. Fortunately he and Zhu Xinyao exchanged positions just now. Otherwise with Zhu Xinyao's reaction speed and physical quality, that one bullet just now must have pierced through the back of her head. Qin Shou quickly picked up the pistol in his hand and turned around to fire a shot at the pursuing Land Rover at the back. Skills, God of Guns, and Invincible Actuary, activated. With the bang sound of the gun, the bullet accurately penetrated the bullet hole punched by the black-clothed man behind him, and went straight to the brow of the black-clothed man holding the gun. The Land Rover that these black-clothed men were traveling in was not specially made, and the windows were not bulletproof. The bullet easily shattered the glass of the Land Rover, and then accurately went straight to the black-clothed man's brow. However, the reaction speed of this man in black was also strangely fast. He even seemed to anticipate the danger before Qin Shou fired his gun, and slightly flashed his head in advance to avoid the vitals. However, Qin Shou's shot still didn't fall short, but directly hit the back seat of the Land Rover, the head of the other black-clothed man, directly killing him on the spot. This is the perversion that Qin Shou's God of Firearms and Invincible Actuary dual skills show when launched at the same time. Qin Shou in the moment of shooting, his mind has accurately calculated the trajectory of the bullets and the point of landing. Even if this shot can't directly hit the target in front of him, the line of the bullet's flight is still able to hit the back of a person to make sure that at least one of the targets will be hit. Hey, damn it, aren't you freaks undead? I don't believe that I can't die even with my head pierced through. Qin Shou let out a cold smile. He knew that this group of people from the Blood God sect all had perverted recovery ability, but even if their recovery ability was strong, it was absolutely impossible for them to survive even if their heads were pierced by bullets. Had. Interesting. Nice shot. You managed to dodge my bullets and counterattack with precision. A wry smile appeared on the face of the black-clothed man holding the gun, and even a trace of imperceptible excitement flashed in his eyes. Then he also raised the gun in his hand and fired 4 or 5 shots consecutively at Qin Shou's car, and his marksmanship was also very precise. Surprisingly, just like Qin Shou, each bullet happened to penetrate the same bullet hole in the rear window. Surprisingly, he was also a sharpshooter. However, the good thing was that although this black-clothed man was an accurate shot, he did not have the outrageous calculation ability of Qin Shou. After his bullet passed through the bullet hole, the trajectory line unavoidably changed slightly, and there was no way to guarantee 100% accuracy, and in the end, the bullets flew randomly within the body of the Hummer, and did not cause any substantial damage to Qin Shou and Zhu Xinyao. However, Zhu Xinyao was already highly nervous because of the gunfight just now, and at this moment, with bullets flying everywhere in the car, she was even more scared to death, and didn't even dare to care about the steering wheel anymore, but instead clutched her head tightly, her body curled up behind the car seat, and let out a horrified shriek. It was also at the moment when Zhu Xinyao let go of the steering wheel that the high-speed and wildly running Hummer completely drove off the path and directly rushed into the steep slope that sloped down to the side of the road. Chapter 52 Spirit of the System. Linger. The steep slopes on both sides of the road are undeveloped hill. The slope is extremely steep. The Hummer and the angle is diagonal up, and the speed is extremely fast. In the rush on the slope of the moment, the Hummer completely lost balance. The body shook, directly turned over, heavily smashed into the ground, issued a rumble, a loud sound. Asterisk. Damn it, you really have to rely on yourself at the critical moment. Women really can't be relied on. Qin Shou cursed angrily, and at the moment when the Hummer overturned, out of instinct, he held Zhu Xinyao tightly into his arms, intending to use his own body to shield Zhu Xinyao from the impact that might be caused when the Hummer overturned. Just at the moment when Zhu Xinyao was terrified to the core because of the sudden overturning of the car, she suddenly felt her body being held tightly by a warm and soft, yet at the same time powerful embrace. Why would he rush over to protect me at this point? He can obviously prioritize protecting himself. Could it be that he actually still likes me in his heart? Doesn't care about me anymore like he says he does? Did I really misunderstand him? He's actually a very nice person, and it's my own superficiality and snobbery that made me miss him. If I had chosen him instead of that playboy, what would life be like now? Maybe I would be much happier than I am now. Also at this instant, various complicated and chaotic thoughts, like a tidal wave, surged into Zhu Xinyao's mind, causing her to be somewhat at a loss for words for a moment. In fact, Zhu Xinyao thought too much. The reason why Qin Shou would step in to protect her was purely out of his instinctive reaction. Although Qin Shou had sworn in his life that he would treat a woman with only his kidneys and not his heart, he was not a villain. He didn't like to owe other people favors, let alone owed to a woman. In Qin Shou's opinion, the reason why Zhu Xinyao was in such a dangerous situation today was more or less related to him, and he felt that he had some responsibility, and he was a man after all. It was also his obligatory duty to protect the weak in times of crisis, which was why he protected Zhu Xinyao out of instinct. Ding! The system has detected that the host has protected his first love goddess at the cost of his own life, and has successfully reached the system's hidden achievement of Sage of Love. Chen Gong has activated the system's spirit. Linger. Hello, Master. It was also at this instant that everything around them seemed to have stood still. Time seemed to have stopped passing, and the bodies of Qin Shou and Zhu Xinyao, at this moment, were still tightly embracing each other, suspended inside the overturned Hummer. A stunningly beautiful young woman wearing a snow-winning white veil, with a faint halo of light emanating from her body and an immortal aura, suddenly appeared in Qin Shou's mind. The young girl had an innocent, delicate and flawless smiling face as she bowed deeply to Qin Shou. exuding an ineffable elegance and spirituality between her hands and feet. It was a beauty that Qin Shou couldn't even reach by exhausting all his imagination. The moment this young girl appeared, Qin Shou only felt that all the women he had ever seen had instantly lost their colors and became eclipsed. Even the national goddess Su Sishi, who was highly popular in the Dragon Kingdom and was known as the Immortal, was dwarfed and eclipsed in front of this young girl. Qin Shou only felt that the moment this young girl appeared, it was as if his heart was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and an indescribable emotion surged to his heart. In order to thank my master for successfully activating me from the Taiyin Qi, Spirit will present my master with a small gift to express Spirit's gratitude. The young girl's voice was as melodious as an oriole, only to see linger gently blowing a breath, and then a golden circular bracelet suddenly appeared in her hand, which was carved with some ancient and mysterious patterns, emitting a faint golden light. Master, this is a treasure that transcends the heavenly rank, the Ring of Luck. After wearing this ring, you will be able to slowly and consistently take away the luck of those with great luck in an invisible manner, transforming it into your own luck, making you more fortunate. The bad luck that may exist on your own body will be transferred to your opponent or enemy in an invisible way, to be borne by others for you. In short, wearing this Ring of Luck, you will be more and more fortunate. All things go well, good luck, and anyone who is your enemy will be more and more unlucky, bad luck. Of course, this Ring of Qi, when used, has many restrictions, and can only transfer obscure Qi up to 3 times a day, and there are also many limitations to such things as taking someone's Qi, which will naturally be slowly understood by the master in the process of using it in the future. Linger explained to Qin Shou in a clear voice. As soon as the words fell, the young girl lingering Qin Shou's mind disappeared out of thin air, and everything that was static around him began to flow once again as time resumed its normal flow. Qin Shou didn't know whether the young girl that appeared in his mind in that instant just now was an illusion or a real existence. He just instinctively hugged Zhu Xinyao in his arms to death and protected her with his own body. The Hummer rolled 3 or 4 times in a row on the rough ground, making a loud crash and a piercing sound of twisting metal. But the miraculous thing is, during the tumbling process, Qin Shou only felt as if he was protected by an invisible force. His and Zhu Xinyao's bodies tumbled several times inside the car, but he surprisingly did not receive any substantial injuries. Every time a vital part of his body was about to hit the car body, he coincidentally hit a soft car seat or other cushioning objects, which unloaded most of the impact force. Qin Shou himself was not much of a problem, and Zhu Xinyao, who had been held tightly in his arms, would naturally be even less of a problem. Finally, after rolling around 3 or 4 times in succession, the body of the Hummer stabilized on its side and hit the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust. Qin Shou and Zhu Xinyao's heads were a bit confused from the successive tumbles, with gold stars in front of their eyes, and although they had not suffered any serious bodily injuries, they were still a bit confused and unable to react for a while. You too, go over and see what's going on. If the man is still alive, kill him straight away, and try to catch that woman alive. Lord Sect Leader wants her alive. A cold voice came from not far away. It was the black-clothed man who had been holding a pistol before, and he was gazing at the Hummer that was on its side with icy eyes. Yes, brotherly. Hearing the black-robed man's command, the 2 black-robed men beside him immediately answered, then carefully walked towards the Hummer. The man in black with a pistol is named Li Young-hee. He is a fundamental member of the Blood God sect originated in the country of Goryeo, and is the backbone of the sect specially sent to the Dragon Kingdom to preach. He was a small leader in Yecheng. The Blood God cult is a cult that worships an evil god, and the main source of their power comes from the evil god they worship. As one of the core members of the originating country, Li Jinshi naturally received more power than the other members. Thus his intuition was extremely sharp and his ability to perceive danger far exceeded that of an ordinary person, which was why he was able to anticipate the trajectory of Qin Shou's shot in advance just now and dodged it in time. The reason why he asked 2 of the several people following him to go over to check the situation first was because he vaguely sensed a hint of danger, so he didn't dare to approach the overturned Hummer. Chapter 53 The Ring of Luck. Are you okay? After the car stabilized, Qin Shou also came to his senses from the vertigo he had just experienced, and the first time he was concerned. He asked Zhu Xinyao in his arms, I'm fine, how about you? Are there any injuries anywhere? Zhu Xinyao shook her head, her face still a little pale. Obviously the overturning of the car just now had also given her quite a shock. That's good that it's okay. Qin Shou also let go of his heart when he heard Zhu Xinyao say that she was fine. I'm going to go out and see what's going on out there. You hide in the car for now so it's safer. Don't move. With that, Qin Shou raised his hand and pushed open the car door above his head with one hand, intending to climb out from above. It was also at this instant that Qin Shou suddenly felt a golden light flickering at his left wrist. He subconsciously looked at his wrist, and sure enough, he saw an exquisite golden bracelet, which was being steadily worn on his left wrist. The bracelet was carved with some ancient and mysterious patterns, and emitted a faint golden light. I'm going? This is real. I thought I had just hit my head and was hallucinating. Qin Shou exclaimed instinctively in his mind when he saw the golden bracelet on his wrist, and only then did he realize that the young girl who called herself Linger that appeared in his mind just now, as well as the words that she said, did not seem to be an illusion. Then, Qin Shou saw that the golden bracelet once again flashed a light, and then he clearly saw what seemed to be a faint wisp of black smoke on his body, which was sucked in by this bracelet, and then flew out of this bracelet and floated to the outside. What is this black smoke? Is it bad luck? Qin Shou was full of questions at the moment, not knowing what exactly is going on right now, but remembering the young girl's introduction of this bracelet in the illusion just now, Qin Shou has more or less a few guesses in his heart. At the same time, the black smoke that flew out from the golden bracelet drifted towards the two members of the Blood God sect who were approaching the Hummer. The two black-clothed men jogged to the side of the overturned Hummer, and were about to take a closer look at the situation inside the vehicle when they suddenly felt a jolt in their bodies, as if a cold air had invaded their bodies, causing them to shiver and get goosebumps all over their bodies. Damn! Old Lou, what's going on here? Why do I suddenly feel a nasty chill, and my body is chilled to the bone? One of the black-clothed men couldn't help but rub his arms and ask his companion beside him. I kinda feel that way too. It's weird. It's not even a cool ing day. Why do I suddenly feel cold? The other man in black similarly couldn't help but shiver, wondering why he felt a sudden chill on his body. Don't ing dilly-dally with me. Find out what's going on inside the car. Find out what's going on with that woman. Seeing the two of them standing there dawdling, seemingly talking about something, Li Jingxi in the distance immediately urged with some impatience. Understood. Li, after all, Li Jingxi is a small leader. In the Blood God sect internal hierarchy, the status is much higher than them. This Li Jingxi spoke. These two ordinary members of the church immediately did not dare to delay any longer, and quickly turned around, nodded his head and answered, and then once again towards the Hummer. It was at the same time that Qin Shou inside the car also moved. Qin Shou grabbed the door handle above the body, the door, and pushed hard, intending to drill out from above. Who would have thought that the body was originally flipped on its side? The center of gravity is unstable, barely maintaining a state of balance. Qin Shou so moved. The original precarious balance was instantly broken. The overturned body suddenly shook violently, and then fell down in the direction of the two men in black. Qin Shou only heard two miserable screams from the outside. He did not understand what happened. He felt the body heavily smashed on something. Issued click the sound of broken bones. Just like that, the Humvee that had overturned and fallen down coincidentally happened to be pressed right on top of the two black-clothed men. According to reason, these two people would have been able to react. Who knows that coincidentally? But also these two people are unlucky. Li Jingxi suddenly opened his mouth at this time, distracting the attention of the two people, which was a Hummer car directly to a double kill. How heavy is the tonnage of a Hummer? Even if the evil arts of the Blood God sect were more powerful, it would not be possible for a person to recover from being crushed by such a heavy object, instantly crushing the chests of the two men, spitting out blood and rupturing their internal organs. The two struggled in intense pain for a few moments before they were completely gassed and dead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Make it or break it, two losers. Li Jingxi cursed angrily when he saw that two of his men were directly crushed to death by an overturned car. Raising the pistol in his hand, he intended to directly shoot Qin Shou, who was planning to drill out of the car. Qin Shou's body hadn't completely come out of the car at the moment, and his entire body was still huddled inside the car, in which case he had no way to make any effective evasive maneuvers. However, just in the nick of time, Qin Shou once again clearly saw another faint strand of black qi on his body, using the ring of qi he wore on his left wrist as a medium, rapidly flying out, and then drifting straight toward Li Jingxi, who was raising his gun to aim at him. Bang! Almost at the same instant, Li Yonghe pulled the trigger and the gunshot rang out again. Qin Shou was so shocked that his body shivered violently, and he couldn't help but feel around his body for a long time, confirming that he didn't have any signs of injuries on his body before letting go of his heart and letting out a long sigh of relief. Qin Shou was full of doubts at the moment and said, "Wasn't this guy shooting quite accurate just now? How did he suddenly become such a bad shot? This shot even missed me?" However, just as Qin Shou was filled with questions, he suddenly heard a mournful scream coming from the front. Qin Shou followed the sound and saw that Li Jingxi, who had raised his gun to aim at him just a moment ago, was currently holding his right hand in pain and letting out a gurgling scream. As for his right hand, at this moment, it was already dripping with blood and a blur. The pistol he was holding in his hand even blew up directly. The barrel blew up, and the fragments flew everywhere. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of garbage stuff is this gang smuggling over? The quality is so poor. It's really bad luck. Li Jingshi grasped his bloodied right hand, grimacing in pain and cursing angrily under his breath. Seeing the scene of sudden change, Qin Shou had basically confirmed in his heart that everything that had just happened must have been related to that golden ring of qi luck he was wearing on his wrist, and it must have been this bracelet that had played a role in secret. He carefully recalled the scene just now, and he realized that without this ring of qi, then the one who might have originally been crushed to death by the overturned body would most likely be himself. Or, even if he was lucky enough not to be run over and killed by the Humvee, then the moment Li Young he opened fire just now, he was likely to be shot and killed. But now, because the bad luck on his body was transferred away by the ring of luck, the bad luck that should have befallen him was transferred to Li Jingshi in an unexpected way, causing the gun in his hand to blow up directly, and injuring himself instead. Chapter 54, Deathmatch. Qin Shou naturally could not miss this excellent counterattack time. He quickly drilled out of the overturned body a sharp roll, half kneeling on the ground, and at the same time quickly pulled out a pistol. To the remaining black-clothed man is a succession of several shots. The action is crisp and clear, without delay. To say that this Li Jingshi is indeed not a generalized person, the first time he realized the danger, quickly ducked in the back of the Land Rover, using the body as a cover. However, Qin Shou's target was not originally him either. Through the brief exchange of hands and observation before, Qin Shou had already vaguely noticed that this Li Jingshi was a bit weird. He seemed to possess some sort of ability similar to foreseeing danger, being able to sense the upcoming danger in advance. Therefore, without being able to ensure that he could kill the other party in one blow, Qin Shou decisively chose to prioritize the other less threatening black-clothed men. Under the powerful enhancement of the God of Guns skill, Qin Shou's marksmanship was precise to the extreme. The other black-clothed men did not have the slightest chance to resist in front of him. Qin Shou was almost one shot at a time, each shot accurately hitting the center of the eyebrow, and cleanly and instantly resolved the 5 black-clothed men without leaving any chance for them to fight back. However, after firing 5 shots in a row, the bullets of this pistol in Qin Shou's hand were completely used up. Li Jingshi saw that Qin Shou's pistol was out of bullets and knew that the opportunity to counterattack had come. He immediately rushed out from behind the Land Rover and ran straight towards Qin Shou with extremely fast speed. Lifting his right foot towards Qin Shou's chest was a powerful and heavy kick. Li Yonghe's kick was fast and hard with full power. If he was kicked, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Qin Shou's body is half crouching at the moment. The center of gravity is unstable. He did not dare too hard to receive Li Jingshi this powerful kick. In the heat of the moment, he directly will be in the hands of the pistol without bullets as a weapon, ruthlessly smashed to Li Jingshi's face. Li Jingshi also reacted very quickly. He raised one hand to block the pistol that Qin Shou smashed over, and his kicking leg naturally stuttered, losing its original force and speed. Qin Shou seized this rare opportunity and immediately did a cartwheel, dodging Li Jingshi's attack, and then followed it up with a sweeping leg kick, ruthlessly sweeping Li Jingshi's lower body and knocking him to the ground. With that, Qin Shou did not hesitate to directly pounce on him, pressing Li Jingshi underneath him, and then raised his fist and slammed it down hard against Li Jingshi's face. However, this Li Jingshi's reaction and combat experience was also very rich. He quickly adjusted his posture the moment he fell to the ground, turned his head sideways and narrowly avoided Qin Shou's powerful punch. Then, he raised his knee in a smooth manner, and with a fierce top, he ruthlessly hit Qin Shou's abdomen. This Li Jingshi is a blood god religion of a small leader, has the power of the evil god, is also a strange force. He is a knee-top collision of the power is very great. Qin Shou only feel his abdomen at turning like a sharp pain. Organs are as if shifted generally, and then he cannot hold back. Wow, will be a stomach of sour water? With the all of the overnight meal spit out, and impartial, just spit in the face of Li Jingshi door, paste him a face. The two would have been entangled and twisted together. The distance is very close. This Li Jingshi simply too late to make any reaction. His mouth was also half open. The result is just all catch Qin Shou spit out of the feces. Asterisk 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 mud horse. I'm going to get you killed today. Li Jingshi as a Goguryeo country people, usually extremely sophisticated, go out that are like a woman in general, to make up, where can bear to be vomit paste a face of this great shame. He was so disgusted that he let out a roar of rage, and his arms fiercely exerted force, and he even directly lifted Qin Shou's entire body up and ruthlessly dropped it to the Hummer on the side, only to hear a loud bang. Qin Shou's body heavily impacted on the Hummer's deformed body. He only felt a sweetness in his chest. A mouthful of blood couldn't help but spray out, staining the car body red. Qin Shou was shocked in his heart. He had to know that he had a powerful force comparable to Tyson, but in front of this Li Jingshi even had no advantage. Completely suppressed by the other party, this guy is simply a monster. Qin Shou was a little confused by this heavy fall. Dazed, before he could fully react, Li Jingshi had already rushed over again, raised his foot, with a whistling strong wind, and stomped down hard straight to Qin Shou's head. Qin Shou was horrified in his heart. Forcibly enduring the soreness and discomfort of his entire body, he violently rolled over and narrowly avoided Li Jingxi's fatal kick. Follow. It was also at this moment that Zhu Xinyao, who had been hiding inside the car, suddenly poked her body out of the car window and threw a sharp short knife out, throwing it at Qin Shou. This short knife was originally equipped in this Hummer, and put together with the pistol. Qin Shou previously saw that there was a gun in the car, naturally did not take this dagger. At this moment, Qin Shou was engaged in a fierce struggle with Li Jingxi. Zhu Xinyao, who was hiding inside the car, watched anxiously. She immediately found the short knife that had been left inside the car by Qin Shou and threw it out without hesitation. Thanks! Qin Shou's quick eyes and hands grabbed the short knife that Zhu Xinyao threw over, rolled over to avoid Li Jingxi's kick. At the same time, he used all his strength, directly clicked a knife, and ruthlessly stabbed down along the foot that Li Jingxi stepped over. Qin Shou could be said to have poured out his full strength this time. He had poured his entire body into this blade. The sharp short blade unexpectedly penetrated directly through the back of Li Jingxi's foot, deeply connecting with his foot, and plunged into the ground together, the blade entering without a handle. Li Jingxi never expected that Qin Shou would suddenly have an extra knife in his hand. He screamed in pain. His voice was miserable. It was at this instant that Qin Shou seized the opportunity to violently get up, gather the strength of his whole body, and blast Li Jingxi's face with a fist. Li Jingxi at the moment the whole foot was Qin Shou with a short knife firmly nailed to the ground. Because of the intense pain and cannot move, simply cannot avoid the Qin Shou this powerful punch. In a hurry, can only barely cross the arms, trying to block Qin Shou this raging punch. However, Qin Shou's punch was a sound attack. He used a move from the Yongchun boxing technique, hitting a false move, ostensibly attacking Li Jingxi's face to attract his attention, but in reality, the real killing move was to attack the heart, only to see Qin Shou's left hand suddenly swung out from under his armpit in a lightning-fast manner, and with a backward motion, he directly and heavily blasted Li Jingxi's heart. When he threw this punch, Qin Shou did not forget Fu Bo's reminder, and secretly raised a mouthful of true qi, and along with his fist, he punched into Li Jingxi's heart. This blow was not only a physical blow, but also an invasion of qi, which was directed towards those parasites in Li Jingxi's body. Li Jingxi took this punch containing true qi from Qin Shou head-on, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were covered with blood, and his face became pale as he looked at Qin Shou with an incredulous face, his lips trembling slightly. You actually know Qigong. Li Young he spat out a few words with difficulty and just collapsed straight down. Qin Shou let out a long breath of relief and wiped the cold sweat seeping out from his forehead due to the intense struggle, and turned around with the intention of going to see how Zhu Xinyao, who had been hiding inside the car, was doing. Come on out. These guys are taken care of. However, just at the moment when Qin Shou was about to lift his leg to take a step, he suddenly felt his ankle tighten and was firmly grabbed. He was startled in his heart and hurriedly looked down. Chapter 55, Puppetry. Qin Shou looked down, only to see that Li Jingxi had actually come back to life, and was grabbing his ankle, smiling at himself with a grim face, looking a little unnerving. Me. You're playing a ing ghost. Qin Shou was shocked by this sudden turn of events, and without hesitation, he raised his foot and kicked it viciously towards Li Jingxi's miserable face. Qin Shou's kick was powerful and full of strength. This Li Jingxi, although he was a man, but he paid extreme attention to facial maintenance in his daily life, and he loved his appearance very much. Seeing Qin Shou's kick coming straight to his face, he immediately let go of his hand that grabbed Qin Shou's ankle, and rolled over, dodging Qin Shou's attack. Then his body suddenly bounced off the ground in a weird position. His movements were very agile, completely unlike a person who had just been seriously injured. Hey, I'm going to break you into pieces so that you can't beg for your life or death. Li Jingxi's eyes stared at Qin Shou in a gloomy manner, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. With that, he suddenly took out an ebony black piccolo from his bosom and put it to his mouth to play. This piccolo made a whimpering sound, somewhat like a cat's cry in the dead of night, which sounded a bit creepy, indescribably unpleasant and bizarre. Qin Shou heard this ear-piercing flute sound, and said, "I'll you in the ing head, right? Fighting on fighting. You ing pretend what music master, is simply in the rape of my ears. Master, this is puppetry. This is already a late Huang rank puppeteer. Hurry up and escape. You're not his match right now." Qin Shou had just finished spitting, when a clear, pleasant, Oreo-like girl's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "I'll go, your spirit?" When Qin Shou heard this voice, he first froze for a moment, and then quickly reacted that it was the voice of the young girl who called herself Linger, who had just appeared in his mind. "Not bad, master, it is none other than me, Linger, The girl's voice once again sounded in his mind, affirming his suspicions. Help! As soon as Linger's words fell, Zhu Xinyao, who was still hiding inside the Hummer, suddenly screamed in terror. Hearing Zhu Xinyao's screams, Qin Shou hurriedly looked back and saw that the two members of the Blood God sect, who had been completely pressed under the overturned Hummer and whose internal organs had almost been crushed to the point of bursting out, had even moved in an extremely bizarre manner, and their strength became incredibly large, even making the heavy Hummer that was pressing them began to shake violently, and it looked like it was going to be overturned by them at any time. Holy, what the is this? You're filming Resident Evil here? What's with the zombies? When Qin Shou saw this scene, he only felt his scalp tingle and his back chill. Without saying a word, Qin Shou immediately rushed over. He knew that now was not the time to froth. He had to save Zhu Xinyao as soon as possible. Zhu Xinyao, give me your hand. Qin Shou ran to the Hummer and shouted towards Zhu Xinyao inside the vehicle while reaching out his hand to grab her. When Zhu Xinyao heard Qin Shou's voice, she didn't care about anything else and immediately grabbed Qin Shou's outstretched hand, and Qin Shou fiercely exerted his force, yanking Zhu Xinyao out of the car with one hand. However, just as Qin Shou dragged Zhu Xinyao out of the car, he realized that Zhu Xinyao's calf was actually grabbed by the two puppets that were pressed under the car. Zhu Xinyao was so scared that she lost her color, screaming frantically, her little legs stomping around, wanting to break free, but her strength was too small. And what kind of strange power that puppet had, it didn't help at all. Fortunately, Qin Shou was quick on his feet and quickly picked up the short knife that had fallen on the ground, and without hesitation, slashed the arm of the puppet that was pressing down on Zhu Xinyao's calf. Only a click was heard, and for a moment, blood splattered as Qin Shou directly chopped off the puppet's arm. However, Qin Shou had just rescued Zhu Xinyao from under the hands of these two puppets, and the other few Blood God cult members that he had killed had all woken up at the moment. Their eyes were hollow and their faces were pale, but their actions were not slow at all, twisting and turning their bodies in an extremely strange posture. Approaching the two of them, a bizarre scene to the extreme. Seeing this, Qin Shou flew up and kicked directly at the chest of one of the puppets rushing at the front. He used all his strength in this kick. However, what shocked him was that with this powerful kick, the puppet even acted as if nothing had happened. Its body only slightly stuttered. Instead, Qin Shou himself was directly bounced back because of the huge reaction force, only to feel that his leg bone was vaguely painful. Fearing that it might not have cracked, having personally felt the strength of the group of puppets, Qin Shou felt somewhat powerless for a moment. With his current strength, I'm afraid that he could hardly deal with even one puppet, while the other party had as many as 5 or 6. There was no chance of winning. Qin Shou said grandmother's heart. Lousy is not easy to have a system. Ready to all the way cool script. Wild drag cool dazzle grizzly it. This your mom just opened the game. You have to play GG? Just as Qin Shou was despairing, suddenly an Audi A6 rushed over from diagonally behind, directly knocking over one of the frontmost puppets. Brother Qin, get in the car. Zhang Wei poked his head out of the driver's window, looking anxious and waving desperately toward him. Zhang Wei? Why is this guy here? Qin Shou was full of doubts, but now was not the time to consider these. He quickly pulled open the car door and quickly rushed into the car with Zhu Xinyao, who was still in shock. To say that Zhang Wei is worthy of being a rich second generation, playing with cars for a longer time than Qin Shou, the technology is much better than Qin Shou. A beautiful dumping directly crashed through the two stooges, and then a foot of gas pedal from one of them directly ran over. Afterward, Zhang Wei skillfully bypassed the Hummer that had overturned on the side of the road and left, raising a cloud of dust. Li Jingxi watched Qin Shou and Zhu Xinyao escape under his nose, so angry that his 7 orifices were burning with rage. Viciously kicking the Land Rover beside him, he vented his anger. However, this kick of his pulled the injury in his chest, and he couldn't help but cough violently and dryly, and the pain caused cold sweat to break out above his forehead, and his face became even paler. He covered his chest and another mouthful of blood couldn't help but spray out. Damn! What carelessness! I can't imagine that this person would still know the Qigong of the Dragon Kingdom. I should have known that I should have been more careful and cautious. Li Jingxi sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. He was now severely injured and was no longer capable of chasing after Qin Shou and the others. With difficulty, he pulled his cell phone from his arms and dialed a number with trembling fingers. Hey, is it done? A low male voice came from the other end of the line, sounding a little grim. Master, I'm sorry for the failure. The target was much harder to deal with than I thought. I've been seriously injured. I can't move now. You guys hurry and send someone over to pick me up. Li Yonghe's voice was a little weak, and he was panting as he spoke. Chapter 56 Youth. Got it. On the other side of the phone, a youth with a luxurious dress, elegant temperament, and handsome appearance put down his cell phone. Although this youth had a handsome appearance, his face and the entire temperament of his person appeared to be somewhat sinister, and looking at him made people shudder. "Young master, did they catch Miss Run?" A somewhat hoarse voice sounded beside the youth. Speaking is a figure of dry and thin, like a bamboo pole general old man, his face pale, without a trace of blood, as if not see the sun for many years in general. This old man wearing a gray and white clothes, style old, looks like the dead body wearing life jacket. Cannot say the eerie weird. No, this bunch of losers, what a success. They can't even do this little thing right. The young man's face grew more and more somber, his brows furrowed together, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the old man behind him and said, "You prepare a private airplane for me, I'll go to Yecheng. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen Jing. I miss her. Since hard doesn't work, let's do something soft." Ha. Understood. Young master, I'll go make arrangements. The old man nodded respectfully, then hesitated slightly and opened his mouth to ask, "Young master, then what should we do with this Li Zhengxi? Should we send someone to rescue him?" "Humph. I'm afraid that the Yecheng police force is now on its way there as well. It's too late for us to send someone over to save him, and since he's not doing a good job, there's no use keeping him, so let's just kill him directly, so as not to have a long night's sleep and leave any handles behind." A cold light flashed in the young man's eyes and his tone was bland. Apparently, this kind of life and death on other people's lives seemed like something he had long been used to. "Understood. I'll do it now." The old man answered respectfully and suddenly took out a piece of yellow talisman paper from his pocket, and quickly wrote the 3 words Li Jingxi on it with an unknown black ink. Immediately, a ghostly blue flame was born out of thin air in the old man's hand, directly igniting the talisman paper in his hand. The talisman paper instantly burned up and turned into a pile of ashes. On the other side, Li Yanghe, who had just put down the phone, suddenly became distorted in his facial expression, covering his chest in pain as his body trembled violently. Immediately afterward, it was only seen that from inside Li Jingxi's ears, mouth, and eyes, there were actually countless tiny black bugs that scrambled out at the same time, and these bugs were so densely packed that it made one's scalp numb to see them. Bishop, spare your life. Sect leader, spare my life. Please give me another chance." Li Jingxi let out a frantic scream, painfully rolling and wailing on the ground, but in a matter of moments, his entire body directly turned into a puddle of blood and water. Not even a crumb of bone was left, only leaving behind a disgusting blood stain on the ground, and a faint fishy odor filled the air. As soon as Qin Shou got on the car, he took out his cell phone, only to see a dozen missed calls displayed on it, most of which were from Ren Jing, and there were also calls from Su Nanqin and Yen Yurong. Needless to say, as a Sea King, Qin Shou was quite busy with his business right now. Qin Shou did not hesitate and directly dialed Ren Jing's phone number. "Why haven't you answered your phone for so long? I only gave you 4 hours and you're now seriously overdue. You're a bodyguard, not competent at all. Looks like I'll have to dock your pay." The tone of Ren Jing on the other end of the phone was angry, obviously with resentment, obviously very angry at the fact that Qin Shou, the temporary bodyguard, had been away for so long and was not answering his phone. "I met someone from the Blood God cult." Qin Shou opened the door. "What? Are you okay? Are there any injuries?" Ren Jing was shocked at her words. Her tone immediately softened, and the anger she felt just now disappeared without a trace, replaced by a strong concern. "I'm fine. They must have gotten the wrong person. It just so happens that the agent who introduced me to buying a house today was in my car. They probably mistook her for you and that's why they came after her." Qin Shou casually explained what had happened. "You're really something. Going to buy a house? You can even trick the little agency girl into getting into the car. Looks like you're really good at picking up girls." Unexpectedly, Qin Shou did not explain, but once he did, Ren Jing immediately acted like she had overturned a jar of vinegar, her tone sour. Obviously, she was a little unhappy that Qin Shou was with another woman. Hey, what? Is our big mayor, the strong woman, jealous? I just let her on the bus. Why are you being so careful?" Qin Shou deliberately spoke in a flirtatious tone. The front of the car Zhang Wei suddenly a sweat. "To Qin Shou that is admired to the ground," said Ren Jing. "Ren Mayor, such a powerful coaxing ice beauty. You can actually use this tone of voice to speak. Qin brother powerful. I Zhang Wei in the future to follow the Qin brother you mix. Oh, who knows how you use this car? I see that when you first met me, this car was also used by you as a bed." When Ren Jing said this, she deliberately aggravated her tone, teasing Qin Shou for the things he had done to himself in the car before. Qin Shou immediately felt a burst of speechlessness, saying that this woman is really careful. This kind of thing is also taken out to say things, really hold a grudge. Alright, let's get down to business. The people who came this time are very powerful. One of the guys is feared to be a small leader-level character. I almost fell into his hands. However, I feel that he should have also suffered from minor injuries. I guess he can't go far. He should still be in the undeveloped Shishing Road on the outskirts of the North City. You should hurry up and send people over to search for him. Qin Shou pulled the topic back on track in time and sent the location address to Ren Jing. Well, I know. I'll arrange for someone to go there right away. Ren Jing listened to Qin Shou talking about the main thing, also put away the mind of jokes. The tone became serious. Hanging up the phone, went to arrange the relevant matters. This time the nature of the matter is bad, and also involved in the safety of Qin Shou. She is really some angry. Qin Shou, can you tell me what the hell is going on? Who exactly are those people and why did they come to kill you? Qin Shou had just hung up the phone, and Zhu Xinyao, who had been sitting in the car and was full of doubts, couldn't help but ask. She was still a bit stunned and desperately wanted to know the truth of the matter. They're not here to kill me. They're here to deal with you. Qin Shou shook his head and corrected Zhu Xinyao's statement. Against me? How could I possibly mess with someone like that? Zhu Xinyao's face was unbelievable. To be precise, they were coming after the owner of my Hummer. And it turns out you happened to be in the car. And they got the wrong guy. The owner of the Humvee? Then, that car is not yours? Zhu Xinyao was surprised when she heard Qin Shou's words. She had always thought that the Hummer was Qin Shou's. Nonsense. If I had that kind of money, why would I need to be a temporary bodyguard for the mayor? Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders and said with a disbelieving face, okay. Zhu Xinyao pouted. She originally thought that Qin Shou was a hidden tycoon, but now it seemed that she had overthought it. Chapter 57, You're just a bodyguard. What the hell? You're just a bodyguard. No? When Zhang Wei heard Qin Shou's reply, he slammed on the brakes with a look of disbelief, thinking that there were still bodyguards in the world who could talk to Mayor Ren in that tone. Zhu Xinyao, because she had not fastened her seatbelt, let out a cry of surprise as her body lurched forward by Zhang Wei's sudden sharp braking. Fortunately, Qin Shou's quick eyes and hands stretched out his arms in time to hold Zhu Xinyao by the waist, which prevented her from hitting the car seat in front of her. It had to be said that under close contact, Zhu Xinyao's small savage waist was indeed thin and soft, and her hands felt moist in the middle. Will you drive more steadily? Zhu Xinyao was shocked and didn't have the good sense to say. That's just it. All the fuss. There's someone else in this back seat. Qin Shou immediately chimed in, superficially following Zhu Xinyao to blame Zhang Wei, but in his heart, he was secretly happy, thinking, brother, please come a few more times. Hey, I'm sorry, Yao, it was my bad just now. I drove too fast. Zhang Wei apologized with a quick smile. When he said this, Zhang Wei noticed that Qin Shou's arms were actually still holding Zhu Xinyao's small waist, and that he was even sneaking a touch. You boy, get your salty hands off me. Zhang Wei immediately straightened his eyes and became righteously indignant. Only then did Qin Shou reluctantly let go of his arm around Zhu Xinyao's waist, and said with a cheap smile, I'm not worried that my body is unstable, so it's not good if I bump into something again. I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart. What do you know? As he said this, Qin Shou did not forget to secretly activate the skill, Artful Tongue. That's right. What's it to you if he hugs me? What do you care? I'm happy to. When Zhu Xinyao heard Qin Shou's words, not only did she not get angry, instead, she crossed her arms and slightly raised her willow eyebrows, saying with a hint of pout, she had already been charmed by Qin Shou's charms during this period of time, and had developed some good feelings towards him, and at this moment, Qin Shou had unleashed his Artful Tongue skill, so she was even more confused and couldn't distinguish between the east and the west, coupled with Qin Shou's pair of salty hands, although some dishonest, like to take advantage of, but I have to say, his technique is really first class, kneading up like doing a massage, the force is moderate, pinching the tender flesh of her waist was actually somewhat comfortable, and for a moment there was some reluctance to Qin Shou take his hand away. Yo, you didn't used to be like this, you clearly used to hate people touching you. When Zhang Wei saw that Zhu Xinyao was actually helping Qin Shou to speak, he immediately felt incomparably aggrieved, and he said to himself that what kind of ecstasy had this Qin Shou poured into Yao, which had made Yao so defensive of him, that she could even accept this kind of obvious act of taking advantage of her, and even helped him to speak. Zhang Wei's feeling at the moment was as hard as if his carefully cultivated cabbages were letting the pigs arch over them, and the key was that other people's cabbages were still happy to do so. What was I like before? Zhang Wei, I can tell you, we have nothing to do with each other now. When Zhu Xinyao heard Zhang Wei mentioning the past, lest Qin Shou create any misunderstandings, she immediately set aside her relationship with Zhang Wei. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Say, how did you guy become Mayor Ren's bodyguard? Weren't you an IT before? How did you become a bodyguard? On your weak little body, can you still protect Mayor Ren? knowing that he would definitely not be able to curry any favor by continuing to entangle himself with the woman, but would instead make himself even more embarrassed. Jiang Wei hurriedly pulled away from the topic and shifted his attention to Qin Shou, who was really curious as to how Qin Shou had gotten involved with Ren Jing. What? You think I'm at a very low level? You don't think I'm worthy of protecting Mayor Ren? When Qin Shou heard Jiang Wei questioning his strength, he raised his eyebrows and asked with a hint of a playful smile. Jiang Wei was choked by Qin Shou's words and was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to reply. He recalled that just now he was hiding in the distance, secretly observing the scene of Qin Shou's fight to the death with the group of black-clothed men. Qin Shou's hands are indeed very good, agile, quick reaction. Shooting is even more out of the ordinary. If he were to do it, I'm afraid that he would have already been dead 10,000 times. However, he was still a little depressed in his heart. He originally wanted to make friends with Qin Shou through this line, and then take this opportunity to please Mayor Ren, so as to get a share of the municipal renovation project in the suburbs of North City. But now it seems that Qin Shou is just a bodyguard of Ren Jing, and it seems that he can't help him with anything substantial, which makes him feel that he has lost his blood in this wave, and he has been busy for nothing. Oh, I can't imagine that the span of your career change is so big. It's really unexpected. Jiang Wei laughed dryly and said in a somewhat awkward tone, it's not too big, it's just a mixed bag. Qin Shou waved his hand in an unimpressed manner, then turned his words around and said with a serious expression, alright, let's get down to business. Tell me, why on earth are you following me? Qin Shou did not believe that Jiang Wei's appearance was just a simple coincidence, and the only explanation was that Jiang Wei had been following him. Hey, in fact, there is no big deal. Just want to talk to you about the matter about the municipal renovation of the suburbs of the North City. As you know, I am more interested in this area, and want to see if there is any opportunity for cooperation. Being directly punctured by Qin Shou, Jiang Wei stopped hiding it, and he scratched his head with some embarrassment and said with a smile, what? The suburbs of North City are going to undergo a municipal renovation? Didn't you swear up and down that you bought this house for your parents' retirement? How come it's now about some kind of municipal remodeling? Zhu Xinyao, who hadn't said anything all this time, heard Jiang Wei's words and looked surprised, turning her head to look at Qin Shou with some contempt. I said, this guy, the original buy real estate is not at all to honor parents, but to wait for the demolition. Good guy, actually has been hiding from me. Eat alone. This is, hey, this has to bull a reason. Otherwise how could that landlord under your hand sell me the house so easily? Qin Shou also smiled somewhat awkwardly. No wonder you were in such a hurry to buy the house. You didn't even look closely at the quality of the house before signing the contract in a hurry. When Zhu Xinyao heard Qin Shou's explanation, she gave him a blank look without any good manners, a hint of anger in her tone. What the hell? That house isn't for Yo-Yo? Jiang Wei realized at this time, the original Qin Shou, this kid is not at all to pick up girls, but to engage in speculation, purely to charge the demolition money to come. Why would I buy her a house? And are you out of your mind? Who the hell would pay a lot of money for a house that's waiting to be demolished and given away? You think I'm you, rich and brainless? When Qin Shou heard Jiang Wei's words, he looked at him with eyes like an idiot and asked back without any good humor. Jiang Wei slammed his forehead at the words, and immediately felt that he was really stupid. Why didn't he think of this? Qin Shou was right. This place was clearly waiting to be demolished. Who would be stupid enough to buy it and give it away? This is not logical at all. Before, I was really concerned. Hey, so then, there's really no special relationship between you and Yo-Yo. Just normal friends, right? But soon, Jiang Wei caught another important message from Qin Shou's words and realized that he seemed to still have a chance. So he immediately stared at Qin Shou with a wide-eyed smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 58, Yi Wu 1. Jiang Wei, I can tell you, even if there's nothing between Qin Shou and I, it's not your turn. The two of us were finished a long time ago. Do you understand? Zhu Xinyao, lest Qin Shou misunderstand that she was still involved with Jiang Wei in any way, said in a determined tone. That's fine. Just park here and let me down. Although Zhu Xinyao was really good looking, and Qin Shou didn't mind taking advantage of a little bit and mooching off of her once in a while, he wasn't too lazy to get involved in this complicated triangular relationship. There was no shortage of women around him, and as for accomplishing the task of taking down Zhu Xinyao, he wasn't in a hurry at all, and everything was just fine as nature intended. Ha? You're leaving? When she heard that Qin Shou was going to leave, an inexplicable reluctance surged in Zhu Xinyao's heart. I still have urgent matters, so this meal will be excused today. Count it as a meal I owe you, and return it to you later. After saying that, Qin Shou turned toward Jiang Wei, who was driving, and said, Jiang Wei, hurry up and put me down. Che, if it wasn't for Mayor Ren's face, Do you think I'd be happy to send you? Zhang Wei muttered with a face full of disdain. Without saying a word, nimbly pull over, lest Qin Shou does not go down. He is counting on his own two-person space with Xu Xinyao. I owe you a favor for this one. Thanks. About that matter in the suburbs of North City, I've kept it in mind. I'll help you when I have the chance. Qin Shou patted Zhang Wei's shoulder with a sincere tone before he opened the door and got out of the car. Although Zhang Wei to Qin Shou obviously with a few points of hostility, but Qin Shou is not this kind of small family people, and he grudges are clearly distinguishable. Today is not Zhang Wei suddenly appeared. Qin Shou thought that I am only afraid of the fate. So this favor, Qin Shou recognized. Qin Shou didn't like owing people favors and had to pay them back when he had the chance. However, Zhang Wei obviously did not appreciate. A disdainful face said, "Come on you Lu, I do not expect you a bodyguard can help me. Just put me down here. I'm going back too." Seeing that Qin Shou had already left, Xu Xinyao lost interest in continuing to stay in the car, and she was also ready to get off. "Hey, yo, why don't I give you a ride back? I don't have much to do anyway." Seeing this, Zhang Wei immediately seized the opportunity and asked tentatively, "Zhang Wei, I'm begging you to stop stalking me, okay? Let's get this straight today. I don't like you. It's impossible between us. In the past, I did look at your money and thought that I could live a privileged life with you, but now I think differently. I no longer want to rely on a man to support myself. I want to rely on my own efforts to live. Although relying on myself will be very hard, but at least my heart is solid, and I live with peace of mind." Xu Xinyao looked at Zhang Wei and said in a calm and resolute tone. She did not want to give Zhang Wei any more illusions or hopes. After saying that, she followed suit and got out of the car. However, after she got off the bus, she wanted to go find Qin Shou to say something, but she found that Qin Shou had already left in a puff of smoke, and she couldn't see half of him at all. She felt some loss in her heart and some unspoken emotions, and in the end, she could only take a taxi back on her own unhappily. Asterisk. What the is all this? It's bad luck. Zhang Wei looked at Xu Xinyao's departing back and cursed with a depressed face, then punched the steering wheel fiercely, thinking to himself, am I really that bad? Surprisingly, I am not as good as a bodyguard's position in Xu Xinyao's heart. Zhang Wei's punch had just gone down when his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Wei picked up his cell phone and saw that the caller ID was his dad Zhang Jiqing's call. Zhang Wei didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly picked up the phone. "Hey, Dad. What's up? Where the hell have you been? Why can't you see anyone for half a day? And you don't answer your phone?" The tone of Zhang Jiqing on the other end of the phone was a bit unkind, obviously a bit dissatisfied with Zhang Wei's disappearance from one day to the next. "Didn't I listen to your orders and went to look for that fellow called Qin Shou? I'd been busy with this matter, that's why I didn't bother to reply back." Zhang Wei hurriedly explained, lest he might have angered his father. "Humph, count on you kid to still be on the right track and know to listen to me. How did things go? Any progress?" Zhang Jiqing's tone eased slightly when he heard that Zhang Wei was doing what he was told. "Dad, you're mistaken. He's not a character at all. This guy is just a personal bodyguard beside Mayor Ren. I've already kicked him out of the car. He. Zhang Wei had a smug look on his face. "What? You kicked him out of the car? You stupid, ratty bastard. Have you ever seen Mayor Ren treat any of his personal bodyguards around him that way? You just kicked him off." Zhang Jiqing on the other end of the phone heard that Zhang Wei had actually driven Qin Shou away, and immediately went into a rage, and was cursing into the phone, only feeling hatred. Dad, you don't get angry. You first listen to my explanation. I also kind of saved his life today. He personally promised that he owes me a favor, and also said that the matter of bidding for the suburbs of the North City, he will find a way to say a few words for me in front of Mayor Ren, to help me say something. Zhang Wei was so shocked by Zhang Jiqing's face-splitting scolding that he couldn't even help but shiver a few times, and hurriedly told him about Qin Shou's promise to help him in an attempt to ease his dad's anger. "Humph, forget it, let's put this matter aside for now and talk about it later. Right now I have something more important for you to do, and this is something that you must do well for me. Absolutely no mistakes." Hearing his son say that Qin Shou owed him a favor, and also promised to help him in the matter of bidding for the suburbs of the North City, Zhang Jiqing only slightly dissipated some anger. "Dad, just do whatever you want, no matter what it is. I'll do my best to make sure I get it done right for you, and I definitely won't let you down." Hearing his father say that there were more important things for him to do, Zhang Wei immediately patted his chest and assured him, "I've just received word that the Jing family's Yi Shao, Yi Huan, is coming to Yeqing tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Young Yi is the key cultivator of the current generation of the Yi family of the 5 great families of Jing, one of the future heirs of the Yi family, with an unparalleled status of honor and supremacy. A large part of the reason your father and I are where we are today in Yeqing is because your mother's family once climbed into a slight relationship with the Yi family. You must serve Yi Wuwan Yi Shao well tomorrow. Make sure you satisfy him and make him happy. Got it? Remember, don't ever cause any trouble for me. Don't make me always feel that I only have your big brother Zhang Yida in my eyes and can't see you. If you can serve Yi Shao comfortably, in the future, even if you can't inherit our Zhang family's fortune, it's still enough for you to enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. Hearing the word Yi family, Zhang Wei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, nodded solemnly, and his tone became particularly serious. Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely do a good job on this matter, and I definitely won't let you down. The Yi family in the capital. That is the absolute super big family in the Dragon Kingdom, with deep roots and great power. It is the existence that truly stands at the top of the pyramid. The reason why Zhang Jiqing's main wife, the mother of Zhang Wei's elder brother Zhang Yida, was able to hold such a high position in the Zhang family was because her family was related to the Yi family, with a little bit of extremely distant relatives. Just by virtue of this little relationship, it had caused Zhang Jiqing to leap from an obscure small businessman to one of Yeqing's great wealth, thus showing how terrifying the strength and influence of this Yi family was. Zhang Wei is very clear in his heart that the vast majority of the Zhang family's assets will definitely be his elder brother Zhang Yida's in the future. There is no doubt about that. After all, Zhang Wei is the son of a mistress. His identity is naturally at a disadvantage. Moreover, in the Zhang family, the one who can really speak his mind and have absolute power of speech is not his father, Zhang Jiqing, but Zhang Jiqing's wife, Yuan Shoulan. It was because Zhang Jiqing's ability to make a fortune, to have the status and achievements in Yeqing that he had today, relied heavily on Yuan Shoulan's family's meager relationship with the Yi family. Therefore, Zhang Jiqing specially arranged for him to receive Yi Wuwan, the youngest member of the Yi family this time, and it didn't need to be thought about to know that this was definitely making a backward plan for Zhang Wei's future, paving the way for his future development. Zhang Jiqing was trying to make Zhang Wei show his face in front of Yi Wuwan through this opportunity, trying to leave a good impression on Yi Shao, and if he could get the Yi family's appreciation and promotion as a result, then Zhang Wei's future would be unlimited. Even if he could not inherit the Zhang family's major assets in the future, it would still be enough for him to live a life of glory and prosperity, living a life of clothing and food. He understood that this was one of the few chances he had to change his fate, and he had to hold on to it. Chapter 59, Acting Like a Woman? After getting out of the car, Qin Shou directly hailed a cab and rushed to the municipal government building in Yeqing. Originally, at this point in time, Ren Jing should have already gotten off work, but because of the incident where Qin Shou was being hunted down and killed, she was very busy right now and was stepping up her deployment regarding the Blood God cult siege operation. Half an hour later, Qin Shou arrived at the municipal government building, in front of Ren Jing's mayor's office, and he raised his hand to knock on the door. Come in. Hearing Ren Jing's voice, Qin Shou pushed open the door and walked in, only to see Ren Jing frowning, flipping through the information about the Blood God cult. You're back. No injuries? Seeing Qin Shou come in, Ren Jing put down the documents in her hands and asked with concern. It's okay, nothing's wrong. Qin Shou shook his head. How are things going? Did you catch the group that came after me? No. Ren Jing shook her head with some disappointment. I've asked for all nearby police forces to be mobilized and have set up layers of barriers along their possible escape routes, but when our men rushed over there, nothing was left at the scene except for a few vehicles that had already been scrapped, and we didn't even catch a single survivor. Qin Shou was shocked at his words. Nothing? How is this possible? This group of people, except for the leader, everyone else has been turned into puppets, and that leader has been seriously injured. There's no way they could have escaped so quickly. How on earth did they do it? Not exactly nothing was left behind. In fact, we found several puddles of stinking blood at the scene. Ren Jing added. Blood water? When Qin Shou heard the words blood water, he couldn't help but frown, thinking of a certain possibility. Actually, we've come close to capturing the core members of the Blood God cult several times, but every time, just when we were about to get our hands on them, it turned out to be the same. After we rushed to the scene, other than finding some blood and water, we couldn't find a single living person at all, not even a single body left behind, as if they had vanished into thin air. I'm afraid that the corpse has been corrupted by the parasites. Qin Shou voiced his guess. Although he did not know much about the art of witchcraft, he had not read many horror novels, since Uncle Fu had reminded him before that the Blood God cult's methods were most likely related to the Southeast Asian art of descending witches and parasites. It was very likely that these people's corpses had already been gnawed clean by the parasites. Uncle Fu also had the same speculation as you. But no matter what, if we can't capture their living members, our clues will be completely cut off, and our current understanding of the Blood God cult is still very limited. We don't even know anything about their specific organizational structure, which makes our next action very difficult. Ren Jing sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "Aren't there any other clues?" Qin Shou was a little reluctant. This group of people threatened his life 3 times. After rebirth Qin Shou, things have always been people do not offend me. I do not offend. If people offend me, cut off the roots of the style. This group of people now wanted his life, and he naturally didn't want to let them go. As the saying goes, if you're not afraid of thieves stealing, you're afraid of thieves thinking about you. Having an organization that thinks about killing you every day, no one else can sleep peacefully. What? It looks like you want to deal with them. Ren Jing looked at Qin Shou with a playful tone. These people want to kill me. Do you think I want to deal with them? Qin Shou sneered. Actually, we're not completely clueless. Ren Jing suddenly changed her tone and said, I had the police department check the unusual data on various types of cases in Yeqing over the recent period of time, and it turned out that the number of female disappearances in Yeqing had increased dramatically over the last few months, and the timing of the increase in the number of cases just happened to coincide with the time that the Blood God cult began its activities in Yeqing. Do you mean that these increased disappearances are all related to the Blood God cult? Qin Shou immediately guessed the meaning of Ren Jing's words. Ren Jing nodded. Not bad, and according to the investigation, most of those who went missing were some lost women. Lost girl? Qin Shou couldn't help but feel a chill on his face as he heard this, and he became even more disgusted with this Blood God cult. Qin Shou analyzed. It seems that this Blood God cult is quite smart. The targets they chose are marginalized people living in the gray corners of the city. Most of these lost women are far away from their hometowns and have simple social relationships. Even if they suddenly disappear, no one will notice them in a short period of time. Not bad. It seems like you're still quite smart and analyzing. Ren Jing glanced appreciatively at Qin Shou, then continued. We have noticed that the place where the most girls have gone missing recently is Yeqing South City Style Street, which is a place where fish and dragons mix, and the mobility of the people is extremely high, which really makes our investigation work very difficult. Are you interested in cooperating with the police? It might help us find a breakthrough. Cooperation? How? Is there money? Qin Shou heard that there is an opportunity for cooperation. Immediately came to the interest. This kind of big case, often even if the report may have more than 100,000 rewards, not to mention the depth of cooperation. You go and pretend to be a lost woman and go deep into the South City Style Street as bait to intentionally lure the Blood God cult's people onto the bait, and then we'll wait for an opportunity to act and wipe them out. Ren Jing spoke out her plan. Qin Shou's eyebrows raised as he listened to Ren Jing's plan, and he pointed to his face, crying and laughing. Me? Pretending to be a woman? You're not mistaken. Look carefully. I'm such a manly face. Where do I look like a woman? I do think that after shaving, changing into women's clothes and putting on makeup, there might be an unexpected effect. Ren Jing shrugged and stared at Qin Shou with a smile, a hint of derision in her tone. Qin Shou had a black line on his face. He only felt that this idea was simply bull asterisk. He was so handsome and masculine. Letting him pretend to be a woman? Killing him is not even possible. How about it? Are you interested? Don't worry. We won't let you work for nothing. This time, in order to deal with the Blood God cult, the municipal government has come up with a high bonus. As long as you can successfully penetrate the Blood God cult's inner circle, this bonus will be yours. Ren Jing knew that Qin Shou was a money addict, so she directly used the prize money to tempt Qin Shou. As long as there was enough money, Ren Jing was not afraid that Qin Shou would not take the bait. The reason why she let Qin Shou go to be the bait was also after deep consideration. She had seen Qin Shou's ability. It was very powerful, much stronger than those SWAT officers. And this Blood God cult is very evil. If she let an ordinary policewoman go to be the bait, I'm afraid it's very dangerous, and it's very likely that she won't be able to return. Coupled with Qin Shou's looks, his facial features were definitely considered good-looking, and with dressing up and putting on makeup, there was a real possibility that he could be prettier than a female. Ren Jing had no choice but to do this. Qin Shou heard the words, and he was really a bit moved, and immediately changed his attitude. He, in order to engage in speculation, buy demolition house, the cash on his body almost all for himself to spend, and also owed a butt of online loans, but he's still waiting to continue filming his skit, which all requires a lot of financial backing, and he's in need of money right now. Qin Shou had a cheap smile on his face, rubbed his hands together and asked, Hey, it's not impossible, but this is very dangerous for me to go deep into the enemy's rear. One carelessness may have to be accounted for there. I don't know how many bonuses the municipal government can give. Qin Shou looked at Ren Jing with an expectant face. Ren Jing couldn't help but look contemptuous, thinking that this guy really is a money junkie. A little bit of dedication to serve the general public for free. only looking at money. Depends on the exact size of the credit, but as long as it works out, I can guarantee that the prize money won't be less than $1 million this time. This blood god cult, since it came to Yecheng, has caused over a dozen missing persons. It's a big case. Good deal. What's so hard about pretending to be a woman? I, Qin Shou, have seen it all before. Ren Jing words have not finished. Qin Shou heard the amount of the bonus. Suddenly bright, fierce slap Ren Jing's desk. Swore to pat his chest to ensure up, causing Ren Jing a burst of speechless. Chapter 60. Do you want my face? Qin Shou agreed to Ren Jing's arrangement. And just as he walked out of Ren Jing's office, his cell phone call rang. Qin Shou picked up the phone and saw that it was Gui Gang calling. Hey, Gonzo. What's up? Hey, old Qin. Where the hell are you? Your skid is still not shooting? I've been looking for you for a day, but I couldn't find you, and you didn't answer the phone, so I thought you'd evaporated. Qin Shou just picked up the phone. He heard the phone Gui Gang ahead of the face of the scolding sound. Qin Shou only feel through the phone. Gui Gang spittle are almost sprayed to his face. You've eaten a keg of gunpowder. Can't I shoot your scene first if I'm not here? Besides, even if I'm not here, isn't there a producer? Qin Shou was inexplicably scolded by Gui Gang, so naturally he was not in a good mood and his tone was not too good. It's fine if you don't mention this mother ******** ing executive producer. I'm pissed off when you do. Once he heard Qin Shou mention supervising producers, Gui Gang became even more enraged. What's going on? Did the producer piss you off? Qin Shou looked puzzled. He didn't give me any face when you weren't there. Those actresses, all of them are like $1 million. Not to mention touching hands, mooching and so on, not even say a word to me. I'm a villainous broad who doesn't even have that perk. So what's the point of acting? Gui Gang's tone was suddenly sultry, complaining to Qin Shou like a deep-rooted woman. I thought it was something, so it's because your kid didn't have the chance to take advantage of the shooting to mooch off the actresses, so he's in a hurry. I say Gungzi, can't you be a little bit outgoing? Once Qin Shou heard Gui Gang's reason for complaining, he burst into tears and laughed a little, thinking that this is all this bastard is after. Nonsense. Old me. I quit my job to follow you in the movie. If you don't give me some benefits, won't I lose a lot of money? Besides, I'm dedicating myself to art. Understand? If a villainous rich man doesn't mooch off others, what's the point of being a villainous rich man? Do you think you're the same? You're surrounded by goddesses all day long. Qin Shou never thought that Gui Gang would take the opportunity to take advantage of the filming to mooch. This kind of thing said so heavenly. Crowned. Cannot help but somewhat admire this guy's face skin. Gongzi, why don't we do it this way? I've taken on a temporary job now. If I do a good job, I can make quite a bit of money in a few days. Why don't you cooperate with me and do it together? When this comes to fruition, I estimate that I can get 500,000 or so. We'll split it equally, 250,000 for each of us. With the money, why do you need to take advantage of the goddess by taking advantage of the shooting? Just look for one directly. Qin Shou thought of the task that Ren Jing had arranged and thought that he could pull Gui Gang in with him. Anyway, it was all acting. Being an actor was also acting. Being a woman in disguise was also acting. It made no difference to him, and he could earn an extra share of money. Do you take me for? What kind of job is there these days where you can make $500,000 in a few days? Don't you try to fool me. Gui Gang spat out a mouthful of spittle when he heard Qin Shou's words, his face full of disdain, obviously not believing that Qin Shou was talking nonsense there. Qin Shou said, Grandma, it's not $500,000 when this job is done. It's at least $1 million. Luckily I said a little less. Otherwise you are not even more disbelieving? Hey, Gongzi, I can say it straight. This job is to cooperate with the police, to be an undercover agent of the police for once, to seduce the criminals to take the bait, believe it or not. Anyway, I've already given you the opportunity. Don't blame your buddy for not giving you a chance when something good happens. When the time comes, the money is from the government, absolutely reliable. Is it really such a good thing? There won't be any danger to your life. Will there? As soon as Gui Gang heard that he was cooperating with the police, he immediately felt that Qin Shou might not have been talking nonsense, and began to believe a little in his heart, but he was still a little worried about security. Qin Shou knows that although Gui Gang is timid, but anxious to make money, Gui Gang has some heart. Continue to temptation. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I leave a good skit unfinished and suddenly go missing? It's not like I'm stupid. Let me tell you, this mission is very important and well paid. If you miss this opportunity, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. As for the danger, don't worry. With the police behind you, you have nothing to fear. Besides, we're just playing along with the police. What danger can there be? Are you going to do it or not? If you're afraid of dying, Then just forget I said it and I'll go myself. I can make this money alone anyway. Good. Damn it. Since you said so, then I'll accompany you in your madness. But you have to make it clear in advance. If you don't have 250,000 by then, you have to make it up to me. Otherwise I'm not done with you. Gang was Qin Shou so said. The heart is also a little itchy. He weighed again and again. Finally decided to gamble. After all, 250,000 is not a small sum of money. Gang clear. Qin Shou will not pit him. Don't worry. If the police don't pay, I'll find a way to make it up to you. When did I, Qin Shou, ever fail to keep my word? Qin Shou patted his chest and assured him. On the following day, two new ladies suddenly appeared at the Tiandi Club, a street in the South City. These two miss a height of 1.85 meters, stout body, but has a delicate face, free of a King Kong Barbie. It is the Qin Shou male impersonation of female impersonation. The other one, looking round and fat, wearing revealing clothes, with a bulging chest with two big papayas stuffed inside, was precisely Gang dressed up, which looked like the female impersonator duo Long in the movie The Deer and the Tripods by Master Xing, which made people can't help but be amused. Top clubs like these, unlike the usual stand-up girls in urban villages, these clubs don't offer special services directly. They usually choose to work with some experienced mamas with a dozen or so pretty girls under their hands. These moms are usually young, are the bar or club inside the head of the princesses, people old and yellow. They pull up their own team, with a group of girls out to make money. Because these moms have a wide range of contacts, they are usually able to work with upscale clubs that are frequented by wealthy people. In doing so, it is a win-win situation. The ladies use the platform of the clubhouse to raise their prices and earn more money. And some of them even use this kind of platform to be able to find a stable rich man in the long run as a meal ticket. That is, to become the rich man's mistresses, and to live a life of clothing and food without any worries. The club, also because of the existence of this special service, can leave some long-term guests, and at the same time can also be from the money earned by the ladies inside the draw. Can be said to be both fame and fortune. Generally speaking, for a special service of this kind, the lady would earn up to 40% of the money, and the remaining 60% would be shared equally between the moms and the club, with each of them taking 30%. Of course, apart from that, there was another layer of benefits. That is, once something goes wrong, the owner of the club can take the responsibility cleanly, because they do not have a direct employment relationship with those who provide services to the ladies. It can be said that these people secretly borrow their premises to provide services, and in the future, their own management is a little more strict. Over time, this has become an unwritten rule in this business. Today, Qin Shou and Gang were able to be placed in this heaven and earth club because there is a mommy in this venue who has been a police informant for a long time, collecting some drug trafficking information for the police. And, coincidentally, recently, under this mommy's hand, two girls have disappeared. I'll be damned. Qin Shou, you're the one who asked me to do this job? Pretend to be a woman? And wearing such disgusting clothes? I'm really going to vomit. Gang grumbled as he walked away. And when he looked down at the revealing clothing he was wearing, and the two piles of heavy fake balls on his chest, he felt a nasty chill, and his stomach turned over. Saying that, Gang realized that the two fake balls he placed on his chest seemed to have collapsed a bit, and he hurriedly lifted them secretly and adjusted their position, fearing that he would be seen. This action caused Qin Shou and a group of guests passing by to be nauseated, unable to hold back a bout of vomiting, and several of the guests who had intended to come to have fun, seeing Gang's dignified appearance, couldn't help but turn their heads away, avoiding as far away as they could. That's enough out of you. How many times have you thrown up? It's so insulting. Seeing that Qin Shou actually threw up again, Gang said without a trace of anger. It's okay, I'll get used to it when I throw up. Qin Shou wiped his mouth, feeling that the overnight meal was about to be vomited out of him. His stomach was empty and uncomfortable. $30? I want a private night, okay? Qin Shou had just finished spitting, when an old man actually came and walked up to Gang, rubbing his hands together and asking for the price with a lewd face. You want me to look like this? Are you blind? What kind of hungry are you? Gang was furious when he heard the old man's words. And your grandma? It's only $30 a night. It's too insulting. Hey, it's because of your honorable appearance that I'm sure you're cheap. Those pretty ones, at a glance, you can tell they're expensive. I don't have that kind of money, Moncler Outlet Store said with a lecherous smile on his face, and his words made Gang even more angry. Chapter 61 Yi Wan is here. $30 and you want a night out? Get the hell out of here. Gang with a voice changer in his throat, raised his voice, that yelling voice to be as harsh as possible. Living a fat woman shrew. Yo ho, you dead fat woman temper is quite tough. Don't you have any idea what you look like? Don't say 30, except for me. You can't even get anyone to take you. I did not expect this old man is not a good person. Actually with Gui Gang in the club hall door quarrel, the two people who do not let anyone, a time to attract a lot of people's attention. You old thing. For an old man, get the hell out of here. No one wants me and I don't want you. I don't serve you. Gui Gang swung his sandbag-like fists in front of the old man. His fat body stood in front of the old man. It was like a mountain of meat, staring the old man to death. Seeing this, the old man looked at Gui Gang's tonnage and determined that he was not an opponent. He could only turn around unhappily and grayly walk towards Qin Shou who was on the side. Qin Shou originally hid in a side snickering, laughing so much that his stomach is twitching pain. At this moment, see this old man actually walked toward himself. Heart suddenly thumped. Heart finished. This ing will not be the target changed into me. Hey, this lady, new here, right? I see you're not bad looking. $100. One time okay? The old man walked up to Qin Shou, rubbed his hands together, and looked at Qin Shou with an expectant face, his eyes as lewd as they could be. Hey, I say, old Qin, $100 a time. It's not a bad deal. You should take it. Think about it. This old man counts the time it takes to take off his pants as at most 1 minute, and he can earn $100 a minute, which is a high income. It's not a bad deal. Gui Gang, who was on the side, saw that the old man was not looking for himself, and remembered Qin Shou's sneering expression just now. He immediately watched the fun and fanned the flames on the side. Qin Shou face blackline. Said you a dog day. I pull out then this old man are big. Then directly to the people scared of myocardial infarction I find who to say reason to go? Who are you calling a minute? You're a ing minute. Your whole family is a minute. Old man I'm in great shape. I'll start in an hour. To say nothing of it, this old man although for the old, but actually quite care about the dignity of men, heard Fatty Guar ridicule him top 1 minute, immediately came to the temper, angrily retorted. Hey, me for a minute? I'm a woman a real woman. I can break you in a minute. Gui Gang smiled skinlessly and twisted his fat waist with a shrewish look. Gui Gang twisted his waist this time. His plump body twisted. The fat meat on his body also followed the tremor. That picture is simply too beautiful. Two hot eyes. So that the hall just came and a few guests instantly threw up on the ground. A few guests were directly disgusted to run half. I'll do it 10,000 times, Qin Shou said with a cold, expressionless face. He intentionally raised the price just to make the old man know better and stop pestering him. 10,000? You might as well rob it. The old man's eyes widened, thinking, are all the ladies in this upscale place so expensive? This kind of quality also dares to ask for 10,000 once. In the end, the old man could only turn away unhappily, ready to check out a cheaper, smaller place nearby. I say two ancestors, can you guys stand somewhere else? Can't you go to a less crowded place? You stand at the door, like two gods, and scare all the customers away. Our business is directly reduced by half. If you keep this up, I can't explain to the boss. Just after the old man left, the lobby manager of the club came over and looked at Qin Shou and Gui Gang with a smile on his face. It couldn't be helped. This Imperial Club was in partnership with all those mamas. They were just providing the venue, and those ladies were the ones brought by the mamas, so they couldn't afford to offend them. Introducing Qin Shou and Gui Gang Lai's mama named Fengli, Jiang Hu called Phoenix. Is this piece of eating the most open mama? Under the hands of more than a dozen under the control of a young girl like a flower. At the same time, she is also a police informant, specializing in the collection of information on some drug trafficking. Of course, if she didn't work as a police informant, she wouldn't have been able to eat so much. After all, she was in the skin business, and it would never work without a little background. Because of this, the lobby manager had to sell her thin face. Otherwise it would never have agreed to Qin Shou and Gui Gang. The two women disguised as men miss into the clubhouse. After all, this kind of high-grade club is also to face. Generally will not allow this kind of goods in, so as not to affect the reputation of the club. The lobby manager was also helpless in his heart. He knew that Qin Shou and Gui Gang were introduced by Phoenix. He could not afford to offend them at all, but he also has no way to explain to the other guests after all, Qin Shou and Gui Gang's image is really too detrimental to the image of the club. Those guests are here to look for flowers, not to be frightened. They continue to do so, the club's business will not be able to do. Okay, we'll change the place and not be in your way here. Gui Gang also do not want to stand here by a group of people spit. Pulling Qin Shou casually find a corner, leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette. Anyway, it is not yet night, and it is not the time of the activities of the people of the Blood God sect, guilty of not so eye-catching. In the afternoon, A private airplane slowly landed at Yecheng International Airport. The cabin door opened, and a young man with an extraordinary demeanor took the lead in stepping off the plane. And it was none other than Yi Woo-won, the young generation that the Ren Jing family had focused on cultivating. Yi Woo-won. Immediately behind them were two men. The withered old man in his birthday suit. The other, on the other hand, was a young girl with a face as cold as ice, but a body that was hot to the extreme. Most importantly, this young girl was also wearing a white tight-fitting sweatshirt, which emphasized that concave and convex figure to the extreme. Young master, I received news yesterday that the demonic corpses over here in Yecheng are still a few women's blood short of completion. I have to make a trip. I may not be by your side for the next few days. Just after getting off the airplane, the dry and thin old man beside him spoke. There's no harm in it. I'll be fine with Guling by my side. You go about your business. Yi Woo-won waved his hand, not caring. Thank you, young master. The dry and thin old man nodded respectfully without any expression on his face. And in the next moment, his body suddenly transformed into a black residual shadow and disappeared in place. With a speed that was astonishingly fast, Yi Woo-won was traveling on his own private jet. And naturally, he took the airport's exclusive channel, which was unobstructed all the way. Just out of the airport, he saw a black Audi S6 parked at the entrance. Although this car was considered luxurious in the eyes of ordinary people, for Yi Woo-won, who was used to seeing luxury cars, it looked a bit shabby. Young Yi, this way. As soon as Zhang Wei saw Yi Woo-won come out, he immediately waved his hand excitedly and jogged over with a smile on his face. Yi Woo-won had been to Yecheng a few times before, so Zhang Wei had seen him. Only at that time, those who were qualified to receive him were his own big brother, Zhang Yida, and he himself didn't have the chance to come into contact with this Yi family's great young man at all. Chapter 62, I think he's the one. He's special. Hello, Xiao Yi. My name is Zhang Wei. My father Zhang Jicheng asked me to pick you up. Zhang Wei stretched out his right hand with a smile on his face, but Yi Woo-won just glanced coldly at Zhang Wei and had no intention of reaching out to shake Zhang Wei's hand. Why is it you this time? Where's Zhang Yida? Yi Woo-won's tone was cold. He didn't know Zhang Wei, and he was a bit unhappy when he saw that Zhang Wei was so blinkered that he actually wanted to shake his hand. Yi Woo-won was a bit of a clean freak. Generally speaking, unless it was a great beauty, he never shook hands with people whose status was inferior to his own. The Zhang family may be considered a power in Yecheng, but compared to the Yi family in the capital, it is at best a small family. When Zhang Wei saw Yi Woo-won's disdainful look, he immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. He snapped and withdrew his right hand, and the smile on his face was a bit stiff. My elder brother went abroad to study and hasn't returned yet, so this time it's my turn to receive you. Young Yi, Xiao Yi, you get on the car first. Zhang Wei was still full of smiles and hurriedly pulled open the car door for Yi Woo-won, his posture humble to the extreme. Seeing Zhang Wei's Audi A6, Yi Woo-won couldn't help but frown, thinking, how did this Zhang family get mixed up in this way, and this kind of car is worthy of his status? However, although Yi Woo-won was not happy in his heart, he did not say anything more. After all, the Zhang family had done their best for the Yi family in Yecheng over the years. In the end, he got into Zhang Wei's car with some disgust. Xiao Yi, you've come a long way. I've booked you a presidential suite at the Golden Jade Hall Hotel in Yecheng. Why don't I send you there to rest first? Zhang Wei asked cautiously. No, it's still early. It's been a long time since I've been to Yecheng. Let's go find some fun first. Which club in Yecheng has good chicks? Yi Woo-won half leaned on the back seat, closed his eyes and faintly said. Zhang Wei froze at his words, before he secretly glanced at the young girl beside Yi Woo-won for a few moments and thought that this beauty was Yi Woo-won's girlfriend. He said to himself that with such an ice beauty with a superb body beside him, was it still necessary to go to the clubhouse to have fun? However, like Yi Woo-won, this kind of Ren Jing from the top mansion broad young man, play with flowers is also normal. 3 palaces and 6 houses are normal. Zhang Wei quickly reacted and said with a smile on his face, Hey, Yi Xiao, you've asked the right person. If you want to say where the best chicks are in Yecheng, it's the newly opened Heaven and Earth Club in the last half year. Why don't you let me take you there to have some fun? Well, okay, you set it up. Yi Woo-won closed his eyes and continued to shut his eyes. At the Heaven and Earth Clubhouse, aboard Gui Gang yawned. They had been standing inside the corner for more than an hour. I say, old Qin, are you sure we can catch that bull ***** God's cult guy you were talking about? Gui Gang squeezed his somewhat sore shoulders and muttered in a low voice. Don't worry, it's only a few o'clock now. When it's late at night, these guys will definitely show their foxtails. I've heard they've been moving more and more often lately. Qin Shou narrowed his eyes and scanned the crowds coming in and out of the clubhouse. The key is that this blood god cult isn't blind. Sure they can find us? Gui Gang was still a bit skeptical. What do you know? I've already read the police information. this blood god cult in order not to attract attention, specifically looking for those who do not have many customers. Look more downtrodden lady, we are not just right for it? He. It seems so. Guogang scratched his head and laughed nervously. Gu, young Master Zhang, what brings you here? The two were chatting when they saw Zhang Wei leading Yi Wuwan in, accompanied by an extremely beautiful woman with a hot body. The hall manager of the clubhouse took a look at Zhang Wei and immediately jogged over with a smile on his face, nodding his head and greeting him. Holy, how come it's this mother asterisk Zhang Wei? This son of a, looking at the lobby manager so attentive. This kid looks like a regular customer. Guogang recognized Zhang Wei at a glance, and he hurriedly turned his body sideways and half covered his face with his hand, fearing that he would be recognized by Zhang Wei. If Zhang Wei found out that he was here dressed as a woman, it would be a great shame. Qin Shou, who was on the side, however, did not say anything, but his gaze stayed on Yi Wuwan, who was beside Zhang Wei. Qin Shou could tell at a glance that this Yi Wuwan had an extraordinary aura, and carried an innate nobility between his hands and feet, obviously coming from a prestigious family. The reason why Qin Shou could be so sure was not because he had any exceptional eyesight, but because he had accidentally acquired a special skill after obtaining the Ring of Qi. That was that he was able to see the Qi fortune in people. Generally speaking, those who had a golden glow, or a purple glow on their bodies, were those who possessed great Qi. As for the person in front of him, but just as soon as he walked into the clubhouse, Qin Shou felt that the golden purple light emanating from his body was dazzling to the extreme, and even a bit blinding. Possessing both golden and purple rays at the same time, then there was no need to think that this person must be a typical person of great wealth. To know, Zhang Wei is a rich second generation, the body also only a faint layer of golden light of, but Zhang Wei with the sight of this person compared to, simply like a firefly, while this person, but as dazzling as the white moon. Ding, hello Master O, temporary long-term mission, take away the Qi from this person. Just as Qin Shou was lost in thought, Linger, who hadn't appeared since the last time she appeared, finally reappeared in Qin Shou's mind again. Spirit, you finally appeared. Qin Shou's heart was filled with joy and surprise. Yes, Master. Linger guffawed. It was simply 100 winks and a smile. Say, you still haven't told me how to use this Ring of Qi? Qin Shou asked in a hurry. It's very simple. Master, you can transfer the bad luck from yourself to someone else every day, but there are only 3 chances a day. You can choose to transfer the bad luck actively or passively. If you encounter a fatal crisis, the Ring of Qi will transfer it actively. As for how to take away the Qi, it requires you, Master, to make your target suffer, and the more you suffer, the more Qi on your target will be taken away from you. Linger patiently explained. It doesn't sound like it's complicated. Would it help if I beat him up? Qin Shou stroked his chin and asked thoughtfully. Theoretically it works, no matter what way you use. As long as you can make the other party suffer, you can take away part of your Qi. Master, go for it. After saying that, Linger puffed out her cheeks and made a cheering gesture, and then she disappeared from Qin Shou's mind once again. Manager Wang, do you have any new superb girls here recently? I can tell you, this Yi Shao of ours, that's the son from the capital. What kind of women haven't you played with? Ordinary ones won't do. Just as Linger disappeared, Qin Shou heard Zhang Wei's slightly flattering voice, and his thoughts were immediately pulled back. He frowned slightly and looked up in Zhang Wei's direction. This one's a bit special. I think he's the one. Set me up. I haven't had any fun with this type. Qin Shou had just raised his head when he saw Yi Wuwan staring lustfully at himself, a hint of a playful, even somewhat cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, just like a wild beast staring at its prey. Chapter 63, I'm $100. 000 a night. Hey, old Qin, you seem to have been taken in by a rich young man. Why don't you just come out of the closet and fly straight to the top? Look at Zhang Wei's nodding and haunting lackey. This person must be much richer than Zhang Wei's family. Guogang, who saw the rich young man who came in with Zhang Wei, seemed to have taken a fancy to Qin Shou, and he was happy in his heart, gloating that there would be a good show now. This goods is typical of watching the world in chaos. This gentleman, do you think you can get someone else? These two newcomers, they don't know the rules. I'm afraid the service is not good. Once the lobby manager heard that this Yi Wuwan actually looked at Qin Shou, who was dressed as a woman, his face turned green and white, not to mention how ugly it was. He said to himself, what kind of ing taste does this rich man have? He can even look at this kind of goods. Qin Shou arm bladder that strong big muscles. A fist is afraid to be able to this refined broad young to death. Proper King Kong Barbie Yi Wuwan's sword brows slightly knitted. His heart was a little displeased. No one had ever dared to meddle in what he wanted to do. Why are you so full of? It's her good fortune that our Mr. Yi has taken a fancy to her. Do you understand? Get lost. Zhang Wei saw at a glance that Yi Wuwan was a bit unhappy, lest he didn't serve well, rushed forward, pushed away the lobby manager who was blocking the way, and said fawningly to Yi Wuwan, Yi Xiao, you wait a moment, I'll arrange it properly for you. With that, Zhang Wei walked forward with great strides. Zhang Wei first looked at the side of the Gui gang, that fat body, thick makeup fat face, suddenly only feel spicy eyes, stomach a-flopping, a wild vomit, a while before slowing down after that. This is to look at Qin Shou. I white blue. How does this kid look so familiar? Like where have I seen? Zhang Wei muttered in his heart, but he couldn't recall exactly where he had seen it for a moment. Qin Shou at the moment lowered his head, a look of shyness, half exposed, squirming, lest he be recognized by Zhang Wei. If Zhang Wei found out that he was here dressed as a woman, it would be a great shame. Our Yi Xiao has taken a fancy to accompany our Yi Xiao for one night. How much? Zhang Wei pointed at Qin Shou with a condescending face. Yeah, 100,000 for the night. This handsome guy. Qin Shou pinched his throat, using a voice changer to deliberately make a delicate appearance. His voice is so soft that people's bones are crispy. Not to mention, his appearance was much more durable than Gui Gang's heavily made-up appearance. Qin Shou heart with a mirror. Can let Zhang Wei this lapdog knotted and wasted? Must be a character. Must be more than Zhang Wei family money. If he didn't blood pit this bastard, he would be sorry for himself. Not to mention that Qin Shou was still counting on taking away a part of this Yi Wuwan's chi luck. What the? $100,000 a night for a guy like you? Why don't you go rob a ING bank? After all, Zhang Wei is not the son of the main wife. 100,000, although it can take out, but it is not a small amount, which is equivalent to his pocket money for a month. Suddenly some heartache. No problem. 100,000 for 100,000. Yi Wuwan, who was on the side, said expressionlessly, it dash. Zhang Wei said in his heart, Yi Xiao, money is not the way you make it. This is my ING money. His flesh hurt so much that the muscles on his face twitched. What? You can't spare it? Yi Wuwan's face was cold, and his sharp eyes were like a sharp knife, staring at Zhang Wei who couldn't help but chill. Hey, it's only 100,000. How could I possibly not part with it? No problem. 100,000 is 100,000. Zhang Wei instantly wimped out, his face piled up with a fawning smile. Turning his head, he said viciously to Qin Shou, I can tell you, you have to serve our family, Yi Xiao. Well, and make Yi Xiao comfortable, or I'll get you killed. Zhang Wei had a fierce expression, holding a belly full of fire at the Qin Shou in front of him, saying your grandmother, you are clearly pitting me. Qin Shou could not help but freeze for a moment when he saw the situation, thinking damn I just said so casually, so easy to agree? If I had known, I would have ordered more. Yes, but I want to be paid now, right away. Qin Shou knew clearly in his heart that the money spent by these broads was given to the clubhouse, and then through the clubhouse it was then distributed to the mamas below before it finally reached the hands of the young ladies who provided the service. He's here today to fish. How can he go through such a tedious process? It must be about getting the money first. What the hell? This wasn't the process before. Zhang Wei was instantly offended and turned his head to look at the lobby manager who had a bitter face on the side. Manager Wang? The rules have changed now? Young Zhang, they are new and special. They don't work with us at Heaven and Earth. They are just borrowing a place. Why don't you just change someone else? Manager Wang bitter face. The heart is bitter to say. These two ancestors are Phoenix's people. Phoenix personally explained. These two people are afraid of some official background. Simply cannot afford to offend. Otherwise in the future the police every now and then to their own this sub-check. Business will not have to do. But now this Zhang Wei, that is also a big patron, favoring the Qin Shou, which if you offend him, the future can be less of a money tree. Go. Zhang Wei didn't think much after hearing Manager Wang's explanation. With a displeased face, he pushed Manager Wang away, took out his cell phone, and was ready to transfer money to Qin Shou. Alipay or WeChat? Zhang Wei said with some impatience. I only take cash. Qin Shou is not a little cute. This thing if Zhang Wei transferred money and found out that it was Qin Shou's WeChat, then not on the spot to wear a gang. Asterisk. What's wrong with you? Can't you transfer money? Zhang Wei's face instantly turned iron blue, and he was even more upset, only feeling that this chick in front of him had so much going on. Who carries that much cash on them nowadays? Here you go. It's a check for $200. 000. Redeemable for cash at all major banks here and abroad. Seeing Zhang Wei procrastinating, Yi Wuwan has long been a little impatient. The more he looks at Qin Shou, the more he feels that Qin Shou has a taste for it, and even directly took out a check for 200,000 yuan. In fact, Yi Wuwan didn't know that he had been hit by Qin Shou's skill, manliness, except that now that Qin Shou was dressed as a woman, this skill became attracting men. This, Yi Shao, it's my treat today. How can I be so kind as to let you break the bank? Although Zhang Wei couldn't afford to give up $100,000, he also knew the priority of the matter, and pleasing Yi Wuwan was the top priority, so how could he let Yi Wuwan pay for it himself? Do you have 100,000 in cash? Yi Wuwan's expression was icy cold, and his dissatisfaction with Zhang Wei became more and more obvious. I'm going to the bank right now to get the money immediately. He. Zhang Wei had a fawning look on his face, already seeing that he seemed to have screwed up a bit. Get the hell out of here and don't keep me from my business. Yi Wuwan nonchalantly pushed Zhang Wei away, not giving Zhang Wei the slightest bit of face. His gaze returned to Qin Shou once again, and he only felt that the more he looked at him, the more flavorful he felt. Yi Wuwan couldn't help but grab Qin Shou's big hand that was even bigger than his palm. A strange feeling instantly spread from his palm all over his body, like an electric shock. He couldn't help but squeeze Qin Shou's hand, only to feel that the feel was rougher than even a man. But Yi Wuwan liked it very much. After all, he had played too much with unusual women, and this type of Qin Shou that was majestic with a hint of wildness, and it was still the first time. Chapter 64 Pervert Yi Wuwan. Qin Shou's big hand was pinched in Yi Wuwan's hand and kneaded. His heart was as disgusting as it could be, but thinking about $200,000, he could only resign himself to it. Qin Shou said in his heart, this is if every day can make 200,000. I am not impossible to consider coming out of the closet. Gui Gang, who was on the side, saw this and thought to himself, I'm going to go. Is $200,000 so easy to earn these days? Gui Gang's eyes were completely red, and he was so greedy that the corners of his mouth were dripping with harlotry. The temptation of money made Gui Gang completely lose his mind. He twisted his fat waist, like a waddling penguin, and came to Yi Wuwan with 3 steps. He tried to squeeze out a smile that he thought was the most charming and even threw a wink over. Hey, this gentleman, actually, it's not like I can't. When he said this, Gui Gang even intentionally mimicked a petulant tone with his voice changer. Wah, vomit. Gui Gang obviously didn't realize the lethality of him winking so much, and the moment Gui Gang scratched his head, the men in the lobby of heaven and earth instantly fell in a row. Damn, I can't take it anymore. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Me too. Damn, grow this pussy, and you still dare to come out and scare people, and actually dare to come out and sell it. Finally, the guests coming and going in the Tiandi clubhouse were completely unable to hold back. One by one, they rubbed their fists and angrily rushed towards him. After all, people came to have fun, not to find disgusting, and Gui Gang completely swept them off their feet. Of course, this naturally included Zhang Wei and Yi Wuwan. The heaven and earth clubhouse was resounding with pig-killing wails, one more mournful than the other. It was only until Gui Gang was beaten to the ground like a puddle of mud that the anger in the hearts of the crowd subsided a little. It was only when they looked at Gui Gang's bruised and swollen pig's head that they felt a burst of relief in their hearts. Damn, next time I see you selling out, I'll beat you up once I see you. After the fight, a bald boss relieved a few curses, but also spit a mouthful of spittle, which is intended to leave. Hey, little beauty, don't let this fat pig spoil our fun. Go, accompany me to my room. After beating Gui Gang, Yi Wuwan only felt much more comfortable in his heart, and with his arm around Qin Shou's waist, he headed inside the private room. Old Qin, you son of a, not a brother. Gui Gang was beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground like a dead pig, looking at Qin Shou's departing back. Gui Gang cursed in his heart. Your grandma's, the same man disguised as a woman. You earned $200,000, but I got my ass kicked. Is there any justice in this? For a while, Gui Gang was so angry that he was in a hurry. Plus the fact that he had just been beaten up was really a bit miserable. He even fainted directly. Manager, what to do with this dead fat? One of the thugs walked up to Manager Wang and pointed at Gui Gang, who was passed out on the ground. Manager Wang took a drag on his cigarette, thick smoke lingering on his face. He pondered for a long time and looked at Qin Shou, who accompanied Yi Wuwan into the private room. Finally he made up his mind and said, throw it out. I'll explain on Phoenix's side. Just fainting and dying in the lobby will affect business. Understood. The heaven and earth's fighters nodded, and 7 or 8 strong men combined their efforts before they barely managed to lift Gui Gang up and throw him like a piece of trash at the side entrance of heaven and earth, in a narrow alley. On the other hand, Yi Wuwan wrapped his arm around Qin Shou's sturdy waist, and while walking, he couldn't help but slap Qin Shou's buttocks violently, causing Qin Shou's body to jolt. Hey, little beauty, that's quite a firm ass. Usually a fitness enthusiast, right? Yi Wowan's eyes scanned over Qin Shou's body indulgently, a lewd smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I hate it. Yi Shao, you're bad. Why are you eating people's tofu indiscriminately? Qin Shou pinched his throat and twisted his body in a pretense of pouting. That King Kong Barbie's hard-dressed delicate appearance made Yi Wowan look at his heart for a while. He, more than just eating tofu, I'm going to eat you up later, Yi Wowan said and couldn't wait to lead Qin Shou into the private room. Wait here while I ask the waiter to bring some drinks. After saying that, Yi Wowan turned around and left the private room. Okay, Yi Shao. Qin Shou pretended to be good and nodded. He, the little beauty is quite on the ball. I'll pamper you later. I guarantee you'll die of lust. Yi Wowan's fingers frivolously hooked Qin Shou's chin. Qin Shou blinked his big watery eyes and put on a shy and timid look. But in his heart, he cursed, dead pervert, dare to touch a hair of my sweat. I'll make you look good later. Yi Wowan's hand restlessly pinched Qin Shou's face again before he left the private room in satisfaction. Qin Shou immediately put away his disguise and his eyes became sharp. He quietly followed him out, only to see Yi Wowan ordering 2 glasses of wine at the front desk, then walking to a corner, sneakily pulling out a small paper bag from his pocket, pouring the white powder inside, into the wine in his left hand. Qin Shou looked at it clearly. A burst of suspicion in his heart. Obviously came to find the lady. Is it necessary to drug? But although he was puzzled, Qin Shou didn't have time to think too much and hurried back to the private room. Deciding to wait and see what happens, he acted as he saw fit. A few moments later, Yi Wowan entered the private room with 2 cups of liquor. But what Qin Shou didn't expect was that this Yi Wowan didn't give Qin Shou a cup of the drugged one, but instead handed the undrugged one to himself. Come, little beauty, let's share a drink first. Yi Wowan stared at Qin Shou with a fervent gaze. Qin Shou couldn't help but look at Yi Wowan with a suspicious face, but on second thought, this cup of wine was fine anyway, so he didn't think too much about it and took the cup and drank it. Yi Wowan stared straight at Qin Shou, confirming that Qin Shou had completely downed the glass of wine, and only then did he feel relieved to drink the glass of wine in his own hand as well. Just after this glass of wine was drunk, Qin Shou saw Yi Wowan's eyes start to become a little bit disoriented, even a little bit fluttering, and the corners of his mouth also raised a twisted smile. Qin Shou saw the situation. His heart muttered, could this really be his own mistake? Qin Shoujian was full of doubts, but this Yi Wowan was getting more and more outrageous, only to see that he actually took off his own belt in front of Qin Shou, then handed the belt to Qin Shou, and then plopped himself down on the sofa and took off his shirt, revealing his back. Come on, beautiful, whip me, pump me hard, I'll go, this one likes SM. Qin Shou looked at the crisscrossing scars on Yi Wowan's back, and then it dawned on him that the glass of wine that Yi Wowan had just drank was feared to be some kind of stimulant-like drug, and he's only doing it to get himself more excited. No wonder he gave himself a drink. Qin Shou now also finally understood why Yi Wowan looked at him, because he looked the most muscular, and was only able to excite Yi Wowan the most. Pa dash. Qin Shou said in his heart that there is actually this kind of request, then I will not be polite, and fiercely lashed on Yi Wowan's back. Hiss dash. Yi Wowan sucked in a breath of cool air from the pain. His body trembled slightly, but his face showed an expression of enjoyment. Beautiful. Very good. More. Don't stop. Yi Wowan obviously couldn't get enough of it and excitedly urged. Qin Shou waved his belt, one after another, and viciously smacked Yi Wowan's back. Each lash brought up a sound of flesh tearing, and the scars on Yi Wowan's back increased at a rate visible to the naked eye, becoming even more hideous and gruesome. However, what gave Qin Shou a chill was that Yi Wowan seemed to be oblivious to this, and instead of pain, a morbid pleasure surfaced on his face, enjoying himself to the extreme. However, Qin Shou keenly noticed that whenever the whip struck Yi Wowan's body, a trace of the purple golden light that flowed on his body surface would escape, like a wandering silk, and float towards him, integrating into his body. I'll go. This can actually plunder the opponent's chi? Qin Shou's heart was shocked, and then a wave of ecstasy welled up. Although every ounce of this chi was so weak that it was almost negligible, the accumulation of small amounts of chi made it tower, and it was also a great fortune for him. Thinking of this, Qin Shou's hand became even more ruthless. The sound of skin splitting open echoed continuously in the room. Yi Wowan's body had begun to spasm, and his face was twisted and distorted from the extreme excitement and pain. Qin Shou looked at Yi Wowan's maniacal appearance and a chill ran through his heart. This bastard was simply the pervert of perverts. However, just as Qin Shou was preparing for a few more lashes, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and as if his body was out of control, he shook a few times and sat on his butt on the sofa. He, I didn't expect it, but I had already realized that you were secretly following me. That's why I deliberately drugged myself in front of you. Yi Wuwan slowly turned around, his eyes staring grimly at Qin Shou. The corners of his mouth hooked into a bizarre smile. But the drink you drank, I actually tampered with it. Except that what was in your glass was a psychedelic, while what was in mine was a stimulant to maximize sensory stimulation. Just now you smoked comfortably. Now it's my turn too. As long as it's a woman I have my eye on, I like to slowly play them to death and cripple them. Ha ha ha, Yi Wuwan said, letting out a creepy maniacal laugh. His expression twisted to the extreme. However, just as Yi Wuwan had finished saying this, his cell phone rang. Chapter 65, Switching Packages. Yi Wuwan couldn't help but frown. When he was in the middle of his excitement, he was suddenly interrupted. Naturally there was some displeasure in his heart, but he still patiently took out his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Ghost Old Man. Only then did his face ease a little and he picked up the phone. Hey, Ghost Old Man. What's up? Young master, the Devil Corpse is still 2 women's blood short of a great success. It's just that the police in Yecheng have been staring at it a bit tightly lately, so it's not very convenient to get started. On the other end of the phone came Ghost Old Man's low, hoarse voice, with a hint of imperceptible anxiety. Still missing 2 women's blood? How hard can it be? I happen to have one on my side. When I'm tired of playing with them, you can just have someone come and take them away. As Yi Wuwan spoke, his eyes glanced at Qin Shou, who had collapsed on the sofa with gloomy eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel arc. A woman's blood? This guy wouldn't be related to someone from the blood god cult. What Yi Wuwan said was all heard clearly by Qin Shou. Qin Shou's heart at this moment is like a shocking wave. Never thought that he would have wanted to make some extra money. And by the way, take away this person's luck. Actually crookedly, ran into the blood god church people. This is a real step in the right direction. In fact, if it was a normal situation, Qin Shou, who had originally been drugged, would have completely passed out at this moment. However, Yi Wuwan didn't know that Qin Shou was a pure man, so he drugged a smaller portion. And only then did Qin Shou not completely pass out, coupled with the fact that Qin Shou was at the early stage of the Yellow Order. When he collapsed on the sofa just now, Qin Shou started to try to force out the medicinal properties by running the true qi in his body, and found that it really worked. So Qin Shou was faking dizziness at the moment. Well, it's okay, I'll let you know when I'm tired of playing. After saying that, he threw the cell phone to the side and couldn't wait to get in front of Qin Shou, with a sardonic smile on his face, as if a hungry wolf had seen its prey. He grabbed Qin Shou's hands, intending to tie him up with a belt first, so that he wouldn't have to torture Qin Shou himself, when Qin Shou suddenly woke up and resisted. "I'll you up." At the moment when Yi Wuwan approached, the originally unconscious Qin Shou suddenly rose up, and his fist was like a cannonball, with the force of 1,000 pounds, ruthlessly smashing on Yi Wuwan's head. Qin Shou has the power of the boxing champion Tyson. Yi Wuwan was unprepared, solidly took this punch, only felt a buzzing sound in his head, then his eyes went black, and he fainted on the spot, and his body collapsed softly, like a puddle of rotten mud. It was also in the moment when Yi Wuwan was unconscious. Qin Shou keenly saw that another golden light flew out from Yi Wuwan's body and drilled into his own body. Moreover, the purple gold rays that flew this time were a lot more than even the previous ones. It seemed that Linger was right. The more she made Yi Wuwan suffer, the more she would be able to take away his fortune. Qin Shou heard a burst of ecstasy, said that this time can really earn a lot of money. Money, she take away a lot of luck. There may also be the possibility of following the vine to find the base of the blood god religion. Can be said to be a triple win. Fainted Yi Wuwan, Qin Shou did not dare to have the slightest negligence, and immediately searched Yi Wuwan's belongings. He first touched a bulging wallet from Yi Wuwan's pocket, opened it and saw that there was an ID card, several bank cards, and a thick stack of brand new dollars. Qin Shou took his ID card out of his wallet and looked at it carefully through the dim light. So this guy's name is Yi Wuwan. Qin Shou put Yi Wuwan's ID card back into his wallet, then searched out all the dollars inside, and roughly estimated that converted into RMB, there were about 70,000 to 80,000 dollars. Damn. It's not bad to be rich and carry around so much cash. Qin Shou smiled with an open brow and nonchalantly pocketed these dollars. After scavenging the cash, Qin Shou was not yet satisfied and removed the large gold chain Yi Wuwan wore around his neck, as well as the Swiss name watch on his wrist. Hey, these will only fetch quite a bit of money. Qin Shou weighed the gold chain and the watch in his hand and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After scavenging Yi Wuwan's belongings to the bone, Qin Shou was content to pick up Yi Wuwan's phone and unlock it with Yi Wuwan's fingerprints. After unlocking it, Qin Shou found out the phone number that Ghost Old Man had just called and edited a text message to send it over. Heaven and earth. Private room 105. In 2 hours, bring 2 people. After sending the text message, Qin Shou threw Yi Wowan's phone aside, and then stripped the clothes on Yi Wowan's body, and then took off the women's clothes and wig on himself, and all of them were given to Yi Wowan to change into. He himself changed into Yi Wowan's clothes, but fortunately, Yi Wowan's figure was not too different from Qin Shou's, and the two of them wore each other's clothes, and both of them fit quite well. After doing this, Qin Shou was still not quite at ease, and took out the lipstick and powder he had with him, and drew a simple makeup for Yi Wowan. This Yi Wowan, rich son of a look temperament, would have been a little feminine, painted on the woman's makeup, looked at the surprisingly also quite a few gestures, simply male and female, hard to distinguish. After Qin Shou had done all this, he calmly put on the sunglasses he had prepared long ago and fastened on a dark-colored duck-tongued cap. He sat steadily in the private room, waiting for the blood god cult's people to arrive, calculating the next plan in his mind. During this period, Yi Wowan woke up once more in a daze, but was quickly knocked out by Qin Shou. After an hour or so, a soft knock finally sounded outside the booth. Who? Qin Shou was immediately alert as he lowered his voice, mimicking Yi Wowan's usual tone, and asked in a deep voice, "The bishop sent us over." The people outside were obviously also cautious. Their voices were suppressed extremely low, but Qin Shou, with his bright ears and eyes, and leaning against the door, could also hear clearly. Hearing the word sect leader, Qin Shou was basically certain that the visitor was someone from the blood god sect. However, he had never thought that this Yi Wowan would be involved with the sect leader of the blood god sect, so it seems that he had caught a big fish this time. Just to make sure, Qin Shou pressed the brim of his duck-tongue hat a little lower, obscuring his face, before he opened the door of the private room without slowing down. "Come in," he said without looking up. The two members of the blood god sect outside the door had not seen Yi Wowan. Plus Qin Shou had his head down and was wearing sunglasses at the moment, so they did not create any suspicion and walked straight in. "It's her, isn't it?" one of them asked, his gaze falling on the unconscious Yi Wowan. "Aha." Qin Shou nodded in response. Had. Looks pretty strong, should be able to bleed quite a bit." A sardonic smile appeared on the face of one of them. "Don't dawdle, hurry up," Qin Shou deliberately urged. Hey, got it." The two of them understood and immediately stepped forward. One of them set up one of Yi Wowan's arms, and carried him out in such a big way. Chapter 66, Who are you? I've never seen you before. The people of the blood god sect had just carried Yi Wowan out, and before they took a few steps out, Zhang Wei, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately smiled and laughed, his face piled up with fawning smiles, and he came up like a wagging tail begging for mercy. "Hey, Yi Xiao, are you still satisfied?" Qin Shou, lest he be recognized by Zhang Wei, pressed his head a little lower and, following Yi Wowan's accent, chided in a low voice, "Get out of the way." Zhang Wei first froze when he heard this, his smile froze on his face, then he cried and asked tremblingly, "Yi Xiao, is it because this smelly is not serving you well? It doesn't matter, I'll find you a better one. I told you to get out of my way and stay out of my way. Didn't you understand?" Qin Shou only wanted to support Zhang Wei even more, and his tone became even more unpleasant. "Alright, young Yi, if you need anything, feel free to order me," Zhang Wei cried and mourned, knowing that he had only messed up again this time, and it seemed that the plan of befriending Yi Wowan and turning over a new leaf in the Zhang family was out of the question. Zhang Wei shrugged his head and turned away resentfully. The lobby manager of the hotel saw Yi Wowan even called two people to carry Qin Shou out, although there were some doubts in his heart, but he did not dare to go forward to say anything. He was clear in his heart. Qin Shou was a man dressed as a woman. His heart estimated that only Yi Wowan has discovered the truth. Qin Shou offended this male, behind only afraid of Qin Shou good fruit to eat. These rich boys, one by one, are either rich or noble, their families are all big shots, and manager Wang did not dare to meddle in the matter, but only turned a blind eye and pretended not to see. In a place like heaven and earth, when the gentlemen mesmerized the ladies, or even some good women who were not in the skin business, the smart people usually turned a blind eye and would not ask for trouble. These people are either rich or wealthy. This small matter, do not have to make a police station. The family casually dredge the relationship will be fixed. You meddle in the matter, but will lead to their own business cannot be done. Get into trouble. After all, the blood god sex people were doing something that could not be seen in the light of day, so they did not dare to make too much of a fuss about it. They carried Yi Wowan and hurriedly walked towards the side door of heaven and earth. Two people carrying Yi Wowan, just out of the side door not far. One of them coldly kicked a soft pile of meat mountain. "I'll go. Here's another one." The man froze, then cried out in surprise. Qin Shou sniffed and looked down. His heart thumped, only to see that it was none other than Gui Gang who was still outside after being punched unconscious. Qin Shou said in his heart, "Day. This dead fat man how to sleep here. Damn. This one is too shabby looking." The other man also came over to take a look, only to see a strange ugly big fat woman lying on the ground, so fat as a mountain of meat that it was unbearable to look at. Who cares? The Godfather wants their blood, not their bodies. Wouldn't it be just right for this chick to be so fat, like a mountain of meat? Plenty of blood. He. That's true. Counting this, it's just as well that we have all the people. This time we can be considered to have made a great achievement. The other man said joyfully, "Load this one up first, then come back and get her too." After saying that, these two people carried Yi Wuwan to a broken van like a dead dog. These two are obviously recidivists. Hands and feet neatly Yi Wuwan tied up, and stuffed his mouth with stinky socks, and only then put down their hearts, and returned to the intention of Guigang also like the law, together with loading the car. Holy, that's too heavy for a dead pig. The two were going to directly carry Guigang to the car, but found that Guigang's tonnage is too touching, simply like a wall of meat, cannot be shaken in the slightest. What the are you waiting for? Come give me a hand. One of them beckoned to Qin Shou, who was frozen to the side, pondering his countermeasures, with a hint of impatience in his tone. Qin Shou sniffed, his heart hesitated slightly, and finally put his heart across, and said, "Gongzi, I'll aggrieve you for a bit, and when this is accomplished, there will be no shortage of benefits for you." Making up his mind, Qin Shou walked over and together with these two men. It took a lot of effort to move Guigang onto the car with great difficulty. It was a good thing that Qin Shou possessed Tyson-like strength, or else with these three people, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to carry Guigang to the car. But even so, Qin Shou felt like his waist was about to break and felt like he had used up all his strength in his life. The other two naturally weren't much better, each of them panting with exhaustion as if they had just finished running a marathon. Grandma's leg. What the did this dead fat grow up eating? Fat as this? One of them spat out a few words in an unkind manner, cursing and kicking Guigang. Asterisk old Qin. You mother asterisk. Don't kick me. Guigang, who had been kicked in the face, actually cursed and spoke in his sleep, scaring Qin Shou into a cold sweat. Qin Shou's heart was a slander. Said, "You dead fat. Dream taught to curse me a few words. At the expense of the old man has a good thing still think of you." But fortunately, Guigang still had a voice changer there in his throat, and although his voice was a little harder to hear, it was still a woman's voice, which made Qin Shou breathe a little sigh of relief. Damn, who's this fat ass swearing at? Screw her, just drive. And so, with a scare, the van started up and the wheels rolled forward into the vastness of the night. Qin Shou sat in the back seat and secretly sent a text message to Ren Jing. "I've gotten into the car of a member of the Blood God cult, so send someone to follow the location and find it." After sending the text message, Qin Shou closed his eyes and did not say another word. While resting with his eyes closed, his mind was calculating the next plan. The van went straight onto the highway, where it ran wildly for more than an hour, leaving the center of Yeqing and coming all the way to the remotest part of Yeqing near a piece of barren mountain before it got off the highway and turned onto a potholed, muddy mountain road. The van bumped along the back roads for another half hour or so before coming to a stop. "Here we are. Get off." Qin Shou followed the two men out of the car, and what met his eyes was actually the entrance to a cave in a deserted mountain. The entrance was covered by weeds and vines, and could not be discovered without a closer look. It had to be said that the locations where the Blood God cult hid its people were indeed hidden to the extreme, so it was no wonder that the police had not gotten hold of any clues so far. "Did you get the guy?" The three of them had just gotten off the bus when they saw a middle-aged man with a tall and thin figure, a pale face, and a grim expression welcome them with a few of his men. This person had a thin face with high cheekbones, a pair of slender and sharp eyes that stared at people as if they were two poisonous snakes, and exuded a chilling aura. "Don't worry, Emissary Han, both are in the car." The member in charge of driving the car immediately bowed and saluted with a respectful face. It was obvious that this Han emissary had an extraordinary status. Emissary Han frowned slightly as a trace of doubt flashed across his face. "Two? Isn't there only one?" He. Luck. Picked one up on the side of the road. Guessed it was drunk and was thrown on the side of the road. The member driving the car scratched his head and explained with a smile. "Okay, move the people in." Emissary Han didn't think much of it and waved his hand to a few people behind him, signaling them to move the people. The people carried Guigang and Yi Wuwan out of the car and dragged them into the cave like a dead dog. Qin Shou naturally followed behind this group of people and walked towards the cave. However, Qin Shou had just taken a few steps out when he was stopped by Emissary Han. "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Emissary Han's expression was grim, and his pair of sharp eyes, like poisonous snakes, stared at Qin Shou. Chapter 67, Sacred Blood Demon Body. Qin Shou was in awe in his heart. but his face did not move. He recalled that when Yi Wuwan answered Ghost Old Man's phone call earlier, there was a hint of impatience in his tone, and it was obvious that this so-called Ghost Old Man seemed to have to look at Yi Wuwan's face. The two Blood God followers who came to carry Yi Wuwan said that they were under the orders of the sect master. In that case, it seemed that the Ghost Old Man that Yi Wuwan spoke of was most likely the sect master of the Blood God cult, and even if he wasn't the sect master, he was feared to be a high-ranking member of the Blood God cult. Thinking of this, Qin Shou deliberately made an extremely displeased expression, frowned tightly, and grunted coldly, "Humph, what kind of thing are you? How dare you talk to me like this? The Ghost Old Man came and wouldn't dare to be so unbridled in front of me." Qin Shou made such a show, and really bluffed this Han emissary. After all, this Han messenger was a senior member of the Blood God sect, and naturally knew that the Blood God sect's godmaster had another name in the Jianghu, named Ghost Taoist. For a moment, this Han emissary's face was cloudy, his eyes flickered, and his heart was restless, unable to make up his mind. Emissary Han, this brother and sister were personally instructed by the Lord Sect leader for the two of us to go ahead and greet them. Fortunately, one of the people responsible for carrying Yi Wuwan was quite resourceful and hurriedly reminded at the side, "Oh, so that's how it is. I was the one who was abrupt just now. Since you are a friend of the Lord Sect leader, may I ask your name, friend?" Confirming that the Qin Shou in front of him actually did have a great relationship with his sect master, this Han emissary immediately changed his pleasing expression. His face piled with smiles and his tone became respectful. "Yi Wuwan." Qin Shou looked arrogant and coldly spat out 3 words. "I don't know what brother Yi came here for this time." This Han emissary was shrewd to the core, and even now, he still intended to probe Qin Shou's mouth. Qin Shou's face chilled and his tone became even more impatient as he said, "This is a private matter between me and Ghost Elder. You are not qualified to ask about it." "What? Even your sect master's matter? You want to pry into it?" Qin Shou was not a little cutie. Whether it was from Yi Wuwan's attitude towards the Ghost Old Man or the purple golden chi in his body, one could tell that Yi Wuwan's status was honorable to the extreme. Therefore, the more arrogant Qin Shou acted, the more this Han messenger would instead believe that Qin Shou's identity was not ordinary. "It seems that you are here to find Lord Sect leader, Brother Yi, but Lord Sect leader is in seclusion, so why don't you follow me in first? After Lord Sect leader breaks through, I will personally inform Lord Sect leader. What do you think?" As expected, Qin Shou's words had completely bluffed this Han emissary. Even though he had an honorable status in the Blood God cult, he would never dare to offend the sect leader's friend. One must know that the Blood God cult's religious rules were extremely strict, and the slightest carelessness could result in the loss of one's life. Okay. Qin Shou nodded his head slightly with a reluctant look. In his heart, however, he was secretly calculating that since this Ghost Elder was in seclusion, he could just take this opportunity to feel out the situation of the Blood God sect. "Brother Yi, please follow me in." Emissary Han smiled fawningly and guided Qin Shou towards the depths of the cave. Before Qin Shou had even stepped into the cave entrance, a rich and pungent bloody odor hit his face, drilling straight into his nostrils. He frowned slightly and wondered in his heart, just how many people had this Blood God sect killed? How could it have such a strong aura of blood? As Qin Shou stepped into the hall, the scene in front of him was even more shocking, and he had to marvel at the greatness and strength of this Blood God sect's handiwork. Just see this cave. But there is a cave. The cave is a no less than 100 meters square circular hall. It is like an upside-down giant bowl. In the middle of the hall, there was a blood pool with a diameter of about 10 meters, and the pool was already filled with blood, emitting a gust of sickening stench. The rich bloody odor that Fong just smelled was exactly what emanated from this blood pool. What was even more creepy was that there was a raised stone bed right in the center of the blood pool, and there was a naked corpse lying on the stone bed, its entire body drenched in blood. The corpse looked neither yin nor yang, neither male nor female, with both male and female features, as bizarre as a Thai siren. But the features of this bloody corpse, even if it was infested with blood, Qin Shou was able to tell that it was an extremely beautiful female face. For some reason, Qin Shou only felt his heart jerking violently at the first sight of this naked corpse, an unspeakable feeling of fear instantly surging to his heart, instantly covered in hairs of sweat and cold sweat. And around this rotunda, forests of stone doors of the same size numbered no less than 100 or so. The stone door in the center was the most eye-catching and huge, more than 3 meters high, while the other stone doors were at most 2 meters high. However, this stone door in the center was tightly closed, with a heavy copper lock hanging on the door, glowing with an eerie metallic luster in the darkness. The other stone doors were all open and could be entered and exited at will. Qin Shou only saw this group of Blood God sect's congregation carry Guigang and Yi Wuwan, the two of them, inside the 2 stone doors at the very end. "Master, this is the fiendish blood demon body. And the fiendish blood demon body is being refined here. I can't imagine that there are still people who know these ancient secret techniques in this age of the end of the law. Just as Qin Shou was lost in thought as he looked at the scene in the hall, Linger's voice in his mind once again sounded, with a hint of anxiety in her tone. Fury blood demon body? What is this thing? Qin Shou asked with a heart full of doubts. This is an ancient secret method. A secret method created by one of the 10 ancient fiends, the blood fiend, which requires the blood of at least 999 women before it can be refined. Once refined into a complete blood demon body, it is at least a heavenly rank expert. And unless there is a great power beyond the heavenly rank, this demon body's physical body can be said to be immortal, strong to the extreme. As I look at this demonic body, I'm afraid it's almost complete. Spirit's voice carried a hint of gravity. Immortal and indestructible? I'll go. So powerful. Qin Shou couldn't help but lament. That's natural. These ancient 10 fiends are ferocious and famous. They were once all great demons that shook one side of the world, and their secret methods are naturally extraordinary. But master, don't need to worry. The real complete blood-bane demon body, at least need hundreds of thousands of people's blood, only to be able to refine and become, with today's magic era, the current situation of the withering of the masters to see, if really come out of a complete blood-bane demon body, only to be able to level the earth. Are you comforting me? 999 women's blood practiced into a demonic body. Swinging the earth may not be able to do it. Swinging me, I'm afraid, is a matter of minutes. Qin Shou secretly spat in his heart, and said, Guogang, you fat bastard. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have followed you here. At most I would have installed a locator on Yi Wu Wan. Sleep where is not good, but sleep there. Pit death old me. Brother Yi, the archway in the center is where the sect master is in seclusion. The 2 stone gates on either side of the sect master's stone gate are the grounds where the congregation moves around on weekdays. Since Brother Yi is a friend of the sect master, he can naturally walk around as he pleases. But there is only one thing. Brother Yi must not go near the blood pool in the center, or else I'm afraid that his life will be in danger. Just as Qin Shou was talking with Linger, Emissary Han suddenly opened his mouth, pulling Qin Shou's thoughts back. Chapter 68, Qin Shou's Small Mind. Aha! Qin Shou nodded his head in a pretense of composure, then let out a feigned sneer and said, Humph, it seems that Ghost Elder's masterpiece, the fiendish blood demon body, is about to be completed. When Qin Shou said this, he was actually deliberately saying it to the Han emissary on the side. Qin Shou knew in his heart that this so-called fiendish blood demon body was bound to be the top secret of the blood god sect. If he said it himself at this moment, it would definitely make Emissary Han even more scornful of his identity. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Shou's words fell, this Han emissary's face immediately changed drastically, and the way he looked at Qin Shou's eyes became even more scornful. The 4 words fateful blood demon body. Emissary Han had only heard the sect master mention them once unintentionally, so he naturally knew the weight of these 4 words. This thing is, the sect master took great pains to get the secret method from the Tibetan land. This young man in front of him was able to speak out of his mouth. No need to think to know that this young man's relationship with the sect master is only more than just a friend. Senior Yi, Mr. Han still has some things to do, so I won't accompany you. Brother Yi. Emissary Han knew Qin Shou's identity and even changed his address. He didn't dare to stay around him for even a minute longer now. He knew very well the temperament of his own sect master, who would take someone's life if he was slightly displeased. Since the young man in front of him was able to know about the fiendish blood demon body, I'm afraid he wasn't a murderous demonic cultivator, so he wasn't willing to stay by Qin Shou's side any longer. Well, there you go. Qin Shou stood with his hands behind his back in a superior manner and casually waved his hand. Thank you, Elder. Emissary Han hurriedly trotted and left the place on his ass. Qin Shou stood in place for a few moments, confirming that this Han emissary had left, before rushing towards the stone door into which Fatigua had been moved. Damn, this ING don't know where to find a fat woman. Also too ING fat, moving tired old me. Qin Shou had just gotten closer when he heard a blood god cult member spit out, "You cut the crap and hurry up with the bloodletting." Qin Shou only saw 2 members of the blood god cult, placing Wei Gang's fat body within a stone trough, which had a pipe underneath it that led directly to the blood pool outside where the demonic body was located. Qin Shou saw one of them take out a sharp dagger and was about to slice Wei Gang's wrist. Cough, cough. Qin Shou deliberately coughed lightly twice, interrupting the movements of these 2. The 2 men turned their heads at the sound and saw Qin Shou walking towards them with a calm demeanor. Brother Yi, hello? The 2 immediately nodded their heads respectfully. They had seen the respectful attitude of Han's emissary towards Qin Shou before, so they naturally didn't dare to neglect him. Well, how did it go? Qin Shou nodded slightly and asked in a casual tone. Hey, this fat is just too fat, and the 2 of us are exhausted, but we finally got her in. One of them grinned. Well done. Qin Shou nodded with satisfaction. pretending to walk casually to the front of the two people, but suddenly stormed out. His fists were like two streaks of lightning, blasting straight to their temples. These two were unprepared for Qin Shou, and with the suddenness of the incident, they were unable to react in any way, and were hit solidly in the solar plexus by Qin Shou. Qin Shou was deeply afraid that these two people were also harboring parasites in their bodies, so he struck without mercy, not only using his entire body's strength, but also secretly activating his true qi. These two were hit by Qin Shou, and they directly bled from their 7 orifices on the spot and fell straight down. After resolving these two obstacles, Qin Shou then hurriedly jumped into the blood trough and pinched Guigang's human center. Holy you old Qin, you know how to get rich on your own. The first time Guigang woke up, he immediately popped up and cursed at Qin Shou. Qin Shou was quick on his feet and covered his mouth while making a gesture to silence him. Keep your voice down. This is the lair of the blood god cult. Guigang sniffed, then realized that he was in danger and hurriedly shut his mouth. He raised his head and looked around, realizing that he was in the middle of a dimly lit stone room, and he was lying in an alcove in the center of the room. Holy, what the? Guigang snapped back to his senses. A chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his eyes became wary. This is no time to talk. Hurry up and get up first. Qin Shou couldn't think of anything else and yanked up the limp Guigang. Ouch I go. You kid cannot pull me. Old me, this body is almost falling apart. Guigang was violently yanked by Qin Shou. His body was still soft now. Not much strength. His arm was nearly dislocated. Grandma's leg. Will you lose some weight? Qin Shou spat out without a trace of humor. I'm overworked and fat. It's all because I worked overtime for the black-hearted bosses. What do you know? Guigang disliked him back in a bad mood, but still struggled to climb out of the blood trough. What about these two? Hua had just climbed out when he saw the two blood god cult members lying on the ground. Hey, change their clothes first, then throw them in and bleed them out. The corner of Qin Shou's mouth lifted up with a wicked smile as an evil thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Since this what's-his-name bloodshed demon body needs a woman's blood, then I'll give you some of a man's. I wonder what it will be like. Hey, old Qin, you son of a have a much worse heart than I do. Guigang, while spitting at Qin Shou with a bad smile on his face, was not idle under his hands, and had already begun to take off the clothes of those two men and put them on himself. Grandma, it's too small, kind of hard to fit in. Guigang spat as he forced on the smaller size clothes. Seeing that Guigang had already stripped off the clothes of the two, Qin Shou then pushed the two into the bloodbath before picking up a short knife and slitting their throats. In a flash, a large amount of blood spurted out, flowing down the pipes of the blood trough to the blood pool. Right at the first moment when the bedchamber went under the knife, a pig-killing scream suddenly came from within the stone room next door, frightening Qin Shou into a jolt, thinking that these two members of the blood god sect had woken up. However, Qin Shou quickly heard that it was Yi Wuwan's voice, but it was a feminized voice after carrying a transformer, and at that very instant, Qin Shou once again saw a rich purple golden light that flew into his body. **********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************� by a member of the blood god cult with great strength, and his wrists had already been cut open and were dripping with blood. But no matter how frantically he struggled, the strength of this blood god sect member was too great. Yi Wuwan was helpless, and with the loss of blood, he gradually lost the strength to struggle. Mother be honest. This blood god sect member was already a bit impatient, and directly toward Yi Wuwan's throat, he was raising his hand and dropping his sword. However, at this instant of life and death, a silhouette ghostly appeared behind him, only to see her lightly slap out a palm, hitting the back of that blood god devotee squarely. That person was instantly struck by lightning, and in an instant, his 7 orifices bled, killing him on the spot. Hey, old Qin, you son of a, I told you how the clothes on you changed. You wouldn't have disguised that male as a woman, would you? In the next stone room, Guigang immediately reacted with a hint of teasing in his tone. Qin Shou looked indifferent and said indifferently, this fellow is likely to have collusion with the blood god cult, and his death is not worthy of pity. No way? It could still be such a coincidence? Guigang was a bit incredulous as he listened. Guigang was shocked at his words and seemed a bit disbelieving. I didn't believe it at first either, until I saw with my own eyes the people he called to bring you here. Qin Shou shrugged, a hint of disdain in his eyes. So that's how it is. Then heck, this guy has really lifted a stone and smashed his own foot this time. Serves him right. Guigang had a gloating expression on his face, then wondered. Strange, how come there's no movement next door? Who knows? Maybe it's dead. Qin Shou said unconcernedly. Who cares? Right now there are blood god cultists all over the place. Let's just think about how to escape. Fair enough. Guigang nodded. Chapter 69, The Sacred Corpse Will Become a Sacred Corpse. Shoo, keep it down. There seems to be a commotion next door. Qin Shou made a gesture of silence, then silently close to the wall, listening to the movements next door with his ears. Seeing this, Gang also immediately held his breath and followed Qin Shou's example of eavesdropping. In the secret room next door, Ling carefully stopped Yi Wuwan's bleeding while channeling his true qi. Yi Wuwan's pale face gradually recovered a trace of redness. Young master, what the hell is going on? Why are you wearing women's clothes and a voice changer on your throat? Ling retracted her palm that was transferring true qi to Yi Wuwan and asked with a puzzled expression. Humph. Yi Wuwan's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess as he removed the transformer affixed to his throat and threw it aside, coldly saying, "It seems that I was caught in the wrong path today, and was undermined by someone. Luckily you came in time. Otherwise I'm only afraid that I'll fall into the hands of my own people today. Luckily for the young master, he is equipped with a localization system, so I can find the young master at any time." Ling couldn't help but sigh. Well, you're doing fine. Yi Wuwan raised his eyes and glanced at Ling, who was wearing a tight sweatshirt. Yi Wuwan raised his eyes to Ling, who was wearing a tight sweatshirt. Her body was already concave and convex. Her capital was not inferior to some European and American white chicks in the slightest, but she had the unique slender waist of Asian women. It was really the best of the best. The tight sweatshirt even perfectly outlined her curves, making her look extra sexy, having just channeled a lot of true qi to Yi Wuwan. At this moment, her face carried a hint of redness, her breathing was also a bit rapid, and her chest was slightly undulating, which was even more tantalizing. Yi Wuwan heard a burst of dry heat. He was on the rise today when he was directly knocked out by Qin Shou. Until now a body of evil fire, have not yet been able to vent. At this time his even more desire-burning body. He suddenly wrapped his arms around Ling's slender waist, sticking to his body, and then kissed hard. At the same time, his hands were also reckless, roaming freely on her body, up and down, causing Ling to gasp for a while. However, this Ling had obviously gotten used to her young master treating her like this long ago, and surprisingly did not have the slightest intention of resisting, and even catered to her quite well. ******* me. Sheen, what the is going on across the street? This sound is not right. Ah, damn. This sound. Old me a little can't carry it. Gang listening to the next door more and more high-pitched, more and more seductive panting sound, suddenly red in the face and ears, anxious as scratching the heart, hate to immediately rushed over to take Yi Wuwan and replace it. Humph. I can't imagine that someone would come to his rescue. What a miscalculation. Qin Shou grimaced, very slightly irritated. In his heart, he knew very well that a rich broad like Yi Wuwan was bound to be vindictive. He had formed such a big beam with him. Once he knew that he was the one who dressed up as a woman today, he would definitely not let himself go, and it would definitely be a fish out of water situation at that time. It was a pity that he was now in the blood god sex lair, and although Qin Shou wanted to go over and directly kill Yi Wuwan, he did not dare to be too reckless. Inevitably, the two had to stick to the wall. Continue to enjoy a free live audio broadcast of the restricted blockbuster. The next door of the sound of a wave higher than a wave. Ling's voice seductive good. Gang and Qin Shou, two people listening to the interest is thick. 2 minutes later, but suddenly heard Yi Wuwan a high-pitched wolf howl resounded through the stone city, followed by no movement. Holy, I'm afraid the sound of the wolf howling at the end of this pussy was longer than the whole process. I'm on fire and you're gone? Gang cannot help but spit out a meal. This white horse live broadcast, the time is also too short. Not too much. How was it? Did it go well this time? Yi Wuwan lifted up his pants and looked at Ling, who was wearing a tight sportswear, and asked with a glowing face, "Oh, young master, you are so majestic and powerful, and your dragon's essence is so strong that my concubine could not stand it just now." Ling barely managed to squeeze out a somewhat embarrassed smile, forcing a meal of compliments. Hey, I'll make you more comfortable next time. Seeing Ling's attitude, Yi Wuwan was satisfied. I wipe Lu. This pussy 1.5 minutes even have the nerve to ask people comfortable or not? Money is really cool, even if the woman feels like a mosquito bite, have to pretend to be a look of desire. Gang had another bout of belly aching, and his contempt for Yi Wuwan increased in his heart. Woo. Before Gang's words fell, suddenly a high-pitched and mournful horn sound, like ghosts crying and wolves howling, resounded through the entire cave, giving people the creeps. The holy corpse will become a protector for the Lord Godfather. Immediately afterward, Qin Shou heard that Han emissary's hoarse roar that echoed endlessly in the cave, carrying a sense of madness. Holy, old Qin, what the is going on? Gang was startled. His face instantly turned pale as he pointed to the blood trough in front of him, his voice trembling a little, only to see that within the blood trough, The two members of the blood god sect who had originally been propelled by Qin Shou had now turned into two shriveled corpses, as if they had been drained of all moisture and blood, leaving only a layer of skin and bones. Obviously, the blood in their bodies had been drained out. At the same time, the blood inside the blood trough was like boiling and began to bubble madly, gurgling non-stop, and then it converged along the grooves of the pipes in the blood trough towards the blood pool in the center of the hall outside. And this was the case for all the hundreds of stone markets, forming a meandering blood-colored stream. Qin Shou and Gui Gang cautiously peeked out their heads and secretly looked towards the hall, only to see that at this moment, within the hall, it was already filled with fervent blood god cult members, all of them surrounding the blood pool, throwing themselves to the ground and bowing frantically. The water in the blood pool, on the other hand, boiled even more violently, just like boiling water, constantly tumbling and emitting a burst of sickening blood odor. As the blood water boiled, those bloods seemed to have life and began to wriggle. They were like countless bloodthirsty ants, scrambling towards the center of the blood pool on top of the offering table, that a non-male and non-female corpse converged, and then drilled into the skin of this corpse. Just at this moment, in the center of the hall, the huge stone door that was originally closed, suddenly opened outward with a bang. Qin Shou and Gui Gang immediately cast their gazes towards the doorway, only to see an old man in a wrinkled birthday suit, his face so pale that it seemed as if he had just crawled out of the grave, appearing in their line of sight, and it was none other than the ghost old man. The ghost old man's eerie, pale face was currently overflowing with a trace of uncontrollable ecstasy. It's finally going to be a success. It's finally going to be a success. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed wildly up to the sky, his voice as hoarse and unpleasant as a crow, echoing in the empty hall, sending shivers down his spine. Congratulations to the sect leader for refining the sacred corpse. Congratulations to the sect leader for refining the sacred corpse for 1,000 years and eternity. Those worshippers who were originally kneeling on the ground, when they heard Ghost Elder's maniacal laughter, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, they immediately made way, looking excitedly at Ghost Elder as he took one step at a time, walking towards the blood pool. Arriving at the edge of the blood pool, the ghost old man suddenly stopped, his pair of cloudy eyes staring at the soon-to-be-completed bloodshed demon body in the blood pool, his eyes full of greed and desire. Immediately after, a creepy scene happened. The ghost old man even began to take off his own life jacket. Underneath the birthday suit was a body so dry and thin that it resembled a skeleton and was covered with disgusting abscesses. His skin took on a sickly grayish-white color, as if it were a sheepskin about to rot. What was even more disgusting was that Qin Shou and Gui Gang vaguely saw that on this ghost old man's body, there were disgusting black worms crawling all over it. They burrowed into those pustules, and then out of another pustule, as if they were gnawing on the ghost old man's flesh and blood. A scene that was simply more horrifying than hell. As Qin Shou and Gui Gang looked at this bizarre and disgusting scene, they all couldn't help but hold their breaths. Their bodies stiffened and they didn't even dare to take an extra breath. Decades. I've waited for decades. Finally I can replace this body that has long been necrotic, with this fiendish blood demon body. I no longer have to worry about the parasites eroding my flesh. Ha 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 ha. The ghost old man muttered to himself and laughed wildly up to the sky. Maniacal to the extreme. Chapter 70, The Demon Corpse Awakens. It was also at the same time that the ghost old man let out a maniacal laugh that all the blood in the blood pool finally completely merged within that demonic corpse. As the last drop of blood was absorbed by the demonic corpse, the sticky blood around this demonic corpse actually began to slowly fade away. Immediately after, incredible scene happened. Qin Shou actually witnessed that the devil corpse's skin began to visible speed, restored to normal human skin color, become rosy and glossy, as if a sleeping baby is slowly awakening, renewed vitality. What made Qin Shou marvel even more was that as the skin turned into a normal human appearance, the original male features on the body of this demonic corpse even began to slowly disappear. In its place, the female features surprisingly became more and more pronounced, the chest became more and more bulging, the curves became more supple, and the whole torso exuded a tantalizing aura. Along with that, Qin Shou even felt that this sleeping demonic corpse even gave off a seductive to the extreme feeling, as if it was a supreme demonic maiden. Merely lying there quietly was enough to pour out all beings. Even looking from afar, Qin Shou felt that the attraction of this demonic corpse was stronger than all the women he had seen before, containing an irresistible power of seduction. Of course, it wasn't just Qin Shou who felt this way, but also Gui Gang who was on the side. Old Qin, why the do I think this corpse is kind of pretty? He. As for Yi Wu Wan in the next stone room, the first time he saw this demonic corpse, a hint of undisguised greed flashed in his eyes, as the last drop of blood from the center of this devil corpse's eyebrow did not enter the ghost old man's body, which was originally trembling a little with excitement, violently leapt up, directly jumping onto the stone platform where the devil corpse was located. Afterward, The ghost old man took out a piece of talisman paper covered with weird patterns from his bosom and pasted it on top of the demon corpse's forehead with a solemn expression, followed by the same talisman paper from his bosom and pasted it on top of his own forehead. After doing this, the ghost old man actually lay directly beside the demonic corpse. Old Qin, what's this old man up to? Gui Gang looked at the bizarre scene in front of him. His voice trembled a little, and he couldn't help but ask with some uneasiness. Shoo, don't ing talk, I don't want to be found out. Qin Shou stared at the stone platform with a grave expression. Begin. Soul-shifting formation. Just then, Emissary Han suddenly hissed and roared at the top of his voice, a hint of fervor in his voice. Then, at the next moment, all of the blood demon cult congregation suddenly got up, and then formed a circle of 3 layers inside and outside, surrounding the ghost old man and the demonic corpse in the center, and their mouths began to recite incantations. Spirit, can you tell me what they're doing? Qin Shou, who saw this scene, couldn't help but raise a question in his mind. At the same time Qin Shou asked his question, Linger's virtual image once again surfaced in his mind. They're performing the soul transfer technique. Funny. It looks like this old man is ready to change his body. Linger's voice carried a hint of playfulness. Qin Shou frowned and said curiously, soul shifting technique? What is this thing? This is a secret method created by a high person in the ancient times. But to drive this method, one needs to have at least a heavenly ranked cultivation. Spirit patiently explained. But these people are obviously not strong enough. That's why they were modified into a formation, using the strength of all the people to drive the formation and forcibly move their souls. I have to say, this old man is really a talent as well. To be able to think of such a method. You're saying this old guy wants a new body? Qin Shou was shocked at what he heard. Everything he saw today was too much beyond common sense. If Qin Shou himself didn't have a bug level system like Linger, he wouldn't have believed everything that happened in front of him. Nice. Spirit nodded. I'll go. This demon corpse is immortal. Wouldn't he be invincible if he changed? Master, don't be alarmed. He won't be able to change it. Just watch. The Linger within her mind guffawed, clearly unconcerned and even quite intent on watching the show. Sure enough, Qin Shou looked up and saw that as the group of people drove the formation, a shadow, if anything, like white smoke, was slowly floating out from the ghost old man's forehead. Grip the grass. Old Qin. Ghost. The first time Gui Gang saw the ghost old soul, he was scared out of his wits, and with a shiver, he held Qin Shou, who was on the side, in a death grip. Holy, Kwok Kong, get thee off me. Qin Shou was Gui Gang hugged to death. Want to break free but cannot break free, and do not dare to make too much noise. Now this situation, once make any noise, will certainly die. Old Qin, give me a hug. I'm scared. Gui Gang's face was pleading, and his fat body squeezed Qin Shou's breathing a bit. I'm so ed up. How could I have become iron buddies with you bastard? 10,000 grass mud horses raced through Qin Shou's mind. Also at the first moment when the ghost old soul appeared, the dense black mist laughed and, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, drilled towards the demonic corpse lying on top of the stone platform. However, at this instant, the demonic corpse whose eyes were originally closed tightly, unexpectedly suddenly opened its eyes, and a demonic red aura flashed through its eyes. What's the situation? Why did the demonic corpse awaken early? Could it be that the blood is impure? The ghost old man was so scared by this sudden change that he almost lost his soul. His body was so agitated that his soul did not dare to continue drilling into it, and he turned his head and wanted to escape back to his own body. However, just at the moment when the ghost old man turned around, this demonic corpse even suddenly opened its mouth and sucked. A powerful suction force like a black hole was generated. With a miserable cry from the ghost old man, this ghost old man's soul was actually directly swallowed by this demonic corpse. Holy, what the hell? Has this become a success? Didn't you say he couldn't make it? Spirit? Qin Shou, who was hiding in the distance, did not see this lightning flash-like change and thought that the ghost old man's soul had already successfully drilled into the devil's corpse, so he could not help but ask suspiciously. Master, you're looking at it wrong. Just now it wasn't this old guy's soul that burrowed in, but it was swallowed by this demonic corpse. Spirit's voice carried a hint of teasing as she explained. Swallowed? How? Master, this demonic corpse should have been a pure yin body, because there was only yin chi, so yin and yang couldn't be reconciled, and only then was it unable to form a divine consciousness, which enabled it to be controlled by a human being. Now master, you get a man's blood mixed in. It is like yin and yang mingling, just like the beginning of the creation of the world, heaven and earth, the generation of living beings. The devil corpse has already had a divine soul, which swallowed the ghost old soul. This can be interesting. Funny? Why do I feel bad? Qin Shou looked at the demonic corpse on top of the stone platform in a daze, and even stood up straight like that, letting out sharp and ear-piercing strange cries. Chapter 71, Exposed. It was also at the moment when this demonic corpse stood up, that Han emissary looked wildly enthusiastic, as if he had seen a true god descending, and immediately prostrated himself on the ground, bowing down to the demonic corpse with all 5 of his body and shouting, "Congratulations to sect leader on the great completion of the sacred corpses, and becoming a heavenly stage expert in one fell swoop. Congratulations to the sect leader on the great accomplishment of the sacred corpse, becoming a heavenly rank expert in one fell swoop." Seeing this, more than 100 other blood god cultists also fell to their knees in unison like a tidal wave, paying homage to the demonic corpse, and a mountainous roar of congratulations resounded through the cave. Jia dash. The demonic corpse suddenly let out a sharp and ear-piercing strange cry, as if it came from the 9 hells, instantly penetrating Qin Shou's eardrums, shocking him to the point of dizziness, almost unsteady on his feet. Immediately after, only to see this devil corpse but casually raised his finger, a powerful suction like a tornado instantly enveloped the presence of all people. Qin Shou only felt his whole body's blood as if by some kind of mysterious power of traction, actually like pouring general, at any time to reverse the flow of the body and out, as if the viscera and bowels are to be torn apart in general, uncomfortable to the extreme. Qin Shou was horrified in his heart, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His body was freezing cold. However, fortunately, he was far enough away from this demonic corpse, and this feeling of essence and blood flowing backwards lasted only an instant before disappearing. However, those congregants surrounding the demonic corpse were not so lucky. However, in the blink of an eye, all of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices, their faces were as pale as paper, and the essence blood in their bodies was like a flood that broke the dike, uncontrollably converging in front of that demonic corpse, forming a blood-red trickle that was bizarre and terrifying. Sect leader, why is this? We are loyal and follow the sect leader. Why is the sect leader treating us like this? Among this group of believers, only that Han messenger was slightly stronger, and even barely managed to resist for a few moments without being sucked dry immediately. But even so, he was still bleeding from his 7 orifices at the moment. His face twisted as he hissed and questioned, his tone filled with unwillingness and anger. Cluck, cluck, cluck. That devil corpse heard, actually suddenly a burst of delicate laughter. The sound of gentle melodious, bizarre, but there are a few points of melodious. Then, she looked at the Han messenger in front of her with interest, her large eyes flickering and her head slightly tilted, as if she was somewhat curious about the Han messenger in front of her. However, very quickly, the curiosity in her eyes completely disappeared, and what replaced it was the desire and eagerness for the essence blood in emissary Han's body. Like a hungry wolf seeing a fresh lamb, she could clearly feel that out of all the people, the essence blood on this Han messenger in front of her was the most delicious and tasty. Qin Shou watched this scene from afar. For a while his mind was in a trance, only to feel that when this devil corpse laughed, it was really charming to the extreme, turning the world upside down. Charming, but also with a few points of evil and horror, so that people want to get close to, but also cannot help but feel fear. Qin Shou thought to himself that apart from the linger in his mind, I'm afraid that there is no woman in the world that can compare to this demonic corpse. In the next moment, Qin Shou only saw that demonic corpse look cold, as if it had changed into a different person, and suddenly opened its cherry mouth and sucked violently. Although some of the Han messenger, the strength is already the peak of the yellow order, but where is the opponent of the devil corpse? Finally is no longer able to hold on. A body of blood, as if by the invisible palms of the general grasp, all broken out of the body, was swallowed by the devil corpse. However, in a few moments, the more than 100 blood god cultists present were all sucked into dry corpses by the demonic corpse, a body of skin and bones like air-dried bacon, shocking to the eyes and making people shudder. After sucking out the essence blood of so many people, the devil corpse touched the corners of its mouth and burped with a satisfied face. It's good that she's only at the peak of the earth rank. If she's really at the heaven rank, I'm afraid that just now, even with such a long distance between you, Master, you're all covered in essence blood. It's also hard to escape the fate of being sucked dry by her. Just then, Linger's voice once again sounded in Qin Shou's mind with a hint of celebration in her tone. Earth rank. Didn't you say that as long as you practiced it, it would be heavenly rank? Qin Shou was puzzled in his heart and couldn't help but ask. If it's a complete demon corpse, it should naturally be of the heavenly rank. Linger patiently explained. However, this 999 women's essence blood refined is the lowest grade of devil corpse. What's more crucial is that, Master, you got 2 men's blood mixed in, making this demonic corpse's yin and demonic chi refuted and impure. So it's only at the peak of the earth rank. So that's how it is. But even if it's an earth rank, I think it's still enough for us to drink a pot of water. Qin Shou looked at the demonic corpse that was emitting a monstrous evil aura, and only felt his scalp tingling, like an on his back, and a deep sense of powerlessness surged to his heart. Holy, old Qin, how is this supposed to play? This thing is horrible. Gui Gang was still clinging to Qin Shou in death, and Qin Shou could feel that Gui Gang's body was trembling like sifting chaff. Obviously terrified by the sight before him, Qin Shou was about to push Gui Gang away when he suddenly smelled a strong and pungent odor of urine that went straight to his head. Holy, Gonzo, you son of a, you pissed on me. Qin Shou immediately stormed out and pushed Gui Gang away, not caring about his fear. It was also at this instant that the devil corpse's gloomy eyes suddenly looked this way. Qin Shou and Gui Gang both thumped in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by the god of death. Their blood seemed to freeze, from head to toe, saying, "It's over, Ghost Elder. What do you mean by that? These people will still be useful in the future. Why did you kill them all?" Just as the two of them were pulling their hearts out, a slightly disgruntled voice rang out, and Yi Wuhuan unexpectedly walked out from the depths of the cave with a displeased look on his face. Following Yi Wuhuan, there was also that sexy girl Gu Ling. "I'm going to go to this. It's too much fun. Top pot man." Gui Gang and Qin Shou looked at each other, their faces showing surprise at the same time. The same thought bubbling up in their hearts coincidentally. A trace of doubt first surfaced on the exquisite and stunning face of the devil corpse, as if it was somewhat puzzled by Yi Wuhuan's words. Immediately after, her gaze crossed over Yi Wuhuan and landed on Gu Ling behind him, a pair of beautiful eyes looking up and down on Gu Ling. "My Yi family used so much financial and material resources to help you establish this blood god sect, and even helped you refine the demonic blood demon corpse. Are you trying to cross the river and break the bridge?" Yi Wuhuan didn't seem to have realized the seriousness of the problem yet, still assuming a superior posture, and his tone became increasingly harsh with a hint of questioning. "Without these blood god cultists, wouldn't all the years of effort my Yi family has put into establishing a nationwide underground organization using Yeqing as a base be for naught? Ghost Elder, today, no matter what, you must give me an explanation." However, that demonic corpse completely ignored the furious Yi Wuhuan in front of her, and instead stretched out her slender finger, pointing at Gu Ling standing behind Yi Wuhuan, spitting out a word somewhat rustily. "You." Then, as if trying to organize his words, the demonic corpse said, with some difficulty, word for word, "With me dash," as if it's the same as they are different from them all. As he said this, the devil corpse's finger pointed at Yi Wuhuan again, and his eyes also glanced at Gui Gang and Qin Shou who were hiding in the shadows. Gui Gang and Qin Shou were swept by the intimidating gaze of the demonic corpse, and both of them had a jolt, as if they were doused by ice water, from head to toe, so cold that they nearly collapsed to the ground in fear, saying, "My day, so she found us long ago." Chapter 72. Young Master Go. "She's not Ghost Elder." Yi Wuhuan hadn't reacted when the devil corpse's words had just fallen, but Gu Ling could already tell that something was wrong. She violently pulled out her pistol and aimed several shots at the demonic corpse. Her movements were clean and sharp, without the slightest hesitation. The devil corpse's divine soul was in its infancy. Its consciousness was like that of a newborn baby. It only knew how to instinctively devour essence blood. It knew nothing about modern weapons like firearms, so it did not make any evasive movements at all. Gu Ling was a first-class expert in the secular world who was trained by the Yi family since childhood and specialized in guarding Yi Wuhuan's side, possessing the strength of the early Xian rank. Moreover, she had undergone all kinds of harsh training since she was a child, and her marksmanship had even reached the realm of excellence. 3 shots in a row. 2 shots accurately hit the heart, and 1 shot hit the forehead of the demonic corpse. The bullets were bulletless, and the shots were fatal. "Master, leave while you can. If you take on a demonic corpse now, you will surely die." It was also at the moment when Gu Ling fired her gun that Linger in Qin Shou's mind immediately reminded somewhat anxiously. Qin Shou was not a little cutie. Where was the need for Linger to remind him? He yelled, "Gongzi, run!" Saying that, Qin Shou backhanded his hand with the intention of pulling Gui Gang's hand, but he didn't expect to grab an empty one. Qin Shou froze for a moment and looked back, only to find that Gui Gang the bastard had already darted out more than 10 meters away, the speed of which was simply jaw-dropping. Not to mention Gui just now also legs trembling, stand are unsteady, and now escape up, although the body of the fat body trembling, but does not affect his 100-meter sprint speed. Bolt to come only afraid of shouting a great, "Holy, Gonzo, don't run so fast. I don't even care about me." Qin Shou heart cursed this brother to not enough. Fleeing for their lives do not bring their own. Simply plastic brotherhood. Do you not run faster, old man, not have to hang? Do you have no legs? You don't know how to run? Gui Gang spat, but the soles of his feet were not idle as he ran furiously towards the cave's entrance. Jia dash. Gui Gang and Qin Shou had not yet run out a few steps, Behind them once again came the ear-piercing screams of the demonic corpse, and the two instantly felt a wave of dizziness, as if there were countless steel needles stabbing into their brains, and nearly fell to the ground unsteadily. We are kindred spirits. Why did you strike at me? It turns out that this devil corpse divine soul first become consciousness chaotic, still do not know what they are in the end, just see themselves in Guling physiological some similarity, then thought Guling in their own is the same kind. However, Guling's sudden strike against her clearly made her extremely angry, and that anger instantly erupted like a volcano, only to see that the 3 bullets, although all of them penetrated her body, shooting out 3 bloody bullet holes in her forehead as well as her chest, but she was as if she was fine, as if the bullets were just shot in the air and didn't cause any damage to her. However, in a few moments, the bullet holes in her body, surprisingly, rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood at the wounds quickly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The 3 bullets, all of which were also expelled from her body, fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Then, this devil corpse suddenly raised his palm, violently clenched his fist. The scene of a few people again felt a huge pulling force, as if by an invisible hand grabbed the general, only to feel the whole body essence of blood, all as if to leave the body, was drawn out of the raw, and this time the pulling force is several times larger than before, like a tsunami, spreading the sky, even from a long distance. Qin Shou all feel their own body essence and blood against the flow of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels are as if to be torn generally. The eyes will be bleeding from the 7 orifices. Can't support it. However, just in the nick of time, both Qin Shou and Gui Gang felt a faint halo suddenly flashing across their bodies, as if there was a layer of invisible protective shield, which actually resisted the pulling force of this demonic corpse, making them instantly feel a sense of relief. Holy, what's going on here? This was the first question that popped up in Qin Shou's mind. Master, your friend should still be a child's body. You have his urine on you. Child's urine is the most masculine and strongest existence, just able to resist the demonic corpse's sinister power. But this demonic corpse is just too strong for you right now. I'm afraid that the child's urine won't be able to withstand it for long. It was also at the same time that Qin Shou had his doubts that Linger's voice in his mind once again sounded, answering Qin Shou's doubts. For a moment, Qin Shou was in tears, with mixed feelings in his heart. Looking at the image of Gui Gang, who was running wildly in front of him, he suddenly felt a lot more magnificent and full of admiration. Gongzi, it's been so hard for you all these years. Turn around and I'll definitely find you a woman for you to have a good time with. Qin Shou thought this in his heart, but the soles of his feet were not the least bit ambiguous, and he ran wildly a few points faster. And behind the duo, Yi Wuhuan, who was right near the demonic corpse, was actually unharmed as well. It turns out that this Yi Wuhuan is, after all, the broad young man of Ren Jing's top family, and the elders of his family, one after another, are all high-powered, either rich or noble, and their wrists are heavenly figures. Yi family, this generation of the head of the family. In order to protect the Yi family, this generation of bloodline prosperity, once personally traveled to Tibet, sought out the Tibetan Tantric Jela school of this generation of the monk Zongkaba masters, begged for a few amulets, close to where in the Yi family of this generation of the younger generation, in order to seek the blessing of the Buddha. And it is the existence of this amulet, compared to Qin Shou and Gui Gang on the body of the child urine, the effect I do not know how many times better. This Yi Wuhuan actually did not suffer the slightest half of the impact, and even did not feel the body of the essence of the blood reverse flow. However, although Yi Wuhuan was unharmed, Guling was not so lucky, but in a flash, he was already bleeding from his 7 orifices, his face was as pale as paper, and he fainted. But even so, that is also the devil corpse feel that he is the same kind as her, to her mercy, otherwise I am afraid that the fragrance has long since died. Seeing that Guling had already fainted, the devil corpse actually did not intend to continue striking, but directly bypassed Guling and flew towards Yi Wuhuan in front of him, and that pair of beautiful eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty red aura. Yi Wuhuan saw the situation was horrified, so scared that his legs were soft, like mud, paralyzed on the ground, rolling and crawling on the ground wailing, where there is still half of the previous high and mighty appearance, completely a greedy and fearful of death of the playboy. However, just at the moment when the devil corpse's palm was about to grab Yi Wuhuan's throat, in front of Yi Wuhuan's body, there was a sudden burst of golden light, just like a round of blazing sun in the sky, instantly illuminating the entire cave. Then, only to see the golden light, unexpectedly out of thin air emerged an image of an extremely honorable and dignified angry eyes Vajra with feet stepping on 1,000 petals of golden lotus. That Vajra was several feet tall, covered in shining golden light, with a majestic face and angry eyes, holding a devil subduing pestle and mortar, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Sinner, only to see that the center of the eyebrow of the angry eyes Vajra, where the third eye is located, suddenly released a golden light, as sharp as a sword, shooting straight at the body of the demon corpse. Chapter 73, Pissing on the Head. Just at the moment when the angry eyes Vajra appeared, both Qin Shou and Guigang felt their breathing was smooth, and the terrifying sense of oppression brought to them by the demonic corpse just now was suddenly alleviated by a lot. Both of them looked back in unison, only to see a golden light like a sharp sword, precisely shooting straight at the demonic corpse. Ah! Then the two only heard the devil corpse a miserable scream. The voice is sharp and piercing, as if from the nine hells. Immediately after that, they saw a rumbling sound. The body of the devil corpse, even so, was blown apart, flesh and blood flying, turned into a pile of broken meat. The scene is extremely tragic. Holy, this one's so good. Qin Shou and Guigang both looked at Yi Wulwan in unison, but they only saw that at this moment, Yi Wulwan was paralyzed on the ground, rolling around and crawling, his body trembling crazily, and at a glance, it was clear that the shocking blow just now was definitely not done by him personally. Both of them looked at each other with puzzled faces and said, "What's the situation? It seems that I still underestimated the characters of this era. For a magic treasure to be able to shatter a demonic corpse with a single blow, one must be at least a peak heaven-ranked existence. I had thought that in the age of the end, not to mention surpassing the heavenly rank, even heavenly rank experts are rare. It seems that even in this day and age, when the aura of heaven and earth is thin, those hidden sects, they still have ways to cultivate." Just as the two of them were puzzled, the image of Linger reappeared in Qin Shou's mind, holding her chin and looking at Yi Wulwan outside through Qin Shou's eyes with great interest, seemingly extremely interested. "Linger, what's going on here? This one doesn't look powerful." Qin Shou immediately raised his question. That strike just now was not this person's ability, but rather, on this person's body, there is a protective treasure made by a peak heaven stage expert. Linger's words were a revelation. Protective magic treasure? What kind of magic treasure is so powerful? Qin Shou marveled. Looking at the image of that furious Vajra just now, it should be the Dharma phase of the immovable king of brightness. I'm only afraid that this Dharma treasure came from the Tibetan Tantric sect. Linger held her chin and analyzed with a serious face. Hiding place? Well, even 10,000 years ago, during the age of Shang Fa, the Hidden Land had always been one of the few holy places where the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth was the most dense. If it's a magic treasure from there, it's not impossible for it to have this kind of power. Spirit nodded in affirmation. Holy, old Qin, she's still alive. Just as Qin Shou was talking to Linger in his mind, Guigang suddenly let out a cry of alarm, and Qin Shou snapped back to his senses, only to see that the demonic corpse on the ground, which had been blasted into pieces of flesh, unexpectedly, as if it possessed life, began to wriggle and converge towards the head of the demonic corpse, the speed of which was staggering. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two of them looked at each other. Both felt a chill running straight from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and without any hesitation, they pulled out their legs and ran, once again running wildly in the direction of the cave entrance. At the same time, the legs of the paralyzed Yi Wulwan, I do not know where to get the strength, suddenly got up violently, screamed and ran wildly toward the entrance of the cave. The speed was even faster than Guigang and Qin Shou, but also a few points faster. Ha ha! Shall we let him give us a head start? Guigang had a bad smile on his face and narrowed his eyes, obviously wanting Yi Wulwan to attract the attention of the demonic corpses and buy them time to escape. Hey, that's what I thought. Qin Shou also gave a bad smile and nodded without hesitation. It was also at this moment that Yi Wulwan had already run over, only a few steps away from the cave entrance. I'll you up. Both of them raised their feet at the same time in unison and viciously kicked at Yi Wulwan's chest. Ah, I'll kill you both. Before Yi Wulwan had a chance to see Guigang and Qin Shou at the entrance of the cave, he was kicked back again by the two of them with a flying kick, and his body flew backward like a kite with broken strings. It was also at this moment that the demonic corpse had completely reorganized itself and restored its physical body, letting out a furious roar as it flew towards the entrance of the cave. However, this time, the demonic corpses did not dare to do anything to Yi Wulwan anymore, and even directly bypassed Yi Wulwan, who was kicked to the ground by the two of them, and went straight to Qin Shou and Guigang. I'll go. This demon corpse is bullying the soft and the hard. The two of them cursed angrily in unison, and their hearts were cold, and they ran away, wishing that their parents had given them 2 more legs. Guigang, an ordinary person, and Qin Shou, an early Huang rank strength, might be able to deal with ordinary people with ease, but against an expert with peak earth rank strength, not to mention fighting, they would be torn to shreds by the other party in a single glance. Gongzi, do you have any urine? Qin Shou asked as he ran. What the is wrong with you, asking me if I have any urine at this time? Guigang cursed as he ran. No, Gongzi, your urine is useful to her. If you use it to moisten her face, you might be able to scare her off, Qin Shou anxiously explained. Don't give me that bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You want me to die fast. Why don't you piss on her face? Gui Gang didn't have the good sense to say. He didn't have a system like spirits, so he didn't know until now that his child's urine could restrain demonic corpses. I broke my virginity. I'm not a virgin. Child's urine is only useful. Qin Shou looked helpless. Who said that old me is a virgin? You're the one who's a virgin. Your whole family is virgins. Gui Gang immediately stormed out, only feeling that his personality had been greatly insulted. Gongzi, now is not the time to talk about face. Life is going to be lost. Do you have it or not? Have hurry to use urine to nourish her. Qin Shou also could not care about fighting with Gui Gang, anxiously asked. Didn't I just piss all over you? Do you think I'm a faucet? Just say it. Gui Gang cursed angrily, and the demonic corpse had already flown over like a ghost. After all, Gui Gang's body is obese, coupled with the fact that he has not practiced any qigong. His speed is slower than Qin Shou's, dragging behind him, and he was directly grabbed by the devil corpse by the shoulders. The devil corpse's nails were like sharp steel hooks, ruthlessly embedded into Gui Gang's plump flesh, instantly dripping with blood, lifting Gui Gang's 200+ pound body as if it were a chicken. Gonzo, I'll save you. When Qin Shou saw Gui Gang being grabbed, he was shocked, and instinctively rushed forward with an arrow step, lunged forward, and hugged Gui Gang's thighs, trying to pull Gui Gang down from the hands of the demonic corpse. Unexpectedly, this devil corpse was so powerful that instead of pulling Gui Gang, Qin Shou was carried by the devil corpse, and the two of them rushed out of the cave together and flew directly into midair. Old Qin, does child urine really work? Gui Gang's face turned pale and his voice trembled as he asked. Why would I lie to you? No, Gonzo, you don't want to INGP right now. Qin Shou was immediately shocked in his heart, and said you a dog day just do not urinate. Now I can be under you. If this is a pocket to a bubble of urine, the taste is simply unimaginable. Damn it, mother asterisk 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 her, look at you Grandpa Gua. I'm going to fire a skyrocket. Gui Gang was also forced to rush, angrily shouted, put life and death, actually in front of Qin Shou's face, in midair pants down, directly to the demonic corpse above a bubble of yellow urine, like a fountain, shot out. Don't, Gonzo. Qin Shou just opened his mouth to stop it, but it was too late. Qin Shou instantly felt a pouring rain fall on his head, and a strong smell of urine instantly drilled into his nostrils, making him dizzy and practically vomiting. Holy, where's your ING shower? You pissed all over my head. Qin Shou couldn't help but open his mouth to curse angrily. 10,000 grass mud horses were running in his heart, but he didn't realize that as soon as he opened his mouth, it seemed like there was so much liquid with a tawdry taste that it was directly poured into his mouth. Qin Shou instantly lowered his head and gave a dry heave. Chapter 74, Physical Exorcism. Gui Gang sniffed and shot back in a bad mood. Try flying in midair and taking a piss. Nevertheless, Gui Gang is after all a child's body, not a shower brother. This shot skyrocket more or less still have some power. The devil corpse also cannot help but stain some, only to see that on the body of the demon corpse, the part that was stained with Gui Gang's urine, even began to rapidly emit wisps of black smoke, as if the corrosive liquid dripped on the skin in general, and the flesh began to rot, emitting ZZ sound, which was creepy. The devil corpse ate the pain and let out a mournful cry, directly letting go of Gui Gang and Qin Shou. Devil corpse with two people have already flown out more than 10 meters high, at the moment by the devil corpse straight from the midair thrown down. Qin Shou after all, have qigong body protection. Okay, Gui Gang's so obese body, fall down not dead also have to lose half of his life. However, Qin Shou's heart is also cool at the moment, because he is right under Gui Gang. Even if he is not dropped dead, he will be Gui Gang alive and crushed to death. Just when the two were in despair, a figure, suddenly as fast as a ghost, scurried out from the dense forest below, like an arrow out of a string, instantly appeared in midair, and accurately caught the two. In this person's arms left and right grabbed Qin Shou and Gui Gang's moment. Gui Gang and Qin Shou both felt a hovering wind behind them. This person even so with Gui Gang and Qin Shou, light and slow landing. The movement is as light as a falling leaf. Did not make the slightest sound. You're okay. As soon as Qin Shou landed, Ren Jing's slightly concerned voice came from behind him. Qin Shou looked back and saw that Ren Jing was currently standing behind him, her eyebrows slightly knitted, with a hint of worry on her face, and beside her, on the left and right, were standing a pair of good-looking young men and women. The man on the left is wearing a straight suit, his face is like a knife, his features are distinct, his appearance is handsome, his short eyebrows and starry eyes, his eyes reveal a color of perseverance, and his face is actually a little similar to Ren Jing. The girl on the right was wearing a pair of playful ponytails, with the tips of her hair slightly upturned, making her more lively and cute. She was wearing white canvas shoes and white stockings with a stylish JK skirt, while her upper body was a pink athleisure outfit, youthful and chic. Such a pair of young men and women. The man looks solemn and serious, giving people a sense of security. The girl is playful and cute, so that people see the mood of comfort and joy. The two styles, one rigid and the other soft, one quiet and the other, formed a stark contrast, and the contrast was so great that people couldn't help but look at them a few more times. This Zhongshan-suited male youth was currently frowning slightly, his deep eyes gazing at the demonic corpses raging in the sky, lost in thought. You're a little too slow. I almost died. Never work with your city government again. Qin Shou's heart palpitated and he spat out in a bad mood. What's that smell on you? As soon as Qin Shou's words fell, Ren Jing smelled the pungent, tawdry odor on Qin Shou's body, and couldn't help but raise her willow eyebrows, her delicate agaric nose wrinkling up slightly as she took a few steps back in disgust. Kid, there is some Taoism, actually knowing how to deal with demonic corpses with children's urine. The young man retracted his gaze towards the demonic corpse and turned his head. His gaze was like a torch as he looked Qin Shou up and down. A hint of appreciation appeared on his face as he nodded his head and said, "Gee, that's gross. You guys actually have pee on you." The pony-tailed, delicate little beauty couldn't help but spit out her tongue when she heard that there was actually urine on the two of them. A hint of disgust appeared on her cute face as she pinched her tiny nose and took a few steps back. Hey, how about this? This child's urine was poured on him by Grandpa Guo on the spot. It's still fresh. Guo Gang, this good sea beauty, cannot help but want to accost. Let alone is Ren Jing and Ponytail Girl so too top beauty. He naturally is even more will not let go of this opportunity to get together. Full of smiles to the two people said. However, Guo Gang's level of accosting is really too low. The two women heard that this urine is actually still just pissed. Look at Guo Gang in Qin Shou's eyes, even more disgusted for a few points, and cannot help but take a few steps back. Qin Shou was in a state of deep dissatisfaction, saying, Gongzi, are you hitting on me like this? You deserve to be single until now. Ahem. Thanks for saving me just now. Qin Shou didn't want to continue dwelling on the embarrassing topic of being pissed on and drenched, so he hastily changed the subject and clasped his fists at the young man in front of him to express his gratitude. Qin Shou was able to sense a vast and righteous aura from between the young man's eyebrows, plus he had saved his life, so Qin Shou had a good impression of him. No need to thank you. This is my part. The young man waved his hand and said with a bland expression, Big brother, do you have an idea? Ren Jing couldn't help but ask with some concern. Some trouble. Her realm is far above me and my little sister. The two of us have only just stepped into the peak of the Xian rank, but she is already at the peak of the Earth rank. However, I have the treasures gifted by my master. It's not like I don't have the power to fight. The young man's tone was grave. What's there to be afraid of? When I went out, my dad gave me babies? The pony-tailed, saucy girl was nonplussed. As soon as the girl's words fell, the demonic corpse flew this way with a shrill whistling, its speed as fast as lightning. Obviously, her target was clear, and it was the young pair that had just appeared in front of her. Before the devil corpse could approach, it violently opened its bloody mouth. A powerful suction force instantly enveloped Qin Shou and Gui Gang. The two of them once again felt the terrifying tearing force, the essence blood in their bodies as if it was going to break out of their bodies, and was being pulled crazily. But fortunately this suction did not last long. Qin Shou and Gui Gang heard bang a deafening gunshot. That devil corpse was able to feel the strong aura on these two newly appeared young men. Originally thought that these two would fight with themselves head-on, coupled with the fact that she had previously seen the power of the gun in Gu Ling's hand, knew that this thing was not very lethal to her, and did not prepare for the sudden one, simply did not choose to dodge. The right arm was actually directly blasted by this gun to smithereens, and for a time blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody. Qin Shou and Gui Gang both looked back in unison, only to see that the playful little girl was holding a huge and incomparable golden-colored revolver in her hand, and on top of the pistol's body, it was inscribed with densely packed runes. The girl gripped the pistol and with a haughty face blew on the muzzle in a juggling gesture. My lord, times have changed, so what if you're at the peak of the Earth rank? Physical exorcism is the most efficient. When Gui Gang and Qin Shou saw this scene, a thought came up in their minds. Damn, not speaking of martial arts. Thought it was some kind of worldly master who would have some earth-shattering battle with the demonic corpse, but it turned out to be a gun. So I'll do it. However, this time, what Qin Shou and Gui Gang did not expect was that although the shattered flesh on the arm of that demonic corpse was still slowly writhing and attempting to heal, the speed of healing was much slower than before. It's not going to heal that easily, is it? This gun of mine is a magic weapon. Both the body and the bullet are specially made. The girl sneered and took another shot at the demon corpse. Chapter 75 Deadly Battle with a Demon Corpse. Although this demon corpse's spiritual wisdom was beginning to open up and she only acted on instinct, and she didn't know most of the new things in this world very well yet, but she wasn't a little cutie. On the contrary, she had an extremely high IQ and was extremely capable of learning. After feeling the terrifying power of this firearm for the first time, he no longer dared to take this one bullet hard, but the speed of the bullet was too fast, and even for a peak Earth rank expert, within a distance of a few meters, it was extremely difficult to dodge it. However, the next scene, but let everyone was not expected, only to see the chest of this devil corpse, but also appeared out of thin air a hole. The girl's second shot bullet, but also directly through the chest of the devil corpse, hit the devil corpse behind the big tree above, only to hear a deafening roar. A small bullet, actually will be a need two people to embrace the giant tree down. Broken trunk scorched black, as if by the heavenly thunder has just bombarded the general, sprawled on the ground. After dodging this bullet, the demon corpse immediately popped up and flew in midair, rapidly circling, constantly changing direction. The speed of the demon corpse was too fast, and the flight trajectory had no rules to speak of, so the ponytailed girl didn't dare to shoot again rashly. The firearm in her hand was a special product specially prepared by the elders of the division for her to go down the mountain. The bullet and the body of the gun were both magic weapons with great power, but it was not easy to make each bullet, so she couldn't afford to waste it casually. However, with the deterrent of this gun, for a moment, the demonic corpses didn't dare to come close to forcefully attack at will. However, the Earth rank experts have long been able to fly sand and stones, and take people's lives through the air. The devil corpse is afraid of the magic weapon in the girl's hand. Do not dare to approach. After circling in the air for several weeks, suddenly swooped downward, and in an instant it did not enter the dense jungle, disappeared. Is this her escape? Seeing this, Qin Shou thought that the demonic corpse was planning to use the cover of the forest to escape. However, the next moment, Qin Shou saw 7 or 8 thick tree trunks in all directions, like arrows off the string, carrying the sound of whistling winds, and slamming violently towards the side of the crowd. Look out! The youth was startled at the sight. His pupils suddenly contracted, and a red longsword carved with intricate runes appeared in his hand at some point. He let out a low gulp, and with a flash of swordlight, he cut off a tree trunk that was rushing straight at him, splattering wood shavings in all directions. That girl is also a strong hand, only to see her figure like a ghost, in the trunk of the tree between the flexible shuttle, lightly avoided to her impact of a tree trunk, the movement of the smooth, like a playful in the forest cat. However, this man and woman cared about themselves, but had no time to care about the people around them. Voigang's body size is fat and slow, there is no time to dodge. Was a tree trunk hit right in the chest, immediately issued a muffled grunt, a mouthful of blood gushing out. The body is like a kite with broken strings, powerless to fall to the ground, wailing in pain. Ren Jing, an ordinary person, was even more incapable of defending herself against this sudden attack. However, the good thing is that Qin Shou's quick eyes and hands, just in the nick of time, a hand rushed to Ren Jing's body, pounced on her to the ground, and then holding Ren Jing to the side of a roll, which was able to avoid a whistling tree. Thrilling to the extreme. However, having dodged this wave of attack, one could not dodge the next wave, only to see that in the dense forest, several thick tree trunks followed one after another, carrying an even swifter might, flying and smashing towards the crowd side. Qin Shou held Ren Jing on the ground. At this moment, the two were in the center of the interlocking tree trunks, and even the chance to dodge had been lost. The shadow of death seemed to be close at hand. Mixed whip, go! At the moment when the two of them were as if they were dead, between the flashes of lightning and fire, the girl's hand had a reddish whip in her hand at some point. Just seeing her flick her wrist, the long whip was like a spirit snake coming out of its hole, instantly dancing out a splendid whip flower. A violent whirlwind was born out of thin air, firmly involving the crowd in the center of the storm. Those hostage 10,000 pounds of force of the thick tree trunks, in the moment of touching the hurricane, as if it hit an impregnable wall, was twisted into a flying wood chips, spilling down in a flurry. However, the next moment, a sudden change, the ground under the feet of the crowd exploded, a figure like a ghost from the back of the young girl, sharp claws straight to the young girl's white neck. The speed of the speed, people simply cannot react. It had to be admitted that although this demonic corpse was in its infancy and acted according to its instincts, its combat skills were extremely superior. It first utilized the giant trees in the dense forest to carry out long-distance attacks as a way to attract the attention of the crowd, and then silently disappeared into the ground, waiting for an opportunity to suddenly kill from close by. And the target of the attack was precisely chosen to be the young girl with the most magic treasures here, which can be described as cunning to the extreme. Senior sister, be careful. The youth was shocked at the situation, and lifted the sword in his hand. The tip of the sword blossomed with a bit of cold aura, a sword chi, and stabbed straight at the demonic corpse. Jia dash. The devil corpse let out an ear-piercing roar, and casually raised his hand, and a terrifying wind whistled out, sweeping towards the young man like a raging wind and rain, blasting him into an unsteady position, taking several steps back, and the sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. However, the youth's move also bought the young girl valuable reaction time. The young girl turned around in a hurry, and in a swift movement, she raised her arm, aiming at the demonic corpse and about to shoot. Just this time, the devil corpse seems to have anticipated. It simply does not give the girl the opportunity to shoot. Just see the devil corpse 5 fingers open, grabbed out of thin air. The girl will feel a huge pulling force came, holding the gun arm. A burst of numbness. Tiger's mouth shock was directly by the devil corpse will be in the hand of the gun to suck away. Jia, Jia, Jia. The demonic corpse let out a triumphant shrill, grabbed the young girl's golden revolver and tilted its head to study it carefully, seemingly extremely interested in this magic treasure. However, before the demon corpse could rejoice, not long after it gripped the revolver in its palm, a gush of blue smoke emerged, and an intense burning sensation instantly caused her pain. Under the pain, the devil corpse hastily threw the pistol aside, and did not bother to care about the pistol that she threw aside, directly clawed and grabbed towards the young girl's chest. The young girl's face was white, scared and bloodless, instinctively clenched her hands in the hands of the mixed whip, crossed in front of her chest, protecting her vitals. This demonic corpse slapped his palm on top of the whip body of the mixed yuan whip, and also gusts of green smoke came out with the pungent odor of burning flesh, and under pain, he hastily withdrew his palm. But even so, the force of this is still enormous. The girl is only the peak of the Xian class. Where to withstand this demon corpse, this rage? Only feel the chest as if being hit by a giant hammer in general. The internal organs of the 5 organs for a while. A sweet throat, a mouthful of fresh blood gushing out. The body is a broken kite flying out dozens of meters. Fell heavily on the ground. Consciousness is a little fuzzy. A burst of blackness in front of his eyes. Sister. The youth saw this and his eyes were red. Like a mad beast, he killed again with the sword in his hand. This devil corpse looked at the youth with a grim expression, a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and with a weird twist of his body, he dodged the sword, and with the same grab, he intended to take the youth's life straight away. Senior. The young girl lay on the ground, watching the youth charge toward the demonic corpse, her heart anxious. Chapter 76, Tough Win. Bang! Just in the nick of time, with a loud rumbling sound, a bullet struck the chest of the demonic corpse from the back as accurately as a precise guided missile, only to see the entire chest of the demonic corpse instantly exploding apart, with blood and flesh flying around, revealing a shockingly large bloody hole, and one could even clearly see the sins and white bones. The one who fired the shot was no other than Qin Shou. It turned out that this devil corpse, under the pain, casually threw the golden revolver to the side, but coincidentally, it happened to be thrown in the side of Qin Shou. Qin Shou had been observing the battle from the sidelines, looking for opportunities. At this moment, while the devil corpse was fiercely entangled with this pair of young men and women, he silently picked up the golden revolver, then held his breath, aimed at the devil corpse's back, and suddenly opened fire when the devil corpse was defenseless. Knowing that Qin Shou had the god of guns skill, which was bulletless, this shot accurately struck the heart of the demon corpse. However, what Qin Shou never expected was that although the power of this golden revolver was huge, the recoil was also ridiculously large, and without cultivation above the Xian rank, it was simply impossible to drive it. Qin Shou a bullet shot the whole person directly by the huge recoil impact to fly backwards out. The body heavily impacted on the back of the thick tree trunks. Internal organs for a flutter. Throat sweet, almost sprayed a mouthful of blood. The pistol also helplessly fell to the ground. The devil corpse was caught off guard by Qin Shou's sudden stroke, letting out a mournful and extremely miserable scream. Its claw that was attacking the youth also paused as a result, revealing a huge break. The youth's expression was aghast. Where would he be willing to let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He instantly bit through his middle finger and a drop of blood dripped down on top of the crimson longsword blade in his hand, only to see the body of the sword, as if stimulated by some kind of stimulus, violently release a violent red light. The light instantly skyrocketed, like a burning flame, scorching and distorting the surrounding air. Then, this youth's waist snapped, and a sword swept out horizontally. The sword's light was crimson and unstoppable, directly cutting the demon corpse off at the waist. At the same time, the ponytailed girl who had managed to catch her breath, the hybrid whip in her hand was also like a viper coming out of its hole, lashing from the other direction. accurately and precisely striking the demonic corpse on top of its chopped-off lower body. Only a loud rumbling sound was heard. The terrifying power carried by the hybrid whip instantly erupted, and the entire lower half of the demon corpse's body was directly blown to smithereens under this whip. Blood and flesh, and it was difficult to even find a piece of intact bone. Jia. The devil corpse was greatly injured by these two heavy blows, and angrily let out a sharp and ear-piercing shrill whistle. The high-pitched audio pierced into the eardrums of the people present like a sharp cone, shocking them into dizziness, and they all covered their ears and fell to their knees in agony. It was also at this instant that the demonic corpse twisted its head around, its scarlet eyes staring resentfully at Qin Shou as it flew rapidly towards him. Qin Shou hadn't slowed down by the huge recoil impact of the golden revolver just now, and at this moment, he was shocked by this shrill whistle of the demonic corpse, with a splitting headache and a burst of blackness before his eyes. Seeing the demonic corpse swooping in, he wanted to dodge, but found that his body seemed to be out of control, and it was too late for him to react in any way, and he was grabbed by the demonic corpse. Then, the devil corpse held Qin Shou hostage, and his body, like a loach, twisted strangely a few times, and even instantly disappeared into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Old Qin Gang saw that Qin Shou was captured by the demonic corpse. He was instantly jealous with grief and anger, and wanted to rush over to rescue him, but he was too injured, and there was a burst of intense pain coming from his chest, so he couldn't even stand up, so he could only watch Qin Shou being taken away by the demonic corpse. On the other side, Ren Jing was in an even worse situation. She was originally an ordinary person with a mortal body, and was simply unable to withstand this terrifying sonic attack from the demonic corpse, and at this moment, she had long since been shaken to the ground and fainted. The young man covered his chest. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, let out a miserable smile, and muttered to himself, "I can't imagine that I just came down from the mountain, and I was faced with a peak Earth stage expert. If it wasn't for the fact that you, senior sister, have so many treasures, and that this demonic corpse has just been practiced, and has a mind just like a baby's, I'm afraid that I'm in deep trouble with you, senior sister." This time around, Gang's eyes were now bloodshot and full of blood. Barely supporting his body, he wobbled in front of the youth, grabbed the youth's collar, and hissed angrily, "What the are you still standing here for? Aren't you an expert? Quickly go save old Qin. Quickly go save old Qin. I'm sorry, we've all run out of true essence now. Going over there, let alone saving him, would be a death sentence." The youth apologized slightly and shook his head helplessly. "Are you just going to let old Qin die? He got into this mess to fulfill the city government's mission. You must be responsible." Gang was so agitated that his body trembled terribly and his eyes were glazed over. "Calm down first. This demon corpse is greatly injured. Your friend may not die," the youth reassured, but his tone was a little weak, and it was clear that he wasn't sure himself. "Then you guys send out a search and rescue team," Gang cried out, his voice laced with sobs as he sat helplessly on the ground. "Don't you worry, she's the mayor, and if you want to start a search and rescue, you'll have to wake her up first." The ponytailed girl on the side reluctantly got up, intending to check on Ren Jing first. On the other side, Qin Shou only felt dizzy. His neck was tightly grasped by a soft but cold palm, and in the boundless darkness, he didn't know how long he had been dragged. His consciousness finally sank completely and he fainted. "Master, wake up, wake up!" Linger's anxious voice sounded over and over again in Qin Shou's mind. Finally, Qin Shou struggled and tried to open his eyes, but it felt as if his eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds, making it difficult to lift them. He felt that his whole body was in excruciating pain, and there was no part of his body that was not in pain, especially where his neck was concerned. A burst of sharp pain of muscle tearing came from it, making him unable to resist sucking in a mouthful of cool air. Qin Shou subconsciously looked down, only to see that the demonic corpse, which was only half of its body left at the moment, was lying on top of his neck like a maggot possessed by the bone. His dried-out lips were close to his skin, crazily sucking his blood, greedy as a starving beast. Qin Shou was violently startled, and a strong sense of fear instantly surged to his heart. He struggled, wanting to grab a hold of the demonic corpse and pull her away from himself, but found that the demonic corpse seemed to be fused with himself, not moving at all, but instead sucking even more vigorously. "Damn it, if you drink my blood, I'll drink yours," Qin Shou cursed angrily. A wave of anger surged to his heart. He put his heart across, not caring about what's disgusting or not. A bite on the shoulder of the demon corpse even followed the example of the demon corpse, crazily sucking the other party's blood. However, gradually, Qin Shou felt that he was beginning to lose his physical strength. His consciousness was gradually blurring, and his body was getting weaker and weaker as if it had been emptied. He could feel that his life force was draining away little by little. Finally, The devil corpse that had been lying tightly on Qin Shou's chest seemed to have loosened its mouth from biting Qin Shou's neck due to overconsumption and stopped sucking blood. However, Qin Shou at this time cannot care about these. He felt as if he was in a bottomless abyss, surrounded by darkness, cold. He struggled, wanting to grab something, but could not grab anything. Finally both eyes black. The whole person once again directly fainted. Chapter 77, Dreams. Man. Master. Master. Linger's voice rang out in Qin Shou's mind with a bang. Qin Shou didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He only felt that he had had an extremely long dream, so long that it was an entire lifetime. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to the days of that miserable social animal, without rebirth, without a system, and without Yan Yuron, Ren Jing, Su Nanchin, all these big beauties surrounding him in a circle, only the endless urge to marry, dating, overtime, and then people to more than 40 years old. But because of years of hard overtime, the body collapsed, was dismissed by the company, lying in the hospital, living in the ward. The bedside as their own hair has long been gray parents, wailing in grief. It was a long, agonizing, bumbling life until the end, accomplishing nothing, watching his closest loved ones grieve, but unable to do anything about it. That deep sense of powerlessness, as if a huge mountain pressed down on his heart, leaving him breathless. He's angry, he's bitter, he's resigned, and he questions what it's all for. Why did he have to go through such a life? Why couldn't he live more freely and at ease? Why was his life such a failure? So despairing? Just as Qin Shou's unwillingness reached its peak, everything disappeared. The hospital room disappeared. The parents crying by the bedside disappeared. And everything turned into a void. And in the midst of this nothingness, a figure emitting a golden glow slowly walked towards him. The light on this figure was so dazzling that Qin Shou could not see his appearance, but he could confirm that it was a man, an extremely handsome and extremely powerful man. Are you not willing? The man opened his mouth to ask, his voice low and magnetic, with a power that shook the heart. Yes, I'm not happy about it. What is all this about? That's life. The man replied lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Qin Shou could feel that this man was not mocking himself, but was mocking the world. Life shouldn't be like this. Qin Shou retorted with a look of indignation. Oh, it shouldn't be? Then what do you think it should be? This is the destiny of a mole. The man smiled contemptuously, his eyes high above, glancing at Qin Shou. All beings in his eyes, all are but ants. I'm not convinced. I deny it. Qin Shou hissed angrily. So what do you want? Do you want to live more freely, more elegantly? Is that it? That voice seemed to be intentionally guiding Qin Shou, and there was a hint of temptation in his words. Good. I don't want to spend my life as a cow like this and end up dying in pain. Qin Shou replied without hesitation. Oh, so you want a do-over? The man asked with a smile, a hint of playfulness in his tone. I want to. Of course I want to. Qin Shou did not bring the slightest hesitation. He wanted to go back. He wanted to change his life. Very well. I'll send you back. But remember, only the strong are qualified to choose their destiny. The man nodded in satisfaction. How do I become strong? Qin Shou asked eagerly. How to become strong? Good question. Trample the heavenly Tao under your feet. Transcend the 3 realms and get away with it. The world is the plaything of the heavenly Tao. And you, be your own master. The man stood with his arms folded, and there was a hint of arrogance in his tone that he was the only one in heaven and on earth. But what can I do to trample heaven underfoot? I can't even make my closest relatives happy in their old age. Thinking of his parents' grief-stricken appearance by their bedside in the illusion just now, Qin Shou could not help but look gloomy. I have left you my best legacy. Follow his guidance and you will naturally find your way to becoming a strong man. The man said indifferently. Why did you choose me? Qin Shou had already recalled at this moment that before the painful life he had just experienced, he seemed to have another life, and in that life, he had a system that helped him change his life against the odds. What was the best inheritance? The first thing that came to Qin Shou's mind was that it was the system. So Qin Shou's first guess was that this man was probably the one who gave him the system. Why did you choose you? Oh, because you're like me. Well, it's time for you to go back. As soon as the man's words fell, Qin Shou felt a powerful force wrap itself around him. His consciousness began to blur, and this world of nothingness in front of him instantly collapsed. In the next moment, Qin Shou only felt drop after drop of warm liquid, slowly dripping down on top of his cheeks with a faint fishy sweet scent. Qin Shou struggled, and in a daze, he finally opened his eyes. However, Qin Shou but just opened his eyes. He saw a bloody mouth, full of sharp fangs, was opening its hideous mouth and biting towards him. The fishy stench came to his face. Qin Shou instantly chilled his hairs, and under a violent shock, his adrenaline soared, and in the nick of time when that bloody mouth bit down, He grabbed the wild wolf's neck with his instinctive reaction. His palm was like an iron clamp, tightly strangling the wild wolf's throat, not giving it any chance to resist. Ow! The wild wolf let out a wail and struggled desperately, but Qin Shou was so powerful at the moment that he couldn't shake it at all. Then, Qin Shou exerted his force and twisted his wrist, only to hear a click sound. The wolf's neck was directly broken by him. Phew! Qin Shou let out a long breath, half leaning against the stone wall behind him, looking down at the already broken wild wolf in his hand, his heart filled with doubts. Strange, wasn't I injured? How come it feels like I'm as good as nothing now? After killing this wild wolf, Qin Shou realized at the first moment that all the injuries on his body seemed to have healed, the place that had been bitten by the demon corpse before. At this moment, not even a single scar could be seen, and his skin was as smooth as ever, as if he had never been injured. Not only that, Qin Shou only felt as if he had inexhaustible strength at the moment. His body was as light as a feather, and his true qi was full and rushing through his meridians. Not at all what he had felt at the early stage of the yellow rank before. Congratulations, Master! You've broken through! Master is now at the realm of peak yellow rank grand completion, and is just one step away from breaking through to the early Xin rank. Linger's voice in her head sounded once again with delight. Peak yellow rank grand circle? How is this possible? Didn't I do nothing? Qin Shou was full of doubts. He clearly remembered that before he fell unconscious again, even his life was almost gone. How did he somehow break through? Linger guffawed and said, Master has been blessed by a disaster this time. It's never been the case that demonic corpses sucked people's essence blood, but Master has been so bold as to directly do the opposite and suck the essence blood of the demonic corpses. Devil corpses originally human body essence blood refining and become all the power, all contained in the blood. The Master swallowed, naturally, is a great tonic. Compared to the general elixir, the effect is not known to be many times better. Chapter 78 Bad Taste Mission. There's this kind of benefit? Then wouldn't I be invincible if I inhaled more? Qin Shou could not help but be pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that absorbing the essence blood of a demonic corpse would have such a huge benefit. This was simply pie in the sky. How is this possible? The blood of a demon corpse, although it has infinite power, it also contains extremely strong yin fury qi. If you suck too much of it, you will instead be revolted. The Master sucked the blood of the demon corpse, but was able to remain unharmed and not be backfired by the yin fiendish qi within the demon corpse. The spirit is also very strange. After thinking about it, the spirit feels that there is only one possibility. Linger had a puzzled look on her face. Her eyebrows slightly knitted as she lowered her head in contemplation. What might? Qin Shou asked curiously. Unless the Master's innate nature is the body of the nine yangs, not afraid of the yin fury qi, only then is it possible to absorb the power in the demonic corpse's essence blood without being affected by the yin fury qi in the slightest. Spirit lifted her head and said in an affirmative tone. Could this be what he was talking about when he said I was a lot like him? The first thing Qin Shou thought of was that dream just now. That mysterious man said that he resembled himself. Could it be because he was the body of the nine sons? Him? Who is he? Spirit couldn't help but look puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Spirit, do you know where you came from yourself? Qin Shou shook his head as he decided to put aside the matter in the dream world for the time being and learn about Linger's origin first. In Qin Shou's opinion, it was very likely that his system was that man's inheritance. So Linger, of necessity, was related to that man. Where did the spirit come from? Linger bit her finger, her eyebrows furrowing slightly as she struggled to remember. It was only after a long time that Linger slowly spoke. Linger only remembers that she was created by a man who was about to ascend to the heavens and go away endless years ago, using great magical powers to absorb the purest Taiyin Qi in the heavens and the earth and create me from the sea of Taiyin. Who is that man? Do you know? Qin Shou immediately became interested and eagerly wanted to know the identity of that man. In Qin Shou's opinion, the man that Linger was talking about was most likely the one who appeared in his dream, the one who gave him the system. Linger doesn't know, but the method of extracting yin and replenishing yang that I rewarded you with earlier is what he left me with. And in fact, he left me with a lot of other things. Spirit shook her head. Her memory seemed to be a bit crippled and she couldn't recall any more information about that man. There's still a lot of good stuff? I'll go. Then why don't you hurry up and bring it all out to me? Hearing that there were a bunch of goodies, Qin Shou immediately had an expectant look on his face. No, he has placed a ban on me, and the rewards will not be distributed to you randomly unless you complete the tasks I hand out to you as requested. Damn, these world outside the high people. Send things are stingy. The whole so complicated process cannot be a one-time direct all give? Qin Shou grumbled a few words with a disappointed look on his face. Master, this demonic corpse, what are you going to do with it? While Qin Shou was depressed, Linger's words suddenly pulled Qin Shou's thoughts back. Demon corpse, where is it? Hearing the word demon corpse, Qin Shou was so frightened that he instinctively bounced up, and all of a sudden he accidentally kicked a delicate and soft body. Qin Shou looked down and saw a beautiful little girl who was naked and at most 5 or 6 years old, sleeping at his feet like a baby. The little girl's skin was like jade, breakable, and her features were as delicate as a work of art carefully carved by the heavens, so that people could not help but want to go forward and touch her tender cheeks. Holy, where are the kids from? Qin Shou jumped in fright and took a few steps back again. Although this little girl was too pretty to be true, she gave him a few demonic feelings just like the demon corpse. Master, she is the devil corpse. Her vitality was greatly injured, plus most of her physical body was destroyed, so her realm fell and she turned into a little girl. The lingering Qin Shou's mind explained. I'll go. It still works like that? Qin Shou couldn't help but sigh with emotion and look down, only to see that the little girl's features were really similar to the demon corpse from before, only it was a scaled down version. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Whatever, take her while he's sick. Hurry up and slice her up. With that said, Qin Shou trembled as he carefully approached the demonic corpse, intending to directly result in the demonic corpse. Although the little girl looked harmless, Qin Shou didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, the other party was a peak Earth rank expert before. Who knows if she would suddenly wake up and catch him off guard. Ding! The system's newest nurturing system mission. Take in a demon corpse, raise it to adulthood, and then take it as a forbidden domain. On the day of completion of the matter, the minimum heavenly rank will be rewarded. Just as Qin Shou was planning to make his move, the system suddenly dispatched a quest. I'll go. You grandma's leg. Linger, can you not be so perverted? Isn't this mission more or less a bit of a bad taste? Qin Shou, who heard this mission, couldn't help but have his face darken and 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. It's not even enough to let me take in a demon corpse, but you're asking me to take in a forbidden body? It's a ing necrophilia. How could I do something like this to a zombie? Where are the morals? Where's the bottom line? Master, the task dispatch is automatically calculated according to the system's backend. Although Linger is the spirit of the system, she can't control it. Oh, Spirit said with a helpless face. Damn, this mother asterisk 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 ing system. Qin Shou gave a belly laugh and somewhat helplessly turned his head to look at the little girl who was lying on the ground asleep. It had to be said that this devil corpse was indeed a little too pretty to be true. Even at the age of 5 or 6, one could tell that when it grew up, it was bound to be an existence that would turn the world upside down and wreak havoc on the people. If the demonic corpse wasn't a living person, Qin Shou felt that it wasn't actually impossible for him to consider taking it into account and begrudgingly take it into his pocket. After all, such a beauty. If it could become his own forbidden domain, it would be considered a beautiful thing. Mom! Just as Qin Shou was filled with wild thoughts, the little girl even suddenly woke up, her beautiful big eyes staring at Qin Shou with a harmless look. Are you my mom? The little girl's voice was soft and sweet, like heavenly music. I'm not your mom. Look at me, pure man. Do I look like your mom? Qin Shou was relieved when he saw that the demonic corpse didn't seem to remember anything and didn't look threatening. Not like that. The little girl shook her head. So what are you to me? Qin Shou froze. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. Suddenly he remembered the system's quest and had a wicked idea to tease the little girl turned by the demon corpse. Hey, I'm your future husband and you're my child bride. Future husband? What's that? The little girl looked puzzled, feeling very unfamiliar with the term future husband mentioned by Qin Shou. You're still young. You'll know later. In short, a daughter-in-law must listen to her husband. Understand? In the future, you have to follow me. I let you do what you do. Do you know? Oh, okay, hubby. The little girl nodded vigorously. Chapter 79 Glutinous. Wait, stop. You're not allowed to call me husband ever again. Qin Shou said in his heart that in case this is brought out later, a 5 or 6-year-old little girl calls her husband in front of outsiders, she will not be treated as a dead pervert who traffics little girls. Why? Didn't you say you were my husband? The little girl cocked her head, her big eyes looking puzzled. Husband, this kind of name. You are still young now. Wait until you grow up later to call no? So how old do I have to be to call you my husband? When you grow as tall as my shoulders, you can call me husband. Qin Shou thought about the height of the demon corpse before. Almost 1.7 meters or so, almost at his shoulder there. Oh, okay, so what do I call you now? Honey, call me brother. I'll be your brother from now on. And when you grow up, I'll be your husband. Understand? The little girl nodded with a serious look on her face and then asked a new question. Okay, got it. Brother. But, brother, who am I? What am I called? What's your name? Your name is Nua Nua. Qin Shou looked at the little girl. Exquisitely cute, glutinous voice, so he casually took such a name. Oh, okay, Nua Nua knows. Thank you brother for giving Nua Nua a name. Nua Nua likes brother the most. Nua Nua seemed to be quite satisfied with her new name, and with a happy face, she smiled and angled her cute little head, smiling sweetly at Qin Shou. Qin Shou nodded his head in satisfaction, and said to himself, "Don't say it. This little girl turned into a demon corpse is quite smart, and she understands it at the slightest point. Brother, Nua Nua is hungry. Nua Nua wants to eat." Nua Nua touched her stomach, pitifully, and her stomach grumbled. "Food? You wait. I'll figure out how to get it for you." Qin Shou's words had just fallen, but Nua Nua saw lying at Qin Shou's feet, the dead body of the wild wolf. A demonic red glow flashed in Nua Nua's eyes, and those clear eyes instantly became deep. She suddenly reached out and sucked, and the dead body of that wild wolf flew directly towards Nua Nua. Then Nua Nua grabbed the body of the wild wolf, opened her small mouth, and bit down directly towards the neck of the wild wolf, and began to greedily devour the essence blood of the wild wolf, her movements skillful and natural. "I'll go." Qin Shou was scared to death. He said to himself that this thing has become smaller, and indeed its nature has not changed, but you can't be allowed to change back to the way you were before. He didn't want to face a demonic corpse that wanted to suck people's essence and blood at every turn, and he didn't want his own life to be threatened. Qin Shou hurriedly rushed up with an arrow step and grabbed the body of the coyote from Nua Nua's hand, then threw it aside as if it was trash. When Nua Nua saw that the wild wolf in her hand was suddenly snatched away, a blood-red light flashed in her eyes, and her delicate little face once again revealed what she had only had before she became small. That kind of ferocious look, like a young beast suddenly showing its fangs, full of aggressiveness. Seeing this, Qin Shou looked at Nua Nua's eyes that were filled with flickering eerie red light, and instinctively jumped a step backward, pulling away and taking a stance, looking at Nua Nua with a wary face, ready to deal with her attack. However, when Nua Nua saw that the one who snatched the wolf from her hand was Qin Shou, the red light in Nua Nua's eyes soon faded away, and then the hostility on her face gradually disappeared, and she resumed the harmless appearance of a little girl. She tilted her head and looked at Qin Shou, those clear eyes once again filled with doubt and disbelief, not understanding why Qin Shou wanted to take away her food. "Brother, why don't you let Nua Nua eat? Nua Nua, from now on, you're not allowed to directly devour the essence blood of any living being. Understand?" Qin Shou had a serious face and his tone carried a hint of unquestionable warning. "But brother, Nua Nua, I'm hungry." Nua Nua looked at Qin Shou aggrievedly. She only wanted to fill her stomach right now. She didn't even think about anything else and didn't understand why Qin Shou didn't let her suck blood. "We're not primitive. We need to eat when we're hungry, not suck blood. Understand? Wait here. I'll go get you something to eat." With that, Qin Shou walked out of the cave, and it was already early morning the next day, and the sunlight was just right. Qin Shou casually picked up some dry branches in the dense forest and returned to the cave. Qin Shou then began to try to drill wood for fire. Qin Shou had seen some science videos of drilling wood for fire on TV before, but it wasn't easy to actually do it. He tried for a long time before he managed to drill a little spark, but it was still a long way from actually forming a flame. "What are you doing, brother?" Nua Nua stood aside and asked with a curious expression. Nua Nua's clear eyes curiously surveyed the wooden stick in Qin Shou's hands, and wondered why Qin Shou was holding it and rubbing it around constantly. "Make a fire. What can I do?" Qin Shou did not raise his head and continued to sell his efforts to drill wood for fire. "Does brother want fire? Isn't that bowl asterisk 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 asterisk? This one's easy." After saying that, Nua Nua reached out and pointed. A dark red flame flew out from Nua Nua's finger and shot directly onto the dry tree branch, and in an instant the prancing flames burst into flames. "Holy, that's awesome." Qin Shou could not help but stare, his heart filled with shock, suddenly feeling as if he had picked up a treasure. "Master, the body of the devil corpse is refined by the supreme secret method, inherently close to the heavenly Tao. The power of the 5 elements can be invoked at will, compared to human beings, wanting to use a certain element of the art, but also need to keep on practicing hard, borrowing incantations, talismans, in order to be able to invoke the power of the 5 elements, but it can be much simpler." In his mind, Linger's voice immediately explained, "There's still this kind of thing. Then is she able to cultivate like a normal human?" Qin Shou suddenly thought of a possibility. Since the devil corpse possessed such a strong talent, could she also cultivate like a normal human and enhance her strength through her own efforts? Of course she can, and her cultivation speed should be quite a bit faster than most ordinary people, but for a demon corpse, she only needs to suck blood to become stronger. There's no need to cultivate. Spirit took it for granted. He, but she'll follow me in the future. I can't let her suck blood. Do you have any methods that can give her cultivation to become stronger? Speaking of which, now that I've taken on this nurturing quest, this reward cycle is too long. Use system. You have to reward me with something first. And she's in this condition now. I'm afraid she's not an ordinary girl. If she wants to return to her adult form, I guess she'll have to recover her strength as well. And if she's not allowed to suck blood, she'll have to be given some other way to recover her strength. Don't you think? Qin Shou suddenly wanted to take this opportunity to pit a little benefit from the system. Ding! The system recognizes that the host's suggestion is reasonable, and gives a free gift of the innate Fury Body's exclusive cultivation of the heavenly ranking technique, the true scripture of Tai Yin. Just as Qin Shou was complaining, the system's voice suddenly sounded, giving Qin Shou a surprise. Tai Yin true scripture. It sounds so powerful. Can I cultivate it? Qin Shou did not expect the system to really give it away and asked with an excited face. Master, the Tai Yin true scripture is only suitable for women to cultivate. Master, you can't cultivate it. And Master, you are innately a body of the 9 suns. Cultivating the Tai Yin true scripture. I'm afraid you'll go off the rails. Oh, there was a hint of flirtation in Linger's tone, obviously having long since seen Qin Shou's small mind. Damn, you hit on the idea of purposely giving a technique that I can't cultivate. Right. Qin Shou had a depressed face and spat. Wasn't it obvious for him to look at it dryly and covet it? Why should Master be discouraged? Master, your yin picking and yang replenishing technique is able to directly achieve yin and yang harmonization, using a woman's innate yin qi to increase one's own power. If she cultivates the Tai Yin true scripture, the pure yin qi is even more complementary to Master. And in the future, when Master and she double cultivate, it can be said that it will be twice as effective, and it will be of great benefit to both of you. Oh, by the time she grows up, the yellow flowers will be cold. Qin Shou gave a sarcastic laugh. Chapter 80, Meeting Xue Min again. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's get some food first. Qin Shou was clear in his heart that he was only afraid that Senior had long ago designed the path of growth for himself. That is, to walk the path that he had walked, to repair his yin-yang dual cultivation method, and it was simply not possible to randomly send himself any other techniques, and he no longer thought much about it. The most important thing for him now was to first settle Nuwa down, let her recover her strength, and then complete the system's mission to get the heavenly rank rewards. Good thing that this time to carry out the police task, Qin Shou in order to defense. With a short knife, Qin Shou took out the short knife, 3 times 5 to 2 nimbly peeled off the wolf skin, intends to clean it first, with this to the little girl to put on, barely as clothes, otherwise so naked, he is not good to take her back to the city. He handled the wolfskin while calculating the next plan in his mind. After doing so, Qin Shou Fong roasted this wild wolf on a wooden rack. The flames licked at the wolf's flesh, making a tingling sound, and the grease dripped down onto the flames, making a crackling popping sound. More than an hour later, bursts of meat aroma began to waft out. Qin Shou also couldn't help but gulp. Last night a deadly fight consumed a great deal. He hadn't eaten a bite of food until now, and had already been starving. Qin Shou smelled the aroma of roasted meat. His stomach grumbled endlessly, but even so, Qin Shou didn't rush to eat the roasted meat. Instead, he tore off a piece of wolf meat from his thigh at the first opportunity and sent it to Nuwa. So, this, you eat. Qin Shou pointed to the wolf meat in his hand. Thank you, brother. Nuwa nodded obediently as she took the wolf meat that Qin Shou had sent over to her and gorged herself on it. Nuwa was obviously hungry as well, wolfing down the roasted meat, not at all like a 5 or 6-year-old girl. How about this? How does this taste? Qin Shou asked intentionally, wanting to probe Nuwa to see if she could eat like a normal person. This is delicious. Brother, this is better than fresh blood. The little girl smashed her mouth and replied to Qin Shou while eating with gusto and joy. Well, since this tastes better than sucking blood, don't even suck blood anymore, okay? Be eating like a normal person. Qin Shou nodded his head in satisfaction. Seeing that Nuwa seemed to be able to eat some normal food like an ordinary person, he was finally relieved. If Nuwa is only able to eat blood, completely unable to eat ordinary food, that would be a real headache for Qin Shou. If that's the case, this nurturing system of the mission, such as not being able to do it, who has that ability to get her the blood of living things to drink every day in the city? And raising a monster that killed without blinking an eye and drank human blood every day was really a bit beyond Qin Shou's bottom line of being a human being. If possible, Qin Shou hoped that Nuwa would be able to live like a normal person instead of turning into a monster that only knew how to kill and suck blood. Seeing that Nuwa was eating with gusto, Qin Shou was also already hungry and tore off a piece of wolf leg and ate it with a big mouthful. Perhaps it was because he was really hungry. Even though no seasoning had been added, Qin Shou only felt that this meal of roasted wolf meat was far more delicious than every meal he had ever eaten in the past. This wild wolf was not small in size. After eating a whole wolf leg, Qin Shou was already completely full and burped contentedly. Nuwa, wait here first. I'll go fix you a dress to wear. Okay. Nua, thank you brother. Nua still had wolf meat in her mouth and nodded vaguely. Qin Shou smiled. Qin Shou picked up the wolf skin and went out of the cave. He had observed earlier when he was picking up dry branches. There was a mountain spring not far from this cave. The water was crystal clear. It was a good place to clean the wolf's skin. Qin Shou planned to wash the blood on Nua's wolf skin and then temporarily use it as clothes for her to put on first. Otherwise it would be hard for him to take her back to the city when she was so naked. He didn't want to be taken as a pervert who trafficked children. Qin Shou came to the mountain spring, dipped the wolf skin into the spring water, and began to carefully clean it. Brother Qin, why are you here? Qin Shou squatted by the mountain spring and had just washed himself for a short while when he heard a familiar voice. He looked up and realized that it was actually Shui Min, the big-breasted policewoman who had helped him before. Shui Min's side there is a national-face middle-aged criminal police. This criminal police Qin Shou has seen, named Yang Weigua, is a character of upright criminal police. This time Qin Shou male disguised as a woman, as a bait, and he has been against him. Qin Shou on this person's impression is quite good. Shui Min did not know about Qin Shou's cooperation with the police. Trotted to Qin Shou's body. The pair of magnificent chests trembled. Look at Qin Shou feel a little guilty of confusion. Papaya shaking people intoxicated. Brother Qin, this is a deserted mountain, with no village in front and no store behind. Why are you here? When she said this, Shui Min unintentionally saw that Qin Shou was staring blankly at her breasts, and could not help but swish her pretty face. Shui Min was ashamed and angry in her heart, but for some reason, for no reason, she actually felt a little bit of excitement, and her delicate and pretty face was so low that she didn't dare to raise it. Seeing this, Qin Shou hastily averted his gaze, not daring to linger too long. Ahem. Qin Shou was just about to explain, when Yang Weigua beside Shui Min suddenly saluted Qin Shou with a military salute, looking solemn and serious. Hello old brother Qin. Thank you very much for cooperating with the police this time. It's really a big help. Yang Weigua's voice was loud and strong, his words sincere. Oh, it's just a show of hands. It's our duty as citizens. Qin Shou casually waved his hand, although he was doing it for the money, but he still had to speak beautifully on the scene. You guys know each other? Shui Min looked at these two with a puzzled expression. Oh, Xiao Ming, you don't know. This time, when we cracked the big case of the blood god cult, old brother Qin is our informant. I have confronted him before. This time he can be said to have made a great achievement. Yang Weigua explained with a smile. So that's how it is, and how I didn't know anything about it. Shui Min beamed and couldn't help but feel a little depressed, thinking that last time he said that he would turn around and invite me for dinner, but as a result, he didn't contact people for so many days. The most damnable thing is that you are cooperating with the police, but you didn't even take the time to come over to find yourself, which makes Shui Min can't help but have a few small grudges. By the way, Officer Yang, what's the status of my friend who was acting with me? Qin Shou remembered that before he was taken away by the demonic corpse, Gui Gang was seriously injured, so he could not help but be a little worried at the moment. Qin old brother, don't worry. Last night we sent him to the city hospital overnight. He is now out of danger, but he has been very worried about your well-being, and has been clamoring to get out of the hospital to find you. That's good. Hearing that Gui Gang was not seriously hurt, Qin Shou finally let go of his heart. By the way, Officer Young, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you a favor about. Qin Shou suddenly thought of Nua's matter, and it was just the right time to take this opportunity to get Nua an identity. Elder brother Qin, but say no harm. As long as I can do it, I will definitely try my best. Yang Weigua agreed cheerfully. Officer Young, please follow me. With that, Qin Shou led Yang Weigua and Shui Min towards the cave. The cave wasn't far from here, and it didn't take long for the three of them to arrive near the cave. However, the three of them had just arrived near the cave entrance, when they heard a high-pitched wolf howl. Qin Shou raised his eyes and saw dozens of wild wolves, which had now surrounded the cave. Qin Shou's heart thumped and he said, "Oh no!" Of course, what Qin Shou was worried about was not that Nua would be eaten by the wolves, but that Nua would drain the essence blood of this group of wild wolves in front of the duo of Shui Min and Yang Weigua, and that would be a big deal. Chapter 81, Wolves. Yay! More good food. After Qin Shou went out, Nua sat alone in the cave eating roasted wolf meat. Not to mention, although Nua looked like a little girl of only 5 or 6 years old, with a small body size, her food intake was ridiculously large, and she directly ate a whole roasted wolf all by herself. Even so, Nua stroked her slightly bulging belly, but she still felt a bit unfulfilled. Hiccup dash. Nua burped and smashed her mouth, still savoring the delicious taste of that wolf meat. Right at this moment, Nua heard several low growls of wild wolves coming from the cave entrance. When Nua heard the wolf's howl, she was delighted instead of fearful, squinting her eyes, both of them glowing, instantly becoming excited. La 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 la. Have a roast, have a roast. Nua jumped up and down and rushed out of the cave with joy. This group of wild wolves was originally aggressive, but unexpectedly saw Nua suddenly walk out of the cave, and immediately, like a mouse seeing a cat, they instantly wimped out, not daring to come close to Nua, but rather, with their tails tucked between their legs, they took a few steps back with low growls, and their eyes were filled with scorn and fear. Hee, let's catch one and drink some blood first. Only to see Nua stretching out her fleshy little hand and grabbing in the air. She was about to grab a coyote over to suck its blood, but then she suddenly remembered something and her little hand stopped in mid-air. My brother said that it's only primitive people who drink blood from their hair, and if they suck blood, my brother will definitely be angry. Sticky little fingers resting on her pink chin, tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said to herself, Hee, forget it, it's better to bake it and eat it. Just now that one was eaten up, and my brother only ate a wolf leg, so I'm sure he didn't have enough to eat, so it's just right to bake one for my brother. With that, Nua intended to point out with one finger, intending to summon a flame and directly roast and eat this group of wild wolves. Glutinous, however, before Nua had the chance to strike, she heard Qin Shou's urgent cries coming from the distance. Nua instinctively looked up and saw Qin Shou quickly running towards her side. Don't ever move, little girl, we're here to save you. Yang Legua saw a delicate and lovely little girl surrounded by a group of wolves. The situation is very critical. He is a man of justice and righteousness. His heart is very anxious, and do not care about a lot. Immediately took out his pistol, aimed at the wolves close to Nuonuo as 2 shots, directly killed the closest to Nuonuo as a wild wolf. Ow! Unexpectedly, Yang Legua completely angered this group of wolves. Although these wolves are afraid of Nuonuo, they are not afraid of Yang Legua and the others. The Wolf King let out a high-pitched hissing roar up to the sky, and a group of wild wolves immediately pounced towards Qin Shou and the others like a tidal wave. Mandy, back to back, protect each other's backs. Yang Legua is worthy of being a criminal police officer who has been performing dangerous tasks for many years. He reacts quickly and does not mess up in the slightest, and immediately commands Shuemin, covering each other with himself. As he spoke, he raised his pistol and aimed a burst of continuous fire at the charging wolves. Instantly several of them fell to the ground in response. However, the wolves were not as numerous as 30 or so in fast, and in an instant, they had rushed over and surrounded the 3 of them. Qin Shou had his hands in his pockets and looked calm. He was now at the peak of the Yellow Order and the Great Circle, so as long as they weren't all together besieging him alone, a mere dozen or so wild wolves wouldn't matter at all. Qin Shou lifted his leg and kicked it. The strong wind whistled, only to hear the sound of a fracture click, and directly kicked a wild wolf rushing toward him over to the ground, foaming at the mouth on the spot, and died. On the other hand, Yang Legua and Shuemin were also not showing any weakness, and the guns in their hands opened fire repeatedly, successfully forcing back several coyotes that wanted to get closer. However, this group of wild wolves was also experienced. Hearing the gunshot, immediately adopted an attack strategy, running quickly and irregularly, choosing to roam around, looking for an opportunity to sneak attack. Yang Legua's marksmanship was not bad, and in this situation, he had already shot 2 of them, but Shuemin, although trying to aim and shoot, in the end, or marksmanship worse, and she is also the first time to carry out this kind of extremely dangerous task, and did not in the first line of fighting with the criminals. Some nervous, for a time the shooting method is a bit flustered, even a shot missed. In this instant, a coyote seized the gap of Shuemin's panic. It quickly approached from the side, and then fiercely pounced on Shuemin's arm. If this bite really went down, I'm afraid that Shuemin's arm would have to be ruined on the spot. Look out! Fortunately, Qin Shou saw the opportunity quickly. After resolving a few wolves around himself, there is still spare energy. Saw Shuemin by the wolf pounced on the bite. Without saying a word, immediately rushed over. A hand Shuemin waist hug, pulled to his own back, to avoid the wolf's blow, and then smooth hand as a punch, directly results in the wild wolf. Don't you dare hurt your brother. Nua saw that this group of wild wolves dared to pounce on Qin Shou, and in a flash of anger, her originally clear and translucent little eyes instantly flashed with a strange red aura, and a terrifying baleful aura like a volcanic eruption erupted from her petite body, instantly filling the area of more than 10 meters in a circle. This fiendish chi was strong to the extreme, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to plummet a few points. Even Qin Shou, who was far away, felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and could not help but have a few palpitations. Woo! 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 The wild wolves were scared out of their wits by the terrifying aura emanating from Nua's body, and their original ferocious appearance instantly vanished, replaced by extreme fear. The Wolf King let out a few wailing low growls, tucked his tail, and led the wolves to quickly retreat into the dense forest like a tidal wave. Strange, why did this wolf pack suddenly retreat? Yang Weigua's face showed a trace of doubt. He did not have qigong, only ordinary external kung fu. Just now, although he felt that the surrounding temperature suddenly lowered by a few points, but did not directly feel Nuonual body of the Yin demonic gas, so there are still some confused about the situation. But though it was unknown, he still breathed a long sigh of relief, and his taut nerves relaxed, and he put away the gun in his hand. Brother Qin, can you, let go? Just then, Xue Min's voice came out as thin as a mosquito hum. Her pretty face was as red and delicate as a ripe apple, and she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Shou. Hey, just now it was all to save you. In the heat of the moment, more offense. Sorry. In fact, Qin Shou just now, even if he didn't touch Xue Min, he still had the ability to save her from the mouth of the wild wolves, and the action he just took to embrace his waist, that was purely for mooching. But even so, when Qin Shou said this, he still secretly activated the skill, Artful Tongue, so that Xue Min would be able to believe his own bull ********. Qin Shou reluctantly let go of Xue Min's soft little waist. Closing his hand, also did not forget to gently pinch Xue Min's waist on the tender flesh. His heart secretly said, this girl is really watery and watery. The figure is really good to burst. Is most men like, slightly fat just right type. The place that there is meat all have. Qin Shou this sneaky pinch. Xue Min naturally noticed. Her pretty face even more red, like a burning flame, her eyes in the middle of anger, but also with a hint of shyness. White Qin Shou a glance, said, you this guy, take advantage of me is not enough However, for some reason, Xue Min's heart was bursting with a little sweetness, just like this feeling of being taken advantage of by Qin Shou. I can't imagine that you're such a great fighter. Old brother Qin, no wonder Mayor Rin would fancy you and let you play the bait. I, Yang Weigua, admire you. Yang Weigua after all is the criminal police team. Eyesight is naturally there. Just now Qin Shou dealt with the coyote those few times. The hands of the athletic, the strength of the strong, all let him look at the dizzying. The heart cannot help but secretly marvel. Previously, he had doubts about why Ren Jing had asked Qin Shou to be the bait, but now that he had seen Qin Shou's ability, his doubts were dispelled. Chapter 82, Give Nua an identity first. Elder brother Yang is overpraising. I've learned some punches and kicks. It's just three-legged kung fu. It's not enough. Qin Shou smiled in mock modesty. Qin old brother is young. Not only is he capable, I can't imagine that he's also so humble. Marvelous. You're a friend. I, Yang Weigua, have made a deal. Yang Weigua this person nature straightforward, most like capable people. How can he not see? Qin Shou this is not a three-legged cat kung fu. Even those elite in the criminal police team, I guess there are not many people can beat him. He had a rough judgment of Qin Shou's strength in his heart, and immediately started to befriend him. Brother, are you okay? While the two of them were talking, Nua had already transformed back into an ordinary little girl's appearance, and she trotted over towards the two of them with a brisk pace. Nua's big watery eyes fluttered, and her little face was filled with concern as she stared tightly at Qin Shou. Brother is fine. Nua don't worry. Qin Shou looked at Nua's nervous little look. His heart couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth, and said that it would be nice to have such a little daughter. Qin Shou smiled and touched Nua's delicate little face, which felt delicate and smooth, and he couldn't let go of his hand. It's good that brother is okay. When Nua heard Qin Shou say that she was fine, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face, which was even more adorable. Wow, whose porcelain doll is this? It's so pretty and cute too. Xue Min, who was on the side, saw such a delicate little girl as Nuo, and immediately became a young girl. Her face was filled with love, and she couldn't wait to run over and hug Nuo immediately. However, when Nua saw Xue Min, she frowned and was somewhat resistant to her. She instinctively took a few steps back towards Qin Shou. Damn it, I can't believe you won't let me hold it. Xue Min liked Nua from the first moment she saw her. At this moment, when she saw that Nua unexpectedly did not allow herself to be hugged, she immediately felt a sense of loss, and was a bit angry, but there was nothing she could do about it. Qin Shou looked at Xue Min's girlish appearance and couldn't help but smile as he said to Nua, this is Sister Xue Min, brother's good friend, and Nua's good friend in the future. Okay? What's a good friend again? Brother? Nua blinked her big watery eyes with a puzzled expression. A best friend is the best and most important person. Like a brother. Understand? Oh, Gnome got it. Nua Nua rested her chin thoughtfully, then nodded vigorously. Why does she look as if she is somewhat uninitiated? Yang Weigua, who was on the side, couldn't help but frown when he saw that Nua Nua didn't even know what a good friend was, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. I rescued her from inside the Blood God cult's headquarters, and when I found her, she was already a bit demented from the shock, and didn't remember anything, Qin Shou hurriedly explained, while secretly launching the skill, Artful Tongue, lest Yang Weigui and Shui Min would not believe it and see the cracks. Nua Nua is not stupid. Nua Nua is smart. Hearing Qin Shou say that he was scared silly, Nua Nua instantly became a little unimpressed, puffing out her cheeks and muttering in dissatisfaction. Okay, you're the smartest okay. Shui Min smiled and touched Nua Nua's head. Her fingers gently stroked through Nua Nua's soft hair. Her heart was sour for no reason, feeling that this cute little girl was really too pitiful, having suffered such misfortune at such a young age. Hearing Qin Shou's words, this time Nua Nua did not dodge again. Humph, this group is simply worse than beasts. I can't believe they won't even let go of such a small little girl. Yang Weigua heard, the anger in his heart can no longer be suppressed, angrily smashed his fist on the side of the tree trunk, issued a bang sound muffled. Seeing this, Qin Shou confirmed that Yang Weigua and Shui Min had believed his words, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart that he had finally muddled through. Brother Yang, she doesn't remember anything, and now she has no identity. I have an idea. I want to adopt this little girl. I don't know if the police, can they help me get her an identity? Qin Shou struck the iron while it was hot and made his request. In today's society, if one wanted to adopt Nua Nua, it would be difficult to move forward without getting Nua Nua a normal identity. This is a good idea. I think old brother Qin. How about this? We police first try our best to find her biological parents for her. If we find them, I think it's better to give the child to her parents. If we really can't find them, I'll help her get a new identity, and you'll adopt her as a guardianship agent. I don't know if you have any opinion on that, old brother Qin? Then thank you, elder brother Yang, Qin Shou said gratefully. Yang Weigua waved his hand and laughed. What is this about old brother Qin? This is something that we, who are police officers, have a part to play. Have to say, Yang Weigua do things. Thoughtful. The first thought is first for Nua Nua to find biological parents, but Qin Shou is not worried at all, because Nua Nua is practiced out of the devil corpse. There is a hammer parents. To say that there is, that is also has been killed by her own hands of the blood god sect master ghost old. I don't want any real parents. I want to follow my brother. Unexpectedly, when Yang Weigua's words came out, Nua Nua disagreed, tightly hugging Qin Shou's arm, her little head shaking like a rattle drum. She firmly said, Nua Nua is good. Even if Nua Nua finds her mom and dad in the future, brother can still stay by Nua Nua's side. Qin Shou was afraid that Nua Nua would miss the stuffing, so he hurriedly comforted her, and by the way, he also unleashed the skill of speak like a mouth on Nua Nua. Is it true that brother won't leave Nua Nua? It had to be said that Qin Shou's skills were indeed good, and they were effective on a few-year-old girls. When Nua Nua heard Qin Shou's words, Nua Nua's eyes really flashed with a hint of hesitation, somewhat confused. Of course, brother will never leave Nua Nua. Qin Shou solemnly nodded and said, that's good. Hearing Qin Shou's promise, Nua Nua immediately cheered up and revealed a bright smile. Yes, Nua Nua. Sister will also accompany Nua Nua by her side. Oh, don't be afraid. Those bad guys from the Blood God sect will never be able to bully Nua Nua again. Shui Min on the side looked at Nua Nua's innocent and lovely appearance. Her nose was again sore. She felt that this little girl was really too pitiful. She had experienced so much suffering at a young age. She must have been tortured by the gang of demons from the Blood God sect, and only then did she become so dependent on Qin Shou. Qin Shou secretly slandered in his heart as he said, and the Blood God cult bullied her? The Blood God sect was destroyed by her. Blood God cult. That name is so familiar. After hearing these three words, a trace of red aura flashed imperceptibly in Nua Nua's eyes, and her small fingers gently rubbed together as she fell into deep thought, apparently evoking a trace of her memories. Qin Shou clucked his tongue and said, I'll be damned. Don't think about it. Nua Nua. Well, don't think nonsense. It's time for us to go back down the mountain. Down the mountain to help Nua Nua find her mom and dad. Qin Shou hurriedly changed the topic, but did not dare to let Nua Nua continue to reminisce. That's fine. Then I'll allow you to just help me find my mom and dad. Saying this, Nua Nua pointed at Yang Weigua, her thoughts having been pulled back from the doubts she had just experienced, and resumed her naive appearance. Teen Yang, hurry over to the Blood God sect's lair. Something's wrong. Nua Nua's words had just fallen, only to see a young criminal police member, panting, jogging towards the three this side, only to see his face pale, tired and sweating, his expression and the eagerness, and even with a few points of panic. Chapter 83, The corpse has changed. Something has happened? Could it be that there are still remnants of the blood god sect? Or is that demonic corpse back again? Yang Weiguo was shocked at his words, although he hadn't directly fought with the demonic corpse, but after all, Mayor Ren Jing had seen it with his own eyes, and had already informed him of all the things that happened yesterday, and Yang Weiguo in the criminal police team to do a long time. What kind of strange cases have seen, but also had contact with some common sense cannot explain the case, more or less on these strange things, but also some understanding, so the first reaction is to think that the devil corpse and killed back. Neither. The young detective shook his head and jogged all the way over, still a little winded from talking. Xiao Zhang, don't be in a hurry, take a breath first. Xue Min, who was on the side, couldn't help but remind him. Criminal police officer Xiao Zhang patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief before he spoke. Teen Yang, hurry over and take a look. Something big has happened. The dead bodies of those blood god cultists are alive again. They've all turned into zombies. What? Necrophilia. Hurry and take me there. Yang Weiguo heard, immediately shocked, although he indirectly contacted this kind of thing, but after all, he has not directly seen the corpse change this kind of thing. It is really a little difficult for him to believe. Master, let's go over and take a look too. There's something fishy. Qin Shou originally did not intend to get involved in this mess. After all, in his opinion, anyway, now that the police mission has been accomplished, the money is already in hand. This kind of crap, as far away as you can hide. However, he didn't expect that right at that moment. Linger's voice once again sounded in his mind. Fishy? Isn't it normal for corpses to turn when they use parasites? It's not like we haven't seen it before. Qin Shou had a puzzled look on his face. He had seen those members of the blood god sect who couldn't be killed no matter how hard they tried before, and he felt that things like necrophilia were really normal. Master, you don't know. Things like parasites are usually parasitized in human blood. Previously, the demonic corpse drained the essence blood of this group of people and killed all the parasites in their bodies in passing. So the necrophilia of the members of this blood god sect is not because of the parasites in their bodies. It's likely that they've actually turned into zombies. Spirit explained patiently. Real zombies? I'll go. It's so evil. Then you still let me go over there. Qin Shou sniffing. Said this dog system, how where there is a pit she let me jump to where. Heart cannot help but some resistance. After all, zombies this kind of thing. Sounds creepy. Master, no cursing allowed. I'm doing this for your own good. Seemingly sensing what was on Qin Shou's mind, Linger pouted with some dissatisfaction. Hey, I'm just thinking, don't take it seriously. Qin Shou burst out laughing and hurriedly explained. Brother Qin, what are you laughing at? You don't believe in zombies? Do you think this kind of thing is funny? Yang Weiguo, who was on the side, saw Qin Shou smiling inexplicably and frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. After all, the situation was now serious. Don't misunderstand me, Brother Yang. I just remembered something happy. Qin Shou hurriedly covered his mouth with a serious face. Come on, let's go check it out. Yang Weiguo knew that the situation was urgent and did not want to waste any more time, too lazy to be entangled in this kind of small matter, and said to Zhang Bin, the criminal police officer who was at the side, Brother Yang, why don't you take me over there as well? I've been in contact with the people of the blood god sect before, and I've seen their methods of how they can't be killed, so maybe there's some help. Yang Weiguo was just about to move, when Qin Shou immediately proposed. Yang Weiguo froze, not expecting such a dangerous thing. Qin Shou would actually take the initiative to ask to follow him there. However, he recalled the previous Qin Shou's skill. It was indeed extraordinary. They were originally here to make good, so they brought over not many combatants. At this moment, one more helper is one more. Thinking of this, Yang Weiguo nodded and said, good, then come over and take a look together. Brother Qin, 5 people under the leadership of Zhang Bin, all the way jogging, came to the entrance of the cave where the blood god religion, only to see that at the moment the entrance of the cave stood 7 or 8 people, all the members of the Interpol team. At the moment these people are all gloomy. The atmosphere is very depressing. Teen Yang, when the people saw Yang Weiguo coming over, they were like seeing the backbone, and immediately leaned toward Yang Weiguo. What's the situation now? Where's Wang Tao? And Dr. Zhong? Yang Weiguo as the captain of the criminal police team. Under the hands of which people? He is clear. The first time they found his team members Wang Tao, and came to do crime scene analysis of forensic Zhong Hong disappeared, the heart cannot help but thump. Teen Yang, they're in there. One of the young criminal police officers pointed to the inside of the cave, his voice trembling a little, obviously in shock. Assholes, how could you leave your teammates behind? When Yang Weigua heard that Wang Tao and Zhong Hong were actually still in the cave, life and death uncertain, he immediately turned blue, and a wave of anger surged to his heart. Team Yang, we were analyzing the crime scene with Dr. Zhong, who knew that those corpses on the ground. Surprisingly, one by one, all climbed up, biting at the sight of people. We couldn't kill them, the bullets hit them like steel. They didn't work at all. We had no choice but to rush out instinctively. More than 100 corpses all came to life at that time. The scene was very chaotic, and we couldn't care about each other at all. Wang Tao took Dr. Zhong all the way deep into the innermost. We escaped to know that they were trapped inside. But don't worry, Yang team, the walkie-talkie is still there. Wang Tao and Dr. Zhong are now trapped inside the innermost chamber and can't get out. But the group of zombies outside, as if they are afraid of something, also don't dare to go in. So they are not in danger of their lives for the time being. Seeing Yang Weigui get angry, Zhang Bin, who was on the side, hurriedly explained. Even so, you shouldn't have left your teammates behind. Hearing that the two of them, Wang Tao and Zhong Hong, were not in danger of their lives for the time being, Yang Weigua's face eased a little, but he was still a little dissatisfied with the behavior of the other criminal police officers who left their teammates behind. At that moment, a zombie suddenly swung to the entrance of the cave and hissed at the people outside the cave, showing their teeth. This sudden scene scared Xuemin into a shriek of shock. Her face lost color, and she hastily took a step back, right into Qin Shou's arms. Qin Shou instinctively hugged Xuemin, only to feel that he was pushed by a pair of soft and elastic things, and his heart could not help but feel a wave. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. A bad smile appeared on Qin Shou's face as he comforted Xuemin while secretly feeling the soft touch in his arms. Xuemin's pretty face flushed red, realizing that she had actually leaned into Qin Shou's arms. She hurriedly pushed Qin Shou away, a little bit of shame in her heart, but there were some indescribable emotions surging in her heart. Fortunately, this zombie is obviously a little afraid of sunlight. Walked to the place where the sunlight can be reached, then stopped. Do not dare to take a step forward. Yang Weigua saw the situation, without saying a word. Pulling the gun is to shoot 3 rounds. However, these 3 rounds of bullets in the zombie body, but no effect, as if hitting the steel in general, only the zombie will be forced back a few steps, and did not cause any substantial damage to the zombie. On the contrary, because the sound of the gunshot was too loud, it attracted more than 10 zombies hanging around in the neighborhood, and these zombies heard the sound of the gunshot. Just like sharks who smelled the smell of blood, they all gathered at the entrance of the cave, blocking the cave entrance tightly. Chapter 84. What now? Seeing so many zombies gathered at the entrance of the cave, all the people are somewhat at a loss, so rashly rushed in, facing hundreds of zombies rushed up together, is tantamount to sending death. There is no chance of winning. Master, the baneful blood demon corpse is the king of corpses and is born with bloodline suppression. If you take Nua in, these zombies will definitely not dare to do anything to you. Just as the crowd was at a loss, the linger in Qin Shou's mind suddenly reminded. There's such a thing? Don't you dare lie to me. When Qin Shou heard this, he was both shocked and delighted. Yet he couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. If Master doesn't believe me, he can try, Spirit said in a determined tone. Damn, it would be cool if I died trying. Qin Shou was still a little hesitant. After all, this is related to the safety of their own lives. They are not reborn with great difficulty. They do not want to be anything out of the ordinary. Obscene development is the king's way. Master doesn't have to be so timid. Now that you are at the peak of the Yellow Order, your strength is extraordinary. What's more, you still have Nua by your side. With its shelter, you will definitely be safe and sound. Even without Nua, with your current strength, it is more than enough to deal with 7 or 8 zombies. Although these zombies are physically strong and difficult to injure with swords and spears, true chi can cause damage to them. Is there a mission reward? This is a small quest anyways. Qin Shou was always unprofitable, and again wanted to pit some benefits from Linger. After all, this was risking his life, so how could he have some rewards? Of course I did. Ding, temporary quest released, Blood God Cult Cave Exploration, randomly dropping rewards below the Xian rank after completion. Damn, so stingy. It's only below the Xian rank. Qin Shou said in his heart that this is a life-threatening mission. You hole so stingy. Master, don't complain. This is a short-term mission. It's already rare to have a Xian rank reward. Linger covered her mouth and laughed lightly, having anticipated Qin Shou's reaction. Alright, it's, Qin Shou said in his heart that a fly is meat even if it is small, as long as there are benefits to fish. Making up his mind, Qin Shou immediately proposed to Yang Weigua. Brother Yang, I think I should go in and take a look. How can this be? This kind of thing is too dangerous. If I have to go in, I'll be the one to go in. Yang Weigui immediately shook his head, his tone decisive. In his opinion, this was his part of the business, and the matter was so dangerous that he, as a criminal police officer himself, could never shirk such a dangerous matter to an ordinary person. Brother Yang, you don't know. My little brother once learned some Taoist techniques some years ago. With the amulet in my body, these zombies don't dare to come near me at will. Seeing that Yang Weigui did not agree, Qin Shou could only make up a random reason. However, Qin Shou also knew in his heart that his reason was really a bit of bull asterisk. So when he said this, he secretly unleashed the dual skills, artful tongue, as well as controlling the whole situation. This, sure enough, under the weight of Qin Shou's dual skills, Yang Weigui actually believed such nonsense as Qin Shou knowing Taoism. He was a bit hesitant at once. This situation now was not something that they, the police, could handle. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts, and it might really be necessary to find some Taoist priests to do so. If you don't believe me, Brother Yang, I'll try to show you here. With that, Qin Shou took Nua's hand and pretended to strut towards the cave. However, although Qin Shou pretended to be relaxed, but the heart is 7 on the floor, scared to death. After all, this is a zombie. As a child, Qin Shou Lin Zhangying's movie did not see less. That is a childhood shadow. Who can not be afraid of? Grasping Nuo's hands are a little sweaty. Slow down. Old brother Qin, you can just go in by yourself here. There's no need to bring a child. It's too dangerous. Yang Weigui saw that Qin Shou was actually holding Nuo and immediately opened his mouth to stop it. Wherever my brother goes, I go. What do you care? When Nuo heard that Yang Weigui wouldn't let Qin Shou bring himself along, he was instantly displeased. Tooting her little mouth and puffing out her cheeks, she looked puffed up. It's Dash. Hey, little girl, good girl, you don't understand. It's dangerous. Come to uncle. Yang Weigui froze for a moment at Nuo's dislike, and instantly pulled back a bit, but still managed to squeeze out a smile and coaxed with an old face. However, Yang Weigui country face, born with a serious face, looking at the expression of some embarrassment, which smiled and coaxed the child, like a great gold curator. No. I just want my brother. Nuo stubbornly twisted her head away, her two small hands tightly hugging Qin Shou's arm, not wanting to pay any attention to Yang Weigui at all. Brother Yang, this child is clinging to me like crazy, and with her around, those zombies will be even more afraid to come close. Qin Shou let out a sarcastic laugh, and with a twinkle in his eye, he planned to make up another excuse. What? There's this kind of argument? Yang Weigui froze at hearing this, disbelief written all over his face. Brother Yang, you don't know. Nuo is innocent, is the heart of a red child, and the protective magic treasure on my body needs to have the heart of a red child before it can be activated. So without Nuo on the side, I really don't dare to go in rashly. Qin Shou was bull ting in a serious manner, speaking in a serious manner, under the enhancement of his various skills, with such a bull reasoning, he was bluffing Yang Weigui to be a bit half-hearted. If you don't believe me, Brother Yang, you'll know if you take a look. Saying that, Qin Shou released Nuo's hand and signaled her to take 2 steps back. Nuo, you take 2 steps back first. Oh, okay. Nuo nodded her head obediently and did as she was told. Unexpectedly, Nuo had just retreated 2 steps away, and the zombie group, which was originally quite quiet, immediately became ferocious, grimacing as they issued a low roar towards Qin Shou. Fortunately, at this moment, the sunlight still shines near the entrance of the cave, and this group of zombies do not dare to do anything to Qin Shou. Nuo, come over here. After seeing the reaction of this group of zombies, Qin Shou felt a bit furious in his heart and hurriedly told Nuo to return to his side. Okay, brother. When Nuo heard this, she immediately took her short little legs and ran quickly to Qin Shou's side. When Nuo saw that these zombies actually dared to bare their teeth at her brother, she was a little upset, her brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of an imperceptible red aura flashed through her eyes. When the group of zombies felt the aura emanating from Nuo's body, it was like a flock of sheep seeing a tiger or a leopard. They immediately shrank in fear and retreated several steps, and even the expression on their faces became a few points more well-behaved. Hey, how about it? Brother Yang, I didn't lie to you. Qin Shou smiled and looked back at Yang Weigui. When a group of people at the cave entrance saw the situation, each of them looked at me, and looked at each other in disbelief. For a while, they couldn't understand whether it was Qin Shou's profound Taoism, the amulet's effectiveness, or Nuo's power. Cough. In that case, I can only rely on you, old brother Qin. Seeing this, Yang Weigui couldn't say anything more. but only coughed dryly and agreed for Qin Shou to go in. But old brother Qin, you take these two things. Saying that, Yang Weiguo unloaded the matching gun in his own hand. After carefully checking it and loading it with bullets, he took down a walkie-talkie from a teammate on the side and handed it to Qin Shou along with it. Old brother Qin, no matter if you can bring Wang Tao and the others out today, I, Yang Weiguo, recognize you as my brother. In the future, as long as there's anything that needs my help, I, Yang Weiguo, will definitely be obliged. Yang Weiguo face serious, tone sincere. These words from the heart, so that Qin Shou cannot help but also have a few touches. Okay, thanks Yang. I'll go in first then. Qin Shou took the walkie-talkie and firearms handed over by Yang Weiguo, thinking that this Yang Weiguo is meticulous and straightforward, and is a friend worth making friends with. Elder brother Qin is not saying anything. I should be the one to thank you. Yang Weiguo smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, Elder brother Qin, don't force everything, keeping yourself safe is most important. If I really can't bring them out, I'll think of another way. Aha. Qin Shou nodded and without further ado, he pulled Nua's small hand and walked into the dark cave. Chapter 85, Bronze Coffin. At first, Qin Shou was still a little apprehensive, but as he realized that when he took a few steps forward, the zombies retreated backward like a tidal wave, his heart finally settled down, confirming that the group of zombies were indeed wary of Nua. Brother Qin, Jiang Tao and Dr. Zhong are right in the middle, behind the biggest stone door. You can just go straight there. Qin Shou had just walked in not more than a few steps when Yang Weiguo's low voice rang out over the intercom. Understood. Qin Shou responded into the intercom, and then walked straight toward the largest stone door. Before Qin Shou even got close to the stone door, he felt a bone-chilling coldness come over him, freezing his body and instinctively shivering. I'll go. It's so cold. I'm afraid the people in here have to freeze to death. Qin Shou couldn't help but mutter to himself. Qin Shou's body was shaking slightly, and Nua's body was shaking as well. However, very different from Qin Shou, Nua was not shivering because of the cold, but because of excitement. Qin Shou could clearly feel Nua's eyes getting more and more eager as he approached the stone door. This longing came entirely from her instincts, and even Nua herself couldn't figure out exactly what she was excited about. Master, there's something weird and evil inside this stone door. While Qin Shou was wondering, the linger in his mind spoke again, her voice carrying a hint of gravity. There's still no need for you to say. It's as cold as an ice cellar inside this ing place. I don't need you to say that I know it's not clean here. Qin Shou heartily replied back in a bad mood. The doubts in his heart intensified. It's not just the temperature. Master, look under your feet. Spirit reminded. Qin Shou sniffed and instinctively looked down at his feet, only to see that within the door, there was a trace of black mist as thick as substance that was slowly drifting out from the cracks of the door. Holy, what the hell is this? Poisonous gas? Qin Shou was so frightened that he instinctively jumped back a step and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose, lest he inhale any harmful substances. Don't worry too much. This is Yin Fury Qi. It can't poison anyone. However, normal people who have been exposed to it for a long time will easily be poisoned. If it's light, they will be very sick. If it's heavy, the evil spirit will enter their body and their soul will be damaged. The spirit within Qin Shou's mind comforted, voice with a hint of helplessness, only to feel that this master of his is really too timid a bit. Playing the game must be the legendary old 6. ****** me. That doesn't sound much better than poison gas. I guess I'd better bugger off. When Qin Shou heard Linger's words, he turned around without saying a word and wanted to bolt. However, Qin Shou pulled on Nua, but realized that she was like she had roots and couldn't be pulled at all. Brother, I want to go inside. Nua raised her head and looked blearily at Qin Shou with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Obviously the things inside the stone door were very tempting to her. Now Qin Shou is in a dilemma. Without Nua by his side, he can't handle those 100 plus zombies. Qin Shou can't help but spit out this ********* ing system mission in his heart. It really pits people to death. Master don't need to worry too much, even though Master only has a cultivation of peak yellow rank, but what you have in your body is actually not true Qi, but spiritual Qi. Your skill of extracting Yin and replenishing Yang is actually a method of cultivating immortality. Compared to the true Qi cultivated out of ordinary martial arts cultivation, the grade is quite a bit higher, and in a short period of time, you can resist the Yin Fury Qi of this place. Seeing that Qin Shou wanted to leave, Linger quickly spoke out in relief. Tell me straight, how long can I resist? Qin Shou didn't have the heart to say. Half an hour at the most. Alright, then go in and take a look. Half an hour. That should be enough. Qin Shou gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since Nua refused to leave, he could only risk going in to see what was going on. But I finally figured out why the Blood God Church chose this place as its lair. Qin Shou had just planned to move, when Linger suddenly spoke thoughtfully. This fateful blood demon corpse. The conditions for successful refining are extremely harsh. In addition to needing the blood of at least 990 women, it also has to be born in a place of extreme yin, sucking the yin and fates in the earth's chi. And this place just meets this condition. However, Master, yin fury chi that is so dense to this degree is generally unlikely to be naturally formed. I'm only afraid that there is something inside. Spirit explained. Whatever's there, let's go in first and see what's there. Saying that, Qin Shou took Nua's small hand and stepped inside the stone door with a guarded face. Qin Shou, but just as soon as he went in, what met his eyes was a huge bronze coffin, lying quietly in the center of the stone room. The sinister chi is slowly overflowing from the cracks of the lid of the bronze coffin. Holy, what is this? Qin Shou was instinctively startled in his heart. A chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and he went on full alert. Qin Shou waited for a long time and didn't find any other movement. Only then did he settle down a little, forcibly suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, cautiously approaching and carefully observing the huge bronze coffin. This bronze coffin showed an ancient and heavy bronze color all over, with complicated and ancient patterns carved on it, giving people a sense of ancient vicissitudes. However, amazingly, the body of the bronze coffin is like a brand new general, smooth and incomparable. Do not see the slightest trace of age erosion to, as if just casting from the general. And before this bronze coffin, there is an arching stone futon. The surface of the futon has been worn very smooth, obviously due to years and years of being kneeling. Master, what's carved on it? Is the writing from the ancient era of the flood? While Qin Shou was wondering, the Linger in his mind suddenly spoke. The ancient age of the flood? Qin Shou was even more surprised when he heard this. Nice. The spirit nodded with certainty that this was the writing of the time in which I was created. What's it about? Tell me quickly. Qin Shou asked eagerly. Who are you? Just as Qin Shou's attention was completely focused on this bronze coffin, he suddenly heard a somewhat trembling, hoarse voice. This voice came out of nowhere, low and hoarse, like a ghost. Scared Qin Shou hairs stand up. Thought it was the coffin side of this turned into a ghost come to life. Scared him backward several steps. Looked nervous staring at the copper coffin. Senior, I'm just passing by to make a soy sauce and mistakenly entered this place. I hope Senior won't be offended. Qin Shou shivered and pleaded, his voice trembling a bit, almost as if he was directly kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. What Senior? You're not from our criminal police force? The voice said with a faint breath, sounding very weak. Not the one inside the coffin. When Qin Shou heard this second sentence, he realized that he was too nervous just now and that he had made a mistake. He said, this is a big shame. It was only at this moment when he calmed down that Qin Shou heard that the voice was coming from behind the coffin. He carefully walked around the coffin, and only then did he realize that behind the coffin, there was indeed a man and a woman huddled together. Their bodies were shivering with cold at the moment, and they were hugging each other tightly to keep each other warm. The woman, perhaps because the temperature here is too low, coupled with the yin fury gas into the body, has fainted, pale and scary. The man still had a breath left, but he was also dying, and the situation was not too optimistic. Chapter 86, The Pretender Qin Shou. Ahem. Qin Shou dryly coughed twice, trying to alleviate the awkward atmosphere just now. After all, it was so embarrassing just now that he was close to kneeling down for others. Immediately afterward, Qin Shou put on a serious face and said to the two, You're Jiang Tao, aren't you? I'm here to take you out. Qin Shou looked at the two people in front of him, one wearing a police uniform and the other wearing a white coat, and in his heart, he had already confirmed that these two people should be Jiang Tao and Zhong Hong. You are? Jiang Tao looked at Qin Shou with a puzzled expression, obviously not recognizing him. Cut the crap. You guys are in bad shape. It's too late if you don't leave. Qin Shou did not say anything. A pull up Jiang Tao. The other hand along the trend of the woman in Jiang Tao's arms also pulled up, and then embraced in the arms, into the hands of the soft to the extreme. Qin Shou wrapped his arms around Zhong Hong, only to feel the softness squeezing his chest, and couldn't help but feel that this female forensic pathologist had a lot of capital. Qin Shou could not help but turn his head to look, only to see that this forensic pathologist was currently pale and her eyes were tightly closed, but it was hard to hide her exquisite face. Even in a coma, she could be seen as a beauty. This female medical examiner Zhong Hong had a hot body, not losing to Xue Min in the slightest, but her appearance was completely different from Xue Min's type. Xue Min was a cute and lively type, while this female forensic pathologist, although her eyes were closed, she could tell that she should be a cold imperial sister type. With that, Qin Shou walked towards the outside of the cave with one person on one side of his arms around his waist. Fortunately, now that his realm had increased greatly, his strength was also much stronger than in the past, so it wasn't too much of a strain for one person to walk with his arms around two people. Nua, I'll bring you back later. For now let's get out, okay? Qin Shou softly pacified Nua. He knew that the little girl had an unusual fascination with the fiendish chi inside that bronze coffin. However, Zhang Tao and Zhong Hong were already about to be unable to support themselves, so if they continued to stay here, he was afraid that their lives would be in danger. Therefore, he could only persuade Nua to leave for the time being. Okay, Gnome knows. Nua seemed to have guessed Qin Shou's thoughts and nodded her head obediently. In her large, watery eyes, although she still carried a trace of attachment to the fiendish chi inside the bronze coffin, she still understood and did not say anything more. As long as Qin Shou was still willing to bring her back, Nua was happy, feeling that her brother still cared about her and warmed her heart. While holding both Zhang Tao and Zhong Hong, Qin Shou secretly transmitted a trace of aura to them. Although this aura was weak, for the two people who were already on the verge of unconsciousness, it was like a rainfall after a long drought, quickly restoring some of their physical strength. As a result, both of them were in a much better state, and with Qin Shou's assistance, they both came to their senses somewhat. You let go of me. As soon as the female medical examiner Zhong Hong woke up, she realized that her waist was wrapped around a man's arm, and she immediately felt a wave of discomfort. In her line of work as a forensic pathologist, she is in contact with dead bodies all day long, so despite her good looks, she has yet to have a serious relationship at the age of 29. In fact, she has also been in the family under the requirements of the marriage. But why every time you mention their own careers, the other party immediately changed color, did not hesitate to refuse, even if she conditions in all aspects, obviously much better than the other party. Our other people refused to her. This caused Zhong Hong to take a huff and vow never to look for a man again. Thus, although Zhong Hong was not young, she knew almost nothing about men and women due to her profession. At this moment, being embraced by an unfamiliar man around her waist, she instantly felt a wave of shame, and a hot stream surged up to her cheeks. Despite the weakness of her entire body, she still wanted to break free, but there was nothing she could do about it. Ding! The system has detected the host holding a strange beauty. Issue a mission to take down this forensic beauty. I wipe blue. System, you excessive C1 love 1 all refuse to let go. Qin Shou is this kind of person? Qin Shou secretly spat in his heart, saying that this system is really too bad. Letting him chase after one when he meets one is simply abusive. Qin Shou, actually just want to be a good person, okay? However, Qin Shou thought for a moment that since the system had already released the mission, there was nothing that could be done about it, so he could only accept it reluctantly. There is no choice. There is absolutely no choice. If there is a next life, he hopes to be a good person who is dedicated to love. This life is even. Thinking of this, Qin Shou immediately turned his head to look at the bell rainbow at his waist and activated the skill, Invincible Eagle Eyes. Name, Zhong Hong. Age, 29. Height, 174. Weight, 110. Circumference, 89. 60. 88 inch. Characteristics, Ice Beauty. Often rejected by men because of her profession. Vowed never to fall in love again. But in fact, her heart is on fire. Longing to be loved. Taken down with a passionate attack. Why don't you let go of me? Seeing that Qin Shou surprisingly did not let go of himself, but instead looked at himself with more and more unbridled eyes, Zhong Hong was even more mortified, and a hot stream of water surged up to her cheeks. She was originally in fury chi into the body limp and weak. At this moment want to resist, but cannot make strength, can only be powerless small fist pounding chest. This was simply like a massage, and Qin Shou was extremely flattered and comfortable, and there was even a hint of enjoyment on his face. Zhong Hong saw the expression on Qin Shou's face in her eyes, and was even more exasperated, only feeling that this person was simply a smelly hooligan and detestable. Don't move if you want to live. I'll get you out of here. Qin Shou suddenly had a straight face. Since he wanted to take down this forensic sister, he naturally had to go to some lengths. Then Qin Shou's skills of clever tongue, manliness, controlling the whole situation, bombarded Zhong Hong with a bunch of divine skills. Where would Zhong Hong be able to carry this triple skill frenzy? And sure enough, she was instantly confused. The eyes that looked at Qin Shou were a little bit mesmerized, and she couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at him. She only felt that the more she looked at Qin Shou, the better she looked at him, and for a while, she actually thought that he was so handsome and manly, and that it seemed quite good to be hugged by him. If only he was my boyfriend and didn't mind my profession. This moment of effort, Zhong Hong surprisingly some thoughts flying no edge all. The child what to call it is almost ready to think. Dude, don't. There are zombies out there. Just as Zhong Hong was mesmerized by Qin Shou, Zhang Tao suddenly opened his mouth and reminded him. Zhong Hong was still immersed in her fantasies. Suddenly her thoughts were pulled back by Jiang Tao. For a moment her cheeks flushed red. She thought to herself, when did she become so restless inside? And she wasn't ashamed that she was actually on the verge of thinking of a child's name. It's fine. A mere zombie. What's there to worry about? The old man's Taoism is profound. One look and a little trick will make them retreat. Qin Shou held his head high and put on an inscrutable look. And the pretender Ben criminal did not run away. Sure enough, Qin Shou assisted the two of them and just swaggered out of this stone room, with Nua following close behind. After exiting the stone room, Qin Shou's eyes casually glanced at the world, and that stance was simply out of the corner of his eye. Seeing this, Nua beside Qin Shou also followed suit and glanced viciously towards those zombies. Once those zombies saw Qin Shou, they were really scared out of their wits and retreated. Not to mention making a scene, they didn't even dare to get close. Do not even dare to look at this side of a glance. One of them are scared to turn their backs. That coy appearance, where is still like a vicious zombie, is simply a small daughter-in-law to see the in-laws. Holy, this. Jiang Tao's entire worldview had been turned upside down by Qin Shou. Was this still the zombie that had just chased and bitten him? For a moment, Jiang Tao's eyes changed as he looked at Qin Shou, only feeling that Qin Shou was incomparably magnificent. Simply a worldly man. With such a scene, Zhong Hong on the side was naturally even more confused. She had already been mesmerized by Qin Shou's skills, and now she was looking at such a magnificent image of Qin Shou, and then she remembered the zombie's ferocious pursuit of her appearance just now. For a moment, she only felt as if a circle of light appeared behind Qin Shou's head, and Qin Shou's body was practically glowing, with 10,000 golden lights, so dazzling that it was almost as if she could not open her eyes a little bit, and was brightly blinded all the time. Chapter 87, The Honorable Qin Chivalry. Just like that, the corner of Qin Shou's mouth raised a trace of an inscrutable smile, looking like a worldly superior, assisting one person with one hand, and in the midst of the adoring gazes of the two of them, he swaggered out of the cave. Team Yang, they're coming out. Outside the cave entrance, the crowd waited in anticipation with anxious expressions. When they saw Qin Shou's figure, loud cheers erupted. Each one of them was excited, and they all gathered around Qin Shou, the hero. Yang Weiguo was so excited that he burst into tears when he saw that Qin Shou had actually come out unharmed with the two of them. With an arrow step, he rushed forward and grabbed Qin Shou's shoulder, saying with a somewhat choked voice, "Brother Qin, thank you so much. You are truly our great benefactor. It's just a small matter, not enough to worry about. Brother Yang, your team member has been hit by the Infuri Qi. His body isn't too good, so hurry up and help him to the hospital." Qin Shou pretended to look like he was in the clouds and casually waved his hand before he pushed Jiang Tao over with one hand. Without saying a word, Yang Weiguo immediately held Jiang Tao's arm. Seeing this, the other criminal police officers immediately trotted over, each one leaping forward, intending to take over Zhong Hong and Qin Shou's arms. "No, I still have some strength left. I'll do this one." Qin Shou waved his hand with a solemn face and sidetracked the crowd of criminal police who wanted to come over to help. This caused the crowd of criminal police to look disappointed, watching with bated breath as Qin Shou wrapped his arms around Zhong Hong, the bureau's notorious ice beauty. Without Yang Weiguo, Qin Shou this other hand is finally free. This other hand that cannot be idle, must be both hands together. Qin Shou immediately wrapped one hand around Zhong Hong's waist, grabbed Zhong Hong's soft little hand with one hand, and wrapped Zhong Hong's arm around his own shoulder. A series of actions running in the clouds, so fast that Zhong Hong didn't react a bit. Zhong Hong looked at Qin Shou's series of movements and froze, thinking, "It's not possible to straddle? You have to carry me on your shoulders? Am I that heavy? Hey, it's more energy efficient. I don't have any." Seeing Zhong Hong's puzzled look, Qin Shou gave a sarcastic smile and hurriedly explained. However, Qin Shou's words were obviously looking for excuses, because he had just wrapped his arms around one hand and two people at the same time. One of them was still a strong man like Jiang Tao. Qin Shou was as fit as a fiddle, so how could he possibly run out of strength now? And Zhong Hong soon understood why Qin Shou had to engage in such a series of actions, because he could obviously feel that Qin Shou's hands that were wrapped around his waist and holding his small hands were not too honest. He obviously wanted to mooch, where he was running out of strength. Qin Shou's little fingers were pinching, kneading, rubbing, and pressing on Zhong Hong's little hands and waist, especially the waist, are almost pinched out of water by Qin Shou. The top massage master came. Under the hands of the action are not as full as this set of him. However, under Qin Shou's manliness, skill frenzy, and with Qin Shou mooching so unscrupulously, Zhong Hong surprisingly only blushed and hardened her face without getting annoyed. Qin Shou carefully assisted Zhong Hong to the police car parked outside the cave, until Zhong Hong sat firmly in the car, and only then reluctantly let go of his hand. When Qin Shou put her down, Zhong Hong felt a little reluctant to let go. Her body was a little soft, felt her legs were trembling, and she couldn't stand up. Even Zhonghong inexplicably felt some want to urinate, cannot hold it fast. You've been hit by the Yin Fury Chi. Your body has no strength at all. It's so soft that you're shivering. Go back and rest more. Qin Shou smiled and stared at the blushing Zhonghong, deliberately mentioning this matter. How could he not know why Zhonghong was shivering? The Yin Chi might be one aspect, but the main reason, that was all pinched by him. Aha! Zhonghong blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Shou. Qin Shou stood up, wanting to escape, and turned around with the intention of leaving, but sure enough, Zhonghong opened her mouth and called out to Qin Shou. Wait! Qin Shou had expected Zhonghong to call out to him, and without surprise, he turned his head and stared at Zhonghong with a smile on his face. Could you, leave a contact? Zhonghong's voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, and if she didn't deliberately listen to it, she could barely hear it. But Shui Min, who was at the side, saw all this in her eyes, and her instincts as a woman made her instantly a little wary, and in her heart, she was not happy, but she was not able to say anything more. Yeah. Qin Shou smiled and added WeChat to Zhonghong, then turned around and intended to leave. Elder brother Qin, won't you follow us down the mountain? Seeing that Qin Shou intended to leave on his own, Yang Weigui immediately couldn't help but ask. As you know, brother Yang, there are zombies in here. At night, they will come out and harm people. I have to get rid of them. Qin Shou's face of righteousness, said Yang Weigui's cannot help but look positive. Think Qin Shou is simply chivalrous. Ancient way of chivalry. Cannot help but Qin Shou is again a few points of admiration. Elder brother Qin, would it be a bit too dangerous for you to be alone? Do you want me to accompany you? No harm done. Qin Shou waved his hand and said, Brother Yang, you have just seen. These zombies don't dare to take me. You go instead of trouble. I can solve it by myself. Why don't you wait for me to contact the relevant authorities? Yang Weigui was still a bit uneasy. Brother Yang, this matter can't be delayed. Those departments are busy with their day-to-day work. They may not necessarily be able to rush over. There are too many zombies here. They must not be released to plague the earth and injure the common people in the vicinity. I was originally a person who studied Taoism, to kill demons and evil things like this. Qin Shou, obliged. When Qin Shou said this, incidentally launched the skill, talented actor. That is impassioned, solemn, living a worry about the country and the people, to cut down the demons and eliminate the demons of the Taoist Highlander look, is simply Lin Zhangying in the world, coupled with his skills, manliness, clever tongue, control of the whole scene, together under the launch. A time to the presence of all the police officers feel. That is the great and mighty. This group of criminal police, especially just watched Qin Shou in the cave. The great show of power. A look let the zombie retreat Jiang Tao. Qin Shou is more admired to the ground. Hate to worship Qin Shou as a teacher. Of course, Qin Shou's skill is not only useful to Jiang Tao, Yang Weigui and these men, but also to Shui Min and Zhonghong. For a moment, the two women only felt that the Qin Shou in their eyes looked incomparably great and tall at the moment. Obviously only 1.8 or so tall. Now looked surprisingly tall again a few points. High enough to almost top the sky are. Plus coincidentally, Qin Shou stood at an angle. The two women looked up and saw the sun on his head. The two women only felt that the brain on the wear is the sunlight. That ing is simply the Buddha light. The eyes of the two girls looking at Qin Shou were now full of little stars. Ahem dash. It's getting late, so you guys should go home early. I have to deal with this as soon as possible. Qin Shou dry coughed twice. See, the effect of pretending has basically reached. Also no longer say more. It is time to hurry into the cave. After all, the system tasks are not yet completed. The skills have not yet taken it. Chapter 88, The Nascent Ring. Alright, brother Qin, you take care of everything. I'll send the two of them to the hospital first. Seeing Qin Shou's resolute attitude, Yang Weigui remembered Qin Shou's skill and his means of making the zombies avoid him, so he also stopped nagging. After exhorting a few words, he planned to leave with that crowd in a hurry. Okay, you guys be careful on the road. Qin Shou exchanged a few more pleasantries with Yang Weigui, and then watched Yang Weigui and the others drive away from the place. After making sure that Yang Weigui and the others had gone far away, Qin Shou then turned around and said to Nua, who had been standing obediently by the side, Let's go in and take a look as well. Okay, brother. Nua responded excitedly, bouncing around and following behind Qin Shou. In a short while, the two of them came to the bronze coffin again. Through the dim light, the mottled patterns on the bronze coffin looked more and more mysterious. Brother, I want what's inside. Nua tilted her head, her big watery eyes looking at Qin Shou, her finger pointing at the mysterious bronze coffin, her face full of longing. Linger, What exactly is the writing on it? Qin Shou once again looked at the ancient writing on the coffin lid, filled with curiosity. Ancient loose cultivator Feng Yuxiu, for the murder of traitors, died with hatred, buried in this place. If any descendant performs the ritual of kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times, and drops blood on top of the bronze coffin, they will be able to obtain the legacy of my life, as well as the treasures I have treasured in my life. Linga's voice sounded in Qin Shou's mind. I'll go. There's such a good thing? Why hasn't the sect leader of this blood god sect come to drop blood to worship his master? Will there be any traps here? What if the thing in the coffin suddenly swindles when the blood drops down? Qin Shou was both surprised and puzzled after hearing Linger's words. It always felt that things would not be so simple. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Master, don't think so much. Is it possible that that sect master doesn't even recognize these ancient scripts? That's why he doesn't know how to get the treasure in this bronze coffin? That said, you can't guarantee that there's really nothing in this bronze coffin. Master doesn't have to worry much. It's been more than 100,000 years, and as long as it's not a heavenly immortal, the soul would have been dispersed long ago. Unless what's in here is a ghost cultivator, refining himself into an undead zombie. What if this one is really stiff? Then Master has even less to fear. This bloodshed demon corpse is the king of corpses. No matter how powerful the zombies are, when they see Nuwa, they all have to be obedient, and their natural bloodline is suppressed. Master can rest assured. Linger said with a disbelieving face. Whatever. Try it. Hearing Linger say so, Qin Shou put his heart in the right place and without further thought, he knelt down in front of the arched stone sculpture futon and performed the 3 bows and 9 kowtows salute. After the salute, Qin Shou got up and came to the bronze coffin. Only on the lid of the bronze coffin was carved a hideous and horrible ghost face. Master, dropping blood in this evil spirit's mouth should be enough. Linger reminded. Are you really sure it's okay? Qin Shou looked at the ferocious ghostly face. His heart fluttered and he always felt that there was something evil about it. Seeing that Qin Shou still didn't dare to act, Linger said bluntly, according to my guess, with such a heavy fury chi, this loose cultivator is in all probability too injured to live long. That's why he wanted to refine himself into a zombie. And the way to wake him up should be the blood of a living person. That's why he purposely set up such a trap, saying that he has a treasure to leave for his descendants. I'll go. This and you're asking me to drop blood? When Qin Shou heard this, he was instantly displeased. Master, how can you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? He wants to borrow your blood to resurrect, but you have sticky here. So what's there to fear? Moreover, this is an ancient loose cultivator. Doesn't Master want to get some benefits from him? Linger said in a gentle manner. When Qin Shou heard Linger's words, his face changed color, and his heart was a bit hesitant. Nuwa, however, had long been unable to hold back and excitedly urged, brother, open it quickly. Qin Shou glanced at Nuwa, thinking that he still had the heavenly reward for the nurture department quest. He finally gritted his teeth, bit his middle finger with a heartfelt gesture, and dripped a few drops of blood into the mouth of the ghostly face of that bronze coffin. After doing so, Qin Shou immediately took a few steps backward to keep a distance from that bronze coffin, nervously watching the changes in front of him. As expected, immediately afterward, Qin Shou heard a deafening thud, and the lid of the bronze coffin actually moved slowly. Jet. After how many years, the old man can finally come out. Before the lid of the coffin was fully opened, Qin Shou heard a sharp and piercing cry coming from inside the coffin. At the same time, those zombies outside the stone room also seemed to be frightened, and one by one, they all let out mournful screams, appearing unusually restless. Qin Shou said in his heart that this is finished. Your grandmother's leg is really a trap. More than 100,000 years ago, the old monster out. This own still play a fart. However, just when Qin Shou was at his wit's end, Nuwa suddenly jumped up with an excited look on her face and then jumped directly into the bronze coffin. What is this dash? A fury blood demon corpse. How could there be a fury blood demon corpse? As soon as Nuwa pounced on the corpse of that ancient loose cultivator, she opened her little mouth and sucked, only to see a thick black mist unexpectedly float from that ancient loose cultivator's mouth to Nuwa's mouth. No matter how much that ancient loose cultivator struggled, he found that he couldn't even move, completely suppressed by the corpse king's aura on Nuwa's body. I'm not happy about it. After a long time, accompanied by a high-pitched and mournful scream, that ancient loose cultivator finally completely turned into flying ash. His body died, and his soul was completely dispersed. Seeing this, Qin Shou knew that Nuwa had already taken care of this zombie and immediately rushed over. Just see Nuwa lying within the copper coffin, hands also holding a body black round column, on which there are strands of black fog around. Do not know what is. After sucking dry this devil corpse body on the Fury gas, Nua small face red, a hard stupid smile, even as drunk. Brother, Nua is full. Yummy. Qin Shou said in his heart that you are really great, little ancestor. Saying that, Qin Shou carried Nua out of the coffin with one hand, only to see that the coffin was empty, with only an ancient bronze ring lying quietly there. Master, this is a storage ring. It should be on this loose cultivator. Hurry up and take it out. When Qin Shou heard this, without saying a word, he immediately picked up the ring and held it in his hand to scrutinize it, only to see that the ring was also engraved with some complicated ancient scripts that Qin Shou couldn't quite read. However, this was not difficult for Linger, and immediately informed Qin Shou that it was a somewhat obscure incantation to read, which should be used to open this nascent sacrifice ring. Master, let's go out first. You can't stay here for too long. Qin Shou had planned to try the spell right here, but he had already stayed for too long and the Fury Chi had already begun to erode his body. So Linger immediately reminded him, okay, by the way, where's my reward? Chapter 89, A Good Harvest. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the cave exploration mission, rewarding the upgrade of the skill Nourishing Yin and Replenishing Yang to Reconciling Yin and Yang. Not only does it greatly increase the efficiency of cultivation, but it also achieves the wonderful effect of nourishing Yin and tonifying Yang, making women glow, moisturize their skin, and maintain their youth forever. An upgraded version of the Yin and Yang? Why do I feel that nothing has changed? Qin Shou muttered in his heart, thinking that there would be some heaven-defying new skill. Don't be insatiable, master. Linger laughed delicately. This picking Yin to replenish Yang skill is extremely flawed. It can't be used once and for all, and after using it for a long period of time, it will easily drain people dry, which is harmful to the harmony of heaven. Master doesn't want all those beauties around you to turn into dry corpses in the future. But now this upgraded version is different. You and the other party can get the benefits. Yin and Yang complement each other, so it can be long-lasting. There's still this kind of thing? Then how come Ren Jing and Yin Yurong were fine before? Qin Shou couldn't help but feel a bit scared. He hadn't used this skill on them much before. Where is it that fast? The skill Harvesting Yin to Replenish Yang is like a drug to the other party. The first few times you use it, not only will you feel no side effects, you will even feel extremely relaxed and glowing. But after using it for a long time, gradually all of your essence will be sucked away by you, master, and eventually your life essence will be consumed. Linger explained. There's still this kind of thing? Then how come Ren Jing and Yin Yurong were fine before? Qin Shou couldn't help but feel a bit scared. He hadn't used this skill on them much before. This kind of skill that doesn't require hard cultivation and can directly raise one's cultivation level through the affairs of men and women is so overbearing that it is of course an earth rank skill. However, precisely because it's so overbearing, this skill generally can't be used consistently on the same person. But this yin-yang reconciliation can be vastly different. It consumes nothing for both parties and is instead highly beneficial. Who says there's no consumption? I lose a few $100 million every time. Qin Shou couldn't help but spit. Right. So what level skill is this yin-yang reconciliation? Yin and yang reconciliation is a heaven rank skill. Heavenly rank? Didn't you say that the rewards given were below the Xian rank? Because this time it didn't reward new skills, but rather skill upgrades on top of the existing ones. It doesn't violate the system's reward rules either. So it seems like a really good skill. I don't want to drain my rich friends dry. Who's going to give me money to spend after this draining? I still have to play with them slowly. This wave is not a loss. Qin Shou nodded with satisfaction, thinking that it's fortunate that this skill has been upgraded. Otherwise, if all of his rich lady friends become dry corpses, then wouldn't he also become a demonic cultivator wanted nationwide? Just like that blood god cult. After saying that, Qin Shou carried Nua and walked out of the stone room, realizing that all those zombies turned into zombies by the blood god cultists outside had unexpectedly fallen to the ground at this moment, not moving at all. Spirit, what's going on here? Master, this corpse raising is a delicate job. The conditions required are extremely harsh. How can it be done quickly in a short period of time? The reason why these people turned into zombies was because they were affected by the Yin Fury Chi emanating from the ancient demonic cultivator of more than 100,000 years within the bronze coffin. And now the Yin Fury Chi has all been sucked dry by Nu. Without the support of the Yin Fury Chi, and without the support of the Yin Chi that has been sucked from the ground for years, these things naturally can't move and become ordinary corpses. So that's a good thing. Qin Shou nodded and didn't think much about it, carrying Nua down the mountain, then called a drop and went straight to his rental house. Now that there was no more of this blood god cult, Qin Shou didn't worry about being approached again and could finally live a few days of peace. Qin Shou took Nua back to the rented house. Nua has been unconscious ever since she inhaled the Yin Fury gas. and her little face is red with a drunken look. Qin Shou draped his own clothes over Nua, and after settling Nua, he took a hot bath himself and slept beautifully. It wasn't until noon the next day that Qin Shou woke up. As soon as Qin Shou opened his eyes, he saw Nua fluttering her big watery eyes, tilting her head to look at herself curiously. The appearance was adorable. "Brother, Nua is hungry," the little girl pouted in a milky voice, her voice so soft that it could melt hearts. Qin Shou said in his heart that this little girl could really be a big appetite king. Yesterday she ate a whole wolf all by herself, and now as soon as he woke up he heard her shouting for hunger, and the cravings in his own stomach followed suit. Qin Shou himself is really hungry. These days from Yi Wuwan body ruthlessly fishing a wave of big, just to treat yourself, also lazy to do their own cooking, intends to go out to eat a good meal. When Qin Shou picked up his cell phone, he already saw a collection text message, and the government bonus of $1 million had already been paid into his bank account. As a righteous man who assisted the police in solving the case of the large blood god cult, this wave is a real profit. I have to say, the city government's efficiency is quite high. Qin Shou was very satisfied. This kind of cooperation, more good in the future. Honestly, with only a measly 1 million, Qin Shou even felt that it was a bit less. To know, this time is involved in hundreds of lives of megacase. It is estimated that the rewards allocated to the following above. There are tens of millions of dollars. They risk their lives to go deep into the tiger's den. I thought I could be divided into a 2 million or so it. However, 1 million is enough, Qin Shou calculated. Anyway, from the body of Yi Wuwan also got fishing more than 200,000 cash. Together with those famous watches, gold chains, gold rings, gold bracelets and other valuable objects on his body. Qin Shou roughly estimated that it could be worth at least more than 600,000, which means that this wave of action he raked in more than 1.8 million. In this 1 million bonus, Qin Shou promised that 250,000 was to be distributed to Guigang. However, Guigangzi was injured and hospitalized this time, so Qin Shou planned to give an extra 250,000 to Guigangzi, which is 500,000, which makes his own net profit of more than 1,300,000 for this wave. With this amount of money, Qin Shou will not worry about the lack of capital flow for the short drama later on. In a few more days, Qin Shou estimated that the city government's compensation for demolition should soon come down, and then he will be able to earn a considerable amount of income. Of course, for Qin Shou, the biggest harvest this time was naturally more than just money. There was also that one spatial nano ring, as well as that pitch black bead. That bead had been refusing to let go of Nua's hand since she had gotten it yesterday. Even when Nua was in a deep sleep, Qin Shou couldn't help but ask Linger about the origin of this bead. According to Linger's explanation, that bead should be the ghost cultivator's magic weapon in his lifetime. The Enan demonic gas is extremely heavy. Linger guessed that the ghost cultivator was using that one bead to refine himself into a zombie. In Linger's opinion, that thing, unless the ghost cultivator, otherwise ordinary people take it. Easy to Enan demonic gas into the body. The light is to affect their own chi. The heavy is to haunt the ghosts. The soul is damaged. However, if Nua took it, she could raise her cultivation level by sucking in chi instead of blood. Moreover, the cultivation technique of the Tai In true scripture originally required the inhalation of chi as well. So it could be said that this bead being given to Nua was more than suitable. Qin Shou thought that he could count on Nua to grow up quickly in his nurturing mission. So the beads were handed over to Nua, which he couldn't use anyway. As for that nascent sacred ring, there are all kinds of magic weapons that ghost cultivator used before his body, as well as his cultivation techniques, talismans, arts, and so on, quite a lot of things, and there are also some pills. However, according to Linger's introduction, those pills were originally good things, but it was a pity that they had all expired after years and years and were no longer effective, which made Qin Shou a little depressed. There were too many miscellaneous items, but Qin Shou was too lazy to study them for a while, so it wouldn't be too late to ponder over them later when he had the time. Chapter 90, The Gold Sale Controversy. Let's go. Brother will take you to eat and drink spicy food. Qin Shou was in a good mood, pinched Nua's cute little face, rolled over and got up, dressed neatly, then pulled Nua's little hand out the door. Qin Shou planned to go directly to a large integrated superstore near the rental house. This superstore is large enough to have a gold store and a watch counter. Qin Shou pondered. Directly from Yi Wuwan body shun to the gold and silver jewelry all out, into cash money. After all, these things do not come from the right place. Long-term carry on the body, afraid that will cause unnecessary trouble. After all, Qin Shou knew in his heart that when he entered the cave again yesterday, he didn't see Yi Wuwan and that woman's corpse, which meant that this Yi Wuwan should not be dead. This kind of son of Qi with strong Qi could never be so short-lived. Qin Shou is now unsure whether Yi Wuwan has seen his true appearance clearly or not. But what this guy has on him, he definitely can't carry around for a long period of time. It's better to convert it into cash to get down to earth. Half an hour later, Qin Shou has come to a gold store inside. The name is called Zhao's Gold Line. Is the largest nearby a gold store? A one-time out of hundreds of thousands of gold. Too small gold store is not necessarily eat. You these things, all a bunch of broken copper and iron. Only this watch is still worth a little money. I think it's better. 100,000 yuan. I'll take it all for you. In the gold store, a shopkeeper with a big belly, triangular eyes, and a shrewd look on his face, was now holding a magnifying glass, carefully examining the pile of gold and silver jewelry handed to him by Qin Shou. He looked at what Qin Shou had brought over, his eyes glittering with greed, that eagerly longing look that he could barely conceal. But even so, this fat boss put on a disdainful look on his mouth, as if these were some worthless trash. I go. This mother ******* ing adulterer. He's also too dark. Qin Shou's eyes widened as he cursed in his heart. This fat shopkeeper has simply refreshed his 3 views. He came long before he checked the current price of gold, and these gold and silver jewelry. He has carefully weighed the weight. The heart has a rough number. And that piece of Swiss watch. Qin Shou also checked the price of the official website. More than 400,000. The most important thing is that this piece of table is a limited edition. And now give money are not necessarily able to buy. With a high collection value. That is to say, really sell out. Never 400,000. If not, Qin Shou think this table is not too clean. Do not want to get into trouble. He will never be so easy to get out of the way. $100,000? Hey, I say you dead traitor. You take me for a little cutie. What about it? This watch is more than $400,000. Come on. I'll sell it to someone else if you don't want it. With that, Qin Shou wanted to take away the gold and silver jewelry. Alas. Brothers, have a good talk. The price can slowly talk. This shopkeeper saw that Qin Shou wanted to leave, and immediately wrapped his arms around the pile of gold and silver jewelry in front of his chest, obviously not intending to return it to Qin Shou. Talk about your grandmother's hammer I talk. Have you such a price pressurization? Qin Shou looked at the store owner's appearance. At a glance, I know it is a trader in the trader. Price pressure must also have a degree. This is already not the price pressure. This is cheating. So Qin Shou has been lazy to do business with this store owner. Anyway, this super is not only a gold store. Hey, young man, don't refuse to eat punishment wine. Giving you $100,000 is to give you face. Don't know what's good for you. If you piss me off, not only will you not get a penny, but you won't be able to get this gold back either. This shopkeeper gave a sardonic laugh. Actually did not intend to do this deal with Qin Shou at all, but instead, he was calculating in his heart to take this batch of gold directly for himself. Qin Shou's face instantly sank. His eyes flashed a trace of murderous intent. Never thought that this broad daylight, the rule of law society, actually encountered a plan to rob in the open. Qin Shou said in a cold voice, "What? The rule of law society? In broad daylight, you still dare to rob openly? Hey, it's not certain who's robbing who." Zhao Gang sneered, even backtracked and said, "Obviously you ran to my gold store. Want to empty gloves? Not a penny to take away my hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gold. It is you who came to me to rob." Qin Shou never thought that this guy was so brazen, and his ability to hit a rake backwards was simply out of this world. Qin Shou burned with rage. Already someone to rush up to this dead fat man beat up the impulse. But think of the surveillance here. Qin Shou also do not want to get himself in trouble. Anyway, a police report can be resolved things, not to find trouble for themselves. Very well, in that case, let's call the police to deal with it. There's a surveillance camera in this store, so let's let the police judge and see who actually robbed who in the end. Qin Shou gritted his teeth and said word for word, "Call the police? Ha 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 ha." As if Zhao Gang had heard a great joke, he laughed up to the sky and said, "Go and report it. See if I, Zhao Gang, am afraid. Kid, let me tell you, I've been around for so many years. Do you think I've been around for nothing? In the road that is also a dignified character. Such a big gold store. You think no one on the top can open up peacefully? I did not expect this Zhao Gang is even more high and mighty." Qin Shou looked at Zhao Gang so emboldened. The heart has guessed her roughly. This goods in all likelihood there is someone in the bureau. Hey, kid, why don't you call the police? If you don't report it, I'll call the police for you. Sure enough, before Qin Shou had the chance to call the police, Zhao Gang had already impatiently dialed a phone number. "Hey, big brother, I've met an ungrateful guy here who wants to make trouble in my place. Don't you have someone in the bureau?" Do me a favor and bring a few people over here to teach him a good lesson. Zhao Gang spoke in a flattering tone to the other end of the phone. Fine, fine. Don't worry, big brother. This time it's a big order. You won't be spared. After saying that, Zhao Gang hung up the phone and once again had that shadowy smile on his face, looking at Qin Shou triumphantly, as if he had already won. Kid, aren't you going to call the police? You wait. Don't run. The police will be here soon. Zhao Gang's tone was provocative. Qin Shou's face was gloomy to the extreme, and he didn't continue to argue or plan to call the police himself. He knew that there was no point in reasoning with this kind of scum, and since the other party had already called someone, he would wait and see what kind of tricks these people wanted to play. Qin Shou wasn't afraid. He knew most of the criminal police officers in the Yecheng police station from this mission. He wanted to see who dared to be so arrogant and lawless here. If he really couldn't, he could also give a direct call to Ren Jing. He didn't believe that in this Yecheng, Zhao Gang could still know someone bigger than Ren Jing. However, just to be on the safe side, Qin Shou still planned to bail himself out. So Qin Shou looked at the ring of qi luck worn on his wrist and secretly blew on it. Only a silver light flashed above the ring of qi, suddenly sucking away a strand of black qi from Qin Shou's body. This black qi was then transferred to this Zhao Gang's body through the ring of qi. As Qin Shou looked on, he only saw that Zhao Gang's body originally had a few extremely thin silver-white rays, which instantly dimmed by a few points. Obviously his luck had turned bad. Chapter 91, Faster Than a Book. Which lawless one is it that dares to spread wildness here and rob in broad daylight? Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, Qin Shou heard a low voice outside Zhou's gold shop. Qin Shou raised his eyebrows slightly. The voice was slightly familiar, yet he couldn't recall exactly where he had heard it for a moment. Brother Jiang, that kid is so bold. Not only did he not run, but he also sat inside with a big strut. He simply has no one in his sight. You must do right by my brother. Another voice fawned in agreement. Not to mention, this voice, Qin Shou surprisingly also felt somewhat familiar. Gu, Officer Jiang, big brother, you're finally here. As soon as Zhao Gang heard that it was the backer he had found who had arrived, he immediately changed into a fawning face and greeted him with a nod and a bow. Say, who the hell dares to rob here? The police officer in charge asked in a stern voice, deliberately raising his voice in a pretentious manner. Officer, the person is sitting inside, and even threatened to wait for the police to come? Simply arrogant to the extreme. Now is the rule of law society. But there are still such arrogant people. You must teach him a good lesson, Zhao Gang said with a smile on his face, while pointing his finger at Qin Shou who was sitting in the corner, playing with his cell phone with his head down. It's simply lawless. Don't worry, Boss Zhao. I will definitely enforce the law impartially and will not tolerate it. I'll bring the man back to the station now and interrogate him properly. Let's see what else he has to say. This Officer Jiang said righteously, and after saying that, he walked towards the inside of the store with great strides. Qin Shou was sitting upright at the moment, ostensibly playing with his cell phone, but actually observing the movements outside from the corner of his eye. When he saw the police who walked in, Qin Shou could not help but raise a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, Interesting, interesting. I can't imagine that this bastard is still in the police force. It was really an old acquaintance. Qin Shou never expected that the person coming was Zhang Fei. Qin Shou had thought that this bastard had been fired long ago, but he didn't expect to see it again today. Qin Shou naturally does not know. This Zhang Fei's family, in Yecheng is very some strength. Disjointed. How can you say dismissal? Therefore, that day Wang Mingrui said dismissal, but in reality, it was just for show to Ren Jing. After the incident, just transferred Zhang Fei to the precinct, although it is also considered a demotion, but still in the police force. Even more coincidentally, Zhao Gang's elder brother, who was also an old acquaintance of Qin Shou, was none other than his previous boss, Yan Yuron's ex-husband, Zhao Ruilong. Kid, you're the one who dared to come here in broad daylight to rob Boss Zhao's gold? Zhang Fei strutted to Qin Shou with an arrogant stride, condescendingly looking down on him with a look of impatience. However, when he approached Qin Shou, he couldn't help but feel a little hairy in his heart, always feeling that the person in front of him looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Yeah, that's me. The corners of Qin Shou's mouth rose slightly, smiling as he slowly raised his head, his eyes staring at Zhang Fei with interest. It's you. When Zhang Fei saw clearly that the person in front of him was actually Qin Shou, he was scared out of his wits and instinctively took 2 steps backwards, stuttering and unable to say a complete sentence in half a day. What a coincidence. Officer Jiang, we meet again. Don't I remember that you've already been expelled? What? Now you want to take me to the station again? To extract a confession by torture again? Qin Shou stared at Zhang Fei with a playful smile, a hint of teasing in his tone. Misunderstanding? Hey, it must be a misunderstanding. Don't you come back well? Old brother Qin. Zhang Fei coughed dryly twice and immediately smiled and changed his face. His attitude became incomparably fawning, completely forgetting that he was still furiously trying to arrest Qin Shou just now. It's you mother asterisk. While Zhang Fei's words had yet to fall, Zhao Ruilong suddenly acted like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly exploding. He was furious and hissed as he growled at Qin Shou, stretching out his finger and almost poking Qin Shou's nose. Why? It's me. What? Didn't you get your ass kicked last time? You still want trouble? Qin Shou's demeanor was calm, his eyebrows slightly raised, and there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Officer Jiang, this man didn't just rob my brother's gold store of its gold. He also. Zhao Ruilong saw Qin Shou. A moment of anger. The speech also became incoherent. Some on the gas. What else am I? Hey, Zhao Ruilong. It's time to say no. Xiao Rongrong is really very moist. When it comes to the word very moist, Qin Shou deliberately aggravated his tone, lest Zhao Ruilong didn't hear clearly. You, Officer Jiang, you must help me get this dog or killed. Zhao Ruilong has been so angry that he jumped to his feet, completely lost his mind, like crazy, and wanted to immediately break Qin Shou into pieces, unbridled. However, what Zhao Ruilong never expected was that Zhang Fei suddenly turned his head and let out a roar at himself. Zhao Ruilong, what do you think you are? When we police handle cases, it's all about procedures and the law. You can kill whoever you want? You simply have no regard for the law. What? What does this mean? Officer Jiang, we had an agreement before we came. You shut the up. Who told you yes? Zhang Fei was shocked in his heart, lest Zhao Ruilong had slipped his tongue. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Zhao Ruilong's face fiercely. Only heard a snap sound. Zhao Ruilong's face immediately appeared a purple slap marks, 5 fingerprints clearly visible. Zhao Ruilong covered his face. His entire body froze. His brain was blank, completely unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Zhao Gang, who was on the side, was also dumbfounded, his mouth wide open and his jaw on the floor. Zhao Ruilong's business could be so big, and a lot of them were industries with a bit of gray, so it could be said that he was in hot water with several black sheep among the police officers in this one area, and they were all working together in a lousy way and colluding with each other. He had never seen Zhang Fei like today, flip-flopping faster than flipping a book, simply a different person. Zhao Gang, what the hell is going on here? You call up the surveillance for me. I want to see what happened. Zhang Fei changed his usual image of harboring and indulging, and suddenly turned toward Zhao Gang with a stern, undeniable tone. This, Officer Jiang, why do you still need to check the surveillance? Are you mistaken about something? But we called the police first. Zhao Gang instantly panicked. He completely didn't understand what the current situation was. The development of things completely exceeded his expectations, catching him a little off guard. Brother, what are they doing? Why are they all going crazy? Nua on the side was innocent, blinking a pair of big watery eyes, looking at this dramatic change in front of her, with a puzzled face, curiously asking towards Qin Shou. Hey, they are in a play, gluten is good. Watch the play well. After watching it, brother will take you to eat delicious food. Qin Shou smiled and pinched Sticky's little face. Thank you brother, it's a nice play. Nua likes to watch it. Nua nodded obediently, a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 92, Insatiable Greed. Ahem dash. Zhang Fei heard Qin Shou and Nua conversing as if no one else was there. His face immediately became a little embarrassed, and he coughed dryly in embarrassment, but he didn't dare to snap at Qin Shou. You, hurry up and show me the surveillance. Zhang Fei, fearing that he would offend Qin Shou, didn't dare to delay more here and pointed at Zhao Gang, saying in a bad tone, it dash. Zhao Gang had a bitter face. His heart was as hard as eating yellow fever. He knew very well in his heart that this surveillance video was very unfavorable to him. Originally, Zhao Gang's idea was to let Zhang Fei bring Qin Shou back to the police station first, and then he himself would export the security camera footage, and then pinch it down, edit it, and delete all the images that were unfavorable to him, and then finally hand it over to Zhang Fei. These things, originally Zhao Gang's brother Zhao Ruilong has long been with Zhang Fei beforehand through the air. The two men collusion, originally prepared to ruthlessly pit Qin Shou a hand, and then the three together to share the spoils. But what Zhao Gang never expected was that this Zhang Fei didn't know what kind of medicine he had taken wrongly. But he changed his mind temporarily and didn't act according to the plan at all. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take me to check the surveillance. When Zhang Fei saw that Zhao Gang was still standing still, he showed a hint of displeasure and urged again. Yes. Zhao Gang looked at his brother Zhao Ruilong, only to see that he was still covering his face and froze at the moment. With a soulful look, knowing that he couldn't count on him either. The whole person instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant. In desperation, Zhao Gang could only hang his head and lead Zhang Fei towards the surveillance room in the inner room of the gold store. Hey, Brother Qin, do you want to come along for the ride? Before Zhang Fei walked towards the inner room, he didn't forget to turn back and ask Qin Shou's opinion. His tone seemed respectful to the extreme, a far cry from the arrogant and domineering appearance just now. He last time because of the offense Qin Shou nearly lost his head hat. His family do not know how much lip service, how many relationships, which allows him not to be directly dismissed, but transferred to the precinct. This time he did not dare to offend Qin Shou again. Otherwise, I am afraid that even the current position cannot be maintained. No, just go check it out for me. Qin Shou was satisfied with Zhang Fei's attitude as he casually waved his hand without a care in the world. Qin Shou did not worry at all that Zhang Fei would dare to play any tricks. After all, Qin Shou knew in his heart that Zhang Fei knew who stood behind him. It was the mayor of Yecheng, and he would not dare to play tricks in front of him even if he borrowed 100 of his guts. Moreover, Qin Shou had purposely transferred the bad luck on himself to that Zhao Gang before. Qin Shou knew clearly in his heart that this time, if he could be so coincidental that the police officer who came just happened to be Zhang Fei, who knew him, 80% of it was because he had changed the result of his chi luck. If he had been replaced by someone who didn't know him, he might have been able to cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Since the bad luck had now been transferred to Zhao Gang, Qin Shou naturally didn't need to worry that the one who would end up in bad luck would be himself. Zhao Gang and Zhang Fei walked into the surveillance room one after the other, and just as soon as the door was closed, Zhao Gang couldn't hold it in any longer. He came over to Zhang Fei's side and asked in a lowered voice, "Brother Zhang, what exactly do you mean by this? Didn't everyone work well together in the past? Why did you suddenly change your mind today? You idiot. You almost got me killed, you know that?" Zhang Fei's face turned blue, thinking that he almost lost his job because of Zhao Gang. He was furious and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Brother Zhang, can you make it clear? What exactly does it mean? I'm still confused until now. Zhao Gang was still in a state of confusion at the moment. Do you know who's behind him? Zhang Fei took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart and asked back, "Who is it?" Zhao Gang looked puzzled and shook his head in confusion. Behind him is Yecheng's recently appointed mayor. Mayor Ren Jing. Zhang Fei said word for word. What? How is this possible? When Zhao Gang heard this, he instantly turned into a bitter face, never expecting that today. He thought he would be able to make a big fortune, but he ended up kicking the bucket and getting into a big trouble. Oh, no way? Last time, I just didn't know his background. Offended this kid. Nearly dismissed. Good. I'm not easy. Don't know how many relations. Just stood firm in the precinct. You give me to mess with this big Buddha. Zhang Fei sneered and did not have the heart to say. Then, Brother Zhang, you give me an idea. What the hell should I do about this? For a moment, Zhao Gang also panicked, completely out of ideas, and asked in a sixfold manner. Zhang Fei coldly said, "You first give me a clear account of what happened, so that I can give you ideas. If you dare to have a little bit of concealment, in the future this store, do not want me to cover for you. Your store opened in this area so many years. How much black-hearted money? You know best in your own heart. You don't think I'm not aware of how much tax money you've sneaked through. Brother Zhang, you are joking. How dare I hide it from you? The matter is like this." Zhao Gang let out a sarcastic smile, knowing that Zhang Fei was telling the truth, and that the nasty things he had done over the years could not be hidden from the other party. In order to be able to let Zhang Fei help himself out, naturally he didn't dare to hide the slightest bit, and told the whole story one by one. Zhang Fei's face became cloudy when he heard Zhao Gang's words. He didn't expect Zhao Gang to be so audacious and simply lawless. Couldn't help but shout angrily, "Good fellow, together it's someone else's gold, and you're still wicked enough to say he robbed it?" Zhang Fei also heard a burst of fear. Fortunately, he did not pull the wrong side of the fence at will. This kind of case, in case it is overturned, I don't say that my hat will not be guaranteed. Maybe I can't eat it, and I have to go in and stay for 2 years. Hey, wasn't I thinking that I have you covered, Brother Zhang? Zhao Gang hurriedly compensated with a smile and a flattering tone. Having me covered isn't something you can mess around with like that. If anything goes wrong, no one will be able to cover it. Zhang Fei's tone was not good, and he continued to ask, "You give me a solid bottom. This batch of gold of his, how much is it worth? Don't dare to hide it from Brother Zhang. This batch of his goods, those gold actually don't have much oil and water. It's only worth more than $300,000, but that Swiss watch, although the official price given is $400,000, but this table has been discontinued in the 90s, belongs to as a limited edition. If this surnamed Shin's own sale, no access, can also sell an official price. But if it's someone like me who has access, it can be sold for at least $2 million. Zhang Fei's eyes widened, never expecting Zhao Gang to be greedy to such an extent. It was simply heartless. Sighing, he said, "Good guy, you're giving someone $100,000 for something that's over $2 million? You wouldn't be able to sell this to anyone else. Hey, who would have thought that there is someone behind this guy? Brother Jiang, you say, what the hell do we do now?" Zhao Gang let out a sarcastic smile and somewhat dared not look up at Zhang Fei. He is now also some regret. Had known that Qin Shou's background is so hard, he certainly did not dare to hit the idea of this batch of gold. Might as well honestly give him an official price. He can actually earn a lot. And he estimated that Qin Shou this kind of do not know how to do it. 80% of them will really sell to him. As the saying goes, it's better to solve the grievances than to tie them up. This Qin Shou has some background. People also have some skills. More friends have more paths. I see this matter. How about this? Zhang Fei paused and spoke his thoughts. Chapter 93, Money in Hand. It's still you who has the solution. Brother Jiang. This is a good idea. So that everyone can make a profit. I guess he also feels that he has picked up a great bargain. We can all reap the benefits. Zhao Gang listened to Zhang Fei's idea and nodded repeatedly. Qin Shou sat in the store, leisurely crossing his legs, a hint of iffy smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring at Zhao Ruilong with interest. Zhao Ruilong at this moment has long lost his previous arrogance, remembering the past Qin Shou's body of that ruthlessness, as well as his own, and Qin Shou had suffered those losses, coupled with today's Zhang Fei's attitude. His heart at the moment cannot help but seven up and down, apprehensive, and already somewhat want to bugger off. Just when Zhao Ruilong was a little fidgety, like ants on a hot pan, he only saw his brothers Zhao Gang and Zhang Fei, two people full of spring, came out from the inner room. Zhao Ruilong finally is not have to face Qin Shou alone, cannot help but feel relieved. Zhao Gang first trotted over to Zhao Ruilong and whispered in his ear, "He knows the mayor." Zhao Ruilong sniffed. The expression on his face was a green burst of white, as wonderful as it could be. Remembering that he had planned to settle the score with Qin Shou before, it was a moment of fear. However, he then quickly thought, Yen Yurong seems to have said to himself, she has a political girlfriend, is a rising star in the political world in the past few years. Thinking of this, Zhao Ruilong's face was even more ugly. It was mute, unable to speak. This great resources, all gave up to Qin Shou. He was angry and his heart is gritting his teeth, but there is nothing he can do. Zhao Gang came to Qin Shou in front of him with a smile on his face, and said with a fawning smile, Hey, Brother Qin, I think it's better this way. I'll take a little loss. Your batch of goods, I'll pay $1 million, all for you to receive, and save you the trouble, is not it? I can guarantee that, in addition to my store, Brother Qin, you absolutely cannot find the second out of my so fair price. Qin Shou raised an eyebrow at the words and said in a derisive tone, $1 million? Boss Zhao, didn't you say that all these things are yours? How come you want to pay for your own stuff now? Brother Qin, you wear words. This just now is with Brother Qin you joke. Misunderstanding. All is a misunderstanding. Just now, my eyes were clumsy and offended you. Brother Qin, I still hope that you, Brother Qin, will not forget the little man's fault and spare the little one this time. Ha. Zhao Gang hurriedly compensated with a smile. But I remember, you said in the beginning that this batch of my goods was worth at most $100,000. This sudden offer of $1 million. Wouldn't you lose a lot of money, Boss Zhao? Qin Shou narrowed his eyes. His eyes were like sharp knives, staring straight at Zhao Gang, observing the changes in the expression on his face, not letting go of any trace. Zhao Gang's complexion was corrected and he quickly waved his hands and said, Hey, no loss. Just now is the villain old eyes dim. Did not see clearly, now see clearly. Brother Qin, these are good things. Worth a lot of money. Yeah. It's not a loss. Then if you don't suffer, wouldn't it be me who suffers? The corner of Qin Shou's mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. Zhao Gang froze at his words, and for a moment he was somewhat unable to pick up on Qin Shou's words, realizing that he seemed to have fallen into Qin Shou's linguistic trap, and how he could say it was not right. How could I dare to make you suffer? Brother Qin, I would never dare to make you suffer. Brother Qin, Zhao Gang was sweating anxiously as he hastened to state his position. Hey. Since this is the case, you don't want me to suffer, then I see this matter is better like this. You pay $1.5 million. All the goods I have here are all collected. Today this matter, let's forget about it. Otherwise, don't blame me for going through the legal procedures, saying that you robbed my things. When Qin Shou spoke, he had been carefully staring at the expression on Zhao Gang's face. And when he saw that Zhao Gang didn't even look half heartbroken when he offered $1 million, he knew that the other party must still have some oil and water to salvage. Like Zhao Gang, this kind of shrewd and treacherous businessman. $1 million he can take out without any pain. Then it does not need to think to know that their own batch of goods, definitely more than $1 million worth. Qin Shou guessed that the biggest premium should be the limited edition watch. This Zhao Gang seems to have suffered a bit of a loss, but in reality, he has picked up a great bargain. But Qin Shou also knew in his heart that he had no good shipping channels. This kind of limited edition watches are usually bought by those rich and powerful old money people to decorate their faces, and they don't know such old money at all. So if they go out to sell, it is estimated that they can only sell at an official price. So Qin Shou thought, why don't we just sell it to Zhao Gang, but never let him make too much money. Therefore, Qin Shou took a bite of the price and directly raised it by $500,000. Of course, what Qin Shou didn't know was that in fact, Zhao Gang had the ability to offer his watch at $2 million alone. Therefore, even if it was $1.5 million, Zhao Gang was still able to make a huge profit. As soon as Qin Shou's words fell, Zhao Gang immediately changed into a bitter face, with a difficult look on his face, as if he had been cut. That dash. Fine, then consider it all as making friends with you, brother Qin. Zhao Gang let out a long sigh and stomped his feet, as if he had made a great determination and suffered a great loss. Qin Shou stared dead at Zhao Gang for half a day, but he couldn't tell whether his look of embarrassment was a genuine expression of emotion or a pretense. But Qin Shou also lazy tube. After all, their own batch of goods from the road is not clean. Stay on the body is like holding a hot potato, can hurry out or hurry out for good. For this price, he has been very satisfied. And after all, you've already opened your mouth, so it's not good to change it. Alright then, but $1.5 million. I want a cash call. Get it to me now. Hey, that's right. I'll do the job. Don't worry brother Qin. You tell me the receiving card number. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Seeing that Qin Shou had agreed, Zhao Gang immediately changed his face with a smile on his brow. Seeing this, Qin Shou's heart had already realized that he was fooled. This guy just that bitter face is purely pretend. 1,500,000 price. He still have to earn, and earn a lot. Qin Shou could not help but sigh in his heart. Your grandmother's leg really is a treacherous businessman. I have the talented actor skills, are not as good as he can be installed. To say that this Zhao Gang is also quite nimble, after all, is a gold store. Indeed have money. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Shou has received a collection text message from the bank. The account instantly more than $1.5 million, counting the $1 million bonus from the municipal government, plus some cash on Yuan. Qin Shou now had more than $2,700,000 in cash. Okay, the money's here, so I'll go ahead. Qin Shou looked at the collection text message on his cell phone and walked out of Zhao Gang's gold store with satisfaction. Hey, brother Jiang is really great. If it wasn't for you giving me advice, I'm afraid I'd have to suffer a big loss today. Now it's good. Not only did I not lose, but I even made a profit. Seeing Qin Shou walking away, Zhao Gang immediately smiled and rubbed his hands together excitedly. This batch of gold, together with Qin Shou's watch, he was certain that he could sell it for a high price of more than $2,400,000, netting a profit of $800,000 or $900,000. How could he not be happy? Humph. You can grow a pair and just keep out of trouble for me. Zhang Fei coldly grunted and said without any goodwill. Hey, that's that. I'll be careful in the future. Don't worry brother Jiang, your share, when I'm out of this batch, I'll be sure to honor you. Well, count your blessings, I'll be off if there's nothing else. Zhang Fei nodded with satisfaction and turned around to leave Zhao Gang's gold store. Take care, brother Jiang. Zhao Gang respectfully bid farewell to Zhang Fei. Zhao Gang smiled and watched Qin Shou, Zhang Fei and the others walk away before he couldn't wait to dial a phone. Chapter 94, turned around and went back. Not a moment later, the phone was connected. Zhao Gang hastily picked up the phone, impatiently opened his mouth. Hey, Lao Jin, I have a batch of newly arrived good goods, the quality of which are among the finest of the finest. Help me contact a buyer. I intend to bid on all of them. Zhao Gang, if you ask me, your kid is really lucky. Don't tell me, your call came at a really good time. A middle-aged man's somewhat excited voice immediately sounded on the other end of the phone. What? You have a new path? Zhao Gang's eyes lit up at his words. All of his good goods in the past had come out through this old Jin. Old Jin specializes in selling antiques and cultural relics. He has some contacts in Yecheng, and generally, some local rich people who want to find some good objects with collectible value are looking for him. The old Jin on the other end of the phone laughed and said, He, I won't hide it from you. Recently a Yanjing gentry surnamed Ji came to Yecheng, and the day before yesterday his people contacted me. saying they wanted to get some good goods from me. It's quite a coincidence that you called. The Yi family is a very important family in China. However, Zhao Gang, I can put the ugly words in front of Mr. Yi discerning very picky. Ordinary objects he cannot see. The more expensive the better, preferably with the value of the collection of rare objects. Otherwise people will not buy. Old Jean, don't worry, recently I've got a new batch of goods. All of them are the best of the best. The workmanship and craftsmanship are superb. Absolutely international first-class level. Especially one of the Swiss watches. That is the top quality goods that have been discontinued in the 90s. The global limited edition. I guarantee I won't let the other party down. Zhao Gang patted his chest and said confidently. Lao Jin, hey, that's good. In that case, let's make an appointment. The usual rules. I want 10% of the profit. Don't worry about this. As long as the other party can afford the price, we'll act according to the rules. Zhao Gang promised with a full mouth. Yecheng, the center of the city. Within a top-class large flat mansion, Yi Wuwan was currently lying on his back on the soft leather sofa, with a warm white towel on his forehead. His face was a little pale, and his lips were bloodless, obviously not looking too good, and he still hadn't recovered from yesterday's events. Behind him, a woman with a plump figure and enchanting posture was using her soft white hands to knead his shoulders with moderate force and skillful techniques, obviously doing this kind of thing often. Yi Wuwan was closing his eyes, relaxing and enjoying the woman's massage, when a woman with a hot body slowly walked over. It was none other than Gu Ling. Gu Ling's face didn't look too good either. Her walking posture was a bit unnatural. Obviously her injuries hadn't healed yet. Those two women, did you find them? Yi Wuwan closed his eyes as a scowl flashed across his face. It turned out that within the blood god sex cave that day, because of the dim light, coupled with the fact that Yi Wuwan was in a panic and his mind was in a mess, he did not see what Gui Gang and Qin Shou, who kicked him back into the cave after removing their makeup, actually looked like that day. Therefore, he also did not associate these two people with the two women he had met in the Tindy clubhouse before, and still thought that Qin Shou was really a woman. My subordinate is incompetent and has yet to find them. These two don't seem to be from that field very often, and I've sent people to ask all the relevant people, and they all say they don't know of these two. Gu Ling respectfully lowered her head, not daring to meet Yi Wuwan's eyes. Humph, useless thing. When Yi Wuwan heard this, he was instantly enraged and violently flung his hand, dropping the glass of red wine he was holding on the ground. There was a crunching sound, and red liquid mixed with broken glass pieces instantly spilled all over the floor. Seeing this, Gu Ling pressed her head even lower, and her body trembled slightly out of fear. She knew very well that this young master of her family had a habit that he liked to torture people once he was in a bad mood. There's no news. So what are you doing here? Yi Wuwan's tone was impatient, and his voice was also a few points colder. Young master, didn't you say earlier that all the watch jewelry you were carrying was stolen by that woman, and that you wanted to get in another batch of good goods, and in the meantime, see if anyone is selling your stuff on the black market? Just now, Yecheng's largest underground antique trader, Lao Jin, contacted me and said that he has some good goods, so I wonder if you're interested. Young master. Yi Wuwan sniffed and suddenly waved his hand, signaling the sexy girl who was massaging him to stop. With that, Yi Wuwan rubbed his somewhat sore eyes, slowly opened his eyes, stretched his waist, and lazily said, alright, go take a look. In a few days, it will be Jing Jing's birthday party, so I have to prepare a decent gift for her. Ordinary things definitely won't catch her eye, so it's just the right time to buy something nice. And by the way, it's time to decorate yourself properly, otherwise wouldn't it be beneath your dignity? Qin Shou joyfully left Zhao Gang's gold store. At the moment he was holding a huge amount of more than $2,700,000. The mood is incredibly comfortable. He had temporarily jacked up a loan online in order to buy real estate before, totaling more than $1 million, and the interest rate on this online loan was quite high, which had been a bit of a pain in the ass for him. Anyway, now have enough cash on hand. Qin Shou is also lazy to continue to owe the loan that has to pay interest every day, and directly chose a one-time repayment. Even so, Qin Shou still had over $1,700,000 in cash under his hand. With money, people naturally became generous. Nuo, a 4 or 5-year-old girl, is still wearing the wolfskin clothes that Qin Shou made for her. Now it is spring. The weather is getting warmer. Nuo, wearing a furry wolfskin, walking in the crowded shopping mall, looks particularly eye-catching. Turnover rate of 100%, passing by each place. It would attract a lot of people frequently side-eyeing, one by one eyeing Qin Shou with an unkind look, thinking that Qin Shou must be a strange uncle who abducts and sells little girls, and some people were even secretly calling the police. This made Qin Shou's head spin for a while, thinking that anyway, now that he had money, He didn't want Nua to continue to wear this eye-catching wolfskin outfit. So Qin Shou took Nua around the children's clothing store and bought Nua a couple of beautiful clothes that a little girl should wear. Don't say. Nua is indeed a natural beauty. This beautiful clothes for a change, living a delicate and incomparable Barbie doll, caused them all a lot of like children's little brother and sister frequently side-eye. After buying clothes, Qin Shou took Nua to have a roasted whole goat dinner, and in the meantime, he played a big game in the arcade of the mall. Although Nua is a devil corpse, but her mind is a 4 or 5-year-old girl, Qin Shou took Nua to eat, drink and have fun. Nua was so happy. Even when Qin Shou left with Nua, the little girl was still a bit reluctant to part. Qin Shou was having a good time with little Nua, but he didn't know that another crisis about him was brewing. Chapter 95, The Sad Gonzo. Whoa, old Qin. Old Qin. I can't imagine that you had such a short life. You son of a, why are you gone? Qin Shou with Nua. People just to the hospitalization department. Not yet into the ward. Will hear Guigang cried heartbreaking? Liver and lungs. Qin Shou heart cannot help but a hot. Said this dead fat. Not in vain friends is quite interesting. Okay, I say this brother. Can you stop crying? The two patients in the same ward. Were you crying asked to change the ward? You continue to cry so. This other patients may have to complain. The little nurse who changed Guigang's medicine had a helpless face and advised with tears and laughter. Whoa, old Qin. If you die, whose chicken leg can I grab to eat in the future? Hearing the words of the little nurse, Guigang is oblivious, but instead cried more sadly. Simply snotty. Whoa, old Qin. You say you a mother dead on death. Mom's contract but you signed with the police. Now the case is solved. The police said that the money can only be given to your hands. The old man this mother busy work for nothing. Almost lost his life, but also have to pour medical expenses. You mother to die also first give me the money Woohoo. Qin Shou had thought that Guigang was sad because of his death. Did not think that this guy's mind actually think of all the money. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This mother gungzi. I'm still touched by the loss just now. Brother Gua, can you stop crying? Tell me, what's going on here? Brother Qin what happened to him? Su Nanchin's voice came from the ward, slightly hoarse, even with a strong crying tone, obviously from Guigang's mouth after hearing the news of Qin Shou's death, cried out. It turned out that this Su Nanchin could not contact Qin Shou for a few days, and there had been some hidden uneasiness in her heart. She had no choice but to contact Guigang, which is how she learned the news of Guigang's hospitalization. Speaking of which, we all shot the same scene. Guigang and Su Nanchin are now considered colleagues and more or less know each other. Plus Su Nanchin knows that Guigang has an unusual relationship with Qin Shou. So Su Nanchin came to the hospital early in the morning to visit Guigang. I did not expect to come. Then heard Guigang there a hard to cry. Crying that called a tearing heart and lungs, liver and guts. Su Nanchin only then learned from Guigang mouth. Qin Shou is afraid to have met with misfortune. Su Nanchin this is the first time to a man so moved. Did not think that the two are still in the ambiguous period. Did not formally start. Suddenly heard such bad news. Su Nanchin at the moment the whole person is like a bolt from the blue. Head buzzing. Some unsteady. But no matter how Su Nanchin inquired. Guigang is just there to cry. Crying to death. Do not know whether he is genuinely sad Qin Shou died, or sad that their hands of money is gone. Ahem. Guigang was crying with tears in his voice, when Qin Shou suddenly appeared at the door of the ward. Looking at the crying Guigang, he coughed dryly with some embarrassment. Holy dash. Old Qin, you're not dead. Guigang still had a needle inserted in his hand, and when he saw Qin Shou, who suddenly appeared at the entrance of the ward, he sat up violently, and under the emotional excitement, he almost ripped the needle out of his hand. Brother Qin, on the side of Su Nanchin to the present has not been clear about the situation. She was originally as if her heart was dead. All thoughts were silent, thinking that she would never see Qin Shou again. When she saw Qin Shou suddenly appear in front of her, she burst into tears of joy and couldn't help but excitedly pounced over and hugged Qin Shou tightly. Brother Qin, it's really great that you're alright. I was really worried to death. Su Nanchin's voice was still a little choked, but she could no longer hide the delight in her words. The beauty threw her arms around her. Qin Shou naturally would not refuse, and hugged Su Nanchin, gently patting her back as a sign of comfort. Qin Shou wrapped his arms around Su Nanchin, feeling the faint fragrance emanating from her body, as well as the squeezing sensation coming from her full breasts. His heart was quite flattered, secretly saying, after not seeing her for a few days, why do I feel that this chick's body is getting better and better? Of course, Qin Shou naturally do not know. Since that night after the two kissed, Su Nanqin began to secretly use the breast enhancement products to the young girl that a little mind. Qin Shou naturally is not clear. Asterisk 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 you mother asterisk 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 ing old Qin. Did you ing come to see me or did you come to spread dog food on me? Gui Gang saw that Qin Shou this thing just entered the ward and hugged the most beautiful and young girl of the crew, and also made love to him in front of his own face, giving him a storm of dog food, and then his heart was not happy, and a sour taste surged to his heart. Sorry, brother Qin. I was too excited just now. When Su Nanqin heard this, she realized that she had just lost some of her temper, and hurriedly pushed Qin Shou away and retreated to the side, lowering her head, her little face flushed and lovely. Yikes! Who's this? So cute! Su Nanqin had just been so full of Qin Shou that she didn't even notice Nuonua beside him. At this moment, she calmed down. She just saw that Qin Shou had a delicate and lovely porcelain doll beside him at some point. Su Nanqin immediately squatted down, a gentle smile on her face, and smiled as she struck up a conversation with Nuonua, wanting to use this as a way to ease her embarrassment. Nuonua tilted her head with a puzzled expression, looking at Qin Shou and then Su Nanqin, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Nuonua is good. Sister Su Nanqin is brother's good friend, and also your good friend, okay? Qin Shou smiled and touched Nuonua's little head, saying softly, okay, Nuonua knows. Nuonua listened to Qin Shou's words and nodded her head obediently, smiling sweetly at Su Nanqin. So her name's Nuonua. She's so cute. Su Nanqin held Nuonua's little hand and went to play aside. He, old Gua. I never thought you would cry so much for me. Qin Shou walked to Gui Gang and looked at his somewhat red and swollen eyes. He could not help but be a little touched and could not help but dryly cough twice and flirt. You ing old Qin. Why don't you tell me when you're not doing anything? I'm crying about you? I'm crying that I lost my money. Don't flatter yourself. Gui Gang's old face flushed red, being poked through Qin Shou's mind. He was a bit annoyed and his mouth began to be unforgiving, but although his mouth was unconvincing, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and a smile of relief appeared on his face. Honestly speaking, he was really happy that Qin Shou was fine. Of course, there must be an element of his own money having fallen, but most of all, he was still heartily happy for his good brother's safe return. Qin Shou also just stared at Gui Gang with a smile and didn't say anything. He knew that Gui Gang was just a person with a hard mouth and a soft heart. I say old Qin, weren't you captured by that demoness? Quickly tell me, how on earth did you escape from her? Tell me honestly, did you betray your color? He. Gui Gang was a bit uncomfortable by Qin Shou's stare and hurriedly changed the topic. His face returned to a playful and smiling look, and even squeezed his eyes at Qin Shou with a lewd face. Chapter 96, The Caring Brother Qin. How? Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders and secretly unleashed several skills such as, talented actor, artful speaking, with a hint of fluke on her face intentionally. She described in colorful voice, after that female devil grabbed me, she threw me into a gloomy and terrifying cave, and then wanted to suck my blood. I desperately resisted, but I didn't realize that the demoness was also seriously injured at that time. And under the tussle with me, she lost her strength and fainted. I hurriedly snuck away before she woke up. I'm telling you, how could your kid be a match for that demoness? He. Fortunately your kid's life is great. Gui Gang sniffing suddenly realized that he had been hit by Qin Shou's skills, and looking at Qin Shou's face that the fluke expression of escaping from death didn't seem to be pretending. He had already believed most of it. Saying that, Gui Gang half leaned against the bed, and his eyes could not help but glance to Nuonua, who was playing with Su Nanqin on the side. Looking at the naive Nuonua, Gui Gang always felt that this little girl's face was a bit familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere, but she couldn't think of it for a while. I say old Qin, where did this little girl come from? I've known you for so many years, and I've never seen you have such a sister before? Gui Gang couldn't help but ask curiously, you mean Nuonua? Ugh dash. Saying that, Qin Shou let out a long sigh and once again unleashed the dual skills of genius actor, coquettish tongue, purposely interpreting a look of pity, his eyes looking at Nuonua with compassion. When I was escaping from that female devil, I just happened to bump into Nuonua, who had also escaped from the Blood God sect. I don't know what Nuonua suffered in the Blood God sect, and now she doesn't remember anything. So I looked at her pitifully, and in a moment of weakness, I thought of adopting her. Qin Shou naturally couldn't tell Gui Gang that Nuonua was the devil corpse. Knowing that Gui Gang had almost died under the devil corpse's hands, he hurriedly made up a nonsense reason. However, Qin Shou's heart is also clear. What his character? Gui Gang is the most understanding. Never for no reason. The virgin heart burst to adopt any little girl, so under no circumstances, Qin Shou only had to launch skills. This section of the play some effort. Brother Qin, I can't imagine that you have such a good heart. Little Nua is just too pitiful. Even Su Nanchin on the side couldn't help but be touched by Qin Shou's affectionate and sincere performance. Not knowing in the slightest that she had been hit by a skill, she couldn't help but be greatly moved. And the look in Qin Shou's eyes was more than a little bit more adoring. Brother is the best. Nua loves brother the most. Su Nanchin was hit by the skill. Nua naturally could not be an exception. With big watery eyes and a touching face. Cough cough cough. It's nothing. I've actually been this caring since I was a kid. I loved helping my grandmothers cross the street when I was a kid. Qin Shou, somewhat embarrassed, dry cough too. Said, this seems to pretend too much. I am a little embarrassed. This in case let Su Nanchin and little Nuonua know that I raised her to be used as a child bride. I do not know how it will feel. I go. Old Qin, when did you become so caring? Gui Gang, was wrong about you before? I'm convinced you. Although Gui Gang still had a few doubts in his heart, he was still fooled by Qin Shou's colorful rendition and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to him. But then again, old Qin, you're still single. You're not even married. And with a little girl by your side, you'll have trouble finding a wife in the future. If I say so, it's better to send this little girl away quickly and find a good family to adopt her. Gui Gang stroked his chin, in a tone of a man who had been there before, and advised bitterly, Humph, you're a bad person. I'm not leaving brother Qin Shou's side. Gui Gang was originally acting out of good intentions, thinking for Qin Shou, but he didn't expect to hear this in the ears of Nua, who was on the sidelines. Just after saying this, Nua beamed her little mouth, puffed out her cheeks, and showed her teeth angrily towards Gui Gang, revealing two cute little tiger teeth. When Gui Gang saw little Nu's action of showing her teeth, his heart couldn't help but thump, and a cold feeling ran through his back, instinctively sending a shiver down his spine. He finally remembered why this little girl looked so familiar. Isn't this a shrunken version of a demon corpse? I'll go. This girl wouldn't be a demonic corpse turned into a demonic corpse, lurking around old Qin, wanting to plague him. Thinking of this, Gui Gang couldn't help but look at Nua again, only to see that Nua had already not looked at Gui Gang at this moment, but was happily playing with Su Nanchin again, as if the little devil who had just shown his teeth didn't exist at all, and had resumed his innocent and cute appearance. Damn. Looks like I was overthinking it. How can that demon corpse be so cute when it's so fierce? Gui Gang patted his chest, which was a relief, and couldn't help but secretly comfort himself. Grandma's leg. Just now I was really scared to death. It seems that I was psychologically frightened by that female devil. By the way, the police reward for this successful case has arrived. Qin Shou watched Gui Gang keep staring at Nua. Lest Gui Gang see something, he immediately opened his mouth to change the topic. Qin Shou knew in his heart that as long as the matter of money was mentioned, it was impossible not to attract Gui Gang. Yeah, where's my money, old Qin? When will you give me the $250,000 you promised? I can tell you, I also hospitalized this time, which belongs to the work injury. 250,000 is not enough. You high and low have to give me a few tens of thousands of dollars to make up. Sure enough, mention the matter of money. Gui Gang immediately came to energy. In fact, the police have long been reimbursed for his medical expenses, but Gui Gang guessed that Qin Shou certainly do not know about this, so the idea is to get a few more tens of thousands of dollars from Qin Shou. This. You kid, look at your anxious demeanor. Don't worry, there's no shortage of favors for you. Here, this will be transferred to you. Qin Shou couldn't help but look at Gui Gang, saying that this is only hospitalized for a few days, even want to make up for their own tens of thousands of medical bills, really drilling money eyes, heart black this goods. However, Qin Shou thought for a moment, as if he had a blacker heart. He had earned more than $2 million this wave. With that, Qin Shou took out his cell phone and directly transferred $500,000 to Gui Gang. Qin Shou just turned away. Gui Gang's cell phone ding sound, received a collection message. Gui Gang's eyes lit up, not minding that his hands are still stuck with needles. He couldn't wait to grab his cell phone, unlocked it and took a look at it, and the screen clearly showed a string of numbers, 5000000. Gui Gang was petrified on the spot. He was in tears. This heavenly fortune. Gui Gang only felt that the happiness came too suddenly. His little heart was a little unbearable for a moment. This was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for Gui Gang, who had graduated over 10 years ago and had been working hard in the big city of Yecheng. You know, he's been working for people as a cowboy since he graduated, and he hasn't saved this much in savings in more than a decade. Yecheng is extremely expensive, especially the rent, and you have to shell out a large amount every month. Plus Gui Gang is also a senior licking dog. After work in order to pursue his heart goddess phone Mimi, but also not a lot of money on her. The salary is not much. Naturally, there is no savings. Ah dash. Hiccup dash. Gua Gang's eyes rolled white on the spot, so excited that he didn't catch his breath and fainted directly on the spot. Chapter 97 Guzzi's Past. I'll go. Gonzo. You're not. Qin Shou rushed forward with an arrow step, and assisted the staggering Gua Gang. Doctor. Hurry up and call a doctor. Qin Shou hurriedly asked Su Nanchin to call a doctor. Oh dash. Good dash. Su Nanchin also did not expect this turn of events and hurriedly let go of little Nua and rushed out of the hospital room. A few minutes later, with the help of the little nurse, Gua Gang was finally awake. Old Qin, am I dreaming? Gua Gang leisurely opened his eyes and saw Qin Shou and the female nurse staring at him with a concerned face. You're dreaming of a hammer. I mean, what the is wrong with you? You fainted at this amount of money? Scared the out of me. Qin Shou didn't have the heart to say, Old Qin, hit me, quick, hit me. Gua Gang was still a little unconvinced that it was all true. I'll go. There's this request. Qin Shou was stunned at his words and immediately revealed a crying and laughing expression. The female nurse on the side heard their conversation and couldn't help but give Gua Gang and Qin Shou a blank look. Thinking that these two dead perverts, the little nurse shook her head with a look of contempt, then left the ward without looking back. Pa dash. Then there was a crunching sound in the hospital and a squeal that killed a pig. I go. Old Qin. You kid can how come there's so much? Before you did not say only 250,000? Could it be that this extra is that you extort from that broad young body? Gua Gang had completely sobered up at this moment, and there was a deep red handprint on his face. He is at this moment. His eyebrows are open. Eyebrows are flying to the sky. Lowered his voice, cannot help but curiously asked. Qin Shou previously mentioned to Gua Gang, the city government this time the bonus is 500,000. So Gua Gang naturally thought that Qin Shou extra money from Yi Wuhuan fishing there. Of course, Gua Gang if you know Qin Shou this time actually earned more than 2 million. Probably have to jump up on the spot. Chest beating and cursing the dog days Qin Shou heart too black. Qin Shou naturally did not bother to explain to him. Just smiled mysteriously, nodded, and then made a silent gesture at him. Gua Gang immediately understood. His face piled up with smiles as he nodded his head repeatedly and said, Hey, understand, this kind of thing, of course you can't talk nonsense about it. Old Gua, what are you going to do with this money? Qin Shou said, while picking up the ice-cold salt water in his hand. Gulp 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 a few mouthfuls. Hey, with this money, Mimi's dowry money is finally coming together. Gua Gang grinned, his face blossoming with joy, as if he had already seen the beautiful scene of himself and Feng Mimi entering the marriage hall. He was completely immersed in his joy and did not notice Qin Shou's change in demeanor. Put, the mouthful of salt vapor that Qin Shou just drank into his mouth instantly sprayed out, all of it spraying onto Gua Gang's face. Caught off guard, Gua Gang was sprayed, his face and hair covered in salt vapor with spittle. I say you mother asterisk old Qin, why are you spraying me? Gua Gang wiped his face and glared at Qin Shou with a displeased expression. I think you're undersprayed. Qin Shou put down the salt vapor and pointed at Gua Gang with a look of hatred. $500,000. That's a full $500,000. Why are you still a lickspittle when you have money? Why don't you use this money as capital and follow me to invest and do business? Do you have to take it as a dowry? Or that Feng Mimi who kicked your ass so many times? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Qin Shou's tone was agitated. Spittle was almost sprayed on Gua Gang's face. A face of hatred. To know that Qin Shou in his previous life was when the licking dog licked himself to death. As a person who has been there, he really cannot figure out, Gua Gang how to be so dead-eyed. Have to hang on a crooked neck tree. You know, of all the women in the world, she's the best. Unexpectedly, Qin Shou said a few words to Gua Gang, and he even got anxious. I say Gongzi, you have some confidence in yourself too, okay? You're not so bad. In the past, you didn't have any money, but now that you have money, you're still afraid that you won't be able to find a woman. Look at your looks. You also look. Qin Shou would like to say you do not look bad, but when the words came to his mouth, he glanced at Gua Gang's shiny, fat face, and immediately choked as if he couldn't go on. You grandma's leg. You tell me, how do I look? Gua Gang saw Qin Shou suddenly get stuck and asked after him with a depressed face, and in his heart, he knew that he was not very good at honoring himself. Why don't we forget about looks and talk about your body? Your body. Ahem. Qin Shou coughed dryly 2 more times, still not able to make up any good words, and couldn't make it up again. You're a ing pot calling the kettle black. Are you comforting me? Gua Gang instantly looked like a deflated ball of leather, drooping his head, his face full of displeasure. Gongzi, man, the most important thing is to look at the strength. The key is to be hard enough, firm enough. Appearance of these, not important. Together you will know. women care about. Or inside. Qin Shou thought for half a day. Really could not find any advantages. And had to change the topic. You're standing on your ing feet. You're not good looking and you're broke. So who the gave you the chance to show if you're hard enough and firm enough? Guigang didn't have the good sense to say it. Qin Shou was a bit speechless for a moment as Guigang disliked him. Thinking that Guigang didn't seem to be wrong. Forget it, Gongzi. Let's not talk about this useless stuff. Let's talk about something genuine. Tell me the truth. Why have you been in love with her all these years? I see that every time you see a beautiful woman, that lewd look of your eyes falling out. You don't look like a person who hangs himself on a tree. Unexpectedly, after Qin Shou said this, Guigang suddenly changed like a person and fell silent. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had fallen into some kind of memory, and his voice became low. Old Qin, do you still remember when I was in college? My father suddenly became seriously ill, and I was so anxious like an ant on a hot pan that I borrowed money from everywhere, and even went so far as to sell my blood? Remember? Qin Shou nodded, and his face put away his joking expression. Speaking of which, back in the day I lent your boy all the money I had saved from my summer odd jobs. Because of this, that's why we've been good brothers for so many years. Guigang's eyes twinkled as he fell into memories and continued. But old Qin, do you know who else in the class lent me money besides you? It can't be Feng Mei. Qin Shou froze at the words, and with a look of disbelief, he couldn't help but blurt it out. But then a flash of light came to his mind, and he thought that Guigang did seem to be the one who started madly pursuing Feng Mei after this incident. Moreover, Feng Mei's character, Qin Shou is aware of. This girl, although she plays with flowers outside, but her nature is straightforward. In fact, it is an anxious and righteous character. That day at the KTV, everyone was holding up Zhang Wei, and only Feng Mei had been helping herself, so Qin Shou could see that the girl was not bad by nature. Chapter 98, You sell me my stuff? Oh, good. It's Mame. Guigang nodded, a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth, a hint of complexity in his eyes. And this money? She's never pushed me to pay it back. You know, old Qin, you know that I was brought up by my father since I was a child, and even though the operation failed in the end, and my father still couldn't be resuscitated, at that time, if I hadn't borrowed the money you guys lent me to make up enough money for the operation, I would have hated myself for the rest of my life. Speaking to the emotional place, always happy Guigang, tone of voice actually some choking, eyes also slightly red. Alas, it's just a matter of your own decision. Qin Shou let out a long sigh, patted Guigang's shoulder, and did not say anything more. Guigang this feeling, Qin Shou can more or less empathize with a few points. It's like a man who has been living in the dark, and then suddenly one day, someone gives him a ray of light, and from then on, that person is all he has. Guigang didn't say anything else, just nodded silently. You get well and don't think too much in the meantime. After saying that, Qin Shou turned around and left the ward. Su Nanqin saw Qin Shou leave and also said goodbye to Guigang and followed Qin Shou. Guigang was the only one left in the room. He was lying quietly on the hospital bed, his eyes looking at the ceiling. His thoughts were all over the place. After half a ring, Guigang fished out his cell phone from under his pillow, his fingertips trembling slightly, and dialed Feng Mei's number. As soon as the phone was connected, Feng Mei's voice came with obvious impatience. Guigang, didn't I tell you? Don't bother me anymore. It's impossible for us. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know what kind of person I am? Guigang, you're a good person. Find a normal woman to live with. Forget about me. Feng Mei's voice was sharp and cold, as if it was an icy cold knife that ruthlessly stabbed at Guigang's heart. Mimi, don't you need money? I have money now. I have $500,000. I'll give it all to you. Don't do that business anymore. Is that okay? Guigang was a bit agitated, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. Guigang, who the do you think you are? A savior? All the women in the world need you to save them? Don't flatter yourself. Do you know how much money I need? I'm a gold-digging woman. Forget about me. What do you think $500,000 will do? It's not even enough for a down payment on a house. If I had known you would be such a stalker, I shouldn't have lent you that money in the first place. Feng Mei's words were even meaner. What the? Are you done with this call? Hurry up and hang up the phone for me. Spoil my fun. A rough voice came from Feng Mei's side, interrupting her words. Boss Qin, I'm really sorry. Feng Mei immediately full of smile, into the phone hurriedly said just like this, then hung up the phone. Guigang on the other end of the phone heard the conversation between Feng Mei and Boss Qin clearly. Guigang put down the phone feebly, his body trembling badly, and he didn't know whether it was because of sadness, or anger, or both. Just see this gold boss wearing a pair of gold glasses, wearing a vintage silk yellow waistcoat, quite a bit of the late Qing dynasty relics. At this moment, This boss Jin was half leaning on the sofa inside the private room, while Feng Mimi was kneeling in front of him, selling her services for him. This boss Jin tilted his head with a face of enjoyment. Old Jin, why do you order this girl every time you come here? I'd say the appearance is just okay. It's not exactly the best. Zhao Gang, who was at the side, asked with some puzzlement. Hey, I said Zhao Gang. You don't understand this, do you? A lecherous smile appeared at the corner of Boss Jin's mouth, his eyes roaming over Feng Mimi's body in a lustful manner. In this club, she has the best technique, especially the mouth job. It's called a lustful, soul-crushing Old Jin, this Mr. Yi you're talking about, when exactly is he coming over? Zhao Gang was obviously more interested in the Mr. Yi in Boss Jin's words, and asked with some impatience. What's the rush? Don't worry, since the appointment has been made, this Mr. Yi will naturally arrive. He, I can tell you, this is a big patron. If you serve him well today and make him comfortable, there will be no shortage of big deals in the future. Just as Boss Jin's words fell, the door of the private room was pushed open from outside. Only a man and a woman walked in slowly. Between the male's handsome eyebrows, there was a bit of grimness, and between his hands and feet, there was an air of nobility that had been in power for a long time. The woman was wearing a tight leather jacket. Her body was hot to the extreme, but just coming in, she made this private room. A group of ladies dressed up in flamboyant colors lose their colors. The people who came were no one else but the duo of Yi Wuwan and Gu Ling. Gu, Mr. Yi, you're here. As soon as Lao Jin saw Yi Wuwan who walked in, he immediately acted like a different person. Just a moment ago he was half lying on the sofa with a lazy and enjoyable look, but at this moment he instantly became energized. A push away Feng Mimi who was kneeling in front of him to serve him. Old Jin panicked and lifted his pants, and with a smile on his face, he attentively pointed to the sofa on the side and said, Hey, please sit down, Mr. Yi. Feng Mimi was suddenly and roughly pushed away by Boss Jin, lost her balance, stumbled, and hit her forehead on the corner of the coffee table, and sucked in a breath of cool air in pain. But even so, Feng Mimi did not dare to say anything more, just silently lowered her head, scrambled to get up, intending to exit this private room. Wait! Unexpectedly, Feng Mimi had just walked to the door, but was suddenly called by Yi Wuwan. Feng Mimi froze at the words, her footsteps immediately froze in place, slowly turning around and whispering in a respectful tone, May I ask what your orders are, boss? Hey, Yi Shao really does have an eye for this scene. It's this girl who's the most energetic. Seeing this, Boss Jin immediately flattered with a smile on his face. Take this money, get cleaned up, and wait for me in the next booth. Yi Wuwan didn't pay any attention to old Jin's bragging and didn't even bother to look at Boss Jin more than once. He just lightly glanced at Feng Mimi before he took out a thick stack of banknotes from his own pocket, and without looking at them, he directly dumped them onto the coffee table. Feng Mimi fixed her eyes, only to see a thick stack of banknotes scattered on the coffee table, a clear color of the United States dollar. In the dim light exudes a seductive luster, eyeballing more than 10,000. At this scene, both Zhao Gang and Old Jin were so stunned that their jaws were about to fall to the ground. In this era of mobile payment popularization, who still carries so much cash with them, and it's still clear of U.S. currency? It was enough to show that the strength of this Yi Shao from Ren Jing in front of him was extraordinary. Thanks boss. Feng Mimi was also so excited that her eyes were green, and she hurriedly picked up the beautiful bills on the table, her face blossoming with joy, and she joyfully left the private room. Yi Shao is really atmospheric. His hand is generous. Zhao Gang on the side couldn't help but give Yi Wuwan a thumbs up, flattering him with a flattering smile on his face. You are? Yi Wuwan couldn't help but frown slightly, his complexion somewhat unkind. The information that Gu Ling had previously provided to Yi Wuwan only contained information about Old Jin but did not mention Zhao Gang, so Yi Wuwan did not recognize him. Oh, let me introduce Yi Shao. This is Zhao Gang, the owner of Yecheng's largest local gold store, Zhao's Gold Shop, who supplied this batch of goods today. Seeing this, Old Jin rushed forward and introduced himself. Oh, okay. Yi Wuwan nodded lightly. His unhappy face once again resumed the indifference of a moment ago, and opened the door and said, I don't want to waste time. What do you have? Take it all out and show it to me, but I can make it clear in advance. Yi Wuwan, don't accept trash. Zhao Gang sniffed and patted his chest and assured, Hey, Yi Shao, you can rest assured that my batch of goods is definitely the best of the best, guaranteed to satisfy you. After saying that, he took out a black suitcase from his side, and then gently placed it on the coffee table. Then he carefully opened the suitcase, moving gently so as not to damage the things inside the suitcase. Afterwards, He turned the box around and pushed it in front of Yi Wo-won, saying with confidence, "Young Yi, please take a look." Yi Wo-won originally looked indifferent, even a bit careless. However, when he looked at the contents of the box, his face instantly grimaced, and a harsh, cold light flashed in his eyes. He stood up violently, moving so swiftly that everyone present was caught a little off guard. Immediately afterward, he raised his right foot and kicked it violently towards Zhao Gang's chest without any mercy. Bang! A dull ringing sound echoed in the private room. Zhao Gang was unprepared and received this kick solidly. His body flew backward like a kite with broken strings and hit the wall heavily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you touch my Yi Wo-won's things, and dare to sell it to me again? I think you're impatient with life. Chapter 99, Drag out and break your legs. Zhao Gang was kicked to the ground by Yi Wo-won's sudden kick, stifled a grunt of pain, covered his chest, and struggled just to get up. However, Yi Wo-won, as if he did not have the slightest intention of letting him go, rushed forward with an arrow step, grabbed Zhao Gang's collar, waved his fists, stormy, and relentlessly greeted Zhao Gang's face. Yi Wo-won smashed Zhao Gang's face one after another. Zhao Gang was beaten to a blue face. Blood flowed down the corners of his mouth and nostrils, and under the continuous screams, he was already unrecognizable. The old gold on the side where has seen this kind of formation. This is completely to the death. Frightened pale, fearing that a human life will be caused, instinctively rushed up, grabbed Yi Wo-won's arm, compensated and smiled. Brother Yi, we are all businessmen. Have a good conversation. Is there any misunderstanding here? Misunderstand your mom? Get the hell out of here. What are you? You dare to meddle in my business. He didn't expect Yi Wo-won to not appreciate old Jin's love in the slightest. He was already burning with anger, and now that his arm was grabbed by old Jin, he was even more furious. Yi Wo-won shook off Lao Jin, then continued to deliver another stormy beating to Zhao Gang's face. Old Jin was pushed by Yi Wo-won and stumbled, almost falling to the ground, barely stabilizing his body. Looking at Yi Wo-won, who was in the midst of his anger at the moment, he was so scared that he no longer dared to say another word, but just stood by the side, trembling, until after a long time, perhaps Yi Wo-won felt tired of punching. Looking at Zhao Gang, who was already bruised and swollen and covered with blood, Yi Wo-won only felt relieved for a few minutes. Yi Wo-won stood up, took out a tissue and wiped the bloodstains on his hands. His eyes didn't even bother to look at the half-dead Zhao Gang who had been beaten to death more than once, and coldly said, "Say it, where did you get these things from me? If the answer can satisfy me, leave you a dog's life." Yi Wo-won stood up, took out a clean tissue from his pocket and slowly wiped the bloodstains on his hands. His eyes didn't even bother to look at the half-dead Zhao Gang, who was beaten half to death. One more time, as he wiped the bloodstains on his hands, he coldly asked, "Tell me, where did you get these things from me? If your answer can satisfy me, I can consider leaving you a dog's life. I bought it from a guy named Qin Shou." When he said this, although Zhao Gang could not come up for air, but his tone of voice could be heard gritting his teeth, obviously hating it to the extreme. He didn't hate Yi Wo-won, mainly because he didn't dare to hate, knowing that he didn't have the strength to do anything with this male son from the capital, but he is to Qin Shou. At this moment is hate to the bone. He is spending $1.5 million to buy a. I did not expect the money did not earn, but for no reason by such a beating. This wave was simply Qin Shou to pit miserable. Who can hold back the bad breath? Zhao Gang knew that he didn't have the strength to take Qin Shou, nor did he have the means to take this Yi Gongzi. So the first thing that came to his mind was to let these two people bite the dog, and it would be best if both of them could be defeated, so that he could be relieved of this bad anger. Thinking of this, he was not hesitant to say Qin Shou's name. Qin Shou. Yi Wo-won frowned slightly when he heard the name, thinking that he had heard it wrong, and continued to ask somewhat undeterred, "This is a man? Of course, this kid is quite tall, about 1.85 meters, very strong, all tendon meat." At that time I did not dare to mess with him, so I did not ask him where this batch of goods came from, only know that it is a good goods. Then all received, although Zhao Gang's face still hurt a lot, but the good thing is that this Yi Wo-won's body seems to be a bit weak. It seems that the punches are fierce, but in fact, most of them are superficial wounds, without injuring the tendons and bones, so Zhao Gang is finally slowing down at the moment, and his speech is also smooth. After listening to Zhao Gang's description, Yi Wo-won once again recalled the scene in the clubhouse that night, as well as Qin Shou's sturdy tendon meat at that time, which left an extremely deep impression on him. He was now finally sure that the original that night, he almost ed a female bigot. Of course, it was also possible to almost be ed by a female bigot. I don't know whether this Qin is an attacker or a recipient. Thinking of this, Yi Wo-won instinctively felt his chrysanthemums tighten and his face darkened even more. His mind conjured up Qin Shou's burly body and that exquisite face, and he couldn't help but feel a vicious chill in his heart. Yi Wuwan secretly celebrated. Luckily, this guy shouldn't be an attacker, or else I definitely won't be able to keep my chrysanthemums. Young master, what's wrong with you? Your face doesn't seem to look too good. Do you want to go back to rest early? Just as Yi Wuwan's thoughts were flying, Gu Ling on the side suddenly opened her mouth and asked. When she saw Yi Wuwan's face was cloudy, she thought that he was not feeling well, so she was a bit worried. Yi Wuwan's face sank. His face was even a bit untenable, and he said unhappily, "There's nothing for you to do, so keep your mouth shut." Yes. Gu Ling immediately retreated to the side, no longer daring to say anything more, knowing that the end of offending Yi Wuwan would not be too good. You take the things for me, and then go investigate for me to find out what's the origin of this one surname Shin. Saying that, Yi Wuwan pointed to the batch of gold and silver jewelry on the coffee table. That, Yi Shao. This batch of goods, I spent more than $1,700,000 on it. You are a generous person. I don't earn a penny from you. You have fought and got angry. Do you think you can return my capital to me? Zhao Gang saw that Yi Wuwan was going to leave with these things without giving a penny. He immediately didn't care about the pain on his face, immediately kneeled on the ground, hugged Yi Wuwan's leg, and begged with snot and mucus flowing onto Yi Wuwan's trouser leg. Of course, Zhao Gang's capital is actually only 1.5 million, but as the saying goes, thieves don't go empty. Although Zhao Gang is a businessman, but he has done something broken, more dirty than a thief. He has been beaten up so much. Say what all have to get some benefits, at least have to get back the medical expenses of being beaten up. How dare you try to charge me for something you know is mine? Yi Wuwan's face was even more gloomy as he lowered his head and coldly looked at Zhao Gang, grabbing Zhao Gang's throat. This dash. Yi Shao. I paid for this too, didn't I? Zhao Gang's face, which was full of opinionated feelings, had a bitter smile on it, knowing that Yi Wuwan was not to be messed with, but still holding on to a hint of luck. Oof. It can be Surname Zhao. It seems you still don't have a long memory. Let me give you a long one. A scowl flashed across Yi Wuwan's face, then he turned his head to Gu Ling who was at the side and said, drag him out and break his legs, so that he can learn a long lesson. Chapter 100 Pervert Yi Wuwan. It's dash. Yi Shao. I don't want the money. Spare me. Zhao Gang was scared out of his wits when he heard Yi Wuwan's words. Where had he ever seen such an overbearing and unreasonable person? He quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy, begging with tears in his voice. Yi Wuwan simply didn't bother to continue to take care of Zhao Gang, not even looking at him, just turned around and walked towards the outside of the private room. To say that this Zhao Gang, earlier in the year, was also a mixer on the road, some blood, was forced to be anxious, but also will bite. He realized that the Gu Ling beside Yi Wuwan was nothing more than a woman, and seeing that at this moment, Yi Wuwan turned around and turned his back to himself. A hint of viciousness flashed across his face. Asterisk. Surname Yi, you bully people too much. I'll fight you. Zhao Gang roared. The whole person bounced up. His face was fierce as he lunged towards Yi Wuwan. Unexpectedly he really intended to have a fish death with Yi Wuwan. However, Yi Wuwan actually didn't turn his head back, not caring at all about Zhao Gang behind him. The pace was still calm, as if everything was within his grasp. Sure enough, at the same time, Gu Ling suddenly struck out. Her figure moved like a rabbit, and she kicked towards Zhao Gang's leg. Only heard a click sound of broken bones. Zhao Gang screamed miserably. The leg bone of his right leg was directly fractured on the spot. The whole person was like a puddle of mud. Before he rushed to Yi Wuwan's body, he fell straight to the ground, curled up into a ball in pain. It was also at this moment that Yi Wuwan, who had walked to the doorway, suddenly paused. His footsteps slightly stalled, and without turning back, he just said in a chilling voice, "Dare to resist? Break your arm for me too." "Yes, young master." Gu Ling nodded respectfully and replied before walking towards Zhao Gang, while Yi Wuwan directly exited the private room. Then, several miserable screams from Zhao Gang came from the private room one after another. Yi Wuwan went out of this private room, and directly went towards the next private room. He had already paid the money before, and had already arranged for Feng Mimi to wait for him in this private room. Pushing open the door, Yi Wuwan saw that Feng Mimi had already changed her outfit. Her exquisite makeup was more charming and attractive than before. Obviously she had dressed up carefully. She was sitting on the sofa with an elegant posture. Her body exuded a light fragrance of shower gel. Obviously following his instructions, she had just taken a shower and changed her clothes. When Feng Mimi saw Yi Wuwan come in, she immediately got up with a respectful smile piled on her face and softly said, "Good day boss." For her, Yi Wuwan was a rare big patron. so she naturally had to take out 12 points of her spirit and serve her well. Yi Wulwan's face was a bit gloomy at the moment, with a trace of anger that had yet to dissipate between his brows, obviously not in a good mood. Feng Mini had been in this kind of occasion for many years, and her ability to detect words and colors had long been practiced to perfection. So naturally, she could tell at a glance that Yi Wulwan was not in a good mood at the moment. Therefore, when she was talking, the whole person acted with a low brow, extremely careful, lest she accidentally touched his mold. Get to the point. I like excitement. As he spoke, he took out a thick pile of US dollars from his pocket and dumped it on the coffee table in front of Feng Mini without a care in the world. Afterwards, Yi Wulwan poured a cup of water for himself and Feng Mini each, then took out 2 small packets from his pockets, which contained some white powder. Yi Wulwan's complexion, hideous with a hint of excitement, looked a bit bizarre. He poured 2 packets of powder into each of these 2 glasses of water, then picked up one of them and drank it without hesitation. After Yi Wulwan finished drinking the water, a trace of sickly flushing surfaced on his face. Then he looked confused and half leaned on top of the sofa, with a face of enjoyment. Even his body was trembling. It was only after half a ring that Yi Wulwan came back to his senses from that floating pleasure just now and licked his lips, still reminiscing about the pleasure he had just experienced. He straightened up and said lightly, "Drink this glass of water, and the money, it's yours." Yi Wulwan pointed to another cup of water and continued to add, "By the way, I'm not in a good mood today, so I hope you're sensible and don't spoil my mood." As he said this, Yi Wulwan raised his eyebrows, and there was an obvious threatening flavor in his eyes. I don't know if it was because of this white powder. At this moment, Yi Wulwan's eyes were covered with blood, and the whole person looked a bit hideous, even a bit perverted. Feng Mini had worked in the clubhouse for so many years. What kind of people hadn't she seen before? How could she not see what the white powder was? Her face instantly turned pale and her body trembled slightly from fear. Feng Mini showed a hint of struggle. In the end, she still gritted her teeth and took out the money that Yi Wulwan had given her earlier from her pocket, lowered her head and said in a slightly apologetic tone, "Boss, I'm really sorry. I can't take this order of yours." After saying that, Feng Mini placed the money on top of the coffee table, then got up and walked towards the outside of the private room. However, Feng Mini had not yet taken a few steps when her hair was suddenly grabbed violently by Yi Wulwan from behind and a strong force yanked her backwards. Immediately after, Yi Wulwan grabbed Feng Mini's hair and slammed her head hard into the sharp corner of the coffee table. Only heard a muffled bang. Feng Mini's forehead instantly blood flowed. Scarlet blood flowed down her cheeks, staining her hair and clothes red. "Bitch, can't you understand? I'm not in a good mood." Yi Wulwan seemed like an enraged beast. His expression was hideous and gruesome, grabbing Feng Mini's hair, and viciously slamming into the sharp corners of the coffee table a few more times, one heavier than the other. The sound of impact was dull and alarming. Feng Mini's body shook feebly, as if it was a tattered rag doll, at the mercy of Yi Wulwan. Then, Yi Wulwan picked up the glass of water on the coffee table where the drugs were placed, pinched Feng Mini's mouth and forced it down her throat. Feng Mini was knocked to the ground. Her consciousness was a bit blurred. Where was her ability to resist? She could only make painful whimpering noises, but was powerless to stop it. A cup full of liquid laced with drugs was forced by Yi Wulwan to fill most of it. Gui Gang sat alone in the hospital room, his mood low to the extreme. For some reason, ever since he hung up the phone just now, his right eyelid had been jumping all the time, always feeling that something bad would happen today. Maybe it's time for me to give up, and it was probably just a whim for her to help me in the first place. Gui Gang put down his cell phone with a bitter smile on his face. He felt like a fool who had been living in a dream he had woven, and now that the dream had woken up, he had to face the cruel reality. Just at this moment, the phone in Gui Gang's hand suddenly rang violently. Gui Gang picked up the phone and saw that it was Feng Mini's number. For so many years, Feng Mini almost never took the initiative to call him. For a moment, Gui Gang was overjoyed and a glimmer of hope flared up in his heart. He hurriedly picked up the phone and asked with a somewhat trembling voice, "Hello, Mini, have you figured it out? Are you a relative of Mini's? I see you're the only number in her cell phone." On the other side of the phone, what came through was an unfamiliar woman's voice. Her voice was a little anxious, but it was not Feng Mini's voice. Chapter 101, I can't drink ice today. Gui Gang's heart instantly sank to the bottom, and a bone-chilling chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Intense unease and fear gripped his heart tightly, making him almost breathless. "Who are you? Why do you have Mimi's phone number?" Gui Gang's voice trembled a little. "Don't you care who I am? Style 5 Street. Guest don't casino. You hurry over. Something happened to Mimi." The woman on the other end of the line prodded anxiously. "What? Something happened to Mimi?" Zhao just heard a fierce shock. "Also do not care about their hands are still inserted into the syringe. Directly a hand pull out the needle, without the slightest regard for the hands full of blood. Gowns are too lazy to change out. They rushed out of the ward. Half an hour later, Gui Gang panting rushed to the guests' do not casino door, only to see the entrance of the casino parked an ambulance with flashing police lights. A few paramedics are carrying a woman. Hurriedly ran to the ambulance. Zhao Gang recognized at a glance that the person the group of paramedics were carrying was none other than Feng Mimi. Mimi, Zhao Gang hissed and rushed over. I'm sorry, only family members may accompany you. Gui Gang wanted to rush to the ambulance, but was stopped by a paramedic. I'm her family. Gui Gang was agitated and grabbed the paramedic's arm in a pleading tone. Are you Gui Gang? In the ambulance, a woman dressed up in a super short skirt suddenly spoke. Her face was painted with heavy makeup, but the makeup in the corners of her eyes was all spent at the moment, so it was obvious that she had just cried. Yeah, that's me. Gui Gang hurriedly nodded his head. He couldn't care less about sizing up the woman in front of him. He only wanted to get into the ambulance as soon as possible to go to Feng Mimi's side. Doctor, he's the patient's real family. Let him stay with him. The woman turned to the paramedic. Yes, but only one family member is allowed to accompany them. One of the paramedics who helped carry it nodded. The woman then got up and jumped straight out of the ambulance. Turning toward Gui Gang, you accompany her over. Can you tell me what's going on? What the hell is going on with her? Gui Gang's voice trembled and his hands gripped the woman's arms tightly. The woman broke away from Gui Gang's hands, took out a cigarette and lit it, inhaled deeply, and then slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Then he sighed long, looked a little sad and said, Nini's life is bitter. Encountered a rich young guest, was given, tortured into this way by him. However, do our line of work, what kind of people have seen? Sooner or later there will be such a day. As she said this, an imperceptible wail flashed in the woman's eyes, as if she was lamenting her fate. Tell me who he is. Who the hell did this to Mimi? I must seek revenge on him. Gui Gang hissed and roared, grabbing the woman's shoulders and shaking them frantically. His eyes covered in blood because of his extreme anger. Are you going to get in the ambulance or not? The patient is in a very unstable condition. There's no time to lose. The paramedic in the ambulance prodded a little impatiently. Up? I'm up. Gui Gang heard the paramedic's urging and couldn't be bothered to say anything more to the woman. He hurriedly let go of his grip on her arm and rushed into the ambulance. Gui Gang sat down next to Feng Mimi, which allowed him to see Feng Mimi's miserable condition. Gui Gang's heart instantly twitched as if it was gripped by something. After he saw Feng Mimi's miserable condition, his entire heart sank even further. Just see Feng Mimi's forehead was gauze thickly bandaged, obviously after a temporary emergency treatment, but still can vaguely see a few deep scars under the gauze. Hideous and gruesome. Can imagine that the person is how vicious when he did it. On top of that, Feng Mimi's entire body barely had a single piece of good skin, with shocking strangulation marks, scars, and bruises everywhere, clearly suffering from inhuman abuse. What makes Gui Gang's heartache is that Feng Mimi's mouth is still foaming at the corners, and her face is pale and bloodless. Seeing Feng Mimi in such a miserable state, Gui Gang's entire body was on the verge of collapsing. His eyes were glazed over and he couldn't stop trembling. A strong killing intent surged in his heart. He couldn't wait to immediately find the broad who had hurt Feng Mimi and cut him into 1,000 pieces. After leaving the hospital, Qin Shou held Nua and strolled with Su Nanchin on the way back to his rental house. As twilight approached, the afterglow of the setting sun poured onto the ground, lengthening their silhouettes. The hospital where Gui Gang was located was not too far away from Qin Shou's residence, and the two of them walked and chatted, and before they knew it, they arrived under Qin Shou's dormitory building. Is this where you live, brother Qin? Su Nanchin tilted her head, curiously sizing up the slightly old return building in front of her. Right, I live here. Qin Shou smiled and nodded, then suddenly lowered his head and stared at Su Nanchin with a burning gaze. A hint of playfulness, a hint of anticipation, and a hint of imperceptible aggression in his eyes. Seemingly smiling, he asked, by the way, speaking of which, you haven't been to my house yet. Do you want to go up and take a look? Qin Shou was calculating in his heart that it was almost time to close the net on this system-assigned mission. Su Nanchin was inexplicably a little shy from Qin Shou's slightly aggressive gaze, feeling her cheeks burning a little, like fire. Su Nanchin turned her head somewhat unnaturally, not daring to meet Qin Shou's gaze. Her hands twisted together uneasily, her two little fingers frantically twirling. Brother Qin, I'm a little thirsty. Can you go get me a bottle of water? Su Nanchin was stared at by Qin Shou with some hair. Her heart was like a deer in headlights. She couldn't help but rush to find a topic, wanting to temporarily avoid Qin Shou's lustful eyes. Su Nanchin, after all, is still a college student, and because of family reasons, Su Nanchin has been working and studying during the university, not much in love. Contact with society is relatively simple, and the mind is relatively simple. So some things, she felt that it seems to develop a little bit too fast. For a time some cannot accept. Her heart was like a mirror. If she accompanied Qin Shou up there today, with Qin Shou's style, a lonely man and a widow sharing a room, something indescribable would definitely have to happen, and she would definitely be his person by then. Although she also had a certain amount of good feelings towards Qin Shou, she still had a few hesitations in her heart when she thought of breaking through that layer of relationship with Qin Shou so quickly. Oh, good. Speaking of which, it does seem a bit hot, so I'll go get 2 bottles of ice water. Qin Shou nodded, then turned around to go to the convenience store next to him to buy water. When he said the word ice water, Qin Shou even deliberately aggravated his tone. Ah, brother Qin, I can't drink ice today. Chapter 102. Who is closer, boyfriend or husband? As expected, Su Nanshin heard that Qin Shou wanted to buy ice water, and hurriedly reminded. As she spoke, her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and one of her hands was gently covering her abdomen, looking like she was really a bit uncomfortable. Ah, you can't drink ice. Qin Shou sniffed and then looked at Su Nanshin's small expression as she covered her stomach, instantly realizing the situation and immediately revealing a look of disappointment. He intentionally said that he was buying ice water because he wanted to use the excuse of buying ice water to check her reaction. With this reply from Su Nanshin, Qin Shou immediately reacted. Qin Shou's eyes rolled back in his head and he suddenly changed his words. Nanshin, I suddenly remembered that my room is a bit messy, so I don't think I should go up there today. He. Qin Shou's heart calculates. Grandmother's leg cannot do the business. If she saw my messy room, but leave a bad impression, is not it not worth the loss? Forget it, let's not let her go up there. Su Nanshin froze at his words, somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Qin Shou would suddenly come up with such a sentence. Just now, she had enthusiastically invited her to go up. How come she said she couldn't drink ice, and then changed her mind in the blink of an eye? In Su Nanshin's heart, there were a few moments of hesitation just now, but at this moment, she was inexplicably a little lost. But although Su Nanshin was innocent, she was not stupid. On the contrary, she was smart as hell and had a delicate mind, and quickly thought of Qin Shou's little thoughts. She instantly understood the meaning of Qin Shou's words, and with a swish, her pretty face turned red, so she couldn't help but give Qin Shou an angry look and delicately said, Brother Qin, I have a stomach ache, that's why I can't drink ice water. When Su Nanshin said this, she hadn't thought much about it, just wanting Qin Shou not to think the wrong way and not to think that she was deliberately making excuses. But how did she know that this one thoughtless remark of hers was a proper hint in Qin Shou's ears? No, this is no longer a hint. This sentence in Qin Shou's opinion. That is express. That is an invitation. That is the careful mechanism of the desire to escape. That is the little shyness of a young girl in love with spring. That is the horn of a man's horse. Su Nanshin did not want to Qin Shou think crooked. Did not expect to hear this Qin Shou that is the more you think the more crooked. Are crooked no side or fast. This idea is crooked. The expression on the face is naturally crooked. Qin Shou's mouth cannot be inhibited from raising a bad smile. The upward arc of the exaggerated cannot come back. Crooked mouth god of war are not as crooked as he is powerful. How could Qin Shou miss such a good opportunity? And immediately thick-skinned, dryly coughed twice, and once again changed his words. Cough. That, Nanshin ah. It just so happens that I have medicine for stomach problems in this room. Do you want to go up and take a stomach pill? Su Nanshin hadn't thought much about it, but at this moment, seeing Qin Shou's straight eyes, the corners of his mouth raised in that outrageous arc. Little cute, can guess. At this moment Qin Shou's brain are what, needless to say, certainly all restricted images. She instantly understood Qin Shou's true thoughts. Shy face full of red, cannot help but shy in the middle of a slightly angry white Qin Shou a glance. Said you this Qin big brother can really. Too bad. Day by day, the brain are thinking about what it. Abacus beads are almost crashing on my face. Is it a stomach pill I need? I see what I need is a birth control pill. It's not too good. Brother Qin, I'm a female college student who hasn't graduated yet. All alone, going into the boss's room. I'm afraid I'm going to cause people to gossip. Su Nanshin still had some small resistance inside. She was a girl after all, with a thin skin, and always felt that the relationship with Qin Shou had developed too quickly, leaving her a little overwhelmed. More importantly, Chu Jiangnan had never shown his heart to her, and always felt that the relationship between the two of them seemed to be a little unclear, which made her heart a little apprehensive, and also had some concerns. What's wrong with that? The boss can be the boyfriend too. No one will gossip if you go into the boyfriend's room. As he spoke, Qin Shou once again smiled evilly and unleashed the skill, manliness, coquettishness, instantly turning into a male chimera and madly confusing Su Nanshin. Alright then, but brother Qin, you have to be honest. No bad behavior. Oh. As expected, Under the powerful effect of Qin Shou's skills, Su Nanchin's mental defenses instantly collapsed and she immediately became a bit confused. Coupled with the fact that Qin Shou's words were clearly a statement confirming the official boyfriend/girlfriend relationship with herself, it made her heart a little sweet and a little flustered. For a while, Su Nanchin's entire body was dizzy, and before she could even fully think clearly, she inexplicably nodded her head and agreed. Hey, look at what you're saying. What kind of person am I? Qin Shou? Can I be bad? I'm very conservative as a person. In order to trick Su Nanchin to go upstairs, Qin Shou instantly put away his evil smile. Sichuan opera changed face in general, instantly turned into a righteous expression. Saying this, Qin Shou also did not forget to use the genius actor skill. Will be their own acting that is played to the fullest. That performance, the main one to take a pinch in place, simply have the wind of the ancient gentleman. Qin Shou's instantaneous change of face caused Su Nanchin to be a little confused, muttering in her heart, is he a crooked-mouthed god of war? Or is he the god of justice? However, Su Nanchin naturally did not know what was going on in Qin Shou's head at the moment. Qin Shou said, I sure don't make it bad. I'll let you say I'm bad. Brother, what's a boyfriend? That said, Qin Shou was calculating in his mind how to deepen the relationship next and cook the rice, when little Nuonyuo suddenly opened her mouth, only to see little Nuonyuo blinking her big eyes and looking at Qin Shou with a puzzled expression. For a moment, Qin Shou was instantly sobered up as if he had been doused with a basin of cold water from head to toe. Under the great disappointment, he then remembered that he seemed to have a child bride with him. What's this going to be like with little Nu here? After all, Qin Shou, that is a rental house. Just one room, cannot be in front of the little glutinous. For the first time, Qin Shou felt that it was not too convenient to bring little Nuonyuo, and he began to calculate in his heart whether it was time to buy a bigger house and prepare a separate room for Nuonyuo. A boyfriend. It's the girl's best friend. When Su Nanchin sniffed, she couldn't help but touch little Nuonyuo's little head, squatting down and explaining with a smile. It had to be said that Su Nanchin really liked little Nuonyuo. Oh, so, best friend, does that mean closest? Which is closer, boyfriend or husband? Little Nuonyuo stared with wide eyes and curiously asked after him. Inexplicably, there was a little jealousy in her heart, and she said, if Sister Su Nanchin is Brother Qin Shou's best friend, then I, the one who is going to be Brother Qin's wife when she grows up, where am I ranked? Is a boyfriend more intimate than a husband? Little Nuonyuo's words were childish, but they made Qin Shou's heart thump with a jolt of fear. Chapter 103, Guzi's Request. Qin Shou hurriedly picked up little Nuonyuo, kissed Nuonyuo's pink and cute little face, secretly activated the skill coincidence, and said with a smile, no matter who brother gets close to in the future, little Nuonyuo will always be the closest person. Qin Shou was afraid that little Nuonyuo would misspeak and continue. If this lets Su Nanchin know that little Nuonyuo is her own child bride, then this joke will be a big one. Not to mention continue to pick up girls. Su Nanchin not police is good. This is a proper evil taste. There is a pedophile death perversion of the strange uncle Ah. Is that so? That's good. Nuonyuo loves brother the most. Little Nuonyuo was really happy when she heard Qin Shou's words. Stretching out her fleshy little hands, she wrapped her arms around Qin Shou's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Little Nuonyuo was naive and simple-minded, completely unaware of Qin Shou's nervousness just now. Qin Shou was in a cold sweat at the moment, and said, fortunately, I'm smart and reacted quickly. Damn, this girl following around every day is also a big thunder ah. In case it slips out one day, it'll be troublesome. No, you can't bring her around like this every day. You won't be able to get away from her if you want to pick up girls in the future. We must find a school for her, preferably the kind with a lot of homework, and then pay for her to come and enroll in an art class program that must give her young mind a good taste of the cruelty of society. Qin Shou was calculating in his heart how to give Nuonyuo this god beast to the school, when the phone suddenly rang. Qin Shou picked up the phone and looked at it, not expecting it to be Gui Gang calling. Qin Shou picked up the phone and said in a flirtatious tone, hello, Gongzi, what's up? What's the matter? Too lonely alone in the hospital? Want to find brother to blow off steam? Old Qin, can you lend me some money? Gui Gang's somewhat choked and hoarse voice then came from the other end of the phone. Qin Shou could hear that Gui Gang's voice carried a hint of trembling, and was obviously trying his best to restrain his emotions. Qin Shou immediately sensed that something was wrong, put away the smile on his face, and couldn't help but ask, Gongzi, what's the situation? Your injuries have gotten worse? It's not about me, it's about Meme. Gui Gang's tone was slightly guilty, his voice low and feeble. Feng Mimi? What happened to her again? Hearing that it was about Feng Mimi, the tension relaxed instead and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Qin Shou had no bad impression of Feng Mimi, he could not talk about any feelings. At best, he was an old classmate who was not too familiar. In Qin Shou's opinion, as long as it's not something that happened to Gangzi, it's fine. Even deep in his heart, Qin Shou still hopes that Feng Mimi has something to do, so that Gui Gang will die of this heart. Kongzi, I can help you, but Feng Mei, help her, give me a reason? Qin Shou asked in a calm tone. After being reborn, Qin Shou's heart had long been like solid iron. Except for his own biological parents and his only hardcore Gui Gang, he would not give his heart to anyone. He wasn't a rotten person, and he wouldn't easily agree to lend money until he knew what was going on. Old Qin, I've decided on her all my life, so I'm begging you, I can't help her. As he spoke, Gui Gang was already in tears. Qin Shou was silent for a long time before he finally let out a long sigh. That's just it. Just tell me straight. How much? 200,000. 200,000 is enough. I have 500,000 in my hand. Nini's condition is a bit serious. She needs a major operation or she could die at any time. Seeing that Qin Shou was willing to help, Gui Gang's tone was a bit excited. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you now and head to the hospital. Just wait for me. Old Qin. Thanks. Gui Gang. This life will be yours from now on. This money, I will definitely pay you back. Gangzi, we are all brothers. Don't say these words. Don't be in a hurry to pay back the money. I don't lack money now, and I won't lack money in the future. After saying that, Qin Shou hung up the phone and directly transferred $200,000 to Gui Gang. Brother Qin, what's the situation? Su Nanqin heard the conversation just now, and coupled with seeing that Qin Shou's face was a bit grave after he hung up the phone, she couldn't help but open her mouth to ask with some concern. Nanqin, I'm sorry, but why don't you go back first? I still have some things to take care of. Qin Shou looked at Su Nanqin with some embarrassment. Just now he was thinking of tricking people into going upstairs, and now all of a sudden he was letting others go home on their own. Okay, I understand. Fortunately, Su Nanqin was understanding, and although she was inexplicably a little disappointed, she didn't say anything more and just nodded her head in understanding. Qin Shou called a car for Su Nanqin, and after personally seeing Su Nanqin off, he took a car himself and headed straight for the hospital. In the hospital, Gui Gang was currently waiting outside the operating room with the woman who had called to inform him earlier. The red light of the operating room was on, and the atmosphere seemed a bit tense and depressing. My name is Mary. I'm Nini's co-worker. I can't imagine Nini has a boyfriend like you who is so true to her. She's so lucky. Mary outside the hospital room could not help but feel a sigh of relief. She is a woman of the wind. Do this line of work? The heart is very clear. They are the kind of people only possible to meet the scene. A few moments of pleasure. Never dare to ask for any real love. Can you tell me who, exactly, did this to Nini? Gui Gang's eyes were red, staring tightly at the door of the operating room, with a few moments of biting resentment in his voice. I heard its surname Yi. I think it's called Yi Wuhuan. He's a rich young man from Yanjing, and I heard that his family has a big background. I advise you not to have any thoughts of revenge. Mary sighed, knowing how Gui Gang was feeling at the moment, but people like her had seen too many of these things. To put it bluntly, they're kind of people's lives, not more valuable than the roadside wild cats and dogs, by those high-powered people like pinching ants crushed to death, also crushed to death, out of good intentions, which opened his mouth to persuade Gui Gang do not impulsive. Yi Wu Wan. Gui Gang said these 3 words word by word, both fists tightly clenched together. Joints issued a crunching sound. As soon as Gui Gang's words fell, Qin Shou brought Nua and trotted to Gui Gang. Gu, where did this handsome guy come from? I can't imagine that you still have a brother with this kind of extreme face value. Seeing Qin Shou who suddenly appeared in front of her, Mary couldn't help but look a few more times, only to feel that the handsome man in front of her was really handsome, and the more she looked, the more she liked him, and she couldn't help but winks at Qin Shou like a silk. Qin Shou could not help but be stunned. Only then did he realize that Gui Gang was actually standing next to a sexy woman dressed to the nth degree. Qin Shou also couldn't help but measure this Mary for a few moments. And he had to say that Mary was dressed very boldly and was very hot. Only this Mary in front of her was wearing a leather ultra-short skirt, so short that it came down to the base of her thighs. The upper wearing is short-sleeved strapless body shirt. More outrageous is, this body shirt is somewhat transparent. Qin Shou can obviously see out this Mary body shirt inside. Nothing to wear. Anyone who looks a little closer can take in the details underneath the t-shirt and see it all. And this Mary was also bold to the extreme. Actually dressed like this. Appeared in the hospital ward, and did not have the slightest intention of avoiding, causing a crowd of doctors and patients to frequently look sideways. This coincidentally happened to be relatively close to the men's operating room, and just then, there happened to be a couple of nurses, pushing a dude who had just finished a men's surgery, passing by. 104. friends of women in general. In addition to the nurse, there was a young woman, looking concerned, following the bed, looking like the man's wife or girlfriend. Ouch! These nurses had just pushed the man past Mary's side not long ago, when Gui Gang and Qin Shou heard a mournful and terrifying scream. Nurse, it seems to be bleeding. I seem to be bleeding again. The threads have come apart. Nurse, the threads seem to have come apart. And the bandage is loose. And the bandage is loose. Nurse, hurry up and push me back to the operating room. The man being pushed over by the two nurses cried out in panic, his voice carrying a hint of trembling, obviously in terrible pain. The two small nurses gave the man in the hospital bed a blank look without any good humor, and both thought in their hearts, "Ha, man, you've just finished surgery. Thinking about those things. Serves you right. You. What else is in your ing head but those things? It's just after surgery. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll kill that thing for you." The woman who was originally following the side of the hospital bed, with a concerned face, suddenly became so angry that she raised her voice and cursed angrily, and then slapped the man violently in the face. Ah! A high-pitched, mournful scream resounded throughout the entire surgical building. As this slap went down, the men on the entire floor couldn't help but shiver, subconsciously covering their crotches as if that slap had been slapped on them. Qin Shou and Gui Gang were already in a heavy mood, and when they saw this scene, they both couldn't help but be a little amused. Especially Qin Shou, although in the matter of stifling laughter, he is a professional and has seen many big scenes, but at this moment is still a little unable to hold back, the corners of the mouth slightly twitching. After a while, Qin Shou Fong slowed down. After slowing down, Qin Shou took another look at Mary. Qin Shou could tell at a glance that this woman gave off a voluptuous and seductive feeling, and raised her hands and feet with a flavor of the wind and dust, which seemed to be the wind in Moonfield. Mary looks really not bad. She is the guests do not casino of the head. Although the posture is not comparable to Su Nanchin, Ren Jing, these top big beauty, but in the ordinary people, that is also very able to fight. What's more, she is also very good at dressing herself, dressed in hot, exquisite makeup. How men like her how to come. The whole body is permeated with a wave of Ren Jing. Su Nanchin, these girls do not have the charm. The good thing is that today's Qin Shou has long been not reborn before the stink of beggars, but also touched a woman. Otherwise see Mary this dress standing in front of their own. Have to sore nosebleed not. Handsome. If it's you, I can do it for free. Mary smiled and stared at Qin Shou, her eyes full of teasing intent, causing Qin Shou to go 8 ********. Just now had been Su Nanchin aroused the evil fire, but did not have the opportunity to vent. This time Qin Shou again some hold. Mary is a veteran of the moonlit venue. Read countless people. A glance can see the desire in Qin Shou's eyes. Seeing Qin Shou staring straight at her eyes, she couldn't help but lower her head and let out a wink, and deliberately twisted her body a few times to tease Qin Shou. Unexpectedly but coincidentally, Mary looked down and saw Qin Shou's reaction. Ouch! Little brother has a lot of capital, Mary secretly thought in her heart, saying that this little brother is really superb. Tall and long legs, good looking, even that aspect is so outstanding, but it's a pity that old lady is not in the mood today, otherwise she must pull this little brother to have a good time. Ahem, ahem. Although Qin Shou was provoked by Mary's words to some extent, but he was no longer a spermatozoa, but he also knew that it was not the right time, and frankly speaking, Qin Shou did not dare to casually look for the women in these flirtatious places. Not that he was a decent man, but he was afraid of getting sick. Qin Shou, forced to suppress the evil fire in his heart, hurriedly pulled away from the topic, could not help but to Gui Gang said, "Just son. In the end what is the situation now?" Gui Gang looked sorrowful and said, "Mimi is by a broad named Yi Wu Wan, to a serious injury. Now people are in surgery. Cannot be salvaged over? Also depends on tonight." When he mentioned Yi Wu Wan, Gui Gang's tone gritted his teeth and his body was trembling because of his anger. What? Yi Wu Wan? When Qin Shou heard this name, his face changed drastically and he exclaimed in shock, "Old Qin, you know this man?" Gui Gang heard Qin Shou's tone and immediately guessed that Qin Shou might know this person and couldn't help but ask as he grabbed Qin Shou's shoulder. "Oh, that's a real enemy of the enemy." The corner of Qin Shou's mouth hooked up into a cold smile as a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Continuing, he said, "Old Gua, you've seen this person before." "What? I've seen it too?" Gui Gang was puzzled, his brows locked, trying to search for the name Yi Wu Wan in the labyrinth of his memory, but he couldn't recall it at all. "Do you remember the night I was on a mission with you? The broad who ordered me?" Qin Shou spoke up to remind him. "It's him." Gui Gang sniffed and a flash of light flashed in his mind, immediately recalling that arrogant and haughty face from that day. "Not bad, it's this person. I was looking at his IDs at the time." Qin Shou nodded. "Understood. Old Qin, stay out of this. Gui Gang knew the danger of this matter. He didn't want to involve Qin Shou in it, so he blurted out, Kongzi, don't be impulsive. Qin Shou was afraid that Gui Gang would be impulsive and do something stupid. In a serious tone, he advised, this person was able to get involved with the blood god cult, and do you still remember the item he was wearing at that time? It couldn't even help the demon corpse. Even if you really want to take revenge, do you think you can do it? I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to get close to the other side. We have to think long and hard about this. Right now, the top priority is to save Mei Mei first. Although Qin Shou also had some issues with Yi Wuwan and was eager to seize the chi fortune from the other party. However, Qin Shou clearly remembered that Yi Wuwan's body emitted a purple golden glow. That was chi luck that was thick to the extreme. A typical phenomenon that only people in high positions could possess. This kind of person, in the case that he doesn't know you, you may still be able to succeed in assassinating him once, but to take his life, it's simply harder than climbing up to heaven. Before Qin Shou's words fell, several nurses pushed Feng Nini out of the operating room. Gui Gang saw the situation, rushed over like an arrow, grabbed the doctor's arm, and anxiously asked, Doctor, how is Nini her situation? The doctor took off his mask, shook his head with a grave expression, and sighed, we have tried our best. However, the injuries on her body are really too heavy. Her internal organs are damaged in many places. Her external injuries are also very serious, and she has also inhaled a large amount of drugs. Although we tried our best to save her life, I'm afraid that, in the future, she can only become a vegetable, and she can never wake up come over. The doctor's voice was low and helpless with deep regret. How is this possible? Gui Gang heard the doctor's words, as if 5 thunderbolts, the body instantly stiff. Tears can no longer be held back out of the eyes. Gui Gang grabbed the doctor's hand tightly and begged with a sobbing voice, Doctor, please, save her. No matter how much money, I'm willing to pay. It's not about the money. The doctor gently pushed Gui Gang's hand away and said in a heavy tone, we really can't do anything more. Her injuries are beyond our reach. Ding! The system releases a long-term mission, Friends of Women in General. The host will be able to obtain the system's bonus by helping women. For every woman you help, especially beautiful women, you will directly receive a boost in strength and chi. The first small task, ask the host to save the beloved of his friend. Chapter 105, I can save her. Holy, Friends of Women at Large? System. Your task is not a little too. Fraternity point? Qin Shou's heart was a little twisted, inexplicably yet a little excited. Master, isn't this exactly what your heart desires? Linger in her head guffawed and said Master, what kind of innocence are you pretending in front of me? I'm right in your head. What kind of goods are you? Am I still not clear? Hey, don't be so blunt. I'm your master. Can you at least give me some face? Qin Shou smiled lewdly in his heart and couldn't help but ask. But then again, this mission of yours is a bit of a pit. What can I do to save her from something that the doctors can't even do? At least give some tasks that can be realized. You don't know anything about that, master. The linger in her mind spoke eloquently. In fact, master, the true chi that you absorb through the yin picking and yang replenishing skill is the original source of chi after the yin and yang have been harmonized, and it is a great tonic for the human body, especially for women. What the hell? The true chi in my body has this kind of effect. Then wouldn't I be invincible as a doctor, especially a gynecologist? Qin Shou cannot help but be a little excited. Suddenly some want to change careers. Think about being a gynecologist director. Become a friend of women in general. Seems to be a good choice. Master. In theory, it does. Oh, you're much more powerful than most doctors these days. Spirit nodded affirmatively and continued. But master, you are powerful in more ways than that. Oh, you also have a manuscript, which contains a large number of talismans and techniques that were researched by the ancients during the ancient times, as well as the art of Taoist medicine. With these two things, if master wants to wake up this Feng Nini, it can be said to be a breeze. What the hell? How come I didn't know I had such a book? Qin Shou was at a loss, thinking, when did I have this thing? I don't remember when the system rewarded me with this kind of treasure. Master, have you forgotten about the nascent sacrifice ring that you obtained from within the bronze coffin of that ancient cultivator? Linger reminded. Right. Why did I forget about this one? Qin Shou slapped his thigh violently before remembering. It was only that Qin Shou's realm was too low now after all, and his divine sense wasn't much stronger than that of an ordinary person. While this ancient magic weapon of the nascent ring, the use of it requires the use of divine sense. So Qin Shou has not been able to figure out what exactly is in this nascent ring until now. But Linger, this book you're talking about, how can I take it out of my nascent sacred ring? And even if I did, the book is written over 100,000 years ago, so I can't read it at all. Master only needs to think of the book in his mind and then recite the incantation I told you before. Then you can take it out. As for not being able to read it, that's even better. Isn't this with me? Spirit replied with a smile. But what does this book look like? My realm is low. My divine sense is too weak. Every time I recite the nascent sacrifice incantation you taught me, I can only see a very small portion of the space within the nascent sacrifice. And I simply don't know where in the space the book is placed. So how can I possibly know what the book looks like? Qin Shou couldn't help but be a little depressed at his words. After half a day of messing around, he still couldn't get it out. Master, don't panic. Master can't. I can do it. I know what this book looks like. I'll give you a look at it right here. Master. As soon as the linger in her head spoke, she suddenly transformed into the appearance of a book and appeared in Qin Shou's consciousness space. Qin Shou immediately memorized the book's appearance in his mind, from the cover material to the way it was bound. Then, following the method taught by Linger, he focused his mind and recited an incantation in a low voice. In an instant, an old, already somewhat moldy, antique wire-bound book appeared out of thin air in Qin Shou's hands. At the same time that Qin Shou got the ancient sheepskin thread-bound book, several nurses pushed the unconscious Feng Mimi and walked out of the operating room quickly, only to see that at this moment, Feng Mimi's face was so pale that she couldn't see half of her blood color, simply no different from a dead person. Mimi. Seeing Feng Mimi being pushed out, Gui Gang and Mary almost simultaneously exclaimed in shock and rushed over in unison. Excuse me please, the patient is in a very unstable condition and needs to be transferred to the ICU immediately. A young female nurse who was pushing Feng Mimi's hospital bed cart had a serious look and a hint of impatience in her tone. Fine. I'll get out of the way. Gui Gang sniffed and nodded his head repeatedly, rushing to get out of the way. His mind was now filled with Feng Mimi's safety. He did not dare to have the slightest delay. Master, hurry up and channel a trace of true qi to her. Save her life first. Right at this moment, the linger in Qin Shou's mind reminded in an urgent tone. The life yuan qi in her body is rapidly dissipating. If we don't do something about it, I'm afraid we won't be able to last more than 3 hours. Slow down. However, just as Gua had just made way, Qin Shou suddenly stretched out his hand and blocked Feng Mimi's hospital bed cart. Old Qin, what do you mean by that? Didn't you hear what the nurse just said? Mei's vital signs are very unstable right now. Her condition is critical. She needs to rush to the intensive care unit. There can be no delay. Gua Gang saw Qin Shou suddenly make this kind of move, and immediately became anxious, and his tone also became a bit anxious. That's right. Where did you people come from? Do you have a clear understanding of the situation? This is a critically ill patient. If you mess around like this, can you afford to take responsibility if someone gets killed? The little nurse in charge of the trolley was also dissatisfied with Qin Shou's behavior, frowning and questioning with an impassive face. Gongzi, trust me, I'm the only one who can save her now, so hurry up and let me take a look. Qin Shou knew that his words were a bit ridiculous. After all, Gui Gang knew very well that he didn't know how to practice medicine, so in order to make Gui Gang as well as all the people present all believe in him, in one breath, Qin Shou used several skills, such as talented actor, artful tongue, controlling the whole scene, and so on. All of them. This, although Gui Gang knew full well that Qin Shou indeed did not know how to practice medicine, under Qin Shou's triple skills unleashed, his entire body was shocked by this sudden outburst of Qin Shou's powerful aura. Gui Gang only saw that at this moment, Qin Shou looked solemn and his tone was undeniable, obviously not like he was joking. Then he thought of the recent period of time. Qin Shou performance is really some magic. For a moment, Gui Gang also do not know what to do. The two little nurses who were responsible for pushing the cart, who were originally female and naturally had even less immunity to Qin Shou's skills. For a moment, surprisingly, they also froze on the spot and didn't speak out to refute. Gongzi, you're well aware of what's going on with Feng Mimi now. Seeing that Gui Gang was a bit hesitant, Qin Shou immediately continued to increase his efforts and said in a loud voice, the doctors in this hospital are all at their wits' end, so why don't you let me give it a try? As the saying goes, a dead horse is like a living horse. What if I can really save her? Hearing these words, Gui Gang finally made up his mind. Nodding his head, he said, good, old Qin, you try it. Chapter 106, My Family's Ancestral Tradition. Gui just nodded his head. Qin Shou, lest he back out, immediately rushed over in an arrow step, grabbed Feng Mimi's wrist, and fussed over her pulse. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Qin Shou to know how to take a pulse. After all, he didn't know about medicine. He was purely pretending to make a show of looking like he was seriously diagnosing the disease. But in reality, he was using the posture of taking the pulse to secretly channel true qi over to Feng Mimi. Aha! Dash. Dash. Just see Qin Shou holding Feng Mimi's pulse, just like a magician. tilting his head and shaking his head, his eyebrows sometimes locked, sometimes stretching, while nodding, while his mouth non-stop, pretending to be a worldly superior. Seems to be through the pulse will have Feng Mini's condition in the chest of the appearance. Old Qin, don't just say How is Mei Mei doing? Gui Gang watched Qin Shou constantly, anxious as a hot pot of ants. This dash. That. Qin Shou was stopped by Gui Gang's question for a moment. He knew about the condition. He was now fully concentrating on channeling true chi to Feng Mini. He couldn't be interrupted. For a while there was only one side of While stalling for time, his brain was racing, thinking about how to cope with the situation. I say old Qin, you've been all the ing time. You Tell me how Mini is doing. Gui Gang might have been bluffed by Qin Shou just now, but now as long as a discerning person can see that Qin Shou doesn't know anything about medicine at all, and he's not even a half-assed practitioner, the inscrutable look he had just displayed was completely feigned. People's Jianghu cheat is half a bucket of water shaking. Qin Shou, this ing bucket bottom is broken. Not to mention half a bucket of water. Not even a drop, but also ing leakage. That said, these two small nurses were first bluffed by Qin Shou's skills, coupled with the fact that Qin Shou did look a few handsome. The two were just a little bit of nymphomania, which froze in their tracks. Now reacted. A glance will see. Qin Shou, this typical charlatan. If this delay continues, I'm afraid that someone will be killed. One of the small nurses immediately whispered to a person next to her. Shaolin, you hurry to notify the attending physician, Dr. Chu, and say that someone is causing trouble here. Got it. The female nurse named Shaolin nodded knowingly and ran all the way, going to find the attending physician who had just given Feng Mini a knife. Master, the true chi is already enough, but she is an ordinary person. Her meridians are not smooth and she can't absorb it. You should hurry up and apply needles to her, and use the art of acupuncture to forcefully punch through her blocked meridians, and you will be able to save her a life. Qin Shou saw that he gave Feng Mini the real chi for half a day, but just like a mud cow into the sea, hard not to see her half a reaction. Is anxious, his head sweating, at a loss. Linger's voice as a life-saving straw in his mind rang. However, Linger's words made Qin Shou instantly feel like he was being punked, and he cursed in his heart, you grandma's leg, you're deliberately punking me. I don't know about acupuncture, and where are my needles? Where did I get the needles for acupuncture? Master, don't be alarmed. Linger saw through Qin Shou's mind and comforted. In that ancient book of this ancient cultivator, since there are elements of healing, there are naturally healing fellows. With that, Linger immediately conjured up an image of a golden ancient needle in Qin Shou's mind. Qin Shou understood in his heart and immediately secretly recited an incantation, and a pair of golden ancient needles wrapped in golden silk cloth really appeared in his hands. The silk cloth was delicate to the touch, and vaguely, it even contained a trace of spiritual chi, and at a glance, it was clear that it was not a mortal object. Gui Gang and Mary saw this magical scene, and couldn't help but stare at each other in disbelief, thinking, what's this for? What are you doing here? However, the two of them originally had no bottom in their hearts, and when they saw Qin Shou's magic hand, although they felt that it was a bit unimaginable, they suddenly and inexplicably raised a few points of anticipation, and felt that Qin Shou might really be able to do it. Qin Shou looked at this pair of golden ancient needles in his hand. His heart was in a state of confusion, with no bottom line at all. Cannot help but secretly muttered, this needle is there? But this ing is in the ring put do not know how many thousands of years of things I'm afraid it's not all moldy and rusty. Even if it's well maintained and not rusty, how many ing thousands of years old is it? And what if it's carrying bacteria and viruses from tens of thousands of years ago, and it's just sticking needles in people? And, where? I don't know about medicine. Master, on the 11th page of the medical book, there is a method of using true chi to heal people's illnesses and injuries and to open up the chi veins of the acupoints, so the master can turn it over. Linger's voice rang out at the right time, pointing out a clear path to the dilemma-stricken Qin Shou. Although Qin Shou was hesitant inwardly, at this moment, he was already in a hurry and could not get off the stage, so he could only force himself to flip through the book on the spot. He flipped through the ancient book with his hands in a frenzy, hoping to find what Linger was talking about. Damn it, old Qin, what are you doing here flipping through the book? You're not trying to sharpen your skills, are you? Gui Gang saw Qin Shou unexpectedly suddenly flipped up the book. His heart is even more bottomless. Suddenly some regret promised Qin Shou to Feng Mini doctor. That. Qin Shou froze, and the movement of his hand paused. Qin Shou dry coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment. Then a serious bull ********. Gungzi, you do not know. This book is my family's ancestral medical skills for many years. which recorded the famous Dr. Zhang Zhongjing in the Han Dynasty left behind the ancient method of acupuncture and moxibustion, able to live the dead flesh and bones back to life. I do not use it for so many years. Some forget. Turn over and look at it. ****** me. Didn't you tell me that your family has been farming for 3 generations? Where did you get the ancestral medical book? Gui Gang felt like his IQ was being rubbed madly on the ground by Qin Shou at the moment. You've been popping out of ing rocks for 3 generations, haven't you? Couldn't it have been a medical book left behind by 4 or 5 generations of my family's ancestors? Qin Shou was sweating profusely at the moment, and he didn't bother to explain with Gui Gang. After all, he couldn't explain at all because he was really talking nonsense, so his tone of voice was also a bit unkind. Even if it's really passed down from your ancestors, are you going to learn it now and give her the needle on the spot? What do you mean, learn it now? I learned it a long time ago, I just forgot about it. Qin Shou was sweating coldly, but he was still talking tough. As he spoke, Qin Shou had already turned over the 11th page. However, when seeing the contents of the 11th page, Qin Shou suddenly black eyes, feeling knocked on the head of a stick, said, no picture? How the hell am I supposed to know where to stick it without a picture? Only to see that the pages of the book were densely filled with ancient texts, and although Linger was able to translate them, there were no accompanying pictures. This was for a person who knew absolutely nothing about medical arts. Hell knows where those acupuncture points translated were. Dr. Chu, it's this man who's causing trouble. It was also at the same time that Nurse Shaolin had brought Feng Nini's attending physician and rushed over. Chapter 107, My family has a family motto. Only to see a beautiful female doctor wearing a fitted white coat, with a straight and valiant posture, windily walking towards Qin Shou's side. She is now slightly knitted eyebrows, face cold, obviously very unhappy with this sudden farce. The female doctor questioned in an unkind tone, who on earth is causing trouble here? Why are you so ungrateful? Don't you know that the patient is in a critical condition and needs to be closely monitored in the intensive care unit to observe the patient's physical condition at all times? Dr. Chu, that's him. Nurse Shaolin hurriedly pointed at Qin Shou, who was holding a pair of golden needles in his hand but didn't know how to place the needles. Chu Xiaoxiao sniffed and looked in the direction of Shaolin's finger, first slightly stunned, not expecting that the troublemaker was actually a rare big handsome man. But even so, a trace of disgust still flashed across Chu Xiaoxiao's face. In her opinion, delaying a patient's treatment was tantamount to indirectly killing someone. In her life, she hated those irresponsible charlatans with no medical ethics. Chu Xiaoxiao reprimanded fiercely in words. I don't care where you came from as a charlatan and what purpose you have, but please leave immediately and don't delay the patient's precious treatment time. Otherwise, I will immediately call the police and arrest you for the crime of disturbing the medical order. Qin Shou looked back, only to see that this female doctor's appearance is exquisite, actually not the slightest bit less than Su Nanqin, and even has a more heroic and competent. At the moment, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed and her face was like frost. Obviously she was really angry. Since having the system, Qin Shou had already been conditioned by the system to be self-conscious, developing the good habit of using Invincible eagle eyes at all times. Even if the system didn't promulgate a task for him, he would instinctively use the skill, not letting go of any beautiful woman who brushed past him. Name, Shu Shu Shu. Height, 164. Weight, 105. Circumference, 78. 57. 76. Characteristics, born in a family of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, practitioners. He is a medical genius and has already made a name for himself in the field of TCM at a young age. He not only has high attainments in the field of Chinese medicine, but also obtained a doctorate degree in Western medicine from a top foreign medical school by virtue of his own strength, which can be regarded as a leading medical practitioner in both Chinese and Western medicine. He is a kind-hearted person, and has given many free medical consultations to people in need, and is loved by his patients. In his life, what he hates most is the bad doctors who see death, see money, and have no medical ethics, and he treats his patients as if they were his family members. I'll go. Chinese medicine family. It's really heaven's help. Someone sends me a pillow when I'm dozing off. It's just in time to take advantage of the utilization. Qin Shou was worried about the lack of acupoint charts and didn't know what to do, when Chu Xiaoxiao appeared in front of him like timely rain. Thinking of this, Qin Shou once again activated multiple skills such as Genius Actor, Artful Tongue, and Controlling the Whole Scene, and instantly replaced his face with a righteous look and began to pretend to be pretending, only to see Qin Shou pretended to be profound, stroked the non-existent beard, put on a posture of a worldly superior, said lightly, this girl, words don't say so unpleasant, my family's ancestor, is the famous Dr. Zhang Zhongjing's direct lineage heir, a medical skill through the sky. out of the gods. But it is a pity that the ancestor had left the ancestral training. Said that my ancestor passed down the medical skills is too high. So that year was coveted by traitors, resulting in the fall of the family. The clan from now on cannot practice medicine to save people, so as not to repeat the same mistake. But today, when I saw my friend's life hanging in the balance, I hadn't practiced medicine for many years, but as the so-called healer's benevolence, hanging pots to help the world is my generation of healers' duty. How can I see the death of the rescue sit idly by? That's why I had no choice but to go against my ancestral tradition and save people. Speaking, Qin Shou also could not help but let out a long sigh. That compassionate look, just like a kind doctor who cares about the world's life. The chivalrous one. Holy, there's still this kind of thing. Old Qin, I can't imagine that after all the years I've known you, you've hidden so deeply. Boy Gang on the side was also completely bluffed by Qin Shou's movie star level acting skills. For a while, he only felt that his brother, who was usually so obscene, was all pretending, all for the sake of covering his ears. Boy Gang couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. No wonder old Qin has recently changed like a person. All kinds of openings. It turns out that old Qin was originally a high-level person, just has always been deeply hidden. Alas, Gongzi, unexpectedly, I didn't realize that I hid myself so deeply that you guys eventually discovered my true identity. Qin Shou shook his head with a helpless expression, and between his words, there was a faint hint of sadness. Qin Shou's skills, especially, artful tongue. The more beautiful the woman, the better the effect. This Chu Xiaoxiao was also a rare beauty. Even Gui Gang, who had known Qin Shou for many years, was bluffed by Qin Shou, and Chu Xiaoxiao was naturally no exception. For a moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's view of Qin Shou was a 180-degree shift, instantly turning from a swindler to a worldly master who practiced medicine and cured the sick. Seeing this, Qin Shou knew that this was bluffing the other party and hurriedly continued to strike while the iron was hot. This girl, I think you should also be able to see that this friend of mine, whether she goes to the monitoring room or not, is useless. If there is no wonderful medical skill, she has at most 3 hours to live. As expected, once Qin Shou's words came out, Chu Xiaoxiao immediately looked aghast. If she said that just now she still had half a doubt about Qin Shou's words, but now, she was completely convinced. There was no other reason than the fact that she also came from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. It should be realized that although her Western medical skills were highly skilled, her greatest strength was actually Chinese medicine. This Chinese medicine pay attention to a look, smell, ask and cut, if not from the patient's color, pulse, and many other details, to see the patient's condition, that are not considered a beginner. And Chu Xiaoxiao, as a young leader in the medical field, naturally has long been initiated and has deep attainments. How could she not see that Feng Mimi? In fact, the probability was hopeless. However, even she was unable to accurately determine how long Feng Mimi would live, and in her opinion, she could only determine that she would not live for more than 3 days at most. Qin Shou dared to assert that Feng Mimi could not live for more than 3 hours, so there could only be two possible scenarios. Either, Qin Shou is talking nonsense. Either way, Qin Shou's medical skills are still above his own, and have already reached the realm of the divine. Combined with Qin Shou's previous statements of ancestral medical skills and Zhang Zhongjing's heir, Chu Xiaoxiao naturally chose to believe the latter. Senior, saving the dead and helping the injured is originally a healer's vocation, and it is only right that the younger generation should serve. Since Senior has the intention to save lives, I still hope that Senior will not be stingy and give a helping hand. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao had already been completely bluffed by Qin Shou, respectfully clasping his fists to him with a humble posture, completely treating Qin Shou as a senior with great medical skills. Alas, miss, I have an unkind request. I hope you will fulfill it. Seeing this, Qin Shou was secretly happy in his heart, but on the surface, he still maintained his inscrutable posture. Senior, please speak, Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly responded. I am unwilling to go against my ancestors' training, so today, I will not make a move. Qin Shou continued to pretend. Why don't the girl make a move on my behalf? I'll inform the girl of the acupoints, and the girl will administer the needles for me. How about it? Of course the late generation is willing. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at the words, and her heart was even more in awe of Qin Shou. He does not make a move. This is not greedy for credit, not proud of his achievements, leaving all the performance opportunities to himself. Such a person, how can he be a charlatan? What kind of charlatan doesn't want to show his sainthood in front of people, so that he can cheat some more people? This is a proper worldly man, indifferent to fame and fortune, out of the pot to help the world. Chapter 108, The Divine Dr. Qin Shou. Very well, in that case, I'll show you the acupuncture points and you just do it. Qin Shou smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and continued to pretend. thinking that it was fortunate that this beautiful doctor didn't look too smart and was relatively easy to deceive. Yes, elder. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded respectfully. Her attitude became more and more humble now that she was convinced of Qin Shou's medical skills. I think I'll just use this pair of golden needles that I've inherited from my family. With that, Qin Shou handed the set of golden needles in his hand to Chu Xiaoxiao's hand. Chu Xiaoxiao carefully opened the layer of golden silk cloth that wrapped the golden needles, and at a glance, he saw a pair of ancient golden needles, only to see that on top of the golden needle, there was even a faint trace of golden light flowing. At a glance, it was clear that it was not a mortal product. The body of the needle is long and thin, with a faint golden luster, and the handle is carved with exquisite decorations, which is ancient and mysterious, so that people can feel at a glance that its origin is extraordinary. When Chu Xiaoxiao saw the set of golden needles, her heart was even more unquestioning of Qin Shou's identity, because Chu Xiaoxiao, as an heir to a family of traditional Chinese medicine, also had a pair of ancestral golden needles in her family. However, compared to Qin Shou's pair, it was clearly inferior in terms of material, luster and delicacy. Chu Xiaoxiao once heard the elders of the family said that in the ancient times, the ancients used the art of refining the specially made gold needles, because it contains a trace of heaven and earth spiritual qi, for the practice of medicine to cure the disease, to open the acupoints, has a special efficacy. This kind of gold needle is not only precious material, but also contains a special energy, can enhance the efficacy of acupuncture. Chu Xiaoxiao vaguely guessed that he was afraid that this pair of golden needles in Qin Shou's hand was this ancient magic weapon. If this is really the case, but Qin Shou this pair of gold needles are considered priceless? Because nowadays in this era, the art of refining has long been lost. This thing is like the museum of the Yu Wango Jin sword, even with today's high technology, cannot be cast. This first point, Tianqi, Chu Xiaoxiao was looking at this pair of golden needles in her hand out of her mind to the extreme, and Qin Shou had already told Chu Xiaoxiao the first acupuncture point. Although Linger was able to translate ancient books, she had not changed her past habits of wording, so the point Qin Shou was talking about was the name the ancient people used for the 100 meetings point. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned again when he heard this, and thought in his heart, worthy of being a senior. The habit of calling acupuncture points is still the habit of a few thousand years ago. It seems that this senior really is the same as me, is from one of those ancient Chinese medicine families that are incognito. However, it was fortunate that Chu Xiaoxiao was also from a family of ancient doctors, and there were quite a few ancient Chinese medicine collections in her home, so she had an understanding of the ancient naming conventions of acupuncture points, and she could understand Qin Shou's words. Of course, Qin Shou naturally does not know these little thoughts of Chu Xiaoxiao. He simply does not know that the point he is talking about is the 100 meetings point nowadays, and he also does not know where the point is. He was just following Spirit's instructions exactly as they were written. Chu Xiaoxiao does not know. Today if she is not here, Qin Shou this purely rely on acting to fool out of the god doctor, afraid that it is not necessary to Feng Mini on the spot zapped to death, directly in advance to Feng Mini sent to the west. I say old Qin, are you reliable or not? Gui Gang on the side watched Qin Shou instructing Chu Xiaoxiao in a fussing manner, and always felt that there was something unreliable about it. It was really a little hard for him to imagine that this brother of his was actually a deeply hidden medical expert. Please show some respect to seniors, who are trying to save your beloved. However, although Gui Gang didn't believe it, Chu Xiaoxiao was already bluffed by Qin Shou and was completely convinced that Qin Shou was really a miracle doctor. Chu Xiaoxiao heard Gui Gang questioned his own respected medical seniors. How's kind-hearted Dowd Qin Shou Qin seniors? The reaction was even bigger than the Qin Shou reaction. Could not help but willow eyebrows erected, apricot eyes rounded. The tone of voice sternly reprimanded Gui Gang to say that this person is really don't know what's good and bad. Qin seniors are for you to make an exception to violate the ancestral training. Ahem dash. Don't get distracted. Hurry up and apply the needle. Qin Shou see Chu Xiaoxiao so trust themselves. A moment embarrassed, cannot help but dry cough too. Said this force are loaded to this point. This in case later cannot be cured. That can be really directly pulled a big pile. In this way, under Qin Shou's professional guidance, Chu Xiaoxiao held the golden needle and began to carefully apply the needle on Feng Mini's body. Chu Xiaoxiao was worthy of being a young talent in the medical field, skillful in his techniques, laying down needles as if with divine help, fast and accurate. As Chu Xiaoxiao's last stitch fell, the hearts of Gui Gang and Mary on the side were raised to their throats, so tense that they didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Even Qin Shou was so nervous that his hands were pinched with sweat. After all, he has no bottom in his heart at all. His set of needles that is purely present learning, do not know if it is reliable, almost like taking Feng Mini in the experiment. Instead, it was Chu Xiaoxiao, who had the most confidence in Qin Shou, who did not hesitate to drop a needle. As this last needle fell, only to see that on top of the hospital bed, Feng Mimi, who was originally breathing weakly and lifelessly. Her eyebrows even moved slightly. It moved. Mimi's eyes seemed to have moved just now. Old Qin, I misjudged you. I never imagined that you really have two skills. Guai Gang, who was on the side, saw that Feng Mimi had suddenly moved, and his voice trembled with excitement. After all, the doctor had told him before that the best case scenario was a lifelong vegetative state, and now there was actually movement. However, a scene that surprised Guai Gang even more happened, only to see Feng Mimi suddenly dry cough twice and spit out a mouthful of dirty blood. Immediately afterward, she opened her eyes and unexpectedly woke up directly. Chu Xiao on the side originally thought, like Feng Mimi, such a serious injury, even if Qin Shou is a miracle doctor and has a way to save the life, it is not possible to be able to do it with a single application of needles. At most, it is the first to save Feng Mimi's life, and then later on Su. Wan did not expect that this set of stitches went down. Feng Mimi actually woke up directly. This was no longer an ordinary divine doctor. This was completely Hua Tua in the world and Bien Magpie reborn. Chu Xiao was looking at Qin Shou at the moment, her eyes filled with admiration and worship. All little stars. Mei, you're alright. It's so good that you're alright. Seeing Feng Mimi, who was almost sentenced to death by the doctors, woke up just like that. Guai Gang was so excited that he was a bit incoherent, and his eyes were a bit moist. Guai Gang, what are you doing here? I am. Although Feng Mimi woke up, but her body was still a bit weak, and her face was still pale, without a trace of blood. She twisted her head with difficulty and looked around, only then realizing that she was currently lying on a hospital bed. Mimi, you're really enviable. More than $700,000 for the surgery. Guai Gang, he didn't even blink an eye and just paid it all for you. Mary at the side couldn't help but rejoice as she watched her good sister finally get out of a life-threatening situation. Chapter 109, Xu Xiao's Invitation. Over $700,000. Feng Mimi turned her head to look at Guai Gang, and could not help but let out a bitter smile. Guai Gang, why are you being so bitter? What kind of person am I? Aren't you clear? Guai Gang sniffed and hurriedly persuaded. Mimi, don't talk now. You're weak. Take a good rest. I don't care about the money. Back then you were willing to give generously. Today it's as if I'm repaying the favor. Thank you, Guai Gang. Feng Mimi's tone was sincere. This time she was truly somewhat moved. Guai Gang shook his head and said, no need to thank me. If you want to thank you, thank old Qin. To say the least, I can get together this 700,000. Also have a part of his credit. And today in fact, it was old Qin who took the shot to save your life. Old Qin? Feng Mimi was first stunned, but when she saw Qin Shou, who was standing by the side of the hospital bed and seemed to be smiling, she quickly understood. Feng Mimi thought of the day Qin Shou was at the poker table and won a large sum of money from Zhang Wei, so she had already guessed that the medical expenses, most likely Qin Shou helped Guai Gang out together. Thanks. Although Feng Mimi was extremely weak at the moment, she was still nodding her head to Qin Shou with difficulty to thank him. Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders and said with a bashful face, you don't have to thank me. If it wasn't for Gongzi, I wouldn't have made a move. After saying that, Qin Shou patted Guai Gang's shoulder and said, take care of the rest yourself. I'll go back first. Old Qin, this time, thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay you. Guai Gang's tone was a little choked. He knew in his heart that Qin Shou had stepped in to save Feng Mimi for himself. Don't say that between brothers. Qin Shou waved his hand with a disinterested expression and turned around, intending to leave. Honestly, although Qin Shou didn't hate Feng Mimi, as a reborn person, he really couldn't stand to see Guai Gang's dog-licking intensity towards Feng Mimi, especially how Feng Mimi rejected Guai Gang in the past. Qin Shou saw it in his eyes, and in Qin Shou's opinion, Guai Gang was just obsessed and asking for trouble. Therefore, deep down, Qin Shou actually didn't really want to save Feng Mimi, and naturally, he didn't want to say anything more, and didn't even bother to stay here any longer. After all, Guai just like Qin Shou again how to look at, but also not good to say anything more. We are all adults. Their own life can only decide for themselves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the other party's sincere gratitude, completing the first task of the Friends of Women, successfully obtaining a trace of innate yin qi, automatically activating the skill yin-yang reconciliation, transforming it into true qi in the host's body. However, what Qin Shou did not expect was that he had just planned to leave when he suddenly received a reward from the system. Qin Shou only saw a faint golden ray of light from Feng Mimi's body, like a firefly, flying into his body. This trace of golden light was warm and soft, instantly integrating into his meridians. Then, Qin Shou only felt that within his dantian, the mass of true qi, like a volcano erupting, exploded violently, instantly filling his entire body's meridians. Immediately afterward, Qin Shou only felt a loud rumble in his head, as if something had been opened. In the next moment, Qin Shou felt that his mind became exceptionally clear, his five senses became sharper, and everything around him became visible. Congratulations, Master! You have successfully broken through the peak grand round of the yellow rank, 1 foot entering the early Xian rank, becoming a half-step Xian rank, just 1 step away from the true Xian rank. Right at this moment, in Qin Shou's mind, Linger's voice sounded once again. I'll go. Spirit, what's going on here? What the hell was that glimmer of golden light just now? Qin Shou was still a bit confused until now and didn't figure out what had happened. It only felt like a warm current surging into his body and then he broke through. It felt like a dream. Linger patiently explained. Master doesn't know. In fact, Master's skill of extracting yin and replenishing yang is to utilize the innate yin qi from absorbing a woman's body to countercompensate yourself, thus enhancing your strength. This quest, on the other hand, allows the master to obtain the innate yin qi without going through the affairs of men and women, only requiring the other party to sincerely thank you. I'll be damned. There's such a thing as a good thing. I suddenly want to be a gynecologist. Qin Shou listened to Linger's explanation and instantly smiled with a flirtatious tone. That's a good choice, oh master. The Linger in Qin Shou's mind couldn't help but cover her mouth and guffaw. That, senior, please stay. Qin Shou was communicating with Linger in his head when he suddenly heard Chu Xiaoxiao's voice and couldn't help but look back, only to see that Chu Xiaoxiao was trotting over to his side. Chu Xiaoxiao's headlights are not small. She is wearing a fitted white coat, which reveals her delicate figure, and when she runs, she is Q-bouncing, which causes Qin Shou can't help but look at her twice more. Chu Xiaoxiao to Qin Shou at the moment is worshipped to the extreme. She herself is a famous doctor, but today after seeing Qin show this hand of acupuncture, only to know what is called the sky, outside the people have people. However, when she ran in front of Qin Shou, she found that Qin Shou's eyes were actually staring straight at her chest, and she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face, and her heart was a bit unhappy. She said to herself, why is this senior Qin like this? At least he is a worldly superior. Qin Shou also found that he seemed to be a bit out of character just now, hurriedly coughed twice and once again put on a high-profile appearance and said, what's the matter with Dr. Chu? Chu Xiaoxiao saw that Qin Shou's eyes had regained their clarity and were no longer staring straight at his chest like just now, and her heart could not help but be somewhat relieved, thinking to herself, how could a worldly master like Senior Qin, who was hanging on to the world, peek at her chest? It seems to be that he thought too much. Chu Xiaoxiao retrieved his thoughts. A sincere face said, Qin Senior, after a period of time, Yeqing will be held by the 4 ancient medical families organized by the Chinese Medicine Seminar Conference, together to discuss how to my Chinese medicine carry forward. I hope to invite you to participate in the Qin Senior. You have so able to bring back to life medical skills. This seminar if less than you, I think it is meaningless. Qin Shou sniffed and froze, did not think that this Chu Xiaoxiao actually came for this. Qin Shou said that I don't know, just now is to use you. You really take me as a god doctor. I go is not all exposed. Thinking of this, Qin Shou flatly refused and shook his head. I have been incognito for many years and am unwilling to participate in matters of the secular medical world. I am truly sorry. This, Chu Xiaoxiao did not expect Qin Shou to refuse so decisively, and could not help but be a little disappointed. She also wanted to strongly invite Qin Shou to participate in the seminar conference. After all, such a high level of medical skills, buried is really a pity. Then, Senior Qin, can you leave a contact information? When I have the opportunity in the future, I wish to ask Senior for some advice on my doubts in medicine. Chu Xiaoxiao retreated, hoping to keep in touch with Qin Shou, intended to later slowly persuade Qin Shou to participate in the Chinese Medicine Seminar Conference. In her opinion, Qin Shou has such a powerful medical skills. This anonymity is really too much of a waste. Qin Shou must be allowed to come out to help the world. Well, that's fine. Qin Shouxin said that the meeting is exempted, but I am still happy to chat privately. Chapter 110 Ren Jing's Birthday Invitation. Although Chu Xiaoxiao still wanted to exchange more medical insights with Qin Shou and discuss some difficult cases, Qin Shou was worried that he would reveal himself. After all, he doesn't know about medicine. So after exchanging WeChat with Chu Xiaoxiao, Qin Shou found an excuse to leave the hospital with Nua. There were just too many things that happened this day. Even now that Qin Shou was at half-step Shin stage cultivation, he felt a little tired, and after returning to his residence, Qin Shou collapsed and fell asleep. It wasn't until noon the next day that Qin Shou was woken up by the messages bombarding his cell phone in turn. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up from his bed. Just after waking up, Qin Shou saw Nuonua sitting on top of the sofa in the rental room, closing her eyes and concentrating, just like an old monk settling into a state of cultivation. When he came back last night, Qin Shou informed Nua of all the cultivation techniques of the Tai In True Classic. Although Nua was naive, she seemed to have a natural sensitivity to this cultivation technique. She could instinctively feel that this Tai In True scripture that Qin Shou had told her about was definitely something good. So the first moment after getting the Tai In True scripture, Nua sat down on the sofa and practiced with her legs crossed, and had never gotten up until now. But this is to let Qin Shou feel a lot of leisure. At least Nua do not need to stick to him every day. Qin Shou originally thought of finding a school for Nua, but now it seems that there is no need. Let her cultivate every day on the line. Qin Shou picked up his cell phone and opened WeChat, only to see countless message notifications, all of which were sent by Yen Yurong, Su Nanchin and these big beauties. It was Yen Yurong who had the most news, almost bombarding them with news, one after the other. Bao, what have you been up to lately? I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much. When will you have time to come to me? The sewer line in my house hasn't been working very well lately. Can you come and help me unclog it? If you don't come, I'm going to have to go get help from another man. In addition to the overwhelming text message, Yen Yurong also did not forget to give Qin Shou selfie a few sexy black silk photos. The photos of her or leaning on the sofa, or lazily lying on the bed. Posture provocative, eyes charming, simply seductive to the extreme. Qin Shou, who had read these messages, immediately felt a rush of heat surging through his heart and almost spiked a nosebleed. Qin Shou said in his heart that the young woman is a young woman, really knows too much about how to pinpoint a man's mind. A few words plus a few photos, let his heart itch, cannot wait to immediately fly over. Only unfortunately, Qin Shou also saw a message from Ren Jing. It was an invitation for him to go over to her place today, saying that today was her birthday party, and that quite a few social celebrities would come at that time, so he could be introduced to them. Ren Jing was the mayor and the daughter of a top mansion, so she didn't need to think about it to know that the people who would come to her birthday party would inevitably be bigwigs with big reputations. Each and every one of these characters is bound to be either rich or wealthy, and holds enormous social resources and wealth. Qin Shou knows clearly in his heart that if people want to get rich, the circle is very important. Mixed into the circle of the top power elite, people casually sprinkle water, are enough for ordinary people to eat for a lifetime. What's more, he might even be able to find a new angel investor to add bricks and mortar to his career as a rich woman. Therefore, Qin Shou naturally could not miss this birthday party. With no other choice, Qin Shou could only endure the pain of rejecting Yen Yurong's good intentions. However, Qin Shou guessed that Yen Yurong, as Ren Jing's best friend, would in all probability be present at this birthday party. When the time comes, he will be able to appease Yen Yurong and make more contacts, so it can be said to be two birds with one stone. But even so, Qin Shou must first reply to Yen Yurong's message. After all, this is the first angel investor of his rich wife's big business, and he can't afford to be slow. Hey, sweetie, don't be anxious. The last few days have been a bit busy. After this period of time, a professional plumber will definitely be on call. Qin Shou immediately edited a WeChat message. It's good that you remember people. Yen Yurong replied almost in seconds. But today is Jing Jing's birthday. Jing Jing has done you a great favor. You must go. That's for sure. Don't worry, I'll definitely go. Qin Shou hurriedly replied. Good, then people will wait for you. Oh. Yen Yurong sent an emoji with a flying kiss. Qin Shou finished returning Yen Yurong's message, and then returned a few messages to Su Nanchin. After all, last night he had something temporary to do. Let Su Nanchin go back first by himself. Su Nanchin is still more or less a little worried. After replying to the messages from these great beauties one by one, Qin Shou realized that half an hour had already passed. Qin Shou cannot help but secretly feel in his heart. It seems that this Sea King is not easy, both a physical work, but also a technical work, and finally pure hard work. This mouth meal is really not anyone can eat. Have to be gifted. Replying to the perfect girl's message, Qin Shou began to fret over what exactly to give Ren Jing as a gift. A top-tier Qianjin like Ren Jing must have seen all kinds of good things since she was a child. The send ordinary, when the banquet is full of rich boys, they are bound to make fun of people. But if you send a good point, Qin Shou thought of Yi will one hand casually a watch, on the value of millions of dollars, for fear of their own hard-won a little deposit, have to take in. The hand of this money is their own business startup funds, cannot be spent recklessly. Thinking about it, Qin Shou thought it would be best to be able to not have to spend too much money, but have something special, the kind of gift that Ren Jing had never received before. Just when Qin Shou was worried and didn't know what to send, Linger suddenly opened her mouth and said, Master, in your nascent sacred ring, there are quite a lot of good things from that ancient loose cultivator, among which there is a protective necklace, which doesn't have a very good appearance but has a special effect. It is able to block a fatal blow for the wearer in times of crisis. Why don't you use it as a gift, Master? There's more of this stuff? Are you sure this thing can withstand fatal wounds? If that's the case, that ancient loose cultivator wouldn't have been victimized by his so-called traitor. Ha! Qin Shou heard a joy in his heart, but then he was a bit skeptical. If within the nascent sacrifice ring, there was really this kind of treasure that could withstand fatal injuries? That ancient Feng Yuxiu, and how was he assassinated? Master. Those who can be the opponent of that ancient loose cultivator are naturally also cultivators. That magic weapon is sparse and common in the ancient cultivation world. At best it is a low-level magic weapon, but for ordinary people in this era, it was a treasure that could not be found in 10,000. That thing can't resist ancient cultivators, but it's more than enough to resist the attacks of ordinary people. Do you think it's considered a good thing? Linger explained with a smile. Chapter 111 Ancient Body Protecting Artifacts. Qin Shou heard a happy heart, said this is good. Something is absolutely good. More than 100,000 years ago, the ancient loose cultivator's body protection treasure. Only to spend money cannot be bought. Absolutely priceless treasure. The most important thing is also do not need to spend a penny themselves. The only thing that makes Qin Shou feel a little worried is that he is afraid that no one will recognize the goods at the scene at that time, and they will all say that they have sent a broken copper and iron that they don't know where they picked up to Ren Jing. After all, Ren Jing's birthday party was filled with celebrities from all walks of life, so if they were taken as a joke and came out looking too shabby, they wouldn't be able to make connections in the top circles. However, Qin Shou is also too lazy to think too much. Since it is a treasure, there is bound to be something special. At that time, if someone laughs at him for giving something too shabby to Ren Jing, he himself will give them a live demonstration to show them the power of that magic weapon is not on the line. He had already calculated in his heart that at that time, if someone was really dog-eared, it would be just right to show off in front of those guys, letting them be surprised and showing off their strength. Thinking of this, Qin Shou couldn't help but rush to urge, Hey, that sounds good. You hurry up and I'll get that thing out. It's natural. When Linger heard this, she immediately visualized the appearance of that protective necklace in Qin Shou's mind, and Qin Shou immediately focused his mind on visualizing this protective necklace, and took this item out of his nascent sack. After taking out this necklace, Qin Shou took a closer look, only to see that this necklace looked ordinary, but it was an ancient green-colored copper plate, which was rectangular in shape, with some complicated patterns carved on it, which Qin Shou guessed should be the runes of the ancient times. The thing as a whole looked a bit old, even with a hint of rust, and it really wasn't very pretty. If one didn't know the item, they would only think that Qin Shou had randomly picked up the rags from the junkyard and wouldn't take it seriously at all. Looking at the rusty appearance of this copper plate, for a moment, Qin Shou heart some bottomless, secretly muttering in his heart, this thing are more than 100,000 years ago. The old antique will not have passed the shelf life failure. After all, too much time had passed, and no one could guarantee that the magic weapon would still work. Qin Shou took the bronze medal and weighed it in his hand for a few times. It felt heavy and the texture seemed to be somewhat special, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was made of. In order to prevent himself from really sending a broken copper and iron over there and making people look at him as a joke, Qin Shou directly put this copper plaque on his neck, intending to personally try out the effects of this ancient magic weapon. In the moment when he had just put it on, Qin Shou glimpsed out of the corner of his eye that a ray of golden light had flashed above the bronze medal. The golden light flickered. If not for Qin Shou's cultivation level of half-step Shin stage, his eyesight was much better than ordinary people. He would not have been able to notice this ray of golden light. Seeing this flash of golden light, Qin Shou's heart already believed most of it. It seemed that this thing did have some tricks up its sleeve and was not a mortal object. But even so, Qin Shou was still uneasy and still had some doubts in his heart. In order to thoroughly verify the authenticity of this protective necklace, Qin Shou picked up another sharp knife and stabbed down towards his thigh. It was also at the moment when he went down with this knife, Qin Shou surprisingly observed that above his thighs, a faint golden aperture seemed to have arisen. If nothing else, the circle of light appeared extremely abruptly, as if it had been created out of nowhere. Immediately, Qin Shou realized that his short knife could not penetrate no matter how hard he tried. The tip of the knife was on the surface of his skin, but it was as if it had hit a layer of hard barrier that could not be penetrated at all. Seeing such a miraculous effect, Qin Shou could not help but be amazed, secretly sighing that it was worthy of being an ancient magic weapon, and it was indeed miraculous. This protective necklace is indeed a treasure, but it can save your life at critical moments. Even Qin Shou was a little reluctant to give up such a good thing. Just give it away. Always feel a little pity. However, thinking that Ren Jing was also one of his important angel investors, Qin Shou could only endure the pain. After all, Ren Jing had money, power, and background, and had face, material, and body, and getting on good terms with Ren Jing would be very beneficial to his future development. What's more, The nascent ring is still in his hand. Qin Shou is confident that that ancient loose cultivator must have other good things, just that his current divine sense is too poor. There is no way to take a clear look at the things inside. After confirming that there was no problem with this protective necklace, Qin Shou put away the necklace and planned to go out directly to Ren Jing's villa. Qin Shou's rental house and Ren Jing's villa are quite far away from each other, and it takes about an hour to drive. Moreover, today is a working day. Qin Shou is worried about the traffic jam, so he intends to go out earlier. He looked at the time. It was just after 10 in the morning and the sun was already shining through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled light on the floor. Qin Shou also didn't know when Ren Jing's birthday banquet would start. After all, it was the first time he attended a banquet of this size, and he didn't have much of a bottom in his heart, so he planned to move right away and go over early to see what was going on. Nua, I'm going out to run some errands, so you can cultivate at home at ease, Qin Shou said as he wore the ancient bronze metal necklace close to his body. Well, Nua understands. Brother, when you come back, you must bring Nua delicious food. Oh. Nua nodded obediently and remained cross-legged in cultivation. Since having this tie in true scripture, almost all of Nua's attention was spent on cultivation, and she had absolutely no intention of following Qin Shou out, which in turn allowed Qin Shou to land in a clean slate and saved him a lot of trouble. Don't worry, brother will bring you back roasted lamb chops today. Qin Shou smiled and touched Nua's little head. Thank you brother. Nua sniffed and a happy smile appeared on her face. After eating roasted wolf meat once in the cave last time, she had a fondness for roasted meat and had never forgotten it. After eating roasted wolf meat once in the cave last time, Nua had a fondness for roasted meat. After Qin Shou settled Nua, he was relieved to go out the door and directly took a dripping taxi toward the villa where Ren Jing was. Good luck today. There wasn't much traffic on the road. Plus the cab driver was in a hurry to make money, so he drove faster. And although it wasn't as good as an hour-long ride like Fubo's that only took 15 minutes, this driver only spent 40 minutes. Qin Shou got out of the cab, only to see that at this moment Ren Jing's villa was filled with luxury cars inside and out. Although Qin Shou is not a tycoon, but men, there are not a few love car. Qin Shou roughly look at, parked here, the least have to be millions, and even a lot of the domestic market is not listed at all. It is impossible to estimate the price. Qin Shou's visit to Ren Jing's house a few days ago was at night. And at that time it was Uncle Fu who led Qin Shou in. Plus it was the night shift doorman at that time. And now this day shift doorman has never seen Qin Shou. Seeing that Qin Shou came by cab, and there was not much of a name brand on him. Ren Jing's family is after all a luxurious family. And the security personnel have seen the world. And at a glance, they felt that Qin Shou did not look like he was from this class. And immediately blocked Qin Shou out of the door with one hand. Hello, this is a private villa. Do you have an invitation? Chapter 112, Goodbye Ye Wu 1. Qin Shou froze at his words. Ren Jing had only sent him a message inviting him to a birthday party, not realizing that he actually needed an invitation. I'm sorry, you can't go in without an invitation. Please leave now. When this doorman took a look at Qin Shou's expression, and then recalled the scene of him coming down from the cab just now, he had a bit of disdain in his eyes, thinking that Qin Shou had come to this kind of banquet of a luxurious family to fish in troubled waters, cheat on food and drink, or to use this opportunity to attach himself to the rich and powerful. He was the gatekeeper of a big family, and he had seen too many people like Qin Shou. Just when Qin Shou was at his wit's end, a red Ferrari sports car, in front of the villa door, a beautiful tail, show some car skills, directly without adjustment, a plate steadily parked into the only empty parking space. This sports car instantly attracted Qin Shou's attention. No other, after all, this hand parking technology, is really some show. Qin Shou only saw a little girl with a ponytail, wearing a casual outfit and playful and cute walking down from this Ferrari. Following this girl out of the car, there was also a man wearing a straight Zhongshan suit with a righteous face. These two people Qin Shou had seen before. It was the pair of men and women who had teamed up with Qin Shou to bloodily fight the demonic corpses that day in the middle of the woods. Senior, I'm not a bad driver, am I? The ponytailed girl looked smug and pleased with herself. However, to her disappointment, the young man beside her is steady to the extreme. Cannot help but persuade, sister, you drive like this. It is really too dangerous a bit. All the way to the red light has broken several times. Don't be like this in the future. Violation of traffic regulations not to mention. In case of crashing into the passers-by. How bad. It's no fun. Senior brother, why are you always so ancient? It's meaningless. Senior brother, why are you always so archaic? The girl originally thought that her senior brother would praise her excellent car skills, but did not expect to be educated in return. The girl's face was suddenly bossy and unhappy, and she beamed. The two of them had already arrived at the entrance of the villa, and at a glance, they saw Qin Shou, who was being stopped outside by the doorman, and both of them could not help but froze for a moment. Obviously did not think that they would actually run into Qin Shou here. It's you! Weren't you captured by that demoness? I can't believe you're not dead. The ponytailed girl couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Her big, soulful eyes looking Qin Shou up and down to confirm that she really didn't recognize the wrong person. When Qin Shou heard this, he couldn't help but slander in his heart. You people, can you talk? So looking forward to people dying? Had. Good luck. That demon corpse was also heavily injured, grabbed me and didn't run far before collapsing on the ground unconscious. I took advantage of the opportunity and bailed out. Although Qin Shou heart feel that this girl is not very good at talking, but on the face of Qin Shou is still squeeze out a smile. Hurriedly bull asterisk her reason. Do not want to let people know that now that the female devil has become his own child bride. So that's how it is. I told you, with your strength, how could you possibly escape from under that female devil's hand? But it's a pity. Didn't you give that demoness a little bit of a hand when you were about to leave? The ponytailed, playful girl nodded, not doubting Qin Shou's words in the slightest. Had. I was so focused on running for my life. Where would I have the guts to kill her back? Besides, I don't have the skills to do that. Qin Shou scratched his head and pretended to have a face of fear, lest he be seen to be doing something. That's true. You're not this girl. Your strength is too low. It's true that you don't have the ability to kill back. This saucy little girl was also straightforward, not caring in the slightest about Qin Shou's face, and even followed Qin Shou's words, nodding her head as a matter of course. But the good thing was that Qin Shou didn't care about all this. Originally he just wanted to fool around and muddle through. After all, the devil corpse had now turned into Nua following him around. If these two knew about it, they would definitely not let Nua go. Thinking of this, Qin Shou could not help but feel a pang of fear, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that Nua did not clamor to follow him today, or else if he ran into these two men, he was afraid that there was a danger of being seen. With the identity of these two people, they will not let Nua go easily. Hello, my name is Ren Jing. I'm Ren Jing's older brother. This is my senior sister Li Miao. Thanks for saving my sister Ren Jing last time. Qin Shou was secretly happy in his heart, only to see this Ren Jing smiling and extending his right hand to himself in a very sincere manner. Qin Shou never thought that this person in front of him was actually Ren Jing's brother. Qin Shou said in his heart that no wonder he felt that the two looked a little bit similar. Qin Shou was already impressed with this person. At this moment when he heard that he was actually his future great-uncle, his heart was more than a few points of closeness, immediately changed into a smiling expression, enthusiastically shook hands with Ren Jing and said, "Great-uncle, brother Ren is good. My name is Qin Shou." Qin Shou shook Ren Jing's hand while secretly fearing for his life, saying, "Grandma," I almost blurted out the words great-uncle. Fortunately, I reacted fast enough to change my words in time, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. "You are Qin Shou." As soon as Qin Shou's words fell, he heard a voice with a somewhat grim tone, a voice Qin Shou was familiar with. Qin Shou turned his head to look, only to see that Yi Wuwan, at some point, had also arrived at the gate entrance of this villa, and was currently staring at Qin Shou with a gloomy expression. His eyes were like vipers, full of hostility. When Qin Shou heard this, he couldn't help but frown, secretly wondering in his heart, how did he know his name? Even if he recognized that I was dressed as a man, he shouldn't know my name. However, when Qin Shou was wondering, his eyes coincidentally glanced at the watch that Yi Wuwan was wearing on his hand, and he immediately had a somewhat wonderful expression on his face. He said, "Damn you, it can't be such a coincidence. This mother turned around, can still turn back. No wonder he knows my name. It seems to be from the mouth of that bastard Zhao Gang. How is it that you and brother Qin know each other?" Wuwan, Ren Jing, who was on the side, could not help but look at the duo of Qin Shou and Yi Wuwan with some suspicion, sensing that the atmosphere between the two seemed a bit off. "Brother Ren, when did you come down from the mountain? And you didn't tell little brother." When Yi Wuwan saw Ren Jing on the side, he immediately changed his face. The gloomy look on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a warm face, even patting Ren Jing's shoulder with extreme familiarity. This Yi family and Ren family were both one of the top families in Yanjing, so Yi Wuwan and Ren Jing could be said to have been playing together since they were small. Ren Jing grew up as the leader of their group of children in the compound, and was highly respected among his peers, and all of his peers honored him with a sentence of Big Brother Ren. Ren Tian behavior people straightforward, nothing small mind. Straight said, "Oh, just coincidentally the division let me go down the mountain experience. Then happened to meet Jing said is Yecheng recently this half a year to the Blood God sect members of the activities are quite frequent, so they came to help Jing arm." Chapter 113, The Lion's Share. I can't believe there's such a thing. Yi Wuwan sniffed, deliberately made a face of surprise. Then this Yi Wuwan put on a righteous expression, pretended to snort coldly, and said in an impassioned tone, "Humph, I can't imagine that this religion that originated in Goguryeo dares to come to my Chinese land to do wrong. For the scourge of one side, Brother Ren, although my little brother is not talented, but I have a heart to serve the country. Brother Ren, what use my little brother place? Despite the words, my little brother will do everything in my power to help Brother Ren and Jing to eradicate this damned blood god sect." The sight of the Qin Shou looked at Yi Wuwan this operation. The whole person is simply stunned. Said, "I dare you immortal aboard board. I have a talented actor, this kind of divine skill enhancement. Are not ing you can pretend. This blood god religion who introduced you surname Jez heart not a little force number?" However, although Qin Shou did not believe Yi Wuwan, the simple-minded Ren Tianqing was thoroughly convinced, and could not help but pat Yi Wuwan's shoulder with some gratitude. "I never imagined that after so many years have passed, Wuwan, you have grown up as well, and I am already very happy that you can have this heart. But don't worry Wuwan, this blood god sect's forces in Yeqing have long since been eradicated by us. That's good. It's fortunate that we have a Taoist expert like you, Brother Ren, and a good mayor like Jing, otherwise the people of Yeqing would have been in trouble." Yi Wuwan pretended to be relieved and took a long breath, a real one. However, although this Yi Wuwan was extremely well disguised, when he lowered his head, Qin Shou still keenly captured that a trace of imperceptible viciousness and hostility flashed through his eyes. "Right, Wuwan, I saw your tone just now. It seems that you have known Brother Qin for a long time. Tell me, how did the two of you meet?" Ren Tianqing looked at Yi Wuwan with an inquiring expression. For a moment, Yi Wuwan was stumped by Ren Tianqing's words. He did not expect that Ren Tianqing would suddenly ask about his acquaintance with Qin Shou, and for a moment, he did not know how to answer. Not waiting for Yi Wuwan to open his mouth, Qin Shou immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha, Brother Ren does not know. I and Brother Yi is in the heaven and earth." Yi Wuwan was startled at the sight and said, "Brother Qin, wait, let's take a step to talk." Halfway through his words, Qin Shou was suddenly interrupted by Yi Wuwan. Then Yi Wuwan directly pulled Qin Shou's arm and pulled him to the side. "Surname Qin, that day you dressed up as a man and pretended to be a lady of the club. When you said that, weren't you afraid that you would lose your reputation?" Yi Wuwan's expression was gloomy, and his tone was a bit unkind. He was never expecting that Qin Shou had just planned to directly reveal the events of that night. "You know, that night Yi Wuwan went to a prostitute. According to reason, the matter of whoring, in fact, is not much shame. After all, men, especially his kind of luxury son, is really too normal." But Yi Wuwan had been pursuing Ren Jing for many years and had been disguising himself as a decent man. In case this matter was known by Ren Jing's her brother, Ren Tianqing, he didn't need to think about it to know that he definitely wouldn't have any chance. Not to mention the fact that Ren Tianqing was already a man of integrity and uprightness and would not agree. Ren Jing had also been nonchalant towards him for so many years, and he would have even less of a chance if this was known by Ren Jing. And whoring is not enough. The most shameful thing is that he also whored a man. If this matter spreads out, his Yi Wuwan's face will have to face where to put it. This is not to say that there is no chance of chasing after Ren Jing. This will be a laughingstock in the circle of top house male children in the future, and he will never be able to mix again. So he cannot let Qin Shou tell the truth about that day no matter what. "Hey, surname Yi, you're afraid of losing your reputation. But I'm not. I don't care." Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders and put on a disinterested expression on his face as he continued. "To tell you the truth, the day I disguised myself as a woman, I actually received money from Ren Jing to assist the police and solve the case of the blood god cult. I didn't expect you to actually be taken in by you, so I poked some favors out of you by the way. Do you think I would be worried about telling the truth about this?" Yi Wuwan was disliked by Qin Shou's words. He was never thought that Qin Shou was an undercover agent arranged by Ren Jing. Now the situation was completely beyond his expectation. Yi Wuwan only felt that he was careless and didn't flash. At the moment, he was mute and could not speak. If that was really the case, then Qin Shou indeed had no need to hide it. And even saying it out loud, others might still praise Qin Shou for making a major sacrifice to crack the blood god cult case, and be even more impressed with him. Thinking of this, Yi Wuwan's face became even more somber. "Say, what do you want?" Yi Wuwan narrowed his eyes. His tone was grim, knowing that in front of so many people, there was no way for him to do anything to Qin Shou. He could only stabilize Qin Shou first and then think of a way to solve the problem privately. Yi Wuwan's intention was to bribe Qin Shou first before waiting for the banquet to end, and then directly arrange for someone to kill Qin Shou. Qin Shou squinted his eyes and smiled. He, Yi Shao. I'm actually a very simple person. I just like money. As long as there is enough money, everything is fine. I'm helping the police, but it's actually for the money. Qin Shou did not hide his desire for money. He just wanted to let Yi Wuwan know that he was a person who could be bought with money. Qin Shou said in his heart, "Dog day thing. Beat Feng Nini like that. The lives of ordinary people are not lives in the hands of you powerful people. I'm not going to kill you or me today." Although Qin Shou was not a righteous man and had a general impression of Feng Nini was, after all, the love of Gui Gang's life and was also his college classmate. More importantly, before being reborn, Qin Shou was also a master who was bullied by the powerful and wealthy. So he hated Yi Wuwan the most. This kind of bully, not treating people as people, today must ruthlessly pit him out of a mouthful of bad gas. $1 million? This is something you rot in your stomach. Yi Wuwan lowered his voice, his eyes staring at Qin Shou with a slightly threatening intent. He. Yi Shao, a watch of yours is worth several $1 million. Your reputation is worth $1 million? Qin Shou laughed coldly, not showing any weakness as he glared at Yi Wuwan without any fear at all. Then say a number yourself. Yi Wuwan gritted his teeth. 10 times, I want 10 million. Qin Shou made a 10 sign. $10 million. You might as well rob it. Yi Wuwan's eyes widened. Never thought that this Qin Shou would be so insatiable. For this kind of thing, he dared to offer a price of 10 million. It doesn't matter if you can't afford to pay out. But Yi Shao, you'll be whoring out men in the future. I think it'll be quite wonderful when it's spread to the top circles. Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders, smiled indifferently, turned around and intended to leave, intending to give Yi Wuwan a lustful look. You slow down. Yi Wuwan pulled Qin Shou as he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, $10 million is $10 million. Young Master Yi deserves to be called Young Master Yi. His outbursts are just generous." When Qin Shou heard this, he was immediately beaming. Chapter 114. Humph. In that case, then this matter is settled. Remember, at today's birthday party, not a single word about that night is to be mentioned. After saying that, Yi Wuwan turned around with a gloomy face, intending to leave. Alas! Yi Shao, slow down. Yi Wuwan had just turned around, but was stopped by Qin Shou. Yi Wuwan looked back at Qin Shou with a bad expression on his face, his tone clearly carrying a hint of threat. Didn't I already promise you 10 million? Are you still not satisfied? There's a limit to how far you can go. Do you really think that I, Yi Wuwan, am someone to be messed with? Hey, Yi Shao, I'm an impatient person. I like to see cash money. You transfer $10 million to my account right now, or else it's off the table. Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he looked like he was certain of Yi Wuwan. Yi Wuwan couldn't help but see the corner of his eyes jump as he watched Qin Shou's face filled with a smile. This is $10 million. Where can I go to transfer so much money to you now? Yi Wuwan gritted his teeth. That's out of my hands. I can't keep my mouth shut if I don't see $10 million anyway. Qin Shou put his hands in his pockets and whistled, playing the main one. I'm a scoundrel who I'm afraid of. A hint of killing intent flashed through Yi Wuwan's eyes, and in his heart, he secretly calculated that he would arrange for an assassin to kill Qin Shou after this today anyway. In that case, this money is just temporarily put in Qin Shou's account for a while. When the time comes, we'll let Qin Shou with interest, all back. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Wuwan's mouth raised a sardonic smile, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and chillingly said, "Good, then give me the card number. I'll have someone transfer it to you now." Well. Qin Shou smiled and informed Yi Wuwan of his bank card number, thinking that this Yi Wuwan is really a living god of wealth. Every time I bumped into him, I could make a big fortune, and this money could be much faster than my own hard work to start my own business. Humph. Yi Wuwan got Qin Shou's bank card number, coldly took out his cell phone, and also sent a text message to whoever he didn't know. But after a few minutes, Qin Shou received a text message from the bank, prompting him to have an extra $10 million in his account. Just at the moment when the $10 million arrived, Qin Shou immediately saw a faint strand of golden light, like a wandering silk, flying out from Yi Wuwan's body and drilling into the ring of chi luck he was wearing on his hand. Subsequently, this wisp of golden light then passed through the ring of chi luck and merged into his own body. It was at the same time that Qin Shou saw that the golden light of chi on Yi Wuwan's body had obviously dimmed by 1 point, while the golden light on his own body had brightened up quite a bit for the naked eye to see. This was the ability of the ring of chi. As long as it could make the other party suffer, it could take away the other party's chi and enhance its own chi in an invisible manner. Qin Shou could not help but secretly sigh in his heart. Worthy of being a top-tier powerhouse, even if it was just a trace of chi on his body that was transferred to him, it surprisingly made his aura of chi so much brighter. Hey, Yi Shao really has the strength. $10 million? so fast to the account. Ye Shao. In the future, as long as the price is reasonable, there is a need to use my little brother's place. Ye Shao you at any time to command. My little brother is bound to be at your disposal. Qin Shou purposely put on an appearance of seeing money in front of Ye Wan, thinking that there might be a chance to pit this bastard a few more times in the future. But of course, he was really seeing money in front of him. Ye Wan looked at Qin Shou's face and his face became even more gloomy. Not bothering to pay any more attention to Qin Shou, he turned around with a cold face and walked in towards the villa. Master, this Ye Wan has a murderous intent towards you, master. As Qin Shou looked at the distant Ye Wan, Linger's cool voice suddenly rang in his mind with a hint of gravity. Humph, I can see it too. Qin Shou coldly looked at Ye Wan's distant back. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he was similarly moved to kill. What does master plan to do? Spirit couldn't help but ask. Had. He wants my life. Just as well. I also want his life. We'll see. The corner of Qin Shou's mouth lifted into a cold smile, and his tone carried a bit of viciousness. Qin Shou was not a person with a soft heart. Since Ye Wan had already started to kill him, he would not be merciful either. However, what Qin Shou did not expect was that Linger opened her mouth to advise. Master, the chi on this person is too great. Until the chi on you exceeds that of this person, Linger suggests not going toe-to-toe with this person for the time being. Why? This Ye Wan has great chi luck. Isn't it just right for him to kill him and then all of them can be taken away using the ring of chi luck? Qin Shou could not help but be a little puzzled. Linger immediately explained, Master do not know. This world's great fortune people, it is like being protected by the heavenly Tao. For example, in history, those princes and generals, destined to change the fate of mankind, no matter whether they are good people or bad people, every time they encountered the disaster of life and death, can be able to turn misfortune into good fortune, is because they are in possession of great fortune. The most famous, such as the history of the son of the realm Lu Xiu, by the enemy Wang Mang led 400,000 troops to attack the camp at night, but suddenly the meteorite fell from the sky, and this meteorite all smashed in Wang Mang's army, while Lu Xiu under the hands of 20,000 people, but unharmed. What was originally a night attack that could have led to the destruction of Lu Xiu's army ended up with the rout of Wang Mang's army and a great loss of vitality. Not only that, when Wang Mang's army was scattered and fled, there were high winds and heavy rain. Soldiers trampled on each other, resulting in heavy casualties, and more than 10,000 people were drowned in the heavy water, because Lu Xiu is the destiny of the heavens, and he has the destiny of a country. Unless you, master, have the ability to forcibly take away the creation of heaven and earth, if you move to kill in the face of a person with great chi, you will always run into all sorts of trouble, and instead, suffer from the suppression of the heavenly Tao and get into trouble. There's such a thing. This is outrageous. Qin Shou could not help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. He had originally planned to wait for the party to end and find an opportunity to finish off Ye Wan. After all, Qin Shou had already seen that this person would never let him go, so he might as well make the first move. But now that he heard Linger's words, he couldn't help but hesitate a little in his heart. But don't Ye Wan didn't kill, but also gave himself a heavenly meteorite, directly smashing his head to death. Then the damn can be wronged a lot. Master, this kind of thing, chi luck, involves the laws of operation of the heavenly Tao. In ancient and modern times and at home and abroad, no matter which field, even in cultivation, those who are able to have great achievements are not those who have great chi luck. They were either gifted or had extraordinary encounters, seemingly by chance, but in reality, they were blessed with good fortune, and were blessed by heaven's will in the underworld. That's why the ring of chi luck, although it doesn't have any killing power, is a treasure that transcends the heavenly rank. This is because seizing someone's chi luck is like fighting with the heavenly Tao's favor, forcibly competing for heaven's favor, which is something against the heavens. Chapter 115 Curiously Meow Meow. What then? Qin Shou couldn't help but feel a little depressed, never expecting something as nebulous as chi luck to be so scornful even of Linger. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. Having a male son of a top-class mansion like Ye Wan, thinking about killing him every day, thinking about it makes people uncomfortable. Master, don't be alarmed. Since you have the ring of chi, there is a way out of this matter. Linger seemed to have anticipated that Qin Shou would have this reaction and said in a calm tone, Master only needs to make this Ye Wan suffer a few more times on top of the banquet later. The ring of chi will seize the same person's chi more than once, just like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. At the time when the master and this person's chi equalize, he can find a way to kill this person, and then the chi on him will be like an unowned object. All of it will belong to the master. He. So very good. It just so happens that I secretly recorded the conversation just now. And if I make that conversation public, I think I can definitely take away quite a bit of his chi. When Qin Shou heard that the ring of chi luck even had such a miraculous effect, a satisfied smile appeared on his face and he nodded. Thinking that Linger's method was the most prudent, Qin Shou followed closely behind Yi Wuwan and headed inside the villa. This time, although Qin Shou still did not have an invitation, however, not only did this gatekeeper not continue to block Qin Shou, but instead bowed slightly to Qin Shou with a respectful face. His attitude was simply different from before, and even carried a hint of ingratiation. This doorman had been working in the mansion for a long time, and he was also a man who knew how to read people's words and colors. Just now, when he saw Qin Shou chatting with all these rich gentlemen, he knew that Qin Shou was not here to cheat food and drink, and was afraid that he was not also a noble gentleman who deliberately pretended to keep a low profile, especially when this doorman saw Qin Shou and Yi Wuwan. He didn't know what he said. Anyway, when Yi Wuwan went in just now, his face was blue and obviously not looking good. It seemed that he had suffered a defeat, whereas on the contrary, Qin Shou was looking as usual. This Yi Wuwan open the car door, guards can see clearly, is in the country, have not been listed in the top luxury car. This kind of car, money are not necessarily to buy, but also to have status. Even in the parked outside of a number of famous cars, Yi Wuwan's car is also one of the best. Qin Shou can let Yi Wuwan defeat. This door is more natural to marvel at. Qin Shou's strength and background is strong. This today offended this person. Don't lose your job. After all, this job is not tired, and the treatment is also quite good. Where to find such a good thing to go? At a time this doorkeeper also cannot help but be apprehensive, lest Qin Shou will be angry at him for this matter. But although this gatekeeper was full of depression, he didn't know that Qin Shou didn't take it to heart at all. Qin Shou is too lazy to bother too much with these people at the bottom of the social ladder. After all, people are also doing their job. He indeed did not have an invitation. These days, it was not easy for anyone, so he could not afford to be angry over this small matter. What's more, his mind was now full of how to calculate Yi Wuwan. He simply didn't have the time to pay attention to a tiny doorman. Qin Shou had just walked through the door, and before he had a chance to see who had come to today's birthday party, he was suddenly pulled to the corner of the courtyard by a pair of soft little hands. Qin Shou couldn't help but freeze, fixing his eyes, only to realize that it was actually the ponytailed girl, Li Miao Miao, who was staring at herself with a smile. Tell me quickly, did you just make an ulterior deal with that Yi Wuwan or not? Li Miao Miao looked at Qin Shou with an expectant face. Why do you want to know so much? Qin Shou raised his eyebrows, a hint of a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, suddenly thinking of Linger's suggestion. It was just the right time to pit Yi Wuwan again. That's for sure. One of you is lewd, one of you is bad, both of you are not good. When you get together, there's nothing good. There must be some hidden secrets. Qin Shou couldn't help but blacken his face when he heard this, saying, is this the attitude you have when you're begging for help? Who the hell said it was obscene? Who am I to tell you? Qin Shou deliberately assumed a high and mighty stance. I'm so cute. You didn't even tell me? Li Miao Miao beamed her mouth, a little displeased with Qin Shou's rejection of herself, not feeling the slightest bit that she had spoken out of turn. What's wrong with cute? Cute doesn't make a meal. Qin Shou raised an eyebrow with a lazy look and turned around, intending to leave. Ugh, don't go. Tell me, okay? What Qin Shou never expected was that Li Miao Miao pulled Qin Shou's arm and pampered him. This Li Miao Miao is also a delicate and cute little beauty, although the chest is a little smaller. Not Qin Shou's dish, but cannot afford to be cute. Spreading petulance, that is also full of killing power. Qin Shou nearly cannot top. However, Qin Shou was still deliberately cold. Don't pamper yourself in front of me, let me tell you the truth. Yi Wuwan gave me a sum of money to rot my conversation with him in my heart. I, Qin Shou, am the most principled person, as the saying goes, taking someone's money, eliminating someone's disaster. I have accepted his money. Do you think I will tell you? Qin Shou deliberately said so, is to arouse Li Miao Miao's curiosity. Qin Shou is too clearly Miao Miao this kind of little girl mind. The most like is all kinds of gossip news. Moreover, Qin Shou has observed that when Li Miao Miao came, the car she drove wasn't cheap, so he didn't need to think about it to know that the family background was not ordinary, so he might be able to pit another one. As soon as Qin Shou's words came out, Li Miao Miao, a little girl, really couldn't help herself, pulling Qin Shou's arm and swinging it around, begging, good brother, you just tell them. I promise not to tell others, as a small secret between us, okay? Li Miao Miao purposely held back a small clip sound, causing Qin Shou to get goosebumps. No, I can tell you, you're looking at the wrong person. I, Qin Shou, am the most principled, The education I received since I was a child will never allow me to shake out Yi Wuwan's. Qin Shou purposely looked away and put on a salt and oil expression on his face. But between his words, he deliberately provoked Li Miaomiao's curiosity. As expected, the more Qin Shou said this, the more Li Miaomiao wanted to know what kind of deal had been struck between him and Yi Wuwan. Hearing the words is even more interested. Cannot help but bite his teeth, determined to say, "I'll give you money always okay. You hurry to tell me." Qin Shou said in his heart that this Li Miaomiao was really naive and romantic. And she fell for it. He. How much? Qin Shou instantly changed his face at the words, originally still looking like he was ignoring Li Miaomiao, but now he immediately changed to a smiling expression and looked at Li Miaomiao with glowing eyes. "Didn't you just say that you are most principled? Now why are you asking about how much money?" Li Miaomiao was stunned by the speed with which Qin Shou changed his face, and said to herself that this guy, his face skin was also too thick, and she was instantly exasperated. Chapter 116, Do you want to fix him? Ahem. This principle is something that also has a price. Qin Shou smiled sarcastically and coughed twice. How about 100,000? 100,000. Li Miaomiao couldn't help but feel a bit fleshed out as she named a number. Qin Shou said in his heart that you are still a rich girl. 100,000. You also have the nerve to ask? Qin Shou just pitched tens of millions of dollars from Yi Wuwan. Plus what he had under his hand before was originally more than 2 million. Now he is a small tycoon with a fortune of 12 million. The vision is naturally much higher. 100,000. Such a small amount of money. He is naturally some do not see. How dare you ask for 100,000 dollars? Are my principles that cheap? And you are at least a rich young lady. Can you be more generous? Qin Shou had a disdainful face. Actually, Qin Shou misunderstood Li Miaomiao. Although Li Miaomiao's family was rich, she didn't have much money, only because Li Miaomiao was usually naughty in nature and didn't have a number to spend. She could spend as much as she was given. So the family elders were extremely strict in their discipline of her, and fixedly gave her only $300,000 of pocket money every month. This $100,000 was already 1/3 of Li Miaomiao's pocket money for a month. Could she not be heartbroken? Then you tell me straight. How much did Yi Wuwan give you? Li Miaomiao, will always give double. Li Miaomiao gritted her teeth. She was really tortured by her curiosity, and it was hard to scratch her heart with a cat's claw. She decided to put down blood money. She must get the secret out of Qin Shou. When Qin Shou heard, "I went, $20 million, immediately changed into a fawning smile, and smiled with his eyebrows open. Hey, you're a good judge of character. I'm good at this. Yi Wuwan gave me $10 million. You just give me $20 million. His heart J simply happy flowers. Said I go. This mother asterisk is also a god of wealth. No, this is simply a female bodhisattva. This mother asterisk her made $30 million in one breath. This wave directly took off. Qin Shou is full of joy. Seems to have seen countless banknotes flying towards him, but he did not expect Li Miaomiao, who heard Qin Shou's words, to reveal a face of difficulty, only to see Li Miaomiao frowning tightly and hesitating for a long time before she said with a face of disbelief, 10 million? You take me for a little cutie. And, I don't believe it. Don't believe it. Don't believe me. Look at this. Saying that, Qin Shou even directly took out his cell phone and opened Yi Wuwan's transfer collection text message, so that Li Miaomiao could see it clearly. When Li Miaomiao saw the collection text message, she was speechless. Hey, forget it if you don't have any money. It just so happens that I want to keep my knickers. After saying that, Qin Shou intended to leave. You slow down. When Li Miaomiao saw that Qin Shou was planning to leave, she became a bit anxious. What? You're rich again. Qin Shou stopped and turned back to look at Li Miaomiao with a smile. Li Miaomiao bit her lip. Seemed to have made a great determination in general. How about this? Although I have no money, but I can send a magic weapon to you. My magic weapon. The value of more than 20 million is by no means as simple as that. You spend money or not necessarily get. But I have a requirement. That is, you sell me the news. Must let me Li Miaomiao think that it is worth the price to be able to do so. Qin Shou couldn't help but be a bit moved by what he heard. He had seen the power of Li Miaomiao's magic weapon, especially that powerful revolver had left a deep impression on him. If it wasn't for that pistol, they would have all died under Nua's hand that day. However, although Qin Shou's heart was moved, he was not a cutie, still shook his head and said, how do I know how you can judge whether the news is worth it or not? It's too subjective and unfair to me. Seems so. It seems so. Li Miaomiao sniffed and revealed a difficult look. She also felt that her proposal was a bit inappropriate. After all, the measure of value varied from person to person. In the end, she hesitated for a long time. stomped her foot, puffed out her cheeks, and exasperatedly said, "Bother it, whatever, it's settled, just exchange it with a magic weapon. No need for any additional conditions. Yes, I want that gun you had the other day, give it to me and I'll tell you the news. Deal. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver." Li Miao Miao couldn't help but be happy when she heard the words, her big beautiful eyes dripping and turning. Her hand even suddenly had a pistol out of thin air. Qin Shou also froze when he saw this. He had also seen this tactic of Li Miao Miao on that day, and at that time he still felt that it was magical to the extreme. But now that he had the ancient cultivator's Nagara, he also knew that it was 80% that this Li Miao Miao also possessed a treasure of storage. Qin Shou took the giant revolver in Li Miao Miao's hand and couldn't help but say, "Where are the bullets? Doesn't this thing deliver bullets?" While speaking, Qin Shou played with the giant revolver in his hand, feeling heavy and textured. I used 3 of them to fight the demon corpse that day, and now I have 3 left. My master can just make me 6 bullets, so if you lose them, they're gone." Li Miao Miao shrugged her shoulders with a smug look on her face, feeling that she had finally pulled one back. The reason why she agreed so dryly was because although the gun was powerful, the bullet making was troublesome as hell, or at least she didn't know how to do it, and she had to have her master's help to make it work. Unfortunately, the master is usually very busy. How can he have time to make bullets for her every day? If he replaced the ordinary bullets, the power of this gun can be greatly reduced. Anyway, it can only be used 3 times. That's why Li Miao Miao felt that she had earned it. However, Qin Shou weighed the revolver in his hand, which was painted with runes, but did not care. 3 bullets were enough, and Qin Shou had Linger, as well as the manuscript of the life of the ancient loose cultivator, confident that he had the ability to make his own bullets. Most of all, Qin Shou knew in his heart that Yi Wuwan would soon be looking for trouble, and he had to have a bit of means to save his own life. Although this gun only had 3 rounds of bullets, at the critical moment, it might be able to save his life. Now it's your turn to tell me the news. Li Miao Miao looked at Qin Shou with an expectant face, already somewhat impatient. Could be. Qin Shou put away the revolver in his hand and approached Li Miao Miao's ear, shaking out all of Yi Wuwan's things about picking up girls and picking up men, and even adding a little bit of jealousy. Li Miao Miao instantly covered her abdomen and laughed so hard that she nearly went off the deep end. Are you telling the truth? Li Miao Miao was even a bit disbelieving, thinking that this fact was just too unbelievable, that Yi Wuwan would actually do such a stupid thing. It was simply subverting her perception. You don't think it's true that he would give me $10 million for nothing? Qin Shou gave Li Miao Miao a blank look and said with a disbelieving face, "That's true. Ha. This is interesting. This guy has liked Sister Ren Jing for so long. If Sister Ren Jing knows about this, I'll see how he still has the face to pursue Sister Ren Jing." Li Miao Miao's heart was simply blossoming with joy. Not to mention how happy she was, she only felt that she had really made a lot of money from this deal. Qin Shou sniffed his heart, finally was aware of why Yi Wuwan was willing to spend $10 million to shut himself up. It turned out to be for the purpose of chasing Ren Jing. You seem to hate Yi Wuwan a lot. Qin Shou looked at Li Miao Miao with a curious expression, feeling that Li Miao Miao's attitude towards Yi Wuwan seemed to carry a hint of disgust. You have no idea how disgusting this guy is. He just likes to pretend. When she said this, Li Miao Miao's face was furious, obviously having long accumulated grudges against Yi Wuwan. It seemed like she had remembered something unpleasant, and her emotions became a bit agitated. So you want to fix him? Qin Shou looked at Li Miao Miao with a smile on his face, suddenly feeling that Li Miao Miao was indeed a wonderful person who could be put to good use. Of course. You name it, I'll do whatever you want to fix him. Li Miao Miao really nodded with a small excited face, obviously interested in the matter of messing with Yi Wuwan. Chapter 117 Blood Chalcedony. Qin Shou looked around to make sure no one had noticed the 2 of them. Then he came to Li Miao Miao's ear and lowered his voice. To tell you the truth, I secretly recorded the conversation that Yi Wuwan pulled me out just now. Later on, I will edit the recording, and after removing the part where I cheated him out of his money, I will give you the rest of the recording. When there are many people at the banquet later, you can release this recording in public, and ensure that Yi Wuwan will lose face. Well, you're a really bad person. He gave you $10 million, but you actually want to trap him. Say, have you been hitting on his bad ideas for a long time? Li Miao Miao narrowed her eyes and stared at Qin Shou with a smile, suddenly feeling that Qin Shou could be too interesting for her liking. The corner of Qin Shou's mouth lifted up in a wry smile. Hey, let's all be like each other. I don't think you're selling any good drugs in your gourd. Li Miao Miao, wouldn't that be just right? We're naturally good teammates, but let's say in advance. Don't say that the recording was given to you by me. Just say that you secretly recorded the sound yourself. After all, I received 10 million from him. I still have to pretend to save face. You can afford to offend Yi Woo-won, but ordinary people like me can't. Saying that, Qin Shou suddenly looked solemn and said in a serious tone, "Don't worry, we are now strategic partners. Li Miao Miao, will never pit my teammates. You hurry up and give me the recording." Li Miao Miao patted her chest in assurance, already a little impatient. Qin Shou nodded and said, "That's fine, let's add a WeChat, and when I'm done cutting the recording, I'll send it to you." After the two of them added WeChat to each other, they pretended to leave separately as if nothing had happened and headed towards the villa. Qin Shou stepped inside the villa, only to see that the hall was already full of people at the moment, and many young men and women were dancing on the dance floor in the center of the living room. This kind of occasion has always been this kind of luxury sons and daughters of ladies to make friends with each other. The family joint occasion. The times may have changed, but some things, for thousands of years, no more than the same. Ren Jing, on the other hand, was sitting side by side on the upper sofa with her good girlfriend, Yan Yu Rong, and was being surrounded by a group of male buddies like stars. The two of them were both first-class beauties, each with their own beauty, sitting in a piece of chatting, just like a picture, attracting the eyes of many young men. When Yi Woo-won walked up to Ren Jing, he saw that in front of Ren Jing, a wide array of gifts had been placed all over the place. Many of these gifts were sent by the gentry, and although some of them were sent because of Ren Jing's current status, in order to climb up the ladder of relationships, there were many of them that were explicitly sent in order to pursue Ren Jing. After all, Ren Jing is not only beautiful, but also young and talented. As the saying goes, power and money are not separated. Ren Jing's identity is really the ideal partner in the minds of the rich and powerful. Thinking of this, Yi Woo-won face cold as frost. The heart cannot help but have a few points of displeasure. In the heart of Yi Woo-won, Ren Jing is her woman. Anyone who dares to touch Ren Jing is a provocation to his Yi Woo-won. Jing, this one natural ruby. I spent a lot of money to buy it directly from the origin. I hope you like it. Qin Shou only saw Yi Woo-won take out a fist-sized gemstone from an exquisite gift box. This gemstone was as red as blood, crystal clear. Especially the texture in this gemstone looked like the capillaries of the human body, like a living thing. At a glance, it was clear that it was not a mortal product. Under the light, it exuded a demonic glow, attracting everyone's attention. Master, this natural blood chalcedony is not ordinary. It has great benefits for Nua. If possible, Master had better find a way to get it. Yi Woo-won had just taken out this gemstone when Linger's voice rang in Qin Shou's mind. What the heck is blood chalcedony? Qin Shou couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this thing. Master doesn't know. This blood chalcedony was created by the blood and flesh of some extremely powerful demonic beasts after their deaths in the ancient times. It contains the chi and blood power of the demonic beasts, which is a great tonic for Nua's blood-sucking demonic body. With such a blood chalcedony with her, Nua will be able to completely cut off the need to suck human blood, Linger patiently explained. And such benefits. Qin Shou immediately heard some heart. Now although Nua through cultivation does not seem to need to suck human blood, but this is actually only temporary. After all, sucking blood is her instincts. If you do not suck blood for many years, it is like people do not eat for many years in general, will gradually lose life. Cultivating this kind of thing might enhance one's strength, but before reaching the legendary realm of grain resistance, one still needed to eat. By the same token, Nua occasionally also needed to suck blood. This matter had been giving Qin Shou a bit of a headache, and now that he heard that there was such a blood chalcedony that could solve this problem, how could Qin Shou not be moved? However, heartbeat after heartbeat, Qin Shou was still a bit embarrassed. Linger, this is someone else's gift to Jing. How can I be so kind as to take it? Linger, however, guffawed and said in disbelief, Master, don't be presumptuous. With the relationship between the two of you nowadays, isn't what's hers yours? As long as you ask. I don't believe she would care about a ruby. Wow, Yi Xiao made a really big move. Such a big natural blood chalcedony. This is not something you can get by spending money. Qin Shou was still talking to Linger in his mind, but among the many socialites present, someone had already exclaimed in shock. Yes, it's worthy of being the most valued young talent of the Yen Jingyi family, and the outburst is just atmospheric. Is he Yi Woo-won of the Yen Jingyi family? So handsome. Yi Woo-won had just taken out this blood chalcedony, and immediately compared all the other people's gifts, attracting a crowd of astonished voices. Those gentry who were still quite proud of their gifts were now eclipsed. Even many of the young girls present, after realizing Yi Woo-won's identity, were all casting flowery eyes. After all, Yi Woo-won's looks were indeed not bad. Quite a bit of the flavor of Korean fresh meat, coupled with the prominent family background, Being the direct descendant of Ren Jing's top-tier mansion, the Ye family, it naturally provoked quite a number of young ladies who dreamed of one day marrying into the top-tier mansion and flying up to become a phoenix, to cast adoring gazes. Ye Woo-won saw the reaction of the people on the scene, was very satisfied, a face of pride, said, "You small family, also worthy of in front of my Ye Woo-won to call themselves a luxury family, and those who are not long-eyed things, also dare to steal a woman with my Ye Woo-won? Thanks." However, to Ye Woo-won's disappointment, Ren Jing was extremely indifferent, just nodded lightly, took the blood chalcedony in Ye Woo-won's hand, and casually placed it on the coffee table in front of him, which was already piled up with gifts, and even Ren Jing didn't bother to look at Ye Woo-won for a few more moments, and instead, her eyes kept searching for something in the crowd. Chapter 118 by Jun Chen. Ye Woo-won's face sank when he saw this, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Ye Woo-won since childhood, as long as it is a woman he is looked at, has not yet dared to reject him, and even many of them are the initiative to throw themselves into the arms. Only Ren Jing, from childhood to adulthood, has been indifferent to Ye Woo-won, and has been ignoring Ye Woo-won's love for her. This was also the reason why Ye Woo-won had been immortalizing Ren Jing for so many years. The more he was indifferent to him, the more he wanted to get her, then ravage her, and finally kick her away. This twisted mentality made Ye Woo-won's pursuit of Ren Jing take on a hint of morbid obsession. Of course, Ren Jing naturally did not know about these perverted minds of Ye Woo-won. Ren Jing just simply had no feelings for his type of fresh meat, and Ye Woo-won was also famous for playing with flowers in Ren Jing, and he had heard that he had harmed quite a few girls quite miserably. Ren Jing was instinctively a bit disgusted by his cockney demeanor. "Qin Shou, what are you hiding there for?" Ren Jing searched the crowd for a long time and finally saw Qin Shou hiding in the corner, and could not help but shout in delight. For a moment, everyone's gazes all coincidentally turned to Qin Shou, who had been standing in the corner. In their hearts, they were all a bit puzzled, saying, "Who is this person? I've never heard of him. When did Yecheng have a young talent named Qin Shou? When did a young talent named Qin Shou come out of Yecheng? And was he able to make Ren Jing take the initiative to greet him? Happy birthday." Qin Shou let out a sarcastic smile and walked out of the crowd, coming in front of Ren Jing. Honestly, Qin Shou felt a little awkward. For one thing, because he wasn't quite used to this feeling of being in the limelight, and this high-profile appearance made him a little uncomfortable. Of course, what made him even more embarrassed was because at this moment, Ren Jing was sitting side by side with Yin Yurong. Knowing that these two had both had sex with him, Qin Shou couldn't help but feel a pang in his head. Yin Yurong seemed to have seen Qin Shou's small mind and secretly threw a wink toward him, looking at him with a smile. The Qin Shou, a burst of heartbeat, said, "Good boy, you can restrain. Now is not the occasion of our love affair." "Qin Shou, I can't believe you're here too." While Qin Shou was at a bit of a loss for words, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Qin Shou followed the voice and saw a slender and beautiful figure appear within the crowd's line of sight. At the first moment this figure appeared, it caused the crowd of guests at the scene to be unable to stop themselves from exclaiming in shock. There was no other reason, simply because the person who appeared was no other than the now red-hot actress, Su Sishi. Of course, if it was just a popular actress, it wouldn't be enough to make so many high-ranking officials and rich businessmen exclaim. After all, for these top people, playing with actresses is also a very normal thing. After all, for these top people, playing with actresses was a normal thing. They had seen countless beautiful women, and ordinary actresses really couldn't get into their eyes. But Su Sishi was a bit special. In the real upper-class circle, everyone knew very well in their hearts, Su Sishi's background was not ordinary. It was also from the top mansion in Ren Jing. Her family is very powerful and has a deep influence in both the political and business worlds. It is said that Su Sishi debut so far, there has never been any director who dares to subvert her. And even before there is a good-looking popular fresh meat, who thinks he has a little bit of beauty, wants to get Su Sishi by soaking Su Sishi, and get the resources of the Su family, stalking Su Sishi, and pissing Su Sishi off. As a result, this little fresh meat was severely beaten by a young colonel within the army, almost directly into a disability. This matter was a huge fuss in the entertainment circle, but this young fresh meat froze and did not dare to jump out to accuse anyone. The relevant media also did not dare to dig deep into this matter. Directly cold treatment. Soon after that, this fresh meat was snowed in by the agency and has since faded out of the entertainment industry, which shows how much energy is behind Su Sishi. "Oh, hello MS. Su." Qin Shou smiled and nodded, but was a bit surprised, not expecting Su Sishi to take the initiative to greet herself. After all, the two of them actually only had a one-sided relationship. "But don't forget our agreement." "Oh, I hope we can cooperate soon." The corners of Su Sishi's mouth lifted slightly, her smile sweet, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. That's natural. And I'm looking forward to working with you. MS. Su. With that, Qin Shou shook hands with Su Sishi. It had to be said that Su Sishi was worthy of being a national goddess. And that little hand was so tender that Qin Shou was a little reluctant to let go of it. Qin Shou was enjoying himself when a milky-looking young puppy behind Su Sishi was staring at Qin Shou with his hands in his pockets and a cold, displeased face. This little tyke was dressed up in a designer suit, dressed in a polished manner, but the expression on his face appeared a bit gloomy, obviously a bit dissatisfied with Qin Shou's proximity to Su Sishi. Sishi, introduce me. Who is this? The little puppy behind Su Sishi forcibly squeezed out a smile, wanting to show some generosity in front of Su Sishi, but the jealousy in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Su Sishi's little hand. He hadn't even touched it yet, but he didn't expect it to be touched by Qin Shou first, so could he not be angry? Unexpectedly, Su Sishi was cold-faced, glancing at the young male without any goodwill, her tone a bit fed up. What's it got to do with you? By Jun Chen. Can you stop sticking to me every day like a dog skin plaster? Sishi, our affairs were arranged by the elders of the family. You should stop being capricious. It's good for both of our families. The little puppy whispered, wanting to use the interests of the family to oppress Su Sishi. By Jun Chen. I can tell you, no matter who arranged it, as long as Su Sishi doesn't recognize it, it just won't work. Even if my grandfather forces me, you don't have to threaten me with these family interests. Su Sishi doesn't eat this set. Su Sishi angrily twisted her face away, not bothering to pay any more attention to Bai Junchen, but instead smiling as she walked towards Ren Jing. Jing, happy birthday. Sishi, I can't believe that you, a busy man, still have time to visit me. I'm so happy. That's a must. Who made you my best girlfriend? For a while, Ren Jing, Su Sishi, and Yen Yurong were talking and laughing amongst themselves, as if no one else was around. Brother, Yen Jing by family, by Junchen, let's make friends? Saying that, Bai Junchen extended his right hand, and although he barely wore a smile on his face, there were a few hints of sinister in his eyes. Oh, hello, my name is Qin Shou. Qin Shou didn't think much of it and similarly extended his right hand, intending to shake hands with the other party. He had just heard the conversation between Bai Junchen and Su Sishi clearly, and thought that the one who could marry Su Sishi was bound to be a noble son of a powerful family, so he couldn't afford to be offended, and it didn't have much to do with me anyway, as to whom Su Sishi was married to. However, what Qin Shou did not expect was that although he had no intention of offending this Bai Junchen, but this Bai Junchen obviously did not intend to let him go. Qin Shou just hold Bai Junchen. Will feel the right hand above. A strong force came. The other party is obviously want to give him a downward spiral. Chapter 119 Gifts. Qin Shou couldn't help but be secretly surprised, thinking that this Bai Junchen looked like a little puppy, but he had some strength, and it seemed that he was also a practitioner. But Qin Shou was not afraid at all. He is now half a step of the strength of the Xian class, plus the system gave him the natural Tyson's divine power, not to say 9 oxen and 2 tigers. A cow's strength that is certainly there, is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. Qin Shou sneered and said, since you are giving me face, then don't blame me for not being polite. I don't mess with things, but if I dare to mess with me, then I'm not a good person either. Qin Shou fiercely exerted his force. His palm was like an iron vice, tightly holding Bai Junchen's hand. Bai Junchen could only hear the bones of his hand being pinched by Qin Shou as they clicked and a sharp pain came from his hand. For a moment, Bai Junchen's face turned red, beads of sweat oozing out from his forehead, but he was unwilling to admit defeat, lest he fall in front of Su Sishi. Bai Junchen suffocated. At the moment is regretful. Never expected to meet a tough guy. Qin Shou looked at Bai Junchen with a smile on his face and said, your grandmother's leg. You want to backstab me? I'll pinch you to death. The force of Qin Shou's hand is getting bigger and bigger, and Bai Junchen's face is getting paler and paler. On the side of Su Sishi, but this scene in the eyes, the heart secretly funny at the same time, but could not help but look at Qin Shou a few more eyes. Qin Shou some other eyes. Bai Junchen's martial arts strength. Su Sishi is very clear. The strength of the middle of the yellow rank, in the younger generation, is also considered outstanding, against ordinary people, can be said to be a piece of cake. Did not expect to be defeated under the hands of Qin Shou. Qin Shou, where's my gift? You wouldn't come empty-handed. Just as Bai Junchen's hand bones were about to be pinched and fractured by Qin Shou, Ren Jing suddenly opened her mouth, somewhat dissatisfied, and even put on a petulant expression. This scene to see a crowd of guests are dumbfounded, cannot help but to Qin Shou was even more impressed. Said this person in the end what is the head, actually able to let the mayor of Ren in front of so many people, to him pampered, to know that Ren Jing is a famous strong woman. Family background not to mention the outstanding, their own strength that is not to say, In front of the people never only show her tough and capable, the thunder and lightning side. How has anyone seen Ren Jing so small daughter posture? Especially Ren Jing's subordinates in the officialdom. Each and every one of them was shocked. Never thought that the usual high and mighty mayor of Ren, there is such a side. They have always thought that Ren Jing is the kind of unsmiling, cold as ice woman, but did not expect that she will also be pampered. For a moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Qin Shou were different. There were envious ones, jealous ones, and disdainful ones. Of course, there were also quite a few people who had already begun to think of befriending him. It didn't matter what kind of character Qin Shou was, just based on this attitude of Mayor Ren towards him. In the opinion of most of the people present, that was properly worth befriending. They only felt that Qin Shou must have an unknown background, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be treated so well by Ren Jing. Besides, as the saying goes, if you don't look at the face of the monk, you look at the face of the Buddha. And if you befriend Qin Shou, you might also be indirectly befriending Ren Jing behind him, and that would be the same as climbing up the ladder with the top powerful families in Yanjing. It was also at the same time when everyone was having their own thoughts, Qin Shou suddenly felt a chill on his back, instinctively sensing a pair of resentful to the extreme, eyes full of killing intent, secretly staring at him from behind. Qin Shou didn't need to turn around to know who it was. It was bound to be Yi Wuwan. After all, Qin Shou had already learned from Lin Yaomia that Yi Wuwan had been pursuing Ren Jing for years. Qin Shou hurriedly let go of Bai Junshin's hand and turned his head towards Ren Jing, apologizing slightly. Look at my brain, I almost forgot. While saying that, Qin Shou casually took out the amulet left behind by that ancient loose cultivator from his pants pocket. The amulet necklace. I had it appraised by Quan and also Haidong, and they both said it's a door opener, so I hope you'll like it. Ren Jing received Qin Shou's gift and couldn't help but frown. Her heart couldn't help but still be a bit unhappy, just because Qin Shou this gift is really too shabby a bit, dark and dull, no luster, also not beautiful, but is a piece of wearing a chain of copper plate above engraved with strange, not really good-looking lines, and even some rust, looks very old. The material also looked ordinary, not like any precious metal. After all, Ren Jing is a woman, did not expect Qin Shou to send her more expensive things, but more or less also hope that Qin Shou to send a gift can be on the heart, at least a little bit of heart. Where thought he was so casual, sent such a shabby gift. Moreover, he seemed to have taken it out of his pants pocket just now, and didn't pack it much, so at a glance, he knew that he didn't take it too seriously at all. This made Ren Jing feel that Qin Shou didn't take her seriously at all, and she was a little disappointed in her heart. Bai Junchen just ate Qin Shou a big loss, and now his hands are still black and blue, and it hurts like hell. At this moment caught the opportunity, naturally want to properly humiliate Qin Shou a bit, out of a mouthful of bad gas. Immediately Yin Yang said, I go, not it, this is what the stuff. I say Qin brother, you have not been too stingy. This kind of thing you can also take out? Yes, brother Qin, not me to say you are really too insincere point. This kind of thing also have the nerve to take out. Do you think Jing is a scrap collector? Yi Wuhuan, who saw Ren Jing's attitude towards Qin Shou, had already been upset, and immediately followed by Junchen, mocking Qin Shou. These two are Yanjing's second generation of the rich and powerful, each other are aware of, together with the high-grade club to play women, is also considered to be like-minded, immediately reached a tacit understanding of a united front, wanting to join forces to deal with Qin Shou. That's it, what a piece of. As Bai Junchen and Yi Wuwan opened their mouths, some of the guests who knew the identities of these two and wanted to attach themselves to them naturally followed suit. When Ren Jing saw this, she actually suddenly laughed and said, it's quite good, it's very special, I like it very much. With that, Ren Jing directly put this bronze medal that Qin Shou had given her around her neck in front of everyone. In fact, at first Ren Jing did feel a bit unhappy, but seeing so many people humiliate Qin Shou in front of her, Ren Jing was a bit displeased and instinctively protected her shortcomings. Ren Jing this action, but also caused the crowd present on the Qin Shou repeatedly side-eye. Said the kid in the end to the mayor of the Ren, what enchanted soup, this kind of broken copper? The mayor of the Ren even said that like? And the most surprising thing was that Ren Jing, who had previously looked at everyone's gifts with the attitude of not even bothering to give them a second glance, and threw them directly to the side, even directly in front of so many people, put the most inconspicuous piece of broken copper plaque on her neck. Jing, can you show me this bronze medal? Just as the crowd was marveling, Ren Tianqing appeared in front of Ren Jing at an unknown time, staring sullenly at the bronze medal on Ren Jing's neck. Chapter 120, Ancient Talisman Treasure. Ren Jing was stunned at his words, not understanding why her brother would be interested in this rusty bronze plaque given by Qin Shou. After all, This thing just looked too ordinary. However, Ren Jing understood that this brother of his had been sent to Longhu Mountain to learn the art for many years, and had a unique vision that was different from the norm, so perhaps he could see what was coming. It could not be said that this bronze medal Qin Shou had given her was really not simple, otherwise Qin Shou would not have been able to take it. Thinking of this, Ren Jing nodded and removed the bronze medal hanging around her neck, sending it to Ren Tianqing. Ren Tianqing took the bronze medal sent by Qin Shou and carefully scrutinized it for half a day, until he confirmed that it was indeed extraordinary, and only then did he look at Qin Shou with a solemn expression and said, "Elder brother Qin, where did you get this thing? What is engraved on it is ancient runes. The value of this bronze medal is simply incalculable. Such a valuable thing. Brother Qin, you casually gave it to my little sister. It's really a shame to receive it." Once Ren Tianqing's words came out, the people who were just now laughing at Qin Shou, one by one, they were all dumbfounded at this moment, never expecting that this thing, which looked sparse and ordinary, would have such a big origin. Among this group of people, the ones with the ugliest faces naturally belonged to Yi Wuwan and Bai Junchen. After all, it was these two who had taken the lead in mocking Qin Shou, but now they were ruthlessly slapped in the face by Ren Tianqing's words. How could it not make them feel embarrassed? Qin Shou shrugged his shoulders with an unconcerned look and smiled. It doesn't matter, it's for his own people anyway. Give it to one of your own? Ren Tianqing froze at his words, his heart was puzzled, and for a moment, he was a bit confused about the meaning of Qin Shou's words. After all, he still did not know the relationship between his own sister and Qin Shou. However, Ren Tianqing thought of that day when several people had fought together in a bloodbath against the demonic corpses, and assumed that Qin Shou meant that we were all close friends who had had a lifelong friendship, so he didn't think too much about it. Brother Ren, are you looking away? Just such a piece of broken copper and iron. How can it be something from the ancient times? Yi Wuwan's tone carried a hint of unwillingness as his gaze swept over the rusty copper plate once again. This copper metal looked too ordinary. Its surface was covered in copper green, and there was nothing special to be seen at all. One must know that the piece of blood chalcedony that he had given out, that was worth a lot of money. It was only begged for at a great price. Whether it was the texture and form, it could be called a superb product. Yi Wuwan was really a little hard to accept that his carefully selected gift would be no match for such an inconspicuous piece of broken copper. Ren Tianqing shook his head slightly and said with a determined look, "Brother Yi, although I, Ren Tianqing, am not a big shot, I still have this bit of eyesight. I have been studying at Longhu Mountain for many years, and I am also a little bit of a researcher in the art of Taoist charms and incantations. I am afraid that the origin of the Chinese incantation art, which is so profound, can be traced back to the ancient witchcraft period. The runes on this copper plaque, although obscure and difficult for me to recognize, the form of the runes, and the hint of aura contained on them, could never be forged by a modern person. In my opinion, this copper plaque, in all likelihood, is a magic weapon from the ancient times." Speaking here, Ren Tianqing turned his gaze to Qin Shou at the side, arching his hand and asking, "Brother Qin, I don't know what is the use of this bronze medal. What is its purpose? Can you tell me a bit about it?" Qin Shou smiled mysteriously at his words and said, "Brother Ren might as well wear it on his body and try it out." Ren Tianqing hesitated slightly, but still nodded and said, "All right, then I'll respectfully follow your order." With that, this Ren Tianqing took this bronze medal and put it on his neck. Almost at the same time when Ren Tianqing put on the bronze medal, a sudden change occurred, only to see Qin Shou suddenly move as if a tiger had descended from the mountain, suddenly blasting a punch at Ren Tianqing's chest. Qin Shou was a half-step Xian stage strength, with infinite strength, and the power of one punch was enough to open up a monument and crack a stone. This fist, Qin Shou did not hold back in the slightest. It could be described as going all out, powerful and heavy. Before the fist reached his body, a strong wind had already hit his face, blowing Ren Tianqing's clothes hunting, only to feel a huge pressure coming to his face, making him feel a little difficult to breathe. "Qin Shou, what are you doing?" Ren Jing, who was on the side, witnessed Qin Shou's sudden attack on his elder brother, and was so frightened that she cried out in shock. This turn of events caused the scene to instantly freeze. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change of events in front of them. Their expressions were different, and for a moment they forgot to react. Only Ren Tianqing, but is calm and relaxed, a cloudy face, knowing that if he ate Qin Shou this punch hard, it will certainly not be good, but is not moving at all. Ren Tianqing was not being arrogant, but was confident that if Qin Shou really wanted to disadvantage him, he would not be able to do so in public. Therefore, Ren Tianqing was confident that Qin Shou's behavior must have another deep meaning. As expected, just at the moment when Qin Shou's fist was about to touch Ren Tianqing's body, something unexpected happened in front of Ren Tianqing's chest. A hidden golden light suddenly flashed. Qin Shou's powerful punch blasted solidly on top of this layer of golden light. However, the golden light was as impenetrable as a bronze wall. Not only did it not suffer the slightest damage, but it bounced Qin Shou's fist back. Qin Shou only felt a powerful counter-vibration force surging into his body, like a shocking wave, instantly shaking him back several steps in a row, his feet staggering and making it difficult for him to stand still. For a moment, Qin Shou only felt his chi and blood churning, his chest tightened, and his face turned a little pale. To be honest, Qin Shou himself hadn't expected that this small protective bronze metal would be so powerful that it could explode with such a strong defense. He originally thought that with his half-step Shin stage strength, even if he could not break the defense of this copper plate, at least he should not be injured. However, he never expected that not only was this copper plate's defense amazing, it was also able to rebound his own power back, causing him to suffer a backlash himself instead. What the hell is going on here? What the hell just happened? What was that golden light just now? This is too amazing. What exactly is the origin of this bronze metal? The hall instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone was frozen in place, staring dumbfounded at what was happening in front of them, their brains blank, completely unable to comprehend what exactly had just happened. The golden light that appeared out of nowhere. What exactly was it? After a short period of silence, whispers began to ring out in the crowd, as people exchanged words and comments. Yi Wuwan and Bai Junshin's faces were even harder to see. It didn't take much thought to know that the golden light just now must have been emitted by the bronze metal sent by Qin Shou. If that was the case, then this bronze metal of Qin Shou's was indeed considered a rare treasure, and could simply be said to be priceless. Chapter 121. I come from a family of ancient healers. Yi Wuwan, Bai Junshin were both from wealthy families. Unlike ordinary people, they had been exposed to such things as magic weapons. For example, on Yi Wuwan's body, there was also an amulet that he had sought from the Tibetan Tantric sect. One must know that even for a top-tier powerhouse like the Yi family, it was not an easy task to obtain a genuine magic weapon. Back then, in order to beg for a few amulets for his own juniors, the head of the Yi family had also gone through a lot of trouble and paid a huge price before finally hiring a master from the Tantric sect to create a few amulets for his children and grandchildren as he wished. Brother Qin, are you alright? Just as the crowd was still in shock, Ren Jing was the first to react. Seeing that Qin Shou was recoiled back by the power of his fist and his face was a little pale, he could not help but ask with concern. It's not in the way. Qin Shou casually waved his hand, signaling that he was not in any serious trouble. Seeing this, Ren Jing was even more certain in his heart of the extraordinary nature of this bronze metal. With a solemn expression, he cupped his fists to Qin Shou and said, Brother Qin, this gift from you is really too valuable. I thank you for my little sister. Originally, when I learned that some time ago, my little sister suffered an assassination, I was still thinking of asking my master for a protective artifact, but now it seems that there is no need for it. Big brother, what exactly is this? And what was that golden light just now? Ren Jing is not her own big brother. She has been cultivated by her family as a future political successor since she was a child, and has little contact with such mysterious things as magic weapons, so for a moment she was also a bit puzzled. With a happy face, Ren Jing patiently explained to Ren Jing, Little sister, you don't know. What Brother Qin gave you is not an ordinary gift, but a protective magic artifact from the ancient times. That golden light just now was automatically generated by this magic weapon in order to protect me. With it, in the future, you won't have to worry about someone secretly working against you. So that's it. Ren Jing listened to her big brother's explanation, and only then did it dawn on her. She could not help but nod her head thoughtfully, and could not help but feel ashamed in her heart. It turned out that she had just wrongly blamed Qin Shou, who had not only put thought into her birthday gift, but had also put in a lot of effort. This kind of body protection artifact that could save one's life at critical moments was simply priceless. Thinking of this, Ren Jing's heart couldn't help but surge with a hint of sweetness. In her heart, she said that he still has me in his heart. It seems that he is not only going for my kidneys, but also his heart. But Ren Jing is a little puzzled. Qin Shou's background. Ren Jing is investigated. Parents are migrant workers. Usual very. How can have such rare treasure? But old brother Qin, this kind of ancient era's magic weapon is usually only found in those hidden clans with rich history. Where did you get it from, brother Qin? Just as Ren Jing was puzzled in his mind, Ren Jing could not help but ask. He was, after all, a disciple of Longhu Mountain and knew much more about magic weapons than ordinary people. So naturally, he was even more curious about the origin of this bronze medal of Qin Shou. I think this kid is 80% from grave robbing in an ancient tomb. Otherwise how could he have such rare treasures from the ancient times? As soon as Ren Jing's words fell, before Qin Shou even had a chance to reply, Bai Junshin, who was on the side, jumped out once again. Grimacing, He was determined to go against Qin Shou, seizing any opportunity to sneer at him. It was only because Su Sishi was impressed with Qin Shou that made by Junshin extremely unhappy in his heart. In his opinion, his marriage with Su Sishi was decided by the elders of both families, and Su Sishi was already his fiancée and would never allow any other man to get his hands on her. My family heirloom. Before all have been placed in the home, this time Jing birthday, and I have nothing to get out of the things, so specially this thing from the home to turn out. I also don't know whether this thing is worth money or not, so I specially looked for Brother Quan to appraise it, and Brother Quan said that this thing of mine is very open door, worth quite a lot of money, and even wanted to offer money to receive it, so I just thought that if I give this thing to Jing, it shouldn't be too shabby. Qin Shou unleashed, clever tongue, while talking nonsense, while secretly slandering in his heart. Stinky, you really guessed right. I am indeed a grave robber, but you have no evidence. What can you take me? Ancestry. Ren Jing couldn't help but frown at the words. Although Qin Shou's artful tongue skill was powerful and could fool most of the people present, but it wasn't foolproof. The ancient magic weapon, at least tens of thousands of years old, whose family ancestry could pass on a thing for tens of thousands of years. I think you are simply believing. Ancient magic weapon, at least 10,000 years of history. Your family ancestor can still be the 3 emperors and 5 emperors not? A magic weapon can be passed on for so many generations? As expected, Ren Jing was puzzled in his heart, and Yi Wuhuan, who knew what he was doing, naturally heard the cracks in Qin Shou's words, and immediately spoke out in ridicule. Qin Shou, however, looked unimpressed, shrugged his shoulders, and said carelessly, who says that the ing thing must be passed down all the time? Can't it be that my family's ancestors inadvertently obtained this item and then passed it down to my generation? Hey, then you tell me. Your ancestors, how in the world did you get this treasure? Could it be that it's also grave robbing? Could it be that your family is an ancestral grave robber? Yi Wuhuan laughed coldly and continued to pursue the question with an aggressive tone. Oh, my family has this in their ancestry, and it was given to me by someone else. Qin Shou once again activated his artful tongue skill and began to make things up. The reason is because my family's ancestor has excellent medical skills and once saved the life of a dignitary. That person gave this to my ancestor in order to thank him. However, the plot of Qin Shou this time is really too cliched, and the same as those bad TV drama bridge. The crowd present, they all feel déjà vu. Many people began to doubt. Mr. Qin, are you writing a bad novel here? Such a cliched plot. Make-up stories cannot make up. You said that your family's ancestors had excellent medical skills. How come they were lost in your generation? Why aren't you a doctor? Yi Wuhuan laughed up to the sky, feeling that he had caught Qin Shou's handle, and that today he would finally be able to completely puncture Qin Shou's lies and make him lose face in front of Ren Jing. Brother Qin, why are you here? However, what Yi Wuhuan never expected was that as soon as his words fell, a pretty figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, smiling like a flower as she walked towards Qin Shou. The person who came was no one else but Chu Xiaoxiao, who was completely convinced by Qin Shou's medical skills yesterday. When Qin Shou saw the sudden appearance of Chu Xiaoxiao, he was also quite surprised, not expecting it to be such a coincidence. However, on second thought, Chu Xiaoxiao, as a young talent in Yecheng's medical field, it was only natural that he was invited to attend Ren Jing's birthday banquet. Chu Xiaoxiao's appearance immediately attracted the attention of all the men in the room. One by one, Qin Shou envied, said how is a beautiful woman are related to this guy. This goods in the end what is the origin? Peach Blossom luck is also too prosperous. It's Chu Xiaoxiao. She's the most famous doctor in Yecheng. Chu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 122, Capture of Fortune. What? It's actually Chu Xiaoxiao of the ancient Chinese medicine family? I've heard that she is the most accomplished young talent in the Chu family's generation of medical skills, and it's said that at her young age, she's already received the Chu family's master's true legacy, and has 80% of Master Chu's power. Chu Xiaoxiao, but just as soon as she appeared, someone in the crowd immediately cried out in shock, recognizing her identity. Chu Xiaoxiao, as the leader of the younger generation in the medical field, was also quite famous in the upper class. After all, the only goal in life for these top tycoons, after they have money and power, is to live long enough. So one by one, they all maintain a good relationship with those medical families. Medical families were an extremely special existence in the upper class society, and there might be no one in the family who was neither in politics nor in business, but they often had extremely deep accumulated wealth. Moreover, the heads of these medical families often speak with one voice, and no powerful family dares not give face, for no other reason than that, even the richest people, once they get sick, they have to beg for help. Sometimes whether or not they could live for a few more years could be at the drop of a hat. Therefore,
The ancient medical family was often in existence that all of these powerful families needed to befriend.
Miss Xiao Xiao, I can't believe you're here as well. Qin Shou wore a smile as he greeted Chu Xiao Xiao. I also didn't expect to actually meet Brother Qin here, and it just so happens that I have some medical questions that I would like to ask you, Brother Qin, for advice. Chu Xiao Xiao's smile was as bright as a flower. She had long heard Yi Wu Wan and the others intentionally ridiculing Qin Shou, so when she said these words, she intentionally pulled up her voice, lest the people present could not hear her. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Xiao Xiao said this, the crowd immediately exploded. Even Ren Jing, Yen Yurong and the two of them were all in disbelief. Especially Yen Yurong, thinking, how much does he weigh? Don't we know? If this guy is really a famous doctor, why is he so poor that he has to ask me for money to make a short drama? What? Could it be that this Qin Shou really comes from an ancient Chinese medicine family as well? Didn't you hear that? Just now, Miss Chu said that even she has medical problems and needs to ask this person for advice. I'm only afraid that this person's medical attainments are even above Chu Xiaoxiao's, but I've never heard of an ancient Chinese medicine family surnamed Qin. Could it be a hidden family? For a moment, to the crowd present, Qin Shou's identity appeared more and more mysterious. Ha ha ha, old brother Qin, you really aren't righteous enough. I can't imagine that you're from a hidden family. No wonder your family can have such treasures. Ren Tianqing at this moment is also already no half suspicion. A big smile patted Qin Shou's shoulder. If Qin Shou is really the ancient Chinese medicine family, then Qin Shou has this kind of treasure. It is really normal. After all, even more powerful treasure. It is impossible to have the life as important. The dignitaries in order to save the life of the nobleman, to send out this kind of treasure. It is also more normal than ever. Brother Ren, I'm really sorry. There was an ancestral instruction in my family that my Qin family members should act outside and keep a low profile. Qin Shou unleashed, genius actor. His face full of apologies. As if it was really because of his family's ancestral training that he had to keep such a low profile. However, Qin Shou heart, but has long been another scene, is a dark pleasure. Low profile hammer on me. In the past 10 years, I couldn't keep a high profile even if I wanted to. Now I finally have a chance to act like a bully. Is this what it feels like when you've made a success of pretending to be a pussy? It's great. I finally know why Zhang Wei likes to pretend so much. I'm addicted to it. Ha ha ha, I get it. I get it. Ren Tianqing smiled cheerfully. As a disciple of Longhu Mountain, he had naturally come into contact with quite a number of hidden families that were strong but did not reveal themselves. Knowing that there were indeed quite a number of hidden families that did not wish to remain famous in the world and acted in an extremely low-key manner. Little sister, keep this thing. Don't lose it. Saying that, Ren Tianqing removed the bronze medal he was carrying and solemnly handed it to Ren Jing. Ren Jing immediately took the bronze medal and carefully wore it around her neck, lest she break the protective bronze talisman. Ren Jing now knows the rarity of this copper plate. At the moment also do not feel that this copper plate ugly, is how to see how to look at the eye, but rather feel that this copper plate has a kind of ancient beauty, especially when he thought that Qin Shou, for his own sake, even brought all the family's ancestral treasures to give away. He couldn't help but feel a burst of sweetness in his heart, and the way he secretly looked at Qin Shou's eyes was practically razor sharp. Ren Tianqing took it all in, but didn't say anything more, and even in his heart, there were a few moments of joy instead. This sister is high-minded and proud. Since childhood is the proud daughter of the sky, general young talent simply cannot enter her eyes. The family has arranged many times for her marriage. All were her strong attitude to refuse. Therefore Ren Jing's marriage affairs can be said to let the elders of the family worried. Ren Tianqing as Ren Jing's big brother, naturally is also in the eyes, anxious in the heart. Now that there was such a young talent as Qin Shou who was able to capture his own sister's heart, in Ren Tianqing's opinion it couldn't be better. Now Ren Tianqing had already determined that Qin Shou must be a direct descendant of a hidden world family, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt that Qin Shou was a good match for his own sister, and felt that Qin Shou was not only strong, but also humble and low-key, and that he was a good man worthy of being entrusted with his life. But Chu Xiaoxiao on the side, who had seen all this in her eyes, couldn't help but have a few gloomy looks on her face. She had a delicate mind, so she could naturally see that when Ren Jing looked at Qin Shou, that kind of pulsating, tender gaze was by no means an ordinary relationship. Chu Xiaoxiao could likewise see that Qin Shou was bound to be extraordinary towards Ren Jing as well. Otherwise, Qin Shou would never be able to give away such an important treasure. The value of this bronze medal, she knew in her heart, was by no means something that could be measured by money. As a medical genius, Chu Xiaoxiao had been painstakingly studying the medical arts since she was a child, so her requirement for her future husband was that he could not lose to her in terms of medical attainments at least. She hoped that her future partner would be able to discuss medical skills with her and make progress together.
It was not easy to meet such a handsome-looking young talent like Qin Shou,
whose medical attainments were even more unfathomable, making her so satisfied.
but she found that there seemed to be quite a few strong rivals,
and she couldn't help but feel a bit despondent inwardly. Brother Qin, I still have some things to do, so I'll excuse myself for today, and when I have time some other day, I'll be sure to discuss things in the medical arts with Brother Chu. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel that it was a bit awkward for her to stay here at this moment, and immediately wanted to leave.
Although she inwardly wished to chat with Qin Shou for a few more moments,
but looking at Qin Shou's appearance in the limelight today, she was afraid that Qin Shou wouldn't have the time today. Good, Miss Chu, some other day when we have time, we must have a good chat. Maybe that what medical seminar conference thing.
I can also participate in participating. Qin Shou knew very well in his heart that Chu Xiaoxiao had actually purposely relieved himself by suddenly saying that just now.
So deep down Qin Shou was still very grateful. As the saying goes, it's not polite to come but not to go. Since the other party helped him, then he naturally couldn't be too insensitive.
So Qin Shou deliberately mentioned a mouthful of what Chu Xiaoxiao said yesterday about the medical conference.
Qin Shou thought that there was still some time left anyway,
and that he should not be too humiliated by the time he delved into that ancient book during this time.
Moreover, Qin Shou could sort of see today that divine doctors seemed to be very marketable in the upper class.
So Qin Shou suddenly moved to take advantage of this medical discussion conference to make a name for himself.
Really? Brother Qin, don't go back on your word.
When Chu Xiaoxiao heard the words, she immediately brightened up,
her face showing joy. That's natural.
Qin Shou nodded with a solemn expression.
Good, then I'll wait for your good news, Brother Qin.
Chu Xiaoxiao was even happier in her heart when she received an affirmative reply from Qin Shou,
and after saying goodbye to Qin Shou, she turned around and left. Chu Xiaoxiao but just left.
Immediately there are many people toward the location of Qin Shou squeezed over.
One by one are the initiative and Qin Shou to show goodwill,
exchanging contact information with each other. If it was said that before, these people were looking at Ren Jing's face and were thinking of befriending Qin Shou,
then now,
these people were simply Qin Shou as a person who was worth befriending. It was also while Qin Shou was dealing with so many guests who had come over to talk to him, that Qin Shou suddenly felt a few wisps of golden light flying towards his side. Qin Shou immediately felt joy in his heart, knowing that this was the power of Qi. He only saw that the golden light on Yi Wuwan and Bai Junshin was rapidly overflowing, flying onto himself and integrating into himself.
Chapter 123 Conspiracy and Wiretapping.
Qin Shou knew in his heart that this was because he had let these two all suffer a great defeat today, and now the Qi luck of these two was being transferred to his own body through the ring of Qi luck in a continuous stream.
Especially Yi Wuwan,
only because Yi Wuwan had already had his Qi seized by Qin Shou several times before, so the Qi transferred to Qin Shou this time was even more like a flood that broke the dike,
surging and unceasing,
and it was only after a long time that this transfer of Qi slowly stopped.
In Qin Shou's opinion,
he was already covered with a thick layer of purple golden light at this moment,
and his entire body was like bathing in purple golden light.
After going through the transfer of Qi on both of them, Qin Shou realized that the aura of Qi on his body was now on par with Yi Wuwan's,
and even had a hidden tendency to surpass it. Qin Shou cannot help but secretly happy, said, now my luck has been on top of you. Look at the two of us. In the end, who will die? Ding!
Congratulations to the master for taking away a large amount of Qi from his love rival and becoming a great Qi master for the first time. As a token of encouragement, the system presents the Xian rank skill God's Thief's Hand. As long as it's within a 2-meter radius of the master can steal anything on the other party without a sound by using this skill. As long as the other party's strength doesn't exceed the Xian rank, it will not be. As long as the opponent's strength does not exceed the Xian rank, they will not be able to detect it. It was also at the same time that Qin Shou received his fortune that the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally gave away skills once again. Hand of the Divine Thief? I'm not a thief. What's the hammer use of having this skill? Qin Shou muttered in his heart, saying that it was so hard to give away skills, but it turned out to be such a chicken-ribbed one. Of course, Yi Wuwan and Bai Junshin didn't know that a lot of the Qi on themselves had already been taken away by Qin Shou. With a cold face and sinister eyes,
Bai Junshin stared at Qin Shou and asked Yi Wuwan, who was to the side, Brother Yi, what exactly is this person's origin? I've never heard of this Yeching before. There's such a person. What's the origin? Humph. I've checked it long ago. It's just a Jianghu crook. I don't know what kind of luck I've had, but I've climbed up this big tree of Jingjing. Yi Wuwan gritted his teeth and said, his eyes filled with cynicism and resentment. He had always regarded Ren Jing as his forbidden domain, but he didn't expect a Qin Shou to come out halfway and take the lead. Brother Yi is sure that he didn't check it wrong? Bai Junshin asked with some uneasiness. Humph, this person stole something from me? How could I be mistaken?
Yi Wuwan snorted coldly and said disdainfully,
half a year ago,
This person was still an ordinary staff member of a small company, and it was only in the last few months that he suddenly had a stroke of luck, and somehow managed to climb up the big tree of Jing and made a small fortune. I see his so-called ancient Chinese medicine family.
80% is also made up.
Yeching, if there is really such a family,
how can my Yi family not know it all?
If it's true that this person has no background,
as Brother Yi said, then I have nothing to worry about.
Bai Junchen sneered. His face flashed with a hint of killing intent, and made a sneaky neck-wiping motion toward Yi Wuwan.
Brother Yi, why don't we? Well, it just so happens that I'm going to get a chance to get him too.
Yi Wuwan showed a hint of cruelty on his face and said in a chilling voice,
but since you're planning to make a move, I don't have to go down personally. However, are you sure you're sure? Although this kid doesn't have much of a background,
he has some kung fu under his hands and is a good fighter.
Hey, Yi can rest assured. Bai Junchen patted his chest and assured, Lu Hei, the most powerful in the local underground world of Yecheng, has some friendship with me. He has 2 late Huang rank experts under his hands. I've already contacted him. Waiting for the banquet to end will be the time of his death. Very good. It just so happens that the expert I brought with me has recently been seriously injured, and may not necessarily be able to deal with this brat, so the fact that you can help saves me a lot of trouble. Yi Wuwan let out a cold smile at his words, nodded in satisfaction, and continued, however, old brother Jun Chen, I have a request, and I hope that old brother Jun Chen will do me a favor. Brother Yi, where are your words? Whoever we are with, Brother Yi, feel free to ask. Bai Jun Chen laughed. You give Lu Hei to inform a word. Just say that Yanjing's Yi Shao, and this kid has some grudges. When the time comes, let his people do not kill, get fainted and sent to my hands to come. I want to slowly torture him to death. When he said this, Yi Wuwan's face was twisted and hideous, and his eyes flashed with a trace of morbid madness, just like an evil ghost. Oh, Brother Yi, you still have this interest. Bai Jun Chen was also a bit surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Yi Wuwan, who often played with women with himself, was so perverted and twisted in his heart that he liked to torture people to death, which Bai Jun Chen was ashamed of himself. Although Bai Jun Chen, as a rich and powerful young man, the broken things have not done less, but killing this kind of thing, Bai Jun Chen always do not like to pass their own hands, never let the people under the hand to do. However, this instead made Bai Jun Chen a little happy. Su Sishi's attitude towards Qin Shou was 100 times more enthusiastic than she was towards herself. Bai Jun Chen had also wanted Lu Hei's men to torture Qin Shou properly before killing him. Yi Wuwan's methods were only much more brutal than Lu Hei's men. Thinking of this, Bai Jun Chen nodded without hesitation and said, no problem, when the time comes, I'll give them a heads up. I won't be involved. After all, Sishi is here, and I have to accompany Sishi. Saying that, Bai Jun Chen paused and said in a gloomy tone, hey, Brother Yi, don't let this kid die too painfully when the time comes. Yi Wuwan nodded and said, my methods, don't you understand, old brother Jun Chen? Bai Jun Chen didn't say anything more at his words and smiled to show that he understood. With Brother Ye's words, I'm relieved. He had heard of Yi Wuwan's reputation, and had heard that there was a male son in Yanjing back then who had taken a liking to Ren Jing, chased after her for half a year, and in the end was directly castrated by Yi Wuwan. This matter at that time in Yanjing made a huge fuss, but the Yi family power is too big. The other family, in Yanjing, is also considered some strength. Even hard to endure this bad breath, not only did not seek Yi Wuwan's trouble, and even moved his family, left Yanjing. Visible Yi family's power is how big. Right, tell your people, when the time comes, knock him out and bring him to the mass grave at the back of West Mountain. I will wait for them there. When the time comes to torture to death, it's just right to bury him on the spot at the back of West Mountain. Yi Wuwan reminded. Well, I'll do my job. Don't worry, Brother Yi. Qin Shou was currently surrounded by a group of businessmen and officials, so he naturally didn't know that Bai Jun Chen and Yi Wuwan were plotting to kill him at the moment. However, Qin Shou did not hear their conversation, but Li Miao, who had been hiding in the distance, had heard all the bad ideas of the two. Chapter 124, Hypnotic Charms. It turned out that Li Miao had originally planned to pit Yi Wuwan, so she had been secretly observing Yi Wuwan, thinking about when it would be better to find an opportunity to strike. Li Miao saw these two people from afar, has been there with a bad smile on his face, secretly whispering, a look knows that these two goods together inevitably cannot hold back any good fart. So Li Miao secretly used the spells of Longhu Mountain to silently eavesdrop on their conversations, and sure enough, she heard these two plotting about how to get Qin Shou killed. Li Miao had known that Yi Wuwan was infamous and knew clearly that he was bad, but she did not expect him to be so ruthless that he was planning to directly kill Qin Shou for something like jealousy.
Li Miao Miao couldn't help but feel a chill deep inside her heart. And she was even more disgusted with the duo of Yi Woo-won and Bai Junchen.
After eavesdropping on the duo's conversation, Li Miao Miao immediately and silently came over to Qin Shou's side.
Qin Shou was being harassed by a group of merchants with ulterior motives and officials,
and was thinking about how to get out of it, when Li Miao Miao suddenly appeared and directly pulled Qin Shou aside.
Qin Shou said in his heart, "Auntie,
you've come at the right time. Hey, where's the promised recording? Hurry up and give it to me."
Li Miao Miao pulled Qin Shou to the side and said without a trace of anger,
"Wait a minute."
Qin Shou looked around and confirmed that no one had noticed him before he took out his cell phone,
intercepted a section of the recording and sent it directly to Li Miao Miao.
Li Miao Miao received the recording and immediately put on the headphones and listened carefully. When she finished listening to the content of the recording and made sure that the content was strong enough, Li Miao Miao nodded her head in satisfaction.
Smiling,
she looked at Qin Shou and said mysteriously,
He, for the sake of your recording, how about this girl gives you a free gift?"
Qin Shou said with a disinterested face.
"What kind of gift?"
"I'm not interested in anything other than money and magic weapons." Li Miao Miao blankly glanced at Qin Shou and said without a trace of anger,
"You guy, you're really drilling into the eyes of money. I can tell you, this gift I'm giving you is much more important than money and magic weapons."
"Yeah,
there are things more important than money in this world." Qin Shou had a disbelieving look on his face, saying that if there really was such a thing, you would give it to me for no reason.
Never mind.
I'm too lazy to sell you a story. I'll tell you in secret." Saying that,
Li Miao Miao smilingly came to Qin Shou's ear and told Qin Shou about the conversation he had overheard between Bai Junchen and Yi Woo-won just now.
Qin Shou heard the words, his heart was creeped out,
a chill from the bottom of the feet straight to the top of the head.
He said, "Good guy, these rich and powerful people, human life is so worthless in your eyes? This Yi Woo-won wanna kill me is just, after all, I do have some quarrels with him, but this Bai Junchen,
today is just the first time to meet, there is no grievance. Just because in front of him to steal the limelight,
even intends to kill. These rich people really regard human life as grass. Thinking of this,
Qin Shou glanced at the distant duo of Yi Woo-won and Bai Junchen with a gloomy expression. He only saw that those two were getting together, with sinister smiles on their faces from time to time,
obviously discussing how to deal with him. How about it?
This news of mine can be worth a lot more than a magic weapon or something,
right? Li Miao Miao asked with a smirk. Qin Shou nodded solemnly,
knowing that Li Miao Miao had helped him a lot this time. Otherwise he would probably have to fall for Yi Woo-won and Bai Junchen,
and couldn't help but say gratefully, "Indeed, it's a very important piece of information. Count me as owing you a favor." Then how are you going to thank me?
"The magic weapon you just gave to Sister Ren Jing is not bad.
So how about you give me one some other day, and the two of us will be even. How about that?" Li Miao Miao blinked and said mischievously, "What do you think I am, a rich woman like you? This kind of thing, I only have one." Qin Shou was speechless, saying that you really think my family runs a pawn store? This is an ancient magic weapon. No matter what, you owe me a favor. I can put it on my books.
Li Miao Miao puffed out her cheeks in displeasure.
"By the way, what method did you use to eavesdrop? Can you teach me?" Qin Shou was unwilling to continue to dwell on this topic with Li Miao Miao,
thinking that Li Miao Miao didn't seem to have been close to the two of them,
Bai Junchen and Yi Woo-won,
and that this place was crowded with people. So how in the world did she hear it?
He couldn't help but be a little curious. Then, this is it. Saying that, Li Miao Miao unexpectedly took out a piece of talisman paper. "What is it?" Qin Shou was puzzled, saying, "I asked you what eavesdropping equipment you used,
and you gave me a piece of talisman paper to mess with chicken feathers."
You don't know this. This is my father's self-developed talisman. The biggest function is eavesdropping. The method of use is also very simple. You only need to write down the name of the other party. Think of the person's appearance in your mind, and then swallow this talisman, and you're done. Of course, the distance can't be too far.
It won't be effective beyond 100 meters.
Li Miao Miao proudly introduced herself. "I'll be damned, and have to swallow it." This method of use is really a bit stomach-breaking. Qin Shou couldn't help but spit out when he heard this. "What are you afraid of? This talisman paper is specially made. It melts in your mouth and is still chocolate-flavored." Li Miao Miao had a disbelieving look on her face. "Why do you have so many weird spells? That pistol from before was pretty outrageous and too damn trendy." Qin Shou couldn't help but lament. This you do not understand. Even our Taoism, that is also to keep up with the times."
Li Miao Miao smiled proudly and said with a proud face,
"I can tell you, my father, Li Xinjin, is the first person in the Longhu Mountain Taoist scientific research. He absorbed the modern scientific ideas, and I don't know how many rare gadgets have been developed. And this bugging talisman is simply a small trick. Since your father is so powerful, Are there any other talismans with powerful effects? When Qin Shou heard this, he immediately became interested, thinking that since a vicious battle is inevitable today, it's just right for me to prepare more awesome effects?
Li Miao Miao sniffed and frowned, holding her cheeks in thought. There, my father has newly developed a hypnotic charm that can exert mind control on people for a short period of time.
Do you want it? A hypnotizing charm? What effect does it have?
Qin Shou sniffed with some doubt. Li Miao Miao proudly explained.
Hey, this is my father's latest research. This talisman can directly affect a person's spirit. Of course, people with particularly strong mental power can't be affected, but most people are fine. This talisman can make people hallucinate in a short period of time by way of psychological suggestion, similar to the hypnotic effect in modern psychology. However, because it was combined with Taoist spells, the effect was more than 10 times more powerful than ordinary hypnosis. For example, if you imply to the other person that you are a woman, then the other person will really think that you are a woman before the effect of the talisman loses its effect. So awesome! When Qin Shou heard this, his eyes lit up, and an idea of killing someone with a borrowed knife suddenly came to his mind. Chapter 125 Reversal of Fortune. That's a must.
Not to mention who researched this talisman. Li Miao Miao held her little head high and said proudly,
Hey, since we're allies now, look, I've sent you the recording, can you send me one?
Qin Shou rubbed his hands together and smiled.
Humph, nice try, $500,000 a sheet.
Li Miao Miao raised her eyebrows and said,
You guy, see the money, every time it is you who pits others. Today this girl has to pit you, $500,000. You might as well rob it.
Qin Shou sniffed and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, saying that this is $500,000.
This is a ing cut my meat. How?
You pitted Yi Wuwan for $10 million.
Is it still okay for this girl to earn you some money?
Li Miao Miao said with a righteous face.
Ahem, $500,000 is too much. 5,000. Qin Shou dryly coughed twice, and said Grandma, it is true that those who pit people will eventually be pitched. Do you want to kill the price like this? $500,000 and you cut it down to 5,000 for me? You think I'm a beggar? I'm telling you, I'll give you $100,000 cheaper at most.
Li Miao Miao simply stunned,
said good guy, people cut the price at most half cut. You are good, directly to the back of the 2 zeros. You too stingy you.
I'll offer up to $10,000 or I won't buy it. Qin Shou said in his heart that $500,000 was impossible. It was impossible to give $500,000 in this lifetime, and immediately unleashed the 2 combination skills of clever tongue and control of the whole situation. Li Miao Miao was simply pissed off by Qin Shou,
saying that there is no such person under the sky.
He himself pitched others $10 million.
To me, buy my things actually only want to pay out 10,000 yuan. 2 stingy. However, Li Miao Miao, who was inwardly spitting, was truly shocked by Qin Shou's skills, and truly believed that if she raised her price any further, Qin Shou would not buy it. Li Miao Miao thought about it. Anyway, the raw materials of these talismans of his own are just yellow paper and vermilion sand, which are not worth anything at all, and the cost is just a few cents apiece. What was really worth it was the magic power that my father had put on it. Thinking of this, Li Miao Miao, with a face of aggrieved bara, reluctantly said, Okay, 10,000 on 10,000. Ha, I think it's still 5,000?
Qin Shou look at this situation. Li Miao Miao even so easy to hit their own skills.
Suddenly feel 10,000 seems to shout high, and give the kill back to 5,000. Q. Li Miao Miao finally couldn't bear it anymore.
The heel of her high-heeled shoes stepped hard on Qin Shou's instep. This time even the more powerful system skills were useless.
Ow! Qin Shou howled wolfishly.
His face twisted in pain, but he forcefully lowered his voice, mainly because he was worried that others would see the deal that the two of them were hiding in the corner.
Jing, can I ask you for a dance? After Yi Wuwan and Bai Junshan completed their conspiracy, they came to Ren Jing with a spring in their step, wanting to invite Ren Jing to dance with them. When he thought that Qin Shou was about to be toyed with by himself and die of torture, Yi Wuwan's heart couldn't be happier. Hearing Yi Wuwan's invitation,
Ren Jing slightly raised her willow eyebrows and faintly smiled.
She didn't reply and didn't get up. Instead, her eyes flowed and she looked around, thinking that Qin Shou was still here just now. Where did people go now? Yi Wuwan was hung out to dry by Ren Jing. For a moment he was unable to move in or out, grimacing, his face ugly to the extreme. It was at this time that Qin Shou, who had been away for half a day, only then pushed his way through the crowd and walked towards Ren Jing's side. Qin Shou, dance with me. Seeing Qin Shou appear, Ren Jing immediately got up, not paying any attention to Yi Wuwan who was on the side, and walked towards Yi Wuwan with a smile on her face. Yeah, I'm not much of a dancer though,
Qin Shou looked at the grim-faced Yi Wowan with a smile and took Ren Jing's hand in front of him. Anyway, the two of them were already in a relationship of life and death, so there was no need for Qin Shou to hide anything in front of Yi Wowan. It's okay, I can teach you. Ren Jing laughed without a care in the world. Surnamed Qin, take your dirty hands away. Jing is not for you to touch. If it was said that just now, Yi Wowan was still able to endure it, then now, he couldn't endure it in any way. Qin Shou's current behavior was already a complete naked provocation. Yi Wowan, who do you think you are? And what business is it of yours who I dance with? Before Qin Shou could open his mouth, Ren Jing already had her almond eyes rounded, cold face, and disliked back without any goodwill. Jing, I'm doing this for your own good. You don't know. You've been tricked by this man. He's actually not an ancient Chinese medicine family at all. Oh, I really thank you for that. But your kindness is appreciated. If you're really doing me a favor, please stay away from me and leave me alone. After saying that, Ren Jing sneered and didn't bother to pay any more attention to Yi Wowan, but instead pulled Qin Shou's hand and walked towards the center of the dance floor. Yi Wowan was still a thief and wanted to say something else, but suddenly he heard a recording. The sound was so loud that it overpowered all the voices in the living room for a while. This recording is not something else. It is the recording of Yi Wowan begging Qin Shou not to tell the truth that he was caught whoring, and the object of his whoring was a man dressed as a woman after being carefully edited. For a moment, within the entire living room, nothing could be heard but the sound of this recording. Everyone froze on the spot, and one by one, all of them had different and wonderful faces. No one would have thought that this Yi family's great young man would be whoring. Of course, the most important thing is not this. After all, these dignitaries go to high-grade places to find women is too normal. But to end up with a cross-dressing man is brilliant. Just as everyone was in disbelief, thinking that the recording was not AI synthesized, Yi Wowan suddenly became infuriated and stormily roared. Surnamed Qin, you took my money and promised not to say anything about it. Wow, it's actually real. Seeing Yi Wowan's reaction, for a moment, the entire room was in an uproar. There were quite a few people that could not help but laugh their asses off already. This, Yi Shou, this isn't me. After all, a man dressed as a woman is not something honorable, is it? Qin Shou pretended to be innocent and shrugged his shoulders. Under the genius actor skill, that expression, how wronged he was, as if he was the biggest victim. Ha ha ha, Yi Wowan, it's unthinkable. Your conversation was secretly recorded by me. Just as Yi Wowan was storming out, Li Miaomia suddenly popped out from the crowd and made a face at Yi Wowan, playful and smug. After saying this, Li Miaomia also couldn't help but make a wink toward Qin Shou, saying that you see how well the two of us work together. Li Miaomia, I have no grudge against you. What do you mean? Yi Wowan took the scene in his eyes and was already seeing that these two were singing in unison, clearly pitting themselves. He was so angry that his body was trembling and his face was blue, but he didn't dare to do anything to Li Miaomia. Li Miaomia's identity is special. Her family background is not inferior to the Yi family. Not to mention that the most important thing is that Li Miaomia's father, Li Xinjin, is a Dragon Tiger Mountain Taishan beta level character, known as the contemporary first refiner. Cultivation is unfathomable. It is not something that he, Yi Wowan, can offend. Surnamed Qin, you wait for me. I will definitely avenge today. Yi Wowan gritted his teeth, no longer having the face to stay at this birthday party, and walked quickly towards the outside. However, when Yi Wowan passed by Qin Shou, he purposely bumped Qin Shou hard with his own shoulder to vent his hatred. It was a pity that what Yi Wowan didn't know was that this action of his to vent his anger had completely buried his last chance to live. Because in that instant, Qin Shou had utilized his newly acquired skill, Hand of Divine Thief, to unknowingly steal from him the amulet that had saved his life that day within the cave. Moreover, when Yi Wowan left, Qin Shou could see clearly that the last trace of qi on Yi Wowan's body had all been transferred to himself. At this moment, Yi Wowan's body was already dimmed around him, even with a hint of obscurity, and the situation between the two was completely reversed. Qin Shou knew in his heart that Yi Wowan's life was afraid to come to an end. Chapter 126 Zheng Biao and Lu San. Although Yi Wowan's qi had already been seized almost by himself, Qin Shou was still a bit uneasy, and to make sure that nothing was wrong, he directly activated the active ability of the Ring of Qi, transferring all the strands of black obscurity that he carried with him today to Yi Wowan's body. After this, Yi Wowan's entire person looked a little obscure, like a layer of haze had enveloped him, even in Qin Shou's opinion. At this moment, Yi Wowan, even his temperament has already undergone a sea change. The whole person looks a bit twilight, and no longer have the noble atmosphere of the noble son of the mansion before. Yi Wowan didn't have the Ring of Qi. Naturally he didn't know the change of qi on his body, He only felt an inexplicable chill suddenly rise from the bottom of his heart and couldn't help but shiver. He had lost face at the moment, and under his shame and anger, he stormed out of the villa in a rage, and ran face to face with Bai Junchen, who had just finished making a phone call outside. When Bai Junchen saw Yi Wowan's face was iron blue, the Hall of Seal was a little black, the whole person looked as if he had been struck by an evil spirit, and he still didn't know what had happened, so he couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so ugly? Is this to leave?" "Well, I'm going to the mass grave in the Western Hills now." Yi Wowan barely managed to squeeze out an ugly smile, his voice low and cold and hard. When Bai Junchen heard this, a wry smile appeared on his face. "Hey, Brother Yi, you're in a real hurry. Even if you want to deal with that brat, there's no need to leave in such a hurry. The banquet hasn't ended yet, and that kid won't be able to come out for a while. Brother Yi, don't worry. I've just contacted. The 2 experts under Lu Hei's hand are rushing this way. That kid definitely won't be able to run away today." "That's good. Have them take the people directly to the mass grave at the back of West Mountain." Yi Wowan nodded. Because of his anger, Yi Wowan's tone carried a hint of imperceptible viciousness, and after saying that, he left the place without looking back. "What is this? Took the wrong medicine? Why does it feel like he doesn't look too good?" Bai Junchen looked at Yi Wowan, who had a bad expression on his face. Bai Junchen, as an ordinary person, and do not have a divine weapon such as the Ring of Qi, naturally cannot see the aura of Qi. Just feel that Yi Wowan's entire temperament seems to have changed. The aura is much weaker, as if all of a sudden a few years older in general. However, he was too lazy to think about it. He just thought that Yi Wowan was not in a good mood today, shook his head, and no longer put it on his mind, and walked towards the villa. Witnessing Yi Wowan leaving, Qin Shou did not follow him out, because in Qin Shou's opinion, today was Yi Wowan's time to die. If he followed him out now, when Yi Wowan died, he would easily fall into the wrong hands instead. Qin Shou already had a plan in his mind. Anyway, Yi Wowan would come to the door sooner or later. There was no need to rush. At this moment, the more ordinary he behaved, the more he could reduce his own suspicion. Qin Shou wrapped his arm around Ren Jing's small waist and acted as if nothing had happened as he danced with Ren Jing. Several days have not seen. Qin Shou more and more feel that Ren Jing that cannot hold the small waist seems to be more soft and slippery. Qin Shou, heart itchy, cannot help but quietly reach out, gently pinch a few hand. Qin Shou's sudden act of intimacy caused Ren Jing's cheeks to instantly blush, her eyes flashing a hint of anger as she gently glared at Qin Shou for a few moments. However, Qin Shou completely ignored Ren Jing's pouting. The corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile as he continued his small movements, his technique becoming more and more skillful and hidden. Under some careful operation, Ren Jing was almost unsteady, her body trembled slightly, and her face looked shy with a trace of undetectable excitement. Ren Jing's birthday party lasted late into the night, and the guests had been saying their goodbyes and leaving one after another since 9 p.m. Qin Shou saw that the time is almost up. Know that at this time with the guests together to leave the most secure, not easy to attract the attention of others, they decided to say goodbye to Ren Jing, but before saying goodbye, Qin Shou also did not forget to pinch a hand, causing Ren Jing anger and blame again and again. Although Ren Jing, deep down, has always been a bit nostalgic for the bone-crushing feeling of the last few days, and somewhat hoped to leave Qin Shou to spend a good night here. But today there are many guests. If you let Qin Shou openly stay overnight, Ren Jing in his own Yecheng City mayor's identity, I am afraid that will fall into the mouth of the truth. Maybe political opponents to take advantage of. Make a big fuss. Plus today there are a few of her good girlfriends. Also intends to stay with her at night. Talk to her. Sisters catch up. Stay here for a few days. Stay. Qin Shou is not too convenient. So Ren Jing did not stay. Of course, even if Ren Jing retained him, it was impossible for Qin Shou to stay, because Qin Shou knew very well that if he didn't leave, Bai Junchen's men wouldn't have the chance to strike, and if they didn't, then he himself wouldn't have the chance to go along with it and finish off Yi Wowan. Lu San hid outside and waited for half a day, smoked a cigarette, and finally saw a young man with a straight posture walk out from the inside. Lu San's eyes instantly became sharp, knowing that the opportunity to do something has come. Bill, don't sleep, people are coming out. Lu San patted Zhang Biao, who was half leaning against a tree and yawning, and the sleepy-eyed Zhang Biao sat up with a jolt. Zhang Biao immediately got up, only to see a youth of a meter or so in height, well-dressed, following behind the many guests, and after leaving the villa, he did not drive away, but circled around to a secluded side road. Zhang Biao squinted his eyes and observed for half a day, confirming that there was no mistake before he nodded and said, "That's right, it's him. His height, appearance, and clothing are all exactly the same as the photo that Bai Xiao sent over." Lu San sniffed. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. He, but it saves us a lot of trouble. Was still worried about so many people. There is no opportunity to get down. The result is that this kid even took the initiative to go around to the path. Zhang Biao is also a happy face said, hey, it seems that today this kid is destined to go bad luck. Go, let's follow up. This vote is done. White young but promised. 1 person 1 million. Enough for us to get away for a while. Saying that, the two of them tiptoed, secretly bypassed the guests who went out, followed Qin Shou's route, and quietly followed into the dense forest next to the villa. However, the two of them had only just stepped into the forest when they saw that in front of them, Qin Shou was staring at the two of them with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Hey, you two are a bit slow in coming. I've been waiting for a long time. Zhang Biao and Lu San only saw that Qin Shou was actually not the least bit flustered, and even had a meaningful smile on his face, and was looking at the two of them with a smirk on his face. Zhang Biao's heart trembled violently. Unable to hold down the shocked suspicion in his heart, he blurted out, you were waiting for us? You already knew that we would come for you? Chapter 127, Flip-Flop. Flip-Flop. Qin Shou laughed coldly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. He. Of course, the two of you are going to kill someone for me, so of course I'll be waiting for the two of you here, so that you don't have to make an empty trip. The original Qin Shou, but just out of the villa door, will have already detected hiding in the dark Zhang Biao and Lu San. He is, after all, a half-step Xin class master. This acumen is still there, so Qin Shou deliberately took a small road, in order to lead these two people to this place, to catch a turtle in a jar. When Lu San heard this, he couldn't help but laugh up to the sky and mocked. Ha, kid, I think you've taken the wrong medicine. We kill for you? We are here to kill you. He. I'm by Jun Chen by Dishao. You guys took my money and instead of killing for me, you want to kill me. Isn't that a bit too unethical in the Jianghu? Qin Shou said with a disbelieving face. Zhang Biao's face chilled, coldly said, kid, don't give us a smart mouth here. We have seen what Bai Dishao looks like, not you. I advise you to be honest and submit obediently, lest you suffer some unnecessary physical pain. Hey, is it possible that you guys are just blurry-eyed and seeing things wrong? Qin Shou sneered and suddenly took out a piece of talisman paper and lit it directly in front of the duo. It was also at the moment when this talisman paper was ignited that two golden lights instantly erupted from the talisman paper, and flew towards these two people with a swift momentum. Although these two had already reached the middle of the yellow rank and had some boxing and kicking skills, but where had they seen the subtle means of the Taoist masters? They didn't have time to react, and the two golden rays of light had already disappeared into the center of their eyebrows. In the next moment, these two people's eyes suddenly became disoriented and froze in place, as if they had lost their souls, like two soulless puppets. From now on, in your eyes, I am Bai Junchen. It was also in this instant that Qin Shou immediately turned to the duo and made a mental suggestion. Immediately afterward, these two people's bodies involuntarily trembled as if they were electrocuted. A few moments later, these two's eyes finally regained their clarity, but they still carried a hint of confusion. Young Master Bai, why are you here? Where's that kid? Recovering his consciousness, Zhang Biao saw Qin Shou in front of him at a glance. The doubts in his heart came like a tidal wave, and he couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Qin Shou sniffs, secretly happy in his heart. Li Miao Miao's father, Li Zhenjin, is even more admired. Cannot help but admire in his heart, said good guy. This thing is really so magical. Someday if there is an opportunity, must go to Longhu Mountain, pay a good visit to this Li Zhenran. In fact, when Qin Shou introduced these two into the dense forest, he did not have full certainty in his mind that he could really hypnotize them. After all, this means of hypnotizing talismans sounded too subtle. Therefore Qin Shou had actually made two preparations. He himself was now already a half-step Xin rank. Qin Shou could see that these two were at most in the late yellow rank, and were not his opponents at all. And Qin Shou also had Li Miao Miao's magic weapon in his hand, the gun painted with runes. Qin Shou was confident that he could never lose his hand. Therefore, if the hypnosis failed, Qin Shou didn't mind settling these two here with his own hands. However, to his surprise, these two were actually completely hypnotized by himself. In this way, not only could he avoid doing it himself, but he could also kill two birds with one stone by borrowing a knife. That kid? What, that kid? Aren't I the only one here? Qin Shou deliberately put on a puzzled look. How can it be? The person you asked me to kill just now was right here in the forest. Lu San on the side was also full of doubts. Couldn't help but rub his eyes and looked around again, realizing that there was indeed no one else here except Bai Jun Chen. For a while, Lu San only felt that he was not possessed today. How is that possible? When did I ask you guys to go kill for me? Qin Shou pretended to be surprised with a look of disbelief. Zhang Biao looked at Qin Shou's reaction.
It didn't look like he was pretending. At the moment he was already stirred up, completely in a daze, muttering, "But Bai Shao, you weren't saying that on the phone." Seeing this, Qin Shou was secretly happy, knowing that his plan was already half successful. Qin Shou continued his performance, slamming his thighs and pretending to have a sudden realization. "Oops, that's right, you guys must have gotten it wrong. What? There's been a mistake. How is this possible?" On the phone, it was clearly Bai Shao's voice. Lu Shan was also at a loss for words at the moment. Seeing that the time was almost up, Qin Shou immediately unleashed the skill, Artful Tongue, and continued to lull. "You guys don't know anything about it, but my cell phone was stolen by a kid named Yi today. That kid is very cunning. He should have utilized some kind of voice changer or something like that contraption to call you guys on purpose, wanting to utilize my name and kill me with a borrowed knife." As expected, when these two heard this, they both looked at each other. You looked at me and I looked at you, and then a look of realization appeared on both their faces. Lu San couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and said, "Good man. Fortunately we are lucky to have met you, Bai Shao, here today. Otherwise, wouldn't we have gotten a human life for nothing? That dash. You didn't ask us to kill anyone, young Bai." Zhang Biao could not help but have a few disappointments. After all, this is a chance to earn $1 million. After half a day's work, it turned out to be a mistake. "Tell me, who did surname Yi ask you to kill?" Qin Shou deliberately asked knowingly. "Shao Bai, that Yi mimicked your tone on the phone and asked us to kill someone named Qin Shou. You see, this is the photo he sent us." Saying that, Zhang Biao took out his cell phone and flipped out the picture of Qin Shou that Bai Junshin had sent them from his cell phone. Qin Shou looked at the photo, which had been secretly taken by Bai Junshin hiding at a distance, and in the photo, he was standing with Ren Jing. Qin Shou looked at the photo, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and in his heart he was pleased, saying, "You don't say, I'm pretty photogenic. Standing together with Jing Jing is simply like a man and a woman. Luckily you guys didn't make a rash move today. Do you know what this beauty standing beside this kid is?" Qin Shou deliberately lengthened his tone, a palpitating expression on his face. "Who is it?" Zhang Biao and Lu San couldn't help but say in unison. Qin Shou explained, "This woman is the new mayor of Yecheng this year. Mayor Ren Jing. This person has an extraordinary relationship with Mayor Ren. If you kill this person, not to mention the two of you, or Lu Hei, I'm afraid that in this Yecheng, will not be able to stay." When the two of them heard this, both of their faces suddenly changed, and they couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Zhang Biao was even so angry that he gnashed his teeth and cursed angrily. This Yi is really sinister. Not only does he want to kill people with a borrowed knife, he also wants to get us brothers killed. That is, Bai Shao, where the hell is this Yi? Let's go kill him. Lu San also chimed in with righteous indignation and a furious look on his face. Qin Shou pretended to frown in confusion and continued to follow the good advice by asking rhetorically, "He told you to deal with Qin Shou, but he didn't tell you where to meet him?" Chapter 128. It's you, Yi Wo Huan, who will be the one to fight. Sure enough, upon hearing Qin Shou's reminder, Lu San and Zhang Biao looked at each other, exchanged a meaningful look, and coincidentally said, "The mass grave at the back of West Mountain." Seeing this, Qin Shou's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning, secretly pleased in his heart, knowing full well that these two had been completely fooled. Qin Shou then put on a look of anger and continued to add fuel to the fire. "Humph, it just so happens that the person surnamed Ji also has an undying grudge against me. This person is so cunning that he is so intent on framing me and my two brothers. It's really intolerable. What can't be tolerated? Two brothers? I think it is better to do so. Anyway, you come to all come. Also to avoid empty trip, we might as well not do it. You go to kill this surnamed Ji, and then buried on the ground. How he promised you before the money. I Bai Junshan will give it. Not a penny less. How do you think? Is Bai serious about this?" Zhang Biao heard a happy face showing the color of greed. Originally he thought that today will be a trip for nothing. Not a penny benefit. Did not think that at this moment the white young surprisingly sent words, willing to pay to kill that surnamed Ji, which is a considerable amount of money. Qin Shou nodded heavily, patted his chest, and promised with conviction, "This is natural. I, Bai Junshan, have always been a man of my word. When have I ever spoken out of turn?" Having received Qin Shou's solemn promise, Zhang Biao couldn't help but look sideways at Lu San, who was at the side, with an expectant look on his face. "Third son, what do you think?" Lu San viciously spat out a mouthful of spittle. A trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, brother Biao. Even if Bai doesn't pay today, I will never let that Yi scumbag go. Dare to fool me. I'll let him die a horrible death." Hearing Lu San's words, Zhang Biao looked at Qin Shou and said, "Bai Shao, Before, this person surnamed Yi fooled us, saying that he would give us a reward of $2 million after the completion of the matter, and that my brother and I would each share $1 million. But today, this person has offended both of our brothers, so naturally we can't swallow this breath. Therefore, we have decided to only charge you, young Bai, $1 million as a way to take the heat for ourselves. What do you think, young Bai? Qin Shou, however, shook his head and said impassionedly, two brothers. Bai Junshin is not the kind of person who is calculating and stingy with small amounts of money. $2 million is $2 million. Bai Junshin said to do, not a penny less you. After the matter is accomplished, you can come to me to get the money. Qin Shou said anyway, not lousy out of money. This mother asterisk her by Jun Chen. See aside wanna kill lousy. Lousy ing can pit a little bit more. If it is not worried about the number is not right, lousy directly say a 20 million. So that he by Jun Chen meet pain death. Zhang Biao and Lu San had never expected by Jun Chen to be so generous. They were simply overjoyed and immediately cupped their fists with a solemn expression and said, I can't imagine that you, Bai Shao, are so atmospheric. You are really the contemporary Emperor Meng Chang. Don't worry, my brothers and I will definitely do it cleanly, without leaving any loose ends, and take care of this big trouble for you, Bai Junshin, so that he can die without a burial place. Ha ha ha, well said, two brothers. I still have some things to do, so I won't accompany you too. After you two kill this Yi Will One, just find me directly to transfer money. Money is not a problem. Qin Shou waved his hand, looking like it was a small thing, but in fact, his heart was happy. By the way, you guys have to recognize it carefully. Don't get the wrong person. This is what that guy surnamed Yi looks like. Saying that, Qin Shou similarly took out a photo. On the photo, Yi Will One was well dressed and well metered, with a human-like appearance. It was the photo of Yi Will One that Qin Shou had secretly taken at the birthday banquet. For this moment now, he wanted to let these two idiots recognize the target, lest it would spoil his big event. The duo looked at the photos in Qin Shou's cell phone and couldn't help but sneer. Humph, it's true that we know people's faces. I can't imagine that this kid looks like a human being, but he's also a little white boy. Do you remember what he looks like? Qin Shou confirmed. Remember that, Bai Shao, and will never recognize a mistake. Zhang Biao and Lu San nodded repeatedly. Good, then I'm relieved. Qin Shou nodded in satisfaction. Both of you, I'll take my first step then, lest I be seen and made suspicious. He. I understand. You take your time, young Bai. Have a safe trip. The two of us brothers will definitely not let you down. The two of them were respectful and smiling as they watched Qin Shou go far away. Qin Shou left the small dense forest, so he hummed a little song all the way to the road in a happy mood, hit a drop, and went straight back to his residence. Seeing Qin Shou leave, Zhang Biao immediately turned cold. His face, which was originally piled with flattering smiles, instantly grimaced and coldly said, Sanner, it's time to work. Hey, brother Biao. Got it. Lu San rubbed his fists. That said, since Yi Will Wan left Ren Jing's mansion, he went directly to the mass grave at the back of West Mountain. He already hated Qin Shou to the teeth. His heart burned with anger. Hated to Qin Shou to pull the tendons and skin, bones and ashes. Waited for a long time and a half a day, did not see someone to come. Already is a little impatient. Anxious in the mass grave near, pacing to and fro. Finally, until the sky would darken and night began to fall, Yi Will Wan was finally able to see the duo of Zhang Biao and Lu San, who were sneering and smiling as they walked towards themselves. Yi Will Wan's temperament of a rich son of a rich family. Seeing the two of them appearing in front of him with empty hands, he couldn't help but have a chilly look on his face, and his tone was a bit unpleasant. Why did you two come here empty-handed? Where are the people I asked you to bring over? People? Zhang Biao raised his eyebrows at the words. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Slowly approaching Yi Will Wan, suddenly lifting his leg was a kick. This kick was powerful and heavy. The wind of the leg whistled. Directly a kick broke the leg bone of Yi Will Wan's right leg. Yi Will Wan screamed miserably and collapsed on the ground, his eyes cracking in anger. What the hell are you doing? Do you know who I am? Pa dash. Only a crunching sound was heard. The aside Lu San directly and violently slapped above the side of Yi Will Wan's face. This slap was relentless. With a harsh palm wind, a blood-red slap mark instantly appeared on Yi Will Wan's face, and blood oozed out from the corners of his mouth. Who are you? Young Master Yi, right? It's you that I want to kill today. Lu San roared, his eyes red. Brother Biao, fight to the death. Saying that, these two were greeting Yi Will Wan with punches and kicks, their fists falling like rain, and their feet were also merciless. Slow down. You guys slow down. Have you guys made a mistake? I'm Yi Will Wan. I'm the Yi family's youngest master. Yi Wuwan was beaten by the two of them, and was beaten to the point where he was in a sorry state, and could not help but cry and plead, his voice trembling a little. No, I'm hitting you mother I don't give a about you big young man. With that said, the fists in their hands became a few points heavier, one more vicious than the other. Chapter 129, Yi Wuwan's death. A few minutes later, Yi Wuwan had already been beaten to the point of unconsciousness, lying on the ground dying like a dead dog, more out of breath than in. I say Sanner, after the beating and the anger, let's just send him on his way, dig a pit and bury him, so as to save the night from being long, in case he's found out. After the two of them were out of breath, Zhang Biao couldn't help but open his mouth. Hey, got it. Lu San nodded. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and directly toward Yi Wuwan's heavenly aperture was a fierce palm down. This palm condensed his whole body's strength. Late Huang rank experts. In the secular world, that is already the top existence. The force of this palm is enough to open mountains and crack rocks. Ordinary people who get a hit on the chest will be killed instantly. Not to mention that Lu San this time, it is directly to Yi Wuwan's head to go. Only hearing a click, the sound of skull cracking was clearly audible. Yi Wuwan was instantly shattered in the sky, his brain burst, and he died on the spot, not even having the time to hum. Hey, that's fine, dig a hole and bury it, with clean hands and feet, but don't leave any traces. Seeing this, Zhang Biao nodded his head in satisfaction, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smug smile. The two of them then found an open space at the edge of the mass grave, dug out a pit deep enough to accommodate one person, and then dragged Yi Wuwan's body to the edge of the pit, unceremoniously threw it into the pit, and began to start burying it. Just as the two were busy filling in the landfill, Zhang Biao suddenly seemed to remember something and slammed his head. Oops, almost forgot. This thing is done. Haven't sent the acceptance photo to Bai Xiao yet. With that, Zhang Biao took a picture. At this moment, most of Yi Wuwan's body had been buried by the earth. Only one head was exposed to the ground, but his face had been beaten by the duo to the point that it was so bloodied and inhuman that he couldn't tell who he was. Zhang Biao took a picture and then sent it directly to Bai Junchen. Bai Junchen, can you stop following me? You're such a big person. Why don't you have your own business? Su Sishi gave Bai Junchen a disgusted look. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, and she said in a bad mood. Bai Junchen was following Su Sishi at the moment, outside the international airport in Yecheng. Su Sishi, as a big star, had a busy work schedule and had a solo concert coming up next month, so even though she had an excellent relationship with Ren Jing, she didn't stay the night but rushed to the airport overnight. This Bai Junchen and Su Sishi is the two elders' arranged marriage. Bai Junchen has always been a playboy, has long been on Su Sishi's beauty coveted for a long time, but has always been in the way of Su Sishi's family background. A lot of things do not dare to do too much, but now that the elders of the two families have set the tone, Bai Junchen, naturally and rightfully so, immediately like a follower in general, every day pestered Su Sishi, wanting to cook the raw rice in advance. Su Sishi naturally saw Bai Junchen's small mind. It can be said that Bai Junchen is avoided, but the Bai Junchen has no face, dog skin plaster, causing Su Sishi to be overwhelmed, simply to go crazy. Sishi, don't be capricious. It's not good for anyone if you go on like this. Bai Junchen, I'll say it again. The two of us are impossible. If you do this again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Su Sishi turned toward the middle-aged woman at the side and said, Sister Xin, stop him for me. I don't want to see him again. After saying that, Su Sishi walked towards the airport without looking back. Bai Junchen was still planning to chase after him, but he was blocked by an arrow step from Sister Xin. Sister Xin was in her 30s, wearing glasses and a professional outfit that made her look competent and shrewd. She looked at Bai Junchen with an expressionless face and a hint of warning in her eyes. Sister Xin, whose full name was Zhang Xin, was Su Sishi's manager and bodyguard, and had been placed by Su Sishi's side to protect her when she was 7 years old. In a sense, Zhang Xin can be said to have watched Su Sishi grow up, so the relationship between the two, not mother and daughter, but better than mother and daughter. Bai Junchen did not expect that a mere agent would dare to block his Bai Junchen's path. His face suddenly chilled and threatened. Get lost, stinking. This is a matter between my Bai family and the Su family. It's not your turn to meddle as an underling. Zhang Xin gently pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, a flash of stern coldness flashing through the eyes behind the lenses. Zhang Xion's figure moved and suddenly struck out. His white palm was as fast as lightning, aiming straight for Bai Junchen's throat. Bai Junchen was shocked at the situation, only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and was unable to make any defensive movements. His throat was already tightly strangled by someone. Bai Junchen saw the situation was shocked.
Never thought that this Zhang Xin actually dared to take action against himself. There was no time to make any reaction.
The throat has been tightly choked.
Bai Junchen was so scared that he was covered in cold sweat, and his tone trembled a bit as he said,
"You? What are you doing? I'm Bai Junchen, the second young master of the Bai family. Are you looking for death? If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my Bai family will definitely not let you go."
"Humph. I don't care who you are.
It's always Sisi since she doesn't like you, so you'd better be sensible or I might actually kill you." Zhang Xin's tone was icy cold,
and Bai Junchen could feel in Zhang Xin's eyes a touch of ruthlessness. She was by no means joking, but she really might put a hit on herself.
"Killing me, Bai Junchen? Aren't you worried about the consequences? You're just an underling that the Su family has arranged in Sisi. This marriage was set by the head of the Su family, and you dare to meddle in it?" Bai Junchen colored and said,
"Humph.
Who told you that I was arranged by the Su family to be by Sisi's side? Bai family or Su family? No matter who it is,
I don't put it in my eyes. If I really dare to use force on Sisi's marriage,
I don't mind giving them some color." Saying that,
Zhang Xin's body suddenly erupted a strong qi around him. The whole person was like a tiger descending from the mountain. The murderous aura on his body was so dense that it was like substance,
pressurizing Bai Junchen to breathe a little bit, and even a little bit unable to stand,
and he directly collapsed on the ground. Bai Junchen was also somewhat knowledgeable. He had seen all the experts of the Xian rank, but this kind of expert who could force him to not be able to breathe or even stand unsteadily based on his aura alone, Bai Junchen thought that it was unheard of.
So he could not help but be appalled and looked at Zhang Xin in front of him with a horrified face.
"Humph."
Zhang Xin snorted coldly, not bothering to dwell more with a dude like Bai Junchen.
Knowing that it had already served as a deterrent,
he didn't bother to say anything more,
dusted off his sleeves, and turned around to walk towards the airport.
Seeing Zhang Xin leave,
Bai Junchen breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and muttered to himself,
"Damn, the woman beside Sisi, what the hell is her origin?" With her by Su Sisi's side, Laozi's plan to push down Su Sishi is a bit troublesome. Bai Junchen climbed up,
suddenly heard a WeChat message ringing. Bai Junchen took out his cell phone and opened WeChat to see that it was a message from Zhang Biao.
"Xiao Bai, the people have been taken care of." Chapter 130, The Furious Ye Family. Below the message, there was also a photo, and in the photo, only a person was seen.
Most of his body had been buried in the earth, and only one face was still half exposed. The face was full of blood and bruises, and it was impossible to see his face. Bai Junchen saw this already in human face, thought it was Qin Shou. Originally a little depressed mood immediately soothed a few points.
Back to the message. "You did a good job. I'm very satisfied. The money I'll let someone transfer to you later." He. "Thank you, young Bai. If there's anything else we can use the two brothers for in the future, feel free to contact us."
Zhang Biao immediately returned a message. Bai Junchen didn't continue to reply to the messages, but directly deleted all the messages cleanly, even the previous call records with Zhang Biao and the others.
After doing this,
Bai Junchen put away his cell phone, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a grim smile as he muttered to himself,
He. Surnamed Qin, dare to snatch a woman from me. Bai Junchen, this is what you'll get." That said, Qin Shou naturally did not know the development of the situation. He played a drip, back to his own rental house, on the way to buy some food for Nuanua. By the way, when he arrived home, Qin Shou only saw that Nuanua was still sitting on her bed with her knees crossed, and was even practicing at ease. Qin Shou placed the food he had bought for the little girl in front of Nuanua along with the blood chalcedony, which Qin Shou had asked Ren Jing for when he left. Although this thing was worth a lot of money, but in the eyes of a rich girl like Ren Jing, it wasn't a rare thing. Compared to the ancient amulet that Qin Shou had given to Ren Jing, it was not many grades worse. Moreover, this thing was sent by Yi Wuwan.
Ren Jing originally had no feelings for Yi Wuwan,
and when she heard that recording today,
Ren Jing was even more disgusted with Yi Wuwan.
So as soon as Qin Shou opened his mouth,
Ren Jing did not hesitate to give Qin Shou this blood chalcedony.
And anyway,
she would not be able to wear it on her body when it was left at her place, and she was not even too lazy to give it a second look.
Nuanua, who was originally meditating on her knees, sensed the commotion and immediately opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was the blood jade chalcedony that Qin Shou had placed in front of her.
Nuanua was immediately attracted to this blood chalcedony, staring straight at the blood chalcedony in front of her, an imperceptible blood-red light flashing in her eyes.
"Brother, is this for me?" Nuanua asked with an expectant face. "Well, this is a gift that brother specially prepared for you." Qin Shou nodded. He. "Thank you, brother. Nuanua likes brother the most. Brother is the best for Nuanua."
Nuanua sniffed with excitement and suddenly opened her mouth and sucked. Qin Shou only saw a blood-red light, like a long whale sucking in water, overflowing from that blood chalcedony and instantly sucked in by Nua within her nostrils.
What's going on here? Qin Shou couldn't help but look curious.
Master, Nua is absorbing the essence and blood chi contained within the blood jade chalcedony.
This thing is a great tonic for Nua. For her, this is much better than a full meal.
And it can even be worth several days of her hard training, the spirit in Qin Shou's mind explained.
Sure enough,
Qin Shou only saw that after Nuo had absorbed this essence blood gas,
she immediately looked satisfied,
with a happy smile on her face, and the whole person was as if she had eaten her fill, and even burped a little, for her previous favorite roasted meat.
Nua surprisingly didn't even bother to take a second look at it, so she contentedly lay directly on the sofa and fell asleep. Seeing this, Qin Shou couldn't help but smile and find a blanket to cover Nua. Although Qin Shou knew in his heart that with Nua's physique, she didn't need it, but when Qin Shou looked at Nua's kind of harmless little face, he really couldn't connect her with the demonic corpses, and just thought of her as an ordinary little girl. Nua's strength had been at the late Xian stage ever since her last realm fall, and now with this blood chalcedony and that book, Tai-in True Scripture, Qin Shou was confident that with Nua's talent, her strength was bound to skyrocket. Maybe it wouldn't be long before he could recover to his peak state and break through the earth rank again, or even further, and by then he would have another supreme expert by his side, and by that time, he should be able to receive great benefits as well. More than a month later, in Ren Jing, the atmosphere inside the Ye family mansion was somewhat depressing. There was no other reason, simply because Ye family's old man's heart, the future heir of the Ye family, the second youngest master of the Ye family, Ye Wuwan had disappeared for more than a month. Have you found Huaner's whereabouts? After all this time, not even a single clue? Ye Shangyun, the Ye family's old master, was currently half leaning on a rosewood chair with carved dragons and phoenixes, his face as gloomy as ink, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Both sides of him were filled with people, one by one, all with their heads lowered, not daring to breathe a bit. These people are very clear, their own master's temper. At Ye Shangyun's feet, a woman with a hot body was currently collapsing on the ground. Her clothes were ragged, her hair was scattered, and she had already fainted. Her back at the moment was already beaten to the point that her skin was broken and covered with blood marks. Blood had soaked through her clothes. This woman was no one else. It was Ye Wuwan's personal bodyguard, Gu Ling. Because of the ineffective protection of Ye Wuwan, he caused Ye Shangyun to become furious, and only then was he beaten into his current state. Beside Ye Shangyun, a middle-aged man stood out, only to see that his eyes were currently covered in blood, and his face was sullen. Lord Father, I've found Huaner. Saying that, this middle-aged man's tone was choked with sobs, and he wanted to shed tears, somewhat unable to speak, and even his voice was a bit trembling. This middle-aged man is not someone else, it is Ye Wuwan's biological father, Ye Shenghui. Say dash, don't stammer. Ye Shangyun leaned on his crutches, and although he already had a bad feeling in his heart, he still held a glimmer of hope. Huaner, he, was beaten to death, buried in a mass grave in the western hills of Yecheng, in a horrible state of death, and if the identity card had not still been on his person, our people would have almost failed to recognize that it was Huaner. Saying that, Ye Xinghui could no longer suppress the pain in his heart, cried out and fell to his knees, holding Ye Shangyun's legs and said, Father, you must do justice for Huaner. Who the hell is it? Dare to touch my Ye Shangyun's grandson? Ye Shangyun eyes red, roared, hand veins violently rippled. Actually a hard hand crushed the hand of solid wood walking stick. Visible this Ye old man, is also a cultivation profound internal expert. Ye Xinghui said with his eyes wide open, Lord Father, according to Gu Ling, Huaner was in Yecheng, with a person surnamed Xin, and indeed had some trouble. However, according to what the people I sent over there found out, Huaner did not die at the hands of this person. Ye Shangyun's face was iron blue as he said grimly, if it wasn't this person, who else in Yecheng would have the motive to lay a deadly hand on Huaner? Although Huaner's temperament is a bit wild and easily offended, who in a small Yecheng would dare to make a move against Huaner? Chapter 131, the short drama is online. Ye Xinghui gritted his teeth and continued, according to what I've found out, the one who killed Huaner was the boss of the underground world in Yecheng, the two experts under Lu Hei's hand, Lu San and Zhang Biao. These two are ruthless and are quite famous in the underworld. The White Sand Gang and my Yi family have never had any grudges, and even have business dealings, and my Yi family has always been well watered. So why would they want to kill Yi? There must be something fishy in this. Father Sama doesn't know. Ye Xinghui took a deep breath and suppressed the grief and anger in his heart and said, this Lu Hei and Bai Junshan of the Bai family are extremely close, and according to our investigation, on the eve of the end of Miss Ren's birthday banquet that day, Bai Junshin had sneakily left for a moment to make a phone call. Shortly thereafter, this Zhang Biao and Lu San duo arrived outside the Ren family girl's villa. Over the years, Mai Yi family and the Bai family have been fighting openly and secretly in the business world, and the children of the two families have also been in constant friction in the official world. Therefore, I suspect that the White family, what a white family! Yi Shangyun was so angry that his body trembled. Fiercely slapped to the side of the rosewood tea table, only to hear a rumbling sound. Under the palm, this rosewood solid wood tea table, even instantly turned into pieces, broken wood shavings splattered in all directions. If it is an ordinary martial arts expert, a palm breaks a solid wood table. It is not difficult, but like Yi Shangyun, a palm down, directly let a solid wood table into pieces, but it requires strong internal martial arts, at least the strength of the peak of the Xian class, before it is possible to do this step. Yi Shangyun grimaced and gritted his teeth. Bai Zhanpeng, do you really think that I, Yi Shangyun, am easy to bully? How dare you strike out at my Yi family's people? Bullying people too much bullying. Shang Huai, you first send a few experts. Make sure to capture this Lu San and Zhang Biao back for me. Ask for a clear answer. If it's really this Bai Junshen's doing, I don't mind killing this kid from the Bai family. My Yi family is not a vegetarian. The big deal is to tear my face off with the Bai family. Understood, Father Sama. I'll make the arrangements. Yi Shenghuai nodded heavily. Yi Shangyun still do not feel at ease. Continued, also, this matter I always feel that there is something strange, which must have a hidden message. This time my Yi family loss is too great. Not only lost the love of grandchildren, years of operation of the blood god religion, also be given a net. This behind the back of the fear that there are also another high in the targeting of us. This surnamed Qin, since he doesn't have much of a background either. I guess he's just a pawn being used by someone. No matter if it was him who killed Huaner, but he spoiled the good things of our Yi family. Let's kill them all together as a warning to others. My child is also having this thought, regardless of whether he has anything to do with Huaner's death or not. Having offended Huaner, he must also die in order to vent my heart's hatred. Yi Xinghuai said in a cold voice, I think it's better to let her do it. After all, she is of Xian rank strength. Dealing with this brat surnamed Qin should be more than enough. However, she has been too careless in her actions this time. I'm not too sure about being alone, so you can send another trusted person with her to Yecheng, and make sure that this matter is done properly, without leaving any loose ends. Yi Shangyun pointed at Gu Ling, who was fainting on the ground at the moment, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Naturally, Qin Shou did not know that he had been targeted by the Yi family. He was in a good mood these days, only because his first investment in the shooting of the short drama has been online, and the response is quite good. Can be considered a big seller? In the short drama of this circle, he and Su Nanchin is considered to be on fire. Of course, the most fiery is Guigang, because other people are acting unlike. He is not like acting. Qin Shou was happily brushing through the comments of the short drama he had filmed at the moment. This afternoon, he also had to make an appointment with the crew of the short drama and get together for a meal, intending to treat the group well. Old line, I have 100 million pounds of essence, within 24 hours. I want the contact information of this heroine. Too damn beautiful. Much more beautiful than what now everyday hike showbiz small flower girl. I have a few $100 million of business. Want to talk with this heroine. Master and mistress don't go. The flat monk has returned to the world, upstairs. We are all in the same Buddhist sect. We should be humble to each other. The female lead is the one I saw first. I'll go first. Loudy, I have £1 billion of essence. Don't you ing have a master and mistress? You mother asterisk. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Beast. Master and mistress don't go. The poor monk has returned to secularism. We Buddhist love all beings at the same time. What do you know? £1 billion of essence. You don't have enough cultivation. I'm pole dancing in my grave, damn. Y'all are so bad. All I want to do is ask the heroine for a dance. Pan Jinlian is not as Thai as me. Why are you all only discussing the female lead? Doesn't anyone think the male lead is handsome? He's so manly and good at acting. Much more flavorful than the fresh meat nowadays. I'm going to give the male lead a monkey. The door is unlocked. So come on. Mr. Shiman, upstairs. Look at your selfie video. You look like ing Mars on Earth. You want to give the hero a monkey? He wants you? I'm the one who's going to give birth. Simon the Great. The two upstairs are really flirty. Come find me. I am Simon the Great. Daniel Wu. Sujia Village. Did no one say anything about that fat actor? This acting, ing movie star. The acting is so obscene. So much like it. So much more dedicated than the actors in whatever idol dramas are out there nowadays. Lijia Village playing Yu Yen. You give two beautiful women for me to hold. Lousy also dedicated is there a possibility that he is the color? Diligent dirt digger, the female lead looks at the male lead with that look in her eyes. It's ing razor sharp. The two are definitely having an affair. And if they're not, I'll live stream it and eat. Healthy eating expert, dumpster. If you want to eat, just say so. Don't give yourself a reason to cheat on your food here. Director Wang of the mental hospital, the whole ing floor should be hauled off to the mental hospital.
Qin Shou was brushing through the comment section of the short drama,
watching with pleasure,
when he suddenly received a WeChat message from Su Nanchin, brother Qin.
The restaurant has been booked. It's almost time. Okay, wait for me at the school entrance and I'll pick you up. After replying to the message, Qin Shou looked at Nua, who was cultivating at ease, and said, Nua, don't cultivate. Brother will take you to eat a big meal. Yeah, eat a big meal. Nua cheerfully got up and followed Qin Shou downstairs.
Qin Shou is now also a person with more than 10 million cash in hand.
And as a boss, when going out, naturally, it is impossible to be too shabby. So just a few days ago, he brought himself a BMW X5. The price of this car is only a few $100,000. For him now, it is not too expensive. Drive out to go out without falling. Just right. Qin Shou drove his newly purchased BMW X5, and then went directly towards Su Nanchin's university. Qin Shou drove his car, and before he arrived, he saw Su Nanchin and her two girlfriends' roommates from afar, standing side by side. After all, they were from the art academy, and although neither was as pretty as Su Nanchin, neither of her two girlfriends were bad, and the three stood side by side, forming a beautiful landscape that was quite eye-catching.
Qin Shou was just about to lean over, when he saw several youngsters surrounding Su Nanchin's trio,
surprisingly molesting them in public. Immediately, Qin Shou's face turned cold. Chapter 132 Lu Haiyuan. Yo ho, isn't this the acting department's flower? Su Nanchin? What? Almost graduated. Want to go out to get together with roommates? It just so happens that today's brothers have time today. Why? Do you want to accompany a few buddies to go out and have some fun? Seeing Lu Haiyuan with a few of his little followers, shaking his head and walking over, Su Nanchin's face instantly sank,
and her originally great mood was instantly smeared with a layer of haze,
as disgusting as if she had swallowed a fly.
The short drama that just went online was extremely well received,
and it was considered a small fire for Su Nanchin,
and now that her popularity has rocketed, her value has naturally risen. Originally Su Nanchin was worried about finding a job after graduation.
The result is now the meat and potatoes. People have not graduated. There have been a lot of good short drama crew,
took the initiative to reach out to her,
and even an investment of more than 10 million idol drama,
even invited her to star in one of the small supporting roles, which is for a soon-to-be graduated college students,
is simply a good thing that fell from the sky.
Su Nanchin's sudden popularity caused Su Nanchin's two roommates,
to be envious. Su Nanchin's two roommates' family conditions are better than her, although not worried about food and clothing, but also cannot be regarded as rich and wealthy, can only be said to be well off.
Now looking at a few days after graduation,
the two have not yet a serious job, relying on the live platform to dance to please the men to earn some money, after all, is not a long-term solution, so the two will play the idea of Su Nanchin. After all, everyone is studying acting.
Young and beautiful little girl,
who does not have a star dream? So today the crew's celebration banquet, Su Nanchin's two roommates are dead set on following Su Nanchin, want to take this opportunity to get to know Qin Shou, to see if they can get a role in Qin Shou's next short play. Su Nanchin, who has a soft ear and doesn't know how to reject people,
had to agree to the request of her two roommates after they soft-pedaled her, and Su Nanchin treats people sincerely,
also really want to help them a hand. Of course, as a little girl,
now that she had confirmed her boyfriend/girlfriend relationship with Qin Shou, Su Nanchin more or less showed off her boyfriend in front of her own roommates, and she wanted to let them know that she had found an excellent boyfriend,
but never thought, such a good day, but ran into Lu Haiyuan. This son of a, really is a spoilsport. Lu Haiyuan,
at the Yeqing Academy of Performing Arts,
was a notorious big dude,
and could be considered infamous.
Lu Haiyuan's father was no other than the leading boss of the White Sand Gang, Lu He, the king of Yeqing's underground world,
a ruthless character who was popular in both black and white.
Lu He spent his early years on the road, and with his ruthlessness and unscrupulousness, he gradually accumulated a huge capital. Now, with money and status, he began to think about whitewashing the family, so he put his hopes on his son, Lu Haiyuan,
and spared no expense,
attempting to train Lu Haiyuan to become an actor, mixing into the glamorous entertainment industry. However, Lu Haiyuan is a can't help it,
not to mention the grades are a mess.
Worse, he was in high school in the bad, fighting, knife hacking, and even forced means, spoiled the class of the class flower. And finally Lu He spent more than $3 million before the matter was settled. These evil deeds make him notorious. Therefore, even if Lu He smashed heavy money, those well-known film schools also refused to accept Lu Haiyuan, this hot potato. Lu He had no choice but to spend a large sum of money to arrange for his son to be enrolled in the Yecheng Academy of Performing Arts, a relatively unimpressive university. He calculated that when his son graduated, he would then spend money to invest in a few TV dramas, forcing Lu Haiyuan to become popular, so that he could gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. Lu Haiyuan, as the son of a mob boss, was domineering and did whatever he wanted during his college years, and he went to college. The only thing he did, that is to pick up girls. The campus, but all a little bit of beauty, more or less have been harassed by Lu Haiyuan. Su Nanchin, as the recognized school flower-level beauty of the art college, naturally had not been harassed by Lu Haiyuan. Lu Haiyuan had many times had bad intentions towards her, and even intended to take advantage of her by means of coercion. If not for Su Nanchin's strong character and her willingness to die, she would have already been spoiled by Lu Haiyuan's villain. Su Nanchin grimaced and said without a word of humor, "Thank you, I don't think that's necessary." Seeing this, Lu Wen on the side immediately chimed in. "Lu Haiyuan, I advise you not to stalk our family Nanchin. Nanchin already has a boyfriend. He is more handsome than you, more capable than you, and more golden than you. I advise you to be more sensible. Don't make a fool of yourself." Lu Wen is Su Nanchin's best girlfriend during college. She is straight and has long been tired of Lu Haiyuan's arrogant and domineering behavior. Lu Haiyuan was originally still playful, and he was used to Su Nanchin's cold attitude towards him. Anyway, his skin was as thick as a city wall, so he didn't care at all. But when he heard Lu Wen say that Su Nanchin already had a boyfriend, the smile on his face instantly froze, and his eyes flashed with a hint of gloom and viciousness. Without moving, he gave a wink to the two stout, tall men beside him. These two burly men immediately understood, nodded, and without hesitation rushed forward, unexpectedly intending to directly grab Su Nanchin's arm and force Su Nanchin into Lu Haiyuan's limousine. "What are you doing?" Su Nanchin shrieked in fear, lost her color, and instinctively took 2 steps back. She never expected that Lu Haiyuan would be so lawless. In broad daylight, he even planned to directly use force on himself. Seeing this, Lu Wen was also enraged and roared, "Lu Haiyuan, this is kidnapping. If you dare to do this again, I will call the police." With that, she took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. However, Lu Haiyuan did not take Lu Wen's threat in his eyes at all. Without saying a word, he violently rushed towards Lu Wen and slapped her hard on the hand holding the cell phone. Only heard a pop sound. Lu Wen's cell phone was directly knocked over to the ground, and was broken on the spot. "Lu Haiyuan, you bully people too much." Lu Wen saw Lu Haiyuan being so overbearing, pointing at Lu Haiyuan's nose. Her whole body had turned red with anger. Even her voice was a bit trembling. Lu Haiyuan said with a grimace, "Stinking, don't do it out of respect. It's a blessing for you that Laozi can look at you few and take you out to have some fun. Don't be shameless. This is the entrance of the art academy. A lot of students come and go, in and out of the students. See this kind of hot scene? Immediately there are a lot of students surrounded over to see the fun." Chapter 133 Bullying Qin Shou. "What the are you all looking around here for? It's none of your business if it's a small fight between lovers. Get the hell out of here. If you dare to crowd around again, beware I'll break your legs." Lu Haiyuan saw that the crowd was getting bigger and bigger and gave a vicious and angry cry. Lu Haiyuan's reputation for ferocity in the College of Arts. The crowd saw that he was the one who caused trouble. And once the crowd saw that he was the one who caused trouble, there were still a few students who had a heart of righteousness and wanted to go forward to fight. But at the moment they couldn't help but be fearful, shrinking their bodies and retreating back silently. Su Nanchin's other roommate, Yang Lu, however, remained silent and did not dare to speak. Her relationship with Su Nanchin could only be described as a casual acquaintance, and the reason why she wanted to come out together this time was purely for the purpose of taking advantage of Su Nanchin's relationship and mixing up a role in Qin Shou's next short drama. She is very clear about Lu Haiyuan's character, and is capable of doing anything, so naturally, she can't be strong for Su Nanchin, for fear of getting into trouble. It's a pity that although Yang Lu wants to save herself, but the arrogant and accustomed Lu Haiyuan does not intend to let her go. Lu Haiyuan said with a lewd smile, Hey, bring me the other two also. Today brother Lu take you to have a good time. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong." The two big men sniffed and immediately showed joyful faces and laughed cheaply. "Thank you brother Lu for making it happen. He. We promise to make them comfortable." "Lu Haiyuan, you dare. Aren't you afraid of going to jail?"
Lu Wen was originally a character who was not afraid of the sky and the earth, but at this moment, when she saw that Lu Haiyuan was actually so overbearing, she was also scared that her body was shaking like a sieve.
If lousy dares or not, you'll know in bed later, Lu Haiyuan sneered, his tone contemptuous. Brother Lu, I didn't offend you. I didn't say anything just now. You're generous. Let me go. Seeing this, Yang Lu, who was on the side, was so scared that she lost her color and begged for mercy with a trembling voice. However, Lu Haiyuan seems like he didn't hear it, ignoring Yang Lu's pleas. At this moment, Su Nanchin, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised her leg and kicked Lu Haiyuan's crotch. Ow dash! Lu Haiyuan only felt a sharp pain coming from his crotch. Although he had some skill, he simply did not expect Su Nanchin, a seemingly soft and boneless beauty, to have so much guts to suddenly strike at himself. Unprepared, Lu Haiyuan was directly kicked squarely and fell to the ground on the spot in pain, his hands tightly covering his crotch, his face twisted, tears coming out of his eyes from the pain. This time, Lu Haiyuan is completely angry, face hideous to the two big men behind the angry roar. What are you two ing froze? Do it, give the old man to the three of them or pulled on the car. I want to play disabled them. These two people see Lu Haiyuan move the real fire, lest Lu Haiyuan anger themselves. At the moment do not dare to slow down. Immediately rushed forward, viciously intended to grab Su Nanchin's arm. Su Nanchin was so frightened that she backed up, and it was at this moment that Qin Shou suddenly appeared and blocked Su Nanchin's body. Seeing the suddenly appearing Qin Shou, Su Nanchin's heart settled a little, and inexplicably a sense of security surged. The leader of the strong man saw the sudden appearance of Qin Shou, but not first had to be stunned, and then his face sank, viciously said, *********, where come the bastards? Our brother Lu's things also dare to tube? Get the hell out of here. Don't give yourself a hard time. Just now the situation. Qin Shou are in the eyes. He is now green, can be said to be burning with anger. Simply do not bother with this strong man nonsense. Body shape a flash. Up is 2 kicks over. Qin Shou that was a half-step Xian rank expert. In this secular world, almost an existence that could walk horizontally, with a gun were not necessarily able to deal with him, let alone 2 strong men, only to hear 2 miserable screams. These 2 1'9" or so strong men, directly by Qin Shou these 2 kicks crushing fracture, on the spot then wailed paralyzed on the ground. Lu Haiyuan has now painfully covered his crotch, barely stood up, but there are still bean-sized beads of sweat on his forehead, which shows that just now Su Nanchin at a moment. The force is not small. Lu Haiyuan, however, had not expected that he would suddenly kill such a number 1 character, and instantly knocked down the 2 big men beside him. To know that these 2 people can be practiced, is the institution Taekwondo department of the 2 most able to fight? Under the hands can be some boxing and kicking, although not counted as a master, but against ordinary people, a fight 7 or 8, there is absolutely no problem, but did not expect to be suddenly appeared instantly broken bones. Lu Haiyuan heart appalled, know that this is to meet a hard opponent. However, Lu Haiyuan's heart is shocked, but he is not afraid of Qin Shou. 2 feet down these 2 people, Lu Haiyuan is confident that he can also do it. He is, after all, the son of the Lord Lu He. Lu He can become the king of the underground world in Yecheng. Naturally, his boxing and kicking skills are excellent, and he is already at the early stage of the Xian rank. And Lu Haiyuan, as Lu He's only son, practiced martial arts since childhood, also already has the strength of the late Huang rank. 2 feet down 2 people, no problem at all. Moreover, he is usually arrogant and domineering, and has not seen who heard his father's name, dare not recognize the goat. In his opinion, Qin Shou this kind of hands, maybe this person has already been in the room, in the martial arts into the yellow rank. 9 times out of 10 is also the road to mix the experts. Yecheng road to mix the good hand. There is no not recognize his father Lu He. Lu Haiyuan although arrogant, but not reckless, he knows in the road to mix. The most important thing is to find out the other side of the bottom of the details. He could not see the depths of the Qin Shou, and therefore do not dare to do it hastily, and then press down on the heart of the anger. Cold face said, brother, my name is Lu Haiyuan. My father is the leading boss of the White Sand Gang Lu He. I don't know what kind of road the brother is in. However, what Lu Haiyuan didn't expect was that Qin Shou, after hearing Lu He's name, didn't care at all, sneered and said grimly, I don't care what kind of a cat or dog's son you are. Kneel down, kowtow and apologize to Nanchin, and then slap yourself 100 times, and if I'm satisfied, I might consider letting you off the hook, or else, I'm going to waste you today. Lu Haiyuan had not thought that Qin Shou was even more arrogant than him. Where had he received such anger? And at that moment he said angrily, I see that you have some ability. and give you a few points of thin face. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? Looking for death. Saying that, Lu Haiyuan's figure flashed, and towards Qin Shou, he suddenly threw out a fist, the wind whistling and pounding on his face. He was also a late-stage yellow order existence, confident that if this punch went down, Qin Shou would be left with half a life if not dead. However, Qin Shou met the wind of his fist and even stuck his hands in his pockets. The corner of his mouth raised a cold smile, not even planning to dodge a bit. Seeing this, Lu Haiyuan thought that it was because he threw his punch too fast and caught the other party off guard. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth into a sardonic smile, and in his heart, he secretly said, "Humph, thought there was some skill, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. It seems that at best he is hovering around the threshold of the yellow rank, and has not really stepped into the yellow rank. It's just that those two losers are too weak to make him look powerful." Brother Qin, dodge. Su Nanshin had never seen Qin Shou fight with anyone before, nor did she know Qin Shou's skill, and at this moment, she had already cried out in shock. Chapter 134 Waste Lu Haiyuan. Su Nanshin's words had just fallen. Qin Shou suddenly threw a punch, as fast as lightning, actually after the first, directly with Lu Haiyuan's fist. Face to face, only heard a click. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Lu Haiyuan couldn't even react in time. Then he screamed miserably. The whole right arm was twisted and deformed like a twist. It was directly fractured. Lu Haiyuan was in pain with a cold sweat. His five senses were all twisted. This time, Su Nanshin froze, Luwen froze, and Yang Li froze, including all the students present. All of them froze, one by one. All of them were dumbfounded, staring daggers at Qin Shou. You know, this is the entrance of the art academy. Although the students were in the way of Lu Haiyuan's lustful authority, did not dare to go forward, but also did not go, all watching from afar, wanting to see a good show. In the end, how it will end, how powerful Lu Haiyuan was, they had all seen it before. And this art academy wasn't the only male child of Lu Haiyuan. There was also a real estate developer's son who had some trouble with Lu Haiyuan before, directly found more than 20 punks to deal with Lu Haiyuan. As a result, these more than 20 people, not a few minutes of work, all were Lu Haiyuan knocked down on the ground, and one by one, all of them were Lu Haiyuan beaten into serious injuries. After that incident, Lu Haiyuan became the real meaning of the Yeqing Performing Arts Academy's bully, and no one dared to mess with him at all. Where did he think that such a raw and fierce existence would appear today, directly breaking one of Lu Haiyuan's arms with a dry punch? However, the next scene, but let the group of students even more marvel at Qin Shou's ferocity. Only see interrupted Lu Haiyuan right arm of Qin Shou, still feel not relieved. He is like carrying a small chicken general, grabbed Lu Haiyuan's left arm, violently force, only to hear click a crunch, directly crushed the other arm. Lu Haiyuan pain face twisted, issued a pig-like screams. Then Qin Shou kicked 2 more times, breaking his legs again. Then Qin Shou directly threw Lu Haiyuan to the side of the road. Lu Haiyuan was now as paralyzed as mud, and had fainted from the pain. At this moment, the entire audience was in an uproar, and a burst of exclamations and screams erupted from the crowd, all of them being shocked by Qin Shou's ruthlessness and toughness. Wow, that's awesome too. Who is this guy? I'll go. He's so handsome and ruthless. I love it. This is Lu Haiyuan. He actually cleaned up Lu Haiyuan so easily. The crowd exploded. There were those who marveled, those who yearned, and of course, most of all, those who gloated and felt relieved. After all, Lu Haiyuan was too arrogant and domineering on weekdays, and he didn't know how many people he had offended. And now that such a fierce man suddenly appeared and seriously injured Lu Haiyuan, this group of people was naturally happy. Brother Qin, are you alright? Are you hurt? Su Nanshin immediately trotted over to Qin Shou, her little face flushed with concern. She could see clearly just now that Qin Shou had thrown a punch against Lu Haiyuan, so she was a bit worried about Qin Shou getting hurt. Qin Shou put his hands in his pockets and said with a bashful face, "What problem can I have? This kind of goods can't hurt me yet. Let's go. Go eat." Qin Shou pointed to the BMW X5 he had parked aside. Nua was still sitting on it, and when he saw Su Nanshin looking over, Nua happily waved at Su Nanshin. Aha! Su Nanshin nodded with a shy face, feeling her cheeks rolling and inexplicably having a few small sweetness inside. Wow, Nan-kin, is this your boss and boyfriend? It's too handsome too, and so capable. He, can you share it with me, so we can all share it? Sisters serving him together. Su Nanshin right side of Luwen saw Qin Shou just those a few times. At the moment to Qin Shou that is admired to the ground. Feel that they are going to fall in love with Qin Shou. To Su Nanshin is envious. Cannot help but joke about it. Shizuku, what are you babbling about? No fooling around. Su Nanshin snapped.
feeling her cheeks burn even hotter. Lu Wen narrowed her eyes and laughed. He, just kidding. Yang Lu, who was on the left side, didn't say a word, but the way she looked at Qin Shou, there were a few moments of undisguised admiration in her eyes. At the same time, Yang Lu secretly glanced at Su Nanqin. A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes, jealous that Su Nanqin could have such an excellent boyfriend. Nanqin, are these two your classmates? Qin Shou naturally noticed the two beauties beside Su Nanqin at a glance, although both were not as good as Su Nanqin, but after all, they were from the art academy, and neither of them looked bad, and were considered to be outstanding among ordinary people. Hello, my name is Yang Lu. I also studied acting. Boss Qin, it's nice to meet you. I hope we'll have the chance to work together in the future. Before Su Nanqin could open her mouth to introduce herself, Yang Lu took the initiative to step forward, smiled and stretched out her hands, taking the initiative to shake hands with Qin Shou. Yang Lu this time showed some too enthusiastic, said I have not yet introduced it, you come over, causing Su Nanqin cannot help but have a few unpleasant. Lu Wen on the side also deflated when she saw this, and a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes as she looked at Yang Lu. Qin Shou also froze for a moment, feeling that this Yang Lu was not too enthusiastic, and not a formal occasion. Why shake hands? And after all, he is Su Nanqin's boyfriend. However, Qin Shou quickly heard the meaning of this Yang Lu's words, and it seemed that he wanted to fish for a role in his next short drama. Qin Shou didn't think too much about it, and since the other party was so proactive, he was embarrassed to show too much coldness, and smiled. Since they are both Nanqin's classmates, I'm sure there will be opportunities to work together. But what Qin Shou didn't expect was that the moment he reached out, he didn't know if this Yang Lu was intentional or unintentional. Her body bent over. Yang Lu was wearing a beige dress today. The neckline opened extremely low, coupled with Qin Shou was originally high, more than 1 meter 8 figure. Yang Lu was only about 1 meter 6.5. This bending down, a large portion of the chest of the Snow White, instantly exposed, directly to Qin Shou to see a clear, and Qin Shou a glance out. This Yang Lu even did not wear a bra. This time, Qin Shou almost will Yang Lu body should not see all to see a clean. Don't say. This Yang Lu although appearance is not as beautiful as Su Nan please, but the body is extremely well developed, quite some European and American chick flavor. This kind of bending down, inadvertently, half-revealed state, is the most evocative, and for a while caused Qin Shou to nearly sore nosebleed. Yang Lu saw that Qin Shou's face was reddened, and the corner of her mouth raised a hint of a smile inadvertently. Ahem, my car is parked right next to it. Since everyone is here, take my car and go straight there. The others should be almost there. Qin Shou dryly coughed twice and hurriedly hid his embarrassment, lest Su Nanqin see anything. Brother Qin, just let the three of them lie on the side of the road like this and not care? Su Nanqin saw that Qin Shou was about to leave. She couldn't help but suddenly open her mouth, pointing at the three Lu Haiyuan lying on the ground. She could see that Qin Shou had just struck out not lightly, worrying about getting someone killed. Qin Shou coldly glanced at the three people who were paralyzed on the ground and snorted coldly. Don't worry, you can't die. Chapter 135 Great Qin Film Industry's First Gathering. Downtown, Drunken Moon Building, inside the large private room on the second floor, the atmosphere was warm. Guo Gang was currently holding a wine glass and toasted Qin Shou with a grateful face. Old Qin, I really thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do this time. I'll drink this glass of wine. Feel free. After saying that, Guo Gang raised the wine cup in his hand and drank it all in one go. Feng Mimi on the side also immediately followed and got up. She wore a plain dress today, but without the usual sense of wind and dust. Toasting towards Qin Shou, she said, Qin Shou, thank you for saving my life. I've just recovered and can't drink yet. I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Since the last incident, Guo Gang and Feng Mimi too, closer than before. Feng Mimi is no longer like before. See Guo Gang will be far away. However, Qin Shou has been looking for Guo Gang to understand that they are still just ordinary friends. The reason is also simple. Feng Mimi will say things very directly. Feng Mimi think they are by selling their bodies to make money. Although Guo Gang does not mind her, but she feels dirty. Do not want to harm Guo Gang. Think Guo Gang should find a reliable woman to live. Qin Shou did not expect Feng Mimi to be so frank as a person, but he looked at this girl in a different light. The two people put words in each other's mouths, but instead, they all look away. Guo Gang is also considered to be awake. Suddenly their own Feng Mimi, perhaps really just gratitude, more than adoration, perhaps this obsession, should have been put down a long time ago. Seeing this, Qin Shou waved his hand and said, Gongzi, in the future, between you and me, this kind of polite words will be said less. Between us two brothers, don't give me this set. I don't like it. With that, Qin Shou also raised the wine cup in front of him and drank it all in one go. With that, Qin Shou stood up. He looked around. His eyes swept over everyone present, poured himself another glass of wine, looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, this time, I invited you all to come here. For one thing, because this short drama is a big fire. There is a big fire in the credit. Let's celebrate today. I Qin Shou, also here, thank you for your efforts. Your efforts I have seen in the eyes. In the future we'll have to rely on you. This glass of wine, I dry. You feel free. We do not have to come to the table culture that's set. How comfortable how to come on the line. We should eat the drink. Today we are to relax." With that, Qin Shou once again took the glass of wine he was holding and drank it all in one go. This person is now rich, and became the boss. The whole person's temperament naturally changed. Become more calm, but also more confident. The scene of those polite words, naturally will say. Even do not need to use the control of the whole scene, this kind of skill. He has been able to deal with this kind of occasions with ease. Wow. The boss is a good drinker. The boss is really boozy. As soon as Qin Shou finished saying this, someone immediately clapped and applauded. Only this present in the crowd. In addition to Gui Gang, Su Nanqin, a few people, because of the relationship with Qin Shou is very shallow, is truly applauded, but the other people just smiled a few times. The surface should be promised. Deep inside is secretly slandered. Really under the sky boss are the same. Will be the whole of these polite words. To draw a big cake. This short drama big sale. Certainly earned a lot of money. Do not come to some affordable. What kind of eyesight Qin Shou had? He naturally saw the small minds of the crowd, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an undetectable smile. After saying that, Qin Shou put down his wineglass, squatted down, and suddenly lifted up a black box from under his feet. This sudden move immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, I'm a person who does things. I don't like to come to those vain things. We are all real people. Just say the truth. I won't say anything extra. The things inside this box, said. Qin Shou directly opened the box, only to see this box, full of, loaded with surprisingly are $100 bills. Qin Shou this next action, anyone did not expect. One eyes are straight, eyeing the money in the box. Said I go, the original world really do not draw a cake. Really give to eat the cake boss ah. The corners of Qin Shou's mouth lifted into a smile, taking in the crowd's reactions. Qin Shou is clear in his heart. In order to let the horse run, you have to let the horse eat well. And Qin Shou is also from the workers over. When Xiao Ruilong how to him, Qin Shou heart that is remembered clearly. If it is not in order to pay, he could not be reborn. And now he is reborn. Earned money. Naturally also know the suffering of these bottom workers. So Qin Shou does not want to become Xiao Ruilong kind of people. What's more, this time it did make a lot of money. The investment of the entire drama was only more than $500,000. But the online traffic share, coupled with the platform advertising share, was more than $3 million, with a net profit of more than $2,700,000. Qin Shou, as an investor, an actor, naturally took the lion's share, but he wasn't too stingy, and directly took more than $700,000 of the profit, and split it. Everyone, here is more than $700,000. This time everyone has contributed. Our team, post-production, executive producer. The actors add up to just 24 people. Each person 30,000 post-production share. You do not have to be polite. Come over and take your share. Saying that, Qin Shou directly took out 30,000 and put it in front of Su Nanqin. Su Nanqin's two girlfriends took in this scene, and they were so envious that their eyes went straight, because Su Nanqin once in the dormitory chat time, with their own people said, she and Qin Shou is also signed a contract. How much money a play? How much money the base salary? All written clearly. The contract inside did not mention the profit share after the release of the drama. That is to say, now this 30,000 yuan, purely Qin Shou initiative to her. Yang Lu's gaze towards Qin Shou was even more enthusiastic. These crew workers saw the scene. Originally one by one are all disillusioned. The original idea is to cope with the boss. By the way, to save a meal. I did not expect that the boss really give money. Each one of them immediately became active and lined up in a hurry to receive money from Qin Shou. Seeing this, Lu Wen on the side couldn't help but say, wow, Nanqin ah, this boss you found is also too much fun. Say your company is still recruiting people. As long as the money is divided, I'll play a miscellaneous ah. Qin Shou smiled and said, our great Qin film industry, which was just established not long ago, is still in the middle of expansion nowadays, and it's the right time to use people. So if Miss Lu Wen is willing to come in, I'm quite welcome. Really? Then I won't be polite. Lu Wen smiled half-jokingly. That's for sure. Qin Shou nodded quickly. Qin Shou's impression of Lu Wen is quite good.
and his first drama is a big seller. The second part must increase investment. Is in short supply of people? Lu and this kind of freshly graduated college students. There is nothing famous. Save money, low cost, is exactly what Qin Shou needs. Boss, I can't take this money. Unexpectedly, when the crowd was in high spirits, Di Chen, the supervising producer of this skit, waved his hand and refused to accept the money. Qin Shou froze at his words, not realizing that there were people in this world who couldn't live with money. As Qin Shouzhang looked puzzled, Di Chen explained, Brother Qin, as you know, my signing company is Wensure Media, and I'm coming over this time purely because of our boss Su Sishi's wishes. One is to help. The second is also to train me. My salary, Su boss has all out, and I and Winsome Media is signed an agreement. During the expatriate period, never privately receive money from the client company at will. If it is discovered, I may not be able to mix in the company. And since this short drama has already finished filming, my expatriate assignment will also be over, and I'll have to leave in a couple days. This time, because the short drama was shot well, Boss Su is quite satisfied and is planning to recruit me to go back and shoot a youth idol drama that's in the pipeline. Qin Shou froze for a moment, but did not think of this layer. If the agreement is signed, then this money Di Chen indeed cannot be received. After all, De Qin Film or Wensure Media is a brain normal people are clear how to choose. For a potential executive producer, the treatment given over there, a month's salary may be more than $30,000. The other party will never lose his job for this small amount of money. Chapter 136, this is a great opportunity to play the fool. Because of Yen Yurong's face, so this short drama of the producer, and post-production. In fact, Qin Shou did not spend a penny. All is Su Sishi help. Otherwise this short drama is not likely to be so hot. Qin Shou's talented actor, acting skills, and the face value of the male and female protagonists, is one of the reasons why the short drama burst into flames. The other reason is that the post-production team is really great. After all, people are engaged in large-scale production of the team, casually to give you a hand, and come out of it is a fine product. In a sense, when Qin Shou first started, he was actually a complete newcomer to making dramas, and although he had skills like genius director, he still didn't know anything when it came to the details of things that he hadn't experienced. It can be said that Su Sishi gave him this free producer, helped him a lot. In a sense, Qin Shou at best played a role in controlling the overall situation. Specific to the details of the shooting on the set, a lot of this is the producer to help him complete. Okay, I see. In that case, I won't take back the $30,000 saved. Let's use it as a late-stage reunion fund for our team. Qin Shou saw the other party said so, naturally not reluctant. Anyway, he has been benevolent. The other party is willing to save him money. He is also guilty of not with the money. The speaker has no heart, but the listener has the intention. Qin Shou in addition to the original in order to pretend, forced to pull Su Nanqin into the gang, blowing over the power that he knows Su Sishi, which said Su Nanqin. Other people do not know this matter. Lu Wen immediately exclaimed with a look of envy. Wow, Nanqin, did I hear it right? The boss of Winsome Media, Su Sishi, knows your boy god? Nanqin, I'm so envious of you. I also want to find such a big tree to lean on. Even Gui Gang thought that Qin Shou was purely trying to suppress the price and fool Su Nanqin. Today, Gui Gang just realized that Qin Shou actually knew national goddess Su Sishi. Old Qin, do you really know Su Sishi? You really didn't Photoshop that picture the other day. Gui Gang looked surprised, then suddenly smiled lewdly and rubbed his hands together. Hey, old Qin can you get me an autographed picture of Su Sishi? The others saw this and chimed in. Boss, I want it too. I want an autographed photo too. Qin Shou saw the situation, immediately waved his sleeve, a face of small meaning, patted his chest to ensure that, oh, low-key low-profile, autograph photo thing is good to say. Some other day I have time. I directly give her a phone call, so that she gives me a few more. I and Su Sishi, back in the day, also counted as a business partnership, previously cooperated and invested in a large production movie. To a few autograph photos should not be difficult. Although Qin Shou did not want to pretend to be a pussy, but the heavenly gift of a good opportunity to pretend to be a pussy is really too good some. Qin Shou feel wasted or a waste. Immediately sees this opportunity to secretly raise the price. The surface promises to sign a photo. In fact, pretend to be a pussy. Sure enough, after Qin Shou had finished pretending to be a pussy, the crowd of supporting actors and photographers at the scene were all starry-eyed. Originally, just now Qin Shou sent money. In their eyes Qin Shou's image has been magnificent. Now it can be more than magnificent. Now Qin Shou are glowing. That is the national goddess Su Sishi
did not think that their own boss will have a relationship with the national goddess. At this moment, each of them are each with their own thoughts, saying that the original boss of our filming stingy. This also want to save. That also want to save. The original background is so hard It seems that this job must not just quit. The pay is average, but this boss is quite nice. At least he is willing to share the money when he earns it. And the boss knows Su Sishi. The future prospects, needless to say, it must be greatly good. Maybe one day there will be a chance to appear in the national goddess Su Sishi's positive drama. Then casually show his face. His own value will have to follow the rising water. This group of people, only with Qin Shou most familiar with Gui Gang, the heart of a slander, said when you ing with Su Sishi have business cooperation, you mother a while ago not still working, for a few $1,000s in wages in your ex-company made a big fuss? But spit to spit, Qin Shou, after all, helped himself a lot. Although Qin Shou this pussy pretend Gui Gang is goosebumps, Gui Gang is still forced to endure down, suffocated that a hard to bear. Gui Gang, how come your face how red like this? Fong Mimi, who was at the side, could not help but ask as she saw Gui Gang's abnormality. Oh, it's okay, I just can't hold my liquor. One drink and I'm up to my face. Gui Gang hurriedly gave himself a reason. Ahem, I'm going out to use the restroom. Qin Shou dry cough too. Also feel their own this force to pretend a little too much. Their own embarrassed. Not to mention Gui Gang, their own goosebumps, intends to go out to wash his face, to give himself a reprieve. I'm going to the bathroom too. Qin Shou had just gone out, but he didn't expect young Lu to follow him out. What's going on with Lulu today? This is soulful and feeling a little weird. Seeing the departing Yang Lu, Su Nanchin couldn't help but ask, Che, as soon as she looks at a rich man, she's flirting. Your boyfriend is so good. Better than that crooked rich second generation she found. I don't know where to go. I think she's jealous of you. Lu Wan, who was on the side, glanced at Yan Lu with a disdainful face and muttered in an uninterested whisper. She was Su Nanchin's best bosom friend, and her relationship with Yang Lu could only be described as average. When one, you say less. We are all roommates after all. Su Nanchin, who was born with a good old nature and offended no one, couldn't help but persuade. I don't see her treating you as a roommate, rubbing up against you when there's a favor to be gained. And when there's no favor to be gained, do you see her paying attention to you? Lu Wan said with a disbelieving face and no goodwill. Yang Lu came to the outside of Drunken Moon Mansion and picked up the phone of the rich second-generation boyfriend she had just made. Hey, Lu, I heard that you're eating at Drunken Moon House right now. I'll come over later. Yang Lu had just picked up the phone when Zhang Wei's voice came from the other end of the line. It turned out that since the last time that happened, Zhang Wei knew that he and Zhu Xinya were definitely impossible. So he turned his head and found a young girl who hadn't graduated from college yet. He was originally a son of a rich second generation. This kind of thing is also open. In the past has been relying on Zhu Xinya. In addition to Zhu Xinya is indeed beautiful. More reasons actually want to humiliate Qin Shou. But now Qin Shou background backing is too hard. Every time he was killed. So also know how to go to the no longer provoke Qin Shou. When Yang Lu heard this, she immediately showed a hint of difficulty. She didn't want Qin Shou to know that she already had a boyfriend, and immediately refused. How did you know that I'm at Drunken Moon Mansion? I'm at school. Chapter 137 Yan Lu's Seduction. How can that be? The lobby manager of Drunken Moon House recognized you. He just told me. You wait, I'll rush over right away. You're having dinner with your friends, aren't you? I'll buy this meal today, and also give our family Lulu a long face. Zhang Wei was still full of excitement and had no idea about Yang Lu's small mind. Don't! Yang Lu wanted to say something else, to find a way to refuse her boyfriend to come over. But the other party had already hung up the phone directly. Yang Lu stomped her foot with a displeased face. Not only because she had some eyes on Qin Shou and didn't want Qin Shou to know that she had a boyfriend. There was another very important reason. That is, she felt that her boyfriend was not as good as Qin Shou, and that coming over would only be compared to Su Nanchin. During the university, the most beautiful of their class belongs to Su Nanchin, with a good image quality and the best grades. Therefore those rich dudes in the school are almost always circling around Su Nanchin, which has always made Yang Lu quite unwilling. Even if occasionally a few rich dudes have taken a fancy to her, it's also because they couldn't catch up with Su Nanchin, and finally had to settle for the next best thing, choosing hers. Jealousy among women is the worst, and these things, they have always nagged at her. Originally, it was not easy for her to make a father as a real estate developer of the rich second-generation boyfriend, full of thought that they want to raise eyebrows in front of Su Nanchin, but never thought. Su Nanchin do not know where, found such a good image and quality, rich and powerful boyfriend. Shooting a short drama has made Su Nanchin popular, not to mention that she actually knows the big star Su Sishi. so she doesn't need to think about it to know that Su Nanchin will definitely be the protagonist of Qin Shou's next few dramas in the future.
Thinking of this, Yang Lu moved the mind. Want to Qin Shou? From Su Nanchin, hands under the snatch. If Qin Shou know that he has a boyfriend, is not all finished. But nah, Yang Lu couldn't stop it at all.
And now her boyfriend was on his way here.
However, Yang Lu knows that her boyfriend is the son of the boss of this drunken moon building. Thinking of this, Yang Luan thinks Zhang Wei over seems to be good. At least he can show off in front of Su Nanchin. Back to a city. Thinking of this, Yang Lu did not continue to call and stop Zhang Wei from coming over, but instead put away the phone and turned around with the intention of going to the restroom. Qin Shou had just come out of the restroom when he met Yang Lu, who was walking over. Qin Shou smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Honestly speaking, facing this Yang Lu alone, Qin Shou felt a little bit awkward. For one thing, because Yang Lu was Su Nanchin's classmate, and for another, Qin Shou, after all, had Invincible Eagle's eyes, this kind of godly skill, and saw at a glance that the woman in front of him had a deep heart and wasn't a good character to get along with. However, let Qin Shou did not expect, the two were about to brush past the moment. This Yang Lu was suddenly and inexplicably broken foot. Straight to their own fall over. Yang Lu's chest was already magnificent, not losing to white chicks at all, and at this moment, it was falling straight towards Qin Shou, and Qin Shou only felt that his field of vision was completely blocked by two large papayas. I don't know whether it is intentional or unintentional. Qin Shou instinctively stretched out his hands, blocking in front of his chest, which coincidentally, directly to the collision. Don't say, Yang Lu, where this is not much. Bra are not. Dress white skirt is also as thin as cicada wings. This threw a layer of gauze feel, the most seductive, soft and creamy, slippery hand. Feel, not to mention how good. Qin Shou even couldn't help but pinch. Feel a hand can't grasp. Yang Lu is also seducing men's veterans. Immediately with the extreme pout, the voice, and crispy and glutinous, not to mention how seductive. Qin Shou only feel their souls are almost fly. Qin Shou looked down at Yang Lu, who was leaning tightly in his arms, only to see that Yang Lu was currently holding her small head high, her charming eyes staring at herself, her cheeks flushed. Qin Shou saw the situation. Lest they will not be able to hold on the spot. Hands rushed to force, instinctively a push away from Yang Lu, but push away before. Qin Shou claws also did not forget to sneak with the force. That trapped in the feel. Cool fly simply. Yang Lu was able to see that Qin Shou was definitely in love. And Qin Shou just now was not at all clean under his hand, madly taking advantage of himself. Originally she thought that this hand of hers, this time will absolutely take Qin Shou down, but did not expect that Qin Shou even endured, directly pushed himself away, causing Yang Lu could not help but squeal piteously. A face of grudgingly glared at Qin Shou. In fact, it is not that Qin Shou does not move, mainly because Qin Shou can see. Yang Lu as a jealousy is very heavy, deep-hearted woman. Qin Shou to this kind of woman, instinctively have a few points of disgust, nothing to take advantage of. Mooching can, but the development of relations, Qin Shou is not willing, for no other reason. When the Panlian to Qin Shou's injury is too deep, and Yang Lu, is Panlian such a woman? This kind of woman, when you are in power, she wants to suck your blood and feed her with your blood and sweat. When you once lose power, she will inevitably turn her head and kick you away, and even does not mind stepping hard on your corpse. Moreover, Yang Lu and Su Nanchin are still roommates, and this relationship is even more embarrassing for Qin Shou, who is naturally unwilling to have too much contact with Yang Lu. Ahem. Sorry about earlier. Qin Shou coughed dryly twice, intending to bypass Yang Lu and leave directly. I didn't expect Yang Lu to repeat her old trick, and with another ouch, she lunged towards Qin Shou's arms. Qin Shou sneered. Said you when I what rags are collected it. Anyway, the pinch are pinched. This Yang Lu body, but also that place is a little bit attractive. This giant, Qin Shou is also the first time to feel, but also just a little bit of fresh power, and now feel like that. Yang Lu never expected that Qin Shou would dodge straight away with a flash this time, only to hear a fluttering sound. Yang Lu directly fell hard on the ground, all fours, not to mention how ugly. White dress all lifted, directly let Qin Shou see a clean. Qin Shou satiated his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked up a trace of a playful smile, and did not bother to assist Yang Lu, hands in the pockets, whistling and left, leaving only Yang Lu, eyes grudgingly looking at Qin Shou. What's the point of tugging? When my boyfriend comes later, I'll let you know what a real rich second generation is, and I'll make you look good then, Yang Lu said with a resentful and indignant face. However, Qin Shou had just walked out not more than a few steps, but he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking into this drunken immortal building. Qin Shou was immediately alert.
dodging into a corner and holding his breath as he observed the visitor. I've heard that this drunken immortal restaurant's food is famous in Yecheng. Let's have a meal here first. Then we'll go and find that Lu Hei's trouble. We'll let him know what happens if he dares to touch our Yi family's people. The one who spoke was a man with a scar on his face. Qin Shou could tell at a glance that this person was an expert, and his strength should be above his own. He was accompanied by a slender woman, a woman Qin Shou had seen before, none other than Yi Wowan's personal bodyguard, Gu Ling. Chapter 138, The Yi Family's Plan. Qin Shou held his breath and pressed himself against the corner, staring intently at the duo, only to see them walk into a corner booth. Gu Ling was at the early Xian stage. Qin Shou was aware of that. Moreover, judging from the condition of these two people, among these two people, it seems that this big man has the final say. Qin Shou guessed that the strength of this big man, compared to Gu Ling, is only higher than that of Gu Ling, a half-step Xian stage himself. He had not yet truly stepped into the threshold of the early Xian stage. If he was discovered by these two, he was afraid that he would not be able to gain any benefits, so Qin Shou behaved extremely carefully. What the big man with the scar on his face said just now, Qin Shou heard clearly and knew that his plan should have come to fruition, and that Yi Wowan was in all likelihood dead, and these two people should be sent by the Yi family to seek revenge. Moreover, Qin Shou also heard Lu Hei's name, and Qin Shou then remembered that Lu Haiyuan, who he had previously wasted molesting Su Nanqin, seemed to have said that his father was Lu Hei, the boss of the underground world in Yecheng. Qin Shou said that this is a mess, but also too coincidental. He used Lu Hei's men to get killed Yi Wowan. As a result, today he first bumped into Lu Hei's son, was crippled by his own, and now he bumped into the Yi family's people looking for Lu Hei to seek revenge to come. Qin Shou knew clearly in his heart that although on the surface Yi Wowan's death had nothing to do with himself, his own beef with Yi Wowan was all in the eyes of those who were at the banquet that day. Qin Shou guessed that he was only afraid that the higher-ups of the Yi family would definitely have their eyes on him as well. In order to make sure that the Yi family did not let a single fish out of the net, they definitely would not mind crushing such a small ant like themselves. On the contrary, by Jun Chen, even if the Yi family really found out about him, I'm afraid that they would have to weigh each other's identities. Therefore, in Qin Shou's opinion, both Lu Hei and the Yi family were only afraid that they could not let themselves off easily. These two from the Yi family, after resolving Lu Hei, were afraid that they would immediately point their spearheads at themselves. Thinking of this, Qin Shou intends to go to secretly listen to the two in the end in the planning of some things. Since the two are to kill Lu Hei, perhaps they can take advantage of the use of a snipe and muscle. Fishers of men. Qin Shou looked around and found that the door of the next box of these two people was hidden, and there was no one inside. Qin Shou immediately tiptoed, sneaked into the next room, and then gently closed the door of the room, his ear against the wall to eavesdrop. Gu Ling, eat and drink enough. Today at 12 o'clock in the morning, we directly touch into Lu Hei's mansion. However, the master has explained, this Lu Hei has some means, and he also has business dealings with my Yi family, so let's ask about the matter first. If this Lu Hei doesn't know anything about it, then we will let him go, but Zhang Biao and Lu San, who are under his hand, must die. When this matter is dealt with, we'll go back to the trouble of that surnamed Qin. Qin Shou had just put his ear close when he heard the big man's low, thick voice with a hint of grimness in his tone. After listening to this big man's words, Qin Shou gave a cold smile and said that he had guessed correctly. This Yi family was indeed staring at him. Fortunately, he was lucky to have bumped into these two. If he had rashly started a fight with these two people, he, a half-step Xian step, would have suffered a great loss. In fact, what Qin Shou did not know was that the reason he was able to be so lucky and happened to bump into these two was because he had taken Yi Wowan's fortune. The rest of the conversation between these two people, Qin Shou did not hear too much information. Qin Shou worried about eavesdropping for too long to be discovered, so he quietly left the box, returned to his own box. When Qin Shou came back, Yang Lu had already returned. Qin Shou felt a little embarrassed, so he didn't even look at Yang Lu. Lu, when is your boyfriend coming over? Qin Shou had just sat down when he heard Lu Wen, who was at the side, open her mouth and ask Yang Lu, why is your boyfriend coming? Qin Shou completely treated what happened outside the toilet just now as if it had never happened, pretending to ask Yang Lu as if nothing had happened. Soon, he's already on his way here. My boyfriend is the owner of this drunken moon house. He's already greeted the manager here in advance. This meal is free today. It's on him. Yang Lu looked at Qin Shou's attitude of pretending that nothing had happened, and inwardly was even more resentful. So when she spoke, she intentionally aggravated the tone of this free meal today, just wanting to show off in front of Su Nanqin and Qin Shou. As expected, right after Yang Lu finished her words, whether it was Guigang, Qin Shou, or Feng Mini, the expressions on their faces were all a bit strange.
seeing Qin Shou and other people like this reaction. Yang Lu heart is very used. Sad just now is not still pretending to be noble. Outside the toilet to this girl ignoring it? Now you know the strength of this girl. What's the point of tugging? No Su Sishi terrific You're just a rich guy who's made a little money, aren't you? Wait till my boyfriend, a real old money man, comes, and I'll see if I can't beat you up. I say sis, is your boyfriend really the owner of this drunken moon house? Gui Gang couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Yeah, my boyfriend told me himself, and he's brought me here to eat a few times. The lobby managers here know my boyfriend. There's no way it's wrong. What? Do you want to meet him? Yang Lu thought that Gui Gang was shocked by the fact that his boyfriend was the boss of this drunken moon house, and wanted to use this opportunity to climb up to his boyfriend, and immediately nodded with a proud face. Oh, nothing, just asking. Gui Gang gave a sarcastic laugh, and Qin Shou glanced at each other. The expressions on both of their faces were a little embarrassed, and in their hearts they coincidentally said, Grandma, it can't be such a coincidence. Sure enough, as soon as this Yang Lu's words fell, someone knocked on the door. Yang Lu immediately looked excited. It should be my boyfriend coming. Immediately, he shouted toward the door. Come in yourself. The door of the private room was pushed open from the outside, and the crowd only saw a man with an oily face, wearing a big gold chain and a pink plaid suit, dressed as flirty as he could be, appearing in the crowd's line of sight. With this outfit, it's almost like the word dirt poor is written on his face. Yang Lu looked at his boyfriend that show in the old-fashioned dress, suddenly face a black, then wanted to pretend not to recognize. He said, Grandma's leg, this ing fast spirit guy came here to live broadcast. I say Lu this is your old money posh boyfriend. Lu 1, who was on the side, saw Zhang Wei dressed like this and deliberately pulled up her voice, covering her mouth and holding back her laughter. This. Yang Lu felt so embarrassed that she was picking her feet, and couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground on the spot. They have long bragged in front of their roommates many times, saying that their boyfriends are serious rich second generation, richly raised old money since childhood. Who would have thought that today can be dirt like this? In fact, she cannot completely blame Zhang Wei, only because Zhang Wei knows his girlfriend is a kind of woman, love to show off, so in order to deliberately show rich, Zhang Wei deliberately picked a set of such a tawdry full of clothes, but also bought a reel will not float in the water of the big gold chain, which think everything is too late, after the tricky, but rather I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Chapter 139 A Woman's Jealousy. Hey, I said Zhang Wei, long time no see. Before Zhang Wei had a chance to see the table, he heard Gui Gang's voice with a few hints of teasing. Zhang Wei saw Gui Gang, immediately face black. He said, Grandma, how the did I run into an old acquaintance? I should have known to wear a low profile. This is embarrassing. This ing of Gui Gang photographed sent to the classmates group. I have to directly social death. In fact, Zhang Wei is completely overthinking. He is dressed like this, even if Gui Gang does not send a group of classmates, in front of this large table of people, that is already social death. Although Qin Shou is shooting a short drama, the team's crew, most of which are from Su Sishi's company, have the lowest education level of undergraduate graduation, and even those few supporting characters are all graduates of serious art colleges. These engaged in film and television. The most pay attention to is a dress, both decent and beautiful, but not too deliberate. And Zhang Wei today's bodyline in the eyes of this group of people, it is simply low without bounds. The spirit of the boy did not run. Zhang Wei, long time no see, have a seat. Qin Shou looked at Zhang Wei with a wry smile and pointed to the empty seat beside Yang Lu that he had purposely set aside for him. Avian, brother Qin. Zhang Wei just saw Gui Gang and Feng Mimi next to Gui Gang, did not notice the Qin Shou in front of him, and now suddenly heard Qin Shou's voice, almost beast 2 words out of his mouth. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, swallowed back his words, immediately changed his voice to brother Qin with a smile on his face. Zhang Wei secretly celebrated, thinking, fortunately, I'm smart. If this is called beast again, I'm afraid I can't do business in Yecheng. Who dares to offend him? Who dares to offend him? The mayor's side of the big red man. The word beast was the nickname that Zhang Wei had given to Qin Shou when he was in the university, which was to mock Qin Shou on purpose. After all, Qin Shou had once coveted his goddess Xu Xinyao, the day of Ren Jing's birthday party. In fact, Zhang Wei was also present, but on that occasion, all came to the top of the dignitaries. He was a real estate developer and the wild child born of a mistress, but an inconspicuous role. Naturally, no one noticed him, but the situation at that time, Zhang Wei was looking at the eyes. Ren Jing's attitude towards Qin Shou. That is not so simple as a personal bodyguard. That is completely a little girl to see her lover. Moreover, Zhang Wei was listening to the conversation at the banquet that day.
and never thought that Qin Shou was still a young talent from an ancient medical family. When Jiang Wei thought of how he used to pretend in front of Qin Shou, he felt a wave of fear, and only felt that Qin Shou's city was too deep, and he pretended too well, and he couldn't see that he had such a deep background at all. In case one day he was in a bad mood and wanted to kill himself, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to die. So Jiang Wei now see Qin Shou, no longer like the past days that kind of high and mighty, but instinctively on the contrary, some shrinking. This is the two identity status changes caused by Jiang Wei full of smiles looking at Qin Shou. Trembling sat down next to Yang Lu. Yang Lu didn't know if it was because of embarrassment or what, but she instinctively moved her stool and distanced herself from Jiang Wei. How dash? You guys know each other? Su Nanchin, who was on the side, looked at the expressions of Qin Shou and the others after Jiang Wei entered. Immediately saw some clues and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. Oh, recognize, college friend. Qin Shou nodded faintly. Hey, that's more than knowing each other. It's a ing love interest. Gui Gang on the side had a playful smile on his face and couldn't help but tease. Lover. Su Nanchin couldn't help but frown at his words. Where? Gui Gang, he was joking. How can I be Brother Qin's love rival? Brother Qin is so handsome and imposing. What can I compare? Gui just mindlessly, casually joked but scared Jiang Wei a shiver. Lest Qin Shou think of the university when this thing too, and quickly waved his hand not to say. Between words also cannot help but to Qin Shou flattered up. Jiang Wei's behavior caused Gui Gang is also a face of confusion. Said this kid this is a change of nature? Why praise the old Qin? Damn this kid every time he sees me in the old Qin. Like in front of us to pretend to show off, and then z us a face? This is the last time to pretend to be the old Qin face beaten afraid? Gui Gang how to know? Jiang Wei is not beaten face to face afraid. Jiang Wei this is afraid of Qin Shou behind the Ren Jing, and Qin Shou behind the unseen and unnoticeable ancient medicine family. That is even Yi Wu Wan such a character. Are afraid of the existence of 3 times. On the side of Yang Lu's deep mind, the ability to detect words and colors that is also first class. Naturally Jiang Wei's performance will be in the eyes. Originally pointed to their own boyfriend over. They can show off. In front of Su Nanchin back to a city, which had thought that Jiang Wei first dressed low burst not to mention. At the moment to Qin Shou's attitude and nodded and wasted. The heart is more than a taste. Yang Lu had anger in her heart. Naturally and instinctively all spread on Jiang Wei, and could not help but secretly and ruthlessly pinched Jiang Wei's waist. Yang Lu's force was not small, directly causing Jiang Wei's face to distort in pain, and he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Jiang Wei looked at Yang Lu beside him with a bewildered expression, not understanding what kind of anger she was spreading. I say Lulu, what's the matter with you? Yang Lu deflated her mouth, but she couldn't say it outright in front of so many people. She just looked at her boyfriend with a grumpy face, and then looked at Qin Shou. To say that Jiang Wei after all is a rich second generation, play more women, immediately guessed his girlfriend's small mind, leaned in Yang Lu's ear, whispered, Lulu, not I do not want to give you a long face. Is really this face cannot be long? Do you know who he is? He is the big red man beside the mayor of Yecheng City, the young talent of the ancient medical family. Stomping his foot, the entire Yecheng City can be shaken 3 times the figure. Listen to the words, this person how really can't afford to be offended. Yang Lu heard the heart is even more resentful. Never thought that this Qin Shou's background is so big. Actually with the mayor have a relationship. She couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at Qin Shou, only to see that Qin Shou was currently mingling with a large table of his company's employees, talking and laughing, just like the center of the meal. Why is she the one who gets all the good stuff? Why can't he be my boyfriend? What exactly is so good about Su Nanchin? What is it about this country chick from the countryside that allows her to be favored by such a wonderful man? Yang Lu looked at Su Nanchin with a blank face. The more she looked the more resentment in her eyes. A woman's jealousy is sometimes more poisonous than poison. Yang Lu also looked at his side of Jiang Wei. Originally before she also felt that she got on Jiang Wei so rich second generation. This life should be carefree. At the moment it is how to look at how Jiang Wei is not good. Just wanna hurry a kick away. Chapter 140 Renovation Plan for the North City Suburbs? I said Jiang Wei. The renovation plan for the suburbs of North City. Yu Shengshi Group. Did you succeed in getting a piece of land? Qin Shou did not notice Yang Lu's complicated expression, but only had a smile if any at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze fell on Jiang Wei as he slowly asked, there's going to be a development on the outskirts of North City. Really? As soon as Qin Shou's words fell, before Jiang Wei could reply, across the dining table, Wan Hui, an employee of Qin Shou's company, couldn't help but exclaim in shock and disbelief. Yes, boss, where did you get the information? How come we've never heard of this before? Di Chen, the supervising producer on the side, also couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked eagerly. Qin Shou smiled faintly and did not rush to reply. but only looked at Zhang Wei quietly, waiting for his answer. Zhang Wei hurriedly said with a fawning face, he. Thanks to Mayor Rin and brother Qin's blessing, my dad teamed up with a few local Yecheng real estate developers and took one of the lots. Holy, there's really such a thing? Old Qin, where the hell did you get all this information? Gui Gang had originally been stuffing his head with food and drink, and when he heard Zhang Wei's reply, he couldn't help but stop his chopsticks at the moment and exclaimed in shock. Oh, I happened to be present at the city council meeting on this project at the time, so I learned about it. Qin Shou smiled blandly, his tone of voice cloudy and light, and then invisibly installed a force. This force to pretend not to show, but let the crowd present on the Qin Shou is more a few points of awe. One only feels that Qin Shou in his own eyes is more and more mysterious, not only know Su Sishi, but also to participate in the meeting of the municipal government, which in the end is what kind of strength background. With such strength, why come to do short dramas and engage in such small budget productions? Is it possible that he is a top hungry son of a son, who has been hurted by his family and has come out to practice? Of all these people, only little Nuonyuo was the most calm, gorging herself while thinking, not bad for my family's brother and future husband, just excellent. I'll go. Then I'll have to hurry up and buy an old raggedy house in the suburbs of the North City. When Hui confirmed that this news is actually true, immediately a face of excitement has begun to calculate to buy a suite waiting for the demolition. Gui Gang laughed nervously while gorging on the meat. Hey, so I'm going to get a set too. Qin Shou was satisfied as he watched the reactions of the people at the scene. This was another means for him to enlist people. Sometimes, it didn't take too much money to get benefits for people who followed him in the fight. All it took was to sell each other an inside scoop. With this method, the other party earns and saves themselves money, and it works better. Don't need to think all no. These people will certainly be more dead to follow themselves. There is no other reason, because they do not know what background, why they will have this kind of municipal government big project inside information. Maybe one day there will be this kind of good things fall on their head. Seeing this scene, Luan looked at Su Nanqing beside her with an envious face and said, Nanqing you're really not enough. Usually in the dormitory, you've been pretending to keep a low profile, saying that your boyfriend is just a small boss. As a result, he even knew the mayor and was able to participate in the city government's meeting for such a big project. I'm so envious of you. With such a status as your family's male god, there should be other single noble friends around. Right. Hurry up and let your family's male god introduce me to one. Shizuku, what are you babbling about? Su Nanqing grumbled, and her eyes couldn't help but sneak a glance at Qin Shou. In fact, Luan does not know. Su Nanqing is not low profile, but she really did not know that Qin Shou actually still have a relationship with the mayor. Just her contact with Qin Shou this period of time is really cannot see Qin Shou so powerful. Life is also cheap still building houses, or rent. For a time, Su Nanqing only feel more and more unable to understand Qin Shou. Happy, but there are a few points of apprehension. Always feel that Qin Shou suddenly became too good, some excellent themselves are a little out of reach. Feel that some of their own cannot be grasped. Qin Shou did not notice Su Nanqing's look at his eyes, still putting on a cloudy look, nodded his head lightly towards Zhang Wei, and continued to open his mouth and asked, the suburbs of North City, the piece of land where the old mansion I bought is located. Who bid on it? On the day Qin Shou bought the house, Zhang Wei had followed him at that time, so Qin Shou knew that Zhang Wei knew where the house he had bought was, which is why he asked directly so. Although the project is hosted by the municipal government, but the compensation for the demolition is responsible for the developer out, so Qin Shou is more concerned about this. If you run into the reputation of the developer is not very good, with some not very civilized means, or perhaps their own wave of investment may also lose. Zhang Wei shook his head and said, I'm not too sure about this. I didn't go to the final bidding, but I've heard that, as if this time the government has divided up 5 pieces of land. The Ren family took one. My dad joined forces with the local developers in Yecheng to take a piece of the remaining 3 pieces of land. All of them have been taken down by the Bai family, and I estimate that the set of mansions that you have bought, it should be the Bai family is responsible for the development. The White family. Qin Shou couldn't help but frown at his words, and the first thing that came to mind was Bai Junshin. This Bai Junshin first encountered himself, intends to kill himself, and Qin Shou can be said to have a grudge. Qin Shou thought that sooner or later he had to clean up this Bai Junshin. I did not expect that now he bought this set of houses, but it is also the White family to develop. From Bai Junshin's style, Qin Shou guessed that the White family to do things. I'm afraid it's not too clean, otherwise it can't raise this kind of Bai Junshin smile. Hard-hearted children. Qin Shou heart can't help but have a hint of bad feeling. Always feel that this matter may not be too smooth in the future. Old Qin, you son of a are not righteous. You ing know such a good thing.
Why don't you inform me in advance?
As Qin Shou was pondering, his thoughts were pulled back by Gui Gang's words.
Qin Shou laughed and said, "Isn't this what I'm telling you now?"
Without Zhang Wei present, you wouldn't believe me if I told you directly.
Gui Gang gave a sarcastic laugh and said, "He, that's true. If you tell me directly that you know the mayor, I'm sure I'll think your kid is pretending."
The others also nodded at the words,
saying that the boss is usually stingy, and when filming the drama, you have to be careful about every penny of the cost of investment. Who would have thought that you are usually pretending to be low profile? It turns out to be so powerful. As soon as Gui Gang's words fell, Zhang Wei looked at Qin Shou with a fawning face and laughed. He, that brother Qin, I have an unkind request. I don't know if you can agree to it. Brother Qin? Say it, we're all classmates.
There's no need to beat around the bush.
As long as I can do it, I'll do my best. Qin Shou nodded. In fact, he had long since lost his old resentment towards Zhang Wei. After all, he was now a reborn person, living again. His heart was naturally much broader than before. And think carefully, in fact, he and Zhang Wei has no grudges, but it is when reading Zhang Wei like to show off in front of him. But think about Qin Shou also think nothing. After all, Zhang Wei is not only in front of him to show off. This cargo loaded that is to catch a person on the load. As for Zhu Xinyo, in fact, Qin Shou's heart is very clear. Even if there is no Zhang Wei, there will be Li Wei, Wang Wei. As long as he is still that penniless beggar, Zhu Xinyo cannot really look at himself. Moreover, the last time he was being chased by the blood god sex people. If it wasn't for Zhang Wei's sudden killing, Qin Shou was only afraid that he would be in a bad way that day. In that case, Zhang Wei was considered to be kind to himself, and Qin Shou was a man who would repay any favor. So when faced with Zhang Wei, before Zhang Wei could even open his mouth, Qin Shou had already agreed in advance. When Zhang Wei heard this, he really brightened up and couldn't help but say, "Is brother Qin serious about this?" Chapter 141 Lu Hei. Of course, I always keep my word. Qin Shou nodded and said, "Brother Qin, I actually want to follow you." After receiving Qin Shou's affirmative reply, Zhang Wei did not hesitate to express his will. "Follow me?" Qin Shou couldn't help but frown, thinking, isn't his dad the boss of the Shengshi Group, one of the largest local real estate developers in Yeqing? How could he be thinking of following a small boss like himself who was shooting skits? Zhang Wei could see Qin Shou's thoughts and smiled somewhat awkwardly, explaining, "Brother Qin, to tell you the truth, I'm not the only one in my family. I also have an older brother named Zhang Yida, who is better than me in every aspect, so the elders in my family like him more. Therefore, I hope that I can go out on my own and make something of myself." Oh, so that's what happened. Qin Shou nodded in realization, thinking that it was the rich second generation who were fighting over the family fortune in order to prove their abilities. However, what Qin Shou did not realize was that Zhang Wei's words were only half spoken. He was not qualified to compete for the family fortune at all, because his father, Zhang Jicheng, was able to get where he was today largely due to his main wife, while his brother, Zhang Yida, was the son of his main wife. The fact that he could still enjoy the life of a rich second generation was entirely because Zhang Jicheng was still in charge of Shengshi Group. However, Zhang Jicheng's health had been deteriorating over the past 2 years, while his main wife, Yi Lan, was becoming more and more domineering. Although Zhang Wei nowadays was superficially prosperous, in reality, he could only get a few tens of thousands of dollars of pocket money from Zhang Jicheng every month. Though even so, he was already living a much more dashing life than most ordinary people. But for Zhang Wei, who was accustomed to being a big spender, how could this amount of money be enough to spend? And the worst thing is, Zhang Wei obviously can feel. Recent period of time, they look for dad Zhang Jicheng want money, is more and more difficult. There is no other reason. Only because now the family in charge of financial power is Zhang Jicheng's wife Yilan. Zhang Wei can be said to be a thorn in Yilan's side, a thorn in the flesh. Did not find someone to kill Zhang Wei? Are entirely because of Zhang Jicheng forced to protect, let alone to give money he spent. The last time Zhang Jicheng asked Zhang Wei to receive Yi Wuwan, he was thinking that after he lost his power in the future, Zhang Wei would have a support. But Zhang Wei messed up this matter. Therefore, Zhang Wei can only find another way out. Recent period of time, Zhang Wei also counted to see the magic of Qin Shou. That's why today he intends to go out of his way. Pull down this old face don't want, think of every way. Have to hold Qin Shou this thigh. Qin Shou paused and asked, "Yes, but tell me, what have you done since you graduated from college? Let's work together. I have to know what you're good at, right?" Qin Shou said this. Immediately Zhang Wei asked. He graduated from the university in addition to eating, drinking and having fun. What the main thing did not do, belonged to the fart. Helplessly, Zhang Wei could only let out a sarcastic smile and said, "Hey, brother Qin, I can drink. Is that a skill? Qin Shou helplessly patted his forehead, and said that you can't do anything. I don't need you to give me money. I want you to follow me for what? However, although Qin Shou thought so in his heart, his mouth was still full of promise. Okay, Zhang Wei, this is something I put on my mind first. When my next short drama starts shooting, or when I have any other investment, I'll look for you to cooperate. Okay. Zhang Wei nodded somewhat depressed, knowing that in all likelihood, Qin Shou was talking about the scene, and that this matter was 80% yellow. The sight of the young Lu will be his boyfriend, this pair of wimpy all in the eyes, even with their own value or feeling down. Deep down is more disgusted. More and more think Qin Shou good. Qin Shou's side was having a big meal with the crowd, laughing and talking, but he didn't know that another trouble was about to come to his door. Lu He is now sitting on the side of the hospital bed with an iron collar, looking at his son Lu Haiyuan, who has just finished bone-setting surgery and is still unconscious. Dum 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 dum. There were a few knocks on the door of the hospital room from the outside. Come in. Lu Hei's voice was a bit hoarse. The door of the ward was opened from outside and two people walked in. The very same Lu San and Zhang Biao who had been utilized by Qin Shou that day. After the two came in, they stood behind Lu He with a respectful face. Have you found out clearly? Who on earth, not knowing how to die, dared to beat my Lu Hei's son like this? Lu He did not turn around, still looking down at his own son on the hospital bed, with a hint of obvious anger between his words. Zhang Biao said in a respectful tone, Big brother, who the person who did it is still unclear, but this person seems to be because of a female college student named Su Nanchin, and the young master produced some faults, only to fight a big fight to beat. This person drove a BMW X5, and now seems to be drinking with this female college student named Su Nanchin at Drunken Moon House. Lu He sniffed. His face was even more grim, because of his anger. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but tug a bit, gritting his teeth. He said, because of a woman, beat my son like this, the means are too ruthless. Moreover, after touching my Lu Hei's son, he even dared to strut around and go to Drunken Moon House to drink. Good. Very good. It seems that I, Lu He, have kept a low profile for too long, and the younger generations in Yeqing no longer know the name of Iron Palm Lu He. Big brother, do you want us? Zhang Biao made a neck-wiping motion and lowered his voice to ask. Lu He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, faintly said, this person is able to beat Hai Yuan like this. He is at least at the peak of the Yellow Order. It is even possible that he is already at the peak of the Yellow Order in the Great Circle. You and Lu San go together. In order to be prepared for any eventuality, it is best to bring two guns. The male is directly killed. As for that woman, after you and the brothers under your hands play disabled, give it to my Lu family's nightclub as a lady. Zhang Biao and Lu San looked at each other when they heard this, and the corners of their mouths lifted up in a sardonic smile. Hey, don't worry boss, we'll do a clean job. Well, if there's nothing else you guys should hurry up and get on with it. I don't want this person to live past tonight. Lu He waved his hand, signaling that the two could go out. Qin Shou and the others' meal continued until the evening, when the crowd left one after another. When Qin Shou, Su Nanchin and the others walked out of the private room, it was already early in the evening. When Qin Shou walked out of the private room, he deliberately paid attention to the private room where Gu Ling and the big man were, and just happened to see Gu Ling and the big man walking out. Qin Shou immediately shrunk and hid behind the door of the private room, lest he be discovered by the duo. The crowd had just had enough to eat and drink, and all of them were talking and laughing, and didn't notice Qin Shou's abnormality. Qin Shou originally thought that these two people had left long ago, but did not think that surprisingly these two people actually left only now. Qin Shou immediately moved to track these two people's mind. Nanchin, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to do. Why don't you go back by yourself? Chapter 142 Stalking and Being Stalked. Su Nanchin was slightly stunned, not expecting Qin Shou to suddenly say this. However, Su Nanchin thought for a moment, since Qin Shou even knows such a big shot as the mayor, then he is bound to have quite a few other big businesses that he doesn't know about in addition to the short drama. Only that he suddenly has business matters that he needs to deal with personally. Thinking of this, Su Nanchin felt even more that the distance between herself and Qin Shou seemed to be getting farther and farther away, and couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. However, she was gentle by nature and not good at expressing her thoughts. She still nodded her head obediently and said, okay, you get busy with your business. Remember to go back to rest early. Don't tire yourself out too much. Okay, I understand. Just relax. Qin Shou looked at Su Nanchin's gentle and well-behaved appearance, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Old Qin, I say you kid is not righteous. This just a BMW X5. I still want to sit it. You kid will find a reason to bugger off.
I have never had the opportunity to sit in such a good car in my life. Guo Gang looked depressed. Had expected Qin Shou to drive him back. Anyway, Qin Shou also want to send Su Nanqin back to school. It is also on the way. Qin Shou sniffed and thought for a moment, and said, I remember that you kept drinking drinks at the dinner table today and didn't drink. Your kid took the test for a driver's license when he was in college, right? Have a driver's license this car lend you to drive. By the way, to send Nanqin back. Some other day you give me to drive back on the line. Qin Shou thought of so late. Let Su Nanqin alone back. He really is not too assured. Just let Guo Gang open their own car to send her back. Anyway, he drank alcohol cannot drive. Really? Guo Gang sniffed a light. A face of excitement. Hey, my license since the test has not touched the car. In case your car scratches you do not heartache? It's fine. There's insurance. Just drive slower. But don't get into a traffic accident. Qin Shou waved his hand. Not caring. I'll go. How many years have you had that license? Although Guo Gang had a look of eagerness to try. Su Nanqin's best friend Lu Wen was not very happy when she heard Guo Gang's words. Guo Gang rubbed his hands and said with some embarrassment. I took my driver's license the first year I joined the workforce. And I've been in the workforce for almost 10 years now. Count your luck today. Master Guo, my first serious drive on the road in my life is to be a driver for you. 10 years. Forget it. I'll take a cab back myself. Lu Wen sniffed wide-eyed. Thinking that I'm taking advantage of a car may have to lose a life. Or forget it. Feng Mimi, who was on the side, saw Lu Wen's reaction and couldn't help but laugh. Why don't I drive? I haven't been drinking and I know how to drive. That's no problem. This sister is more reliable than this lewd fat man at a glance. Lu Wen smiled at her words. Guo Gang was a little less happy at once. It was hard to have a chance to drive a car in this life, or a luxury car, but the chance was just gone. However, since it was Feng Mimi who opened her mouth, although Guo Gang was depressed in his heart, he could not say anything more. Okay, then, please. Saying that, Qin Shou took out the car keys and handed them over to Feng Mimi. Brother, I want to be with you too. When Nua saw that Qin Shou wanted to leave alone, she was a bit unhappy at that moment. Nua good. You go back first. Brother will be home soon. Qin Shou smiled and touched Nua's little head. Yes, Nua. Brother has something to do. Obedient children are the ones Brother Qin likes. Su Nanqin also picked up little Nua and persuaded. Okay. Nua pouted. Although unhappy, but in order to make her brother like her more, she had to reluctantly nod her head and agree. After pacifying Nua, Qin Shou left this place in a hurry. Lu, do you want to ride along in our car? After Qin Shou left, Su Nanqin kindly invited Yang Lu. No need. I'll just take my boyfriend's car. Yang Lu's tone was a bit cold. She was still a bit jealous of Su Nanqin even now. Okay. Su Nanqin also saw that Yang Lu didn't seem to be in a good mood and didn't say anything more. Just like this, Guo Gang, Feng Mimi, Su Nanqin, Lu Wen, and Nua got into Qin Shou's BMW X5 and left drunken Moonhouse. Sanner, that's the BMW X5. Follow it up, find a place with fewer people and do it. Zhang Biao saw Su Nanqin and the other's car move and patted Lu San beside him. Hey, I understand. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've tried this kind of innocent college girl, and this is just the day. Lu San let out a lewd laugh, kicked the gas, and followed. Lu, what's wrong with you today? This is. Why don't you say a word? Yang Lu sat on the passenger seat of Zhang Wei's car with a cold face, not bothering with Zhang Wei at all. Who told you to dress like that today? Yang Lu didn't have the heart to say. I didn't dress up specially because I wanted to look good for you. Zhang Wei looked depressed, thinking, wasn't it you who told me to be more high profile? Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei but whispered a few sentences, but Yang Lu directly freaked out, pulling up his voice and screaming, I let you give me a long face. Also did not let you so give me a long face. You see you dress like a spiritual boy. I can really long face. You today in that surnamed Qin's face. On that cowering appearance, which has a rich second generation should look. I don't want to either. But he's Qin Shou. You haven't seen how much he made a splash at the mayor's birthday banquet. Zhang Wei felt even more aggrieved, and said to himself how this woman is somewhat incomprehensible. Forget it, I don't want to talk to you. Follow their car and take me back to school. When Yang Lu saw that Zhang Wei didn't say anything anymore, her heart became even more angry, and with a cold face, she didn't look away. Zhang Wei also knew that the more he said at this moment, the more he touched her mold, stepped on the gas, and then followed Su Nanqin and the other's car. Qin Shou only saw Gu Ling and that big man after leaving the Drunken Moon building, did not take a taxi, but after crossing the road, directly detoured into an unoccupied alley. Qin Shou immediately sneak follow up. Gu Ling and that big man are all Xian class experts. Foot speed is extremely fast. Qin Shou after all is only a half-step Xian class, although his special technique, if the real strength to discuss, may not lose the early Xian class, but he all the way to show extremely careful, do not dare to get too close, and worry about their own lost, so keep up with these two people is not easy. Qin Shou followed the duo and sped all the way through the alleys, until he circled around to an area of abandoned and dangerous houses that had long since been abandoned, and only then did Qin Shou Fong feel that he might have been fooled. Hey, kid, you've been following us for a long time, what's the purpose? It was a pity that Qin Shou had just reacted to the fact that he might have been fooled, only to realize that it was too late, and at the moment the big man with a scar on his face was looking at himself with a fierce smile, while Gu Ling appeared behind him. This was a narrow alley. The two of them, one in front of the other, blocked Qin Shou in the middle, completely cutting off the possibility of Qin Shou's escape. Chapter 143, Tricked, Blood Struggle in Narrow Alley. Qin Shou never thought that he was so careful, but he was still discovered by the other party, and in his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at the other party's resourcefulness. But what Qin Shou didn't know was that he had actually been discovered by the other party when he was eavesdropping at the Drunken Moon restaurant. In order to lure Qin Shou into the trap, the other party deliberately waited until Qin Shou had left the private room before leaving the Drunken Moon building. That is, he intended to sell him a break, giving him a chance to follow his own two people. Qin Shou coldly looked at this big man in front of him. He is now after all, half-step Xian stage, sharp senses. A glance will see that this big man body, there is a strong to the extreme of the killing gas. I'm afraid that under the hands of a lot of human life, honestly speaking, the killing gas this kind of thing, Qin Shou and that Lu San and Zhang Biao two people, also once felt, but are not as this gun long this so strong. Qin Shou even guess. This person is only afraid of the battlefield. From the mountain of corpses in the sea of blood out of the kill. Qin Shou's guess was accurate. This big man named Gun Long. In his early years, he used to be a special forces soldier on the army, and possessed extremely strong counter-surveillance ability. Otherwise it would not have been possible to discover Qin Shou. Just this Gun Long hot-tempered, and do things hard-hearted, because of some small conflicts. In the army accidentally killed someone, and since then fleeing for many years, with years of experience in the special forces, but hard not to be caught. 3 years ago, this Gun Long was on the run when he inadvertently met the current number 2 of the Yi family, Yi Wuhuan's father, Yi Xinghuai. Yi Xinghuai sought his ability and enrolled him in the Yi family and arranged a new identity for him, and from then on he became the Yi family's hitman. Qin Shou's heart cannot help but have a few regrets at the moment, sighing that I should have known that I should bring Nua with me. Nua although the realm has fallen, but is still the existence of the peak of the Xian class. Dealing with these two should be more than enough. Qin Shou's original idea was to secretly follow these two, wait for these two to fight with Lu Hei lose, and then come back to a sandpiper and muscle. Fishers of men, did not think that they are today. This is not a chicken, but by the other side to lead to this place, to catch a turtle in a jar. However, what Qin Shou didn't know was that if he had brought Nua with him today, I'm afraid Su Nanchin, Gua Gang and the others, would have been in bad luck. Hey, do you believe me when I say I took a wrong turn, got lost, and didn't follow you? Qin Shou gave a sarcastic laugh. You take me for a cutie. Yet, I advise you to be honest. If you don't tell the truth, I'll let you die an ugly death. Gun Long's face turned cold as he said, and his face, which originally had a scar on it, looked even more hideous. Brother Long, there's no need to ask. This person is Qin Shou, who has had a lot of trouble with Xiao Yi. After all, Gu Ling had seen Qin Shou on one side, and at this moment, from such a close distance, she had already recognized him. Ha ha ha, I never thought that you would send yourself to the door. It saves me a lot of trouble from your grandpa dragon. Gun Long laughed up to the sky, then narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Shou as he coldly said, Tell me, does the death of Yi Xiao have anything to do with you or not? Yi Xiao? Which Yi Xiao? Qin Shou sniffed and pretended to look confused. Humph, I think you're just refusing to drink until you're done. Wait for me to pick off your hamstring and leg tendons, then I'll ask you slowly. When Gun Long saw Qin Shou pretending, his face chilled. A military short knife suddenly appeared in his sleeve, and holding it, he stabbed diagonally towards Qin Shou's chest. Qin Shou was shocked in his heart, not expecting this Gun Long to make a move when he said he would, and his movements were swift to the extreme. But the good thing is that Qin Shou is not a vegetarian. He is now half a step of the strength of the Xian order, and his special Gongfu, Yin and Yang harmonization of the art, is the top of the cultivation of the immortal law. Compared to the ordinary martial arts Gongfu, I do not know how many times more powerful. So although Qin Shou is only half a step of the Xian order of the realm, but in fact, the hard power of the early stage of the Xian order of the masters of the martial arts is not at all lost. Gung Long was extremely confident in his own strength. Originally thought that he suddenly struck. Qin Shou not dead must also be seriously injured. But never thought that Qin Shou reacted incredibly fast. A flash. It was given to avoid. Gung Long was shocked in his heart, not having thought that Qin Shou would be able to dodge it so easily. He seemed to be a Xian rank expert as well. But this Gung Long in the end is the army on the special forces. Learned that are the means of killing. Experienced. See, a straight stab cannot be. Immediately change the hand shape. Holding the right hand of the short knife. Backhanded straight to Qin Shou's throat. If it was just this, Qin Shou would still be able to dodge it. But at the same time, Gung Long's left hand threw a heavy punch, directly towards Qin Shou's chest. Qin Shou had not expected this Gung Long's moves to be so vicious and deadly. But although Qin Shou was shocked, he did not panic. His left hand formed a claw and grabbed at the opponent's right wrist that was holding the sword, while his right hand was formed into a palm shape, intending to block the opponent's punch and defuse the force of the punch. To say that Qin Shou's response in this haste had actually been considered perfect, but it was not helped by the fact that Gung Long had been on the run for many years and his means were simply too abundant. Qin Shou could only see a sardonic smile lifting up on Gung Long's face. Then Qin Shou suddenly realized that between the two fingers of Gung Long's left hand that threw the punch, a sharp steel needle suddenly appeared. Qin Shou was shocked. Never thought that Gung Long's left hand punch was just a false move to hide people's ears. The real killing move was this steel needle. But Qin Shou had already blasted his palm out, and it was too late to retract it. Just as Qin Shou's left hand was holding the wrist of this Gung Long's right hand, the steel needle in this Gung Long's hand directly penetrated the palm of Qin Shou's right hand. For a moment, blood splattered in the palm of Qin Shou's right hand, and Qin Shou sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, and at the same time, although the wrist of this Gung Long's right hand was clamped down by Qin Shou, the fingers holding the knife were suddenly powerful, and by using the inertia of the backstabbing over just now, he directly threw the short knife in his hand out, and the short knife instantly turned into a flying knife and flew towards Qin Shou's head. Qin Shou was shocked at the sight, never expecting this Gung Long to have so many killing moves and even this one. In the heat of the moment, Qin Shou was so blessed that he didn't care about the pain in the palm of his hand, and relying on his instincts, he directly turned his palm into a claw, and grabbed the fist of this Gung Long. Then Qin Shou fiercely pushed his head towards Gung Long's chest, and by the way, he also dodged the short knife that was flying towards his head. Gung Long was shocked, never expecting that Qin Shou would choose this lose-lose, fish-eat-fish fight in such an extremely dangerous situation. But naturally, his right hand was currently held by Qin Shou's wrist, and his left hand was held by Qin Shou's fist, so he had no chance to dodge. Just like that, this Gung Long's chest directly took a hard hit from Qin Shou's head, and Gung Long let out a muffled grunt, feeling that his sternum was a bit cracked. The short knife that flew towards Qin Shou's head, on the other hand, just happened to be dodged by this movement of Qin Shou topping his head, and directly stabbed above the wall on the right side of the alley, embedding itself deeply. Chapter 144, This Kick of 10 Years. I don't know if you can withstand it. Gung Long, who was more than 1 meter tall and as strong as an ox, was actually sent flying backwards 3 or 4 meters by Qin Shou's head, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out as he fell heavily to the ground. After a few blood fights with Gung Long, Qin Shou can see the system before the reward of those secular world of boxing. Usually fight small hooligans is okay. In the face of a real expert, the fight is completely the experience of the enemy. Those flowery show cannot be performed. Out of the hand is to kill people. Qin Shou's side had just bumped away from Gung Long, and before he had time to catch his breath, Gu Ling behind him had already kicked his foot towards Qin Shou's back, and before Qin Shou could even turn around, he had already felt a strong wind. Asterisk. There's foot odor. Qin Shou's heart was in awe. He didn't dare to be slow. He couldn't turn around in time. He could only sidestep and avoid Gu Ling's sneaky kick from behind. At the same time, Qin Shou did not care about the pain in his hand and grabbed Gu Ling's calf. Gu Ling hadn't expected Qin Shou to be so agile in his reactions, having been in a vicious fight with Gung Long just a moment ago, but now he was able to react and dodge his own sneak attack while still being able to counterattack. In fact, what Gu Ling didn't know was that what Qin Shou practiced was immortal law, compared to ordinary martial artists. In addition to the strength, speed, and agility that had been improved, Qin Shou's senses and reaction speed had been improved tremendously, which was why he was able to react. Gu Ling's right leg was grabbed by Qin Shou, and she had originally thought of stomping on the ground with her left leg and using the force to do a roundhouse kick. Unexpectedly Qin Shou grasped his calf, but violently pulled. At that moment Gu Ling, body unsteady, directly came to a big split in place. Qin Shou only heard a tearing sound. The crotch actually ripped open, revealing the little pink underwear inside. Qin Shou was in a hurry. In order to provoke Gu Ling and make the other party mess up, he also didn't forget to deliberately smile evilly and glance twice.
only to see a pink Mickey Mouse pattern embroidered on it. At the same time, Qin Shou's hands were not idle underneath, directly removing Gu Ling's shoes, and a burst of fragrant and smelly foot odors came out at once. Qin Shou did not have time to savor the moment. Grabbing Gu Ling's soles was a fierce scratch. Sure enough, Qin Shou's few movements immediately made Gu Ling annoyed, but at the same time, she laughed and laughed, saying that this person is so rogue, all life and death, but still have this kind of mind. Gu Ling's legs and soles were restrained by Qin Shou, but his hands were not. Under the shame and anger, Gu Ling could not care about the rules and regulations. Directly a flinging motion, Qin Shou only saw more than a dozen silver needles flying towards himself. Fortunately, Qin Shou had been prepared, knowing that the other party, under the shame and anger, will certainly come to such a point, has already advanced a roll, dodged over. Qin Shou just rolled over and got up, only to hear a miserable scream. Qin Shou fixed his eyes to see that Gunlong, who just happened to be struggling to get up and was preparing to sneak attack himself behind his back, was stabbed in the face by a handful of flying needles thrown out directly by Gu Ling, instantly turning into a hedgehog. It is a pity that the movements of Gu Ling under the shame and anger are not standard enough, coupled with a tickle by Qin Shou, to get sore and weak, resulting in a large number of flying needles thrown out of the power is not great, although stabbed this Gunlong immense pain, but did not cause any major damage, belonging to the look at the momentum of the scary, fought to put a big move, look at the other side in fact did not how to drop the kind of blood. Qin Shou heart said that the two goods have nothing to do with each other, pure and simple pig teammates, belonging to a +1 than one are small, otherwise the old man today can be planted. If these two people are one on the other, that Gunlong a person is enough to drink a pot of lousy. Qin Shou see this Gunlong eat pain, we're willing to let go of this good opportunity. This person is really too ruthless, must not let him slow down. So Qin Shou toward Gunlong is a hard kick, but Qin Shou still underestimated this Gunlong. Although he was in pain, his spirit was highly concentrated, and when he saw Qin Shou's foot attacking, the steel needle in his hand stabbed towards the sole of Qin Shou's foot. If this hit was solid, Qin Shou's sole of the foot would only be like his right hand, instantly creating a big hole. But this big man underestimated the Qin Shou's ability to learn. Qin Shou eat a lesson and grow wise. How could not know that this big man has a steel needle in his hand? The foot kicked halfway, but in mid-air raw stop. But Qin Shou's shoes are out of the foot and out of the inertia will be to the big man attack the past. This big man let out a sardonic laugh, only to see the steel needle in his hand instantly penetrate the soles of Qin Shou's feet, and under a fixed glance, he realized that it was actually Qin Shou's shoes. This big man never expected that Qin Shou would make a sound and come up with a move that was so underhanded, so he could not help but freeze. Then this big man suddenly smelled a strange and incomparable stench of foot odor, and immediately his face darkened and he was smoked with a dry retching. This foot attack was a sudden thought that came to Qin Shou's mind when he was removing Gu Ling's shoes just now. Qin Shou said that since the physical attack is not your opponent, I give you a biochemical weapon. The old man when I was in college but the university soccer varsity, this foot Hong Kong foot kung fu. More than 10 years of heritage. Just ask you top not top. Qin Shou's move was a chain-killing move. The flying shoes plus the foot air attack wasn't the end of it. Then Qin Shou suddenly changed his stance and raised his leg high. This Gunlong was Qin Shou's feet smoked dizziness. Has not slowed down the got it. Suddenly then saw Qin Shou bare feet. They attacked his face. Nails are also ing gray. Gunlong was shocked. This mud horse biochemical weapon close attack. Who can withstand? Gunlong used all his strength to tilt his head back, wanting to avoid Qin Shou this kick straight to his face of the high raised leg. Naiha Qin Shou's moves were as fast as lightning. This Gunlong was smoked and confused. His reaction was half a beat slower. He raised his head in his haste. He originally wanted to dodge, but the result was still not completely dodged, and Qin Shou came to a rubbing. And coincidentally, Qin Shou's gray big toe directly poked into this Gunlong's nose. This time the foot gas straight to the brain. A time of trichophyton, epidermolysis bullosa, Candida albicans, all kinds of fungi instantly killed from the nostrils. Ganglong Tang, a top killer, was hunted by the military for many years, have not fallen. At the moment his two eyes, directly smoked, fainted past. Qin Shou only saw this Gunlong straight down after the moment his two eyes rolled white, foaming at the mouth. The body convulsed a few times, will not move. Qin Shou estimates that in their own biochemical weapons, half a moment should be up. Qin Shou had just finished resolving this Gunlong when he suddenly heard Linger exclaim in his mind, "Master, be careful." Although Qin Shou did not know what, but even if it is too late to turn back, Qin Shou also directly a flash, and then heard bang a gunshot. Chapter 145, Biochemical Weapons. Winning. Qin Shou dodged the shot. His heart was horrified, and he couldn't help but feel secretly grateful, saying that it was fortunate that he had Linger,
or else he wouldn't have been able to dodge this shot just now. However, Qin Shou was also puzzled for a while in his heart, not understanding why these two did not use their guns just now. In fact, where does Qin Shou know? Although this is a ruined and dangerous building area, not many people, but after all, it is still in the city. If the gun is used rashly, it will inevitably attract the police. Gong Long, after all, has a criminal record in the body, although now has changed a new identity, but if because of the shooting to attract the police, will certainly cause a lot of trouble, and in the Valley Ling's impression, Qin Shou should not have much strength, so the two are a little bit of arrogance, thought that they could bare hands to solve Qin Shou, where thought Qin Shou realm is not weaker than them at all, and the reaction is sharp. The ability to improvise is especially in Gun Long above, which makes the two but a face-to-face effort, will directly eat a big loss. At this moment, Qin Shou resolved Gun Long. Gu Ling naturally did not dare to be careless, and could not care too much, directly toward Qin Shou then opened fire. But nay, for Xian rank experts, the pistol was actually no different from the concealed weapons they threw. As long as they anticipated in advance, they could also dodge it, not to mention that Qin Shou had even stronger senses than ordinary Xian rank experts. And Gu Ling's marksmanship wasn't like Qin Shou's, who shot 100 times. After Qin Shou dodged the shot, his body didn't dare to pause and dodged again one after another. Gu Ling missed several shots in a row and had been bullied by Qin Shou. Qin Shou directly kicked away the pistol in Gu Ling's hand, followed by a streak of lightning 5 consecutive whips, several kicks in a row, fighting with Gu Ling. In fact, if you really talk about the external kung fu, Qin Shou this immortal family gung fu half-step Xian stage, may not be Valley Ling this martial arts Xian stage rival. However, Qin Shou's special technique, reaction speed in the Valley Ling above, so every time is to take advantage of the first opportunity, and Qin Shou's chi stretches unceasingly. Under the successive attacks, Valley Ling's movements have been somewhat unable to keep up with Qin Shou. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Shou's feet were still bare at the moment and he was not wearing shoes, and Qin Shou intended to keep using the chain leg attack, although Gu Ling's shoes were also taken off by Qin Shou. But nay, the two of them weren't even on the same level, and in Qin Shou's eyes, Gu Ling's foot odor, not to mention no killing power, and even have the effect of refreshing the brain. Qin Shou is the more you smell the spirit of the more full. Gu Ling, on the other hand, had already been smoked by Qin Shou's foot odor, wanting to dry vomit but did not have the opportunity to do so. Gu Ling had already been somewhat unable to resist Qin Shou's legwork, and now that it was accompanied by a biochemical attack, she finally revealed a break and was hit in the chest by Qin Shou's kick. Qin Shou only felt that he had kicked into something soft, and then he only saw Gu Ling spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was kicked by Qin Shou and flew out 7 or 8 meters. Qin Shou was still thinking of a drum, rushed up and kicked again, directly killed Gu Ling, but did not expect that Gu Ling strongly endured the pain in the chest, threw a handful of darts at the same time, wearing crotchless pants, and then disappeared far away. That said, Gu Ling fled all the way until after a long time. Gu Ling confirmed that Qin Shou did not come after her, and only then did she find a corner where no one was, and wow, a mouthful of blood was spat out. At the same time as spitting out blood, Gu Ling also spilled blood and vomited directly on the ground, along with the meal eaten at Drunken Moon House during the day today, all of which were spat out. After spitting it out, Gu Ling did not forget to take out a tissue and ruthlessly wiped her nose. After doing this series of actions, Gu Ling, with a face of horror, looked back at the direction where Qin Shou was. Valley Ling at the moment is already completely afraid of Qin Shou. Said this pussy in the end, what kind of person the heart is ruthless not to mention, but also ing pure face do not want, what underhanded means are made out, in order to win. It could be said that there was no bottom line, and even used foot chi. Today, if it was not for this person's hand of foot chi attack, the two of them would never have been able to lose so easily. For a moment, Gu Ling only felt that Yi Xiao's death under this person's hands was really not unjust. This person was even more ruthless, rogue and shameless than Yi Wu Wan. Thinking of this, Gu Ling only felt that if he could not get rid of this person as soon as possible, once this person grew up, he would definitely become a great danger to the Yi family. That said, Qin Shou this side, was Gu Ling thrown out of the darts forced back, but still not dead, intended to continue to chase after Gu Ling, must be eliminated, but did not expect, before he had time to chase over, he heard behind himself Gun Long, painful groan, seems to have woken up signs. Seeing this, Qin Shou immediately rushed back and sent his bare feet, once again, to the nose of Gun Long, who was sleeping on the ground, to smell it. Before Gun Long's eyes opened, he suddenly smelled Qin Shou's foot odor again, and immediately spat out several mouthfuls of white foam. His head tilted, and he fainted once again. Freeze! Qin Shou had just finished off Gun Long when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind him. Qin Shou immediately raised his hands,
not daring to move. Turn around.
Qin Shou sniffed and slowly turned around, smiling at the person behind him.
Elder brother Qin. It's actually you. The moment Yang Weiguo saw that it was Qin Shou, he was first shocked, and then couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Brother Qin, what the hell is going on? Followed by Yang Weiguo. There is also big-breasted police flower Xuemin. These two were on duty in the neighborhood, but suddenly heard the sound of gunshots, immediately rushed over. When Xuemin saw Qin Shou, she was first delighted in her heart, then she saw Gun Long lying under Qin Shou's feet, and she could not help but look puzzled. Qin Shou smiled and pointed to Gun Long, who was lying at his feet, and explained, to tell you the truth, I was chased by this person to this point, but fortunately, this person has now been taken care of by me. I can't believe this is happening. Yang Weiguo's complexion flinched at the words and immediately rushed towards Qin Shou, and Xuemin naturally followed. However, the two had just approached Qin Shou within a few meters, but suddenly and coincidentally pinched their noses and glanced at Qin Shou's bare feet with a look of disgust. Brother Qin, can you put your shoes on first? Although Xuemin liked Qin Shou, but nay, Qin Shou's foot odor was just too shocking to endure. Qin Shou smiled awkwardly at the words and hurriedly picked up the shoes on the ground that had been pierced by Gun Long and put them on his feet, explaining with a face of embarrassment. I'm really sorry. When I was in college I liked to play soccer, and I often kicked for several hours at a time on a soccer field, and that's what landed me in such a bad situation. After Qin Shou put on his shoes, the two of them only felt that the air in the vicinity was a lot fresher, and they coincidentally let go of their hands pinching their noses, and took a few big gulps of fresh air, which slowed them down. Chapter 146. Yang Weiguo's past. Yang Weiguo inhaled a few mouthfuls of fresh air before he slowed down, looked down at Gun Long who was still lying on the ground, passed out, and couldn't help but look shocked. Gun Long, brother Yang, you know this person. Qin Shou couldn't help but look puzzled, thinking how could Yang Weiguo know the Yi family's assassin? Brother Qin, was this person really beaten like this by you? Yang Weiguo's face was incredulous, and the way he looked at Qin Shou was almost as if he was looking at Superman. Ahem dash. Qin Shou, somewhat embarrassed, dry coughed twice, unleashed the clever tongue, forced to pretend. This person does have some ability, but the kung fu under the hand is not as good as me. By my set of tiger crane dragon shaped fist, to the ground to fall down, Qin Shou said in his heart. Then can I tell you that I won by relying on my feet? This is in case people know. ING direct social death me. Ha ha ha. Brother Qin, you've done me a great favor this time. Yang Weiguo patted Qin Shou's shoulders heavily with both hands, not to mention how happy he was. He didn't doubt Qin Shou's words. After all, he had seen the way Qin Shou dealt with the zombies last time. In his opinion, this person, Qin Shou, had too many secrets, and it was not surprising that he was able to capture Gun Long. Teen Yang, what the hell is going on here? How did you recognize this person? Xuemin, who was on the side, was still a monk in 2 feet, puzzled and completely in the dark. Yang Weiguo looked at Xuemin, let out a sigh, and explained, Xiao Min, as you know, your brother Yang, I, used to be in the special operations team. In the past few years, because of my age, coupled with my health, I couldn't keep up with the intensity of the special warfare team anymore, so I retired and came to the criminal police. Well, yeah, I know about that, but what does that have to do with you knowing him? Xuemin nodded, still looking puzzled. On Yang Weiguo's face, a trace of sadness suddenly flashed and he sighed. Do you know that this person was once my comrade in arms? What? He's actually your comrade in arms? Team Yang. Xuemin was surprised. She was aware of Yang Weiguo's identity. Yang Weiguo was the best hand of the criminal police team, retired from the special department. It was said that he had carried out countless dangerous missions in the past. Because his body was injured, he couldn't carry out those dangerous missions anymore, and only then he was arranged to join the criminal police team. Yang Weiguo nodded, his tone a little pale. Not bad. Not only was he once my comrade in arms, but he was also in the beginning that squad of ours, the best person, codenamed Black Panther, just because he was as sharp as a panther. Wherever he set his sights on the prey, there was no one who could escape from under his hand. Then why would he? Xuemin pointed at Gun Long on the ground, not understanding why such an individual would be chasing after Qin Shou. Yang Weiguo shook his head and said, I'm not sure what kind of beef he has with old brother Qin, but he has long since stopped being my comrade in arms and is a mortal enemy. When our team, in Africa to carry out a special mission, he did not know for what reason, and our team leader had a fault, killed the captain not to mention, but also our intelligence sold to the local terrorist organizations, resulting in our team, in addition to me, no one survived. The root of my illness also fell at that time, so I had to retire. I once swore that I would avenge those dead comrades of mine, but Gunlong is just too tough, and after so many years and many sieges, he even escaped. Saying that, Yang Weiguo once again heavily patted Qin Shou's shoulder and said with a grateful face, "Older brother Qin, this matter, count me. Yang Weiguo owes you a favor. In the future, when I have the opportunity, I'll definitely pay you back." Qin Shou can see the sincerity in Yang Weiguo's eyes. And Yang Weiguo, this person, there is a soldier's unique sense of solidity, very much to Qin Shou's liking. Qin Shou waved his hand, unconcerned, said, "Yang, we are all friends. There is no need to say these polite words." "Well, I understand, but this time, no matter what, I have to thank you. How about this? Some other day, find a chance. I'll treat you to dinner, and by the way, I'd like to ask you for a favor." Yang Weiwei nodded and said, "Help, what kind of favor?" Qin Shou couldn't help but look puzzled, thinking, "What am I going to do as a favor to you police?" He. "Old brother Qin, you're so skilled. I'd like to ask you to be the fighting instructor of our criminal police team. It's better to forget about it. Brother Yang, those are all Wangbao fists of mine. They can't make it to the stage. It's totally luck that I can beat this Gunlong." Qin Shou sniffed, hurriedly waved his hand, said, "I know a set of system-rewarded Wing Chun, when encountering the real masters did not have the opportunity to use out, and finally all rely on the foot gas. This thing that can be taught? And I still have to get money. Where is the time to teach you these criminal police fighting?" Yang Weiguo could see the reluctance between Qin Shou's words and couldn't help but shake his head with some disappointment. "Alas, in that case, I won't force myself. I hope that we will still have the opportunity to work together in the future." After saying that, Yang Weiguo suddenly thought of something and continued, "By the way, brother Qin, Nua's identity, I've already done it for you, so you can make a trip to the police station and pick it up some other day." "Okay, I'll trouble you about this, brother Yang." Qin Shou nodded. With Nua having an identity, many things were much more convenient. The two are talking. Suddenly heard lying on the ground Gunlong's groan. Yang Weiguo look aghast. The whole person as a big enemy. Action quickly crouched down. To Gunlong handcuffs, while quickly search Gunlong's whole body. Gunlong body knife, steel needle, and other kinds of murderous concealed weapons, blades, all too unloaded. After doing this, Yang Weiguo still feel not too assured. After all, ordinary handcuffs cannot be trapped Xian rank experts, and casually sealed Gunlong several acupoints, which completely put down the heart. This hand of his pointing kung fu, if it was an ordinary criminal police officer, certainly do not know, but it is after all a special department down. Before the injury was also once a master, so know some. It was obvious that Yang Weiguo was indeed jealous of this Gunlong. After doing this series of actions, Gunlong had already woken up, and the first time he saw Yang Weiguo, Gunlong couldn't help but instinctively exclaimed out, "Little Yang, surprisingly, it's you." "Shut up, you have no right to call me that," Yang Weiguo said with a chilly face. "Ha," Gunlong sneered and said, "After all I've done for the top, what benefits have I gotten? A body of injuries and illnesses. At that time, that mission, just a few of us, it was clear that we were sent to our deaths. Why should I go? We are soldiers, this is our vocation. You betrayed us, betrayed the brothers." Yang Weiguo roared, "I'll be damned. Your vocation. All my life, I just want to live a little. That mission, that's when the top gave up on us. What's wrong with me asking for a way out for myself?" Gunlong spat out a mouthful of spittle with a disdainful expression. "Humph, I think you'd better go and talk to the judge about these words." Yang Weiguo snorted coldly, not bothering to argue with Gunlong any further. Dash. While these two were arguing, Qin Shou's phone rang. Qin Shou picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Zhang Wei who had called. Chapter 147, Danger Attacks. That said, on the other side, Feng Mini drove Qin Shou's BMW X5, planning to send Su Nanqin and Lu Wen back to school before transferring Nua home, because it was a bit late and the night was already dark, in order to save time. So under the guidance of Su Nanqin and Lu Wen, Feng Mini didn't take the main road, but instead chose a closer path which led straight to the west gate of the Yeqing Academy of Performing Arts. The west gate of the academy, which was closed all year round, did not allow students to enter or exit. Therefore, this small road is rarely passed by vehicles on weekdays. Not only is the distance closer, but also avoids the congested main road of the city. Moreover, Su Nanqin's dormitory for their acting department happened to be near the west gate. Although the west gate is always closed, but both sides of the rusty iron fence has long been in disrepair. One of the places, it happens to be missing an iron railing, students can easily drill into. This was why Su Nanqin and Lu Wen had allowed Feng Mini to take this path.
However, they never expected that it was this seemingly wise decision that gave Zhang Biao and Lu San the opportunity to strike, because outside the west gate of the academy was undeveloped wasteland. Hardly anyone would come here. Feng Mimi, driving the BMW X5, just drove into this small road soon. A dilapidated Wuling Hongwan suddenly out of the side, forcibly overtaking the car, just in front of them. Immediately afterward, this Wuling Hongwan violently braked sharply, followed by a tail, directly crossing the body in front of them. This small road is not spacious, can only barely wrong car? At the moment the Wuling Hongwan crossbody instantly blocked their way. Feng Mimi was not a skillful driver in her day-to-day life, so the car was not too fast, but even so, this sudden stroke caught her off guard and almost crashed. The people in the car also, because of this foot-sharp braking, the body slammed forward. If not wearing a seatbelt, I am afraid that on the spot will be thrown out of the seat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog day. I day you immortal aboard board. Which will not drive. You mother asterisk 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 or rushed to reincarnation it. Guo Gang was shocked, just stabilized his body, then began to curse, itching to greet the previous car owner's ancestors 18 generations. What the hell? Su Nanchin in the back seat, still holding Nua Nua, couldn't help but frown and ask. Nua Nua is still the first time in his life to ride in a car. I do not know whether it is motion sickness or what. Since the car, it will feel the little head dizzy. Lying in Su Nanchin's arms, fell asleep. Not sure. Maybe this car in front of it broke down. You guys wait in the car, I'll go down and ask the situation. Wei Gang muttered a few sentences without good breath, opened the car door, and while getting out of the car, he cursed. I said that the front of the stinky. What is the situation? This is. Will not drive? As soon as Gui Gang's words fell, he saw the doors on both sides of the front car open, and two well-built men with tattoos on their arms walked down. What? You seem to have an opinion? When Zhang Biao saw the cursing Gui Gang, he narrowed his eyes and raised a sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth. I have to say, Gui Gang is also a little smart. A look at these two people, this all social persons line, plus this look of fierce and vicious, it feels that the front of these two people is not what good. To say that although Gui Gang does not have such divine skills as genius actor, his acting skills are in no way inferior to Qin Shou's, and without saying a word, he himself pulls out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and smiles as he draws out 2 cigarettes. Hey, 2 brothers, just now it's all a misunderstanding. Little brother, my mouth owes me. Smoke a cigarette too. With that, Gui Gang sent the 2 cigarettes in his hand to Zhang Biao and Lu San. Zhang Biao and Lu San glanced at each other, and Zhang Biao nodded slightly. Just when Gui Gang thought that the other party would take the cigarettes, Lu San suddenly snapped, kicking hard at Gui Gang's abdomen. To know that Lu San that is also a late stage of the yellow order of experts. The force of this foot is not less than 1,000 kilograms. Gui Gang, nearly 200 pounds of body weight, suffered this. The whole person even flew out directly 7 or 8 meters, heavily hit the roadside tree trunks above. To say that Gui Gang is indeed thick skin. If another person received this, I am afraid that on the spot will be internal organs broken and die. Gui Gang, an ordinary person, even just wow a moment, spit out a mouthful of blood, even with the stomach acid are spit out. Gui Gang, are you alright? Witnessing this sudden change, Feng Mini shrieked out in shock and was about to rush out of the car to check on Gui Gang's condition. Don't get out of the car, just back up and get out. These two are here to rob you. Gui Gang hissed with all his strength, lest Feng Mini got off. Humph, trying to run. Lu San coldly snorted, not waiting for Feng Mini to make any reaction. His hand suddenly threw out a few steel nails. Late Huang rank expert threw out the concealed weapon. Speed as fast as lightning. Only heard a swoosh sound of breaking air, followed by 2 loud popping sound. This Lu San threw out a few steel nails, even directly burst the car tire. Then, Lu San and Zhang Biao rushed over at a quick pace. Gui Gang forced himself to endure the severe pain in his abdomen and struggled to pounce over, directly embracing Lu San's legs. Mimi, take the girls and run. Leave me alone. Seek death. Lu San's face was hideous as he lifted his leg and kicked, viciously kicking at Gui Gang's chest. Gui Gang's entire chest was directly dented down 3 points by this huge kick, and the whole person spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted. Gui Gang. Feng Mimi saw the bloodless, fainted Gui Gang. Her whole heart has been completely messed up. Gui Gang, so to her, how could she not be moved? Just has been in the way of their own identity. Feel that they are not worthy of Gui Gang, so has been deliberately distant. And at the same time, Zhang Biao had already rushed over, directly punching out the glass of the driver's side window, and then reaching in, he tried to open the car door. I'll fight you. Feng Mimi crossed her heart. A trace of determination flashed across her face, and she suddenly stepped on the gas pedal fiercely, then pounded the steering wheel in the direction of Zhang Biao.
Qin Shou's this BMW X5 was bought in the top-of-the-line version. 4-wheel drive. And Feng Mimi has a lot of power when the throttle is pressed to death. And this Zhang Biao is really too much of a big deal. Thought Feng Mimi a woman. Has been scared out of their guts. At the moment just put his hand in. Did not expect the whole body of the car suddenly towards their side of the violent crash over. Zhang Biao stifled a grunt and was directly hit by the door of the car. The huge impact knocking him backwards. Zhang Biao's right hand was still inside the car. At this moment, under the body leaning back, his right arm directly hung on the car window glass that he had broken. He was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt. His entire arm was exposed without any protection. And this time, his entire right arm was directly scratched by the glass residue and drenched in blood. Chapter 148, The Heart of a Snake. Feng Mimi at the moment is like a knife in the heart. Under the fire of anger. Has long put life and death at risk. Thinking is not at all escape, but to take revenge for the life and death of Gui Gang. Therefore, after knocking this Zhang Biao to the ground, Feng Mimi directly stepped on the gas pedal and put it in reverse gear. And the wheels of the front car directly ran over towards Zhang Biao's legs. It was a pity that although Feng Mimi's idea was good, in the end, she had underestimated the strength of a late Huang rank expert. This Zhang Biao ate a big loss. How can still eat a second time? This time he was alert. Fell to the ground. Zhang Biao legs fierce force to the ground. The whole person directly from the bottom of the body slid out. Because of her anger, Feng Mimi had already lost some of her mind at the moment. All she could think of was to run over this Zhang Biao and take revenge for Gui Gang. Therefore, Feng Mimi, after seeing this Zhang Biao's body from the bottom of the car, directly steering wheel killed, another foot throttle, toward Zhang Biao then rushed over. Seek death. Zhang Biao had not thought that he would have suffered such a big loss under the hands of this. At this moment was a grimace, and a few more steel nails were thrown out. This time, the two rear wheels of this four-wheel drive vehicle were also instantly burst by these steel nails. Feng Mimi this foot throttle just stepped down. The tires will be violently flat. Coupled with her steering wheel is also killed. This body completely lost balance. Directly overturned over. For a time, whether it was Feng Mimi or not, or Su Nanqin and Lu Wen inside the car, all of them hit their heads and became dizzy. Grip. What's going on up ahead? Jiang Wei carrying Yang Lu. The car is always far behind Su Nanqin and others. Walking the same road, coincidentally at this moment drove over. Although the distance is far, but through the light of the headlights in front of the car, the front of this change will see clearly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up and inform Brother Qin. Jiang Wei was worried about being discovered by the Zhang Biao and Lu San duo in front of him and immediately turned off the lights. Then without saying anything, he directly took out his cell phone, intending to dial Qin Shou's number. However, what Jiang Wei didn't expect was that he had just taken out his cell phone when Yang Lu on the passenger side suddenly slapped over and knocked the cell phone he was holding into his arms. Lu, what are you doing? This is a matter of human life. Not a time for you to be capricious. Jiang Wei, although this person usually likes to pretend, but his nature is not bad, and when it comes to this kind of thing, he is still clear. More importantly, Jiang Wei had now completely seen that Qin Shou was bound to be a character in the future. And now he had eaten his weight and was determined to follow Qin Shou. In his opinion, now is a good opportunity to show loyalty to Qin Shou. Jiang Wei, you call brother Qin with every breath. Do you really intend to be his little brother? His woman? His friend? What's it to you if something happens? Yang Lu had a snarky look on her face. Jiang Wei did not expect Su Nanqin and the others to be in a life and death situation. Yang Lu would actually say such words, and could not help but sigh. Lu, Gui Gang and Feng Mimi how to say is also my college classmate. And that Su Nanqin and Lu Wen, how to say is also your roommate. Ah, how can you and I see death to save? Humph, two people want to go against me everywhere. It's better to die. Besides, is it too late for you to call the police or contact that Qin? Yang Lu sneered, a trace of resentment flashing across her face. Looking at Yang Lu's face at the moment, Jiang Wei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, never expecting Yang Lu to be such a snake-hearted woman. In fact, what Jiang Wei didn't know was that Yang Lu's thoughts, more than what he had imagined, were a few points more vicious. Yang Lu's head is full of calculations at the moment is that when Su Nanqin is killed by these two people who suddenly killed her, she will have the opportunity to replace Su Nanqin's position in Qin Shou's heart. When the time comes, when you have gotten along with such a rich, beautiful and capable tycoon like Qin Shou, you will be able to kick Jiang Wei, this waste of a rich second generation, out of the way. However, although Jiang Wei is not clear about Yang Lu's wishful thinking in his heart, he instinctively knows that such an outlaw woman can never be made friends with. So Jiang Wei took a deep breath. Suddenly his face turned cold and made up his mind. Miss Young, please get off now. Jiang Wei, don't know you. After saying that, Jiang Wei didn't bother to pay any more attention to Yang Lu,
but directly picked up the phone in his arms, intending to hurriedly inform Qin Shou. He knew in his heart that with his own skills, if he ventured over there now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Gui Gang and the others, but would instead get himself involved. That's why he chose to contact Qin Shou first, and then think of a way out. After all, Qin Shou's background was deep, and his skills were big enough. Surname Zhang, who do you think you are? You can kick my old lady away if you want to. I'll fight you. Yang Lu never thought that she hadn't kicked Zhang Wei away yet, but this wasteful rich second generation even kicked her away first. Yang Lu at this moment only feel their self-esteem has been greatly insulted. The whole person completely crazy, hysterical, screaming, then toward Zhang Wei pounced over. In Zhang Wei's face is a mess of scratching. Zhang Wei had never thought that Yang Lu was such a crazy, and when he was unprepared, his whole face had been scratched by Yang Lu's fingernails and was covered with blood marks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're ing sick. Although Zhang Wei was usually a wimp, he also had a temper, and directly snapped and violently slapped Yang Lu's face. Zhang Wei today since seeing Yang Lu, have not seen Yang Lu gave her a good face. Instinctively have gas, just in the way of face, did not vent it out. At this moment, he saw her so crazy, but also moved the real fire. Plus Zhang Wei saw Yang Lu this snake-heart face. Long ago did not intend to hand over this girlfriend. Anyway, Zhang Wei to Yang Lu, did not move the real feelings, but figure she is young and beautiful. Play just. He has a rich second generation. Cannot play less women. You, how dare you hit me? Zhang Wei's slap was not light, and there was a deep red mark on his face. Yang Lu covered her face and stared at Zhang Wei in disbelief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I beat you. You get off my car. You are not welcome in my car. You, I usually let you spoiled. You really think I am temperless, right? Good dash. Very good. Surname Zhang. Don't regret it. Yang Lu glanced at Zhang Wei with a resentful face and got out of the car with indignation. After Zhang Wei drove Yang Lu off the bus, he didn't dare to delay any longer, took out his cell phone, and hurriedly dialed Qin Shou's number. Hey, I said Zhang Wei, haven't you already sent your girlfriend back? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Say dash. Qin Shou's puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Not waiting for Qin Shou to finish his sentence, Zhang Wei said in an anxious tone, Brother Qin, you hurry over. Gui Gang and the others had an accident. 2 people drove and blocked their way. Gui Gang seems to have been beaten to the point of fainting. You hurry over. What? Qin Shou was shocked at his words. You hurry up and send me the localization of your location. Chapter 149, all seriously injured. Ding! The system detected that the host has just used the realm of half-step Shin stage to fight 2 early Shin stage experts, and won by virtue of calm and collected response and resourceful improvisation, hereby rewarding the heavenly ranked footwork Jedi Shadow Steps, with a speed as fast as lightning, and a ghostly to the extreme stance, which is an immortal stance at the level of immortal stance. Qin Shou said system, your skill can come at the right ing time. Brother Qin, what's the situation? Do you need my help? Yang Weigua could see the anxious look on Qin Shou's face at the moment and couldn't help but be concerned. Qin Shou shook his head and said, no, I'll just take care of it myself. Brother Yang, you'd better take Gun Long back to the police station. Under the full-speed sprint of a Shin-ranked expert, the speed would have been faster than driving in the city. After all, there was no need to get stuck in a traffic jam. Not to mention that Qin Shou had also obtained a heaven-ranked step like the absolute shadow steps at the moment. Bringing along Yang Weigua and the others would, on the contrary, still affect the speed at which he could rush over there. I'll leave first, Brother Yang. Let's get together again some other time. After saying that, before waiting for Yang Weigua to reply, Qin Shou swooshed. His body directly transformed into a residual shadow and ran away furiously, rolling up a cloud of dust. Brother Qin, Xuemin beamed and said with a depressed look on her face, why are you in a hurry every time? Didn't even get a chance to say a few more words. On the other hand, Zhang Wei had just hung up the phone, when he saw Zhang Biao and Lu San in front of him, directly pulling open the door of the BMW X5 that had already overturned. One grabbed Feng Mini's hair, and the other grabbed Lu Wen's hair, and dragged the 2 women directly out of the car. I'll fight you. Feng Mini hair was Zhang Biao grabbed, dragged out of the car, but is still not weak, even if the face is full of blood, but still to Zhang Biao a fierce grasp. Asterisk 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 looking for death. Zhang Biao's arm was originally scratched by the glass debris, and at this moment, the arm that was grasping Feng Mini's hair, was also scratched by Feng Mini's somewhat sharp nails, which immediately pulled the wound, and the pain was incomparable. Couldn't help but roar in anger, directly slapped viciously, and on the spot, she slapped Feng Mini so hard that her entire body flew out, fell heavily to the ground, and fainted. Biao, the ing car is full of women. I didn't see the kid who crippled the young master.
While Lu San dragged out Lu Wen, he glanced inside the car and realized that apart from Su Nanchin and a little girl, there was no one else, so he couldn't help but be a little surprised.
Zhang Biao did not expect to deal with a few women, but also injured, so that their arms are full of blood, and at this moment heard to look for the person is not at all.
Under the extreme anger, toward the Qin Shou's BMW X5 is a fierce kick, directly to the car door to the dent. Where's that Su Nanchin? Is she here? Let's see. Lu San sniffed and directly threw Lu Wen in her hands to the side.
Lu Wen's body was also injured at this moment. Her head was also in a daze.
Her eyes were a bit open. She couldn't move at all.
Being thrown to the ground by Lu San,
she collapsed into the grass by the side of the road. Lu San looked down,
only to see a young girl with a face full of blood, holding a sleeping little girl tightly in her arms. It turns out that Su Nanchin, at the moment when the car flipped over,
in order to protect Nua from being injured,
instinctively held Nua tightly in his arms and protected Nua with his body.
As a result, he caused himself to be unprotected and cushioned, and directly hit his head, and now the whole person is unconscious, and his life and death are uncertain.
There's blood all over his face.
Can't even tell who it is.
Lu San spat out a mouthful of spittle and said with a face of displeasure.
Zhang Biao sniffed and said with an unhappy face, "Damn you, pissed off old man, don't care so much, drag it out for me first."
Understood.
Lu San nodded,
and while planning to grab the unconscious Su Nanchin's arm,
he asked, "Brother Biao, what about these women?"
Zhang Biao looked at Feng Mimi and Lu Wen lying on the ground,
and found that the two are a little bit of beauty, but could not help but laugh. "Hey, anyway, this place is remote, right here, all off clean, the two of our brothers first cool, and then all three sent to the Black Brothers nightclub to go. He, Brother Biao, you are like this, but you still have this interest."
Lu San sniffed, the corner of his mouth raised a lewd smile and said.
Zhang Biao spat and said angrily, "Damn, it's because this time out hung up the color. I have to make some benefits not? Otherwise wouldn't it be a big loss?"
Had. What Brother Lu said is also true.
"Brother Lu, this seems to be Su Nanchin. She's so damn pretty."
Lu San dragged Su Nanchin's body halfway out of the car. Only then did he get a thorough look at Su Nanchin's face, and he couldn't help but have a flash of greedy lust in his eyes.
Hey, play a little longer if it's pretty."
Zhang Biao let out a sardonic smile and said.
However, just as these two were smiling lewdly, they did not notice that because Su Nanchin was holding Nua to death, there was so much blood on her body that a trace of it, along her own body, flowed into the corner of Nua's mouth. After all, it was Nua's first time riding in a car, and ever since she got on the car, she was a bit seasick, so she directly entered a state of cultivation. Every time Nua cultivated the Tai-in true scripture, she would sit there for the whole day, which was why she didn't wake up despite all the commotion. But at this moment, after smelling this hint of blood, Nua was suddenly opening her eyes. Blood-red eyes, under the moonlight, appeared to be a little bit demonic.
This Lu San had all the attention on Su Nanchin's body, suddenly saw this little girl in Su Nanchin's arms open her eyes. The pair of bizarre eyes, scared Lu San body a shiver, instinctively retreated 2 steps, nearly collapsed on the ground. The heart inexplicably surged a strong sense of fear.
You're not even in the ing business yet and your legs are already weak?
Zhang Biao, who was on the side, did not see the change in Nua's body, and when he saw the sudden stroke from Lu San, he could not help but say with a disdainful face,
"Brother Piao, this girl seems to be a bit evil." Lu San's tone was a little trembling,
and his body was also shaking a little.
Are you ing up? What could be wrong with a 5 or 6-year-old girl? Zhang Biao cursed angrily, feeling that Lu San's hallowed yellow-ranked expert was really a bit too wimpy, and walked over towards Nuo,
who was in Su Nanchin's arms.
After Nuo opened her eyes, she first looked at Su Nanchin,
who held herself tightly in her arms and was covered in blood. Then she looked at Feng Mini and Lu Wen, who were passed out on the ground,
and on her pretty little face, a trace of anger flashed. Then, Nuo looked towards Lu San and Zhang Biao.
A sardonic smile flashed across her face,
revealing her somewhat cute little tiger teeth. However, Nuo, this little tiger teeth cute, that is usually, at the moment Nuo pupils blood red, fierce face, looking live off a small vampire, where there is half a bit of cute look. Chapter 150, Qin Shou's arrival. Lu San witnessed Nuo's suddenly twisted and almost hideous little face, and was so frightened that he had a jolt of fear that his body instinctively leaned backward and took several steps backward in succession. However, despite his quick reaction, he was still dwarfed by Nuo. Nuo screamed,
His body like an arrow off the string violently rushed out. Lu San only felt a residual shadow swept past. Simply too late to make a half reaction. He felt a tearing pain has come from the neck. Ah! Biao, save me! Lu San screamed out in pain and attempted to struggle against it, but found that the moment his neck was bitten by Nuwa, all of his essence blood and true chi was quickly sucked away, and he simply couldn't make any effort to do so. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the? Zhang Biao, who was on the side, saw the speed at which Nuwa had just scurried out, so fast that he could hardly see it, and he could not help but be appalled in his heart, secretly thinking that this speed, even if it was the early Xian stage's boss Lu, he might not be able to reach it. Zhang Biao could not see the depth of Nuwa, for a moment did not dare to approach rashly, so he directly took out a pistol. At Nuwa's body is bang bang 2 shots. Shake the out of it. What the kind of gang is this? They've got guns. Zhang Wei, who was in the distance, suddenly heard the sound of gunfire and shivered in fear. Ha 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 ha, go to hell, both of you, go against me at every turn, go to hell all of you. On the other hand, Yang Lu, who had been driven out of the car by Zhang Wei, after hearing the sudden gunshot, was actually so excited that her face twisted and laughed out loud. That said, Zhang Biao watched the speed at which Nuonyuo pounced on Lu San just now, and originally thought that he might not be able to hit easily with these 2 shots, and even if he did, she would surely be able to avoid the vitals. Unexpectedly Nuwa is no intention to avoid. Back hard to get 2 shots. A time blood splattered. Zhang Biao saw the heart secretly happy. Fought after all is a small doll. Although some ability, but too little knowledge. Even the gun do not hide. Hey, I say Lu San, but a little doll who doesn't know any better. Are you as scared as this? Zhang Biao thought his 2 shots down. Nuonyuo, even if not dead, should also be left half alive. Just now the heart is still a little vigilant. At this moment the whole person is already completely relaxed. Put away the pistol in the hand. Laughing, then walked over to Lu San. Zhang Biao had just taken a few steps closer, when he saw the warheads of 2 bullets, which unexpectedly fell directly from Nuwa's back, as if they had been squeezed out by the healing muscles, and Nuwa's back, which was still drenched in blood just now, had unexpectedly recovered completely at this moment, with no trace of injury visible. Zhang Biao had never seen this kind of scene before. He was so scared that his face turned white, looking at Nuwa's eyes as if he had seen an evil spirit, and he hurriedly drew his gun and aimed it at Nuwa's head, intending to make up for it with a few more shots. Just in the nick of time, a figure suddenly flashed out in the darkness of the night, and at Zhang Biao's hand holding a gun, he violently kicked it. Ah! This figure is as fast as a ghost. Zhang Biao was previously unaware, as if appearing out of thin air. Zhang Biao didn't have time to make any reaction at all, so his arm was directly broken by this kick, and his pistol also flew out directly. The person who came was no other than Qin Shou, who had just obtained the skill Jedi Shadow Steps. Qin Shou looked around, only to see that both Gui Gang and Su Nanqin were all lying on the ground at the moment, their lives and deaths uncertain. Nuwa, on the other hand, was pouncing on Lu San's body and was frantically sucking Lu San's blood. Qin Shou was instantly enraged. I can't believe it's you. Zhang Biao was directly kicked by Qin Shou. This kick flew backwards out, fell heavily on the ground, hard to get up, staring at a look, only then realized that this person he had actually seen. It was that day. Yi Wuwan stole by Qinjuan's cell phone and at the very beginning let himself and Lu San kill the person. It was only later when the 2 of them got lucky and met by Jun Chen face to face that Zhang Biao and Lu San realized that the 2 of them had fallen for Yi Wuwan's trap, and therefore killed Yi Wuwan with their backhand. Of course, this was only the plot that Lu San and Zhang Biao thought they had. The real truth was actually that they had all been tricked by Qin Shou's hypnotic charm. Brother, I'm afraid there's some kind of misunderstanding here. Can you allow me to explain a few words? Zhang Biao remembered that Qin Shou had suddenly appeared in front of him just now. That terrifying speed was unbelievable, and knowing that he was no match, he immediately tried to stall for time. Misunderstanding? I'll waste you first, and then I'll ask you properly what the misunderstanding is. Qin Shou was so enraged at the moment that he didn't even bother to pay attention to Zhang Biao, and with a cold snort, he killed towards him. Qin Shou now has a heavenly step such as the Jade Shadow Steps, coupled with his half-step Shin Steps realm. His stance is simply bizarre and unpredictable. This Zhang Biao under the full attention of the guard, but not even in time to make a half reaction, then realized that Qin Shou has already bullied to the near front. The gap between the 2 realms is huge. Zhang Biao may be able to deal with Gui Gang and others, but when facing Qin Shou, he has no power to fight back. Qin Shou used the same method to deal with Lu Haiyuan to deal with Gui Gang. Instantly there are 2 kicks, directly kicked off Zhang Biao's legs. Then Qin Shou grabbed Zhang Biao's 2 arms with both hands, and violently twisted. Like twisting a twist, directly twisted Zhang Biao's two arm bones to shatter. Zhang Biao practiced martial arts since childhood, since the breakthrough to the late stage of the yellow rank. In this secular world, in addition to their own boss Liu He, has not encountered an enemy. Where did you think that today even encountered Qin Shou, such a ruthless person? Instantly by Qin Shou wasted 4 limbs. Under the pain, Zhang Biao's eyes rolled white on the spot and he directly fainted. GGG. Qin Shou had just finished off Zhang Biao when he suddenly heard a sharp and piercing scream. Qin Shou's heart tightened violently and an ominous premonition surged to his heart. Sure enough, Qin Shou jerked his head back, only to see that Nua, whose eyes were bloodshot at the moment, with a weird red light emanating from her body, was standing in place, staring at herself. As for Lu San under Nua's feet, he had long since turned into a dry corpse, dying a horrible death. Nua. Qin Shou tentatively called out to Nua, only to see a hint of doubt and confusion, even a hint of struggle, flashed through Nua's blood-red eyes, but this struggle was instantly drowned out by the bloodthirsty desire. Qin Shou watched the change in Nua's expression, and deep down inside, he was cold, knowing that just by calling out her name, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to call back Nua's sanity. Jia dash. As expected, Nua screamed and directly lunged towards Qin Shou. Qin Shou was horrified in his heart, knowing that Nua was at least at the peak of the Xian rank, and that he was by no means an opponent. Moreover, Nua's Xian rank was different from the Xian rank of a martial arts expert like Gunlong. Nua was the same as himself. It was the Xian rank of an immortal method like the Tai Yin true scripture, and he simply didn't have the strength to cross over and deal with Nua. What's more, the power of Nua's bloodline was strong, and the same immortal laws, when performed under Nua's hands, would only be much more powerful than his own. Chapter 151, Protecting the Buddha. Qin Shou knew that a hard fight was not Nua's match, but fortunately he had the heavenly rank steps, absolute shadow steps. Although he could not defeat Nua, he still had no problem defending himself. Nua lunged towards Qin Shou, only to find that Qin Shou's entire body directly transformed into a residual shadow and instantly disappeared. Nua's hideous little face hissed and chased after Qin Shou's remnants. Nua was born with a special physique, and after sucking blood, she awakened the bloodline power of the demonic corpse, and was actually able to fly. And after all, she was several great realms higher than Qin Shou, so although Qin Shou's Jedi shadow steps were powerful, it was difficult to completely get rid of Nua's pursuit. For a while, between the two of them chasing after each other, they actually circled around the neighborhood. Asterisk. Spirit, what the to-do? Hurry up and help me out. Qin Shou's heart is burning with anxiety at this moment. Gui Gang and the others are still alive or dead. Do not hurry to let Nua recover, and then drag on. Gui Gang. They are afraid that they really cannot be saved. Under no circumstances, Qin Shou can only to the spirit of the device in his mind to ask for help. Asterisk. Spirit, what the to-do? Hurry up and help me think of a way. Master, do you still remember that amulet? Linger's image immediately appeared in Qin Shou's mind to remind him. Amulet? Qin Shou was a bit confused for a moment, thinking to himself, hadn't he already given Ren Jing his ancient loose cultivator's amulet? Where can I find this thing now? Not this. Linger and Qin Shou shared a common mind, and seeing Qin Shou's misunderstanding, she continued to remind. Think again about that thing you stole from Yi Wuwan. Yeah, how the did I forget about that one? Qin Shou came to a sudden realization and immediately remembered that when he and Gui Gang were at that blood god sex lair, they had once watched and witnessed the scene where Nua was forced back by the protective amulet on Yi Wuwan's body, and this incident had always been a deep memory for Qin Shou. One must know that the Nua at that time hadn't turned small yet, and was a peak Earth stage existence, and was also scared of that amulet, not to mention the current Nua. Last time at Ren Jing's ball, Qin Shou, in order to make sure that his plan was foolproof, used his skill, Divine Stealing Hand, to steal the amulet from Yi Wuwan when he brushed past him. However, what gave Qin Shou a headache was that he didn't know how to activate this amulet, and since this thing was immensely powerful, Qin Shou was worried that Nua would be in danger in case he did activate this amulet. However, while Qin Shou was hesitating, he suddenly stumbled, tripped over his feet, and directly fell heavily to the ground. Qin Shou just wanted to get up, but he realized that his feet were actually wrapped tightly in the dirt that had sprung up from the ground. Qin Shou was horrified in his heart, and only then did he remember that when he had joined forces with Ren Tianqing and Li Miaomiao of Longhu Mountain to deal with Nua, whose realm had not fallen at that time, Nua had once demonstrated her ability to control the 5 elements at will. Although this ability of Nua was not as good as it used to be, controlling a small portion of the soil and wrapping Qin Shou's feet around it was not a problem. However, Qin Shou is, after all, a half-step Xian stage expert.
How can a mere clay? How can it trap him? And just now it was only because Nua took him by surprise that he planted his head. Qin Shou's legs fiercely exerted force, and directly, he kicked away the dirt that wrapped around his legs. But Nua originally did not expect this bit of dirt to be able to trap Qin Shou completely. And in this instant, Nua had already killed over, opened her small mouth and was about to bite down towards Qin Shou's neck. Qin Shou was shocked, knowing that if this bite was bitten down by Nua, his own essence blood would be sucked dry in an instant. However, just in the nick of time, the red aura in Nua's eyes suddenly, for a moment, receded for a moment, and Nua's body could not help but pause in midair, as if, for a moment, Nua's reasoning had prevailed, and she was unwilling to take in the essence blood from Qin Shou's body. It was this moment that gave Qin Shou the time to react. It. Whatever. Beating a dead horse. Qin Shou could not care too much at this moment, and directly from his arms, he took out Yi Wuwan's amulet. It was a Buddha medallion carved with an angry-eyed Vajra, and Qin Shou directly held the medallion in his hand and sent it to Nua's face. Sure enough, at this very moment, a sudden change occurred, and the moment the Buddha medallion came into contact with the bloodlight around Nua's body, it immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. Jia dash! Nua screamed, and the bloodlight around her body was instantly dispersed by the golden light on the Buddha's medallion the moment it came into contact with it. In the next moment, Nua directly lost all consciousness. Her body went soft and fainted in Qin Shou's arms. Nua. Qin Shou held Nua in his arms and shook her a few times with some worry. Seeing that Nua was unresponsive, Qin Shou hurriedly probed Nua's nostrils and found that her breathing was still stable, which made him let go of his heart. Linger, what is this situation with Nua now? Is it serious? Qin Shou could not help but ask with some concern. Linger immediately relieved, Master, do not worry. Buddha light is naturally the natural enemy of the Yin Fury gas. Glutinous is originally the body of the Yin Fury. Just sucked the blood of human beings, aroused the bloodthirsty nature of the bloodline. At this moment the bloodlight is washed away, belonging to the injured vitality, but there is no major harm. The only thing that is a pity is that Nua this period of time, day-to-day practice Tai-in true scripture, had been about to break through to the realm of the earth stage, and now suffered such a hit, the vitality of the great loss. I'm afraid that the realm will fall again. The master of the child bride's task. It seems that for a while, it is unable to realize it. Qin Shou's heart was a little bit settled when he heard this, and he took a long breath and said, it's good that it's fine. There's no hurry about the mission. After this period of time together, Qin Shou has long been Nua such a well-behaved little girl. As their own family, honestly speaking, this mission cannot really realize. To the present day he, on the contrary, is not important. The important thing is that people cannot be in trouble. It's time to go see them. Qin Shou picked up the unconscious Nua and dashed in the direction of Gui Gang and the others. Zhang Wei, who was far away, had watched everything that had just happened. Qin Shou's sudden appearance, easily solving Zhang Biao, who had a gun in his hand and was extremely strong, and then Qin Shou and Nua's chase, as well as that last sudden appearance of a golden light. Zhang Wei almost saw it clearly. If the original, Zhang Wei decided to follow Qin Shou mix, more or less still have a few hesitations in the heart, but see just now all of this Zhang Wei, that is no longer half a doubt. The greatness that Qin Shou had just displayed had completely exceeded Zhang Wei's imagination, and even somewhat exceeded his cognition. That golden light just now, and why the little girl beside Qin Shou had suddenly gone crazy, and what was the blood-red glow on her body all about? Zhang Wei's heart was full of doubts at the moment, but he knew clearly that these were Qin Shou's secrets. Qin Shou himself did not say. He must not ask, and all the things he saw today, all ended up forgetting everything. Chapter 152, Rescue. Of course, what Zhang Wei didn't know was that the one who had taken all of this in, besides him, there was also Yan Lu, who had been kicked out of the car by him. After Yang Lu saw how powerful Qin Shou was, as well as how weird Nua was, she no longer dared to let out a loud laugh like she did just now, but instead closed her mouth and carefully left the place. Qin Shou hugged Nua and flew to Su Nanqin and the others, and found that at this moment, Feng Mimi had already woken up, and was painfully kneeling down beside Gui Gang, hugging his head, and crying loudly at the top of her voice. Feng Mimi saw Qin Shou suddenly appear and remembered that the last time she was in the hospital, it seemed that it was Qin Shou who came to her rescue. Originally her heart was as dead as ashes. She suddenly surged with a glimmer of hope and sobbed as she begged, Qin Shou, hurry up and go and take a look at Gui Gang. He's nodded up and received 2 kicks. Qin Shou's heart was shocked at his words. Although he hadn't had the time to carefully probe the injuries of the people, he could see that among those people who had fallen to the ground, Gui Gang should be the most seriously injured. Qin Shou immediately rushed to Gui Gang's side. probed Guigang's nostrils, only to feel that Guigang's entire person, at the moment, is as if he is out of breath. Qin Shou ripped open Guigang's clothes, only to see Guigang's chest and abdomen. There are 2 deep footprints around the black and blue. The chest has even been sunken down. The whole person is almost half of the life has stepped into the coffin board. Well, Feng Mimi looked at the frowning Qin Shou with an anxious face. Qin Shou shook his head and said, "It's bad, but don't worry, I'll do my best to save Gangzi." After saying that, Qin Shou did not dare to be slow and immediately took out the golden needle left behind by that ancient loose cultivator. Because Qin Shou had casually promised Chu Xiaoxiao at Ren Jing's birthday party that he would participate in the Chinese medicine seminar held in Yecheng when he had the chance in the future. Qin Shou had spent the rest of his time, apart from filming short dramas on weekdays, studying the ancient books left behind by that ancient loose cultivator for the past month. Moreover, what Qin Shou had studied the most was the ancient witch doctor's art left behind by that ancient loose cultivator. Moreover, since he had the yin-yang complementary immortal technique, his memory was also far superior to before. Plus he also had the system-rewarded skill genius actuary, so his comprehension ability was also far superior to the ordinary people. Although he had only been self-taught for just 1 month, but he had already learnt the ancient medical techniques recorded in that ancient loose cultivation book. To a great extent, Qin Shou did not dare to delay, rushed to apply needles, successively in Guigang's heart several key points, under more than 10 needles, to protect Guigang's heart pulse. This gold needle is also that ancient loose cultivator left the magic weapon. Acupuncture can force through the blocked acupuncture points, cure the disease to save people. The effect is excellent. When used as a concealed weapon can also force their own true qi into the opponent's body. Killing in the invisible can be said to be powerful. After Qin Shou finished the acupuncture, he immediately began to pass the true qi to Guigang. The true qi in Qin Shou's body is not compared to the internal true qi of ordinary martial arts experts. It is the aura of the immortal family, which has a miraculous effect on curing illnesses and injuries, and it is many times better than the effect of ordinary internal qi in curing illnesses. The moment Qin Shou input his own aura into Guigang's body, these golden needles unexpectedly emitted a faint golden glow and began to vibrate rapidly. After all, it was also the first time that Qin Shou had personally used these golden needles to save someone's life. So naturally, he wasn't clear about the effects of these golden needles and immediately looked puzzled. "Master, this golden needle should be a magic weapon that this ancient loose cultivator took a lot of effort to refine. It has the effect of exponentially strengthening the aura. This pair of golden needles, whether it's to kill or to save a person, can double the effect. With this item in place, this friend of the master's shouldn't be in any serious trouble." While Qin Shou was in doubt, the linger in his mind immediately explained. "And that effect? That's great." Qin Shou's heart was overjoyed at the words. After all, this was the first time he had personally practiced medicine to save people, and just now he was worried that he wouldn't be able to save Guigang. Feng Mimi on the side saw such a miraculous scene, also could not help but be happy, knowing that Qin Shou's methods are different from normal people. Guigang 80% is saved. Sure enough, with the rapid vibration of these golden needles, the bruises on Guigang's body unexpectedly began to disperse at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after a long time, Guigang suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood with a dry cough, and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Qin Shou completely put down his heart, knowing that Guigang's life was saved. "Guigang, I'm glad you're okay." Feng Mimi wiped her tears and cried with joy when she saw the awakened Guigang. "Mimi, thank you for caring about me." Ahem. As he spoke, Guigang had another pain in his chest and couldn't help but cover his chest and dryly cough twice. "You are seriously injured and your heart veins are damaged. Don't speak. I have only barely saved your life." Seeing this, Qin Shou at the side immediately spoke. "Old Qin, why are you here? You quickly go and see if they're alright." Guigang then noticed Qin Shou on the side and knew that in all probability, Qin Shou should have saved his life. After all, when Qin Shou was treating Feng Mimi, he had demonstrated extremely superior medical skills. "Good." Qin Shou nodded and handed Guigang over to Feng Mimi, then immediately got up and went to check on Su Nanqin and Lu Wen's condition. Su Nanqin and Lu Wen both suffered heavy head injuries. Lu Wen's condition was fine, just a slight concussion. There was no major problem. Qin Shou transmitted a trace of aura to Lu Wen, and then woke her up. However, Su Nanqin had multiple wounds on his body and lost a bit too much blood because he was protecting Nuanua, and he also suffered a severe brain injury. Qin Shou gave Su Nanqin some acupoints, stopped the bleeding for Su Nanqin, and then gave Su Nanqin needles and passed a lot of true qi to Su Nanqin. Su Nanqin woke up from unconsciousness only then, but Su Nanqin only woke up for a moment, called out to brother Qin, and then fell into unconsciousness again. However, when Qin Shou saw this,
He knew that Su Nanchin's life had been saved, and was finally completely relieved.
Qin, is there anything I can do? At this time, Zhang Wei, who was in the distance, had already driven his car to the vicinity of the crowd, and got out of the car to Qin Shou, who was treating the injuries of the crowd. Thank you this time. From now on you are my Qin Shou's brother. Qin Shou heavily patted Zhang Wei's shoulder, his words overflowing with gratitude. After saying that, Qin Shou paused and continued, do me a favor and take them to the hospital. Okay, no problem. Brother Qin, won't you follow along? Zhang Wei immediately nodded and said, me?
Qin Shou sniffed and let out a cold smile, looked at the two people lying on the ground,
Lu San and Zhang Biao.
A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and said in a chilling voice, these two people are just doing the job for someone else. They are not the masterminds. I have some accounts that I have to settle with someone. This was the first time Zhang Wei had seen Qin Shou look like this, and he instinctively felt a chill as his body inexplicably shivered.
Chapter 153, Private Manor. Qin Shou will Guigang. Su Nanchin and other people settled properly, saw Zhang Wei driving the car carrying the crowd to leave, and only then put down his heart, walked to the still unconscious Zhang Biao body. Qin Shou crouched down and pinched Zhang Biao's manzhong with his thumb,
and Zhang Biao's eyebrows trembled slightly,
finally slowly opening his eyes. Zhang Biao just woke up. A glance at Qin Shou's gloomy ink-like face. His face instantly swept through a flash of panic. Trembling voice pleaded, Big brother, spare your life. We are just following orders. We can't help it. Acting on orders? Is it at Lu Hei's command? Qin Shou asked rhetorically as the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. You know brother Lu?
Zhang Biao's heart flinched at his words.
Take me to him,
or else I'll make you beg for your life and die. Qin Shou's words were filled with a piercing chill.
Zhang Biao face flashed a trace of hesitation. He followed Lu Hei for many years. Very clear Lu Hei means a vicious. No matter who, once betrayed Lu Hei, must die. What? Unwilling to cooperate? Qin Shou sensed Zhang Biao's hesitation.
His eyes narrowed slightly and his face grew more and more somber.
Hey, brother Qin. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's really because Boss Lu's methods are too ruthless. Do you think this is okay? I'll tell you Lu Hei's location and you'll be magnanimous and let me off the hook.
Zhang Biao's face was full of flattery,
and he even presumed to bargain with Qin Shou. Humph. You only have one way to die. The difference is whether you are slowly tortured to death by me, or whether you die a quicker death.
A hint of viciousness flashed in Qin Shou's eyes, and before his words fell, he suddenly took out a golden needle and stabbed it into an acupoint on Zhang Biao's chest with unerring precision.
Qin Shou, this a gold needle just stuck down.
Zhang Biao immediately issued a miserable scream, only to feel his body is like a million ants devouring the pain of the body. The original pale face is now even more bloodless.
Bean-sized beads of sweat continue to slide down.
Qin Shou, this hand means, naturally from that ancient scattered cultivation Feng Yushiu left that ancient book learned. Although Qin Shou this period of time,
the main research is the ancient medical arts,
but that the ancient scattered cultivator can give himself to the zombie ruthless person.
He studied the medical arts. Naturally, cannot really be for the treatment of the sick to save the lives of the people. At best, is necessary when used for self-help. Therefore, in that book, in addition to medical skills,
what was recorded more was the means of killing. Qin Shou had studied the ancient book for more than a month,
and these means, naturally, he had learned a lot. Big brother, spare me. I'll say anything. I only beg you to give me a pain.
Zhang Biao was unable to endure this inhuman torture and finally broke down and begged for mercy.
Seeing Zhang Biao begging for mercy,
Qin Shou immediately pulled out the golden needle and said with a threatening tone between his words,
Tell me, what kind of kung fu does Lu Hei practice? What is his level? Where is he now? Tell me everything. If you dare to play smart in front of me, you should know my methods.
Zhang Biao only feel the pain on the body suddenly disappear.
Cannot help but this long sigh of relief. Just that kind of pain.
He could not wait to immediately bite his tongue.
Zhang Biao no longer dared to say anything more.
Immediately replied back, Brother Lu Jianghu, called Iron Palm Lu Hei,
is one of the heirs of the Iron Sand Palm.
In the early years with the hand of the Iron Palm, unified all the drug trade in the underground world of Yecheng. I only know that Brother Lu broke through to the early Shin stage 3 years ago, and in these 3 years, I have not seen Brother Lu personally, and therefore I am not clear about what Brother Lu's strength is nowadays.
Brother Qin,
you injured Brother Lu's only son,
so Brother Lu should still be in Yecheng City People's Hospital right now. By nightfall,
Brother Lu's people should be back at his private estate.
Brother Lu lives at No. 121 Lake and Sea Manor on the outskirts of Yecheng's western city. Hospital? Early Xian rank? When Qin Shou heard this, he couldn't help but frown. If he was in the hospital right now, it would not be too convenient to make a move. Moreover,
Qin Shou never thought that this Lu Hei even had the strength of the early Xian stage. so he couldn't help but make Qin Shou feel a little tricky. Take me to his private estate. Qin Shou thought briefly and decided to wait at Lu Hei's private manor first, to take advantage of the situation. After saying that, Qin Shou picked up Zhang Biao as if he was lifting a chicken, performed the jade shadow steps, and sped away. Despite Zhang Biao's lanky figure, to Qin Shou, an expert of Xian rank, carrying him forward was not laborious, but in more than half an hour, he had already arrived outside Lu Hei's private estate. Qin Shou stood far away from the outside. A cursory look, only that this private manor covers an area of no less than dozens of acres. I'm afraid, the building decoration is luxurious to the apex. Compared to Ren Jing's villa, I do not know how many times more luxurious. I can see that this Lu Hei's wealth is very strong. Of course, Ren Jing noble mayor, in order to avoid gossip, even if the family has a huge amount of wealth, acting is not likely to be too high profile, so the place of residence is not as good as this Lu Hei. It is more likely that Ren Jing intends to keep a low profile, rather than Ren Jing financial strength is not as good as Lu Hei. In order to prevent this Zhang Biao from committing fraud, Qin Shou decided to put a layer of insurance on this Zhang Biao before going in. He only took out a golden needle and directly stuck it in Zhang Biao's armpit. Zhang Biao's armpit ate the pain and immediately said with a horrified face, "Brother Qin, if you want to kill me, just kill me. But please, Brother Qin, can you give me a pain?" He was really a bit afraid of Qin Shou's methods, and to this day, when he remembered the feeling of 10,000 ants devouring his heart just now, his heart was palpitating. Humph. Qin Shou snorted coldly and laughed coldly. "Don't worry, you won't be able to die for a while. However, on top of this golden needle, there is my true qi. Later if you dare to cheat, as long as I move my mind, the true qi on top of this golden needle will directly explode in your body. At that time, your death point will be impacted by my true qi, and you will bleed to death from all 7 orifices. You also don't want to think about godlessness. Kill me before I can do anything to you, because this golden needle of mine is not an ordinary weapon. It is an ancient magic weapon. If I don't personally remove this one golden needle for you, and you force yourself to take it down, the true qi on this golden needle will still explode, and you'll end up being a dead man." After saying that, Qin Shou did not forget to take out another golden needle and shoot it out with a finger towards the top of a big tree beside himself. Zhang Biao only saw that the golden needle had disappeared into the tree. However, Qin Shou suddenly laughed coldly and whispered the word explosion. Then, Zhang Biao only heard a banging sound of bursting. The thick tree trunk, unexpectedly, was blown apart from the inside by an inexplicable force. In an instant, wood chips flew, and the thick trunk of the tree, hurricane surprisingly appeared a palm-sized hole. Seeing such a situation, Zhang Biao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, horrified at Qin Shou's methods. To know, he, Zhang Biao, was also a person who practiced martial arts, and his heart was clear. Once the true qi left the body, it was never possible to control it through the mind. This was a tactic that could only be used by at least an earth rank, or even a heaven rank expert. But this Qin Shou, who was clearly nothing more than a district Xian rank expert, had already developed such a fine means of controlling his true qi. Chapter 154, Qin Shou's means. Of course, what this Zhang Biao didn't know was that if it was an ordinary martial arts technique, to achieve such a fine control of true qi was indeed as difficult as heaven, and the requirements for the realm were extremely high. However, what Qin Shou cultivated was not an ordinary martial arts kung fu. Qin Shou's yin-yang complementary method was a supreme immortal method left behind by an ancient great power, which was unknown how many grades higher than ordinary martial arts kung fu. Moreover, what was inside Qin Shou's body, strictly speaking, should be aura qi, not true qi. So the difficulty of achieving fine control was much easier than that of true qi cultivated by internal martial arts. Even so, Qin Shou still felt that he could not get enough of it, and intended to show his skill in front of Zhang Biao again. When Qin Shou's mind was racing, the golden needle flew out of the tree trunk and returned to Qin Shou's palm. When Zhang Biao saw that Qin Shou had revealed this hand of imperious means, his heart became even more suspicious of Qin Shou's identity. In today's era of the end of Dharma, such an ability as imperial objects, even if one was practicing immortal kung fu, should at least be a means for an expert of the earth rank to be able to do so. However, this golden needle of Qin Shou's was an ancient magic weapon that was so powerful that it was many times more powerful than the magic weapons of today's era. Thus even a half-step Xian rank like Qin Shou was able to do it easily. For a time, Zhang Biao's fear of Qin Shou climbed to the apex, only to feel that the young man in front of him, looking at the plain and simple, but the mind is calm and delicate, the means and ruthless and decisive, but also endless, not losing their own boss Lu Hei, and even more than ever, Zhang Biao has some insights. Also once heard, Buddha and Taoism, two top experts, can also do this kind of air defense. A time, Zhang Biao only feel in front of the Qin Shou?
In all likelihood is the Buddha and Taoism too.
The hidden sects out of the disciples. Come to this world of red dust refining the heart to come. If it was said that before, Zhang Biao still had a few moments of resistance in his mind, and his mind was set on finding a way to deal with Qin Shou again after entering the manor. But at this moment, he had completely lost this kind of mind, and he even had a few moments of fear for that bold idea he had just had.
Looking at Zhang Biao's horrified expression, Qin Shou smiled faintly, satisfied with the effect he had achieved with this shock. Qin Shou was confident that Zhang Biao would never dare to play any tricks now, so he simply carried Zhang Biao directly on his back and swaggered towards the gate of Lu Hei's manor. What man?
Qin Shou had just approached Lu Hei's manor when he was stopped by 7 or 8 big men in black suits at the entrance, watching the door. Even Qin Shou saw that the hand of the leader had reached into the pocket of his clothes, and Qin Shou guessed that he should be ready to take the gun at any time. Qin Shou could not help but be appalled, secretly sighing, good guy, the district of Yecheng local underground world leader, but there is such a big energy, has a private manor, not to mention that the security personnel at the entrance are even with guns.
Seeing such a scene, Qin Shou couldn't help but have a few moments of regret in his heart,
only feeling that he had been overwhelmed by anger, and that he had rashly killed his way to this Lu Hei's lair alone without any preparation. He was first with Gung Long today, ghouling 2 people a bloodbath, and then all the way to run wildly, consuming the aura to save Gui Gang and others. At the moment the body power is only left but about 70%, even if it is to deal with Lu Hei a person. Qin Shou did not have a full grasp of the situation, let alone deal with so many people at the same time. And the worst thing is that there are still guns under the hands of these people. Asterisk.
Tai Wei, are you blind? Can't you see it's me?
Qin Shou was hesitating in his mind whether to make a move and directly kill these people in front of him,
or to go back first and think about it in the long run.
But Zhang Biao suddenly opened his mouth and cursed angrily at the big man named Tai Wei in front of him, which gave Qin Shou a few surprises.
Brother Biao, how did you get into this state?
Tai Wei fixed his eyes and realized that the one Qin Shou carried on his back was Boss Lu's right-hand man,
Zhang Biao,
the number 2 of the White Sand Gang. But this Tai Wei is also a bit of eyesight.
A glance will see out. Zhang Biao at the moment pale, limbs look weak and feeble,
only afraid of being seriously injured. Zhang Biao immediately made a depressed expression and made up an excuse,
explaining, when I was working for Brother He,
I encountered some trouble and was injured.
Fortunately, I was lucky and met my fellow senior brother Qin from back then, or else I was afraid that I would have to be planted today. As he said that,
Zhang Biao's eyes glanced at Qin Shou who was carrying him. Tai Wei sniffed and looked at Qin Shou with some skepticism.
Qin Shou nodded his head slightly, secretly activating the skill, Artful Tongue, and said indifferently, that's right, I'm senior brother of senior brother Biao, and today, it just so happened that I happened to let me bump into senior brother Biao's bloodbath with a man, so I stepped in to help,
and rescued senior brother Biao from underneath that man's hands.
So that's how it is. But what is Piao doing here so late at night with his own senior brother? To say that this Tai Wei is worthy of being Lu Hei's close confidant, doing things meticulously, hit the Qin Shou's clever tongue. Although the Qin Shou's words have already believed in most of the words, but still is not free to let go. Are you it? I'm in such a hurry to come over. Of course there is something to report. You hurry to let the old man in. Delayed. Brother Lu blamed. You can afford it?
Zhang Biao was already a bit impatient and immediately cursed angrily.
Brother Piao, I'm really sorry. We are also following the process. Please come in, Brother Piao.
As soon as he heard Zhang Biao take Lu Hei under pressure,
Tai Wei's attitude immediately softened and he didn't dare to say anything more, immediately making way. Qin Shou carried Zhang Biao into Lu Hei's manor.
Without taking a few steps, Zhang Biao came to Qin Shou's ear and lowered his voice.
Brother Qin,
all those who come here to look for Brother Lu have to go to the living room of the house on the right and wait.
This is the rule. I'll show you the way. Okay. Qin Shou nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this Zhang Biao was quite on the ball, and if he was obedient enough, he could consider taking him under his wing. Qin Shou where to know? Zhang Biao he simply do not dare not on the road.
The means that Qin Shou has shown is really too heavenly, and Zhang Biao is now full of thoughts of trying to please Qin Shou, to see if Qin Shou can be merciful and spare his life. This Lu Hei's manor is very large, and the protection is also extremely tight. Everywhere is equipped with surveillance, and 3 steps a person 10 steps a post. There have been people in the periphery patrol. It can be said that the whole manor is protected so that not even a fly can fly in. If not Qin Shou back Zhang Biao so White Sand Gang second in command, I'm afraid it's not so easy to sneak in. Under Zhang Biao's guidance, Qin Shou soon arrived at Lu Hei's specialized meeting place. Qin Shou casually found a sofa and sat down. Then he began to meditate with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, intending to make sure to restore his power before Lu Hei returned.
Chapter 155, You'll be the boss from now on. It was only after another half an hour or so, until around 1 in the morning, that a black stretch Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the manor. As soon as this Rolls-Royce stopped, Tai Wei immediately rushed over with an arrow step and respectfully pulled open the door of the Rolls-Royce, only to see Lu Hei walking down with a somewhat tired demeanor, his face not looking too good, presumably because of his own son Lu Haiyuan's matter. His mood is a bit gloomy. Big brother, Brother Biao is waiting for you in the parlor. Tai Wei saw Lu Hei get off the bus and hurriedly went forward to report. Zhang Biao? Is he done? Lu Hei couldn't help but frown, not understanding what Zhang Biao was doing coming over at this late hour. Tai Wei froze. He wasn't sure exactly what Lu Hei had asked Zhang Biao to do, but he remembered Zhang Biao's previous words and shook his head. My subordinate isn't too sure, but Biao looks like he's been seriously injured. Listening to his tone, he seems to have suffered some losses. He said that he had something important to report, so he rushed over overnight. What? Zhang Biao and Lu San are two people together, and they even suffered a loss. Lu Hei was shocked at his words and his face became even more ugly. For the specifics, you can ask Brother Biao in person. By the way, this time, Brother Biao came back and brought someone with him. Tai Wei added, brought someone here? How come Zhang Biao didn't come with Lu San? Lu Hei was even more puzzled at his words. Tai Wei shook his head and explained, when Brother Biao came, he was the only one who was seriously injured and was carried by Brother Biao's senior brother. Zhang Biao's senior brother? The more Lu Hei listens, the more he feels that this thing is strange. He did once listen to Zhang Biao mentioned, said he has such a senior brother, strength far above him, but his senior brother is always in the mountains to practice martial arts, never involved in the Jianghu things. Not bad, from what Brother Biao said. If it wasn't for his senior brother coming to the rescue, I'm afraid that Brother Biao would have been in dire straits today. Tai Wei nodded and said. Lu Hei sniffed. His face turned blue, and he snorted coldly. A waste that can't make things happen. Can't even deal with a fledgling brat. After saying that, Lu Hei waved his hand and said, take me to him. Brother Qin. This Lu Hei has a hand of iron palm that is impervious to knives and spears. When you deal with him later on, you have to be careful. What he is most powerful at is his palm kung fu. At this time, Qin Shou had already ended his meditation and his power had basically recovered. Qin Shou had just opened his eyes when he saw Zhang Biao looking at him with a fawning face, offering himself. Humph, is that so? That's good news you're offering. Qin Shou sneered, already having a plan in mind. Is this Zhang Biao's senior brother? Dare I ask your name? As soon as Qin Shou's words fell, Lu Hei walked over with a few of his men in his stride. Qin Shou looked up at Lu Hei, only to see that this person looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with eyebrows like a knife, triangular eyes, and a sharp gaze. Stout body, more than 2 meters tall, extremely strong aura, giving an invisible sense of oppression. However, after all, Qin Shou had such a skill as controlling the whole situation, and under the exertion, being alone and in the opponent's territory, his aura was surprisingly not weak at all. Lu Hei couldn't help but look awestruck at the first moment he saw Qin Shou, secretly sighing that this person has such a strong aura that he didn't show the slightest bit of timidity in front of me. Seeing this, Shou Qin also immediately stood up from the sofa, nodded slightly towards Lu Hei, the corner of his mouth raised a faint smile and said, my little brother Shou Qin, I've heard of Boss Lu's great name for a long time, and when I see it today, it really is true to its name. As he spoke, Qin Shou bowed slightly, his eyes suddenly becoming cold. While bending down and bowing, a golden needle shot out silently, heading straight for Lu Hei's brow, seeking death. I knew there was a trick. My territory, and you even dare to come and send yourself to death. Lu Hei is after all an old man. Even long ago saw that Qin Shou has a problem. In the moment Qin Shou shot out, he also suddenly shot out. His face is hideous to the extreme. Even the slightest intention to avoid, directly toward the Qin Shou shot out of the golden needle, slapped over, and in the process of a palm slap to Qin Shou's chest. This boss man Lu had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and his hand of iron palm was so powerful that he had already managed to become invulnerable to knives and guns with his feelings. It can even be said that he is not afraid of even bullets. Once in the middle of a bloody battle, he personally used his iron palm to block a pistol bullet shot over by his opponent. However, Lu Hei had underestimated Qin Shou in the end, and just at the moment Lu Hei met Qin Shou's golden needle with his own palm, the corner of Qin Shou's mouth had lifted up into a cold smile, and Lu Hei had been tricked. As expected, the next moment, this golden needle actually effortlessly, directly penetrated Lu Hei's palm and directly struck Lu Hei's brow. Lu Hei's body froze in place, his palm still maintaining the posture of slapping towards Qin Shou, staring at Qin Shou with rounded eyes of anger, which could be described as dead. In fact, all this has been in the Qin Shou's calculation.
only because Zhang Biao once mentioned, Lu He is the iron sand palm master. Early years is relying on their own hand of iron palm, built some of the foundation, then don't need to think no. This Lu He must be extremely confident in his own iron palm. Two people hard fight. Lu He will certainly not dodge his own unobtrusive golden needle, but will habitually use his own iron palm, front blocking his own golden needle. But what Lu He does not know is that Qin Shou's golden needle, that is an ancient magic weapon, sharp and incomparable, more powerful than bullets, even diamonds, can easily penetrate, not to mention your Lu He's iron sand palm? Qin Shou said you iron sand palm again hard, can be harder than diamonds? Only a drop of blood flowed from where Lu's brow was, and then he slowly collapsed. Big brother, this change came too suddenly, and only when Lu He fell did the crowd react. Tai Wei let out a cry of alarm and instinctively tried to pull out his gun. Don't shoot. It was also at this instant that Zhang Biao suddenly yelled. A few of the juniors sniffed and instinctively withdrew their hands without drawing their guns. Poof. Qin Shou snorted coldly while several more golden needles shot out silently. Several people who had no intention of stopping fell to the ground on the spot. The remaining few people saw the Qin Shou noiselessly, but also killed a few people. This, such a horrible means, is even more horrified, no longer dare to have the slightest movement. Put down the guns in your hands. From today, I'm your big brother. Those who don't know how to behave. One word, death. Qin Shou stood with his arms folded, making an appearance of arrogance to the extreme, and immediately unleashed the skill, control the whole scene. In an instant, the crowd only felt that Qin Shou's entire person was domineering, and his strong aura oppressed the people present so much that they couldn't even speak, and they all threw the guns in their hands on the ground. Seeing this, Qin Shou nodded with satisfaction, then turned his head towards Zhang Biao behind him and said indifferently, "You've done well today. I'll help you heal the injuries on your body later, and from now on, the White Sand Gang will be yours. But remember, I can make you the boss of this White Sand Gang, and I can always find someone to replace you, so it's up to you to satisfy me."